Yunqing's Annan district. Lucius, who was washing clothes, received a text message that his phone was about to stop service. Hastily shaking off the water from his hands, he sent a message to his wife, Kristen. Dear, could you transfer me $100? I'm running out of credit, hee. Soon, Kristen replied with a voice message. Lucius, what's going on? Didn't I just give you 200 yuan a few days ago, and you've already used it all up? Lucius felt aggrieved. The last time she gave him 200 yuan was 5 days ago, and he hadn't spent a single penny on himself. He had paid the water bill with it. Just as he was about to explain, Kristen sent another voice message. You should know how busy I am at work. Don't come to me for these trivial matters in the future. It's really annoying. Her tone was full of disdain and impatience. Ding dong. His phone immediately received a transfer of 100 yuan. Lucius smiled, not feeling upset by Kristen's tone because he knew his wife always had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Though her words were harsh, she genuinely cared for him. Lucius, where have you been hiding? Just after paying the phone bill, a sharp shout came from downstairs. It was his mother-in-law, Sierra. Lucius hurriedly went downstairs. Sierra was lying on the sofa. Without lifting her eyelids when Lucius arrived beside her, she said, I want my feet soaked. Sure, Mom. Lucius turned and walked into the bathroom, filled a wooden footbath with water, and carried it out to place it beside the sofa. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lucius rushed to open the door, warmly welcoming 3 women. These 3 were Sierra's mahjong friends who would visit the villa every day to play mahjong. As they passed Lucius, their eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Seeing her friends, Sierra, who had just been frowning a moment ago, instantly beamed and joyfully said, Oh, you're finally here. Quick, let's start a game. After clearing away the food on the table, Lucius was about to go upstairs when Sierra shouted, Lucius, bring us some fruit. Lucius opened the fridge and replied, Mom, we're out of fruit. Waste of space if it's gone. Why don't you buy some? Do I have to teach you everything? Riled up, Sierra slapped the table hard. Lucius approached the table, looking embarrassed. Mom, I don't have any money left. Could you give me some to buy? No. Sierra cut him off sharply, shouting, Can't you see I'm playing mahjong? Don't you know it affects my luck to take money out now? You're truly useless. As a grown man, you can't even afford to buy fruit. What's the point of living? Might as well just die. Scram, get lost. Don't stand there blocking my good fortune. Lucius gave an awkward laugh and turned to leave. Luoyan, why keep such a waste around? Familiarize himself with the domestic situation. I'll be away for a month. Lucius's throat tightened. Usually, whenever he suggested going out, Kristen always claimed being too busy with work. Now that her first love had returned, she could put aside company affairs and prepare to travel outside for a month. By the way, Brother Zhong is staying this time after returning. I want to transfer your shares in the company to him. Since you never spend money, keeping them is pointless. They might motivate him to lead the company in a better direction. Come with me to sign the transfer agreement tomorrow. Kristen's tone was decisive, not up for discussion. In her eyes, what belonged to her was hers, and what belonged to Lucius was also hers. Thus there was no need to consult this good-for-nothing. Lucius gritted his teeth tightly. After marriage, when Kristen talked about starting a business to avoid being looked down upon by friends, he immediately took out all his money to support her, exerting considerable effort behind the scenes to reach today's height of the Luo group. Afterward, he retreated backstage and became a house husband. It could be said that without his secret support, the Luo group would have gone bankrupt long ago. Over 5 years, because he seemingly did nothing openly, he was regarded as a deadbeat relying on others for living. Thinking about how he always got disdainful looks and only received $100 or $2 from Kristen for daily expenses, now she even wanted to transfer his shares to someone who hadn't contributed at all, her ex-boyfriend. Chapter 2. Let's see how useless you are. What? Melanie instinctively thought she had misheard. She looked at Lucius in disbelief, finding it hard to imagine that he would dare mention divorce. In her memory, Lucius had always catered to her every whim for 5 years. How could he dare suggest divorce now? But Melanie soon realized that Lucius was just trying to threaten her. Would he really dare to divorce her? What a joke. He should be afraid of divorcing her. Melanie, who believed she had Lucius wrapped around her finger, pulled a long face and said, Fine. Have you been growing wings because I haven't disciplined you for days? Daring to talk about divorce with me? Lucius, do you believe that from today on, I will not care about you anymore, not giving you a penny? She was confident that the loving Lucius would lower his head to admit fault within 2 minutes, just as he had done before. Taking control of the situation, Melanie harumphed and continued packing her luggage. Lucius said nothing and turned to leave. Waiting for a moment without hearing any sound, Melanie raised her head and found Lucius gone, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, thinking that this little thing had actually learned to play hard to get with her. She was about to go out to check when Lucius appeared at the door, carrying a bag over his shoulder. What are you going to do? Melanie stood up straight and squinted her eyes to ask. Aren't you asking for a divorce? I've already got our marriage certificate. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get divorced right now, Lucius replied calmly. Melanie, who had been spoiled beyond measure, trembled with anger at Lucius's attitude. She gasped angrily, Lucius, what exactly do you want? The love you always proclaim is fake? You, didn't you say people change? Just consider that I have changed. Lucius responded with a matter-of-fact tone. Having fully awakened to reality, Lucius really didn't want to waste any more time here. Seeing Lucius serious and not joking, Melanie, accustomed to his docile nature, felt suddenly at a loss. After carefully reflecting on their conversation, she concluded that Lucius must be jealous because she planned to travel with Micah. Men do get jealous, after all. She cleared her throat softly and said gently, Lucius, Zhong and I really have nothing. Otherwise, how could I have married you? Don't be so petty. He just came back and is unfamiliar with the country. Having no friends, I, as a friend, will accompany him on a trip for a while and then come back. At that time, we can talk things over properly, okay? Although they had argued before, Lucius usually cooled down quickly. This time, Melanie believed it would be the same. She thought once she returned from the trip with Micah, Lucius would cool off too. As for divorce, she only said it verbally. She didn't want it at heart. The Luo group was established after their marriage and thus considered joint property. Divorce at this point would mean asset division. And with the Luo group preparing for its IPO, news of her divorce would greatly impact the company's listing. What are you two arguing about? Sierra's voice came through. Melanie, at a loss and anxious, saw her mother arrive like a rescue force. Her eyes blinked twice and reddened, and she quickly rushed to Sierra, clinging to her arm, saying plaintively, "Mom, Lucius wants to divorce me." Sierra's face changed as she hurriedly asked Melanie quietly what had happened. Understanding the current state of the Luo group, she knew there couldn't be trouble at this critical juncture. After learning the reason, Sierra gave Melanie a stern look, implying she really took him for a fool. If she wanted to travel with another man, she could do it secretly instead of telling him. Smiling, Sierra walked up to Lucius, speaking kindly, "Lucius, don't be so petty. Micah grew up under my watch. You and he are nothing but childhood friends. China has developed rapidly. Micah has just returned from abroad and needs someone to help him acclimate. Don't worry. I promise you that you will always be your wife and loyal to you. Look at how diligent and kind you are. If you weren't around to take care of me, I would be heartbroken." Saying this, Sierra patted Lucius's shoulder and turned to scold Melanie. "Why are you standing there dumbly? Go apologize to Lucius." Realizing her mother was trying to ease the tension, Melanie dared not remain stubborn and lowered her head, walking up to Lucius and taking hold of his arm, shaking it while saying, "Honey, don't be angry. I promise. I just want to help Jean get familiar with China. There won't be anything else. I'll be your wife for life." Sierra took Lucius's hand and made him embrace Melanie, saying, "Couples will inevitably quarrel, but after coming together so hard, they shouldn't think of divorce every time they argue. All right, they are still downstairs. We can talk about it later. Don't air our dirty laundry in public or make a mockery of ourselves." To dissuade Lucius from the current idea of divorce, Melanie tightly hugged his arm and pulled him downstairs, pressing him onto the sofa and began massaging his shoulders. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Melanie, who was massaging Lucius to soothe his anger, could not order him to open the door as she used to. She walked over with a long face to open it. "Brother Jean." Seeing Micah, Melanie's sullen expression from a second ago immediately turned into one of joy, and without hesitation, she pounced into Micah's arms for a tight hug. Micah also opened his arms and hugged Melanie, smiling and saying, "You, you're still so beautiful. I've missed you so much these past few years." Having said that, Micah quickly pecked her forehead before Melanie could react. "Oh, brother Jean, you?" Melanie blushed and lightly pounded Micah's chest. Suddenly, she realized Lucius was still behind her and hastily pulled away. Micah's solid chest made her feel warm after just being wronged moments ago. Although she was reluctant to let go, her nominal husband was still around, so she couldn't be too blatant. Melanie turned around and saw Lucius coldly staring at her. She hurriedly explained, "Lucius, it's not what you think. I just haven't seen brother Jean for a long time and got a little excited, losing control." Lucius sneered but didn't say anything. Micah, who had been watching Lucius intently, noticed his sneer and raised an eyebrow. He took a step forward and smiled, asking, "You, is this the good-for-nothing husband you told me about earlier? He doesn't look like much either. Why did you choose to marry someone like him?" Melanie's lips twitched and she whispered, "Brother Jean, don't say that." "Humph." Micah sneered disdainfully and, raising his hand, forcibly pulled Melanie into his arms for another tight embrace. He looked provocatively at Lucius and said, "You, I said before I left the country that you can only be my woman, forever. Now I'm back, you belong to me." After the wedding, seeing her daughter was unhappy, Sierra comforted her by saying to comply with the elder for now and divorce Lucius after the elder passed away. Unexpectedly, Kristen decided to start a business on a whim, which turned out to be successful beyond expectation, growing into a huge company worth billions today. A year ago, the elder died. But at this point, if they divorced, Lucius would take away a large sum of money. To prevent the assets from being divided, Sierra hatched a scheme, suggesting Kristen find a new lover secretly while maintaining a nominal marriage with Lucius. Unfortunately, Kristen only had Micah in her heart and kept waiting for him to return. Just now, Lucius proposed a divorce, which she finally managed to pacify, yet Kristen immediately ran into Micah's arms right in front of Lucius. Wasn't it deliberately provoking Lucius and forcing him to propose a divorce? Sierra was about to be driven mad by her daughter. "Waste, don't you feel very uncomfortable now?" Micah, holding Kristen, saw no reaction from Lucius and felt even more smug. During these years abroad, he heard Kristen complain frequently that Lucius was good for nothing. A man who wouldn't fight back when hit or insulted and spent all day hiding in his room without doing anything meaningful. Micah didn't take Lucius seriously at all. Lucius smiled indifferently. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and said, "Kristen, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." He knew well what mother and daughter had been up to these past few years, but he just couldn't bring himself to care. Over the past 5 years, he doted on Kristen simply because of a vow made during their first encounter. Back then, Kristen almost drowned and was saved by Lucius. Influenced perhaps by too many TV shows, she said she would dedicate her life to repay Lucius for saving her. Being young and fond of Kristen at the time, Lucius immediately promised to treat her well for the rest of his life, cherish her, and make her the happiest woman in the world. They say relationships need cultivation, so jumping straight into marriage seemed too hasty. Hence, Lucius was willing to invest time and patience for Kristen. However, as Master often said, human hearts are indeed hard to fathom. After 5 years, he still couldn't win Kristen's heart. Now that her white moonlight, Micah, has returned, Lucius realized that their relationship had come to an end. "Lucius." Kristen stepped forward to stop Lucius, looking pleadingly at him and saying, "It's not what you think. Can we sit down and talk this through? For the sake of the company going public, she had no choice but to compromise. Move aside. Lucius replied coldly. You, let him go. Micah pulled Kristen back beside him and said domineeringly, I'm back now. I will be your strongest support from now on. This waste isn't even worthy of you. Whatever he can give you, I can too, and even what he can't give you, I can. Ignoring Kristen's gaze and Micah's provocative remarks, Lucius walked out the door expressionlessly. Micah was merely a clown, unworthy of wasting words on. What's done is done. Both Sierra and Kristen looked terrible. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Micah smiled and said, Alexandria, you, let the waste go. Wasn't it long overdue anyway? Kristen glanced at Micah helplessly and explained, Jean brother, you don't understand. I did want to divorce Lucius earlier, but at this crucial juncture. Upon realizing that the news of a potential divorce might affect the Low Group's IPO process, Micah understood that he had indeed acted rashly. Especially when he learned that Kristen planned to transfer Lucius's shares in the Low Group to himself, he regretted his actions deeply. Share transfer required Lucius's signature, and after this episode, it seemed unlikely that he would sign willingly. The more Micah thought about it, the more he regretted his decision. This show-off had indeed come at a heavy price. You, Sierra suddenly said, didn't you plan to travel with little Yun? Leave now. If you don't appear, how can he file for divorce on his own? Just as Zaina was worrying, her eyes lit up at this suggestion, and she immediately prepared to go upstairs to pack her things. But Micah pulled her back and said, you, Alexandria, there's actually a better solution that can completely resolve your concerns. After all, you can't keep delaying forever. If that guy finds out the impact of the divorce, he might blackmail you, putting you in a difficult position. Jean brother, what is the plan? Zaina looked excitedly at Micah. Being blackmailed by a lazy parasite was disgusting just thinking about it. What if that guy were to die? Wouldn't his shares in the company become part of his inheritance? Upon hearing this, Sierra and Zaina paused for a moment before realizing they should have thought of this sooner. If Lucius were dead, his shares in the Luo Group would naturally transfer to Zaina as his legitimate wife. Jean brother, your plan is truly brilliant, solving two problems at once. Zaina clung tightly to Micah's arm, looking at him with admiration. Sierra also smiled happily, giving Micah an approving look. She realized that compared to Micah, Lucius was just a fool. For 5 years, Lucius, a man, had behaved like a woman, never going outside, always hiding at home, providing no help to the Luo Group or the family, while it was the woman, Zaina, who ventured out into the world. Once a woman develops a feeling of disgust towards a man, she will absolutely not let him touch her again. This adjustment period lasted for 5 years. Meanwhile, with nowhere else to go, Lucius walked into the park. When he first came out, he originally planned to stay at a hotel for a night, but only realized at the hotel entrance that he had no money on him. There were many people in the park. After finding a pavilion and sitting down, Lucius closed his eyes and pondered his next move. The investigation on certain matters has come to a reasonable conclusion. Bang bang. While meditating in silence, a muffled sound suddenly came. Lucius opened his eyes to see an elderly man with gray hair practicing boxing, each punch producing a hollow sound. A martial artist who has reached the transformation stage? Lucius immediately identified the elder as a transformation stage martial artist. However, he then noticed that the elder's breathing was uneven, indicating that he must have been severely injured early on and suffered damage to his foundation. This now affected his physical functions, and his days were numbered. Beside the elder was a young girl in sportswear, intently watching the elder practice. The girl was in her 20s, tall, with long hair tied into a ponytail. Despite wearing common sportswear, her perfect figure and attractive face made her undoubtedly a beauty. After the elder finished practicing, the girl began to try her hand at it. Although her movements were proficient, they were stiff and clumsy, clearly showing she was new to martial arts. Watching for 2 minutes, finding it uninteresting, Lucius closed his eyes and continued to meditate. As the sun set and twilight descended, people in the park gradually left. Is he the one? A group of 5 people suddenly appeared nearby. That's him. The 5 people immediately rushed into the pavilion and surrounded Lucius. Lucius opened his eyes, looking at the 5 people with confusion, and asked, Is there something you need? The leader was bald and ignored Lucius, instructing the other 4, quickly, 10,000 after this job. The 4 immediately pulled out daggers from their pockets, glaring menacingly at Lucius. These small fry were naturally no concern for Lucius. He calmly asked, Who sent you? From their eyes, he saw a clear intent to kill, indicating that their orders were to finish him off. Lucius was curious as to who wanted him dead. After coming to Yun City and marrying Kristen, he rarely went outside. Even though he secretly helped Kristen solve many troubles, he never revealed his true identity. One could say he had no enemies in Yun City. Yet now, someone suddenly wanted his life. Lucius wanted to know who. The bald man sneered viciously and said, Want to know who sent us? Ask Lord Yama. With a signal, one of his subordinates stabbed towards Lucius. Swish. The sound broke through the air as a stone quickly flew over. Ah! The thug dropped his dagger, clutching his right hand with his left as blood dripped down. The sudden change startled the others. Lucius turned around to see the girl and the elder watching, with the elder having acted. What are you doing? Attacking someone in broad daylight. Is there no law? The girl scolded furiously. The bald man coldly snorted and replied, Little girl, I advise you not to meddle. The girl disdainfully snorted back, advancing while saying, I will intervene. I can't stand injustice. Having embarked on the path of martial arts, May felt quite good about herself. Today, these street thugs trying to commit violence would serve well as practice. Seeing her insistence, the bald man's expression darkened, and he instructed, Damn it, deal with this nosy little girl first. The 4 immediately charged at May. Street thugs, all bark and no bite. Despite May just starting her martial arts journey, they were no match for her. Within a dozen rounds, the bald man and the three other thugs were lying on the ground. Realizing Mei wasn't easy to provoke, the bald man exchanged looks with his subordinates and prepared to retreat. But at that moment, a foot suddenly stepped on his chest, pinning him down. Speak, who sent you? Lucius coldly demanded. The bald man remained silent. Lucius had no patience for wasting time on these small fry. Bending down, he picked up a dagger from the ground and pierced through the bald man's right palm. Ah! The bald man screamed in agony, trying to struggle but immobilized under Lucius's foot, shaking in pain. Still not talking? Lucius pulled out the dagger and looked at the bald man's other hand. I'll talk. Seeing that Lucius was not joking, the bald man cowered. At this moment, he was very confused. Didn't young Master Zhong say that the other party was a weakling? Could a weakling be this fierce? It's young Master Zhong. Young Master Zhong sent us. Micah? Lucius felt slightly surprised. He really didn't expect that the one who wanted him dead would be Micah, whom he had only met once. If being humiliated by him earlier was one thing, now finding someone to kill him was another matter entirely. Truly courting death. Dealing with Micah could wait. Lucius wasn't in a hurry. His principle had always been, if you show me respect, I'll return it tenfold. If you wrong me, I'll take back 3 times more. Lucius turned his gaze back to the bald man, slashing swiftly. Before the bald man could react, his left hand tendon was severed. Lucius gazed intently at the elder. The elder trembled, his pupils dilating. Chapter 5. I offer myself in exchange. A transformation stage martial artist. Even at his prime, Lucius wouldn't have taken this Remy seriously, let alone an injured one who was on his last legs. He genuinely appreciated the Remy's earlier good intentions. But one thing is one thing, to dare obstruct him from punishing these arrogant fellows was a mistake. Beside him, Mei was nearly fuming with anger, deeply regretting her previous act of kindness. She briskly walked up to the Remy, her beautiful eyes glaring with rage as she said, "You are truly ungrateful. We just saved you, and this is how you repay us." "Did I ask you to save me?" Lucius couldn't help but laugh, spreading his hands helplessly and said, "Didn't you guys just love sticking your noses where they don't belong? You interfered earlier with their business, now you're meddling with mine." Mei's face turned pale. Growing up, she had seen many rascals, but never one quite like Lucius. "They intended to kill me today. I merely severed their hand tendons, which is already merciful." Lucius was too lazy to explain further. Falling back on sophistry, Mei retorted, "Whether you kill them or not is indeed your choice. We can't manage what we haven't encountered, but when faced with it, interference is inevitable." The observant Remy slightly shook his head. Any intention to block Lucius vanished the moment he met Lucius's gaze. All he felt now was astonishment. Initially, he thought both he and his granddaughter had saved the other. Was Lucius, as he claimed, in need of saving? Clearly not. At such a young age, looking barely over 20, his strength far exceeded his own, surpassing the transformation stage. Whether Lucius had reached the master level, Russell couldn't tell, but he believed even if not, Lucius must be close. When did China produce such a prodigy? Thinking hard, Russell couldn't recall any related rumors. Without obstruction, Lucius swiftly completed his punishment on Antony and others. Then, he said to Antony, "I don't want Micah to know about this. You should know how to say it." Scared out of his wits, Antony nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice before fleeing awkwardly. Lucius picked up his backpack, ready to rest elsewhere. "Young brother, please wait." Russell hurriedly approached Lucius, half bowing with humility and said, "Young brother, my venerable self has offended you through ignorance. Kindly forgive me. Would you do me the honor of visiting our Qin family for tea?" Dealing with such a young yet powerful prodigy was beyond the Qin family's capability. Moreover, Russell considered that someone of Lucius's young age with such prowess must come from a major force. Establishing a connection could not only... Russell felt as if struck by lightning, looking at Lucius in great shock. He knew his injuries better than anyone. Only those closest in the family were aware of his condition. Yet, Lucius had seen through it with just one glance. "You stand there." Mei rushed up to Lucius in 3 quick strides, her eyes red-rimmed and voice trembling, asking, "What did you say? You mean Grandpa is going to die? Isn't that the case?" Realizing from Mei's reaction that she didn't know about Russell's imminent demise, Lucius turned his head and asked, "You didn't tell her?" "Sue Ellen." Russell came forward, his expression melancholy as he said, "It's true, Grandpa lied to you. I am indeed going to die soon. Your father and second Barrett both know this, only you don't." "It's impossible." Struggling to accept the truth, Mei shook her head repeatedly, tears welling up uncontrollably. She clung to Russell's arm and asked, "Grandpa, you must be lying, right? Look at how vigorous you are. You must be lying to me, right?" The more she spoke, the more tears streamed down her face. "Sue Ellen, Grandpa didn't lie to you. You know about the injury I sustained years ago. If not for the sake of our Qin family, I would have left this world long ago. I thought I could hold on for another year or two, but last month's incident caused my old wounds to flare up, making it uncontrollable." Wah. Mei, who had been very strong since childhood, burst into uncontrollable sobs in Russell's embrace. Lucius didn't say anything more and turned to leave. As she was crying in sorrow, Mei suddenly remembered something, stopped her crying, and hurriedly chased after Lucius, asking anxiously, "Brother, since you can see through Grandpa's condition, can you save him?" Plop. Before Lucius could respond, Mei knelt on the ground and sincerely begged, "Brother, please, save my grandpa. As long as you can save my grandpa, I'm willing to offer myself in exchange." Lucius's lips twitched. Another offer myself in exchange? Chapter 6. This needle of yours can kill. One cannot stumble over the same stone twice. Last time, when he offered himself in marriage and was treated as a nobody for 5 years, Lucius would not waste his time on any woman again. He shook his head and said, "Your grandfather's condition is an old chronic ailment. Even if an immortal were to come, it's uncertain whether they could cure it." May's face was full of sorrow. Russell lifted his granddaughter from the ground and said kindly, "Young brother, there's no need to worry about my illness. It's fate. But since we've met by chance, I see that you probably have nowhere to go after staying in this park for hours. Young brother, if you don't mind, you're welcome to stay at the Qin residence." As a martial artist with keen observation, Russell had noticed Lucius in the pavilion while teaching his granddaughter martial skills earlier. Judging by his simple attire and backpack, Russell guessed he currently had no place to stay. Rarely did he encounter such a prodigy on the path of martial arts, and Russell didn't want to miss this opportunity. His intuition also told him this was a chance for the Qin family. Sleeping rough on the streets was truly pitiful. Seeing an offer of accommodation, Lucius wasn't one to be overly polite and smiled, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll be imposing then." "Haha, young brother, so young yet already achieving so much in martial arts. It's an honor for our family to have you. Come on, let's go back. Suellen, tell old Zara to prepare a good meal to entertain our guest." Russell was delighted. The three of them left the park immediately. At the Luo family residence, Micah hung up the phone, frowning deeply, looking very displeased. "Brother Zhong, how did it go?" Melanie asked nervously, leaning beside him. Micah had proposed that the only way to get Lucius's shares in the Luo group was to get rid of him without getting involved in any suspicion of murder. Sierra had been cautious and handed the task to Micah. "That idiot Anthony can't be reached for some reason." Upon hearing this, Melanie felt somewhat anxious, muttering, "What if something happened?" But after interacting with Russell, he found him quite decent. Treating him could be a way to repay their kindness. Across from him, Russell and May were both stunned, followed by rapid breathing. "Brother Chu, are you serious?" May stood up excitedly. Though Russell didn't speak, his eyes burned with hope. Death was something he did not want, especially now when the Qin family was at a crucial juncture. He knew if he died now, the Qin family would be devoured by other families in Yunqing. Lucius nodded. "It depends on the specifics." Although his medical skills were not bad, he couldn't promise to solve everything. From his observations, however, Russell's condition wasn't insurmountable. Hope was better than none. Suppressing her excitement, May said, "Brother Chu, if you can cure my grandfather, I will agree to any request you have." Lucius waved his hand. "I don't need any reward. Let's check first." With renewed hope, Russell couldn't wait and immediately got up to head to his living quarters. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into two people. "Dad, I've been looking for you." Milo, Russell's second son, approached excitedly and introduced the elderly man behind him. "This is Dr. Averill, revered as a medical sage. There's no illness he can't treat. Your condition will surely be resolved." The white-haired hider nodded at Russell as a greeting. Second Barrett, Brother Chu said he can also treat grandfather. May said this out of excitement. Milo was also stunned, thinking his father might have lost his mind to ask such an inexperienced young man. Just as Hyder was about to vent his anger, Lucius said, "It doesn't matter who does it. The ultimate goal is to cure Stefan's hidden illness. Since physician Averill has come all this way, let him treat grandfather first." From childhood, Lucius was never one to seek the limelight. If he could avoid acting himself, he would prefer not to. Receiving the instruction, Russell saluted Hyder and said, "Then I'll trouble you, physician Averill." Hyder kept a straight face without speaking but followed Russell's lead. Inside the room, Hyder immediately began a thorough examination of Russell and confidently declared, "It's a small problem. A bit of acupuncture and a few doses of medicine should do the trick." Hearing this, both Milo and May were very excited. Without further ado, Hyder retrieved a silver needle from his medical kit and started treating Russell, who soon fell into a deep sleep. At the back, Lucius watched indifferently. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "That needle will kill him." Chapter 7. He must bear all consequences. Treatment requires a quiet environment. Although Lucius's voice was not loud, it sounded quite distinct in such a quiet room. Hyder, who was concentrating on inserting the needles, trembled slightly in his hands, and then slowly straightened up, glaring at Lucius with eyes full of anger. Everyone has their own habits. He particularly disliked irrelevant people making noise when he was treating patients. Interrupting him would be bad enough. But to claim that his needle could kill someone? He really wanted to ask Lucius, who exactly was the doctor, who was performing the treatment. Milo and May snapped out of their surprise. Seeing Hyder's poor expression, Milo hurriedly stepped forward and angrily scolded, "Kid, what are you doing here? Don't you know Dr. Averill is focusing on treating my father? If your disturbance causes irreparable damage, can you take responsibility for that?" He knew that Hyder had a high temperament and disliked people murmuring while he treated patients. Otherwise, he would leave without hesitation. The cost of inviting Hyder to treat his father wasn't small, and Milo did not wish this impulsive kid to offend Hyder. After all, befriending someone like Hyder always brought benefits. Lucius was not a Qin family member. He was worried Hyder might mistake Lucius as one of them and thereby hold a grudge against the Qin family, possibly blacklisting them from now on. "Dr. Averill, please calm down. The young man doesn't understand. Don't take it too seriously." Milo bent slightly at the waist, looking worried like a servant who had made a mistake. "Humph." Hyder irritably waved his hand and said, "You know my temper. I don't like this person." Milo awkwardly smiled and then turned to look at Lucius, his previously smiling face instantly filled with anger. He pointed towards the door and said, "You, get out and stay outside. You're not welcome here." The atmosphere inside the room became tense instantly. "Second Barrett, isn't this improper? Lucius, after all, is our guest." May interjected in defense of Lucius, her tone resolute. For the same guests, there shouldn't be two different attitudes. Grandfather didn't explicitly say so, but she understood very clearly that he aimed to befriend this martial arts prodigy. It would be easy to expel someone, but bringing them back wouldn't be as simple again. Since Lucius was right next to them, she couldn't directly tell Milo that Lucius was incredibly powerful, not someone to provoke lightly, or else it could lead to unimaginable losses for the Qin family in the future. Seeing his niece still defending the other party, Milo lost his temper and shouted, "I'm telling you again, get out." May was about to argue reasonably, but Lucius said, "It's fine. It's kind of stuffy inside anyway. I'll just go outside for some fresh air." Turning around, he gave May a smile, showing no sign of anger. His thought was simple. If someone wouldn't listen to advice and acted arrogantly with just a bit of skill, then it wasn't worth talking more. After all, soon enough, they would have reason to cry. Caught between a rock and a hard place, May knew she couldn't let Lucius leave alone and followed him out. "Dr. Averill, please calm down. I don't even know this kid. Maybe he's one of Sue Ellen's admirers. Young people always like to show off. Please don't take it personally. After the treatment, I will deal with him myself." Milo looked vengefully determined. The treatment had already begun, and given that the Qin family wasn't a minor clan in Yun City, Hyder couldn't simply walk away. So he nodded reluctantly and continued inserting the needles. Outside, May caught up with Lucius and apologized sincerely. "Brother Chu, my second uncle has a very irascible temper plus." "It's okay." Lucius waved it off indifferently, smiling calmly. "I'm not that petty." Carefully observing Lucius's expression, seeing that he seemed genuinely unbothered, she finally felt relieved. But thinking about what Lucius had said earlier, about how Dr. Averill's needle could kill, her heart clenched tightly, and her voice trembled as she asked, "Brother Chu, you said Dr. Averill's needle could kill. Does that mean my grandfather?" Without medical knowledge, she didn't know whom to believe. On one side was the famous medicine sage who had been renowned for a long time. She had only met Lucius for a few hours and didn't know him well, yet her intuition told her that he was not an ordinary person. "Won't we know soon enough?" Lucius smiled and didn't say anything more. Inside the room, as Hyder inserted another needle, Russell, who had been unconscious, suddenly shuddered all over, followed by spasms. His skin visibly turned red. "Ah!" Hyder involuntarily exclaimed, startled by the sudden change. "Dr. Averill, what's happening to my father?" Milo's expression also changed drastically. As a medicine sage, Hyder had encountered many emergencies. After taking a deep breath, he said calmly, "It's fine. This is a normal reaction. It's precisely because my acupuncture technique is working that your father is having this response." Milo moved his mouth but did not dare to say more. However, as Russell's skin became increasingly red, almost as if blood was about to seep out of the pores, Milo couldn't help but wonder, is it really like this? He subconsciously recalled Lucius's warning just now and felt even more anxious inside, yet he didn't dare to interfere. Facing the abnormal condition of Russell, Hyder maintained his composure and continued administering needles, believing he could handle this unexpected situation. But after a few more needles, Russell's condition did not improve at all. Rather, it seemed worse. Damn, how could this happen? What's going on here? Hyder began to feel uncontrollably anxious. Claiming to be a medicine sage, if he killed someone while treating them, how could he continue in the future? If the Qin family were an ordinary small clan, killing someone wouldn't cause much fuss. Compensation would settle matters. But the Qin family wasn't such a trivial clan, as they weren't lacking money at all. Beside him, seeing that his father's condition hadn't improved under Hyder's treatment, Milo couldn't help but ask, "Divine Dr. Averill, is everything okay?" Inside, Milo was already worried sick, like ants on a hot pan. But on the surface, he still tried to appear calm. Hyder gave a dry cough and replied, "Normal reaction, don't worry." Time slowly passed as Hyder repeatedly removed and inserted needles. Russell's face gradually turned from red to black, which looked very wrong, but Hyder still appeared confident. Milo wanted to ask multiple times but feared disturbing the treatment, so he could only suppress his anxiety and wait. Pooh! Suddenly, Russell spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled his eyes back. "Dad!" Milo rushed to the bedside and turned back to ask, "Divine Dr. Averill, what's happening? What's wrong with my dad?" Hyder, who had been trying to find excuses for himself, tightly pursed his lips, unsure how to respond. Seeing something was amiss, Milo straightened up and said hoarsely, "Divine Dr. Averill, what exactly happened to my dad? Please give me an explanation." He kept saying it was fine and manageable. Is this the response of being fine? Under Milo's intense gaze, Hyder instinctively took a step back and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's that kid's fault. All because that kid interrupted me earlier. He must bear all consequences. Mr. Qin, this situation wasn't intentional on my part. Your father's condition is very poor now, and I can only do my best to save him. I cannot guarantee success because of the unexpected turn of events. Of course, if Mr. Qin knows of someone with higher medical skills, feel free to invite them for treatment." His underlying message was clear. Since he couldn't be certain of success, if Milo didn't trust him, he could find others. But if Milo trusted him, he wouldn't be held responsible if things went wrong. This move was cleverly played. Milo's eyes darkened. He knew very well that his father couldn't wait for anyone else to come for treatment, so he clenched his fists and calmly said, "I'll leave it in your hands, Divine Dr. Averill. The Remy will do his utmost." Hyder returned to the bedside, pretending to re-examine Russell. Now, with no pressure on him, he was just putting on a show. He had already covered his bases. Whatever happened next would not be his responsibility even if Russell didn't survive. Watching his father being examined, Milo clenched his fists tighter. Without treatment, though his father's condition wasn't good, he could still speak and seemed relatively normal. Now, it was possible his father might die at any moment. The more Milo thought about it, the angrier he became. Recalling Hyder's earlier explanation, he believed Lucius was greatly responsible for Russell's current state. After all, Hyder was known as a medical sage and had cured many difficult cases over the years, which Milo had heard of long ago. If he didn't believe in Hyder's skills, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to invite him. Treatments on others hadn't resulted in accidents, yet right after Lucius interrupted during his father's treatment, problems arose. It was impossible not to blame him. Enraged, Milo stepped outside, intending to deal with this ignorant youngster properly. If his father was fine in the end, all would be well. But if his father died because of this, Milo would make sure Lucius paid the ultimate price. In the courtyard, May was chatting with Lucius when she heard footsteps. Seeing Milo come out, she hurriedly asked, "Barrett, how is grandfather? How is he? You still have the nerve to ask me that?" Milo gritted his teeth, his blazing eyes staring intently at Lucius. Seeing the situation escalate, May stepped in front of Lucius and anxiously asked, "Barrett, calm down and tell us what happened." "Humph. It's all because of him. Your grandfather is nearly dead. Divine Dr. Avril just said that due to his earlier interruption, the doctor's chi manipulation was disrupted, leading to serious consequences." Milo advanced step by step, his tightly clenched fists cracking. Bullshit. Despite his usually calm demeanor, Lucius couldn't hold back his anger at this point. Poor medical skills were simply poor. Now that something went wrong, shifting the blame was unacceptable. He wondered how Hyder earned his title of medical sage. Seeing Milo prepare to attack, Lucius pushed May aside and calmly asked, "So, you want to hit me? Because of you, my father is in danger now. No matter what relationship you have with Sue Ellen, you must pay for this mistake." With that, Milo lunged forward, aiming a punch at Lucius's face. "Barrett, don't." May instinctively tried to stop him but was shoved several meters away by Lucius. She wasn't worried that Milo would hurt Lucius, but she feared that fighting would negatively affect Lucius's impression of the Chin family. In the blink of an eye, everything happened swiftly. A dull thud sounded abruptly. The expression on Milo's face froze. Disbelief clouded his eyes. Though he hadn't unleashed his full force at the intermediate level of concealed power, he thought it was more than enough to deal with the young man. In reality, before his punch reached Lucius's face, it was effortlessly intercepted by a raised hand. That move seemed nonchalant. It wasn't as if he were facing a powerful fist, but rather a gentle breeze. If Milo didn't see it wrong, the other party remained completely steady upon catching his punch, as if no force had been applied. This was the first time he witnessed such a situation, and this phenomenon was highly irregular. "You're too weak." Lucius gave a slight push, and Milo felt like he had been struck hard, staggering back 5 steps before stopping. When he looked up again, his gaze towards Lucius had completely changed, filled with nothing but shock. "This person's strength is definitely above mine." Milo's throat struggled to move, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Had he not tested Lucius personally, it would have been unimaginable that someone of his age could possess such terrifying strength. And another thing, what that so-called medical sage said is all rubbish. If his medical skills aren't up to par, he should admit it instead of blaming me for disturbing him. Didn't I say before that one needle from him could be lethal? Lucius was slightly annoyed. He hadn't intended to explain, but he had to. Those words woke Milo up from his stupor. Realizing Lucius wasn't just any ordinary young man, Milo couldn't help but take every word seriously. Clearly, the other party had keen insight, spotting early on that Hyder's medical skills weren't adequate, not only unable to cure his father but also likely to cause accidents leading to his death. He trusted Hyder too much and underestimated Lucius, leading to this tragedy. At the same time, Milo understood why his father had asked Lucius before the treatment. He must have known of Lucius's great strength and took him seriously. Considering all factors, Milo realized that the unexpected issue during his father's treatment was due to Hyder's inadequate skills. Recalling Hyder's earlier words about not being blamed if the treatment failed, it was clear he was laying the groundwork for his father's potential death, which caused Milo's face to change dramatically. "Oh no!" he cried out in alarm, dashing into the house like a gust of wind. Chapter 9: The Medical Sage Kneels. At this moment, Milo, who had figured everything out, was filled with murderous intent towards Hyder. It would have been understandable if he lacked medical skills and passed the buck. An honest explanation would have allowed for remedial action to be taken. The truth was that Hyder, for his own reputation, pretended to be capable of solving a problem he clearly could not, disregarding the elder Chin's life completely. Deceiving others was one thing, but deceiving himself was intolerable. Inside the room, seeing Milo enter, Hyder said sorrowfully, "Mr. Chin, I truly apologize, I couldn't save Stefan." Boom. Struck as if by lightning, Milo stared blankly at the bed, his whole body trembling. Russell, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, was now covered in silver needles, his body stained red with blood, a tragic sight. "Grandpa!" May, who rushed Bryce, whose fault? "I've wronged you." Grandpa wail. May also sobbed heartrendingly. Initially, they realized trusting Hyder was a mistake and hoped Lucius could turn things around. But it was too late. "Why are you crying? Isn't there still me?" Lucius walked over to the bedside. All three were stunned. May quickly recalled that Lucius had identified her grandfather's illness at first glance and predicted something would go wrong when Hyder began his treatment, indicating his exceptional medical skills. Could this mean he might be able to save her grandfather? A glimmer of hope sparked within her. Kneeling hurriedly, tears streaming down her face, she asked anxiously, "Brother Chu, do you mean my grandfather can still be saved?" Milo stood up, staring eagerly at Lucius. "Yes, if I couldn't. Do you think I'd stand by and watch Stefan die? I didn't interfere earlier just to expose someone's true colors." Lucius glanced at the equally shocked Hyder, then rolled up his sleeves and swept his hand over Russell's body. Nearly 100 silver needles flew out automatically, sticking tightly to his palm like iron drawn to a magnet. As the needles left, more blood gushed out, but Lucius's fingers swiftly darted dozens of times, stopping the bleeding almost instantly. Witnessing this series of techniques, Hyder, who had been seething, nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. After decades in medicine, he had never seen such rough yet effective needle retrieval. "Brother Chu, will my grandfather really wake up?" Still finding it hard to believe, May wiped her tears and asked, "Not a problem." While responding, Lucius grabbed a nearby cloth to wipe some of the blood off Russell before inserting the silver needles. Could he really bring the dead back to life? Hyder felt both doubtful and hopeful. Having thoroughly examined Russell before Milo arrived, he knew the man was truly dead. He wondered what methods Lucius, so young, would use to revive Russell. In no time, 49 needles were inserted into Russell's body. This is the Wuji Chinkuan needle technique? Gradually catching on, Hyder's eyes widened in astonishment, sparking excitement deep within. His pain forgotten, he was certain that Lucius was indeed performing the Wuji Chinkuan needle technique. A technique his master sought until his dying day but never fully mastered. Memories flooded back. When Hyder was in his teens, he followed his master to practice medicine all over. Once, they encountered a dying distinguished elder who had greatly contributed to the Sunzhou, divine state. Out of respect for the elder's significant contributions, his master performed the Wuji Chinkuan needle technique, reviving him and prolonging his life by half a year. At that time, mentioning the Wuji Chinkuan needle, his master said, "The Wuji Chinkuan needle can snatch lives from the Grim Reaper. With this technique, one could revive someone who just passed away. It can also extend life, truly a divine needle." Hyder remembered that his master had learned the Wuji Chinkuan needle from a fragment of a book. Despite only mastering 20-odd needles, it proved immensely beneficial, saving many people. Until his death, his master entrusted him with this message. "You must never give up searching for the Wuji Chinkuan needle. When you find all parts, burn a complete copy at my grave." For decades, Hyder sought tirelessly, but few had heard of this technique, and those who did often dismissed its effectiveness as fanciful tales. Gradually losing hope, Hyder almost gave up. Facing the crisis just now, he wasn't without thoughts of using the incomplete Wuji Chinkuan needle to reverse the situation, but unfortunately, his mastery was far from his master's level, so he didn't dare act. The Wuji Chinkuan needle is derived from the great derivation of 50, omitting 1. Staring at the silver needles on Russell, Hyder counted repeatedly. Indeed, after the 49th needle, Lucius stopped and began stimulating certain acupoints on Russell's body. Breathing rapidly, Hyder was excited and kept restraining himself from rushing forward. After stopping the acupoint stimulation, Lucius started collecting the needles. This time, not as swiftly as before, but sporadically picking them from various places. Soon, all the nation. What terrified him was that Lucius might not have any demands at all. This sudden act left Lucius startled. He hadn't expected Hyder to be so decisive, who was so proud just moments ago, now kneeling down in recognition of his inferior medical skills. Cough cough. "What are you doing?" Russell, who had just been helped to sit up, saw this scene with surprise and confusion. "Dad, it happened like this?" Milo briefly explained the earlier situation, and immediately after listening, Russell's face turned dark. He slapped his son across the face and scolded, "You ungrateful son. Look what you've done. I had initially prepared to let Lucius treat me, but you, with your narrow-minded judgment, looked down on him because he is young. If he hadn't been here today, can you imagine the consequences?" The reality made Milo, holding his cheek, too afraid to argue back. On the ground, seeing that Lucius wouldn't even glance at him, Hyder feared that Lucius might still be angry with him, especially considering how he had wrongfully blamed Lucius before. Taking a deep breath, he spoke sincerely, "Master Chu, I have realized my mistakes and hope you can give me a chance to correct them." Here was a revered medical sage, now kneeling before a young man, humbly seeking forgiveness. May and others watched in shock. Though Hyder's treatment had failed, he was indeed a renowned figure in the field, and many people sought his help. Yet, not everyone could persuade him to accept them as patients. For such a person to kneel here now, May thought that if this scene were to spread, it would cause a huge stir outside. She was curious whether Lucius would show Hyder some respect, so she kept quiet and observed. Seeing the Remy clearly intent on staying put, Lucius rolled his eyes. Take a disciple? He hadn't considered that yet. His true path was martial arts, and medicine was something he studied out of boredom during his time on the mountain. Therefore, he ignored Hyder kneeling on the ground and said to Russell, "Old man, you lost quite a bit of blood earlier. Rest first, we can discuss other matters later." Agreed. Russell smiled and nodded, then instructed his granddaughter, "Sue Ellen, it's getting late. Lucius has exhausted himself treating me. Please escort him to rest and take good care of him." And that was it? Hyder stood there in stunned silence. He had thought that as a self-proclaimed medical sage, bowing down at such an advanced age would surely win some respect from the young Lucius. But it seemed he had been overly optimistic. The room fell silent, the atmosphere awkward. Milo, glancing at the kneeling Hyder, felt annoyed by the previous events. However, considering that Hyder was a guest invited by him and part of the Qin family, it wasn't right to leave him kneeling. So he said, "Mr. Averill, you can't force what isn't meant to be. Please get up." With Lucius gone, Hyder also said, "But unfortunately, I can't help you with your request, because I haven't known Master Chu for long, so I can't vouch for you. To gain his recognition, you'll have to find a way yourself." Facing rejection again, Hyder felt disheartened but nodded without saying more. He picked up his medical bag and left in dejection. He felt he needed some time to think quietly and find a way to be recognized by Lucius. "Bryce who, I really want to slap you to death. Do you know that?" As soon as Hyder left, Russell's furious gaze landed on Milo. Milo, who had never seen his father so angry, trembled all over and dared not look into his eyes. "Do you know how important Lucius is to our family's future? I've told you before, don't judge a book by its cover and don't look down on anyone. Why can't you learn this lesson? What you did just now was cutting off the Qin family's future." Russell was so angry that his whole body was shaking, looking as if he regretted Milo's stubbornness deeply. Thud. Milo knelt directly on the ground and said sincerely, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I will find a way to make it up." He knew exactly what his father meant. Ever since he had clashed with Lucius and witnessed his strength, Milo realized he had made an enormous mistake. Just now, while Lucius was treating Russell, Milo had been pondering how to make Lucius not hold a grudge over his earlier arrogance and ridicule. Such a young martial genius, how could the Qin family afford to offend him? You'd better lower your attitude and go apologize to him right away. If you ruin the Qin family's future, I'll die restless." Milo didn't dare delay any further, and immediately got up and left. Suellen. May was discussing Russell's condition with Lucius in the courtyard when Milo appeared at the door. Barrett, is there something wrong? Milo ignored his niece and reached into his robe, pulling out a shiny dagger. Chapter 11. Craving even before divorce? Dao Zi appeared. The atmosphere changed abruptly. May instinctively stood in front of Lucius. Suellen, what are you doing? Milo looked at his niece with great surprise. May's beautiful face was cold as she retorted, Second Barrett, I should be asking what you're planning to do. Realizing his actions seemed too abrupt, Milo hurriedly explained with a laugh, you're thinking too much. I've come to apologize to Master Chu. Apologize? May froze, her beautiful face full of helplessness, thinking to herself that if her second uncle wanted to apologize, he could have done so without brandishing a knife. It almost gave her a fright. Thump. Suddenly, Milo knelt on the ground and offered the dagger to Lucius with both hands, his expression sincere. Master Chu, I had underestimated you earlier and offended you. Please, Master, punish me. That he would cater to any request wholeheartedly. Finding Milo quite annoying, and fearing Lucius might actually become irritated, May pushed his arm, urging, Second Barrett, I'll handle these arrangements. You should go attend to grandfather. Hee okay, I'm leaving. I won't continue being the third wheel. You two chat nicely. After hesitating momentarily, Milo left with a meaningful smile. Aware that her second uncle had misinterpreted her relationship with Lucius, May wanted to explain but missed her chance. When she looked back at Lucius, her gaze faltered, and her cheeks turned red uncontrollably. The originally harmonious atmosphere between them became awkward due to Milo's words. Seeing the tension grow cold, May took a deep breath and said, Brother Chu, you must have been tired. Rest early tonight, and we can have breakfast together tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to tomorrow morning. No need to worry about me. Lucius hadn't forgotten. He had to divorce Kristen tomorrow. Brother Chu, can you tell me what it's about? Perhaps I can arrange someone to assist you. Encountering such a powerful and skilled healer was rare, and knowing Lucius had only temporarily alleviated Russell's condition, needing further acupuncture, she feared he wouldn't return once he left. Lucius smiled and countered, can divorce be done by proxy? Divorce? May's eyes widened. Throughout, she hadn't even considered that Lucius was married. Composing herself, she laughed awkwardly. Though she desperately wanted to know more about Lucius's situation, his wife, the reasons for divorce, she restrained herself. She knew when to speak and when not to, having good upbringing. Clearly aware that their current relationship hadn't reached the level where they could speak freely, May gently said, Brother Chu, since it's this matter, I can't help much. However, once it's resolved, please call me, and I'll pick you up. Lucius nodded, and the beauty didn't prolong the conversation further, turning around to leave and closing the courtyard gate. Walking towards Russell, May couldn't help but daydream. Who could be so lucky as to be married to such a martial genius? Such a wonderful person. Meeting him felt like a stroke of immense luck. How could anyone bear to let go? Then, she thought, if Lucius were to get divorced, wouldn't that open an opportunity for her? At her age, grandfather had been urging her to find a suitable person. There were many people pursuing her, but no one could catch her eye no matter how she looked at them. Although the time she had known Lucius wasn't long, apart from her initial bad impression of him, through continued interaction, May felt he was a very good man, the type she liked. The more she thought about it, the more May's heart raced. Arriving at the courtyard, Russell asked his granddaughter upon seeing her, Suellen, have you arranged everything with Lucius? May nodded and proceeded to tell him what she knew. Learning that Lucius was already married, the Remy couldn't help but sigh, revealing disappointment on his face. After interacting with Lucius, he found him very satisfactory and had planned for his granddaughter to develop a relationship with him. He clearly knew that if May could really get together with Lucius, the Qin family's days of glory would arrive. However, he hadn't expected Lucius to be so young and already married. Grandfather, why are you sighing? May stopped speaking out of curiosity. I thought he wasn't married yet, and considering your age, I thought it would be perfect for you two to develop a relationship. Being family, Russell didn't need to hide anything from her. May smiled shyly and whispered, Big Brother Chu just said that he's going to get divorced tomorrow. What? Divorce? Confirming that he hadn't misheard, Russell's disappointment turned into surprise and excitement in an instant. Taking a deep breath to suppress the inner fluctuations, he earnestly instructed May, Suellen, I think Lucius is a very good person. Once he gets divorced, your opportunity will come. You must seize this chance, understand? A man pursuing a woman is like crossing a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is like passing through a veil. If you should be proactive, then do it. Don't feel embarrassed. May nodded shyly and left immediately after. On the road, as she pondered what she was planning, the beauty suddenly stopped, stomping her foot hard on the ground, her pretty face blushing furiously. May, what are you doing? He hasn't even gotten divorced yet, and you're already eyeing him? May suddenly felt very dirty. A night passed. Back at the Luo residence, still in bed, Kristen groggily heard her phone buzz. She reached over to check it, and her expression instantly changed drastically. Chapter 12. Helping you make her regret for life. Brother Zhong? Kristen hurriedly got out of bed and rushed into the next room. Last night, Micah had planned to deflower Kristen, who was still a virgin, but was stopped by Sierra when he tried to enter her room. Sierra's stance was clear. Lucius and Kristen were not divorced yet, so it was inappropriate for them to sleep together now. They needed to wait until the divorce was finalized. The Luo family held a prestigious position in Yun City. If this matter leaked out, it would be a great embarrassment for them. Shiyu, what's wrong? Micah asked groggily as he opened his eyes. It's Lucius. He's not dead. He sent me a message telling me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Didn't you say that we'd know about his death this morning? If Lucius didn't die, the scheming Kristen would not be able to rest easy. Not dead? Micah was stunned for a moment before his expression darkened. He picked up his phone at Lucius to relinquish his shares in the Luo group. As long as this objective was achieved, whether Lucius lived or died didn't matter much to Micah. Since something unexpected happened on Antony's side, disrupting the plan, he could only deal with it as it came. Worried, Kristen muttered, "Will this work? What if he doesn't agree to leave with nothing?" Micah got out of bed, pulled Kristen into his arms, and comforted her while pinching her arm. "You remember, don't jump to conclusions before anything happens. How will you know it won't work unless you try? If trying doesn't work, we can think of other ways. First, let's test and see what he intends to do." There was no other choice. After quickly finishing her makeup, Kristen was about to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau when she suddenly received a call from her secretary. "President Luo, have you arrived? We've just been informed that Tianmei Group's people are already on their way to the company." Damn. Kristen suddenly remembered that she had agreed to discuss cooperation with Tianmei Group half a month ago, and had completely forgotten about it. Whether or not she could reach an agreement with Tianmei Group was crucial for the future development of the Luo Group. Kristen immediately messaged Lucius, informing him that she had an important matter to attend to at the company and asked him to wait. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lucius waited patiently. Nearly 2 hours passed. In the past, he wouldn't have complained even if he waited a whole day. But now, he didn't have the time to waste on Kristen. He called her right away. At this time, Kristen was discussing cooperation with representatives from Tianmei Group. Seeing Lucius's call, she hung up directly. Unlike before, Lucius didn't stop after being hung up on. He kept calling until he got through. One call after another pushed Kristen, who already had little patience and was annoyed with Lucius, to the brink. She wanted to turn off her phone but was worried about missing other calls, so she left the meeting room under a pretext. Outside, the moment Lucius called again, she answered and yelled, "Lucius, are you trying to drive me crazy? Don't you know I'm busy? How long will you be busy? I can't keep waiting here forever," Lucius replied coldly. "Lucius, are you that eager to divorce me?" Kristen gasped for breath, enraged. "I have my own things to handle. Since we can't continue together, let's end it sooner." Almost driven mad with anger, Kristen came up with a quick response. "I don't know when this matter will end. If you're in a hurry, come to the company. I'll have someone draft a divorce agreement, and we can sign it there." Her plan was clear. If Lucius came to the company and was willing to leave with nothing, she could also have him sign the share transfer agreement. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lucius looked at the direction and immediately headed towards Luo Group. Since he didn't have a single sin on him, off at the entrance of Luo Group, May drove away citing other matters. Reaching a secluded corner, she immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. "Give me 10 minutes. I want all the information about Kristen's husband at Luo Group." Soon, the information about Lucius was sent to May's phone. Damn the Luo family. Looking at the description of Lucius being oppressed in the documents, anger flashed across May's delicate face. Putting down her phone, she turned to look at the towering building of Luo Group and murmured, "Big brother Chu. I will help you make her regret it for life." Chapter 13. We walk together. At the top floor office of Luo Group, as Lucius pushed open the door, a cup of water flew straight toward his face but was easily caught by him. "Lucius, are you insane? Calling one after another like lives depend on it. Do you know how important that cooperation is to the company? You're about to drive me crazy." Kristen, who had been holding in her anger for a long time, stared at Lucius as if her eyes were two daggers piercing into him. Lucius remained calm, scanning the entire office before he asked directly, "Where's the agreement?" Seeing that Lucius didn't even want to talk to her and came only for the divorce agreement, Kristen clenched her teeth tighter, the hatred in her eyes growing more intense. 5 years of verbal declarations of love turned out to be quicker to fade than flipping a page. Humph, men are indeed deceitful devils. The more she thought about it, the angrier Kristen became. She couldn't be bothered to say another word to Lucius, turning around to grab a document from the desk and throw it onto the table. "Sign it. Hurry up and sign it. Once done, scram. I can't bear to look at you for another second." Lucius approached expressionlessly, picked up the agreement and scanned through it. Seeing the clause that clearly stated he would voluntarily relinquish all shares in the group and leave with nothing, he couldn't help but smile. Standing beside him, though Kristen appeared furious on the surface, her heart was pounding in her throat. She was worried that Lucius might refuse to sign upon seeing the clause about leaving empty-handed, but soon she realized she had overthought. Lucius said nothing, picked up the pen, signed the agreement, and pressed his fingerprint. Standing up after taking his copy of the agreement, Lucius said, "Shiyu, since your goal has been achieved, let's go through the formalities at the Civil Affairs Bureau when you have time. From now on, we shall each walk our own path." Kristen felt as if a needle had pricked her heart at that moment. She couldn't explain why she felt this way. Watching Lucius leave, she snapped back to reality and quickly pulled out her phone to inform Micah of the news. Well, isn't this the good for nothing? At the elevator entrance, Lucius met Micah. Just informed of the news, Micah was in high spirits and smirked mockingly at Lucius. Seeing Micah reminded Lucius of what happened in the park last night. He fixed Micah with a cold stare and said, "If you want to kill me, you better do it soon. Otherwise, once I decide to take action against you, you'll know what it feels like to wish you were dead." Micah was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter, replying with disdain, "Good for nothing, do you know who you're talking to? In Yunqing, anyone daring to speak to me like this hasn't even been born yet. I was going to let you off easy, but since you seem so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish very soon. Ha ha ha." Lucius truly regarded Micah as a trivial nuisance, not worth his attention. He was about to enter the elevator when the neighboring one opened, and May stepped out. "Roxanne?" Micah, who was about to continue taunting Lucius, saw May and lit up, quickly approaching the beauty. "Who are you?" May didn't remember recognizing him. "Roxanne, I'm Micah. Don't you remember? Back in senior year, someone harassed you in the hallway, and I chased them away," Micah said excitedly. "In high school?" May frowned, unable to recall any such incident. Back then, despite her young age, she had already been exceptionally beautiful, a definite school flower, receiving daily confessions from boys blocking her path. From the way Micah looked at her, she felt no different from those other men pursuing her. causing a surge of disgust within her. Though she found Micah disagreeable, the well-mannered May still smiled warmly and nodded, "Thank you, but it's been too long. I don't remember that." Micah chuckled and hastily pulled out a beautifully crafted business card, offering it to her with both hands. "Roxanne, this is my business card. I've been studying abroad these years and just returned. If you need anything from me, feel free to contact me." As the only daughter of the Qin family, May was not only beautiful and graceful but also a well-known CEO in Yunqing. Micah had heard about her even before returning to China. Upon seeing her in person, he sighed inwardly, confirming her beauty. Capturing her would mean boundless prospects. Facing the business card offered, May did not reach out to accept it. For her to respond to Micah at all was already being gracious. So, she walked towards Lucius. What? Offering a business card and being completely ignored. Micah's grin froze, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He considered himself quite handsome and stylish, as well as a distinguished young master from the Zhong family and a returned overseas student. Surely, he could earn May's favor. Yet, she hadn't even glanced at him. Resentment began to brew within him. President Qin. As May approached Lucius, just about to ask him how things went, a tall woman wearing a body-hugging skirt, obviously a career woman, came running over from the side. "President Qin, all terms of the contract have been agreed upon. We're just waiting for your signature." May nodded. "Sister Avril, let's talk about the signing later." "Sue-Ellen, finally you're here." At this moment, Kristen's delighted voice came from behind her as she hurried forward and warmly said, "Let's go to the office. We can chat while having some tea." Glancing at Lucius standing nearby, Kristen's face turned cold abruptly, and she shouted, "Why are you still here? This place has nothing to do with you anymore. Get lost immediately." After berating Lucius, Kristen smiled at May again, saying, "Sue-Ellen, let's go. He's just a good-for-nothing, ignore him." May didn't move an inch. Ignoring Kristen, she asked Lucius in a gentle tone, "Brother Chu, are you leaving?" Lucius nodded, and she smiled back, saying, "Since they don't welcome you here, let's leave together." "What?" Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Kristen instinctively thought she had misheard or misseen. The CEO of Tianmei Group, the person she wanted to ingratiate herself with, was about to leave with the good-for-nothing Lucius? Behind them, Micah felt as if he had swallowed something awful. He had tried to win May's favor by initiating conversation earlier but was ignored. Now, because of the utterly insignificant good-for-nothing who was leaving, she was going to? Micah breathed heavily, finding it hard to accept this fact. "Sue-Ellen, what are you doing? I was talking about him, not you." Regaining her senses, Kristen thought May might have mistaken her reprimand of Lucius as directed at her, so she continued to explain. "Besides, our cooperation is all settled, just waiting for your signature." Facing Lucius, May's smile was full of warmth, but it turned icy when she turned to Kristen. She said, "President Luo, there's something I need to remind you of." Kristen quickly put on a serious face, waiting for her to continue. "Firstly, I don't recall us being close enough for you to call me by my first name. So, don't call me Sue-Ellen. Secondly, you heard right. I'm indeed leaving with Brother Chu. As for our cooperation, sorry, I've changed my mind. No deal." With that, May took the initiative to take Lucius's arm gently and said, "Brother Chu, let's go." Chapter 14. Be yourself again. They were dumbfounded. Kristen, Micah, and May's secretary, all stood there with blank expressions as they watched the two people leave. As the secretary of the president of Tianmei Group, she knew how important this collaboration was for the company. Everything had been negotiated. It only needed signatures to finalize the partnership. But at this critical juncture, would it be interrupted because of a man deemed unworthy? While was puzzling over why her boss would act like this, she suddenly recalled what happened in the morning. Two large companies negotiating a deal. Normally, Boss May should have come personally. She had mentioned before that she would appear when discussing the cooperation. However, when contacted in the morning, May said she had to pick someone up and entrusted the entire matter to her. At the time, wondered who could be so important that the boss would put aside an important negotiation just to pick them up. Now, it seemed clear that the person Boss Qin picked up must be Lucius, whom Kristen despised. Coming back to her senses, Kristen instinctively looked at Micah and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Zhong, am I dreaming? How could a man she once discarded and found so repulsive be favored by May, who was more capable and beautiful than herself?" It was hard to believe if not witnessed firsthand. What troubled Kristen even more was May's attitude. For that man, May didn't care about her dignity and made it clear that their relationship wasn't good enough for her to be called Sue-Ellen. For that man, she canceled the almost finalized partnership outright. No matter how much Kristen racked her brains, she couldn't understand what virtues Lucius possessed to make May act like this. The entire process felt like a dream to her. Micah didn't respond to Kristen. He was still in shock, finding it unimaginable that a man considered useless could gain the favor of President Qin. And from their intimate interaction, it was evident they shared a special relationship. Since wasn't very familiar with Lucius, she recovered first and, recalling her boss's intention, immediately decided to go to the meeting room to inform the Tianmei employees to leave. Avril G. Not wanting the cooperation to collapse, Kristen quickly caught up to and asked in discomfort, "Do you know what's going on?" Shook her head. At this point, despite her unwillingness, Kristen had no choice but to face reality. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Avril, you know how much effort both sides have put into this cooperation. Please go back and talk to President Qin, okay? As long as this cooperation is successful, I won't treat you poorly." Smiled bitterly and replied, "President Luo, I'm still confused. Let me talk to President Qin and see what can be done." Kristen nodded and turned back to her office. In her mind, the image of May taking Lucius's arm and leaving lingered, refusing to fade. Recalling Lucius's changes over time, Kristen couldn't help but wonder, did I really make the wrong decision? Micah, following behind, clenched his fists tightly, his expression twisted. Originally, he hadn't thought much of Lucius, but what just happened alerted him to a potential threat. His intuition told him that if Lucius were truly useless, May wouldn't treat him that way. It was clear that Lucius had been hiding something all these years. Recalling Lucius's words in the elevator, Micah realized he had to act first. Otherwise, once Lucius rose to power through May, he would be even harder to deal with. A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At the base of the building, after walking out, Lucius coughed lightly and turned to say, "Sue-Ellen, can you let go now?" May snapped back to reality, blushed furiously, and hurriedly released him, flustered as she said, "Brother Chu, please wait here. I'll get the car." Watching May rush away, Lucius couldn't help but smile wryly. He naturally understood that May's actions earlier were all aimed at restoring his dignity as a man. Thinking about the looks on Kristen and Micah's faces as they left, Lucius felt oddly satisfied. It seems that sometimes, being too low-key makes everyone think they can step on you. Maybe it's time to be more assertive. Lucius's mindset shifted at that moment. An invisible aura began to emanate from him. Growing up in the mountains, spending his days practicing martial arts and admiring nature, he had always been indifferent, not overly concerned with proving himself to the world. Before coming down the mountain, he believed that treating others with respect would earn him respect in return. But now he realized that human nature was unpredictable. The more respectful you were to some people, the more they saw you as an easy target. She had gathered. Lucius had been living miserably at the Luo family residence over the years. Now divorced from Kristen, he clearly couldn't return to the Luo family. She wanted Lucius to stay at the Qin family forever, but also wanted to hear his intentions. There's still a lot to do, Lucius paused for a moment and continued, but the top priority recently is to treat your grandfather first. Although he seems fine now, the situation isn't optimistic and requires a lot of effort. Upon hearing this, May realized that Lucius would likely stay at her place for some time. She didn't rush to express her wish and started asking about Russell's condition. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, Lucius didn't waste any time and immediately began acupuncture treatment on Russell. Afterward, he asked May to get him paper and pen, and wrote down many herbs they would need. Looking at the herb names she had never heard of before, May hesitated and said, "Big Brother Chu, why don't you come with me to buy these? There are several characters I don't recognize." Since there was nothing else to do, and medicine was something important that couldn't be taken lightly, Lucius accompanied May to the largest traditional Chinese medicine market in Yuan City. "Oh look, isn't this Roxanne?" As they were selecting herbs in a store, an odd voice came from the doorway. Turning around, May's face immediately turned cold. Chapter 15 Crisis arrives. The speaker was in his 30s, dressed flamboyantly like a carefree young playboy. Behind him followed a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a long robe. One could tell he was a martial artist at first glance. The man glanced at Lucius standing beside and said with a smile, "Sue-Ellen, I find your taste getting worse. You picked such a pretty boy? Isn't that too degrading? Pretty boy, what have you got to be proud of?" Lucius frowned slightly, showing displeasure on his face. Seeing this, Artemio narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong, pretty boy? I'm giving you a compliment by saying that, and you're not happy?" Lucius's expression turned colder. Since he decided to be himself again, he wasn't going to be courteous as before. Just as he was about to respond, May snapped coldly, "Artemio, clean your filthy mouth or I won't mind breaking all your teeth." The Qin and Zhao families had always been at odds, because it was this person's grandfather, Reuben, who forced Russell into action a while ago, leading to his worsening hidden illness and impending death. "Huh?" Artemio sneered, mocking, "With your lousy kung fu, you can certainly try." Knowing well she was no match for him, May did not continue arguing but turned to the boss and asked, "When will my medicine be ready?" The boss was about to reply when Artemio interrupted, "Do not sell to her." "Yes, young Master Ming." After responding respectfully, the boss waved his hand, and several employees immediately stopped their work. Artemio chuckled smugly, "Sue-Ellen, you probably forgot that this herbal market is our Zhao family's property. Without my approval, who would dare sell you any herbs?" Faced with difficulties, May clenched her fists tightly. After much hesitation, she took a deep breath and said to Lucius, "Brother Chu, let's go." Prolonging the argument seemed pointless. Her main goal was to collect all the ingredients as soon as possible to take them back to treat her grandfather. May had deduced that Artemio's sudden appearance here was no coincidence. It was likely because the Zhao family had heard someone was treating Russell, so they came to stop her from buying the herbs. The entire Sunzhou, Shenzhou, didn't have only this place selling herbs. Since Artemio wanted to block her, and she didn't want to start a fight, she planned to buy from elsewhere. Wow, quite a temper. Artemio stepped forward, blocking May's path. "Artemio, what do you really want?" After bearing it time and again, May's breathing quickened, her fists tightly clenched. "Sue-Ellen, don't rush. I didn't say I wouldn't sell you the herbs. Just agree to one condition of mine, and you can take whatever herbs you want in this market for free." May sniffed disdainfully, "Sorry, no matter what condition you ask, I won't agree." 3 seconds, get lost? Artemio spread his arms wide. "I won't move, let's see what you can do today. Tell you to get lost, then get lost." Seeing this, Lucius finally stepped forward, standing next to May. Initially, he thought both sides knew each other and should settle things themselves. But now, seeing May clearly had some concerns and Artemio was determined to make things difficult, Lucius couldn't just watch anymore. "Ah." Artemio paused, looking at Lucius in surprise. "Pretty boy, are you ready to be a real man? I won't move today, let's see what you can do, pretty boy." The arrogant and domineering Artemio subconsciously thought Lucius was trying to show off in front of May, completely unaware that this was a sure way to invite trouble. "Huh?" Lucius scoffed. In the next second, the air inside the room suddenly turned icy. "Young master, be careful." Raphael, the middle-aged man who had been standing behind, sensed the imminent danger first and shouted as he stepped forward to shield Artemio. But in the next instant, his eyes widened. Lucius's movements were like lightning. Raphael had barely reached Artemio when Lucius's punch struck Artemio in the chest. Bang! Without any reaction or too late to guard even if he realized something was wrong, Artemio was slammed against the wooden door of the herbal shop, smashing through it along with the strong force of impact. Too fast. Raphael was utterly stunned. Having practiced martial arts for over 30 years, it was the first time he witnessed a martial artist with such speed. What shook him even more was Lucius's age. So fast, and yet not a ripple of energy was stirred. Raphael suddenly recalled that this was the trait possessed only by grandmasters. A grandmaster in his 20s? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raphael trembled inwardly as he shook his head, unable to believe Lucius could be a grandmaster powerhouse, for there were merely a handful of grandmasters across the entire Shinjo, and the youngest was over 60. Coming to his senses, Raphael glanced at Artemio, who was unconscious outside. After much hesitation, he gave up on confronting Lucius and hurried out to check Artemio's condition. As he looked, his expression changed dramatically. One punch from Lucius had directly severed Artemio's meridians, which would affect his path in martial arts. The situation was urgent. Without time for threats or boasts, Raphael immediately carried Artemio back to the Zhao family residence for treatment. As for Lucius, the instigator, it was clear that he was closely related to Mei. He could be found later by seeking out the Qin family. Events unfolded quickly. From Artemio being blasted away to being taken away, it took less than a minute. Mei came to her senses, her expression complicated. She realized Artemio was seriously injured, and once Ruben found out, he would surely come to the Qin family with trouble. After all, Lucius was part of her group. The strongest fighter in the Qin family was Russell, but he couldn't fight now, and Ruben was an expert in the transformation stage. Although Lucius showed considerable strength, it was uncertain if he could beat him. Mei deeply regretted it. She should have known that this herb market belonged to the Zhao family and should have gone farther to buy herbs. Now, the crisis for the Qin family had arrived earlier than expected. With just one look, Lucius saw Mei's worry. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for my actions. The trouble I cause won't involve the Qin family. Grandfather had always said that no matter what, they must stand together." Mei took a deep breath, hiding her worries and smiling. "Brother Chu, what are you saying? You acted because of me. I won't let you face this alone." Worried that Ruben might rush over as soon as he heard the news, Mei immediately left with Lucius, driving to the neighboring Haicheng to buy the needed herbs. At the Zhao family residence, Ruben was meditating quietly in the courtyard when the gate was suddenly crashed open, his brows furrowed, eyes opening angrily, ready to scold whoever dared disrupt his peace. His expression abruptly changed as he rushed forward. What happened? What's wrong with Mingxian? He was beaten. All his meridians were severed. Raphael replied. What? All meridians severed? Ruben felt a darkness engulf his vision. His grandson had great talent in martial arts and was already destined to be the future pillar of the Zhao family. Now, someone had severed all his meridians? Even with timely treatment, his progress in martial arts would be severely hampered. Without it, he would be crippled. Who did this? Who dared to do this to my grandson? Ruben roared in fury, shaking the heavens. Chapter 16. He could succeed if he was willing to act. Sir, we need to treat Mingxian right away, Raphael reminded, barely suppressing his fear. Ruben, whose anger had erupted like a volcano, gradually calmed down as his rapid breathing subsided. He reached out and took his grandson from Raphael's arms, urging, I heard the medical sage is at Gongdao Pavilion. Go invite him quickly. Being from a martial arts family, they naturally possess some healing knowledge. After carrying Zoltan into the room, Ruben carefully examined his injuries. The more he examined, the colder his heart grew, and his expression darkened further. He discovered that his grandson was severely injured. Even with immediate treatment, he could only be kept alive. As for continuing on the path of martial arts, this life was over for him. What difference was there between ending someone's martial path and killing them? Unable to accept the fact that the Zhao family's future had been cut off, Ruben could only vent his anger through roars. After roaring, he took a deep breath and continued examining Zoltan, hoping that he had made a mistake in his initial inspection and that his grandson's injuries were not so severe. After thoroughly examining Zoltan's entire body, Ruben's gaze returned to the spot on his chest. There, it was only slightly swollen, looking as if he had been accidentally bumped. But Ruben, an early-stage Huajin martial artist, knew this was where the opponent had landed his punch. Had the opponent used just one punch to injure his grandson like this? Thinking about it, a chill shot up Ruben's spine. As an early-stage Huajin martial artist, Ruben knew very well that a full-force punch from him could sever a person's meridians throughout their body, but the impact area would definitely not be as inconspicuous as it was on his grandson. The stronger one's power, the less visible the external damage. The opponent's strength must exceed my own. Was he mid-stage or late-stage Huajin? This thought made Ruben uneasy. How could he possibly avenge his grandson against an enemy who was stronger than himself? He couldn't understand why his grandson had provoked a Huajin martial artist unless he had lost his mind. Such a person would have to be treated like an ancestor if they came to the Zhao family. Lost in thought, Ruben did not stand idly by. He began treating his grandson with all the means at his disposal. Just as he was busy, hurried footsteps approached the door. Raphael brought in an elderly man with white hair. It was Haider, who had treated Russell last night. Haider did not return to his base in Yun City because he had not yet received Lucius's approval. Seeing Haider, Ruben hurried forward, half bowing and said earnestly, Divine Dr. Averill, please treat my grandson immediately. His meridians are completely severed, which concerns his future in martial arts. Haider nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and moved to the bedside to examine Zoltan. Divine Dr. Averill, how is it? Seeing the examination conclude, Ruben quickly asked, Is there any possibility of complete recovery? The result would determine the course of treatment. For Zoltan, the Zhao family's future, Ruben hoped for a complete recovery. But as a martial artist, he knew very well that it was no easy matter to repair completely severed meridians. If even Divine Dr. Averill couldn't fully restore Zoltan, then the focus would be on saving his life. It didn't matter if he couldn't continue on the path of martial arts. What mattered was that he lived. Difficult, Haider said gravely, shaking his head. Meridians are hidden within the body and spread throughout. 1 or 2 damaged areas might be manageable, but in Lord Zhao's case, the hope of a complete recovery is slim. Though he had prepared himself mentally, hearing the result was still hard for Ruben to accept. His energy seemed to drain instantly, and he looked years older. Reality was harsh and couldn't be changed with mere resistance. Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to stay composed, Ruben rasped, "Since that's the case, let's prioritize saving his life." Hyder nodded and started the treatment using silver needles from his medicine box. As he inserted the needles, he couldn't help but think about what happened last night. A thought surfaced. If he acted, could he possibly reconnect all of this man's meridians? Outside, Ruben called Raphael outside and asked for detailed information. Upon learning that the one who had severely injured Zoltan was just a young man in his 20s, Ruben instinctively exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. That young fellow can't possibly reach the Huajin stage." Ruben understood how difficult the path of martial arts was. There were no shortcuts on this path. Every step required time and perseverance. A Huajin martial artist in his 20s had never existed in history. Having witnessed everything firsthand, Raphael found it hard to believe but could not deny it. He explained helplessly, "Sir, anything is possible. I saw it with my own eyes. Although I didn't engage him in battle, judging from his speed of attack, his strength must be at least on par with yours." Ruben fell silent. Facts were facts. He had to face them even if he didn't want to. When did the Qin family acquire such a formidable ally? Could he be a disciple sent out for training by a major sect? No matter how he thought about it, Ruben believed that only within major sects could there exist such a young powerhouse. Disciples from major sects were far beyond the reach of the small Zhao family. This sudden turn of events completely disrupted Ruben's plans, leaving him very frustrated. Earlier, Ruben deliberately provoked Russell to aggravate his hidden illness and hasten his death. Without Russell as their pillar, the Qin family would be easy prey. Despite all his careful planning, an overwhelming force suddenly appeared just as his plan was about to succeed. Even more critical, his grandson was reduced to a cripple by the opponent's single punch. Ruben yearned for revenge but lacked confidence, as he feared that any action might result in severe injury or even death. As a vital pillar of the Zhao family himself, with Artemio now incapacitated, Ruben needed to ensure the Zhao family's prosperity for at least another 30 years. "Sir, Divine Dr. Avril has come out?" Raphael suddenly reminded him. Snapping back to reality, Ruben quickly approached Hyder and asked, "Divine name Lucius. Just knowing someone's name doesn't give any assurance that they can solve the problem." Ruben furrowed his brows, and half of the hope in his heart instantly vanished. But at this juncture, he knew he had no choice. Hyder was known as the medicine saint. If he didn't have some certainty, he wouldn't recommend anyone. After pondering this, Ruben stopped being so picky and asked calmly, "Divine Dr. Avril, do you have his contact information then?" Hyder shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I wish I did have his contact information, but he simply wouldn't take my calls." Subconsciously, Ruben glanced at Raphael, both of them deeply shocked. Who was the medicine saint? Who dared to not take him seriously? This situation made Ruben realize that the person Hyder spoke of likely had genuine skills, so he continued asking, "Do you know where he is then?" Hyder coughed dryly and said, "I don't know where he is now, but I met him at the Qin family residence last night." Again, the Qin family? Suddenly, it felt as if an invisible hand had clutched Ruben's throat, and his fists clenched tightly. Hyder didn't notice these subtle changes and continued speaking. "Last night, the Qin family invited me to treat Russell. Unfortunately, Russell's condition was very special, and an accident occurred during treatment, almost killing him. If it weren't for him stepping in at the critical moment, decades of my reputation would have been ruined. I can affirmatively say that his medical skills surpass mine." Crack. A tile beneath Ruben's feet suddenly cracked. The atmosphere in the courtyard abruptly turned cold. Ruben hadn't expected that Russell, who was practically dead, would be pulled back from the brink. After so much planning, it seemed he was about to succeed. Yet unexpected incidents kept happening. Not only was Russell saved, but his grandson was also severely beaten by people accompanying Mei. Fury pushed Ruben to the brink of exploding. Seeing this, Raphael hurriedly reminded him, "Sir, young Master Ming's future is important." One sentence woke Ruben from his rage. Taking several deep breaths, his contorted expression finally calmed down. He understood that even though the other party disrupted the Zhao family's plans, he still had to pretend nothing happened and invite the person to treat his grandson. As long as Zoltan could be cured, certain accounts could be settled later. Time was urgent, so Ruben immediately had Raphael tend to Zoltan, while he personally accompanied Hyder to the Qin family residence. Despite the strained relationship between their families following their previous conflict with Russell, for the sake of the Zhao family's future, Ruben didn't care anymore. His thinking was simple. Lucius's surname was Chu, not Qin. He could be a guest of the Qin family, and naturally, he could also become a guest of the Zhao family. Money could make a ghost push a millstone. As long as the other party guaranteed the cure for his grandson, no matter what price they asked, the Zhao family would pay. Completely forgetting to ask Raphael for specifics about who exactly had injured Zoltan. At the Qin family residence, Mei had already returned with the other person. The rarer and more difficult to treat the illness, the more precious the required herbs became. Several herbs listed by Lucius on the prescription were unavailable at the herb market, so Mei was using her connections to find them. After making the call, she returned to Lucius and said, "Brother Chu, I contacted a friend, who said he can gather most of the herbs within 10 days, except for one herb which I've never even heard of. What should we do?" "Is it spirit stone grass?" Lucius asked. Mei nodded. After a brief silence, Lucius said, "I know of a place where it grows, but whether it's still there is unknown since I encountered it over a decade ago." The availability of the herbs was crucial for her grandfather's full recovery. After pondering, Mei said, "Brother Chu, let me try using my connections to find it first. If we can't find it, then we'll go to the place you mentioned." "Suellen, I heard from your Barrett that you and Zhao family's boy had a confrontation at the herb market?" Russell suddenly it, so if they come, I'll naturally face them. Just an early-stage transformation power fighter, is that strong? Instantly, Russell's hand inside his sleeve clenched tightly. In fact, when Milo mentioned Lucius beating Zoltan, he already guessed that Lucius dared to act against a martial family's young master, showing he wasn't afraid of the forces behind them. His words were just seeking reassurance. Last night, seeing Lucius take action, he deduced that his strength might be at the transformation power stage. Now hearing these words, he confirmed that Lucius's strength wasn't just at the transformation power stage, but possibly mid-stage or even late-stage transformation power. Seeing Lucius's tone full of disdain, completely ignoring Reuben, May and Milo's worries rapidly dissipated. Master, it's bad. Reuben is here. Steward Devon rushed into the courtyard in haste. Chapter 18 100 billion. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Don't panic. If they've come, they've come. Why would we leave the door open if not for them to enter? Russell glared at the flustered butler and asked, how many people did he bring? It's just him and Hyder, last night's so-called medical sage. He came, bringing along Hyder. What was that about? Russell's brows twitched slightly as he rose with suspicion. Let's go then. Let's see what this Remy wants to say. In the reception hall, Reuben saw Russell walking in from afar. Despite his unsteady gait, Russell seemed in much better spirits than before. Reuben's expression turned grim. Coming to the Qin family, apart from requesting Lucius, his main goal was also to assess Russell's condition. He could confirm that this Lucius indeed possessed some medical skills because he knew Russell's hidden illness was virtually incurable. Thinking about how Russell, who was almost dead, had improved significantly due to Lucius's treatment, Reuben couldn't help feeling a surge of hope that his grandson could be cured too. Seeing Lucius, Hyder stood up hurriedly, his eyes blazing. Old man, do you want to fight again? As soon as Russell stepped into the room, he directly asked without any intention of wasting time on arguments. Standing up, Reuben said with a stern face, Old man, I didn't come here today to fight you but for another matter. Not here to provoke. The three people from the Qin family exchanged surprised looks. So why are you here? You should know that our Qin family isn't welcoming you. Russell's tone was harsh, his expression grim. Reuben took a deep breath and said, Old man, you'd better step aside. I don't have the mood to deal with you right now. I'm here to find Dr. Chu. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lucius with burning intensity as he quickly approached him. While his attention had been on Russell, he confirmed through Hyder's fervent look that the young man beside Milo was indeed Lucius. Dr. Chu, hello. I am Reuben from the Zhao family. My grandson was severely injured by someone. I heard that your medical skills are exceptional, and I want to ask you to treat him. What? The three people from the Qin family, who had been focusing on Lucius, instinctively widened their eyes in disbelief. They had thought that Reuben had come to seek revenge for Zhao Shuming, but instead, he wanted Lucius to treat him? Did he not know that the person who inflicted the severe injuries on Zhao Shuming was Lucius himself? After a moment's hesitation, the three people realized that Reuben might truly not know that the one he was eagerly inviting was the same person who had injured his grandson. Unable to resist, Russell laughed, and Milo and May couldn't help but smile as well. This situation was indeed amusing. They couldn't imagine how Reuben would react when he found out the truth. Lucius was also momentarily stunned by Reuben's invitation, but quickly understood what was going on when he saw Hyder. The incident at the herbal market had been too sudden, and Zhao Shuming was severely injured. The Zhao family hadn't had time to investigate the culprit, and only wanted to cure Zhao Shuming first. They first sought Hyder, but when he couldn't cure Zhao Shuming, they thought of Lucius. Hence, Reuben was now standing before them. To injure someone and then treat them? Why even make a move back then? Moreover, Lucius thought that once Reuben found out that it was he who injured Zhao Shuming, he would immediately turn hostile. Thus, it was impossible to accept the invitation. He said coldly, I don't have the time or the inclination to save anyone. Reuben, who had been eagerly waiting for Lucius's nod, was taken aback. He bowed lower, his tone becoming submissive. Dr. Chu, my grandson can only be treated by you. Please show some mercy. Dr. Chu, rest assured. If you're willing to treat my grandson, the Zhao family will certainly compensate you handsomely. Name your price. Predicting the outcome already, Lucius replied coldly, wanting to avoid wasting time. Get lost, don't bother me. Lucius. Russell suddenly spoke up, laughing. Since there's nothing else to do, why not go and take a look? Upon hearing this, Milo and May were startled, their eyes filled with confusion and urgency. They had witnessed Lucius's medical skills and knew that if he were willing, he could likely cure Zhao Shuming. Over the years, the Zhao family had always suppressed the Qin family due to Zhao Shuming's martial arts potential. Now that he was finally gravely injured by Lucius, it severed the future threat posed by the Zhao family to the Qin family. The two cousins couldn't understand why their grandfather was helping the Zhao family speak up. Lucius also looked at Russell in surprise, thinking similarly to May and Milo. Reuben turned around in astonishment, wondering if the sun was rising from the west. He could understand others speaking up, but for Russell, his sworn enemy, to actively help him? He couldn't figure it out, always feeling something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. As the old saying goes, if you don't make money when there's a chance, you're a fool. The Zhao family has made quite a fortune these past few years. They have plenty of money and no need to argue over money, right? Since they've asked you to name your price, just give them a price. If they can afford it, then go. If not, then don't. At Russell's words, everyone on the scene showed varying expressions. May and Milo's eyes lit up, understanding that Russell clearly intended to further exploit the Zhao family. Reuben's lips twitched. He wanted to get angry but didn't dare because with Russell speaking this way, what originally could have been accomplished for a few million would now require much more. Big brother Chu, grandfather is right. Didn't you say earlier you were looking for ways to earn some money? This opportunity has come. May, worried Lucius might miss this great money-making opportunity, spoke up, the Zhao family has plenty of money, just name your price. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Reuben had no time to ponder what exactly was wrong. The words were spoken and could not be taken back. He smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu, please name your price. Lucius felt helpless. Though he had no money and did indeed want to earn some, he felt it was beneath him to do so in this manner. Seeing May constantly giving him meaningful looks, more urgent than himself, he rolled his eyes and said, 100 billion. 100 billion? The room instantly fell silent, everyone stunned by the price. If you can pay, I'll take a look. If not, scram. Lucius's tone was firm and calm. He set such a high price because he genuinely didn't want to treat Zhao Shuming, whom he had injured. Of course, if Ruben was willing to pay 100 billion for it, then he would consider it. With 100 billion, he wouldn't need to worry about earning money again in the future. Gulp. Sounds of swallowing saliva echoed. The three from the Qin family looked at Lucius with complex, or even resigned expressions. They had expected Lucius to ask for a few million, or even tens of millions, but never imagined he'd quote 100 billion, an astronomical sum. Ruben's face had turned white long ago. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to pick up a stone only to drop it on his own foot. 100 billion. Pay or not pay. Chapter 19. 100 billion received. Cough, cough. Russell was the first to break the silence in the room. He walked up beside Ruben and said with a chuckle, "Old man, why have you gone silent? You were just saying that as long as Lucius sets a price, it would be fine. Now that he has told us what remuneration he wants, why aren't you responding? Is it that your Zhao family can't come up with 100 billion? Or do you think your grandson isn't worth 100 billion? It had to be admitted that Russell was too cunning, his few words putting Ruben on the spot like being grilled. Shut up. The extremely aggrieved Ruben turned around and glared angrily at Russell, barking, "My Zhao family's affairs don't need your interference." If not for the fear of causing Lucius's displeasure, Ruben really wanted to give Russell, who was gloating right now, a good lesson. He felt that if Russell hadn't mentioned those things earlier, reminding Lucius, there was no way Lucius would ask for 100 billion. "Ruben, how dare you speak to my father like that? Don't forget, this is the Qin family, not the Zhao family." Milo rushed forward but was stopped by Russell. "All right, Bryce, let him go today." At this moment, Russell was very happy because over many years of knowing Ruben, with the increasing impact of his chronic illness on his body, he had always been overshadowed by Ruben. Now, finally, he could seize this opportunity to torment him well. 100 billion. Can you really cure my grandson? I want to tell you that all of his meridians are severed. I can give you 100 billion, but you have to reconnect his meridians, restoring him to his pre-injury condition. 100 billion for Zhao family's future was not something Ruben couldn't bear to part with, but on the premise that Lucius could indeed cure Artemio. Sure. Lucius nodded in agreement. Since he had injured him, he knew whether he could cure him or not. Initially, he hesitated and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, but with Ruben agreeing to 100 billion, there was nothing else to consider. Fine, 100 billion it is, let's go now. Qin family, Ruben didn't want to stay a second longer, so he started walking towards the door. Hold on. Russell interjected, saying, "Old man, don't you have to pay a deposit first before doing anything? 100 billion isn't a small amount. Your Zhao family has never had a good reputation and hasn't been short of taking advantage of others. If Lucius heals your grandson and then you refuse to pay, what would happen?" After all this effort, he didn't want Lucius to end up working for nothing because he clearly knew that once Lucius went to the Zhao family, Ruben would surely recognize that he was the one who severely injured Artemio. Then, the Zhao family might turn their back immediately and not pay a single penny. With a fierce glare, Ruben fiercely stared at Russell, implying that I'm not that kind of person, right? Would the Zhao family dare to take advantage of someone who could connect broken meridians? Facing the glare, Russell's expression remained unchanged. He just smiled back cheerfully. After a few seconds of mutual staring, realizing Russell had spoken, without the deposit Lucius probably wouldn't go, Ruben took a deep breath and asked, "Divine Dr. Chu, how much of a deposit do you think is suitable?" "All of it. Running couldn't be done for free." Lucius's foresight was similar to Russell's. No matter whether this trip required treatment or not, getting the money into his pocket first was the way to go. He wasn't one to like complications, so if giving a deposit, give all of it directly. Hearing Lucius say he wanted all 100 billion up front, Ruben's mouth twitched as he forcibly suppressed his inner displeasure and said, 100 billion is not a small sum. How about 10 billion? As long as my grandson recovers, the rest will arrive immediately. With the initiative in his hands, Lucius was too lazy to argue with Ruben and simply turned around and sat down. What did it mean? Anybody who wasn't a fool could understand. No money, no show. Divine Dr. Chu, you haven't even examined the situation yet, and you want full payment. What if you can't heal my grandson after going? Though he knew such words might irritate Lucius, the Zhao family's money didn't come from nowhere, and Ruben didn't want to end up with his grandson not healed and losing 100 billion for the clan. Lucius didn't say a word, instead pulling out his phone to play a minigame. The three people from the Qin family were laughing at this point, especially May. She truly wished to rush to Lucius and give him a kiss as a reward for handling Ruben like this. Ruben's face was unreadable. Living for decades, he had never felt this stifled, being led around by the nose like this. 100 billion was not a small sum. Once in someone else's pocket, making them return it wouldn't be easy. But thinking about Artemio still lying in bed and considering Zhao family's future, Ruben dared not hesitate further. Standing there for a moment, realizing he had no choice, Ruben gritted his teeth and said, Divine Dr. Chu, please give me an account, and I'll arrange for the transfer. Having no account of his own, Lucius couldn't help but look at May and said, I don't have an account. Could you handle the transfer? Sure. May stepped forward, opened her phone, found the company's account, and handed it to Ruben. Just as Ruben sent the account to his son Cosmo to transfer 100 billion, Cosmo called back, asking what the money was for. Upon learning that 100 billion was needed to invite a divine doctor to treat his injured son, Cosmo, who had just learned of Artemio's severe injuries, hung up immediately. When comparing his son's future with 100 billion, his son's future was undoubtedly more important. While waiting for the transfer, catching sight of May, Ruben subconsciously remembered it was she who led the people that severely injured his grandson. Clenching his fists tightly, he asked word by word, May, what happened to that young man with you in the herbal medicine market? The current priority was treating Artemio, after which he would thoroughly settle accounts with the Qin family. At this moment, Ruben already planned on recouping the 100 billion spent from the Qin family. Facing the questioning, Mei calmly replied, he ran away. When he attacked, he didn't know who Artemio was. Once he realized it was bad, he fled. Humph! Ruben trembled with anger, saying, do you take me for a 3-year-old, so easily fooled? A mid-stage inner-strength martial artist needs to run? Believe it or not, that's the fact. After speaking, Mei moved her long legs and walked beside Lucius to prevent Ruben from suddenly attacking. Ruben did not ask further because he knew nothing useful would come out of it. It was better to wait until his grandson was treated, and then investigate slowly. Soon, Mei received the message and nudged Lucius's arm, saying, the money has arrived. Lucius put down his phone and stood up, turning to Russell and the others, saying, you guys don't need to come along. With insufficient strength, they would only be a burden. The three nodded their heads. At the Zhao residence, Cosmo and his wife had already rushed back, anxiously waiting beside the bed. Hearing over the intercom that Stefan had returned, everyone crowded around the door, wanting to see what the divine doctor, who dared to ask for 100 billion, looked like. Raphael was also among the crowd. Following Ruben and the others into the courtyard, he saw Lucius trailing behind and instantly widened his eyes, rushing forward, pointing at him, shouting, it's him, it's him. Chapter 20. Another 100 billion? The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Raphael, puzzled by his emotional outburst. Raphael, are you crazy? Cosmo stepped forward and asked. It's him who seriously injured young master. Raphael couldn't have imagined that the miraculous Dr. Stefan mentioned was the man he had met earlier at the herbal market. What? Ruben's entire body trembled. The bloodshot in his eyes gradually cracked as he turned to Lucius, his voice trembling. It was you who severed my grandson's meridians? At this moment, Ruben was about to be enraged to death. After all the trouble and spending 100 billion to hire this miraculous doctor to treat his grandson, it turned out that the real culprit who inflicted the severe injury on his grandson was him? Too bizarre. He also realized instantly why Russell acted out of character and actively spoke up for him at the Qin family's place. Clearly, they had known everything beforehand and were just playing with him. I'll kill you. Anger always makes people lose their minds. As a father, Cosmo completely forgot what Raphael had previously told him, that the true culprit was likely a mid-level Huajin martial artist, and charged towards Lucius with a fist swinging, carrying a gust of wind. Lucius casually raised his hand, and Cosmo flew out and crashed into the rockery in the courtyard. What? The people who hadn't fully recovered from the shock of the previous incident were once again left speechless. The head of the family was a mid-level Anjin martial artist. In the entire Yun city, there were no more than 20 Anjin martial artists. Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, Zhongshe. Once one reaches Anjin, they can be considered a martial powerhouse. And yet such strength was defeated so effortlessly by Lucius. How strong is he exactly? So young. Could he really be a Huajin master? An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire courtyard. Go, everyone go together and kill this beast that harmed my son. The poised woman Farah screamed. No one moved. Who would be foolish? The second strongest of the Zhao family, Cosmo, was already beaten down. What else would going up there mean but certain death? Are you still members of the Zhao family, you? Enough. Ruben roared, causing all the flowers, plants, and rocks in the courtyard to shake. You useless piece of trash who accomplishes nothing. Get lost. Ruben glared at Farah, unable to understand how his usually shrewd daughter-in-law could act so stupid now. Revenge must be based on strength. His mid-level Anjin son was thrown away with a casual flick, indicating that the opponent was at least a mid-level Huajin, if not higher. Did she think numbers would make a difference against a Huajin martial artist? Farah's face turned pale, her head bowed, not daring to breathe heavily. Ruben took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions. Facing Lucius, he clasped his hands and bowed slightly, saying, Divine Dr. Chu, our family has been disrespectful, please forgive us. Lucius chuckled lightly and countered, you don't want to take revenge? I don't, nor do I dare. Ruben's tone was low, his expression serious. 100 billion had already been paid. If he turned hostile now, that money would definitely be gone forever. Through Lucius's actions just now, Ruben realized that Lucius wasn't merely a mid-level Huajin, but a late-stage Huajin. Facing such a powerhouse, any thought of killing was immediately extinguished in his heart. He believed that if he dared to make a move, the Zhao family would disappear from Yun City today. Weighing all factors, he chose the path of least loss, bowing obediently as if nothing happened and letting Lucius continue to treat Zoltan. Having been observing secretly, seeing that Lucius showed no displeasure, Ruben felt his heart relax. He then calmly asked, Divine Dr. Chu, does the agreement still stand? Thinking about the treatment even at this point, Lucius couldn't help but admire inwardly the Zhao family's ability to become the top family in Yun City if you need any help. Lucius had initially wanted to drive this Remy away, but then thought that if it weren't for this Remy, the Zhao family wouldn't have sent him 100 billion, so he didn't say anything more. Regarding Zoltan's condition, treating it would be extraordinarily difficult, nearly impossible, for anyone else. But for Lucius, the originator, it was incredibly simple. He rolled up his sleeves as if giving a massage, continuously moving his hands over various parts of Zoltan's body. 5 minutes later, Lucius straightened up and said, Done. Later, let this old guy prescribe some medicine for recuperation. A few medicinal baths will have him completely recovered. That was it? Hyder and Ruben exchanged glances subconsciously, shocked speechless. Especially Hyder. Before the procedure, he expected Lucius to use the Universe Extreme needles again, hoping to steal some skills, but the treatment method this time was completely different. Divine Dr. Chu, my grandson's meridians are really, truly connected? Ruben still found it hard to believe. As a martial artist, he knew very well how challenging it was for severed meridians. But for Lucius, this challenge wasn't even a challenge. Don't believe me? Why don't you check for yourself? Reuben hurriedly went forward to examine. After a careful inspection, he discovered that Zoltan's originally severed meridians were indeed restored. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled up in Reuben's eyes. He turned and bowed deeply to Lucius, thoroughly impressed by his medical skills. What they didn't know was that when Lucius punched Zoltan, he didn't actually sever his meridians. Instead, he used his true chi to block them inside Zoltan's body. This blockage was like a water ditch suddenly blocked by a wooden board. For those weaker than him, it felt like the meridians were truly severed. Of course, this blockage did impact Zoltan's martial path, with the same effects as truly severed meridians. All along, Lucius wasn't someone who enjoyed killing. He knew how important meridians were to a martial artist. Severing meridians was no different from murder. However, unexpectedly, everything fell into place so neatly that Reuben hadn't bothered to investigate who injured Zoltan before running to him for treatment. Dad, Ahai is dying. Quickly go take a look. Suddenly, Farah's crying voice came from the doorway. Reuben instinctively looked at Lucius, meaning simply. He hoped Lucius would treat his son. Lucius raised an eyebrow, then put up one finger. Reuben's whole body trembled. Another 100 billion? Chapter 21. Refusal to apologize. Inside the room, for a moment, an eerie silence filled the air. Reuben, an early-stage transformation martial artist, was drenched in cold sweat on his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Since he embarked on the path of martial arts, he had never felt as terrified as he did at this moment. The Zhao family had already spent 10 billion treating Zoltan. Though the Zhao family was one of the top-tier clans in Yun City with countless industries under their control and ample assets, 10 billion was not just a small sum. It wasn't something they could simply come up with easily. To treat Cosmo again would require another 10 billion. Afterward, the Zhao family might have to reconsider whether they could afford meat or only afford vegetables for meals. They couldn't afford it. Lucius's medical skills were unmatched, but they simply couldn't afford him. Considering the future development of the clan, Reuben suddenly coughed and said politely to Lucius, Divine Dr. Chu, you've just worked hard. Take a rest first. Isn't Divine Dr. Avril here? Let him examine my son first. It seemed too extravagant to spend another 10 billion without even knowing the condition of his son. With Hyder present, Reuben thought it best to take a step back and ask him to check on Cosmo first, in order to potentially save the 10 billion. If Hyder couldn't solve the problem, they could reassess. Sure. Lucius nodded with a smile, not offering any further explanation. Earlier, when he raised his finger, it wasn't to quote 10 billion. Rather, Farah's cries were unbearable, and he merely wanted some. Zoltan felt as if all his bones were broken, groaning softly as he struggled to sit up. Spotting Lucius sitting nearby, Zoltan blinked twice, thinking he must be seeing things. It's him. Recalling what happened at the herbal shop, Zoltan's face was filled with rage and humiliation. He felt that as the eldest son of the Zhao family and a concealed strength martial artist, being beaten into unconsciousness by Lucius in front of so many people had disgraced him. He also thought that Lucius was brought here by his family, imprisoned and waiting for him to wake up before dealing with him. Despite feeling weak all over, Zoltan, who couldn't wait to take revenge, immediately got out of bed and rushed to Lucius, gritting his teeth. Kid, you dared to hit me. You're dead, I promise. I will make you wish you were never born. Lucius looked at him as if he were a fool and replied coolly, Are you sure? Still so arrogant even now? Zoltan glanced around, confirming he was at home. With arrogance and disdain, he said, Kid, open your eyes and look well. This is my house. I tell you, no matter how powerful you are outside, here in the Zhao family, you will crawl like a worm. What a stubborn young master. Lucius found it pointless to waste words on such a brainless person and closed his eyes to meditate. Ignoring his threats infuriated Zoltan, making his teeth grind. If it weren't for the pain throughout his body and his weakness, he would have struck Lucius right then and there. Someone, unable to act himself, didn't mean he couldn't call for help. Revenge against the kid who dared to lay a hand on him couldn't wait. Bryce Ming, you're awake? Reuben appeared at the door, walking in with evident relief. Grandfather. Obedient and happy, Zoltan had thought it would be Raphael who came, but he didn't expect his grandpa, the strongest member of the Zhao family, to be here. With urgency, he replied and then urged, Grandfather, you're just in time. This boy is too arrogant. You should teach him a good lesson first, make him kneel down and apologize to me. What? The expression on Reuben's face changed instantly, and he asked hastily, Did you hit him just now? At this moment, Zoltan was already filled with thoughts of revenge, completely unaware of the abnormality in Reuben's demeanor. He shook his head and said, I wish I could personally deal with this brat, but my limbs feel powerless right now. Upon hearing that Zoltan hadn't struck out, Reuben felt relieved. Seeing his grandson glaring angrily at Lucius, he shouted with a trembling voice, Bryce Ming. Grandfather, what is it? Zoltan turned back. Slap. What greeted him was Reuben's palm. To leave an impression on his arrogant grandson, Reuben did not hold back on this slap. With one slap, Zoltan spun around before falling to the ground. Grandfather, why did you hit me? Zoltan was bewildered. He wanted grandfather to deal with Lucius, but instead, he hit himself? In all his memory, this was the first time his grandfather ever laid hands on him. Unable to suppress his grievance, Zoltan's eyes were filled with tears. Why did I hit you? Reuben stepped forward, raised his hand and shouted, daring to offend Divine Dr. Chu. If I don't beat you to death, you still dare to ask why I hit you? What? Offended Divine Dr. Chu? Isn't he supposed to be imprisoned here waiting for me to deal with him? Struck as if by lightning, Zoltan stared blankly at Lucius, who still had his eyes closed. What are you staring at? Hurry up and kowtow to apologize to Divine Dr. Chu. Still trembling from shock, Reuben kicked Zoltan over. At this moment, if he weren't worried about Zoltan's fragile health after just regaining consciousness, he would have kicked several more times to release his anger. Kneeling and kowtowing to someone like him? Zoltan, who didn't know the specific situation, was even more stunned. When he regained consciousness, seeing Lucius sitting there, he had already started planning how to punish this boy who dared to hit him. But he never imagined all of it was just a dream. This turn of events left his brain feeling like it had stopped working. Kneeling and kowtowing to his enemy? Impossible. Children's temper took over Zoltan, who glared at Ruben with clenched teeth and firmly said, "Even if I die today, I will not kowtow and apologize to him." Crack. Ruben's fist suddenly tightened. His eyes almost splitting open. Ruben yelled, "Will you kneel or not?" Chapter 22. Alleviating the beauty's worries. At this moment, Ruben was truly angry. As a master of transformation-level strength, only he knew just how terrifying Lucius could be. His thoughts mirrored those of Russell. This person was not to be provoked. Even though there had been unpleasantness between both parties before, as the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies, only perpetual interests. Ruben had long imagined what embracing such powerful support could mean for the Zhao family's future. However, if they provoked him, the Zhao family would surely vanish from Yun City. How could Zoltan continue to offend someone whom he, Ruben, wished to revere like a deity? Facing his disobedient grandson who was defying him, Ruben realized that over the years, he had been too indulgent with him. He also recognized that if he allowed such arrogance to continue unchecked, the Zhao family would eventually meet its doom because of him. So today, in order to give Lucius an explanation and for the sake of the Zhao family's future, Zoltan must recognize his mistake. Grandfather, why? Why do I have to kneel and apologize to him? Zoltan truly couldn't understand. Was it really necessary to go so far for an outsider? To be forced by his own grandfather to kneel before an outsider? What kind of situation was this? He wanted to ask Ruben, who was actually part of the Zhao family, who was truly his grandson. Repeated resistance pushed Ruben's breaths quickened. Daring not listen to him anymore? So his wings have truly hardened then? The anger Ruben had been suppressing since the incident finally erupted. Without a word, he stomped on Zoltan, one foot after another. Ah! Zoltan screamed miserably. Do you kneel or not? Do you know what you did wrong? If you don't listen to me today, I will disown you as my grandson. While beating him, Ruben scolded furiously. Grandfather, I'm wrong. After receiving 6 or 7 kicks and realizing his grandfather was seriously furious, Zoltan hurriedly pleaded for mercy. His instinct told him that if he didn't yield today, his grandfather might really beat him to death. When Ruben stopped, Zoltan shakily knelt facing Lucius. But before he could bow, his head was suddenly pressed down by Ruben, hitting the ground forcefully. This room is a bit messy. Shall we go to another room for some tea? At this moment, Hyder entered the room and announced, Cosmo is fine now. Seeing this, Lucius stood up and said, since everything is settled, I'll take my leave. He stayed here just because Cosmo was injured by him. If Hyder couldn't handle it, Lucius would have had to intervene. Seeing Lucius about to leave, Ruben, who sought to secure his support, quickly urged, Divine Dr. Chu, it's nearly dinner time. How about having a meal before leaving? Considering all the trouble you've gone through, I only want to serve you properly as a sign of gratitude. I hope Divine Dr. Chu will give us the honor. Just then, Lucius felt his phone vibrate. Checking it, he found a message from May asking about the current situation. She and Russell were outside the Zhao residence and offered help if needed. Though not particularly fond of the Zhao family's poor conduct, Lucius, recalling the long-standing enmity between the Qin and Zhao families, decided otherwise. Since that's the case, all right then. Qin Elder and Suellen are waiting outside for me. You invite them in. I have something to discuss with you all. The prospect of keeping Lucius around delighted Ruben immensely. He immediately ran out. Soon, they all gathered in another room. Even though he was in the Zhao family residence, at this moment Ruben seemed like a guest while Lucius appeared to be the host. Seeing May looking at him curiously, as if she didn't understand why he had invited her and Russell inside, Lucius spoke up. I've gathered you all here today because there's something I need to discuss. I know that your two families have mutual animosity, but when will the cycle of resentment end? Think about it. Is there any point in continuing the conflict? Lucius said this because he knew what May was worried about, and was fully aware that he couldn't stay with the Qin family forever. The beautiful woman had helped him so much, and now it was an opportunity for him to resolve her concerns. May was an intelligent person. Hearing these words made her immediately understand Lucius's intention in bringing the two families together. As a member of the younger generation in the Qin family and bearing the future of the Qin family on her shoulders, May had always felt immense pressure. She clearly understood that the Zhao family was better off than the Qin family. Without grandfather Russell supporting the Qin family, they would not be able to stand against the Zhao family. For that reason, she chose to embark on the path of martial arts, hoping that her talent wasn't too bad and she could grow rapidly. However, once she truly set foot on the path of martial arts, she realized it wasn't as simple as she imagined. She clung to Lucius because she wanted to use him to eliminate the threat posed by the Zhao family. But to her surprise, Lucius did not have such intense killing intent and did not plan to eradicate the Zhao family. Upon reflection, wasn't this result possibly even better? If the two families, which had long been adversaries, joined forces, they would become much stronger. Understanding everything in an instant, May immediately chimed in. It's meaningless. All the quarreling just harms those around us. It has no meaning. What do you think? Lucius's gaze moved between Russell and Ruben. These two were the key decision makers. After exchanging glances, Russell and Ruben nodded and agreed. I'm willing to let go of past grievances and reconcile the two families. Ruben quickly echoed Russell's sentiments. How could anyone dare to disobey the big shot's words? In just a few words, the conflicts between the two families were resolved, and everyone rejoiced. Back at the Qin family residence, May found Lucius and said, Brother Chu, there's a charity auction tomorrow. Why don't we go together? Lucius, who had never attended an auction before, was curious and readily agreed. Recalling everything that happened, May's eyes welled up with tears, and she looked at Lucius affectionately. Brother Chu, Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for the Qin family. Lucius smiled and replied, no problem. Haven't you helped me a lot too? No, it's different. Mei shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of a crying woman left Lucius somewhat at a loss. He hurried forward, saying, Suellen, you, Brother Chu. Suddenly, Mei threw herself into Lucius's arms, hugging him tightly. Her soft body pressed against his chest, feeling incredibly real. Just as Lucius was preparing to comfort Mei, his expression suddenly changed. This reaction, wasn't it too fast? Chapter 23. From now on, I belong to you. Even as a martial artist, there are moments when it's hard to fully control the body's instinctive reactions. Although Lucius and Kristen had been together for 5 years, their marriage was rushed. Initially, Kristen needed time to adjust, and later on, due to Lucius's low-key personality, she developed an aversion toward him. Consequently, over the past 5 years, he hadn't touched her at all. Respecting Kristen's feelings, Lucius never forced himself upon her. As a married couple, the most intimate contact between them only involved holding hands, and that too only during the early days of their marriage. Over time, Kristen refused even that, instinctively pulling away whenever he got close. Seeing Kristen clearly keeping him at a distance, Lucius abandoned any thoughts of touching her. A woman's body seems to have an inexplicable stimulating effect on men. Sensing his own unusual state, Lucius subconsciously tried to channel his true chi to suppress a certain area that was reacting, but after several attempts, he realized it was ineffective. Moving slightly, he felt Mei hugging him tightly. Considering that she was in need of comfort, Lucius couldn't bring himself to push her away forcefully. Instead, he arched his back to prevent her from noticing anything unusual and avoid any awkwardness. Sniffle, sniffle. Clinging to Lucius, Mei's emotions erupted, crying bitterly. Before meeting Lucius, she watched as the Zhao family flourished while her own Qin family began to decline. As the next generation leader, this weighed heavily on her heart. After meeting Lucius, she saw hope. Initially believing it would take a considerable amount of time to resolve matters with the Zhao family, she was surprised to find that Lucius had already identified her concerns and resolved the grievances between the two families effortlessly. Therefore, she needed a good cry to release the pent-up stress. Knowing how stressed Mei had been and now that the pressure was off, Lucius endured his own discomfort, gently patting her back to console her. But as soon as his hand touched her back, he regretted it. A beauty is always a beauty. Even her back was smooth and soft, evoking a unique sensation. After crying for a few minutes, Mei gradually calmed down and noticed Lucius's tense posture. She slowly loosened her grip and sat up, saying shyly, Big Brother Chu. I'm sorry, She lowered her head as she spoke. Oh no. Lucius felt a jolt of alarm, knowing it was too late to stop her from lowering her head. Instinctively, he leaned his upper body further to make it less noticeable. Ironically, his actions only made things worse. As Mei lifted her bashful gaze and followed Lucius's movement backward, she caught a glimpse of the situation, her heart skipping a beat. Being adults, they understood what was going on. Instantly, Mei's ears turned red. The room became deathly silent, each second feeling excruciatingly torturous for both of them. Seeing Mei's flushed ears, Lucius knew she had noticed. Feeling embarrassed but unable to continue this way, he could only cough lightly to mask his embarrassment and nervously explained, Suellen, this? Big Brother Chu. Mei suddenly looked up and, before Lucius could react, threw herself forward again. This time, her head was tilted upward, her intention clear. They were both adults, and Mei harbored feelings for Lucius. Afraid of missing her chance, she decided to be proactive. If she hesitated any longer, she might really miss out. Buzz. Upon the momentary contact with her warm and soft lips, Lucius's entire body trembled, his mind blanking out momentarily. But soon, he naturally responded. After a passionate kiss, Mei lay limp in Lucius's arms. Feeling the pressure from below, she said shyly, Big Brother Chu, let's go to my room. At this moment, Mei's thoughts were simple. Since things had progressed this far, she didn't want to think too much about it anymore. Due to Lucius's assistance to the Qin family, she had always wondered how to repay him. Now, having come to this point, she believed offering herself to him was the most fitting way. Though her intentions were clear, Lucius, being inexperienced in such matters, hesitated, saying instinctively, This doesn't seem right. Mei's beautiful eyes flashed, as if asking, with me like this, you're still hesitating? Seeing that Lucius was even more bashful than herself but determined to repay him with her body, Mei steeled herself and teased, Big Brother Chu, where did your bravado go when facing a power-level martial artist? Her words were laced with provocation. What men can't resist most is provocation, especially from a woman. Lucius was not celibate. For 5 years, faced with Kristen, who wasn't an unattractive woman, it would be a lie to say he had no desires. He merely adhered to his principles and kept his distance. Now, having distanced himself from Kristen, there was nothing left to worry about. Sliding his arm down, he scooped up Mei's leg and carried her with a swift speed to the outside. In his urgency, he didn't even exit through the door, but leaped over the wall into the neighboring area with a flick of his foot. Once inside the room, the two were like dry wood doused with gasoline and set ablaze, burning fiercely. Where are they? As the two were immersed in their unique bliss, Russell suddenly walked into the courtyard where Lucius lived. Not seeing Lucius, Russell was about to leave when he frowned, hearing unusual sounds. But then, realizing what was happening, he understood immediately as more people approached. Russell, wanting to laugh wildly with joy, quickly closed his mouth, fearing that his exclamation might startle the two next door. Suppressing his excitement, he hurriedly left and found the steward, instructing him to tell everyone not to disturb his granddaughter. Dad, what's so joyful? Seeing Russell sitting in the pavilion and laughing foolishly, Milo walked in and asked, Good news, definitely worth being happy. Good news? Milo's curiosity was instantly piqued. He leaned in and asked eagerly, What good news? Pausing slightly, Russell said, If everything goes well, Lucius will soon become our Qin family's son-in-law. Bartar about the specifics. Milo was baffled, mumbling, "It can't be that fast. I think it might take some time for Sue-Ellen to win him over." "Humph, do you know anything?" Russell shot his son a glare. Considering Milo might go to Lucius or May, he hurriedly warned, "Tonight, don't go to Sue-Ellen or Lucius's place. Put off anything until tomorrow." Already puzzled, Milo furrowed his brows, wondering what this was all about. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he whispered, "Dad, do you mean that Sue-Ellen has taken Lucius in? Or what?" Thinking of the Cheen family successfully winning Lucius over, Russell couldn't help but want to laugh. Surprised, Milo also became excited. In another room, drenched in sweat, May clung to Lucius's chest demurely, blushing shyly, "Big brother Chu, from now on, I belong to you." Chapter 24, Creating Trouble for Nothing. This night was destined to be wild. Both parties, tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, naturally let loose in a frenzy, again and again, their cries of overexertion echoing through the night. Morning. May had to leave early, despite her reluctance and extreme fatigue, as she had business matters at the company to attend to. Since Russell had specially instructed no one to disturb the courtyard, Lucius, after burning himself out throughout the night, slept until noon. Sitting on a recliner in the courtyard gazing at the sky filled with white clouds, his expression gradually turned complicated. Once, Kristen had said she would dedicate her body to him, but they never got to this stage before parting ways eventually. Upon initially meeting May, he remembered that she also mentioned dedicating her body to him. However, at the time, he didn't take it seriously, yet they actually ended up here. The world is indeed unpredictable. Lucius sighed. By afternoon, May suddenly called, "Big brother Chu, do you still remember the auction I told you about last night?" After humming an affirmative, May continued, "I'm almost done with my tasks here. The auction will start soon. If I finish here, and then come to pick you up, we might not make it on time. I've already informed Devin. He will send you to the Dynasty Grand Hotel, and we can meet up at the auction." "Oh, right, there's quite a bit of items at this auction. Big brother Chu, see if there's anything you like, and we can get it when we meet." Right after hanging up, Butler Devin came to the gate of the small yard, informing him that the car was ready. With nothing pressing to do, Lucius left immediately. At the Dynasty Grand Hotel, luxury cars arrived one by one, carrying the city's elite. After arriving, seeing that Devin was also about to get out of the car, Lucius said, "Devin, you don't need to accompany me. Walk around by myself, you go about your business." Accustomed to solitude, Lucius wasn't fond of having someone around. Devin had long been instructed by Russell to treat Lucius as family rather than an outsider, so he nodded and drove off. After scanning the surroundings, Lucius walked into the Dynasty Grand Hotel and headed straight for the third-floor exhibition hall according to the signs. Before the auction began, some of the items to be auctioned were put on display. Wandering around, Lucius noticed that most of the items were jade ornaments, including medicinal pills and boxing manuals beloved by martial artists. Lucius wasn't particularly interested in the medicinal pills or boxing manuals, but the various ornaments caught his eye. As he moved along, a particular item caught his attention. It was a set of imperial green jadeite jewelry, including a pendant, earrings, bracelet, and ring, all suited for women. As a martial artist, Lucius could feel the faint energy contained within the set, which made him instinctively think of May. For one thing, the ornaments were exquisite, and he imagined she would look stunning if she wore them. Secondly, May was also a martial artist, and the energy contained in jade would benefit her. He resolved to get this set during the auction. Well, isn't this Mr. Worthless?" Just as Lucius was about to continue browsing, a mocking voice interrupted him. He turned his head and saw a young man dressed in a suit, looking somewhat Korean-like, accompanied by a glamorous woman in a low-cut evening gown approaching him. "Who are you?" Lucius was puzzled. He didn't recognize this person from memory. However, based on the insult, he guessed that this must be a friend of Kristen, as only people from the Luo family called him useless. "Don't you remember me?" Zara Ziwen looked at Lucius with surprise. Lucius laughed lightly and retorted, "Are you that famous? Why should I remember you? This is really amusing." Not wanting to deal with anything related to Kristen, Lucius turned to walk away, ignoring Zara Ziwen's increasingly displeased expression. "Stop right there." Feeling ignored and mocked, Zara Ziwen was about to snap. Just as his companion mentioned she was bored, he spotted Lucius, reminding him of a party where Kristen once complained about her husband being worthless and annoying. In other words, she subtly suggested that if they encountered Lucius outside, they shouldn't give her any face and help her teach him a lesson. After all, she was still Lucius's wife and couldn't just find him annoying and beat him up. A mere nobody daring to mock him in front of his partner? Zara Ziwen couldn't swallow this insult. Blocking Lucius's path, Zara Ziwen asked, "What do you want?" "Do I need a reason to have a reason?" To save face, Zara Ziwen decided today to stir up trouble for this worthless person, planning to humiliate him in front of the city's elite. Daring to mock him, he must be tired of living. "Sure." Lucius nodded and then said, "It's your full right to pick a fight, just don't cry later." Ha ha ha. A good-for-nothing who was ordered around in the Luo family dared to threaten him? Zara Ziwen couldn't stop laughing. There were many items to be auctioned, and many more he hadn't seen yet. Lucius really had no time to waste on Zara Ziwen. He moved aside, preparing to walk away. But before he could take a step, Zara Ziwen spoke up again. "Mr. Chu," after louder to attract more people's attention, hoping everyone would watch Lucius clean his shoes. At this moment, Zara Ziwen had already planned in his mind that when Lucius started cleaning his shoes, he would reveal Lucius's identity, telling everyone that this man was the husband of the president of Luo Corporation. Seeing that his laughter had attracted quite a crowd, he immediately extended his foot forward. But soon, he froze, unable to control the twitching at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 25. Pay or Die. "What are you doing?" Riker's voice was hoarse as she recovered her senses, her whole body trembling while staring at Deshawn with a gaze that could kill. He had originally intended to pay Deshawn to polish his shoes, but never expected the other party to directly stomp on his shoes several times with full force. Even worse, the soles of Deshawn's shoes were covered in yellow mud, instantly making his shoes unrecognizable, as if they had just been fished out of a trash bin. The humiliation surged like boiling magma, unstoppable and burning. Weren't you asking me to help clean your shoes? Deshawn spoke as if nothing happened. You didn't specify how I should clean them. Since it's about shoes, I figured using shoes to clean would be most appropriate. The shoes have been cleaned, so now it's time to pay up, right? Seeing the hand stretched out towards him for money, Riker clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning fierce. He knew the other party was obviously pretending to be crazy. What an irony, ending up hurting himself in the process. Do you even know how expensive these shoes of brothers are? Before Riker, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Deshawn's palm, causing Riker pain before he could retract his fist. Feeling all strength drained, he involuntarily sat down, unable to control himself. At this moment, the shaking Riker realized he had indeed picked the wrong fight today. His opponent was clearly a martial artist. He couldn't understand why Zaina said Deshawn was useless, enduring punches and insults at the Liu family, even despised by neighbors. Could they be different people? Enduring intense pain, Riker examined Deshawn closely, wondering if he had mistaken his identity, as it had been quite some time since he last saw Zaina's husband. People tend to experience an odd phenomenon where the more they scrutinize something, the less it resembles the original memory. On closer inspection, Riker suddenly found he could barely remember what Zaina's useless husband looked like. Further thinking made him realize if Zaina's husband were a martial artist, the Liu family would revere him like an ancestor, not belittle and oppress him. Sensing that his hand might become crippled if this continued, Riker trembled as he pleaded, Big brother, I've mistaken your identity." Deshawn let go, allowing him to cautiously hold his right hand. "Big brother, I'm really sorry. I mistook you for a friend's husband. I apologize sincerely for my actions." Across from him, Deshawn wore an astonished look. Just called him useless, and now calling him by his surname. How could this be a case of mistaken identity? Having initiated trouble but almost getting himself into deeper trouble, though disgraced, Riker knew it wasn't wise to continue tangling with a martial artist. He turned to leave immediately, to avoid drawing more attention and further embarrassment. However, his female companion grabbed his arm and said, "Brother Zara, your limited edition shoes are ruined by him. Aren't you going to ask for compensation?" Compensation? Riker glared fiercely at the woman. If not for the presence of Yun City's elites around, he would have killed this blind and senseless waste of space. Was she blind? Didn't she see his hand nearly got broken just now, and she still dares to talk about compensation? If he continued, his life might be at risk. Hee. Riker laughed awkwardly at Deshawn, ignoring the chesty yet brainless woman beside him and hurriedly left. But after only 2 steps, a cold voice reached his ears. "Pay or die." Those simple words suddenly felt like a huge mountain pressing down on Riker, making it impossible for him to lift his feet, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Is it right for you to just walk away without paying after I've cleaned your shoes? Or do you think that using a shoe to clean a shoe doesn't count as cleaning? Riker's lips quivered as he slowly turned around, forcing a bitter smile. It counts. No matter how it's done, it's still cleaning. The money will be given. Though puzzled by the other party's insistence, Riker dared not act arrogantly at this moment because the other party was a martial artist. A martial artist, regardless of their rank, possessed power far beyond what an ordinary person could match. Provoking a martial artist without being one oneself could end up with one not knowing how they died. He approached step by step, taking out his phone and said, "Big brother, I'll scan the payment to you." Deshawn shook his head and said, "I want cash." Cash? Riker immediately felt troubled. In this day and age, everyone roamed the world with just a phone. Who used cash anymore? Initially thinking of arguing a bit, he dared not say another word when meeting Deshawn's eyes. He turned to ask the woman, "Do you have any cash on you?" The woman rolled her eyes impatiently and said, "Who uses cash these days? I don't have any, not even a cent." She wanted to leave as soon as possible because over a dozen Yun City elites had already gathered around. At first, hearing that Riker would bring her along to bully a useless person for fun, she was quite excited, but she never expected to end up shooting herself in the foot. As Riker lost face, she did not want to share in his embarrassment. Slap. A sharp sound echoed, and the woman was unexpectedly slapped by Riker, falling to the ground. Damn, if it wasn't for you, would I be in such a situation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, lifting his foot to kick the woman, who shrank into a ball, trembling with fear. Seeing several people pointing and whispering about him, he reluctantly stopped. Regaining his senses, seeing that Deshawn was still waiting for him to pay, Riker hurriedly bent over and said, "Big brother, please give me a little time to exchange some cash." 10 minutes. Riker immediately nodded humbly and walked toward the distance, asking everyone he met if they had any cash. Deshawn strolled as if nothing happened. Not far from where he was walking, an unusual auction item suddenly caught Deshawn's attention. Chapter 26. Endless Troubles? Inside the display case was a 1,000-armed Buddha statue, considered an antique auction item. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing special about the Buddha statue. But as a martial artist, Lucius's intuition told him that something was wrong with this Buddha statue. However, he could not immediately pinpoint what exactly was amiss. He only had a strong gut feeling. After circling the Buddha statue several times, and still unable to find anything unusual, Lucius couldn't help but feel anxious. He thought to himself, it would be better if he could take it out and examine it closely. "Manager, take this auction item out for me to have a look." A voice suddenly called out. Turning around, Lucius saw a portly businessman staring intently at one of the items in the display case. The manager, who was moving among the crowd, came forward promptly. With a pleasant smile, he took out the key, opened the display case, and let the person examine the auction item up close. Is this how it works? Lucius was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of joy. Since it was his first time attending an auction, he didn't know that auction items displayed in cases could be taken out for closer inspection if there was interest. "Manager." Once the other person finished examining the item, Lucius called out to the manager, hoping he could open the case so he could carefully study the 1,000-armed Buddha statue and figure out what was wrong with it. If it did contain some hidden secret, he planned to win it during the auction. The manager approached, sized Lucius up from head to toe, and frowned, asking, "What can I do for you?" "Hello, I'd like to take a closer look at this Buddha statue," Lucius replied politely. The manager glanced at the Buddha statue in the display case, then his gaze swept over Lucius again. Finally, with an extremely forced smile, he said, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but as this is an antique, according to regulations, it can only be observed through the glass and cannot be touched." "Is that really the case?" Lucius didn't say more. He turned to leave, knowing from the manager's eyes and expression that he was lying. Regulations or no regulations, it all depended on the person they were talking to. Truly, appearances mattered, both for people and even statues. Seeing his shabby clothes, he was just being fobbed off with excuses. This incident reminded Lucius that he needed to buy some decent clothes when he got back. The clothes he was wearing now were bought from a street stall 2 years ago and were almost worn out. "Sir, please wait." Manager Oswald quickly caught up with Lucius, his expression serious. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" As the manager of a high-end auction, Oswald had dealt with many celebrities and considered himself discerning. After a few glances, he could usually gauge a person's background and strength. Given Lucius's shabby attire, he didn't seem like a wealthy individual and might even be a thief. Without an invitation, one wasn't qualified to attend this auction today, although sometimes security could be lax and allow some people to slip in. As the manager, if something happened, he would be held responsible. Driven by duty and intuition, Oswald felt it necessary to check Lucius's invitation. Caught off guard, Lucius was momentarily stumped. From beginning to end, he had never known that attending this auction required an invitation, as no one had checked for invitations at the entrance. Seeing Lucius make no move to show an invitation, Oswald's face darkened slightly. His hand hovered over the earpiece, preparing to call security to escort the man out, when some invitation. Finding trouble where there was none, Lucius glanced at the unkempt Micah, just preparing to inform that the invitation was with May, when a commotion suddenly erupted around him, and everyone quickly rushed toward the door. "The medicine saint has arrived." "Ah, really? Master Hyder? Hurry, let's go welcome him and get acquainted." Many people, beaming with joy, moved forward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the medicine saint, and perhaps find an opportunity to connect with him. As the person in charge, Oswald noticed everyone gathering together and worried about possible accidents with the exhibits due to overcrowding. He couldn't spare Lucius and hurriedly went over to take care of the situation. Hearing that the medicine saint had come, Micah's eyes lit up as well. He stopped bothering Lucius and quickly stepped forward. Surrounded by many people, Hyder slowly walked in. "Barrett Averill, do you remember me?" Micah shouted loudly. Hyder glanced at Micah, finding him somewhat familiar, but furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you?" "Barrett Averill, I'm Axel's grandson. 5 years ago, you treated my grandfather. Do you remember?" Micah was very pleased to have caught his attention. 5 years ago? The corner of Hyder's mouth twitched. He had treated so many people over the years that he couldn't remember who Axel was. However, not wishing to offend the smiling face before him, Hyder gave a slight smile and ignored Micah. He came here to participate in the auction and buy some precious herbs. Hyder didn't have time for those trying to curry favor with him, so he said directly, "Everyone, please disperse. Your crowding here prevents me from looking at what I want to purchase." All the Yunqing dignitaries, wanting to gain the medicine saint's favor, feared being remembered unfavorably for disobeying, so they dispersed immediately, not daring to stay close to Hyder. Micah had wanted to converse with Hyder, but saw him walk away without a second glance. Annoyance grew within him. Just then, Micah spotted Lucius again and turned to Oswald, who was walking nearby, reminding him, "Managerly, you haven't checked that man's invitation yet." A flicker of displeasure crossed Oswald's face, puzzled why Micah was so focused on Lucius. Due to Micah's status, Oswald could only approach Lucius with a forced smile and say, "Sir, I apologize, I was busy with other matters earlier. May I see your invitation now?" Non-stop trouble? Lucius's expression gradually turned cold. Chapter 27. Arrogance comes at a price. Anything has limits. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone a martial artist. This was the third time someone had asked him for the invitation. Lucius originally intended to tell them that the invitation was with May and would be brought shortly, but he changed his mind. He knew that Micah, who clearly resented him, wouldn't miss any opportunity to strike at him. If he said the invitation was with May, Micah would certainly make things difficult, accusing him of freeloading and lying to damage May's reputation. Therefore, he wanted to see if they could really throw him out just because he didn't have an invitation. He immediately shook his head and said, "No. Indeed not." Micah's eyes flickered as he reminded, "Managerly, look, I told you he doesn't have an invitation. This person seems suspicious. It's best to have security detain him and check if anything is missing on the scene." At this moment, Micah was calculating in his mind. He knew that Lucius being here must mean May had brought him, though for some reason, she hadn't shown up. Not believing himself inferior to Lucius in any way, Micah seized the chance to embarrass him in front of the Yunqing elites, hoping this might make May realize he wasn't suitable and dump him, thus giving him a chance. Oswald spoke a sentence, and 3 security guards soon arrived. "Sir, without an invitation, you cannot participate in the auction. Please leave." Although the man lacked an invitation, Oswald still remained polite. Why bother being polite to a waste of space? "Just kick him out," Micah shouted loudly. Several people nearby turned their heads. One rich second-generation heir asked, "Young Master Zhong, who is he? Who else? Have you heard of Luo family's useless one?" Micah replied with a laugh. "Is he that waste of space who's married to Luo Christie from Luo Group?" The other person asked. Yes, exactly that useless husband. But now he's her ex-husband, having left everything behind, possibly coming here due to hunger, seeking free snacks." Several people glanced over Lucius's attire, filled with disdain and contempt. "Sir, please leave." Oswald tried his best to remain courteous. Lucius didn't move, meeting Micah's provocatively challenging gaze calmly. Looks like you've been getting quite arrogant lately. Haha, just average, world third. Micah's face showed pride. Then he leaned close to Lucius, whispering deliberately, I forgot to tell you, I already had Christy last night. I never thought that in 5 years you didn't even touch her. Looks like you're not capable, ha ha ha. But rest assured, what you can't give her I can. Just as Micah was boasting excitedly, he suddenly screamed and stepped back from Lucius, clutching his abdomen in agony. You? What did you do to me? Micah looked pained, feeling a needle-like pain in his lower abdomen. Not only that, an urgent need to urinate overwhelmed him. Lucius smiled faintly. Arrogance comes at a price. After giving you so much respect, and yet you still defy me, so be it. He snapped his fingers. Snap. The sharp sound echoed, making Micah bending halfway. His instinct told him that any movement would cause trouble. Quickly back off, he's going to defecate. Some people noticed something wrong and immediately pulled their companions away. Hurry, carry young Master Zhong to the restroom. Oswald, coming back to his senses, understood that Micah couldn't dare to move at this moment, so he could only have the security carry him away. They could clean up if he urinated on the scene, but if another thing happened on the ground, the entire venue would be polluted, disturbing the auction. Despite their reluctance, 2 security guards hurriedly went forward to support Micah's arms. No, don't. Tightening his mind and body, Micah managed to react and speak. The only words in his heart were, finished. Damn, retreat. What's happening? How can such a thing happen here? My God, I can't stand it. I need to go outside for some fresh air. For a moment, an unbearable stench spread throughout the area. Everyone covered their noses and rushed outside. Lying on the ground, Micah felt utterly despairing. At the entrance of the Huangchao Grand Hotel Hall, all participants in the auction had run out. Those arriving later asked curiously what had happened. Upon learning that young Master Micah of the Zhong family had urinated and defecated on the scene, creating a chaotic mess, everyone was speechless. Among them was Luo Christie. Searching anxiously for Micah, she couldn't believe her ears when she heard the description. Pushing through the crowd, she ran towards the 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, the pungent odor almost made Luo Christie vomit. To find out the truth, she forced herself to enter the exhibition hall despite feeling uncomfortable. Inside the exhibition hall, Micah was still lying on the ground. Seeing Luo Christie come in, he wailed like a child. Zhongge, you. Luo Christie stopped suddenly, not knowing what to say. It's him, all because of him. Micah gritted his teeth and howled. As a normal person, it was impossible to do such a thing even in urgency. Wondering about this, Luo Christie hastily asked, who? That useless one, your damned ex-husband. It's all because of him that I'm like this. Luo Christie was stunned. She didn't expect this to involve Lucius again. Although she didn't know how Lucius made Micah act this way, thinking of Micah losing face, she also felt ashamed. Enraged by association, she angrily asked, where is he? Downstairs, Zara Ziwen was obediently handing over 1,000 yuan in cash to Lucius when a roar came. Lucius, you should die. Chapter 28. The courage I gave him. The social elite of Yunqing had all gathered together. Kristen's outburst was not small, instantly silencing the scene that was mildly noisy. Everyone curiously looked at this president of the Luo Corporation, unable to understand why her emotions had gone out of control. Lucius, how could you treat Brother Zhong like that? Do you know how much impact it would have on his future? Kristen rushed forward, her eyes sharp as knives. So concerned for him? Lucius half smiled and said, after 5 years of marriage, this is the first time I've seen you worry so much about another man. You're really something. His tone dripped with sarcasm. At this moment, facing Kristen's eyes which seemed like they could devour him alive, Lucius really wanted to laugh. Had he known this would happen, he shouldn't have signed that share transfer agreement earlier. He should have let Kristen feel conflicted and anxious. Around them, murmurs arose. So, he's Kristen's husband. Truly, one can never judge a book by its cover. Look at how well-dressed Kristen is, while her husband looks like his clothes are at least a year old. You don't understand anything. I heard they got together because of a marriage contract, no real feelings between them. The man can barely do laundry and cook. He's practically useless. How could someone like that be respected? The comments kept reaching Kristen's ears. Hearing everyone refer to Lucius as her husband, she felt it necessary to clarify. She immediately said loudly, Lucius and I have already agreed to divorce. He is no longer my husband, but my ex-husband. The crowd erupted into chaos, and when they looked at Kristen again, there was evident disdain in their eyes. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Divorced or not, it was none of anyone else's business. Was it appropriate for a corporate president to clarify their relationship in front of so many people? Her explanation did not gain understanding but rather contempt, making Kristen even more anxious. Her anger towards Lucius had been building up, and now she blamed everything on him. She believed that if not for Lucius harming Micah, she wouldn't be standing here arguing with him. The venom in her eyes grew deeper. Had she known this would happen, she should have had Micah find someone even stronger to make Lucius vanish from existence. Lucius watched the changes in Kristen's expression carefully. For this brainless, self-righteous ex-wife, he found it pointless to engage further, turning away to move towards the edge of the crowd. If not for the identity of being an ex-wife, who dared challenge him like this? Woman or not, Lucius would teach her a lesson even if it were the son of heaven. Having come downstairs precisely to confront him, Kristen naturally didn't intend to let Lucius off. She quickly stepped forward to block him, angrily demanding, Lucius, you must give Brother Zhong an explanation today. Explanation? Lucius raised an eyebrow and asked, who does he think he is? Why should I give him any explanation? Pausing for a moment, his tone abruptly turned cold. Kristen, please remember our current relationship. Don't assume things will be like before when I used to yield to you in everything. For 5 years, you wouldn't let me touch you. Now, right after signing the divorce papers, you run straight into his bed. That I haven't laid a hand on you is mercy. If you keep stirring trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Thinking about it, despite reminding himself it was unnecessary, Lucius still felt irked. Lucius's sudden words were like ice water poured over Kristen's head, causing her body to tremble and her face to turn pale in an instant. She hadn't expected that Lucius knew about her and Micah, nor that he would say it in front of so many people. Such a revelation would certainly tarnish her image as the president in everyone's eyes, making her appear shameless. Sure enough, once Kristen realized something was amiss, various critical remarks began to surface around her. This president of the Luo Corporation is quite a character. She married a guy she clearly had no feelings for, refused to let him touch her for 5 years, and then immediately jumped into another man's arms after the divorce. Completely destroys one's worldview. You really are an extraordinary backup plan, buddy. There are strange things every year, but especially this year. I've truly opened my eyes. The rich came merely for entertainment. Although they knew Lucius's situation was tragic, rebuke them was no different from declaring war on the entire Yunqing. As the pressure lifted, Kristen could imagine that Lucius would soon find it impossible to take a single step in Yunqing. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. I gave him the courage. May's voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. The previously noisy scene fell silent again, and the crowd subconsciously parted a path. May calmly walked to Lucius's side, facing everyone with an extremely provocative tone. I gave him the courage. Do you have any objections? The Qin family was basically top tier in Yunqing, and May was the future leader of the Qin family. Most people chose silence after she spoke. However, not all families feared the Qin family. For instance, Hiroshi Yuan, the head of the Huang family, who had been at odds with the Qin family for decades, immediately sneered, May, Yunqing isn't solely run by your Qin family. What about me? Does my word count? Another voice suddenly rang out. It was Hyder, who had long wanted to speak up but hadn't had the chance. He came straight to Lucius and said humbly, Master Chu, I actually wanted to speak up for you earlier, but I didn't get the chance. I hope you can understand. What? You? The great medical saint addressing a junior as you? The crowd around stared in disbelief. However, everything was far from over. A loud voice followed closely. And me. Chapter 29 really wrong? What? Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the voice, once again struck by shock. The speaker was none other than Reuben. Even Patriarch Zhao was taking a stand for this young man? Wasn't it rumored that the Qin and Zhao families were at each other's throats, nearly coming to blows? Why did they both suddenly take a stand for one young man? At this moment, everyone struggled to comprehend what was happening. Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had misseen something. These three individuals were no simple figures. Each could significantly impact Yunqing. Yet here they were, standing together because of one person. Is this truly Melanie's good-for-nothing husband as rumored? Didn't they say he lived worse than a dog in the Luo family? All eyes focused on Deshawn. In the crowd, James, who had been feeling extremely irritable due to provocations, and was ready to incite the ire of Yunqing's elite against the Qin family to settle scores with Shauna, immediately clamped his mouth shut upon seeing Reuben appear. While James didn't take Shauna seriously, he couldn't afford to ignore Hyder, the medical sage, or Reuben. A sense of crisis also surfaced in James's heart, as he realized that Yunqing's dynamics might be about to change. Yunqing's top-tier families totaled 5, the Qin, Zhao, Huang, Long, and Sun families. All 5 were martial arts families. The Sun and Long families, whose businesses weren't based in Yunqing, remained relatively low profile. The Huang, Zhao, and Qin families primarily relied on Yunqing for development, resulting in intense competition both openly and behind closed doors. Recently, James learned that Reuben had clashed with Russell, leading to Russell's possible imminent death. He had secretly plotted to wait until the Qin and Zhao families weakened each other before moving in to Tunbing them. But now, without any warning, the grudges between the Qin and Zhao families had vanished. The more James thought about it, the more panicked he became. He clearly understood that if the Qin and Zhao families united against the Huang family would surely be defeated. Thus, at this moment, he dared not utter another word, fearing that speaking might provoke the Qin and Zhao families. The most shocked person present was undoubtedly Melanie. She had expected Deshawn to successfully enrage Yunqing's elite, which would lead to him being targeted and oppressed. To her surprise, even knowing what she faced, Shauna still stood up for him. What was even more unbearable and critical for Melanie was that medical sage Hyder and Patriarch Reuben of the Zhao family also supported Deshawn. Each of these three was someone the Luo family desperately wanted to cultivate ties with. Ordinarily, she'd rack her brains trying to connect with any of them. Yet here they were supporting Deshawn, deemed a waste. Melanie pinched her thigh under the table, hoping it was all a dream. But the pain jolted her back to reality. Watching Deshawn, who hadn't changed in the slightest from earlier, doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that Deshawn had been hiding something all these years? The thought had just crossed her mind when she was convinced of it. Melanie recalled how her grandfather mentioned that Deshawn's master was a powerful figure, whose footsteps could make the entire Sundou tremble. He also implied that Deshawn himself wasn't ordinary, and that marrying him would only benefit the Luo family. Initially, the Luo family had hoped that since Deshawn's master was so formidable, Deshawn might bring unexpected benefits. However, Deshawn never showed anything out of the ordinary after joining the Luo family. Once, an ex-suitor of Melanie came to complain and mock Deshawn. Any other man would have lashed out or fought back to restore dignity, but Deshawn merely smiled, as if nothing happened. Since then, the waste label had firmly stuck, and the Luo family looked down on him. Now, Melanie wondered if a true waste could form connections with the Qin and Zhao families and the medical sage right after leaving the Luo family. Regret started gnawing at her. Big brother Chu, I brought you some clothes. They're in the car. Go change, Shauna suddenly said to Deshawn. She had noticed how worn his clothes were and wanted to help him, but their relationship had been unclear at the time, and she had been busy. This morning, considering the auction required formal attire, she picked out 2 sets of clothes based on her memory of Deshawn's height and weight. She had planned to give them to Deshawn on time, but traffic delays caused her to arrive late, missing the initial commotion. Shauna didn't care about what happened earlier. At this moment, she only knew that anyone who dared to look down on the man she liked would face her full retaliation. So, as Lucius turned to change his clothes in the car, her beautiful eyes glared coldly at Melanie. Under May's challenging gaze, Melanie's hands clenched tightly, her heart complex with emotions, completely avoiding eye contact. Damn, they really say clothes make the man. Just by changing clothes, he looks no different from a rich young master. When Lucius returned after changing, there was another round of commotion around him. Melanie, uncertain whether to leave or stay, looked up upon hearing the commotion and froze for a moment. Is this really him? Melanie found it hard to believe her eyes, her lips slightly parted in surprise. Having been married to Lucius for 5 years, they saw each other regularly, if not every day. Throughout this time, Melanie had never noticed how dignified and handsome Lucius looked in a suit. Regret filled her heart even more as she came to her senses. She kept asking herself, did I really make a mistake? May glanced back, her expression also showing surprise, her eyes sparkling differently. She had long noticed that Lucius actually had a lot of charm. It was just that his easygoing personality made him seem relaxed in sportswear. In a suit, he appeared mature yet carried an air of arrogance, making her heart beat faster. Ladies and gentlemen. Oswald's voice suddenly rang out. He held a megaphone and loudly said, there was a minor incident earlier that disturbed everyone's enjoyment. On behalf of the auction house, I apologize to everyone. After deliberation, we will temporarily change the venue. The auction site will be moved from the 3rd floor to the 5th floor. Please head to the 5th floor for your seats. The auction is about to begin. One by one, people started moving towards the hotel entrance. Master Chu, please. Reuben bent down, lifting his hand, and Lucius nodded slightly, leading the way. Melanie stood rooted to the spot, only moving slowly when everyone else had left, each step feeling powerless. Recalling everything that had just happened, she felt all her strength drain away. Looking up at the sky, she silently asked herself, was I really wrong? Upstairs, as Lucius and May sat down, a young man of similar age suddenly approached him. Is it you? Chapter 30. I'll offer 4 billion. Who is it? Lucius looked up, confusion all over his face. The person before him was around 30 years old with an average appearance. From the glare he received, Lucius could see hostility. Another enemy for no reason? What kind of situation is this? Brevin, what do you want? May spoke before Lucius, rising abruptly and glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Brevin shifted his hostile gaze from Lucius to May's face, quickly turning gentle. He smiled, saying, Suellen, I heard there's someone with you. I came especially to take a look. May snorted softly, coldly replying, who I keep by my side is my own business. You have no right to interfere. I've told you long ago that we can never be together. If you don't stop Zhou Chanbushu harassing me, don't blame me for putting you on my blacklist permanently. Brevin instantly looked nervous and explained anxiously, Suellen, don't be angry. I just wanted to check things out. There's nothing else to it. Enough, get lost. May didn't give him any face, waving her hand dismissively. Brevin moved his mouth, but finally turned to leave after one last glance at Lucius. Brother Chu, he used to be an acquaintance of mine who cares about my well-being. Seeming to worry Lucius might misunderstand, May hurriedly explained. Lucius laughed, teasingly remarking, an acquaintance? It looks more like a suitor to me. With this, May grew even more anxious, explaining, he has tried to pursue me, but I have absolutely no feelings for him. I've also told him multiple times it won't work, yet he doesn't leave. Seeing the beauty so anxious, Lucius smiled reassuringly and then steered the conversation to another topic. As for Brevin, who suddenly appeared and showed hostility toward him, Lucius didn't take it seriously at all. By observing his features, he realized that Brevin's family background was solid. His ancestors for 3 generations had been wealthy merchants. But in front of a martial artist, wealth isn't everything. If anyone starts trouble for no reason, they would surely pay the price. Several meters away, Brevin stared intensely at Lucius and May, gradually clenching his teeth. Although he always knew May had no interest in him, he considered her his woman, prohibiting other men from getting close or pursuing her. Even May herself hadn't noticed this fact. In recent years, she indeed observed fewer male friends around her. Some males started warmly but eventually became indifferent, or disappeared altogether. Since she had no intentions toward them, even if their attitudes changed drastically or they vanished, May didn't ponder much over it. Unbeknownst to her, as a great beauty, how could those men not desire to pursue her, without a hidden thought? All these were due to Brevin's scheming. Using either money or connections, he aimed for one goal, to completely alienate others from May. His motive was a big move. He had reflected deeply and concluded that May's lack of interest in him was because he was still young and she wasn't at an age where marriage became necessary. Therefore, he believed that if he isolated May from other men entirely, making sure no other man had a chance, when May reached a non-negotiable marrying age, she would have to accept him. Little did he know, even if May hadn't met Lucius and was older, she wouldn't choose him. Everyone has their principles. Some people you dislike at first sight, you will never like. The Qin family didn't lack food or clothes, and May wasn't desperate to marry. She lived quite comfortably alone these past few years. Snap. Almost wanting to destroy Lucius with his gaze, Brevin snapped his fingers, summoning a bodyguard standing nearby. Go investigate that guy thoroughly and find any dirt you can. Make sure to act fast. After the bodyguard left, Brevin took a deep breath to calm down. At this moment, he felt immense pressure. As a man's intuition told him, Lucius might be the most significant threat he has ever faced, as May's smile and behavior towards him had never appeared with any other man. Elsewhere in the venue, Kristen entered silently, watching Lucius's position diagonally ahead. Luo Corporation is indeed a strong company to ordinary people, but compared to Yuan City as a whole, it's only second-rate. Observing the two chatting happily and thinking about the incidents earlier, Kristen bit her lip tightly, struggling to understand how things could turn out like this. obviously rejected and abandoned by her, deemed as a good-for-nothing. He somehow managed to improve after divorce? At this moment, lost in reverie, Kristen couldn't help but sigh that it would be good if time could flow backward. If she had known Lucius would get acquainted with May, Ruben, and Hyder, she would have never divorced him no matter what. If only she could reconnect with these three families, the Luo family's development would skyrocket, becoming a top-tier family in Yun City in just a few years. Alas, dreams were always just dreams. Coming back to reality soon, Kristen grew more and more complex in her expression as she thought about how to regain everything. Time passed slowly while waiting, and the auction started when everyone was gradually getting restless. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you. An elderly man in his 60s made an opening speech, then presented the first item for auction, a famous painting, which drew bids from many attendees. Lucius watched quietly, while May explained to him the bidding process carefully. The first round of the auction mainly featured paintings, which held no interest for Lucius at all. Soon, the auction moved on to the second round, focusing on jewelry. Seeing the jade set he had noticed earlier was about to be auctioned, Lucius suddenly became interested. The imperial green jade set came as the finale of the second round. Rich people love to collect such rare items with intangible value, so bidding started strong. Lucius simply observed calmly without immediately placing a bid. Although he had never attended an auction before, one who hasn't eaten pork has surely seen pigs run. He knew early bidding was just wasting effort. Before long, the price of the jade set rose to 300 million, with Brevin being the highest bidder. He liked this set very much, believing it would look stunning on May, so he wanted to acquire it for her. Everyone, feel free to compete. I will definitely match any bid. Brevin surveyed the crowd with a smug expression, his tone calm but implicitly threatening. He was essentially warning others that since he, Brevin, had set his eyes on this item, no one should dare to snatch it from him, or else they'd face dire consequences from him. Seeing no one dared to bid further, Brevin grew even more smug, nodding at the Remy hosting the auction to indicate it was time to close the deal. The Remy nodded slightly, raising the gavel just as Lucius's voice sounded. I offer 4 billion. Chapter 31. A worthless one. Watch me not kill you. What? 400 million? Wasn't it just 300 million a moment ago? How did it suddenly increase to 400 million? Is this how auctions are played? My goodness. Directly adding 100 million? After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted into commotion. Everyone looked at Lucius, unsure of what he was up to. Were they speculating that he might be some reckless youngster? The current bid for the jade set was already at its peak. Increasing it further would be meaningless. Brevin also turned his gaze toward Lucius, surprised that he dared to challenge him. Challenging him aside, bidding 100 million more. Did he think money grew on trees? Young people, full of youthful arrogance. Especially since Brevin regarded Lucius as a rival in love, and didn't want to lose face in front of a rival. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, 500 million. Not adding 100 million made him feel like losing face. The venue instantly fell silent, all eyes on Lucius, wondering if he was deliberately picking a fight with Brevin or had the means to win the jade set. 700 million. Lucius waved his hand again, raising the bid by 200 million more. Rustle. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd, many drawing sharp breaths instinctively. Those seated here were mostly influential and wealthy people from Yun City, many of whom thought they were already quite bold. But now, faced with Lucius's actions, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Damn. Brevin clenched his teeth, wishing he could rush forward and teach this reckless young man a lesson. He knew that to save face, he needed to raise the bid to 900 million. Spending 900 million on a set of jade would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lucius wouldn't raise the bid further. Money wasn't something Brevin couldn't afford, but he worried that if he won the item and gifted it to May, she might not appreciate it, making all this money go to waste. The Su family was rich. Not only 900 million, even 9 billion could be spent. But being rich didn't mean burning money like this. Yet giving up right away left Brevin feeling resentful. All eyes, long numb from shock, shifted to Brevin this time, eager to see if the young master would continue bidding. Everyone could see the obvious signs of both parties trying to outdo each other. Such a bidding war was simply too exciting. One more round. After deep contemplation, Brevin clenched his fists tightly, deciding to bid once more. If Lucius continued to raise the price, he would have to give up. 900 million. Brevin glared at Lucius with a determined look, hoping to intimidate him. When everyone's eyes focused on Lucius waiting for his next bid, he remained motionless. After a moment, seeing Lucius hadn't spoken, the old auctioneer reminded him, Sir, will you bid again? Lucius shook his head, and the Remy brought down the hammer decisively. Humph, trying to challenge me without first looking in a mirror. Brevin felt triumphant, but thinking about losing 600 million due to Lucius's bidding, his heart ached as if bleeding. This humiliation, Brevin couldn't swallow. He planned secretly to closely watch Lucius. Whatever Lucius wanted to buy, he would bid higher, making him bleed financially as well. Lucius wasn't disappointed for not winning the jade set because it wasn't that he didn't want to bid. It was May who stopped him. Initially, May thought Lucius bid because he liked the jade set. Seeing Brevin persist, realizing both were locked in a standoff, she quietly asked Lucius why spend so much money on it. Jade sets weren't unique. Spending generously could yield another set, perhaps even better quality ones. She found it unworthy to throw away so much money over stubbornness. Upon learning from Lucius that he wanted to gift the jade set to her, May felt very happy. Though happy, she wasn't pretentious. She knew it wasn't practical and unnecessary to waste money. Immediately, she told Lucius it wasn't worth spending so much on such an impractical item. Anything he gave her, even a wooden hairpin, would be cherished. With May speaking so kindly, Lucius naturally wouldn't waste money foolishly. The auction continued. In the corner, Kristen still appeared dazed. Her woman's intuition told her that Lucius's bids weren't random shouts, but genuine wealth. If he lacked funds and was just raising prices, he wouldn't add hundreds of millions easily. That would entail heavy consequences if the item ended up in his hands. Divorced and penniless moments ago, Why did Lucius suddenly have several billion yuan available, as if it were mere pocket change? Kristen couldn't figure it out. All she knew was that after the divorce, Lucius seemed like a different person, unfamiliar to her. The third round of the auction featured various martial arts techniques and unique secret manuals that were loved by martial arts families, along with some potent elixirs very useful for martial artists. Several items piqued May's interest, but just as she was about to bid, Lucius stopped her. These junk, what do we need them for? Don't waste money. The beauty rolled her eyes, thinking how such fine things could become trash in his mouth. Lucius chuckled and said, I'll write a couple of martial arts manuals for you later, better suited for you. These things are either incomplete or flawed. Taking them home wouldn't help your family. It might even cause significant trouble. On the path of martial arts, May knew Lucius had advanced far enough to make this claim. She nodded, dispersing her impatience. The fourth round was an assortment of miscellaneous items, like the Buddha statue Lucius had eyed earlier. As the Buddha statue started being auctioned, Lucius remained calm. Just as he was about to bid, May nudged his arm and said, Let me handle it. Brevin has been watching you, probably wanting to outbid you to get back at you for the previous bidding incident. Although we're not short of money, there's no need to be so wasteful. Why waste so much money when it could be donated to children in mountainous areas to improve their lives? Brevin was staring at him. Lucius had noticed that early on. With 100 billion in hand, outbidding wasn't something he feared. But as the beauty said, there was no need to waste money on such contests, so he agreed with a nod. Damn! Seeing May bidding for Lucius, Brevin, who was all set to compete, became furious, his hand gripping the armrest tightly, the knuckles white, as if ready to crush it. If Lucius bid, he would have competed to the end, but May's bid made him hesitate. The Buddha statue, whose age was uncertain, eventually sold to May for 3 million. After the auction ended, the exchange banquet began, and the atmosphere quickly reached its peak. Many people came primarily not for the auction, but for the exchange banquet after. Some figures were not easy to meet on ordinary days. For example, Kristen had come today aiming to meet more influential figures in Yun City to open up channels for the development of Luo Corporation. However, due to recent events, she had no heart to converse with others. In a corner of the banquet hall, Brevin slapped the table hard after reading through his documents. Damn, I thought he was so impressive. Just a waste, daring to mess with me. Watch me finish you off. Brevin stood up and walked straight toward Kristen sitting in another corner. To avoid disturbing others' enjoyment, I could only sit here daydreaming. Haha, Miss Luo is truly modest, Brevin said after praising her. He continued, his face full of admiration. Look at how beautiful you are. I believe many people here want to chat with you. They just dare not approach due to your icy demeanor. Faced with teasing, Kristen retorted without backing down. Since Prince Su says so, why did you come over here? Himph. Brevin, full of pride and dominance, said, Who am I? There isn't anyone in China I wouldn't dare to chat with. If Miss Luo is truly an iceberg, then I am a volcano, capable of completely melting you and integrating you with me. Integration? It was hard not to think otherwise. Brevin's playful words made Kristen blush, and she smiled coyly, saying, Prince Su, I have thin skin, please stop teasing me. Brevin's expression turned serious, and he said gravely, How is this teasing? I'm telling the truth. Miss Luo, if you are indeed an iceberg, then I am a volcano, and my goal is to fully integrate with you. Again? Kristen, who was previously depressed because of what happened to Lucius, quickly became cheerful and excited. Subconsciously, she believed that Brevin had feelings for her. Relaxing music suddenly started playing, and the lights gradually dimmed. Realizing the dance was about to begin, Brevin immediately asked with a chuckle, Miss Luo, the dance is about to start. You probably don't have a dance partner yet, right? Her original dance partner was Micah, but he was still cleaning up in the hotel and couldn't bring himself to come even if he finished. Besides, faced with such a golden opportunity to cling to someone influential, Kristen really didn't want to let it slip away. Even if Micah could come, she could only ask him to step aside for now. Aware of Brevin's intentions, Kristen shook her head and said, No, Prince Su didn't say I'm an iceberg? Who would dare ask an iceberg like me to be their dance partner? Though self-deprecating, Kristen was inwardly excited beyond belief. To prevent Brevin from noticing anything suspicious, she gritted her teeth and deliberately put on a very disappointed face. At this moment, she longed to become Brevin's dance partner. It wasn't just to cling to Shanghai Finance's powerful backing, but also to show off to Lucius. During their divorce, she thought he would leave everything behind and disappear from Yun City forever. Unthinkably, soon after the divorce, Lucius showed a different relationship with May. The person she once considered useless had not only gained support from the medical sage and Mr. Zhao, but also bid hundreds of millions at auctions, as if money meant nothing. Kristen was greatly impacted. Now that Brevin took the initiative to come forward, she only thought of leveraging Brevin's assistance to boast to Lucius and let him know that she too had someone important, the future heir of Shanghai Finance. Obsessed with her counterattack, Kristen didn't even consider that as a newly divorced woman, her appearance was average, and the Luo family in Yun City was nothing special. Why would she receive appreciation from the son of Shanghai Finance? Faced with Kristen's feigned coquettishness, Brevin, a seasoned player in love affairs, saw right through her. If not for his plan, he would have slapped her across the face long ago and told her to look in the mirror to see what kind of material she was to play these games with him. Though displeased inside, Brevin kept his smiling facade and said, Miss Luo, didn't I say earlier that I'm a volcano? Tonight, I'll be your dance partner. Impatient with wasting time on Kristen, Brevin directly reached out and grabbed her hand that was resting on the table. Kristen visibly shuddered, not out of shyness but excitement. She coyly said, Prince Su, I'm not a good dancer. Now there are so many people, all elites from Yun City. What if I embarrass you? Himph, anyone who dares to laugh will regret it in Yun Hai. Let's go to the dance floor. The two, harboring ulterior motives, walked hand in hand into the dance area and began slow dancing. Throughout the process, Kristen tried her best to show her perfect side. She wanted to make Brevin proud, thinking that as long as he was happy, It would be enough for him to invest a few billion into the Luo group casually. At the same time, she started pondering what would happen after the banquet, especially if Brevin really wanted to take her to the hotel. Should she go or not? She was quite hesitant. By the dance floor, May noticed Kristen dancing with Brevin and nudged Lucius's arm, asking, "Elder brother Chu, shall we dance?" Women are very perceptive. With just one glance, May knew that Brevin and Kristen were trying to provoke Lucius. She couldn't let her man lose face. So, she also wanted to dance with Lucius as a silent counterattack. Lucius had already noticed the situation on the dance floor since Brevin was deliberately bringing Kristen closer to where he was sitting to irritate him. Facing the beautiful woman's expectant gaze, Lucius smiled awkwardly and said, "Never mind, I don't know how to dance." In over 20 years, though he had acquired many skills, dancing was something he had never touched. May pouted and said helplessly, "If that's the case, then forget it. Just watching them like that makes me furious." Lucius smiled nonchalantly and said, "They're just clowns. Let them dance. I'll see how high they can jump in the end." On the dance floor, Brevin appeared focused on dancing, but his attention was actually fixed on Lucius. When he saw Lucius's gaze turning towards them, the hand that was resting on Kristen's shoulder suddenly slid down and pinched her buttocks hard. Kristen shivered and gave Brevin a resentful look, but didn't say anything. Brevin began kneading with his hand, while throwing a highly provocative look at Lucius. "You brat, the woman you couldn't get for 5 years is now playing in my hands. Haha. If this can be tolerated, what cannot be tolerated?" Noticing this scene, May abruptly stood up. Chapter 33 Indifferent. What? Lucius raised his head to look at the beautiful woman full of anger. He didn't understand. Brevin was provoking him, so why did she join in? Although their relationship had become special, it was a private matter. It was inappropriate for her to get involved now. "Sit down." Before May could respond, Lucius suddenly said coldly, "Everything has its counterbalance." Over the years, countless people tried to subdue May, but ended up bruised and scarred. Hence, she was known as the Black Rose in Yun City. But now, this Black Rose encountered her match, saying nothing and obediently sitting back down. Seeing Brevin still provocatively challenging him, May couldn't help but say resentfully, "Elder brother Chu, you can swallow this insult, but I cannot." May didn't understand. With Lucius's strength, what difference did Brevin's wealth and martial followers make? He could dismiss them all with ease and didn't need to endure like this. A single slap would suffice. Lucius leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, legs crossed, watching as if he were an idle spectator. He wanted to see just how far Brevin would go, and how much Kristen could endure. Seeing the beautiful woman still angry, he observed Brevin's antics indifferently and explained, "She is my ex-wife, not my current wife. Why should I be angry? If she chooses to humiliate herself, it's her decision, and it has nothing to do with me. Do you believe that Mr. Su hopes I attack him now? If I make a move, he'll seize the opportunity to question me, asking why I meddle in matters unrelated to me since I'm already divorced from Kristen." The others present would likely echo his words. So, both logically and emotionally, I shouldn't be angry, nor do I want to be. On the contrary, think about how everyone will view Kristen now. Upon being reminded, May suddenly realized that Lucius's analysis was spot on. If they had no prior relationship, rushing forward in anger would only invite ridicule. Moreover, Brevin had significant power, and many present were waiting to flatter him. If Lucius lost control, he would face criticism from all sides. Being motionless was indeed the best choice. Kristen had just gotten divorced and immediately ran into Brevin's arms, leading others to think less of her, labeling her as greedy for wealth and without principles, especially in such a public setting where someone could physically act against her. Realizing this, May, like Lucius, laid her hands behind her head and watched calmly. In the dance floor, Brevin, seeing their demeanor, frowned. He thought Lucius would rush forward in anger, allowing him to humiliate him further, but he didn't fall for it. Could 5 years of marital affection be air? Recalling the information previously sent, Lucius had doted on and cared deeply for Kristen while they were married. His love made him unable to fight back or argue. Brevin didn't believe Lucius could be so heartless, disregarding everything right after divorce. Seemed like more pressure was needed. To thoroughly infuriate Lucius, he gritted his teeth and moved his hand from behind Kristen to the front. "Big brother Sue, please don't." Kristen suddenly opened her eyes, full of pleading. Some things she wasn't unwilling to give, but felt this occasion was inappropriate. So many people around, even though the lights were dim, not everything was invisible. As a CEO of a company, being seen like this would ruin her reputation. "Don't worry, no one will see." Brevin's tone was forceful, ignoring her thoughts. He wanted to proceed as he wished. Sensing her resistance, he continued, "If you make me happy tonight, I'll fulfill any request you have afterward." They were adults, and Brevin knew well what she was thinking. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Kristen stopped struggling, staring at Brevin. "Are really?" Brevin sneered smugly. "Who am I to deceive you?" For the future of the Luo group, Kristen bit her lip, burying her head in Brevin's shoulder, letting him do as he pleased. My goodness, are these two having too much fun? May's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Just mutual benefit. Lucius smiled indifferently. He didn't understand why Brevin would choose such a method to provoke him. Time slowly passed. Seeing Lucius still unmoved, Brevin's mood erupted like a volcano. Under the urge of impatience and anger, he gradually increased the force in his hands. Kristen emitted pained hums, but could only bear it. At this moment, she suddenly felt a bit regretful. She originally thought that doing this could provoke Lucius into regaining some dignity, but now it seemed to have backfired. Not only did it fail to provoke him, but she also became a laughingstock herself. Ouch, what is young Master Su doing? So impatient, there are rooms upstairs, can't you go up there? Are you really not caring about your reputation here? You guys don't understand. Young people just like the thrill, right? Not everyone at the scene was dancing. Many were sitting on the sidelines watching, just like Lucius and May. Brevin's crude actions gradually caught people's attention, and those who saw it nearly goggled their eyes out. Isn't this Kristen a bit too much? It seems that to latch onto the Su family, She really goes all out. This woman is truly remarkable. Her ex-husband is sitting not far away, yet she still lets young Master Su do this to her. That Lucius is also quite a character. Even if Kristen is his ex-wife, to just watch his ex-wife being treated like this without a reaction, I couldn't stand it. She's not simple. I think young Master Su is trying to provoke her ex-husband this way, to regain the lost face from the auction earlier. Everyone had their own thoughts. Since the instigator was Brevin, nobody dared to offend him, so they only indulged themselves in looking but didn't dare take out their phones to film. If it were someone else, it would have been shared online for everyone to see long ago. As the music ended, Brevin reluctantly pulled his hand out, dissatisfied. Kristen's fair face had turned from bright red to pale, with pain continuously flashing in her eyes. She slightly opened her mouth, drawing in cold breaths to relieve the discomfort. At this moment, she felt a burning sensation on her chest, and even the slightest movement made her entire body tremble with pain. At the same time, catching the looks from people around her, she felt regret and shame, wishing she could leave immediately. Damn! Failing to achieve his goal, Brevin stormed off to sit aside, angrily pondering how to regain the face he lost today. Just as he was thinking, his eyes lit up when he noticed someone in the crowd. Brat, I don't believe you won't fall for this trick this time. Chapter 34. No begging, it's useless. Since being soft didn't work, he would try being tough. Brevin couldn't believe that as the future heir of Shanghai finance, he couldn't deal with a mere youngster. The person targeted by Brevin was Julius, the eldest son of the Huang family, a martial arts family in Yunqing. Young as he was already a mid-stage hidden strength warrior. Young Master Huang, it's been a while. How have you been? Julius, who was chatting with someone, turned his head upon hearing the voice and smiled, saying, It's young Master Su. He glanced at Kristen, who silently followed behind, and said with an amused smile, teasingly, Young Master Su really knows how to play, coming up with all kinds of ideas. You should be the only one feeling comfortable just now, right? Recalling what happened earlier, Brevin raised his eyebrows and, glancing at Kristen's chest, said disdainfully, Comfortable? It's completely padded. Just looks good on the outside. If you're curious, young Master Huang, you can give it a try. Kristen suddenly lifted her head, her eyes burning with anger. What did he take her for? Anyone could just give it a try. What? Not only did Brevin's anger not subside, but it grew even stronger. He stared at Kristen and reprimanded her. Did I say something wrong? Shouldn't you know your own size? Do you believe I won't slap you here in front of everyone if you keep looking at me like that? Upon being scolded, Kristen's eyes instantly welled up with tears, red-rimmed and shimmering with unshed tears. Her hands were tightly clenched together. At this moment, she genuinely regretted it. When Brevin first approached her, she naively thought he was interested in her. But after experiencing these events, she realized her dream was too good to be true. Brevin didn't even look at her, finding her merely as a tool to provoke Lucius. As her inner sadness deepened, she thought about Lucius's attitude towards her over the past 5 years, which made her feel incredibly complicated. Yellow Master, there's something I need your help with. Brevin, in no mood to waste more time, looked sincerely at Julius. Su Xiao, is there a need for such formality between us? Just say what you need. Julius replied with a laugh. Brevin leaned forward, explaining his anger towards Lucius in just a few words. Julius glanced at Lucius sitting nearby and smiled. Su Xiao, this is a personal grudge between you two. Isn't it inappropriate for me to get involved? Julius had long noticed Lucius. Despite his youth, Lucius had managed to gain the support of both major martial arts families in Yunqing and even the Holy Doctor. Clearly, he wasn't simple. Though they seemed friendly, their relationship was limited to a courteous friendship. Getting involved in this mess wouldn't benefit him. Oh come on, Yellow Master, if I had your skills, would I need your help? Brevin put his arm around Julius's shoulders and whispered something. Upon hearing Brevin's words, Julius's eyes emitted away. Not far away, seeing Lucius heading to the restroom, Brevin nudged Julius's arm. Julius immediately stood up and walked toward the restroom. Brevin, eager to see Lucius get what he deserved, laughed and followed closely behind. Knowing these two were going to target Lucius, Kristen hesitated but still followed. In the restroom, as Lucius was washing his hands and about to leave, Julius standing at the door said, Buddy, you chose to provoke the wrong person. Since young Master Su asked for my help, I have no choice but to make things difficult for you. Lucius's gaze swept past Julius and landed on Brevin standing behind him, saying, You really won't give up until you hit a wall, huh? Since I've given you the chance and you didn't cherish it, don't beg for mercy later. Living as a rich young master for almost 30 years, Brevin had never been mocked like this before. His eyes bulged with anger. Kid, I won't argue with you now, but I hope you can still be this arrogant later. Huang Xiao, it's all up to you. Julius, who had rolled up his sleeves, strode toward Lucius, each step full of momentum. Lucius stood his ground, his expression calm. Breath in. When they were about 10 feet apart, Julius suddenly threw a punch. The punch was formidable, tearing through the air straight for Lucius's chest. In the blink of an eye, everything happened in a breath. Bang. A muffled boom echoed, making the surrounding cubicles hum. What? The smile on Julius's face instantly froze, his eyes wide open involuntarily. Before punching, he was certain that this punch could cripple Lucius. However, the punch didn't even make Lucius take a step back. This person's strength is beyond mine. In a split second, Julius understood why the Qin family and the Zhao family supported this young man in front of him. Brother, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. With a thud, Julius knelt down without any hesitation, admitting his fault. What? Brevin, who was ready to watch the show, was dumbfounded. His hired helper knelt down to beg for mercy after just one punch. Brevin couldn't understand what was going on. Huang Xiao, what are you doing? Brevin asked out of confusion. Brother, it was all because he asked me for help. I have no grudge against you. Julius only cared about explaining himself and ignored Brevin, who hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet. It's fine, no worries. Lucius grinned broadly. As Julius's taut nerves relaxed and he struggled to stand, thinking he was forgiven and preparing to speak, suddenly he found himself flying uncontrollably. Bang! Julius slammed into the wall, the force causing cracks in the wall. Run! Seeing his helper fall in one move, Brevin immediately turned to run without hesitation. But before he could take 2 steps, Brevin let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, clutching his right leg tightly. Blood seeped through his fingers. The weapon. A small stone dislodged when Julius collided with the wall. Looking at Lucius approaching, Brevin knew he had picked the wrong fight today and hurriedly begged, "Brother, let's talk things over. I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Lucius stomped on Brevin's chest, pinning him flat on the ground. "I said, begging won't work." The next second, everyone in the banquet hall was startled. Chapter 35. Intimidation. A shrill, piggish scream pierced the air, drilling into everyone's ears. "What? Did I see it right? That's young Master Su?" When the crowd traced the scream to its source and saw what was happening at the bathroom entrance, they were stunned into immobility, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost. But none were as shocked as Kristen, who stood closest. As a local from Cloud City, though she had never interacted with Julius, she knew that the Huang family was a martial arts family in Cloud City, and that Julius was a martial artist, possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Earlier, when Brevin invited Julius to intervene, she thought that even if Lucius had shown some extraordinary abilities, he would likely meet a dire fate today with Julius coming after him. Yet reality struck her like a thunderbolt. Though their relationship wasn't good, they had lived together for 5 years. Over these 5 years, Kristen hadn't realized that Lucius was also a martial artist, and one far more powerful than Julius. In shock, she finally understood why Lucius could gain Mei's favor so soon after leaving the Luo family, and receive the support of Jalmer from the Zhao family and medicine sage Hyder. It was all because he was a martial artist. She regretted it. Gradually regaining her senses, Kristen truly regretted neglecting Lucius for 5 years, and divorcing him for her first love Micah. With a martial artist husband, how could the Luo family worry about development? With a martial artist as a protector, who would dare bully the Luo family? But now, everything seemed too late. "Enjoy playing around, don't you?" Lucius said indifferently, pressing his foot on Brevin's abdomen once more. The intense pain was accompanied by a cold chill penetrating deep inside. "Let go of young master." A muscular man led several people rushing in from outside the banquet hall, staring at Lucius nervously and angrily. The Su family had always been powerful. None of them imagined anyone in the entire city would dare to bully Brevin, so they weren't stationed nearby, instead chatting idly outside. "Attack!" Upon seeing Lucius unmoved, the muscular man shouted and lunged forward. Bang bang bang. Gulp. Why? Why can others be treated but not me? Desperate for relief, Brevin pressed. Hyder remained stern-faced, walking straight to stand behind Lucius. No explanation was needed. The crowd's minds raced, unable to fathom how a former, bullied in the Luo family for 5 years could command such respect from a medicine sage. "I don't want to see today's events online tomorrow. If I do, there will be consequences." Lucius's calm voice reverberated throughout the hall, making everyone shiver. Having spoken, Lucius turned and left with Mei. "Lucius!" Kristen, red-eyed, rushed forward to block Lucius's path. "Lucius, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please come home with me." Kristen pleaded, her face full of distress. Though knowing her chances of winning him back were slim, Kristen still wanted to try, as she knew Lucius had genuinely loved her before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured 5 years of mistreatment silently. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she did not want to give up. Lucius's expression remained unchanged, and he said, "We are already divorced." "No." Tears streaming down her face, Kristen shook her head as she struggled to say, "We only signed the divorce agreement. We haven't truly divorced. We don't have a divorce certificate yet, right?" "Right. I nearly forgot that thanks to your reminder." Lucius seemed pleasantly surprised and said, "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize this, so you won't be stopped by a marriage certificate when you want to marry someone else." Having said that, Lucius sidestepped and left without looking back. Overwhelmed with unbearable pain, Kristen collapsed on the ground and burst into tears. The banquet, which could have continued for a while longer, gradually dispersed after Lucius's departure. Once most people had left, Hiroshi rushed into the hall like a madman and hurried straight to the bathroom after scanning the area. Seeing his son lying unconscious on the ground, Hiroshi rushed over to check. Just one glance made his whole body tremble. His son had been utterly crippled. Who? Hiroshi's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, suddenly fixed on Julius's little henchman. It was a young man surnamed Chu. He is very powerful. Just one move put young master in this state. The little henchman was nearly curled up in fear. Hiroshi's entire body shook, astonished as he looked at Julius, unable to imagine how strong the opponent must be to have rendered his son, who was already at the hidden strength stage, a cripple with just one strike. "Master, we should take young master to the hospital for treatment first," the henchman reminded him timidly. Hiroshi took a deep breath to suppress his anger, picked up his son from the ground, and left. In the car, he pulled out his phone and made a call. On the other side, Mei was taking Lucius back to the Qin family, discussing the possibility of retaliation from the Su family. Suddenly, she let out a light hum and withdrew her gaze from the rearview mirror. She said, "Brother Chu, it seems like we're being followed." "I know." Since they left the hotel, Lucius had known they were being followed. He paused briefly and said, "Find a secluded place and deal with them." Mei nodded, having the same idea. Recalling a derelict construction site nearby, she immediately turned the steering wheel and headed there. Chapter 36. Giving you time to rally people. Abandoned construction site. Lucius and Mei had just gotten out of the car when 3 Jinbei vans came rushing in. Rustling sounds. 8 burly men got off from each van, all dressed uniformly. They were members of the Black Dragon Gang, one of the underground forces in Yun City. More than 20 people quickly dispersed to form a circle around the two, but they didn't attack immediately. Big Brother Chu, leave them to me. May turned her head and looked at Lucius eagerly. Ever since she embarked on the path of martial arts, Russell hadn't stopped teaching her. To enhance her strength, the most effective and fastest way was through actual combat. Only real fighting could temper her skills in a unique way. Practicing by rote all day only made one outwardly strong but internally hollow. Dealing with ordinary people wasn't much of an issue, but once encountering martial artists, one would be defeated within a few moves. May had always wanted to find sparring partners. As the CEO of Tianmei Group, on one hand, she simply didn't have the time. On the other hand, how many people in Yun City didn't recognize her face? No one dared to challenge her, which meant no sparring opportunities. Now these members of the Black Dragon Gang seemed tailor-made for her. Be careful. Lucius leaped backward and sat on the hood of the car. The leader made a phone call and then approached May, saying, Roxanne, our target is the person behind you. Prince said that the Black Dragon Gang doesn't wish to feud with the Qin family. We can't predict the outcome of a fight, so please step aside, Roxanne, to avoid harming the innocent. May scoffed and replied, if your Black Dragon Gang doesn't want to feud with my family, then scram. I'm standing here today. Let's see what you can do. The leader's face turned grim. Seeing no way to avoid the Qin family, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to attack. May immediately assumed a fighting stance and engaged the gang members. The Black Dragon Gang appeared to be a gang that roamed the streets, but they also followed the path of martial arts, with daily training sessions making them Manchang Kri Thunzo Wujira. Thus, with over 20 people attacking simultaneously, May faced considerable pressure. But she was filled with fighting spirit and craved this sense of oppression, understanding that pressure fueled growth. Sitting on the hood, Lucius watched, diverting more attention to May when he realized these weren't ordinary thugs. He was ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Practice was important, but not at the cost of getting hurt. Time slowly passed, and after several Black Dragon members fell to severe injuries, May's stamina clearly declined. Her movements and reactions began to slow. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and continued fending off the continuous onslaught of punches. When 3 more men fell, May didn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder, stumbling backward, almost falling to the ground. Lucius slid off the hood and stood up. Big Brother Chu, I can handle it. May, her delicate face covered in fine beads of sweat, twisted her foot and charged back into the crowd. She had only taken down half of them and wasn't satisfied yet. She wanted to test her recent practice and gauge her limits. However, less than 10 seconds later, Lucius suddenly moved. Like the wind, he swiftly circled around May, resulting in a chorus of agonized screams. In less than 5 seconds, the remaining Black Dragon members lay groaning on the ground. Big Brother Chu, you really didn't need to get involved. I could have handled it. May, holding her chest and breathing heavily, looked at him with regret. Don't be stubborn. Lucius shot her a glare and scolded. Determination is one thing, but strength is another. High spirits won't make up for lack of strength. May giggled mischievously, not daring to argue. She knew very well how much energy she had left. Lucius was right. If he hadn't intervened, she might have been seriously injured. Her original intention was to take down the Black Dragon members on her own, but she lacked the necessary strength. Knowing these were just henchmen, neither Lucius nor May bothered with them further. Just as they were about to leave, 3 luxury cars arrived at the scene. A very fat bald man stepped out of the car, his chubby face instantly turning grim at the sight of his incapacitated subordinates. Worthless, every single one of you. Not even capable of dealing with one person. What a waste of all the money spent on you. This man was none other than Roberto, the prince of the Black Dragon Gang. Prince, it's not that we're incompetent. That boy is also a martial artist. There was a mistake in the intel, the leader said, struggling with a broken arm. Also a martial artist? Roberto's thick brows furrowed, his expression flashing with surprise. Before taking on this job, there was no mention that the opponent was a martial artist. Had he known, he wouldn't have sent these lower-level members. After cursing his employer inwardly, Roberto smiled insincerely and walked forward, saying, Roxanne, it's been a while. Have we met before? May gave no face to Roberto, the prince of the Black Dragon Gang. They didn't actually know each other. They had only heard of each other's reputations, so how could they talk about having seen each other long ago? Roberto's mouth twitched, and he laughed, saying, Roxanne is famously beautiful in Yun City, the dream goddess of many people, including me. Although Roxanne hasn't met me, I have been paying close attention to your activities. Up. Enough. May's face was full of disdain. She didn't want to play word games with him and asked directly, who hired you? The Black Dragon Gang always took money to help others solve problems. Since Lucius had offended several young masters in Yun City, it was impossible to guess who specifically hired them, so they could only ask Roberto, who took on this job. Roxanne, you know the rules of the Black Dragon Gang. We take money to do jobs and can't reveal our clients. Roberto explained with a chuckle, focusing his gaze on Lucius, saying, I didn't expect you to be so deep undercover, actually being a martial artist. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent these useless men. Lucius stepped forward and said lightly, was it someone surnamed Zhong who hired you? Lucius was very clear about who he had offended. Whether Brevin or Julius, neither had the time, and both knew he was a martial artist. Even if they wanted revenge, they wouldn't choose scum like the Black Dragon Gang. The only one left was Micah, that idiot. After humiliating him so badly that he couldn't even attend the auction, he definitely couldn't swallow this insult. Unable to swallow it, he naturally would seek revenge. Roberto's smile faltered for a moment, then he replied sternly, sorry, I can't disclose that information. You just need to know that you won't be leaving here today. No matter how capable you are, since the Black Dragon Gang has taken this job, we will fight until we capture you. Suddenly, May smiled. She couldn't understand how Roberto thought he could capture Lucius with just the Black Dragon Gang. If they dared to provoke this wrathful deity, today would be the Black Dragon Gang's day of doom. Lucius also smiled. He kept smiling and then said, since that's the case, I'll give you time to rally people. Call your strongest members from the Black Dragon Gang. Otherwise. Chapter 37. Turnabout is fair play. Seeing Lucius didn't respond, Roberto narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise your fat ass will be left here today to feed the stray dogs around," Lucius said. "Himph, what a big talk." Roberto stomped his foot, making all his fat quiver as if expressing his anger. "I want to see how arrogant you can be today." Accustomed to being overbearing, even knowing that Lucius was a martial artist, he didn't take him seriously, daring to ignore Lucius so much mainly because he was too young. How hard it was to be on the path of martial arts, anyone who had stepped on this road knew. 10 martial artists would come, and none of them would look up to Lucius. It was this kind of underestimation that made those who provoked him suffer heavily. "Boss, he is really powerful." The previous leader hurriedly spoke. He was the strongest among more than 20 people. After witnessing Lucius's move, like the autumn wind sweeping away leaves, taking down everyone completely, he realized that underestimating him would surely lead to failure. "You fool, shut up. With so many people you didn't even hurt him. Just wait and see how I deal with you." After scolding his subordinate, Roberto turned to the middle-aged man standing calmly at the back and said, "Barrettly, shall you handle it?" Darren glanced at Lucius and smiled, saying, "I'd seem like bullying if I make a move. Let's have Jur do it. He hasn't fought for a long time and is itching for action, right Jur?" The one called Jur stood further back, very skinny, looking like a bamboo pole at first sight. He was about 30 years old. Hearing Darren's words, he strode forward, battle intent surging slowly. "Brother Gio, teach this kid a good lesson. Knock out all his teeth for being so cocky," Roberto exclaimed excitedly. Old Nine nodded and walked towards Lucius step by step. "Before, I watched a show. Next it's your turn." Lucius, while speaking, suddenly grabbed May's waist and lifted her to sit on the car hood. May smiled happily. Although she knew these people couldn't harm Lucius, she still cared and said, "Be careful." Lucius nodded and then turned to face Old Nine, who was now only 10 yards away. "Boy, remember my name. Living Yama Ayush." As he spoke, Ayush leaped towards Lucius, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Great." Roberto lifted both hands, opening his mouth to cheer for Ayush, but his voice seemed stuck in his throat, and the hands ready to applaud hung stiffly in the air. All because Ayush, who took the initiative to attack, not only failed to touch Lucius, but was also grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. "Living Yama, huh?" Lucius looked at Ayush, whose fear was growing in his eyes, and said, "Go be a real Yama underground." Snap. A crisp sound echoed, and Ayush's struggling body suddenly became as limp as noodles, flopping onto the ground. Instantly, the scene was eerily quiet, as if no one was there. Gulping, Roberto's dry throat moved painfully, and his stacked-up fatty flesh trembled constantly. Behind him, Darren, who hadn't taken Lucius seriously at all, had already turned pale, with fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. At this moment, his shocked mind had only one thought. Is this guy human? Being on the same path, Darren clearly understood Ayush's strength. Although not as good as himself, it would take over 100 rounds for Darren to beat him. Among late-stage Dark Force practitioners, Ayush was definitely one of the best. But facing Lucius, it took just one move. Without any reaction, Ayush was grabbed by the neck and couldn't escape. Darren felt chilly all over, unable to imagine what strength this Lucius, barely in his 20s, possessed. Sitting on the engine hood, May was equally stunned. Thinking that the opponent had quite some skills, she was preparing to watch carefully and learn from Lucius's moves. Yet everything ended so quickly it was unreal. Having dealt with Ayush, Lucius started walking towards Roberto. What he said wasn't just for fun. Since he said Roberto's fat was going to feed stray dogs, it must happen. "Brother, let's talk things through. Let's talk things through." Coming back to his senses, Roberto saw Lucius approaching, panicked, and stepped back while speaking. In the Black Dragon Gang, there were only 6 strong martial artists in total. Although Ayush was called Jur, he ranked 4th in the Black Dragon Gang. Ayush, ranking 4th, was killed without even reacting, and Roberto dared not hope that 3rd-ranked Darren could turn the tables and kill the other party. At this moment, he knew that he had hit a hard nail this time. Lucius did not stop, still stepping forward slowly. Before seeing the coffin, he was arrogantly determined to kill him and knock out his teeth. When he saw the coffin, he started to beg for mercy and compromise. There's no such good thing in this world. If you made a mistake, you have to pay the price. Barrettly, save me." Realizing that Lucius's target was himself, Roberto panicked completely. Even though he knew Darren wasn't a match for the other party, he still instinctively sought help. Darren stood rooted to the spot as if his feet were filled with lead, as if he hadn't heard the cry for help at all. What kind of joke was it? Engaging with such a person was no different from committing suicide. Everyone is selfish. In the face of death, they always think of themselves first. Plop. Realizing there was no way to escape, Roberto suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading with panic in his voice. "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to apologize." Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Lucius kicked Roberto in the face. The powerful force sent the 200-pound Roberto flying over 10 meters like a stone, rolling several times before finally stopping. Ugh, ugh. Roberto groaned painfully, countless fragments of broken teeth mixed with blood gushing out of his mouth. Lucius repaid him in his own coin. Just now, Roberto had felt so tough, making Ayush knock out all his teeth, so Lucius let him feel what it was like to have all his teeth shattered. Everything wasn't over yet. Seeing Lucius approaching again, despite being semi-conscious, Roberto instinctively moved his body and started banging his head on the ground toward Lucius, speaking incoherently, begging for mercy. "Get up." At the cold command, Roberto shakily stood up, trembling all over. "I'll give you one chance to call someone. Call whoever you think can save you." "Oh God, who could I call?" Roberto wanted to cry but couldn't shed tears. "Don't want to call?" Lucius's expression turned slightly cold. "Call, I will call, I will call." Even though he knew calling his father, the top fighter in the gang, wouldn't make much difference, but to save his life, Roberto hurriedly took out his phone and dialed his father Basil's number. Due to numbness in his face and the absence of teeth, Roberto spoke indistinctly, making it hard for his father Basil to understand what he was saying over the phone. Suddenly, Lucius stepped forward and snatched the phone from Roberto's hand, saying, "If you want your son to live, come here with a knife." Chapter 38. Standing up for the beauty. Bring a knife over? Roberto's eyelid twitched. Just as his doubt flashed through his mind, he recalled what Lucius had said earlier. It seemed that while death could be avoided today, he couldn't escape punishment without leaving a piece of flesh here. At the thought of that scene, Roberto's already weakened strength was completely drained. He found it hard to stand firm but had no choice, suffering greatly. "Who are you? What did you do to my son?" On the other end of the phone, the bewildered Basil anxiously asked. Though unclear about the specifics, he could imagine his son was in danger and was extremely anxious, wishing he could fly there immediately. Lucius didn't explain, giving a rough location before hanging up. Holding the dominant power, he had no patience to explain things to someone beneath his regard. Explanation is always something the weak does in front of the strong. "Big brother, if I reveal who's behind me, can you spare me?" Unwilling to have his flesh cut off, Roberto violated his principles, offering information about his backer in exchange for his own safety. "It's just Micah. Don't think I didn't know it was him?" Lucius responded calmly. "Ah, you knew?" Roberto was shocked and disappointed. He thought this information would be valuable to Lucius for a trade, but it turned out Lucius had known all along who hired him. Hope vanished again. Sweat gathered on Roberto's plump face and started to drip down. "Wait properly. I've already given you a chance. Since you chose to drink the penalty wine, then so be it." After delivering the lesson, Lucius turned back to May. Seeing worry on her face and some resentment in her eyes, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" May pouted and said with a troubled look, "I thought I could learn a lot by watching you take action. Turns out, this is just one-sided domination. This scene isn't interesting at all." "Ha ha ha." Lucius scratched the back of his head awkwardly. For May's complaint, he was helpless. After all, with such a disparity in strength, it wasn't practical to let the opponent keep attacking instead of knocking him down directly. "By the way, Brother Chu, how are you going to handle this next?" Despite her complaints, May really wanted to know how Lucius would deal with the Black Dragon Gang. Would he make the Black Dragon Gang disappear forever? Or subdue them? "How do you think we should handle it?" Lucius asked in return. To him, the Black Dragon Gang was dispensable. Just as he asked, he realized that since the Qin family's foundation was in Yunqing and the Black Dragon Gang also operated there, bringing them under the Qin family's control might provide significant assistance. Unaware of Lucius's thoughts, May pondered aloud. "The Black Dragon Gang is actually a respectable force in Yunqing. I believe it's better to bring them under our control than to destroy them. The gang specializes in underground activities, handling things that can't be done openly. We, being open and aboveboard, could delegate those tasks to them. Like this time, Micah sought revenge through them. Openly, it's not easy for you to move against him, and merely beating him up would be too lenient. Letting the Black Dragon Gang slowly dismantle him, beating him regularly, would make him understand what it means to prefer death to life." Sharing the same idea, Lucius nodded and said, "Let's do it this way." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, dozens of cars appeared, and from each car emerged several members of the Black Dragon Gang. In moments, hundreds of people surrounded the scene tightly. In another situation, seeing so many reinforcements, Prince Roberto would have been jumping with joy. But now, Roberto showed no signs of relief. Facing absolute power, numbers meant nothing. His instinct told him that even if 1,000 people came today, it wouldn't be enough to take down Lucius. Each time he thought of Lucius's demonstrated strength, a sense of unreality crept over Roberto. So young, yet so formidable. What would he become in a few decades? As the Black Dragon Gang members surrounded them closely, a bald and muscular man walked out from the crowd. At first sight, Basil saw the fallen Ayush on the ground. His thick eyebrows knitted together, his gaze hesitant. He couldn't approach closely to check if Ayush was unconscious or dead. But either way, it was not good news for Basil. As Ayush's leader, Basil had frequently trained with him and knew well that Ayush was a capable fighter. But now, Ayush was lying on the ground beaten, indirectly indicating that the opponent was stronger than Ayush. Glancing around the scene, Basil became even more puzzled, unable to figure out who had done this. He wasn't unaware of Lucius, but like everyone else, he made a mistake by not believing that Lucius could have the strength to beat Ayush down. Noticing his son with blood all over his chin, the naturally irascible Basil gave a cold snort and stepped forward. He narrowed his eyes at May and asked, "Roxanne, what does this mean? Our Black Dragon Gang has always kept out of your Qin family's way. Is this a declaration of war?" Basil, still unable to understand the situation, speculated while asking if Russell might be the one who knocked Ayush down. After all, only Russell from the Qin family could accomplish such a feat, but he couldn't figure out why the Remy wasn't present. May jumped off the car hood and replied coldly, "Basil, I don't appreciate what you're saying. Are you implying that our Qin family is deliberately picking a fight with your Black Dragon Gang? Isn't it?" That was exactly what Basil meant. He thought that unless the Qin family wanted to start a war with the Black Dragon Gang, they wouldn't call him over with a knife. Minor quarrels among young people were normal, and would usually fade away after some time. Calling an elder to be appropriate situations and targets. Showing off in front of others was none of his business, but doing so in front of him? No way. Seeing that his father was about to confront this oddity Lucius, Roberto felt a chill down his spine, gritted his teeth, and drew a deep breath to muster strength. He prepared to come forward to inform his father not to get angry at the other party. Otherwise, the outcome wouldn't be good. However, just as he was about to move, a glance swept over, and his entire body turned cold, frightened to death and dared not move. He knew Lucius knew what he intended to do, but deliberately didn't let him proceed. What Roberto didn't know was why Darren, who wasn't injured, hadn't come to inquire even once, nor did he report the situation when Basil arrived. He just stood still at the same spot all along. Darren wasn't unwilling to do so, he was too afraid. One look from Lucius made it clear that as long as he stood like a pillar or acted like air today, he would be safe. If he didn't listen, the fate of Ayush lying on the ground was a vivid example. With a gaze stopping Roberto, Lucius stepped forward 2 steps, looking at Basil with an annoying expression. Are you going to teach me how to behave again? His tone was full of provocation. Courting death, Basil clenched his fists abruptly, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, where's Russell? Call him out. Although he still didn't fully understand Lucius's background, he was here to solve problems, not escalate them. Plus, Lucius's calm demeanor made him realize this young man might not be simple, and he regretted underestimating him. That fool of a son of yours has too much flesh on him. I feel sorry for the stray dogs around here and intend for you to cut some of it off to feed those pitiful strays. Creak. Basil's fist clenched so hard his arms trembled slightly. A simple sentence not only insulted him, but also suggested cutting flesh from his son to feed dogs? Boy, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't push me past my limits. Otherwise, no matter who you are, I will make sure you pay today. Do you really think it's possible for me to cut meat from my son to feed dogs? Lucius smiled faintly. Why not? How about we make a bet? Basil didn't respond immediately, his eyes filled with suspicion and darkness. At this moment, he finally realized why he had an uneasy feeling that something was wrong. Normally, Darren should have come to his side to explain the situation. Given that his son was beaten so badly, shouldn't he have cried and pointed out the culprit for Basil to seek revenge? But none of that happened. His son and Darren seemed as if someone cast a spell on them, standing still from beginning to end. Wrong. Too wrong. Looking at the smiling Lucius, Basil finally put away his contempt and earnestly regarded this young man. After taking a deep breath, he said in a grave voice, what's the bet? How do we bet? Very simple. I bet you will definitely cut meat from your son's body with a knife shortly. If you don't cut it, then I lose. Fooling around? The decision to cut meat from his own son was still in his own hands? No matter how he thought about it, Basil felt that he wouldn't lose. After all, he held the knife, and of course, he wouldn't cut meat from his son. However, just as he was about to nod, his heart suddenly tightened, sensing something was wrong. Ease often hides a big trap. For the other party to be so confident, it indicated they were sure of winning. On what basis would he win? No matter how much Basil pondered, he couldn't figure out where Lucius's hope for victory lay. What if I lose? What do you want me to do? Since it's a bet, certain conditions should be clarified in advance. Basil wanted to understand the purpose behind Lucius's bet before deciding whether to proceed. If you lose, the Black Dragon Gang must obey the Qin family's orders and serve the Qin family from now on. A renowned underground force in Yun City running errands for someone else? Basil immediately shook his head and said, impossible. Switch this condition. The Black Dragon Gang can ally with the Qin family, but becoming subordinates is out of the question. Big Brother Chu May suddenly stepped up and whispered, an alliance is also fine. Originally, the goal was to bring the Black Dragon Gang under control. However, seeing Basil and hearing him mention an alliance, May realized that an alliance might actually be more suitable than suppression. After all, the Black Dragon Gang wasn't a completely insignificant small force, and Basil was a transformation-level martial artist. Forcing the Black Dragon Gang to become the Qin family subordinate would be a great insult to someone like Basil. Naturally, May believed that since Lucius dared to make this bet, he must be absolutely certain. But she saw further into the future. What would happen after suppressing the Black Dragon Gang? If Lucius could permanently stay with the Qin family, suppression would work. If not, only an alliance would ensure both sides' safety. This way, the Qin family would be safer. Otherwise, as soon as Lucius left, the deeply humiliated and disgruntled Black Dragon Gang might rebel immediately. Ultimately, everything came down to listening to her beauty. Lucius nodded and said, agreed. But what if you lose? Basil continued. Lucius slowly spoke. If I lose. Chapter 40. Son, I apologize. After waiting for a long time, there was still no specific response. Basil's thick brows furrowed, and he urged impatiently, what? You proposed the bet, but you don't know what you have to pay if you lose? From the beginning, Lucius never thought he would lose. Therefore, why should he consider what he would have to pay if he lost? The observer sees most clearly while the participant is confused. May, who had been clear all along, said, shouldn't the demands be proposed by you? That was indeed the case. Realizing his oversight, Basil felt somewhat embarrassed. After shifting his gaze, he stared at May and said, if you lose, she will become my daughter-in-law. May, being a well-known beauty in Yun City, was something everyone in the city knew. Basil vaguely recalled asking his son once who he liked in Yun City, and offered to help propose marriage. Roberto immediately named May. Knowing the Qin family's strength was comparable to the Black Dragon Gang, Basil, with a clear sense of self-awareness, knew that May would never look favorably upon his son, so he didn't embarrass himself by proposing. Now, this opportunity was right before him, and Basil believed it couldn't be passed up. All right. The one who responded was not Lucius, but May. Do you believe so much that I can win? Lucius looked at the beauty with surprise. May smiled shyly and whispered, if you are willing to let me marry that fatso, then you can concede now. Lucius laughed, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He knew this was trust. Because of May's unconditional trust in him, she nodded her agreement even before he spoke. This kind of situation had never happened in 5 years with Kristen. Whenever he proposed new requirements or suggestions, not only did he fail to get support, but he would also be criticized and belittled. Deal. Since everything has been agreed upon, let's start. Basil immediately got ready to move, but Lucius raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't say I wanted to fight you. Not fight? How could they determine who won without fighting? Just as Basil was about to ask, Lucius followed up, and even if we fought, you wouldn't stand a chance. It's better not to humiliate yourself. What? Bare-faced insult. Basil, who had been suppressing his anger, roared and charged at Lucius. At this moment, he wanted to see just how arrogant this young man was, and on what basis he dared to say that someone with preliminary stage of transformation strength wasn't worth mentioning. Boom. The air shook. Basil, who had initiated the attack, rushed forward and then rapidly retreated. The rush forward was deliberate, but the rapid retreat was forced. After retreating more than 10 meters, Basil finally stabilized himself with difficulty. When he lifted his head again, his expression was filled with shock. All doubts were answered at this moment. The other party could be so indifferent, daring not to take him seriously, because of the formidable strength backing him up. To be able to block his attack so effortlessly, it had to be at least late-stage transformation strength? Such a young late-stage transformation strength practitioner? Basil's mind was unable to calm down. After several heavy breaths, he said, even though I don't know why you're so strong, making me admit defeat is impossible. One thing is one thing. Basil hadn't forgotten their earlier agreement. They didn't say he would lose if he lost in a fight, but whether he would use a knife to cut flesh from his son. As long as he didn't cut, he considered it a win. Are you sure? If I'm not mistaken, in the past year, you've experienced a sharp pain in your lower abdomen every midnight, haven't you? When examined, nothing was found, but you always feel uncomfortable. As Lucius spoke, Basil's face gradually changed. That's right. In the past 2 months, your hands and feet should have uncontrollable tremors. Your strength should have started to decline too. Facing him, Basil's eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost, more startled than when he realized Lucius's strength during the earlier attempt. He couldn't understand why Lucius knew his secret. As a martial artist, the worst taboo was having one's weakness known and targeted by others. Therefore, Basil secretly examined and treated his discomfort. The results were barely satisfactory. As Lucius mentioned, initially it was just abdominal pain, but recently it seemed like he had fallen ill. His hands and feet couldn't stop trembling, and his intuition told him something was wrong, yet he didn't know why. Meeting for the first time, Lucius saw through his symptoms in one glance, and Basil couldn't control his state. Why is this happening? Basil asked in a hoarse voice after recovering his senses. Lucius smiled lightly and said, why should I tell you? I can clearly tell you that your current condition is very bad. If not treated immediately, in 3 months your strength will decline to dark force, then another 3 months to bright force, and then you can just wait for death. Less than a year to live. At an age when one should be enjoying the good life, Basil was not ready to die. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lucius, asking, can you treat it? Whether I can treat it depends on whether you are willing to use the knife. The meaning of these words was clear. Admit defeat by using the knife, and he could be treated. If not willing to cut the flesh from his son, then wait for death. Basil fell silent. Cutting flesh from others wouldn't cause him any hesitation, but cutting from his own son's body, he found it hard to be ruthless. I don't have much time. Make your decision quickly, Lucius urged. Basil looked at Roberto, who appeared pale and trembling all over. Dad, is what he says true? Are you really sick? Roberto asked with difficulty. Basil nodded, and Roberto said, Dad, go ahead. My body has plenty of flesh. A little less won't matter. As long as you get better. Besides, allying with the Qin family is not a bad thing. It will only help the Black Dragon Gang develop more rapidly. Roberto seemed arrogant and reckless, like a spoiled young man, but his words showed he had some sense of duty and perspective. Bring the knife. For himself and the Black Dragon Gang, Basil had to do this, even if he didn't want to. Soon, a subordinate brought up a shiny dagger. Before making the move, Basil took a deep breath and instructed his subordinates. Everyone, spread out around and forbid anyone from investigating the situation here. This grand setup had already attracted many people's curiosity. They were gathering outside now. The Black Dragon Gang had strict rules. On command, everyone quickly spread out to the periphery, driving onlookers even further away. Basil held the dagger and slowly approached Roberto. Unable to escape this outcome, Roberto understood it was his own doing and had no complaints. He closed his eyes immediately. Son, I'm sorry, don't blame your dad. Chapter 41. It's me who wants to reconcile with him. Really going to cut? Beside Lucius, May suddenly asked. She had thought that having Roberto's flesh cut would only be words from Lucius, and he would stop it once Basil was about to make the cut. What else? Lucius said calmly. I don't have much time to waste on such nonsense. With so much fat on this person, one less piece won't matter, right? The beauty reconsidered and found it reasonable. After all, Roberto, relying on his position as the crown prince of Black Dragon Gang, had committed countless atrocities. There was no need to show him mercy. This could also be considered avenging those who had been oppressed by him. Although mentally prepared, Roberto couldn't help but scream in agony when the knife really touched his skin. Basil, for the sake of his future, cut a palm-sized piece of flesh from his son and then turned to look at Lucius for approval. After Lucius nodded, he signaled Darren, who promptly took Roberto to the hospital. Little brother. Basil came up to Lucius, smiling and being very courteous. This place isn't suitable for conversation. How about we go to the Black Dragon Gang headquarters? The future was in the hands of this young man before him, so Basil had no choice but to be polite and humble. At this moment, all he wanted was to treat Lucius well so that he would treat him. Lucius checked his phone and said, another day. It's late. I should go back to rest. You can find me at the Qin family another day for your illness. Though eager to get treatment immediately, Basil had no say since the initiative was in Lucius's hands. He could only smile and agree. On the way back, May suddenly said, Brother Chu, Micah has tried to harm you multiple times. Shouldn't you give him a lesson? How do you want to teach him a lesson? Lucius asked in return. There are many ways. Just depends on whether Brother Chu wants a quick solution or slow burn. You decide. A mere clown, Lucius didn't take Micah seriously at all, otherwise, he would have slapped him into the ground long ago. May nodded, pondering how to deal with the Zhong family. Meanwhile, at the old Luo residence, all the Luo family members rushed over upon receiving the news. Seeing that most family members were present, Sierra asked her daughter, Shiyu, everyone is here. What do you want to say? Earlier, Kristen had returned home and announced something important. Sierra was startled and asked what it was, but Kristen only urged them to notify the family for a meeting to discuss, lest the Luo family might disappear from Yunqing. All the Luo family members put aside their affairs upon hearing the news. Shiyu, why did you call us together? Asked Hanley, father of Kristen. Since Kristen's company rose to prominence, he and his wife retired early, playing mahjong and traveling all day, leaving the family's development entirely to their daughter. Kristen stood up with a worried expression and said, what I want to say is about Lucius. What? Luo Dubin, Kristen's uncle, exclaimed in surprise and annoyance. Shiyu, you called us in a hurry just to talk about that good-for-nothing? His tone was full of displeasure. Before Kristen could explain, her aunt Luo Dubin scolded, Shiyu, if it's about that good-for-nothing, isn't this a bit too much fuss? I was playing mahjong with my friends, and I was winning. I thought something big happened, so I rushed here. For that good-for-nothing, wouldn't a message in the group chat suffice? Why make such a fuss? My good luck. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly remembered something and asked anxiously, Shiyu, didn't your mom tell me that you've divorced that good-for-nothing? He even signed the agreement, leaving everything behind. Could he be regretting it and wanting to reconcile? Upon hearing this, every face in the room showed signs of anxiety. Since the rise of the Luo group, all the Luo family members had been relying on it for a comfortable life. When they learned that Lucius had divorced Kristen and left empty-handed, they were thrilled because they knew that if Lucius hadn't done so, he would have taken half of the Luo group's assets, reducing their annual dividends. It's not him who wants to reconcile with me. Hearing it wasn't Lucius coming back for assets, everyone relaxed. But then they felt they might have heard wrong when Kristen continued. It's me who wants to reconcile with him. For a moment, the room was eerily silent, everyone staring at Kristen. Shiyu, did I hear you right? You want to reconcile with that good-for-nothing? Luo Dubin, the first one to recover, stared at his daughter blankly. The rest of the crowd wore puzzled expressions. In the past 2 years, everyone had been trying various ways to prompt the two to divorce in order to protect Luo Group's assets from being split. After finally succeeding, why suddenly want a reconciliation? No way. Luo Dubin stood up immediately, saying firmly, it was only after great difficulty that we managed to expel that good-for-nothing from the Luo family. He can't be allowed to come back? Shiyu, are you confused? Why would you want to reconcile with that good-for-nothing? There are so many better people in Yun City than him. Sierra, who couldn't understand her daughter's intentions or plans, also spoke up. Shiyu, didn't Micah, whom you've been thinking about for 5 years, return? Didn't you plan on living with him? Why do you suddenly want to reconcile with that good-for-nothing? Kristen, whose eyes were already red and swollen, took a deep breath and said, Lucius is not a good-for-nothing. From now on, I forbid you to call him that. Also, I called you here today not to discuss but to inform you and remind you. If you encounter him outside in the future, you mustn't look at him as you did before. At this moment, Kristen seemed to have woken from a dream. Only now did she realize that a significant part of her hatred towards Lucius over the past 5 years was due to these elders in the family. Because they looked down on Lucius and constantly criticized him in front of her, she gradually began to look down on him too, disliking him more and more over time. When she realized that Lucius wasn't as simple as he appeared and seemed to be hiding something, Kristen was still puzzled. If he wasn't simple, why didn't he say anything or do anything when the family insulted and oppressed him for 5 years? Now she understood. It was these short-sighted family members who caused Lucius to avoid showing his true strength. He chose to remain low profile, acting like a nobody, just to see the true colors of those around him. Now that he has seen through everything, and because of her provocation, he decided to abandon her and choose divorce. Shiyu, what's really going on? Luo Dubin, with his experience, saw that his daughter's sudden change of attitude must have a reason. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Kristen. The next second, they were all shocked into standing up. Chapter 42. The most torturous way. Kristen cried. Like a child being hit, she sobbed loudly. For a long time, Kristen had been the pillar of strength in the hearts of the Luo family. Her crying threw the Luo family into a panic because they had never seen her so wrong before, and they understood that something important must have happened for her to be like this. Shiyu, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. If you feel wronged, just talk about it. The family will always be your strongest support. Madeline rushed forward to pull Kristen up from the ground and held her in her arms to comfort her. Recalling what had just been said, Hanley also got up and walked over to his daughter, asking solemnly, Shiyu, did that waste threaten you? He thought it must be because Lucius had gotten some leverage on his daughter, which prompted her sudden mention of remarriage. Kristen only continued to cry. Gus also came forward, asking with concern, Shiyu, don't just cry. Did that waste bully you? Don't worry, I know a big boss in the underworld. If he dares to bully you, I'll have him deal with him. Kristen kept crying, and everyone watched anxiously. After more than 10 minutes, Kristen gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and explained, Lucius didn't threaten me or bully me. I've already said that none of you are allowed to call him waste anymore. You don't know what has happened in the past period, nor do you know how much opportunity our family has missed. After crying out her heart, Kristen, whose emotions were now open, recounted everything from the day she signed the divorce agreement to the previous auction banquet. After she finished speaking, the room fell silent once again. The Luo family really hadn't expected that Lucius was hiding so deeply. Despite having the strength to retaliate against everyone, he had remained low profile for 5 years as if he didn't exist, and they had repeatedly crossed him. Thinking of how Kristen mentioned that martial arts family's Julius was knocked unconscious by him casually, chills ran down their spines. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if Lucius hadn't restrained himself when they oppressed him. While everyone was astonished, they couldn't understand why Lucius did this. With such formidable power, even a slight show of it would have changed their treatment of him. Now it seemed too late for everything. A thick sense of regret filled each person's heart. Everyone understood why Kristen wanted to remarry Lucius voluntarily. If the Luo family had someone with such strength supporting them, they wouldn't worry about growing bigger and stronger and ascending to the top tier of Yun City's elite families. Remarriage must happen. They must bring Lucius back into the Luo family. Everyone's mindset and thoughts completely shifted. Shiyu, how do you plan to remarry him? With so much that has happened, he probably won't agree, Hanley asked nervously. After taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Kristen said, you all have a significant part in causing this outcome over these 5 years. My idea is this. At the Su family, Brevon's parents were anxiously waiting outside the private treatment room. A bodyguard approached and handed Justice a set of freshly collected documents. At the Huang family, Hiroshi looked at his unconscious son on the bed, his face dark and eyes brimming with murderous intent. The next morning, as soon as Lucius woke up, he received a message from Kristen, informing him that she would definitely arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. May, who saw the message content as well, asked with concern, do you need me to go with you? Lucius smiled and shook his head, saying, I can handle this myself. You should do your own things. May nodded gently and, remembering that she planned to settle accounts with Micah last night, immediately went aside to make a call. At the Zhong family, after a night of recuperation, Micah finally recovered. He immediately sent a message to Kristen, planning to find her and tell her that within 3 days, Lucius would definitely disappear from Yun City because Roberto told him that Lucius would be dealt with within 3 days. When the message was sent, it showed a red dot. Micah thought he might have made a mistake, but then realized he had truly been blocked by Kristen. What's going on? Micah immediately called, only to find that his calls were also blocked. Yesterday, everything was fine. Why, after just one night, without any explanation, did she block him? Without other Luo family members' contact information, Micah could only leave home, preparing to go to Kristen's house to ask why she blocked him. Unbeknownst to him, Kristen despised him now. Once a person's thoughts change, they change completely. After careful consideration, Kristen realized that her family played a huge role in causing today's situation, and another reason was Micah. 5 years ago, they should have cut off all ties. However, Micah, who had gone abroad, kept urging her to hold on, saying that once his studies were almost done, he would return and they could live a good life together. Kristen believed that if Micah hadn't entangled her back then, would she still have been so cold towards Lucius? If their ties had been completely severed, despite not adapting well to a sudden marriage, she might have gradually tried to accept Lucius, avoiding the current outcome. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lucius arrived first as he didn't like making others wait. Although he completely didn't care about Kristen and wouldn't mind letting her wait for an entire day without any complaints from her side, Lucius wasn't petty enough to find amusement in torturing people this way. Regret is the most torturous way. Waste, are you King sick? Why do I have to be called for a divorce? Just as Lucius was squatting at the entrance playing with his phone, a sarcastic rebuke suddenly sounded. Lucius looked up and saw Bolivar, the son of Kristen's second uncle, who was currently hugging a girl dressed provocatively. Faced with this, Lucius felt confused and puzzled. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? You waste, can only admire beauty your whole life. I bet you'll only ever get to touch one with your hands, right? As Bolivar spoke, his hand stroked the waist of the girl, quite smugly, as he had long heard that his cousin had married Lucius, but never let him touch her. At last night's family meeting, being a junior member and uninterested in family matters, he didn't attend. To successfully reconcile and gain Lucius's forgiveness, Kristen's plan was to have everyone who had oppressed Lucius apologize on the spot. Bolivar, still holding his companion in bed, was woken by a call from Gus, ordering him to immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance to handle Kristen and Lucius's divorce or else have his living expenses cut off forever. Living nearby, Bolivar was the first to arrive. Seeing Lucius, thinking it was because of him he couldn't sleep in and was yelled at by his father, Bolivar became furious. Confused, Lucius stood up and asked, why are you here? Why am I here? Shouldn't you feel ashamed? Isn't it because of your mess? Enraged, Bolivar rushed 2 steps forward, raising his fist. Stop. Chapter 43. All kneel. The angry shout echoed. Bolivar's fist froze in midair as he turned to see a beautiful woman approaching, which made him momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized the irate beauty was none other than Roxanne from the Chin family. Bolivar hurriedly turned around with a smile and greeted her. Roxanne, hello, I'm Bolivar, May ignored Bolivar's greeting and walked straight to Lucius, giving him a glare before scolding. Do you really enjoy keeping a low profile? The guy's fist was about to hit your face, and you're still indifferent. Lucius gave an indifferent smile and said, I have thick skin. It would hurt him more anyway. Stomped her foot and left. Having rapidly considered his options dozens of times within seconds, Bolivar cleared his throat, adjusted his clothes, straightened up, and approached Lucius and May, laughing awkwardly. Brother-in-law, I was just kidding earlier. You're my brother-in-law. How could I ever lay a hand on you, right? At this moment, Bolivar had everything planned out. He figured since Lucius and May seemed to have a good relationship, he needed to mend ties with Lucius, regardless of the divorce between him and Jeannie, in order to gain May's attention. Lucius chuckled softly, placed his hand on May's waist, and then smiled. What did you say earlier, that I can only solve problems with my fists? Seeing May let Lucius put his hand on her waist, Bolivar felt deeply uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed something awful. He couldn't understand what qualities Lucius possessed to earn such favor from his goddess. Brystong. Suddenly hearing his name called, Bolivar turned around to see his uncle, aunt, and other family members marching towards him. Just for a divorce? Is it necessary to bring so many people? Bolivar was bewildered. Upon seeing May present, the approaching Luo family members' expressions turned grim. Especially Jeannie, whose heart sank like being stabbed upon noticing Lucius's hand retracting from May's waist. Ultimately, one has to face reality. Jeannie understood she no longer had the right to confront Lucius. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. I'll wait for you in the car. May wisely turned and left. Lucius took out the marriage certificate and other documents from his bag and said, let's go inside and get the paperwork done. Lucius. Jeannie twisted her fingers together tightly and said, I didn't come here to divorce you. Not divorce? As Lucius frowned, Jeannie pulled out the previously signed contract and tore it in half, pleading, "Can we not divorce? We've all made mistakes. I brought our family here today to apologize to you." Following Jeannie's signal, the entire Luo family gathered around, bent down, and apologized in unison. "Lucius, we're sorry." Still standing there, Bolivar was yanked down by the back of his neck by Hanley. Not for divorce? To apologize? Bolivar was stunned and inwardly relieved that May had interrupted him earlier. Otherwise, his family might have reprimanded him for laying hands on Lucius. What's happening? Lucius couldn't understand Jeannie's intentions. Could they truly start over just with an apology? "Lucius, come home." "Yes, Lucius. It was our fault earlier. We've all realized our mistakes. Come back with us and live a good life with Shiru." The Luo family members straightened up and began to speak well of Lucius, trying to persuade him. This was part of Jeannie's strategy, believing that with more people saying nice things, it might change Lucius's mind. "Is this interesting?" Lucius asked Jeannie, who hesitated to speak. Then he continued, "Can spilled water be retrieved? I did give you chances. Over 5 years, how many times did I offer you an opportunity? Did you ever take it seriously? For 5 years, if you had repented even once, I wouldn't have let things come to this." Thud. Jeannie knelt on the ground, crying, "Lucius, we really know we were wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, don't do this, okay? Let's go inside." Lucius, not wanting to waste any more time on these people, spoke coldly. Thud thud. All the Luo family members knelt down, begging for forgiveness. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, who stared wide-eyed, unable to imagine what had happened. So many people kneeling to a young man. "If only you had thought of this before. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're not in here by then, I'll make the Luo Corporation disappear completely." Leaving these words behind, Lucius walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as he had said, over the past 5 years, there had always been opportunities. If the Luo family had shown even a hint of repentance, he wouldn't have been so heartless. But over those 5 years, no one from the Luo family had shown him any kindness, calling him worthless, always demanding what they wanted without hesitation. Watching Lucius's disappearing figure, Jeannie's face turned pale, her lips bitten until they bled, and her eyes filled with despair. After last night's discussion, she had hoped that the entire family coming to apologize would give Lucius enough face-saving measures, making him agree. However, reality slapped her hard. Despair and heartache made Jeannie think about dying at this moment. Her eyes suddenly became determined, and then she abruptly stood up and dashed toward the pillar by the entrance, ready to crash into it. Chapter 44. The Tragic Annihilation Case 20 years ago. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lucius didn't wait for Kristen to come in, but he saw Sierra, who was almost in tears with a panic-stricken look on her face. "Lucius, quickly go see Shiyu." She hit the wall. Lucius frowned and moved to walk out. Kristen was lying in Hanley's arms, blood gushing from her forehead. Seeing Lucius coming out, Hanley hurriedly said, "Lucius, please don't force Shiyu anymore. Let's just go home together. It's very normal for couples to argue. Let's sit down and talk things over. If there is anything wrong with her, I'll speak to her on your behalf." At such a moment, he was still thinking of saying this? Lucius really wanted to laugh. He wanted to ask Hanley whether his eyes had been blind all these 5 years. Hadn't he seen what Kristen and the rest of the Luo family had done? Some things could be forgiven, but some couldn't be compromised. Let it be for now. We'll redo the divorce later. After leaving this remark, Lucius climbed into May's car parked by the roadside under the anxious gaze of the Luo family. It was over. The Luo family members were looking bitter, their eyes full of despair. They thought that by all coming out to kneel and apologize, they could get forgiveness, and that if Kristen threatened to die, she could pull Lucius back. Now, they truly realized that Lucius was really angry at the Luo family. If she continues like this, does this mean we can never get divorced? May said this as she started the car. As a bystander, she clearly knew that Kristen would definitely try every possible way to avoid completing the divorce process with Lucius because once the divorce certificate was obtained, it meant that their connection was thoroughly severed. If she were Kristen, upon discovering that her husband was incredibly awesome, she wouldn't want a divorce either. Without the divorce certificate, both parties were always linked. And concerning this matter, May also had her own thoughts. She wasn't worried about Lucius turning back to reunite with Kristen, but if the two didn't finish the process, even if she had intentions with Lucius, they couldn't get married. First time and second time, but not the third. If she thinks procrastination can solve the problem, then she is too naive. There are more than one way to solve problems, aren't there? Understanding that Lucius's thoughts were similar to hers, May didn't say much more. She was a smart woman who clearly understood that men like Lucius had their own ideas and should not be interfered with too much. Otherwise, everything was settled. He asked Lucius, "Master, how much consultation fee should I give you?" Though knowing that Lucius might not be short of money, Basil understood human relations well. What mattered was what mattered, and the necessary procedures couldn't be neglected. Meeting such a powerful person with high medical skills wasn't easy, and Basil didn't want to leave a bad impression on Lucius. "No need." Lucius shook his head and continued, "If you really want to thank me, sincerely resolve any issues the Qin family encounters. Don't show one face in front and another behind." An alliance, in essence, was cooperation, and whether or not they turned against each other depended on the decision-makers' minds. Knowing his own situation, Lucius could foresee that the Qin family, being closely associated with him, would definitely be targeted by certain forces in the future. While the Black Dragon Gang wasn't particularly strong, as an underground force that could not be overlooked in Yun City, it still possessed considerable power. During crises, his best reward would be their unwavering support without betrayal. Won't happen. Absolutely not. Basil hurriedly shook his head and solemnly assured, "From now on, the Qin family and the Black Dragon Gang will be the firmest allies, growing bigger and stronger together, and living or dying together." Lucius nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something he had been investigating. Since the Black Dragon Gang had been established in Yun City for many years, they might know some information. He immediately said, "Leader Wei, Is there an incident that happened 20 years ago in Yun City that you've heard of? As soon as these words came out, Russell and May both looked at him with curiosity. In fact, they had always been curious about Lucius's background. Unfortunately, the information obtained from investigations was minimal. They only knew that Lucius appeared in the Luo family out of nowhere, took out a pill to save the gravely ill elder of the Luo family, and subsequently married Luo Shiyu. For 5 years after their marriage, Lucius mostly stayed within the Luo family without doing much of anything else. Although very curious, they did not ask directly because they felt it would be too abrupt. Now seeing Lucius suddenly inquiring about an event 20 years ago which clearly related to himself, the grandfather and granddaughter focused all their attention on him. Please go on, Master Chu. If I know, I will tell you everything. Basil instantly became solemn waiting for the details. 20 years ago, roughly in August on a night, a family named Chu in Yun City suffered a tragic annihilation. All dozen members of the family were killed. Have you heard of this? 20 years ago? Basil frowned deeply and fell into thought. May wore an expression of puzzlement while Russell's eyes flickered with interest, hesitating to speak. After a short while, Basil replied reluctantly, Master Chu, to be honest, I had just arrived in Yun City 20 years ago and was busy developing the Black Dragon Gang, so I haven't heard of the annihilation case you mentioned. But please rest assured, Master Chu, I will immediately send someone to investigate. As soon as we have any news, we will inform you immediately. Faced with this result, Lucius's expression remained indifferent, and he didn't feel disappointed. Over the past 5 years, though he had stayed in the Luo family, it didn't mean he hadn't been investigating. This matter was clearly covered up by someone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found so little useful information. Having waited 5 years already, he was in no hurry now. Lucius simply nodded. Basil then left his contact information and departed from the Qin residence to start investigating. Just as Basil left, Russell spoke up, Lucius, regarding what you asked, I may know something. Chapter 45. Finally a clue. Looking at Russell, Lucius suddenly slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being so muddled. An elder in the family is as precious as a treasure. The Qin family had been developing in Yuncheng for many years. 20 years ago, the Qin family was at its peak, just like Russell. He had been worrying all day about how to investigate this matter but had overlooked Russell, who could definitely recall some related events from 20 years ago. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, Elder, go ahead. The matter at hand couldn't be explained in just a few words, so Russell immediately suggested moving to the pavilion outside to sit and talk. After settling down, he asked directly, Lucius, are you the surviving widow of the Chu family that was wiped out in Yuncheng 20 years ago? Lucius's surname was Chu, and 20 years ago, he was only a few years old. The time frame and surname matched, so when Russell heard Lucius inquire about the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago, he subconsciously associated it with their relationship. In response to this question, Lucius said puzzledly, that's precisely why I'm investigating the reason behind the Chu family's massacre 20 years ago. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and continued, actually, I'm not sure if I am the survivor of the Chu family, but one thing is certain, there must be a connection between the Chu family and me. Ordinarily, people would have some memory of events from when they were 6 or 7 years old, but not Lucius. What he remembered was that he was taken up the mountain by his master after 20 years, and everything before that was blank. The main reason he came to Yuncheng after descending the mountain was because Master Philip mentioned that he first met him here. 20 years ago, Philip, who had come down the mountain for travels, was wandering around at midnight when he suddenly saw a house on fire. With the intention of saving lives, he rushed into the burning house and found several corpses, indicating that the people had already been killed and the fire used to destroy evidence. The fire was intense. Just as Philip was about to leave, he heard a faint sound coming from the well. Upon opening it, he discovered Lucius soaking in the water. At that time, Lucius was barely conscious, so Philip took him away for treatment. Later, noticing Lucius's extraordinary physique, he took him up the mountain. Upon awakening, Lucius didn't even know his own surname. After careful examination, Philip found that he had likely taken a drug affecting memory, leading to amnesia. Since he was found at the Chu family residence, Philip named him Lucius. As for whether Lucius was a member of the Chu family, Philip investigated afterward and found that 18 bodies were recovered from the ruins, matching the number of people in the Chu family. Though Lucius was found among the Chu family, he appeared to be an extra person. This ambiguity made Lucius uncertain whether he belonged to the Chu family. However, he knew that to uncover his origins, he must start from the massacre of the Chu family. Despite Lucius's vague response, Russell wasn't particularly concerned. Nodding, he said, 20 years ago, the Chu family wasn't particularly strong or weak, just a mid-level clan. They had 2 martial artists, roughly at the hidden strength level. Public rumors claimed the Chu family perished in a fire, but in reality, they were victims of revenge. The exact identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, except that it was a very powerful organization. Because everyone in the Chu family died, no one pursued the case further. The investigation concluded that everyone died in the fire. Hearing this, disappointment crept into Lucius's eyes. He had thought that, being a local of Yuncheng, and with the Qin family's considerable influence back then, Russell might know some obscure information unknown to others. In fact, what Russell knew was similar to what Lucius had uncovered in his 5-year investigation. There was even something Russell didn't know. His 5-year investigation hadn't been fruitless. Indeed, 18 bodies were found after the fire, matching the number of people in the Chu family, confirming the entire family was exterminated. But through forensic reports he managed to find, Lucius deduced that 2 more members of the Chu family might have survived. Because the original 18 people included 8 males and 10 females, while the recovered bodies were 10 males and 8 females. This suggested that 2 females, likely mother and daughter, had escaped. These survivors wouldn't dare show themselves after the massacre, especially with the perpetrator deliberately covering up the truth. No one noticed this discrepancy. To understand why he was found in the well of the Chu family, Lucius needed to locate those surviving women. But too much time had passed, and the bodies had long been disposed of, making it difficult to identify the survivors. His investigation was stuck at this point. Disappointment aside, it was expected. Given the lack of direct ties between the Qin and Chu families, Russell likely paid little attention to the Chu family. Thinking for a moment, Lucius asked, Elder, do you know anyone in Yuncheng now who had a close relationship with the Chu family back then? A change in circumstances can sometimes bring new life. Lucius had long thought that although it was impossible to find the mother and daughter who escaped from the Chu family, he could start by investigating those who were close friends with them. Those people might know the truth behind the Chu family's massacre and the identity of the surviving mother and daughter. They just hadn't dared to speak up for fear of the perpetrator's intimidation. Upon investigation, Lucius found out that only one family maintained good relations with the Chu family back then. However, this family had left Yuncheng 10 years ago, reportedly relocating overseas. He asked Russell because he believed that a family couldn't possibly have only one close friend. Didn't everyone have at least 3 or 5 close buddies? Russell frowned in thought and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, There is someone. Really? Lucius's eyes lit up, and he was about to ask who it was when Russell said, But I don't know if he's still alive. His name is Cannon, a few years younger than me. He was very close to the head of the Chu family, Alaric, but I heard he fell seriously ill a few years ago. Regardless of whether he's alive or not, it provided a new direction for investigation. Lucius immediately stood up and asked, Do you know where Cannon's house is? Understanding how important this matter was to Lucius, Russell also stood up and said, Let's go right now. The 3 of them set off immediately. They soon arrived at their destination but discovered that the Chui family had already moved away when they knocked on the door. Fortunately, they learned where the Chui family had relocated and continued on their way there. In the car, Russell looked at the buildings outside and sighed. Life is unpredictable. The former Chui family used to be quite powerful. Their estate must have covered hundreds of acres, yet I never would have imagined they would end up so impoverished, living in a shanty town. May smiled helplessly and said, Grandpa, isn't life just like that? No family can remain prosperous forever. Our Qin family will also have its day of decline. Humph, why not? Russell stiffened his face and said, Isn't the Chun family in our country prosperous for over 100 years? As long as we have sufficient heritage, we can achieve everlasting prosperity. Seeing that they had reached their destination, Haiyan village, May didn't respond further. Instead, she parked the car and got out to inquire about the address of the Chui family. Learning that the Chui family lived nearby at a fork in the road with a red gate, the 3 of them walked over quickly. Unexpectedly, as they reached the gate, a piercing scream came from inside. Chapter 46. Unrepentant. Death. Trouble? A flash of cold light passed through Lucius's eyes as he stepped forward and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, 5 burly men were forcing a middle-aged couple against the door. Behind the 5 men, another man was kneeling on the ground, clutching his shoulder in obvious pain. The cries of agony heard earlier must have come from him. Barkley, daring to hurt my brother. It seems you don't want to live anymore. As the man speaking waved his hand, he and the others moved to attack the middle-aged couple. Stop! Lucius roared angrily. Everyone instinctively turned to look. The 5 men's gazes scanned over Lucius and Russell before settling on May. Such a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in this urban village, and the 5 men looked at her with glowing eyes, their throats unconsciously moving. Boy, where did you pop out from? After admiring the beauty, Kip, the leader, shifted his gaze to Lucius, temporarily abandoning the middle-aged couple and closing in on Lucius's trio. Lucius ignored him and asked the middle-aged couple, Is this Tyler's house? Yes, Tyler is my father, the middle-aged man replied. That's enough. Lucius nodded at Barkley, then turned his gaze to Kip's face and said coldly, I'm giving you 1 minute to get lost. Oh, really? Kip sneered, looking at Lucius with surprise. Head and left with his subordinates in a disheveled state. Barkley approached with his wife, worry etched on his face. Young brother, they are the biggest bullies in Haiyan village. Beating them might bring trouble later. Lucius frowned. Barkley was clearly a martial artist. Though not extremely powerful, he must be stronger than May. Despite such strength, he still showed fear when facing these ordinary thugs. Lucius couldn't fathom how dire the situation had become for the Chui family that they wouldn't resist despite having the ability to do so. Seeing Barkley and his wife's concern, Lucius walked forward and smiled. Brother, the conflict is our doing. We will resolve it before leaving, no need to worry. Barkley nodded, curious. Young brother, why did you come to my home? Instinct told him these 3 weren't ordinary. Brother, we are here to see Grandfather Chui. This gentleman is an old friend of his. As Lucius pointed at Russell, he prepared to talk about matters related to the Chu family after warming up. Being straightforward might seem abrupt. To see my father? But it's too late. He passed away before the new year, Barkley said sadly. Dead? Lucius was taken aback, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Just when he had found hope, it was dashed again. Lucius was at a loss for words. At this moment, May leaned in and whispered something, suggesting that as Tyler's son, Barkley likely had contact with the Chu family in the past and might know what happened to them. Since Tyler, the key person, was dead, the only option left was to see if his son knew anything. Given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Lucius took a deep breath and asked politely, Brother, may we come in and have a seat? Please. Barkley hurriedly stepped aside. Entering the house, Lucius saw its shabby furnishings and frowned deeply, feeling that something was seriously wrong. As an old saying goes, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The Chui family, which used to be a considerable clan, shouldn't have fallen to this extent, even if they were in straits. Moreover, Barkley looked strong and healthy, certainly not lacking in labor strength or earning power. Yet it seemed like both of them were living a hard life as if disabled. Little brother, our home is rather humble. Please do not mind. Barkley said embarrassedly. Lucius gave a gentle smile, bent down to pull a small stool over and sat on it. Then he asked, Brother Chui, why did those people come to your house to cause trouble earlier? And you are clearly a martial artist, more than capable of dealing with those few. Yet you didn't seem to want to fight back against their bullying? Barkley's expression was complicated. Glancing at his wife, he replied helplessly, living here, these people are the bullies of Haiyan village and backed by powerful forces in Yun City. If I hit them, Someone even stronger would come after me eventually. There will always be someone beyond my reach. What could I do then? They came here for troublemaking because my father borrowed money from them during his treatment, and they've come to collect. Different positions lead to different considerations. Lucius understood Barclay's thoughts and nodded before asking, Brother Chui, how much do you owe them? At first, it was 100,000. Now with interest added, it's up to 1 million. Usury? A cold look flashed through Lucius's eyes. He felt that regardless of whether Barclay could provide him with the information he wanted, it was necessary to help resolve this issue. Bang. Just as Lucius was about to mention the Chu family, a loud bang sounded from the door. Rushing footsteps. More than 20 people stormed into the courtyard, led by Kip who had just fled in defeat. Big brother, it's them. Kip pointed fiercely at Lucius's trio. Interrupted while Lucius was about to say something important, he was extremely displeased. He walked out, looking at the large crowd, and said, Unrepentant, death. Chapter 47. Accidental Success. The air within the courtyard noticeably turned cold. The middle-aged man whom Kip called Big Brother stepped forward with a slight change in his gaze and said with a smile, Young brother. This humble person is Derek. May I know what young brother shall be called? Derek was also a martial artist, but only a small martial artist in the mid-level Mingjin stage. But his intuition as a martial artist told him that this young man who spoke boldly was not an ordinary person and might be tough to deal with. He prepared to probe the situation first. If he couldn't provoke, he could only lower his head and make connections. Lucius didn't say what his name was, just looking at Derek and asking, You're their leader, the local tyrant of Haiyan village? Derek smiled rather awkwardly and explained, Not quite a tyrant, just getting by. Mainly because my brothers have lifted me up and supported me. Without their support, I'm nothing. Borrowed 100,000, now asking for 1 million in repayment. Lucius walked down the steps, approaching Derek while saying, This kind of operation should have killed many people, right? Usually staying inside, he hasn't missed out on surfing the internet much. From time to time, he would see news of ordinary people choosing suicide under the coercion of criminal forces. Therefore, Lucius despised from the bottom of his heart people who claimed power and dominance once they gained some strength. He felt these social pests should be dealt with one by one. Martial artists break shackles and master unique powers to protect rather than harm. Those who violate the will of martial arts do not deserve to possess martial strength. Derek's face gradually turned gloomy. He thought that although he was talking kindly to Lucius, he showed no respect and stabbed him continuously. Even a clay Buddha has 3 points of fire, let alone a living person. Driven by anger, Derek slowly clenched his fists. Although his intuition suggested that this young man wasn't simple, so what if he wasn't? It wasn't like he was afraid. Puff. Just as Derek had this thought, a gentle breeze blew towards him, and his eyes subconsciously widened. Lucius, who was 3 meters away just a second ago, stood in front of him the next. What speed is this? Is this even human? The sense of suffocation snapped Derek out of his shock. He wanted to struggle, but found that his body did not seem to belong to him, fear gathering in his eyes. Big brother. Seeing their leader fall into Lucius's hands before he even reacted, Kip and others behind were anxious and panicked. They wanted to rush forward but dared not, completely thrown off. More than 10 seconds later, Lucius suddenly released him, and Derek fell to the ground like mud, breathing heavily. Living for several decades, encountering danger wasn't uncommon, but the feeling of death had never been this close. Experience told Derek that if Lucius had let go 5 seconds later, he might have really died. Attack. Unaware of the severity of the situation, Kip waved his hand and commanded more than 20 henchmen to attack. In his mind, quantity was king. No matter how strong Lucius was, 2 fists can't match 4 hands. Lucius had only 2 fists, while they had over 40 hands. How could they lose? Stop. As the gang of thugs moved, a harsh cry rang out from the ground. With a grim expression, Derek rubbed his neck and stood up. As soon as Kip approached, Derek slapped him across the face. This slap was heavier than May's previous one, sending Kip flying and crashing to the ground, several teeth mixed with blood spitting out. Damn, all you think about is fighting. You don't have any insight. With great difficulty, I accumulated this foundation, and you're going to ruin it. Derek glared fiercely at Kip, who lowered his head and dared not breathe loudly. After scolding, Derek faced Lucius, leaning forward and speaking humbly, Big brother, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I hope Big brother can forgive my minor faults and let us off. Reality made Derek realize that if he didn't lower his head today, he wouldn't leave alive. He had just experienced the feeling of death and didn't want to experience it again, knowing that if he did, he would really die. Let you off? Let you continue to oppress other ordinary people? Lucius's smile was neither sincere nor angry as he continued. Bully those who are easy to bully and submit when encountering resistance. Is the rule set by you guys? No. Derek hurriedly shook his head. Just as he was about to explain, Lucius suddenly kicked out, hitting him squarely in the lower abdomen at the dantian. Derek trembled all over, uncontrollably kneeling down, despair surfacing in his eyes. He felt as if he had been crippled by Lucius, permanently losing connection to the path of martial arts. You do not deserve to possess martial strength. Lucius looked down at Derek from above and said, I give you 1 day to disband everyone. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, if any of your minions are still lingering in this area, I'll send you to meet the person underground you least want to see. Yes. Even though Lucius had beaten him into a cripple, Derek didn't dare show any resentment. Enduring the excruciating pain all over his body, he got up and left the Chui family's residence with his gang. Big brother, are we really going to disband? Outside, Kip mumbled a question. Derek took a deep breath, staring at his toes with a gloomy face. After about 30 seconds of silence, he finally said, Disband. Go back, each of you will get 100,000 yuan, then leave this place forever. You're not allowed to come back to this village ever again. At any time, life was the most important thing. Lucius's demonstrated strength made Derek understand that he wasn't joking around. If he truly disobeyed, Lucius would indeed send him underground to meet the person he least wanted to see. Reflecting on today's events, Derek concluded that it was retribution for his years of misconduct. He felt no resentment whatsoever. Inside the Chui family's house, Lucius had just entered when Barkley excitedly asked, "Young brother, will they really disband?" Derek and his gang had been terrorizing Haiyan village, making life miserable for the residents. Now that everyone was driven away, it signaled that better days were coming. Understanding that Barkley had suffered much oppression over the past 2 years, which explained his cowardice as a martial artist, Lucius smiled and said, "Chui brother, rest assured. I'll send someone to check after this. If he doesn't comply, he'll have reason to regret it." Having witnessed Lucius's actions firsthand, Barkley knew he wasn't ordinary. Since he said so, he would definitely do it. This meant that Derek and the bullies would completely disappear from Haiyan village. Barkley suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed to Lucius, saying, "Young brother, I thank you on behalf of the other villagers in Haiyan village. Chui brother, there's no need for such formality." Lucius hurriedly pulled Barkley up, saying, "I have some matters to inquire about from you, and I hope you can answer truthfully." At this moment, Lucius sincerely appreciated the earlier appearance of Derek and his gang. When they first appeared, he was very angry, thinking they interfered with his plans. But now it seemed like a lucky accident. Resolving the threat posed by Derek aligned perfectly with what Barkley had hoped for, making him lower his guard against Lucius. "Tell me whatever you want to know. I, Barkley, will not hold anything back," Barkley said earnestly. Lucius took a deep breath and said, "Chui brother, I want to ask about the Chu family that was wiped out overnight 20 years ago." "What?" Barkley gasped in surprise, followed by a grimace. Chapter 48. Hope shattered. "Go. Leave. My family doesn't welcome you." Barkley suddenly pointed at the door, directly urging them to leave. His agitation made his arm tremble slightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. The sudden change in attitude, faster than turning a page, left Lucius, May, and their companion momentarily stunned. "Mr. Chui, isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate? You said one thing just now, and now you're trying to drive us away?" May asked, barely restraining her anger. Though they didn't know why Barkley reacted so strongly upon hearing about the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago, this abrupt turn was unsettling. "Chui brother, calm down." Lucius patiently said, "I'm just asking questions. There's no need for you to be so upset, is there?" From the sudden change in Barkley's demeanor, Lucius deduced that he must know something about the Chu family massacre. If so, then he couldn't leave now. "Honey." Barkley's wife tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "It's all in the past, and it's time to let go. There's no need to treat them like this. If it weren't for them, we would have been bullied earlier." Under her comfort, Barkley's rapid breathing gradually slowed, and his cold expression softened. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, he said awkwardly, "Young friend, I lost control of my emotions just now. I sincerely apologize for making you witness that." "No problem." Lucius smiled and followed up with, "Brother Chui, if I'm not mistaken, the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago must have had a significant impact on your family, right?" Initially, seeing the destitute state of the Chui family, Lucius hadn't made any connections. But after mentioning the Chu family, seeing Barkley's emotional response, he linked everything together. Back then, Tyler was very close to the Chu family. Upon learning of the massacre, he must have investigated. Clearly, the masterminds didn't want anyone looking into it. Once they discovered Tyler's investigation, they likely retaliated against the Chui family. Barkley nodded, his face contorted with pain as he said, "Our family became like this indeed because of my father's stubbornness. When the disaster befell the Chu family, he didn't believe it was just a fire. He mobilized all kinds of resources to investigate. Just as he started getting some leads, an anonymous warning came, telling him to mind his own business. But my father was quite stubborn and wouldn't listen. After being warned, he continued his investigation for a while, and soon after, our family suffered retaliation. Our business fell apart, and those who once got along well with us began distancing themselves. Afterward, my father was ambushed and severely injured. Although he survived, it left him with lasting health issues, leading to the decline of the entire Chui family. For years, I've hated him. If it weren't for his meddling, we wouldn't have ended up here, vulnerable to bullying." This aligns with what Lucius suspected. After a brief pause, once Barkley's emotions had settled somewhat, Lucius asked, "Brother Chui, did your father uncover any useful clues during his investigation? For instance, did he find out who was behind the organization? Or perhaps, why did the organization want to exterminate the Chu family?" Barkley took a deep breath and sighed. He never found out who was behind the organization, but he did discover that the massacre happened because they were searching for something. What exactly that thing was, remains unclear. Pausing for a moment, Barkley continued, "My father also uncovered that the disaster likely had something to do with a young boy that the head of the Chu family brought home." "A young boy brought back by the Chu family?" May noticed that Lucius's hand had clenched tightly. Clearly, this young boy Barkley mentioned was him. Just as Lucius had speculated earlier, although he was found by his master within the Chu family, he wasn't related to the Chu family. Worried that Lucius's strong emotional reaction might reveal that he was the boy who brought disaster to the Chu family, May moved closer and hugged his arms. The external disturbance snapped Lucius out of his thoughts. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, he asked with a smile, "Brother Chui, to be honest, I've also been investigating this matter for years. I found out that a mother and daughter from the Chu family managed to escape. Did your father uncover this information?" To understand what the organization was looking for and who he truly was, finding the mother and daughter who escaped was his only hope. Although he knew asking this might expose the pair, Lucius realized he had no choice. The Chui family knew more about the Chu family than he did. He firmly believed that if Tyler had discovered that a mother and daughter had escaped, he would know exactly who they were and might have even secretly helped them hide their identities. Barkley suddenly lifted his head, his eyes staring straight at Lucius. "You said you've been investigating this matter for many years?" His tone was full of doubt. Lucius nodded, and he squinted his eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why do you care so much about the Chu family?" The Chu family had been wiped out 20 years ago, yet now someone suddenly appeared to investigate this matter. He was very curious about Lucius's identity. Brother Cui. Actually, Brother Chu is the illegitimate son of Alaric. May spoke up to cover for Lucius and explained, these past few years, after discovering that all members of the Chu family did not die in a fire but were murdered, Brother Chu has been investigating nonstop, hoping to avenge his father. An illegitimate son seeking revenge for his father made perfect sense to explain the investigation into the massacre of the Chu family. As the head of a family, having an illegitimate child with someone outside of marriage wasn't unheard of. It was just that due to their status, it couldn't be made public. Currently, quite a few rulers of families in Yun City had illegitimate children. Doubt disappeared from Barkley's eyes, obviously believing May's words. He hesitated, glanced at the door, then lowered his voice and said, before my father passed away, he indeed told me about this matter. Lucius subconsciously tensed. He said he had long discovered that Alaric's wife and daughter did not die in that disaster. He even helped them change their names and identities to live a new life. Upon confirming his speculation, Lucius forced himself to stay calm and asked, did the Remy say what they are called now and where they are living? No. Barkley shook his head and said, at that time, I also asked my father where they were and if I should take care of them. My father said that the mother and daughter were living well and should not be disturbed. Hope shattered once again. At this moment, Lucius's mood was indescribably complicated. He finally confirmed his suspicion, thinking he would soon find the mother and daughter and learn about his own background. But fate seemed to be against him, cutting off this hope ruthlessly. Would he never know his true origins in his lifetime? A cold aura suddenly emanated from Lucius. The four people beside him immediately changed expressions. Chapter 49. Am I wasted? Brother Chu. May struggled to speak, attempting to wake Lucius who had lost control. At this moment, her face was pale, her body shuddering uncontrollably, and she appeared very uncomfortable. Just now, a cold aura suddenly emanated from Lucius. This aura seemed to freeze the surrounding void, making the four of them feel an invisible pressure all over their bodies, causing difficulty in breathing. Little friend. Russell, whose strength was second only to Lucius, had greater endurance than the others. While inwardly astonished at Lucius's incredible power, he suddenly stood up and took a step forward, reaching out toward Lucius's shoulder. He could withstand the oppressive aura, but his granddaughter and the Barkley couple couldn't. Especially Barkley's wife, an ordinary person. Brief exposure to the oppression wouldn't hurt much, but it could become life-threatening after more than a minute. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Boom. The moment Russell's hand touched Lucius, he was thrown back as if struck by an invisible force, colliding with the table. This situation awakened Lucius. Realizing that his emotional strikung had nearly harmed those around him, Lucius hurriedly took a deep breath to gather himself. Phew. Barkley turned to check on his wife, finding her only pale without any serious issues, finally easing his anxiety. Looking back at Lucius, shock filled his eyes. Earlier, when Lucius dealt with Derek, Barkley had recognized him as a martial artist, guessing him to be at the late Dark Force stage, far from the transformation force level. But now, having experienced Lucius's oppressive aura, Barkley understood that this young man was at least late transformation force, or even possibly touching upon the Grandmaster realm. To have such prowess at such a young age was unimaginable for Barkley. Pedro. Lucius flashed to Russell's side, helping him up. It's nothing. This impact is trivial. Russell chuckled, though his inner shock hadn't dissipated. Since meeting Lucius and realizing he wasn't simple, Russell always thought his realm was late transformation force. But after what just happened, Russell was certain Lucius wasn't just late transformation force but a legend. Having gathered all necessary information, it was time to leave. Scanning the surroundings, Lucius asked bluntly, Brother Cui, do you still want the Cui family to flourish? Lucius never liked owing anyone favors. Though Barkley didn't help much, he did provide a direction for further investigation. Given the poor state of the Cui family, if Barkley desired it, Lucius would spare no effort to help him rise again, restoring the former glory of the Cui family. Barkley froze, clearly not expecting this question. Regaining composure, he smiled bitterly. It's not that easy these days. Everything depends on connections. Brother Cui. Lucius raised a hand to cut off Barkley's self-deprecation, speaking firmly, if you want to do it, relationships and funding will not be an issue. May added, Brother Cui, our family has several projects you can undertake. I'll send someone to talk to you. You just need to work on them, and within 3 to 5 years, the Cui family will surely return to its former prosperity. Being a seasoned player, Barkley naturally recognized May as no ordinary person. Faced with this opportunity that had come knocking, someone who had always wanted the Cui family to prosper would naturally not refuse. He immediately said gratefully, thank you in advance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and leaving their contact information, Lucius and his 2 companions set off to leave. Back in the car, Lucius made a call to Basil, informing him about the situation in Haiyan village, asking him to send someone to keep an eye on things. If Derek did not heed the warning, he must be punished. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon gang was also instructed to monitor the Barkley family to prevent further harassment. To Basil, these matters were trivial, and he readily assured that everything would be handled properly. At the same time, May contacted her secretary, instructing her to find time today to meet with Barkley and assess which projects within the group would yield higher profits, then assign them to Barkley for management. Giving someone a fish is not as helpful as teaching them how to fish. Choosing to give Barkley tasks rather than direct financial aid was because wealth accumulated through work was easier to sustain, while giving money might not ensure long-term stability. For the Cui family to regain its former glory, it was essential to accumulate experience and relationships through practical efforts. Upon returning to the Qin family residence, May immediately mobilized her network without needing Lucius to speak, investigating the age of Alaric's daughter, Chuyu, at the time of the incident. She was exactly 8 years old back then, and precisely 20 years had passed since then. Subsequently, they began searching for a 28-year-old female with a red circular birthmark on her right wrist. After arranging everything, Mei walked up to Lucius and consoled him. Brother Chu, as long as Chu Yu is still alive, we will surely find her. Don't worry too much. Having waited 20 years already, a few more days wouldn't make a difference. Lucius smiled gently, indicating that it wasn't a problem. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lucius stayed at the Qin residence to recuperate while reviewing the information collected by Basil. The Black Dragon Gang had developed later, so the information they gathered was nothing new to Lucius, but he carefully examined every piece of data to avoid missing any crucial details. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in Yun City, Micah sat motionlessly on the bed, completely naked, his eyes filled with despair as he stared blankly at himself. Am I useless? Chapter 50. If you don't want to contribute, then pay up. Is it not possible? At the other end of the bed, a beautiful woman with an excellent figure asked cautiously. Prior to this, she had tried several methods, but none could elicit a response from Micah. Micah shook his head in disappointment, got out of bed with a bitter expression, and walked to the window. He looked down at the scenery of Yun City with a complicated expression. In recent days, he felt more miserable than dead. Firstly, he was humiliated at the auction banquet, becoming a laughingstock among the younger generation in Yun City. Next, Kristen, who had been fond of him, suddenly changed her attitude completely. He wanted to find Kristen and ask her face-to-face why her attitude toward him had changed, and when the contract for the Tianmei group shares would be signed. Unfortunately, the Luo family said that Kristen was sick and did not want to see him, causing him much sorrow and disappointment. Then, problems arose at home. The businesses that had been running well for the Zhong family started having issues. Some were sealed off while others' partners refused to continue cooperation even if it meant paying breach of contract fees. No one dared to collaborate with them. After investigating, Micah learned that the Zhong family had unknowingly offended someone powerful, who then targeted them. Other families in Yun City didn't want to be implicated by associating with the Zhong family. Another matter was that despite hiring the Black Dragon Gang to deal with Lucius, that guy still lived freely and happily. When he contacted the Black Dragon Gang, they returned the money without any explanation. Frustrated and depressed, he paid for an 18th-tier celebrity to help him vent his frustrations. But when he got into bed, nothing happened. It felt as if something was missing, which made Micah feel even more hopeless. Why is this happening? Weren't things fine before? Why did this happen suddenly? Micah slumped into a chair, unable to comprehend why things had changed so quickly. After 5 years abroad, he returned to China full of confidence, ready to assert himself and trample over the younger generation in Yun City. Yet, obstacles stood in his way. Could it be him? Is he really that powerful? If that's the case, why did he endure humiliation like a waste for 5 years? While thinking, Micah subconsciously thought of Lucius, realizing that the only person he had offended recently was him. Although he wasn't at the auction banquet, through various channels, he learned that Lucius had beaten Brevin and Julius. Initially, he applauded this news, thinking that since both families held considerable power in Yun City, Lucius would surely suffer severe retribution. However, up until now, neither the Su nor the Huang family showed any signs of retaliation. Reflecting on everything, Micah firmly believed that Kristen's change in attitude, the targeting of the Zhong family, and his own misfortunes were undoubtedly related to Lucius. Pain crept across his face. What good did it do to understand? Knowing it was him, what difference did it make? With the Zhong family currently struggling, they could hardly spare the effort to retaliate against that kid. At the Su residence, in the reception hall, Jameson looked at Hiroshi, who had suddenly paid him a visit, and said, Brother Huang, how do you see this? Hiroshi gripped the armrest of the sandalwood chair tightly and said bitterly, that bastard crippled my son, crushing the hopes of the Huang family. How else am I supposed to see it? Even if it costs the entire Huang family, I will kill that boy. Jameson's expression remained indifferent as he said calmly, Brother Huang, I believe you have investigated the situation regarding that boy. For someone so young to have such strength, he must come from a notable background. He might be a disciple sent by a major force for training. He isn't easy to eliminate. To kill him would invite the wrath of a large force. Can the Huang family withstand that? His words were laced with sarcasm. Was Jameson not furious that his son had almost died? Of course, he was furious and wished to tear Lucius limb from limb immediately. However, no action was taken because Lucius was a martial artist with considerable prowess at such a young age, suggesting he might be a disciple from a significant force undergoing training. Though the Su family wielded considerable power, they dared not provoke a larger force. Therefore, Jameson could only suppress his rage until he thoroughly understood Lucius's background. Even worse, he had planned that if Lucius turned out to be from a major force, the Su family would not seek revenge. Instead, he would take Brevin to apologize to Lucius. Humph! Hiroshi sneered. So what if he's from a major force? With no future left for the Huang family, should I care about their retribution? How absurd! Across from him, Jameson's eyes flickered, and after a dry cough, he asked, So how do you plan to handle the boy? According to our current investigation, he is at least in the transformation stage of martial arts, which makes him difficult to deal with. Hiroshi's eyes darted around as he said disdainfully, So what if he's at the transformation stage? There are plenty of people in Huaxia stronger than those at the transformation stage. As long as the money is right, there will be no shortage of willing hands. Understanding that Hiroshi was preparing to pay for even stronger individuals to deal with Lucius, Jameson nodded and said, Since that's the case, Brother Huang, please proceed first. I need to take care of Chung for now, and don't have the energy to deal with that boy just yet. Huh. Hiroshi immediately sneered. How could he not know what Jameson was thinking? It was nothing more than wanting the Huang family to test the waters first. If the Huang family could handle Lucius, the Su family wouldn't need to bother. If the Huang family couldn't handle him, the Su family would see his capabilities firsthand before deciding whether to seek revenge. The purpose of his visit today was precisely to ensure the Su family didn't remain uninvolved. With a common enemy, how could the Huang family be left to deal with it alone? Both were cunning old foxes. Hiroshi didn't want to waste time beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Brother Su, I came here today specifically for this matter. All our funds are tied up in business and can't be withdrawn immediately. But hiring strong fighters requires a lot of money. If you want this done, the Su family will need to support it. Not wanting to contribute, blamed Big Brother Chu. It's bad. Chapter 51. Let me show you something good. Lucius's brows furrowed. The beauty had extensive experience, and there weren't many things that could fluster her. He asked immediately, what's wrong? Big Brother Chu. Someone has hired a killer to assassinate you. Upon hearing the specifics, Lucius couldn't help but roll his eyes, his expression extremely disdainful. His meaning was clear. He silently questioned the beauty. Don't you know my strength? Am I the kind of person who worries or fears? Big Brother Chu, it's different this time. May looked at Lucius very seriously. She naturally understood that Lucius was incredibly strong, with few able to match him. Yet she knew that no matter how powerful he wasn't invincible. Without waiting for Lucius to ask why this time was different, the beauty continued. This time, the Dark Knight organization has been hired against you. Big Brother Chu, have you heard of the Dark Knight organization? Having always lived in the mountains and rarely venturing out since joining the Luo family, Lucius really hadn't much knowledge of the Dark Knight organization, though from its name, he guessed it might be something like what he asked. An assassin group? Yes. May's pretty face was solemn as she said, the Dark Knight organization is an exceptionally large-scale assassin group with members all over the world. Their numbers are uncountable, and it's rumored that each place has some of their members because they act very swiftly. They can receive an order in the morning and complete it by nightfall. As a global assassin organization, there are many formidable individuals within it. There are killers specifically for ordinary people, and one specialized for martial artists. Normally, if hiring an assassin fails, one would need to pay again and rehire. But this Dark Knight organization is different. Their motto is one-time payment for permanent service, not stopping until the goal is achieved. Do you understand what this means, Big Brother Chu? From this simple sentence, Lucius naturally understood what it meant. He smiled and said, so you're saying if sending one person to kill me fails, more will keep coming until I'm dead? Yes. May nodded, full of worry on her face. Big Brother Chu, I know you're very strong and look down upon your enemies, but this opponent is really different. Once they realize you're tough to handle, they'll send even stronger martial artists after you. Even the highest skill fears the kitchen knife. 2 fists can't stand against 4 hands. Though calm and indifferent, Lucius didn't want the beauty to worry, so he gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. It's fine. Meet force with force and water with earth. They send one, I'll kill one. They send 2, I'll kill both. Worrying won't solve any problems, right? Just go with the flow. While true, such concerns were not easily dispelled just by saying them aloud, and May's worried expression remained. Oh, by the way, who do you think is behind this and paid for it? Not wanting to see the beauty fret over this, Lucius shifted the topic. The Dark Knight organization isn't just anyone. Not everyone can afford them. Under their condition of not stopping until the goal is achieved, the fees are rumored to start in the billions. If there's no mistake, it's either the Su family or the Huang family. I think it's most likely the Su family. Having always been by Lucius's side, May knew well which enemies he faced. At present, only the Su family and the Huang family were qualified. After the auction banquet ended, May had indeed thought the Su and Huang families might retaliate and had been monitoring them secretly. Unfortunately, both families seemed to know that Lucius was formidable and hadn't acted. Now it appeared that knowing Lucius wasn't easy to handle, the Su or Huang family chose to hire killers instead of acting directly. The reason she believed it was the Su family was twofold. Firstly, the Su family wasn't short of money and was fully capable of spending big to hire the Dark Knight organization. Brevin was humiliated in front of everyone, severely damaging the Su family's reputation. Not retaliating wasn't the Su family's style. She excluded the Huang family because May felt that as a martial arts family, they had a sense of superiority and preferred handling matters themselves. Lucius shook his head and said, I think it's more likely the Huang family. Huh. Surprised, the beauty asked curiously, why? Lucius began explaining his thoughts. The Su family was indeed a powerful family in Yun City, placing great importance on reputation. Anyone who dared provoke them would face retaliation. But ultimately, the Su family were merchants. For merchants, profit comes first. Facing potential danger, they might reconsider and negotiate instead. Knowing I'm not easy to deal with, would the Su family dare to hire an assassin to kill me? The Su family's leader must have thought deeply. If the Dark Knight organization couldn't kill him within a short time and instead allowed Lucius to find out it was the Su family who hired them, wouldn't the Su family have to face his retaliation? Between survival and dignity, merchants would always choose the former. So, without absolute certainty, the Su family dared not seek revenge, at least not for now. After listening to the analysis, May hesitated and said, but the Huang family is a martial arts family. It feels unlikely. Unless something unexpected happens, it's them. Lucius spoke firmly and continued analyzing. Julius, whom I turned into a cripple, his father couldn't possibly not notice that. As for Hiroshi, whom I saw downstairs at first, he has protruding cheekbones and sharp ears, typical signs of a deceitful person. He's cunning and likes to strike from behind. Through his son's injuries, he knows I'm not easy to handle, and he might not be my match. If he directly confronts me and accidentally gets killed or crippled by me again, the Huang family can withdraw from Yun City. Therefore, to preserve the strength of the Huang family, he could only find outsiders to deal with me. Carefully reviewing Lucius's analysis, May suddenly found it very reasonable. Between the Huang family and the Su family, the Huang family suffered the most significant losses by provoking Lucius, felt the most unwilling to swallow this humiliation, and dared not take the risk. As a martial artist, yet seeking external help for revenge, May's impression of the Huang family plummeted. She felt they didn't deserve to be called a martial arts family. Considering the formidable Dark Knight organization, the beauty was still worried and asked, Big Brother Chu, what should we do next? The assassins from the Dark Knight organization could appear anytime. Though they cannot harm you, it will be annoying like flies buzzing around all the time. What was coming would eventually come. Worrying can never solve problems. Lucius smiled calmly and said, it's fine. Don't worry about those things for now. Come inside. Let me show you something good. Seeing Lucius's unusual smile, the beauty instinctively thought of certain matters. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red, thinking to herself, good thing. Whereon you haven't I seen before? Need to see again? Despite her thoughts, she was still very interested in certain matters, and immediately moved her steps to follow him into the house. Chapter 52. Closing the door to do things. Inside the room, seeing the light suddenly dim, Lucius turned his head and saw May closing the door. He couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Closing the door, of course. Why close the door in broad daylight? Lucius was even more puzzled. May rolled her beautiful eyes. If we don't close the door, what if someone comes in unexpectedly? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? I'm not used to doing such things with the door wide open. A second ago, Lucius hadn't realized what she meant. But then, catching sight of the fair lady's flushed cheeks and bashful, averted gaze, he instantly understood that she had misunderstood him, and said rather awkwardly, I want to show you something good, not from me, but this. Following Lucius's finger direction, seeing a pile of things on the table, May instantly felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Turns out, she had misunderstood everything. To cover up the awkward atmosphere, she took a deep breath and shifted her attention to the table, stepping forward while asking, what is this? Upon closer inspection, she found that it was indeed the Buddha statue that had been purchased for $3 million at the auction earlier, now dismantled into a heap of wooden fragments. May's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, you dismantled a $3 million antique just like that? Even if they were wealthy, could he be this wasteful? Lucius sat down next to the table, picking up a piece of broken wood and playing with it, saying, when I bid for this item, I wasn't interested in its value. From the moment I saw it during the initial exhibition, I felt there was something unusual about it. Sure enough, there was a good thing inside. Just as the beauty revealed a look of confusion and curiosity, Lucius conjured up a red bead about the size of a fingertip from seemingly nowhere. What is it? May curiously took the bead into her hand to examine it closely. After flipping it back and forth and still not understanding, she looked to Lucius for an explanation. If there's no mistake, this is a medicinal pill, coated with a layer of wax to protect its potency from external influences. A medicinal pill? May's heart tightened as she focused her gaze on the red bead again, then brought it close to her ear and shook it slightly, indeed hearing faint clinking sounds. Is it a medicinal pill for treatment? At this moment, the lady's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Thinking of another matter, her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Medicinal pills were rare in this modern era. Recently, she had never given up searching for the herbs Lucius mentioned. As expected, the herb called divine stone grass seemed to have vanished, impossible to find. Although Lucius said he knew where to find it, May clearly remembered that he had said it was possible, and whether it actually existed would need to be confirmed upon investigation. Now, unexpectedly getting a medicinal pill, thinking about its effects, May wondered if this pill could solve her grandfather's problem, thus eliminating the need for her and Lucius to go out searching for the divine stone grass. No. Lucius shook his head bluntly, explaining, medicinal pills are not like those miraculous drugs in novels or TV shows, which can instantly heal wounds. A medicinal pill can only alleviate the condition to a certain extent, providing some assistance. Your grandfather's condition, accumulated over many years, cannot be cured simply by taking a medicinal pill, let alone that we don't even know what specific effects this medicinal pill has yet. Different herbs combine to create different effects for the pills. With the outer layer sealed with wax, it was impossible to detect the fragrance of the herbs, thus making it temporarily impossible to determine the effect of the pill inside. Destroying the wax seal would cause the medicinal aura contained within to dissipate, weakening the pill's potency. So unless necessary, Lucius didn't want to break the outer wax seal just yet. But one thing was beyond doubt. For a medicinal pill to be hidden inside an ancient Buddha statue, which also became an antique, its existence must have been very long-lasting. The older the pill, the rarer and more precious it was. Lucius was still pondering how to ascertain the efficacy of the pill inside. Upon learning that the pill couldn't solve her grandfather's problem, May couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. However, she didn't become despondent. She said, Big Brother Chu, as you initially predicted, divine stone grass can't be found in the outside world. We probably need to set aside some time to go to the place you mentioned, and see if we can find divine stone grass. This was simple enough. Lucius nodded and said, I'm ready anytime from my end. Once you've arranged your own affairs, we can leave. Do we need to go for a long time? The anxious beauty planned to depart the next day. Back and forth, it will take about 6 to 7 days. And most of the time will be spent in the mountains where there's no cell phone signal, so you need to arrange everything beforehand. Hearing this, May had to change her plans. She originally thought that even if she wasn't at the company, she could still handle company matters over the phone. But now it seemed she indeed needed to settle everything before leaving. She didn't want to come back only to find the company in chaos. Eager to set off, she realized she had a lot to arrange and immediately got up to head to Tianmei Group. Why, are you leaving already? Noticing Lucius's somewhat odd tone, May turned around and explained, I want to set off tomorrow, so I need to go to the company now to arrange some things. Lucius stood up and walked over, chuckling, the door is closed. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't do anything? The beauty's fair face suddenly flushed bright red. Chapter 53. Entering the situation personally. Afterwards, Lucius and May left the Qin family residence together, heading for Tianmei Corporation. Originally, he planned to stay in the courtyard, trying to figure out the efficacy of the pills inside without breaking the outer wax seal. However, due to the intensity of their earlier activities, May was quite exhausted. Seeing this, Lucius advised her to handle company affairs tomorrow and rest well today. As long as he stayed at the Qin family, even if Philippe wasn't found in time, it wouldn't matter much for Russell's condition. But May was an impatient person. Once she decided on something, she had to do it. Seeing that the beauty insisted on going to the company, and considering the Dark Knight organization likely already began targeting him, Lucius left with her. Without showing up, how would the Dark Knight organization get its chance? The Dark Knight organization wanted to assassinate him, But he also wanted to meet this powerful assassin group. Regarding the Dark Knight organization's assassination plan, Lucius's idea was simple. Contact the upper echelons through the hitman, clearly inform them not to waste effort, and resolve the issue at once. If unresolved, allowing them to keep sending assassins would be like having a fly buzzing around all the time. Very annoying. Upon arriving at Tianmei Corporation, Mei hurried up the building while Lucius parked in the underground garage. Due to being his first visit, Lucius was unfamiliar with the layout of the underground parking lot. After circling several times without finding an elevator, he returned to the ground floor and entered from the first floor of the company. Stop. Just at the entrance, a security guard blocked Lucius sternly. Please show your ID card. ID card? Lucius paused, then explained. I don't have an ID card. I'm here with President Qin. He thought mentioning Mei would work. The guard scanned him disdainfully, the corners of his mouth curling in obvious skepticism. You, with President Qin? With such cheap clothes, what qualifications do you have? Noticing the guard's disbelief, Lucius patiently explained, Brother, I really came with your President Qin. She went upstairs just now because of some urgent matters, and I came to park the car. The guard sneered. If so, why didn't you use the elevator in the underground parking lot? Feeling speechless, Lucius almost retorted that the guard was an idiot. If he could swipe a card, would he still be standing here? Since Tianmei Corporation is related to medical aesthetics, it has always been a gathering place for beauties. Female employees make up 95% of the company, and all are attractive. Therefore, some ill-intentioned individuals try every means to enter Tianmei Corporation to shoot videos for traffic or flirt with potential targets. Since Lucius had no ID card, the guard instinctively took him for one of these people. Waving his hand impatiently, the guard said, Go away. The company has rules. No one can enter without an ID card. Understanding the guard was just doing his job, Lucius didn't force entry and prepared to call Mei to resolve the matter. What are you doing? Just as Lucius pulled out his phone, a voice inquired from the side. A tall, hefty man approached. Captain Averill, he wants to enter but doesn't have an ID card, the guard quickly informed him. Captain Averill gave Lucius a sweeping look before approaching him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he lowered his voice and smiled. Brother, it's actually very simple to enter. Let's talk, shall we? Originally, a single call would solve the problem. But from Captain Averill's strange tone and eyes, Lucius sensed something was off. Tianmei Corporation belonged to Mei. Since the company explicitly stipulates that no one without an ID card can enter, why did Captain Averill say it was easy to enter? There was no need to think twice. He knew they must be up to something behind the scenes. Although it seemed minor, if things went wrong, it could significantly impact Tianmei's development. Confidential information about Tianmei might be exposed, affecting stock prices. Therefore, Lucius nodded. He planned to infiltrate and observe how these people use their authority improperly to assist Mei in rooting out these corrupt elements. Seeing Lucius agree, Captain Averill laughed and led him toward the corner of the building. First time here? Lucius nodded, and Captain Averill continued. Since it's your first time, let me explain the situation here. You don't have an ID card, so you can't enter normally, but I can help you. Of course, helping isn't free. You'd need to give me some hardship fees, right? Lucius nodded again. Captain Averill added, the higher the floor you want to enter, the more expensive the hardship fee. Different floors have different charges. Lucius couldn't help but ask, is there any difference? Of course there is a difference. Captain Averill's face was full of excitement as he said, the higher the floor, the more beauties there are. Not only that, each one of them is a successful beauty, earning hundreds of thousands or even millions annually. Just imagine, if you could catch the eye of any one of them, wouldn't your life be set for the rest of your days? Lucius chuckled and nodded, then asked, so, how exactly are the charges structured? 1,000 per floor. If you only want to go to the second floor, you pay 2,000. For the 8th floor, it's 8,000 and so on. Tianmei Corporation has a total of 30 floors. Tell me which floor you want to visit. Captain Averill looked at Lucius with great anticipation after he finished speaking. Looking up, Lucius hesitated and said, the view from the 30th floor must be pretty good, right? Seeing that the other party was eyeing the 30th floor, Captain Averill's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly smiled and said, brother, I don't recommend you going to the 30th floor. It's the CEO's office building. Besides the boss and her few secretaries, there aren't many people. Although the boss's secretaries are very beautiful, they also have high standards. I don't think you can win their favor. Choose below the 30th floor instead. The 29th floor is not bad either. It's only one floor away from the 30th. If you want to go up to enjoy the view, it's quite suitable. No. Lucius shook his head and firmly said, I still want to go to the 30th floor. Before Captain Averill could protest, he added, as long as you can get me to the 30th floor, money is not an issue. Hearing that money was not an issue, Captain Averill suppressed what he was about to say. He took a deep breath, realizing that this person in front of him was a big target. With determination, he said, the 30th floor isn't impossible, but it'll cost 100,000. Deal. 100,000 it is. Lucius's readiness made Captain Averill, who had initially hesitated whether 10,000 was too much, feel somewhat regretful. He realized that the other party was so willing that he should have asked for 200,000. However, words were like water spilled out, a done deal. Afraid of losing such a big target through haggling, Captain Averill immediately pulled out his phone and said, pay up, and I'll take you up as soon as you're done. Lucius just shook his head with a chuckle. Not paying? Captain Averill instantly got angry. Chapter 54. The True Prey. What do you mean? Messing with me? Captain Averill glared angrily at Lucius, his fists already clenched. His plump hands made the fists look large and, at first glance, were indeed somewhat intimidating. Not at all. Lucius hurriedly explained in mock panic. Brother, if I pay before even going up, what will I do to get my money back if we don't make it? Impossible. Captain Averill shook his head firmly. In the entire Tianmei group, there's nowhere I can't go. You don't need to worry about anything. Lucius still shook his head and said, give half now, and I'll give the other half once we reach the 30th floor and see the view I want to see. Captain Averill hesitated slightly, thinking that the money would ultimately end up in his pocket anyway, so he agreed without further struggle. After transferring 50,000, Captain Averill immediately led Lucius to the back of the Tianmei group, entering from the rear door. Once inside the elevator, after swiping the card and pressing the button for the 30th floor, Captain Averill gave a serious warning. Brother, the 30th floor is different from other floors. Once we're there, you must not wander around. You have to listen to me, understood? Just rest assured, brother, I know what to do. Lucius responded with a smile, thinking that once they reached the top, he would show him how to play him into a corner. The elevator quickly arrived at the 30th floor. As soon as the doors opened, Captain Averill eagerly placed his phone in front of Lucius, his intentions clear. As the security captain, he was well aware that the 30th floor was indeed different from the others. He had already planned out his next moves in his mind. It was all about the details. First, he needed to get the remaining money. Brother, no need to be so hasty, right? Lucius said somewhat unhappily. Do I look like someone who's short on money? You've already given me the first 50,000, and I won't short you on the rest. We've just reached the 30th floor, and you're already acting like this? It doesn't look good, does it? Realizing he had been too eager after being scolded, Captain Averill smiled awkwardly. Since the money was still in Lucius's hands, the clearly disadvantaged Captain Averill didn't block the elevator exit. Instead, he walked out and pointed to the glass window at the end of the corridor, saying, Brother, you can enjoy your view there. Go take a look. Lucius frowned and feigned annoyance. Brother, I think you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? As Captain Averill was confused, Lucius continued, The view I'm referring to isn't the kind you think. What do you mean? The 30th floor, could there be any other view besides what you're thinking of? Captain Averill looked puzzled. Lucius chuckled. I heard that Mei, the CEO of Tianmei Group, is a stunning sight in Yuan City. The view I want to see is her. Use your toes to think. Am I an idiot? Why would I spend 10,000 just to come up here for a regular view? After a moment, Captain Averill realized that the other party had actually come for the boss. His face slowly turned dark. He thought he was clever, playing word games to bring the person up and then take them back down, considering it a smart move. But he hadn't anticipated that the other party was also playing along but one step ahead. As a subordinate, Captain Averill knew very well that if Lucius stormed into the boss's office, he'd be fired. He sternly said, Brother, Miss Qin isn't someone anyone can just meet. I can't fulfill this request. Let's go back downstairs. At this point, Captain Averill didn't dare think about the remaining 50,000. All he wanted was to get Lucius out of there quickly to avoid running into the secretary. Speaking of which, he reached out to grab Lucius's arm, preparing to forcibly escort him away. Lucius stepped back to avoid him, his face turning serious as he shouted loudly, What are you trying to pull? Cheating me? Startled by the loud voice, Captain Averill's expression changed drastically. After glancing at the other end of the corridor, he glared at Lucius and whispered menacingly, Kid, I advise you to be sensible and follow me downstairs. I'll forget about the remaining 50,000. If you cause trouble, you'll regret it. Lucius smirked and turned to walk toward the other end of the corridor, looking for trouble. Seeing that Lucius wouldn't listen, the towering Captain Averill's anger flared up. He strode forward quickly, and his plump hand reached out to grab Lucius's neck, intending to drag him down like a chick. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lucius, Lucius suddenly turned around, and his right hand flashed out, tapping sharply on Captain Averill's arm. Ah! The sudden intense pain made Captain Averill involuntarily scream, but he immediately clamped his mouth shut, afraid to alert others. At the same time, Captain Averill realized this young man was no simpleton. Brother! Unable to subdue Lucius and not wanting to escalate the situation, Captain Averill suddenly knelt before Lucius, pleading with wide eyes, Brother, please, I'm just a worker, don't make things difficult for me, alright? If Mei finds out I brought the two beautiful women immediately fixed their gaze on Lucius's face. Lucius walked back to the corridor intersection, raised his chin, and said, Do you want to explain it yourself, or should I tell them for you? Dot and Mei were just curious about whom Lucius was talking to when Averill, with one arm hugging the other, walked out, looking ashamed, and said, Miss Qin, I made a mistake, please punish me. Realizing something must have happened between Lucius and the security captain, Mei's beautiful face turned cold, and she said icily, Go to the office. As Averill silently moved forward, he finally understood. He wasn't a tool but the prey. This is mutiny, truly mutiny. Inside the office, after learning that Averill and other security guards had been secretly bringing unauthorized people into the building for profit, Mei slammed her hand heavily on the desk in anger. In the midst of her fury, she suddenly recalled a major incident that happened at the beginning of the year. She abruptly stood up, and her fierce eyes instantly locked onto Averill. Chapter 55, A Den of Thieves. At the beginning of the year, company secrets were leaked. Despite the timely handling by the PR team, the incident still caused considerable losses for Tianmei Group. Afterward, Mei had Yuan lead his subordinates to investigate all employees in an attempt to identify the one responsible for the leak. However, after 2 weeks of upheaval, no results were found, and instead, the company was thrown into chaos. Mei, as he closed the door, his eyes flicked toward Lucius sitting on the sofa, filled with resentment. Boss Qin, how can we just let it go? The company suffered such significant losses, Dot said, feeling very reluctant. If it were up to her, letting the culprit rot in jail would be more fitting. There's no point. Mei walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and explained, So much time has passed, and key evidence is already lost. Even if we did report it, the punishment wouldn't be severe. Besides, do you think he could make up for the losses even if we asked him to compensate? After careful thought, Dot agreed. The losses were so extensive that even selling Averill Captain wouldn't cover them. She nodded and dropped the matter. Considering that Averill Captain was the head of security and had just been fired, Dot continued, Boss Qin, should we hire a new security captain, or promote someone from the current staff? Are there any suitable candidates among the current staff? Mei asked in return. Dot thought for a moment and shook her head slightly, saying, Probably not. Most of the remaining ones are connected to Avril Captain in some way, making them unsuitable. It's best to hire someone new externally. May hummed in agreement, preparing to assign the task when she noticed Lucius playing with his phone on the sofa. She suddenly remembered that after their interaction earlier, he mentioned wanting to find something to do. At the time, she thought someone with his abilities wouldn't need to work. But Lucius said that although that was true, he had been idle for almost 5 years in the Luo family, nearly losing touch with society. He didn't want to continue living like that, and needed to get out more. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Her eyes lit up as she approached and said, Brother Chu, didn't you say you wanted to find something to do? How about taking the position of security captain? May knew very well what Lucius was capable of. With him as security captain, not even a fly could get into Tianmei Group. Moreover, if Lucius worked at Tianmei Group, he could stay in the office and keep her company. Truly a win-win situation. But considering that this position might be too low for him, May worried he might not accept. Lucius put down his phone and smiled. If you think it's fine, I'm indifferent. Haha, then it's settled. May danced with joy like a child, causing to stare in surprise. They had known each other for nearly 10 years, and Dot had never seen May this happy before. She couldn't help but take another look at Lucius, wondering what kind of charm he possessed that made the extremely aloof boss Qin bow to him. Avril, I have some matters to handle here. Please take Brother Chu to get an ID card and introduce him to the security department for the handover. Dot nodded and took Lucius to the HR department to establish his information and create an ID card. After these tasks, although Yuan had been fired, in the eyes of these guards, he was still their captain. Initially, the entire security department didn't operate like this. Everyone received a fixed salary. Though the pay wasn't low, these people all had families to support and couldn't afford to go to nightclubs or entertainment venues. Since Yuan came along and discovered this business opportunity, the security guards' wallets swelled every month. They began enjoying better food and cigarettes, indulging in pleasure every now and then. Of course, when they started doing this, they agreed that whoever got caught by the upper management would take the blame alone. In other words, they would only tell the upper management that they did this secretly on their own, and no one else knew about it. The purpose was clear, to protect the others from losing their jobs and miss out on this lucrative path. Therefore, Yuan told May this upstairs as well. Otherwise, given her anger, she wouldn't just fire Yuan but overhaul the entire security department. Given the situation, realizing he couldn't change his departure, Yuan said, Alright, this time I was unlucky. You guys be careful in the future. If you get rich, don't forget me. By the way, Shanji, remember to find out that guy's background for me. I don't care what kind of relationship he has with the boss. Anyone who cuts off my income will regret it. Hell, nobody knows who I, crazy Avril, am. Thinking of Lucius, Yuan clenched his fat hands tightly, his eyes narrowing into slits with a cold glint. Click. The door suddenly opened. Lucius walked in smiling and glaring fiercely at Lucius. With Captain Yuan being dismissed, they thought it was just his bad luck, but never expected that they would also be let go because of this kid. What do you want to do? Seeing the security guards showing signs of wanting to act, Dot stepped forward and rebuked them. Do you want to hit someone? Do you believe I won't call the police right now? The words call the police forced the security guards to suppress the anger that was about to burst out. Tianmei Group not pursuing further actions and just dismissing them was already the best outcome. If they caused trouble and alerted the police, things wouldn't be so easily resolved. Being adults, they still knew the difference between right and wrong. Humph. Yuan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and said, Let's go. If this place doesn't keep us, there will be another place for us. The security guards subsequently glared at Lucius as they walked past him. Looking at the empty security room, leaving only Lucius as a solitary figure, didn't know what to say. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she said, Lucius, I'll have HR recruit people to rebuild the security department right away. No need. Lucius waved his hand. No need? Was he planning to take responsibility for the entire group's security alone? Tianmei Group was so large. Could he handle it? Just as this thought arose in Dot's mind, Lucius continued, I'll bring in a few obedient people. The security department was responsible for the stability of the entire group and had many tasks. It would take several days from the time HR posted the job announcement to interviews and everything else. Lucius couldn't wait that long. Though he wanted something to do, he didn't intend to turn himself into a workaholic who worked from dawn till dusk. It was simply a matter of personnel. Lucius pulled out his phone and called Basil, informing him that Tianmei Group needed 10 security guards and asked him to select 10 people with good physical fitness who were obedient and discerning from the gang. Since the Black Dragon Gang and the Qin family had already formed an alliance, this minor request was nothing to the Black Dragon Gang. Moreover, since Lucius made the request, Basil did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately started selecting suitable candidates personally. Knowing Lucius's special standing in Qin's eyes, didn't say much more. She turned and went upstairs to report the situation to May. May, who was busy working, didn't say much when she heard Lucius wanted to arrange his own team. Instead, she instructed to provide whatever support he needed, emphasizing that his words were hers. She also told to convey this intention to the heads of other departments to prevent misunderstandings and conflicts. With the security guards all withdrawn and Basil still needing time to mobilize people, the main hall couldn't be left unguarded, or others might enter. As the new security captain, Lucius had to guard the entrance himself. Across the street at a restaurant, Yuan and the others, who were discussing plans, saw Lucius come to guard the gate and laughed. Damn, this is what happens when you kick us out. Serves him right, biting the hand that feeds him. Yuan's eyes rolled around, and he lowered his voice, saying, Brothers, I've got a good plan to deal with this guy. Boss Avril, what's the plan? The 9 others immediately focused on Yuan. We'll do it tonight. After hearing the plan, the 9 pairs of eyes lit up, clapping in agreement. Great, truly a brilliant plan. Let's do it. Guarding the entrance was boring and monotonous. However, for Lucius, who was used to quietness, it wasn't too bad. By evening, the employees of Tianmei Group gradually left for home. Each employee couldn't help but glance at Lucius when they passed him. The events of the security department had already spread, and everyone knew that President Qin had appointed a young man as the security captain. No one expected this new captain to take office and then have the entire department dismissed, leaving him alone in command. Everyone was curious about Lucius's identity, because it had long been rumored outside that Yun Cheng's Black Rose was already taken, being very close to a young man. Lucius fit the description well, leading everyone to wonder if he was indeed the person in the rumor. Although considering this, seeing that Lucius wasn't exceptionally handsome, merely passable, and thinking that if he were President Qin's chosen one, she wouldn't let him be a security captain, people gave up on guessing. The executives who were informed and knew that Lucius had a complicated relationship with Mei would all smile kindly and nod hello as they passed by him, to which Lucius politely responded. Once most of the company staff had left, Basil called to inform Lucius that they were almost at Tianmei Group. At this perfect timing, Lucius asked Basil to come straight to the main gate to replace him. Soon, several cars stopped in front of Tianmei Group's main entrance. 10 carefully selected young men, led by Basil, stood before Lucius in neat rows, as straight as poles. Master, do you think they are suitable? If anyone isn't up to par, just say, and I'll replace them immediately. Lucius scanned the 10 men and saw that they were all martial artists. Satisfied, he nodded and then led the 10 men to the security room to get their tools. He informed them of their duties according to the rules he had previously established. These 10 men had already been reminded by Basil, and understood this was an extremely rare opportunity. If they seized this chance, their path in martial arts would be extraordinary. Therefore, even though they were transferred from the Black Dragon Gang and were martial artists, they obeyed Lucius like soldiers. After making all the arrangements, Lucius was about to go upstairs to find Mei. Taking a few steps, he noticed Basil, who should have left, still standing at the door watching him expectantly. Furrowing his brows, Lucius asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Chapter 57 Giving face and asking for trouble. Master Chu. Basil rubbed his hands together and approached with quick, short steps, hesitating as if he were a shy woman. Lucius rolled his eyes impatiently and said, "Spit it out." The sight of a grown man being so coy was truly nauseating. Master Chu, I was wondering, do you need any more people here? Despite knowing the chances of success were slim, Basil steeled himself to ask. When he first received Lucius's call, he thought Lucius was solving problems for Mei. But upon arriving and learning that Lucius would be the new security captain, Basil couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. He thought if he had known this earlier, he should have gotten himself placed here too. He knew very well how beneficial it could be to be close to Lucius. Trees may die when transplanted, but people can thrive in new places. There's always a way if one puts their mind to it. To stay by Lucius's side, even if he knew it would be embarrassing, Basil still wanted to give it a try. Dignity means nothing before the path of martial arts. Seeing through Basil's intentions, Lucius raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're the leader of a gang. Can you really lower yourself to do this kind of work?" The news that the leader of the Black Dragon Gang would become a security guard would shock many people. What's there to hesitate about? As long as Captain Chu you say yes, whatever young people can do, I can do too. Whatever hardships they can bear, I can bear as well. Basil spoke confidently to show his resolve. Fine. We're just lacking a deputy captain. Since you can't keep still, why don't you come aboard? If you're around, I can handle other matters with peace of mind. What started as a mere attempt actually succeeded. Basil was overjoyed and rushed into the security room. He didn't care whether the clothes left behind were clean or not. He grabbed a set and put it on immediately. The other 10 people watching this scene were astonished. They realized Basil's previous instructions weren't just talk, because if they were false, Basil wouldn't humiliate himself like this as the boss. In the top floor office, Mei stood up abruptly after hearing what Lucius said, staring at him in disbelief. Brother Chu, are you sure you're not joking? Her expression was filled with skepticism. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang coming to her company as a security guard and even as a deputy captain? No matter how she thought about it, Mei couldn't believe this was possible. She thought Lucius was joking, probably because she looked tired from work. Don't believe me? Lucius smiled smugly and picked up the walkie-talkie from his waist. Old Wei, come up to the top floor. The chairman wants to see you. Really? Mei couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from twitching. Soon, there was a knock on the door. After saying come in, Mei watched as Basil entered and respectfully called her chairman. The shock of the truth was immense. Mei pinched herself subconsciously, making sure she wasn't dreaming. Upon seeing Basil in a poorly fitting security uniform, she tried hard not to laugh and said, "Bear it, Wei. If the uniform doesn't fit, you don't have to wear it for now. I'll have new uniforms custom-made right away. Chairman, I'm the deputy head of security now. Just call me Old Wei." Basil clearly intended to flatter her as much as possible, forgetting he was also a significant figure in Yun City. Before Mei could say anything about maintaining propriety despite this, Lucius interjected, "Keep things professional. This is a serious workplace. Treat everyone according to the rules." "Yes, Chairman, follow the rules, otherwise everything will get messy." Basil quickly agreed. Seeing this, Mei didn't press the issue further. Realizing he wasn't needed, Basil left the office to avoid disturbing Lucius and Mei's conversation. Concerned that employees might laugh at Basil's outfit tomorrow and possibly offend him since they didn't know who he was, Mei promptly contacted to have new uniforms made overnight. Hearing about the phone call to change the uniform, Lucius suggested updating the current style, finding it unimpressive and lacking intimidation. With money, everything was easy. Within half an hour, Dot sent several uniform design photos for selection. Mei handed the phone to Lucius to communicate with Dot directly. After selecting, Dot promised to deliver the uniforms to the company in 2 hours. Knowing Mei was busy, Lucius didn't distract her further and quietly surfed the web on the sofa. "Captain, report. We caught a few thieves." A voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie. Lucius abruptly got up and left the office to go downstairs. Just caught some thieves on his first day? Mei, very curious about what these thieves could possibly steal from Tianmei Group, also got up and followed him down. In the lobby of the first floor, 8 people were kneeling on the ground, and they were precisely the group of security guards who had been dismissed earlier that day. At this moment, surrounded by 3 menacing figures, the 8 people felt as if their hopes were utterly crushed. It was Yuan's idea to come back and steal. He had analyzed that since Tianmei Group had dismissed them all and would need to hire new staff, it would take at least 3 days for the process. During this time, while the general security measures of Tianmei Group might work for ordinary people, they were almost useless for these ex-security personnel because they knew all the passwords. With Lucius just taking over and likely not having had the chance to change any security codes, the situation seemed ripe for exploitation. As former security personnel of Tianmei Group, they knew exactly where all the valuable items were stored. Yuan's plan was to use this opportunity to make a hefty sum to compensate for their job loss, while also undermining Lucius's reputation as the new security captain. After all, no incidents occurred when others were in charge, but right after he took over, a theft happened, which would make everyone question his capability. What they didn't expect was that Lucius would move so quickly, recruiting new security personnel within just a few hours. Not only did he find security guards promptly, but the newcomers were incredibly formidable, seeming like retired special forces operatives. Even with an 8-2 numerical advantage, the intruders were swiftly overpowered. The 8 couldn't imagine what kind of punishment awaited them next. Soon, Lucius and Basil arrived on the scene. Seeing the familiar faces, Lucius smiled and said, "You guys really never change your ways. You were already spared once in the daytime, and now you come back to cause trouble at night? Very well, this path is one you chose yourselves." Mei, who had closely followed, seeing the intruders were former security personnel, immediately ordered, "Call the police. Miss Qin, we know we were wrong, please spare us again, don't call the police." The 8 begged for mercy by kowtowing, but Mei remained unmoved. Offering leniency to those who do not appreciate it means there's no need to offer it anymore. Chapter 58. Are you looking for me? Where is he? Lucius suddenly asked Aaron. He remembered that there were clearly 10 people in this group, but now only 8 had been caught, with 2 still missing. Moreover, these few people looked so frightened that they obviously didn't have the capability to plan such an event. Without much thought, it was clear that the mastermind Yuan must be hiding somewhere outside waiting. Who? Aaron continued to pretend not to understand. In the past 2 years, he had received plenty of favors from Yuan, so even though he himself was in trouble, he still wanted to protect Yuan. This Avril, did he plan this? Lucius's tone was cold, showing his impatience. I don't know. Aaron firmly shook his head and raised his voice. We planned this together. It has nothing to do with Captain Avril. By saying this, Aaron intended to inform the others that they should take responsibility and not involve Yuan. If one person could avoid going in, it would be better to keep Yuan out, knowing that he was so loyal and would definitely take care of their families. A stubborn duck. But a stubborn duck can also be made to soften under Lucius's hand. Lucius had plenty of ways to deal with these minor thugs. He suddenly grabbed Aaron by the neck and lifted him up, then quickly tapped different parts of his body. Ah, itches. So itchy. When Lucius threw Aaron to the ground, he scratched his body Too late. The police are coming soon. Mei coldly said this and then went upstairs to continue her work. Shortly after, sirens were heard, followed by more than a dozen police officers arriving on the scene. After understanding the specific situation, the leader waved his hand and took Yuan and the others away. Tomorrow, Dot would arrange for someone to follow up on their charges. As subordinates gradually left, Nelson, the leader, walked up to Basil and quietly asked, "Mr. Wei, what are you doing here?" And the latter part of his words mainly referred to Basil's attire, which Nelson found hard to describe. Basil, surprised that the other party knew him, chuckled to mask his embarrassment and said, "Just passing time, experiencing life. Pretend you didn't see anything." Knowing that he couldn't provoke the person in front of him, Nelson nodded with a smile and then left, suppressing the shock in his heart. Back in the car, recalling Basil's outfit, Nelson sighed, "The lives of rich people, really can't understand them." Inside the hall, Lucius was about to go upstairs when Basil hurriedly asked, "Captain, should we bring in more people to enhance the security of the company?" Lucius had seen the Tianmei Group security system before. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about technology, he could feel that Mei had spent a lot of money on it, making the security system quite advanced. Human security was mainly responsible for daytime shifts. Bringing in more people would be a waste of resources, so Lucius shook his head and said, "No need, these few are enough. These 10 people you brought in have good overall qualities. If they perform well, I'll teach them some moves when I'm free." Great. Basil instantly became happy like a child. Another 3 hours passed, nearly midnight, when Mei finally let out a long breath and stretched lazily. Her stunning figure was revealed, causing Lucius's throat to move involuntarily. Noticing this, Mei didn't retract her hand, but instead struck a highly seductive pose. "Suellen, you know you're playing with fire, don't you?" Standing up, Lucius said with a slightly hurried tone. Mei smiled smugly and said with her beautiful eyes twinkling, "You are the fire, and I am indeed playing with fire." How many men could resist such flirtation? In one step, Lucius darted forward like a gust of wind, swiftly reaching Mei. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the beauty into his embrace. Their eyes met, and their desires surged through their gazes. Despite being in an office, neither of them cared about the setting. Just as Lucius lifted Mei onto the desk to proceed further, his expression suddenly changed. Reacting to the imminent danger, he swept her up and they both fell to the side. Whoosh! Bang! The sharp sound was followed by a dull thud. A finger-sized hole appeared in the wooden bookshelf behind the desk. Sniper? Coming to her senses, Mei asked Lucius, her face filled with panic. Though she had experienced much due to her family's wealth, being targeted by a sniper was something she had only seen in movies. Mei never imagined it would happen to her today. She knew very well that if not for Lucius's quick reaction, the bullet might have already pierced her. Aware of Mei's current limitations, which made it hard for her to defend against or dodge a sniper, Lucius squeezed her hand comfortingly and said, "It's probably a hitman from the Dark Knight organization. Lie here and don't move. I'll take care of him first." "Be careful," Mei said worriedly. Lucius smiled easily and replied, "If someone who relies only on external tools can kill me, then my past 20-some years have been wasted." With that, Lucius leaped into the air as if propelled by a spring. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of bullets hitting objects echoed continuously. Lucius moved swiftly around the office like a ghost. Suddenly, he vanished. On the rooftop of the opposite building, the Dark Knight assassin, seeing that Lucius had disappeared, frowned deeply and continued searching after taking a deep breath. Try as he might, it seemed as though Lucius had left the office entirely without a trace. Where did he go? As the assassin hesitated whether to change position to continue the search, a cold voice sounded from behind. Are you looking for me? Chapter 59. Who says I was hiding? The assassin instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body turning cold. He had lost sight of the target for only about a minute. In that mere minute, not only had the target found his hiding place, but he also came over from the opposite building. It was at this moment that the assassin understood why the target photo had been marked with a red flag when he accepted the mission. The red flag indicated that the target was not ordinary and had some counterattack capabilities, warning the assassin to be cautious. However, seeing how young the target looked in the photo and considering the generous reward, along with the close proximity, he had ignored the warning and accepted the mission. Ultimately an assassin, conceding defeat wasn't in his nature. Thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly, and he whipped out a knife from his waist, twisting his body into an odd posture and sweeping it towards Lucius. As expected, facing this attack, Lucius would have to dodge. Once the distance was opened, it would be simple to either continue or retreat. But in the next second, the assassin froze. The gleaming dagger was held firmly by 2 fingers of Lucius. I concede. Seeing his attack blocked and knowing he was no match for Lucius, the assassin gave up resistance immediately. You're quite sensible. Lucius smiled, tilting his chin slightly and said, "Want to chat? Chat about what? About your life, of course." Good conversation meant living. Poor conversation meant death. Seeing Lucius turn around, exposing his back, the assassin's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea of attacking and obediently walked up beside Lucius. What level are you in the Dark Knight organization? Facing the assassin who tried to kill him but whom he hadn't finished off, Lucius wanted to learn more about the Dark Knight organization, exploring whether resolving the issue through its higher-ups was feasible. Ordinary rank. How do you usually contact each other? Do you know who assigns your missions? Or can you contact them? Lucius bombarded the assassin with questions, all of which were answered truthfully. However, the answers weren't encouraging. According to the assassin, he was one of the outermost members of the Dark Knight organization, with no access to core information. All communication, task acceptance, and completion for rewards were conducted online. He had never met anyone from the organization in person. This situation made Lucius realize it would be difficult to stop the assassination through the higher ranks. Following up, he asked, once a bounty is issued, is there any way to revoke it? The assassin thought for a moment and replied, there are only 2 ways to revoke a bounty. One is for the organization's higher-ups to cancel it, and the other is for the benefactor to pay a breach fee. Under normal circumstances, the breaching fee paid by the benefactor would be several times the bounty amount. Seeing Lucius's confusion, the assassin explained further. Because every task requires the organization to expend resources on investigations and other matters. If a bounty is revoked after being posted, it unnecessarily wastes organizational resources. Lucius hadn't expected so many complexities involved. One road blocked, he must find another. After discovering someone hired an assassin to kill him, guessing Hiroshi might be the mastermind, Lucius initially intended to confront him. However, due to Mei's issues, he put it aside temporarily. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to go after him. Seeing Lucius silent, the assassin thought he had nothing to worry about and slowly turned to leave. What do you think you're doing? Just as the assassin took a step, Lucius's cold voice rang out. The assassin swallowed hard, asking timidly, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can I leave now? Lucius snorted, thinking that if the assassin had attacked him while he was interacting with a beauty, it was evident the man saw him as a joke. Moreover, if it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would already be dead. To reveal common information and expect to save his life? You're too naive. As Lucius spoke, the assassin's eyes widened abruptly. Before he could react, an invisible pressure slammed down on him like a mountain. Next, the assassin watched helplessly as Lucius slapped his hand onto the top of his head. After dealing with the assassin, Lucius returned to where the sniper had been lying in wait, picked up the sniper rifle, inspected it, and, finding it satisfactory, packed it away and left. On the top floor of Tianmei Group, Mei lay still on the ground, waiting for Lucius to deal with the assassin. Hearing the door open, she turned her head and asked anxiously, Is it resolved? No problem, you can get up now. The beauty stood up, surveying the slightly chaotic office with a helpless expression. Fortunately, everything was handled satisfactorily. Mei didn't worry much more, just informing that the office had some damage and needed repairs. Originally, both were filled with passion and prepared to interact right in the office. But being disturbed by the sniper's attack, their previously intense desire had dissipated. Moreover, with the floor covered in gravel and splinters, the scene was a mess, so they didn't try to regain that feeling. Time was running late, and matters were all settled. After a brief word with Basil, Lucius left Tianmei Group with the beauty. After dropping Mei off at her family home, Lucius followed the navigation route already set by the beauty, driving toward the Huang residence. As long as the Dark Knight organization's bounty wasn't withdrawn, assassins could appear anytime. Lucius wasn't worried given his strength. However, the earlier sniper incident made him realize assassins wouldn't care about innocence. They'd exploit anyone or anything useful. Therefore, as long as Mei stayed close, she remained in danger. To avoid unnecessary troubles, canceling the bounty was essential. Upon reaching the destination, Lucius took the rifle left by the assassin. Spotting a tall tree nearby, he climbed it straight away. Through the scope, Lucius quickly found his target. Inside the house, Julius was having tea with Hiroshi. From Julius's distorted face and clenched fists, Lucius deduced he was likely talking about him. Observing for a moment, Lucius suddenly pulled the trigger. Inside, Julius's cup shattered instantly after he brought it to his mouth. Ah! Julius screamed as blood dripped from between his fingers, covering his mouth. You error! Confused, Hiroshi shouted and stood up. At this moment, a martial artist warned of danger. Hastily, he pulled Julius under the table. The teacups on the table exploded. The noise immediately alarmed the Huang family guards. There, on the tree. Soon, over 10 Huang family guards surrounded the tree where Lucius was. Whoever is up there, don't hide, come down now. Hiroshi came down with an injured Julius. He narrowed his eyes and yelled, Who is it? Show yourself. Huh. Lucius jumped down from the tree and said, Who said I was hiding? Chapter 60. Kneel and bow your head. It's you. Seeing the creditor actually come to his door, Hiroshi's face changed drastically. Why are you so surprised to see me? Lucius laughed as he looked at everyone. Hiroshi instinctively tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. He knew that the visitor couldn't have good intentions. This time, Lucius had indeed come to make the Huang family disappear from Yun City. But before that, there were many things to do. He said to the Huang family, Why don't you invite me in for a sit? Hiroshi didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds of silence, he signaled to the guards around him to disperse, then gestured Lucius towards the entrance with one finger. At this moment, Hiroshi was also very curious about what this creditor Lucius had suddenly come to the Huang family for. A martial artist using firearms for an ambush from a tree? Thinking of the earlier incident and seeing his son injured again, Hiroshi couldn't help but sneer. Young man, you sure know how to play. Clearly a martial artist, yet you hide behind guns for an ambush. If not for my quick reflexes, it might be a different story now. Lucius chuckled and said, You should thank me for not being too eager to let you die. Otherwise, do you think you could have dodged it just now? Not every martial artist has such strong alertness. Using a sniper rifle was merely out of curiosity since he had never encountered such weapons before. Otherwise, if Lucius had intended earlier, Julius would already be dead. Even as a martial artist, Hiroshi did not possess the capability to block bullets solely by physical strength. Being hit would mean either death or severe disability. Creak. Listening to Lucius's sarcastic and contemptuous remarks, Hiroshi clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he was very tempted to attack Lucius right away and teach this cocky youngster a lesson. But the remaining bit of rationality reminded him that the opponent wasn't ordinary. Fighting might not yield any benefit, and exposing their hostility under current circumstances wouldn't be wise. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Hiroshi's emotional fluctuations did not escape Lucius's notice, but Lucius acted as if he hadn't seen anything, walking into the Huang residence nonchalantly. Julius took a few steps back, beckoned one of the guards with a few words, then hurried after Hiroshi. At this moment, staring at Lucius's back, all he felt was hatred. His chances on the martial path were ruined because of this person before him. Julius had made up his mind. Today, no matter how powerful Lucius was, he must not leave alive. Unbeknownst to him, Lucius's visit wasn't planning to leave the Huang family in Yun City's future. Upon reaching the reception room and seeing Hiroshi take no action, Lucius tapped the table and said, Is this your Huang family's way of treating guests? Not even a cup of tea. If it were someone else, Hiroshi would definitely serve tea and treat them well. But facing an enemy like Lucius, Hiroshi had no interest. He asked bluntly, What exactly do you want here? Meanwhile, Julius, turning his eyes, abruptly stood up and left. Seeing the other party go straight to the point, Lucius didn't waste time either. With a playful expression, he said, The gun I used to snipe you guys an hour ago was seized from a killer. The organization that this killer belongs to is called the Dark Knight Organization. He was sent to kill me because someone offered a reward of 1 billion to take my life. Hiroshi's eyes flickered, and his fingers pressed lightly on the table. But he showed no abnormal reaction, asking indifferently, What does this have to do with us? At such close proximity, any slight change would not escape Lucius's notice. From the slight shift in Hiroshi's gaze, Lucius concluded that his guess was correct. The Huang family had indeed issued the bounty through the Dark Knight Organization. With the fact confirmed, the rest was easy to handle. He smiled and said, It was you who posted the bounty, right? Under Lucius's gaze, Hiroshi felt a sense of uncontrollable panic within. Realizing continued silence without counteraction would reveal something, he scoffed and said, Kid, words need evidence. Haven't you offended enough people? Why do you specifically think it was me who issued the bounty? An offensive move is the best defense. To show his confidence, Hiroshi stared back at Lucius unwaveringly, admitting it was impossible. Not because it was something shameful, but because admitting it would only escalate the conflict, rendering the 1 billion bounty meaningless. The Dark Knight Organization had already taken action and, according to their style, wouldn't stop until Lucius was dead. Hiroshi didn't believe that Lucius could be stronger than a decades-old assassination organization. Even if he couldn't kill Lucius immediately, constant and unpredictable attacks would be enough to cause endless frustration. Stubborn to the end. Suddenly, an aura of authority radiated from Lucius. He straightened up and said, If I didn't have evidence, would I have come to your place? The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Just as Hiroshi was about to speak, Julius suddenly came in carrying 3 cups of tea and said, Dad, we are a prestigious family. We can't let people mock us, right? Seeing Julius place a cup of tea in front of Lucius, Hiroshi grunted, This person doesn't deserve to drink our tea. Didn't you just get hurt by him? Julius smiled, then sat down with a serious tone, saying, Dad, these past few days I've been thinking that feuds should be reconciled, not prolonged, right? Let's just let bygones be bygones. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Right, big brother? The other day, it was indeed my fault, and I've already been punished for it. In the future, I hope big brother can forgive me, and together we can grow stronger. Looking at his son's repentant words and actions, Hiroshi was slightly dazed. He knew very well how much hatred his son bore towards Lucius. Why was he suddenly talking like this? As he was wondering, He noticed the 3 cups of tea his son had brought in, and Hiroshi suddenly understood. Despite knowing everything, Hiroshi still gave a cold snort and continued to play the bad cop. Faced with Julius's complete change in attitude, Lucius raised an eyebrow and said, "You really let go of your resentment?" "I can." Julius nodded firmly. Lucius chuckled, picked up the teacup, blew off the floating tea leaves on the surface, and paused before drinking, asking, "Are you going to call me Big Brother?" At that moment, Julius felt as if a hand was tightly gripping his heart. To avoid being suspected by Lucius, Julius nodded obediently, like a chick pecking rice, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, you're so strong. I want to call you Big Brother." "Great." Lucius grinned, nodding, "Then kneel and bow your head." "What?" Both father and son were stunned. "It's just acknowledging someone as an elder brother, right? It was all just talk. Didn't expect he would take it seriously." Lucius then explained, "Isn't that how it always goes in TV shows? Since you want to call me Big Brother, the ritual must be followed. You have to offer me tea. Or did you just mean it in words?" This challenge was immediately thrown back to the Huang father and son. Chapter 61. If only we had known then what we know now. At this moment, both father and son were at a loss. Experience told Hiroshi that Lucius made such a demand solely to humiliate his son. However, upon reconsidering the act of serving tea, his eyes instantly lit up. After exchanging a glance with his son, Julius hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully taking the teacup from Lucius's hand and placing it on the table before kneeling down immediately. Kneeling and kowtowing to an enemy was more unbearable than death for Julius. But to keep Lucius here today, despite the torment, he gritted his teeth and quickly performed 3 loud kowtows. Then, he lifted the teacup that had been placed on the table and said with a smile, "Elder brother, please have some tea." "That's much better." Lucius looked very satisfied and pleased as he brought the teacup to his lips for a sip. He raised his eyebrows and nodded, saying, "This tea is really quite good." Having achieved his goal, Hiroshi gave a cunning smile and said, "Young brother, if you like tea so much, why not drink more? I'll have someone pack several pounds for you when you leave." "Sure." After finishing another big gulp of tea, Lucius finally put down the teacup. Seeing that the tea in the cup was now more than half gone, both Hiroshi and Julius exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with excitement as the anxiety hanging over them finally dissipated. They knew what came next was waiting. Time would bring about the downfall of their enemies. To buy time, Hiroshi changed his previous attitude, speaking in a softer tone and insisting he hadn't sought any assassin group to issue a bounty, suggesting it might have been another family in Yun City. Julius also chimed in, saying the Su family was the most likely culprit since they were a wealthy business family who couldn't let the humiliation of Brevin go unpunished. Throughout this process, Lucius simply watched calmly, allowing them to drag out the time. He wanted to see how long this father-son duo could act. 5 minutes later, seeing the two were nearly out of things to say and just repeating themselves, Lucius lost his patience. His face suddenly changed, clutching his chest in apparent agony while pointing at the teacup. "You? What did you put in my tea?" The effects of the poison finally set in. Both Hiroshi and Julius, unsure of what to say next, simultaneously laughed maliciously, revealing their fangs. Standing up, Julius sneered and stared at Lucius. "Boy, did you really think the tea in my house was so easy to drink? Did you really think I could swallow the insult of being crippled by you? Today, my house will be your grave. I'll make you wish you were never born." Feeling confident of victory, Hiroshi stood up and added, "Boy, do you have a dog's nose? You guessed it was me who posted the bounty after just one assassination attempt. You really are quite sharp. If only I had known, I wouldn't have wasted that 1 billion. But thinking about it, it wasn't all for nothing. Without the bounty, you wouldn't have come here. As long as you die, 1 billion is nothing, 10 billions I can spare. Ha ha ha. Bring him in." With a shout, over 20 guards lying in wait outside rushed in. "He has lost his ability to move. Tie him up with steel ropes first." "Damn, to dare cripple my son. Letting you die quickly would be too merciful." Hiroshi glared at the paralyzed Lucius on the chair through gritted teeth. 2 guards immediately came up with the prepared steel ropes, but the moment they pulled Lucius off the stool, both were thrown back violently, crashing into others. What? This sudden change left Hiroshi and Julius, who had been high and mighty a second ago, pale with shock. Seeing that Lucius, who had seemed weak like a rag doll a second ago, now appeared perfectly fine, the father and son instinctively shook their heads, wondering if their eyes were deceiving them. Reality showed them otherwise. Lucius hadn't been poisoned at all. How could this be? Father and son were utterly confused, unable to understand how Lucius remained unharmed after drinking the drugged tea. At this point, Lucius spoke up. He sneered, thinking a little poison could take me down? How naive. As he finished speaking, Lucius opened his mouth towards the teacup, and all the tea he had just drunk flowed back into it, not a drop less. Witnessing this, Hiroshi trembled all over, stumbling backward uncontrollably, his face turning white with visible speed, his entire body shaking. He knew the end for the Huang family had come. Ever since learning of Lucius, Hiroshi had been speculating just how strong he was. Ultimately, he concluded that Lucius was likely at the late stage of transformation level. Now, however, reality informed Hiroshi that the young man before him was a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster could regurgitate ingested substances without any change. Because once a martial artist reached the grandmaster realm, their inner true chi would no longer dissipate like it did for transformation level martial artists. Instead, it would condense and remain stable, circulating through. We truly know our mistake. Please have mercy, spare the Huang family. Knowing that the other party was a grandmaster, Hiroshi understood that kneeling and begging for forgiveness was the only way out. At this moment, he bitterly regretted everything. If only he had known the other party was a grandmaster, what did it matter if his son was crippled? Even if his son had been killed, he should have praised the action, sparing others from potential harm. Grandmasters were rare across the entire Sunzhou. Note, Sunzhou is typically translated as donghua, but in context, empire or nation might be more appropriate. Moreover, such a young grandmaster. No one could predict how powerful he would grow in the future. Lucius, stepping forward, coldly smiled and said, "What did an old saying go? Yes, if only we had known then what we know now. I didn't intend to trouble you, but you seem so restless. What am I supposed to do?" Really troublesome. Indeed, very troublesome. Chapter 62. Slaughter of the Sun. Inside the room, as Lucius's sigh came to an end, a deathly silence immediately descended upon the room. The temperature had unknowingly dropped so much that the tea in the cups on the table started to freeze. Facing the Grim Reaper who was looking down at him, Hiroshi trembled as he said, "Master, we really know we were wrong. If you can spare us a path to live, from now on, the Huang family will become your dog. We'll do whatever you tell us to do." Really? Seeing Lucius was interested in his proposal, Hiroshi immediately nodded and said, "Yes, it's true. Then retract the bounty placed on me first." Understanding that he had no qualifications to negotiate terms, Hiroshi instantly took out his phone, logged into the platform where the bounty was posted, and canceled the bounty. Even though it meant forfeiting 900 million yuan as a penalty, he did not hesitate for a second, paying the sum as quickly as possible. After dealing with everything, he handed the phone over to Lucius, nervously saying, "Master, it has been cancelled. Take a look." Lucius took the phone, checked it, confirmed that the bounty had indeed been retracted, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, very obedient. There's one more thing I need you to do. If you do it well, I can forgive the Huang family. Please tell me, master." Hiroshi, seeing a glimmer of hope, added to show his loyalty, "Even if it means walking up the mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, I won't flinch once." Lucius gestured towards Julius, who was already terrified, and said, "He dared to drug me. If I want him dead, you know what to do, right?" What? Was he asking him to kill his own son? Hiroshi froze. He never imagined that Lucius's request would be this. That was his own flesh and blood. Did he have to kill his own son just to save his life? What? Weren't you just saying that even if it were to walk up a mountain of knives, or dive into a sea of flames, you wouldn't flinch? How difficult can this be for you? Invisible killing intent enveloped Hiroshi. The menace made Hiroshi even more lucid, his eyes clearly flashing fiercely, settling on his son. Upon making eye contact with Hiroshi, Julius realized he might really mean to kill him and hurriedly pleaded, "Dad, I'm your son. Are you going to kill me?" "Dad, he is driving a wedge between us. How can you kill me? It's all because of you." Anger burning in his heart, Hiroshi slowly rose to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed mercilessly on Julius. "It's all because of you that the Huang family has come to this. If I had known you would turn out like this, I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. Your death could save the Huang family. If you don't die, the entire 3 generations of the Huang family's legacy will perish along with you. My son, for the sake of the Huang family, I can only bear to hurt you." With that, Hiroshi closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and slapped Julius across the head. "No." Before Julius could finish shouting, his whole body shook, then his eyes lost their light, and he fell limp to the ground. "Ah!" Hiroshi let out a painful roar, kneeling on the ground and clutching his head with both hands. He never thought that he would have to use his own hands to beat his son to death. But if he didn't, the Huang family wouldn't just lose a few lives. It could mean total annihilation. One man's death for the survival of the clan. This calculation Hiroshi had to make, he had to do it. Lucius watched everything with indifference. When Hiroshi's roaring subsided, he spoke, "Stand up, I still have some questions for you." Despite being tormented inside, Hiroshi couldn't help but comply with the demands of the Grim Reaper and struggle to stand, adopting a respectful stance. "Did the Su family participate in placing a bounty on me?" "Yes." Hiroshi nodded without hesitation. At this moment, his hatred toward the Su family was unprecedented, because tracing the whole matter back to its roots, it all started with Brevin. If Brevin hadn't found his son wouldn't have clashed with Lucius and wouldn't have been crippled by him. None of these events would have happened afterward. Now that the Huang family was in such dire straits, Hiroshi could not allow the Su family to fare any better either. They must be dragged down too. He continued, "All the money used for the bounty was given to me by justice. The transfer records are all there." "Very good." Lucius nodded and said, "You'll do one more thing for me. Wipe out the Su family. Can you do that?" Hiroshi's lips twitched. He understood that Lucius intended to play them off against each other, setting the Huang family and Su family against each other like dogs biting each other. Don't want to? Facing Lucius's questioning, to save his own life and the Huang family, Hiroshi hurriedly nodded. By obeying orders, the Huang family could still have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, Hiroshi knew that news of the Huang family's disappearance would soon shock Yun City. "I give you 3 days. I want to see the Su family disappear from Yun City. If the Su family still exists after 3 days, the one disappearing will be the Huang family." After saying this, Lucius left with his hands behind his back. Hiroshi stood rooted to the spot like a wooden stake until the temperature in the room returned to normal, and only then did he regain his senses. Thud. Suddenly, Hiroshi slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Julius's body, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. In an instant, he looked 20 years older. Sunslaying. This kind of thing actually happened to him. Hiroshi suddenly began to laugh bitterly, and soon broke into wild laughter. At the Chin family residence, Mei had been waiting in the courtyard. Starting to doze off, she perked up upon hearing footsteps. Seeing Lucius return, she hurriedly got up and ran over, her eyes quickly scanning him over. "Looking for what?" Lucius asked in confusion. "I'm checking if you're hurt. If you're injured, I'll be very heartbroken." Lucius smiled tenderly and said, "Just a small Huang family, they can't hurt me." Knowing how formidable Lucius was, Mei didn't say much more but asked curiously, "Was the entire Huang family wiped out?" The Huang family had always been a formidable rival to the Qin family. If the Huang family were forced out of Yun City, it would be a great advantage for the Qin family. No. Lucius shook his head and sat on the stone chair, explaining, when I first went there, my plan was indeed to make the Huang family disappear from Yun City completely. But halfway through, I changed my mind. Seeing the curiosity in the beauty's eyes, and since there was nothing else to do, Lucius simply recounted everything that happened when he went to the Huang family. Beside him, Mei listened quietly. When she heard that Hiroshi had ruthlessly killed his own son to save his life and preserve the Huang family, her pretty face was filled with shock. She couldn't imagine how Hiroshi could bring himself to kill his own son whom he had raised for over 20 years. At the same time, she shuddered at Lucius's cold-bloodedness. Demanding anything from someone was one thing, but demanding Hiroshi kill his own son. That kind of psychological torture was exceptionally cruel. It wasn't hard to imagine that even if Hiroshi saved his life, he would henceforth live in the nightmare of having killed his own son. But then again, Mei felt that all this was well-deserved for Hiroshi. The reason was simple. Because. Chapter 63, Daniel. Everything happens for a reason. Every cause has its effect. One must face the consequences of their mistakes. Refusing to acknowledge one's errors and stubbornly clinging to them will lead to even more severe punishment. Chopping down weeds requires uprooting them completely. Allowing Hiroshi to live might bring about uncertain crises. Mei said worriedly, Big Brother Chu. This Hiroshi is still a transformation strength powerhouse. Allowing him to live will ultimately be a menace. Shouldn't we find an opportunity to? The beauty mimicked a TV gesture, crossing her arm over her neck. She knew that having been forced to kill his own son, Hiroshi's hatred for Lucius must be very strong. His current submission was only because Lucius was too powerful, overwhelming him. But Lucius couldn't always keep an eye on him. When he gets a chance to breathe, he will inevitably seek revenge. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. This truth Mei understood deeply. Not in a hurry. Lucius shook his head calmly and explained, in the short term, he can't stir much trouble. Once the Huang family and Su family have torn each other apart, there will naturally be someone to deal with him. I imagine the Huang family, after developing in Yun City these years, can't possibly not have made enemies? After reconsidering the entire plan, Mei realized Lucius's move achieved two goals at once. The Su family, though not weak in power and primarily a business-focused clan without martial artists, could hire them as guards with their wealth. Dealing with such hired hands would indeed be challenging. Hiroshi, if he wants to survive and prevent the Huang family from disappearing from Yun City, will use every means to contend against the Su family. After the struggle, if the Huang family is eliminated by the Su family, then there's no need to act against the Huang family anymore. If the Huang family wins by some chance, they'll surely be weakened, which would prompt families oppressed by the Huang family to step in and finish them off. Mei also thought that if no family stepped up, then the Qin family could take the initiative to eliminate the Huang family, thereby becoming the undisputed number one in Yun City. Since a long journey was ahead tomorrow, both rested peacefully that night. The next day, just as dawn broke, the two left Yun City, heading straight south to Noon Prefecture. From Yun City, located below the eastern Mao Prefecture, to southern Noon Prefecture, it took them around 8 hours before landing. Noon Prefecture, named for its fiery midday heat, was notably hot. Stepping out of the airport, the wave of heat almost overwhelmed Mei. Thinking of enduring high temperatures for the coming days, she felt a twinge of fear. Their destination was a small city called Shannan below Noon Prefecture, so they immediately continued their journey toward Shannan. On the way, Mei asked curiously, Big Brother Chu, how did you know that divine stone grass grows here? Recently searching for divine stone grass, reports suggested it had gone extinct over a century ago, yet Lucius claimed to have seen it, piquing Mei's curiosity. Over a decade ago when I came here on business, I encountered danger. During my escape, I came across it by chance and kept it in mind. Big Brother Chu, can you tell me about your past? Mei asked sweetly. Interacting with Lucius all this time, things had happened, but she barely knew anything about him. She felt this needed to change. It was rare to have such an opportunity to chat while traveling. She was curious about Lucius's experiences that led to such formidable strength at a young age. Had anyone else asked, Lucius would ignore it, but with Mei, he didn't hide. His recount was simple. Starting from the obliteration of the Chu family in Yun City, he remembered nothing until waking up on a mountain, followed by training under his master. Life on the mountain was uneventful, just constant practice, occasional reading, and studying medicine and mysticism. He spent more time practicing daily than most martial artists, contributing to his strength at a young age. Another reason was his master, an excellent teacher with unique insights into martial arts and created unconventional cultivation methods. Someone who could create unique cultivation methods? Mei listened in awe, recalling her grandfather saying that creating unique cultivation methods required at least the grandmaster level. Martial artistry began with manifested strength, progressing through concealed strength, transformation strength, master, and finally grandmaster. Each realm saw many martial artists stuck at their stage. Out of 10,000 martial artists, 1,000 might reach concealed strength, 10 might reach transformation strength, 1 might reach master. As for grandmaster, not even 1 out of 100 masters might achieve this step. And becoming a grandmaster isn't just a matter of arduous practice. It requires the alignment of time, place, and people. Not one detail can be amiss. The entire Shin prefecture hasn't seen a new grandmaster in 60 years. Existing grandmasters all survived from before the 6 decades and are now very old, mostly hiding within the major sects and powers of Shin prefecture. Mei, having recovered her composure, fully understood why Lucius could be so powerful at such a young age. Having a grandmaster as a teacher, one would feel ashamed not to become strong. Regaining her senses, she curiously asked, so, Big Brother Chu, what specific realm are you currently in? Late-stage transformation strength? She remembered her grandfather's estimation that Lucius was likely at late-stage transformation strength. Involving personal secrets, Lucius hesitated slightly before smiling and said, a bit stronger than what you mentioned. After late-stage transformation strength comes the master realm. May's eyes involuntarily widened, and she looked at Lucius as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, full of shock. She had thought that late-stage transformation strength was already quite high, but didn't expect him to be a master. Has there ever been such a young master in the history of Shin Prefecture? After much consideration, May couldn't recall anyone like that. The impact was intense, so intense that May felt suffocated. If only she hadn't asked. Now knowing the truth and comparing herself to him, she felt utterly inadequate, not even deserving to carry his shoes. Seeing the beauty clearly shaken, Lucius squeezed her hand and comforted her. Everyone has their own path to walk. Don't compare yourself to others, just follow your own heart. Excessive comparison will only make your path more difficult. May took a deep breath and nodded. From then on, she suddenly spoke less, focusing on consoling herself internally. Lucius didn't bring up another topic to chat, but instead closed his eyes to rest. Arriving at Shannan City, it was already 3 a.m. Lucius was relatively familiar with the area, leading May through twists and turns until they reached a barbecue shop. He shouted towards a fat man grilling for customers, "Hey, fatty, who's looking for a fight?" His roar shook the tables at the stall. "It's you, you brat." The moment the fatty saw Lucius, his face turned ferocious. Whoosh. Next second, the fatty held a cleaver and charged at the two of them. Chapter 64. Lucius is angry. Aren't we friends? Seeing the fat man coming with a knife, May instinctively retreated. Earlier on the way here, Lucius had said he only had one friend in Shannan. Out of curiosity about what his friend was like, May suggested to meet him. She never expected that they would start fighting upon meeting. The seemingly 300-pound fatty moved without any sign of clumsiness, displaying an unimaginable agility. The sharp kitchen knife in his hand, as it slashed down towards Lucius, seemed to cleave through the air itself. Facing the descending knife, Lucius stood still as if he didn't see it. "Chew." May instinctively called out, her feet moving forward unconsciously. But just after taking a step, she stopped. The fierce downward motion of the knife in the fatty's hand halted mere millimeters from Lucius's forehead, so close that it touched his skin. This level of force and standing. By joining the Luo family and choosing to keep a low profile, Lucius aimed to observe their true nature. If someone of significant status suddenly looked for him, once discovered by the Luo family, they would hide their selfish motives and show their hypocritical faces. Although the fatty's words were harsh, he didn't actually act as such. Soon, he brought over some grilled dishes. While he remained stern with Lucius, when facing May, he smiled warmly and courteously invited her to ask for whatever she wanted. To this, Lucius acted as if he saw nothing. "Big brother Chu, aren't you going to explain?" May said, watching the busy fatty. "Explain what? Why you cut ties with him?" Lucius laughed nonchalantly and said, "No need, just wait. Soon enough he'll come crawling back to talk to me himself. I know this fatty too well." Sure enough, 10 minutes later, when the fatty came again, he didn't immediately leave but pulled up a stool to sit down, saying pitifully, "Big brother, can't you lower yourself this one time?" Seeing it play out as expected, May pursed her lips, barely holding back a laugh. "You know my temper. Do you think you deserve it if you want me to bow to you?" The criticism was blunt. The fatty's jaw muscle visibly twitched, then he said helplessly, "I don't deserve it. I'll never catch up with you in this life, so I'll never be worthy." Finished speaking, the fatty's gaze fell on May, asking, "Is this your sister-in-law, the woman who kept you from contacting me for 5 years?" "It's not her. She's already divorced." Lucius replied indifferently. Startled for a moment, the fatty then sneered mockingly, "I told you, women are like clothes, yet you insisted she was different. See, you ended up getting divorced too. Now do you understand the old saying, those who ignore elder advice suffer in the end?" Lucius chuckled sarcastically and countered, "Sorry, I initiated the divorce. She's kneeling, begging for reconciliation, but I couldn't care less." The fatty rolled his eyes, clearly speechless. Seeing the two exchanging jibes, May couldn't help but interject, "Forget it. You're friends? Is this banter really meaningful?" "Himph." The fatty snorted, then softened his tone and said, "For the sake of the beauty, I won't argue with you anymore. Speak up, how did you finally manage to come this time?" Both sides, not counting the 5 years Lucius cut off contact, had actually only known each other for a little over a year. But the fatty understood Lucius very well, knowing that his sudden appearance must mean something was up. He knew Lucius too well. His attitude was so indifferent it could drive anyone mad. Nothing trivial would make him go out. Coming here was partly to visit an old friend, and partly because there was indeed something he needed help with. Lucius spoke directly. "I need to go deep into the crimson flame pit, and will need to call in a favor." The fatty's sparse eyebrows, almost invisible, knitted tightly together. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you want to do inside?" May, who had been eating delicately, paused slightly. She felt that if she hadn't misheard, there was a hint of tension in the fatty's tone. Though she didn't know what the crimson flame pit was, it didn't seem simple. "I need to use the divine stone grass for something." Upon learning the specific reason, the fatty seemed to visibly deflate and said, "As long as you're not going to see him, then we can talk." "Not done living yet." "I don't want to see him for now," Lucius replied. "Him? Who is he?" May's heart raced, unable to imagine who this he was that they were talking about. From their conversation, it seemed that this he might be even stronger than Lucius, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken like that. Though curious, she knew this wasn't the time to ask and thus pretended not to understand. The fatty hummed in agreement, then suddenly stood up and loudly announced, "Everyone, I have something to attend to, so I won't be able to serve you anymore. Please finish eating and leave as soon as possible. To make up for the inconvenience, the meal is on me. Enjoy free food." Was this how business was done? Actually driving customers away? May was wondering if anyone would get angry when she saw all the customers at the stall stand up, carrying unfinished food in hand, smiling and bidding farewell to the fatty before leaving. Then, the fatty brought over a case of white liquor and patted it. After Lucius nodded, the fatty finally smiled broadly, looking very pleased. Let's drink until we drop. The fatty slammed a bottle of white liquor heavily in front of Lucius. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, it was suddenly grabbed by Lucius. Are you hurt? Who did this? The temperature around them plummeted, making May shiver instinctively from the cold. She knew Lucius was angry. Chapter 65, Divine Fire Sect. Ever since she met Lucius, she had never seen him like this. May's mind could not help but tighten. After all, Lucius had been neglected and bullied by the Luo family for 5 years without ever losing his temper, which showed how few matters or people could truly touch his heart. The fatty chuckled as he struggled, but no matter what he did, Lucius's hand gripped his wrist tightly. After about 10 seconds, Lucius finally released his grip, his tone harsh as he demanded, "Why didn't you come to me when you were injured?" "It's just a minor injury. It wasn't necessary." Although the fatty responded, his voice was low and clearly guilty. Huh. Minor injury? When your foundation is damaged, it's still considered a minor injury. Colby, you really have some nerve. Seeing that Lucius was genuinely angry, May quietly placed her hand on his knee to comfort him. Colby, obviously not wanting to dwell on the matter, laughed and unscrewed the cap of the wine bottle. Come on, let's drink first. This matter is complicated. We can talk about it later. Though angry, it was only fleeting when it came to friends. Under Colby's thick-skinned urging, Lucius quickly calmed down, and the two began drinking. White liquor, straight from the bottle, like they were drinking water, leaving May sitting beside them feeling restrained even in her breathing. A case of white liquor was finished off quickly by the two. Colby was already flushed, with a dazed look showing his intoxication, while Lucius remained calm and clear-eyed, looking no different from before he started drinking. This made May couldn't help but wonder if he would never get drunk. Seeing it was late, Colby belched and chuckled. Let's go, rest now. Ignoring the stall, Colby led the two to a small courtyard a few hundred meters away. The small courtyard had only 2 rooms. Colby had long noticed the unusual relationship between the two, and did not ask whether they wanted separate rooms. He directly arranged for Lucius and May to stay in one room. You rest first. I need to have a chat with that fatty. Knowing that many things went unsaid because of her presence, May nodded, and Lucius left the room, heading out with Colby. He didn't return until it was nearly dawn. Colby had long passed out, carried back by Lucius. Ultimately, being martial artists, their ability to metabolize alcohol far exceeded ordinary people. By 9 o'clock, Colby seemed completely fine, calling the two out for breakfast, then preparing items needed for entering the mountains. Seeing Colby buy provisions for 3 people, May asked softly, is he going too? Lucius nodded and explained, he must go. Our destination is a forbidden area of a power group. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, but he has some face within that power group. Only with him, I can enter to find the spirit stone grass. A forbidden area of a power group? May began to think about the various powers in China. It was said that there were 9 major forces in China, all hidden in unknown places. In the southern continent Wuzhou, the force here was called the Divine Fire Sect. Thinking of their destination called Red Flame Cave, both containing the character for fire, May couldn't help but wonder if their destination was actually the Divine Fire Sect's forbidden area. These 9 forces were undeniably top-tier powers in China. Any single person from them could dominate a place like Yun City. May, deep in thought, became increasingly excited and nervous. She knew that without meeting Lucius, a door that might never have opened in her life was slowly opening. After purchasing basic supplies, the 3 immediately set off, heading deeper into the southern mountains. In the next 3 days, we'll be walking in the mountains, so prepare yourself mentally. Lucius suddenly spoke up as they stepped into the forest, knowing May grew up in a relatively sheltered environment and might struggle adapting. May hummed, clenching her teeth tightly. If finding the spirit stone grass required it, she would persist even if it took 3 months instead of 3 days. Deep in the mountains, the further they ventured, the denser the vegetation became, and the path grew more difficult. As martial artists, their stamina far surpassed ordinary people, so the 3 barely stopped, continuing forward without respite. Neither Lucius nor Colby rested throughout, and May's only breaks were when they encountered impassable terrain, forcing the men to clear the way, allowing her some rest. Despite this, the invisible strain visibly exhausted and haggard May. 3 days later, an immensely large valley suddenly appeared before them. Staring at the scene within the valley, May's beautiful eyes widened. Because, at the center of the valley, stood a vast complex of buildings, resembling a small town hidden deep within the mountains. From her memory, there shouldn't have been such a complex in the mountains. Recalling her studies, May specifically looked at satellite images of the south, revealing a vast mountain range without any building complexes. But the scene before her eyes told her that she wasn't dreaming. Why was this so? It was hard to understand. No need to be surprised. This is the Divine Fire Sect. Only by following a specific route can one enter here. Outsiders can easily get lost in the forest and never reach this place. Her suspicions confirmed, May suddenly felt her mouth go dry. Divine Fire Sect, one of the 9 major forces, was like a deity to martial arts families in small cities. Something they only dared to dream about, but would never dare to imagine actually encountering. Now, she was about to enter it. Let's go. Colby, with a complicated expression, spoke as he started walking forward. May gradually regained her senses and quietly asked Lucius, is Brother Zara from the Divine Fire Sect? Lucius laughed and nodded, saying, if not, why would I come looking for him? Having him lead the way will make our journey much easier. The 9 major forces each occupied a territory according to the 8 trigrams positions. Around their territories were set up invisible escape arrays, completely concealing their traces, which was why many people knew of the 9 major forces but could never find where they were hidden. Ordinary people found it hard to interact with martial arts families, and martial arts families found it difficult to reach the 9 major forces. Before the 9 major forces, martial arts families were like traditional brands compared to roadside stalls, incomparable. The 9 major forces were more focused on the cultivation of martial arts, with all their members being martial artists. Not far ahead, a person suddenly jumped down from a tree. Halt! Who are you? Please show your visiting card. Colby's face turned cold as he sniffed. Are you blind? Don't you recognize me? The middle-aged man blocking the path paused, staring intently at Colby. The more he looked, the wider his eyes opened, and he became excited, stammering, less. Before the man could finish, Colby barked, Get out of my way. Don't block my path. The middle-aged man hurriedly shut his mouth and stepped aside, showing deference. Colby kept a stern face as he led Lucius and May forward. After the trio walked far away, the middle-aged man quickly used a special communication method to send the information back. At the same time, deep within the Divine Fire sect, a much fatter man received the message from the lookout and abruptly stood up. Chapter 66. Taking the initiative. At the entrance of Divine Fire sect, when Lucius and his two companions emerged from the forest, a group of people was already waiting. Leading them was none other than Faxon, the sect master of Divine Fire sect, who looked like a small hill of earth. Despite appearing so fat that walking seemed difficult, he was indeed a genuine Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Seeing Bray approaching, Faxon tightly clenched his hands, his layers of flesh trembling with increasingly rapid breathing. Looking at Faxon from afar, then glancing at Bray who wasn't far off, May was sure that these two were father and son. Observing their formation, whoever stood in front must have considerable status. In a sect, the highest position naturally belonged to the sect master. May's pupils contracted as her gaze focused on Bray's back. She recalled how the earlier person who blocked their path had shouted, Young master, upon seeing Bray. Even though reprimanded, they showed utmost respect without a hint of displeasure. Could this man, who sold barbecue outside, be the young master of Divine Fire sect? May was confident in her guess, but found it hard to believe. Divine Fire sect was one of the 9 major forces. The status of the young master of Divine Fire sect required no imagination. Outside, such a person would be treated as a distinguished guest wherever they went, greeted with the highest courtesy by martial families. And yet, here he was, selling barbecue like a commoner. Without witnessing it herself, May really couldn't believe it. Welcome back, young master. As Lucius's group approached within 10 paces of Faxon and his men, the Divine Fire sect disciples behind Faxon suddenly clasped their hands in greeting. Bray stopped in his tracks, not moving forward any further. He said coldly, I said I wouldn't step foot in Divine Fire sect for the rest of my life, and I won't. I'm here today only to deliver a message for my eldest brother. My eldest brother has some matters in the Crimson Flame Pit. Whoever dares to obstruct him is opposing me, Bray, and will be considered my enemy. If anyone dares to leave Divine Fire sect, I will make sure they never return. After saying this, Bray turned to Lucius, saying, That's all I can do. The rest is up to you. I'll be going now. Lucius, well aware of the grievances involved, felt helpless but could not force Bray. He could only nod. Son. Faxon took 2 steps forward and called out, but Bray acted as if he hadn't heard and quickly entered the forest. Lucius took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying to Faxon, Barrett-Zara, I've tried to persuade him many times, but he won't listen. Faxon reluctantly tore his gaze away from the forest and sighed with resignation, saying, Bryce Foam, we'll take things slowly. Over time, his mindset may change. Oh right, where did you go during these few years? You disappeared for quite some time. From their conversation, May understood that Lucius and Divine Fire sect had a deep relationship, dating back a long way. Just experiencing secular life, fooling around outside. Lucius casually summarized his past. Faxon nodded and gestured, let's go inside to discuss details. For the first time interacting with a major force, May was visibly nervous, closely following Lucius. Before arriving, she had imagined Divine Fire sect to be like a celestial palace, with towering halls filled with powerful warriors. But upon entering, she realized there was a significant difference between reality and her fantasies. Except for wooden architecture, everything else was not much different from the outside world, resembling an isolated village. The residents dressed plainly, some seemingly returning from fields, carrying farming tools, and covered in dirt. However, deeper into the sect, the buildings gradually became more majestic, exerting unseen pressure on May. Throughout the journey, Faxon kept conversing with Lucius. Upon learning that Lucius intended to search for the spirit stonegrass in the Crimson Flame Pit, Faxon's expression changed slightly. He said, Bryce Foam, since you're looking for spirit stonegrass, you need to hurry. Why? Lucius was puzzled, sensing something unexpected. 3 days ago, 3 disciples from Boution Gate came seeking spirit stonegrass too. Years ago, I owed Boution Gate a favor, so I had to let them in. Another major force? They also sought spirit stonegrass? May felt anxious, worried about losing the chance to find it first. If another major force got their hands on the spirit stonegrass, it would be very difficult to obtain it. Time was of the essence. Lucius immediately said, Barrett-Zara, since it's like this, I won't stay longer. I'll head straight for the spirit stonegrass and discuss the rest when I return. Faxon nodded and instructed someone behind him to guide them to the Crimson Flame Pit. Just as he was about to move, Lucius said to May, Stay here. I originally planned to take you in for a tour, but now with this unexpected situation, it's better if I go alone. Knowing well her current weakness and that she would only be a burden to Lucius, May nodded without hesitation. Barrett-Zara, please take care of my friend. Faxon waved his hand and said, Go with peace of mind. I'll take good care of him. With limited spirit stonegrass available, any delay could mean missing out. Lucius wasted no time and immediately set off with the guide for the Crimson Flame Pit. The two quickly reached a cave about 1 kilometer from Divine Fire sect. 2 late-stage transformation realm elders were guarding the cave entrance. After the guide explained the situation, the 2 elders allowed them through immediately. Lucius plunged into the cave. The cave walls were covered with intricate patterns, and the temperature increased as they went deeper. As he walked, bright light began to flicker at the end of the path, revealing a scarlet space ahead. The area was vast, stretching beyond sight, with lava flowing slowly in many places on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Lucius darted into the crimson flame pit, moving like a ghost, rapidly leaping deeper inside. As he ventured further, some red plants, both grass and trees, though not large, started appearing on the ground. Having been here before, this journey was straightforward for him. After spending half a day, undulating hills appeared ahead. Identifying the direction slightly, Lucius moved into a ravine, a hint of urgency in his eyes. It was here that he had seen the spirit stone grass before. If Butian Gate hadn't sent anyone, Lucius wouldn't have been worried. Now, he wasn't sure if the spirit stone grass was still there. The anticipated place gradually came into view. Seeing 3 plants emitting a faint red glow beneath a scarlet rock, Lucius finally slowed down, breathing out a sigh of relief. It hadn't been taken, that was good. Last time he saw the spirit stone grass, it was not yet mature. After several years, all 3 plants had reached the harvesting stage. Taking a deep breath, Lucius began to dig. Digging up the spirit stone grass was similar to digging wild ginseng outside. It required great care to avoid breaking the roots. Thus, it took Lucius 4 hours to harvest the 3 plants. Whoosh! Just as Lucius finished placing the spirit stone grass in a box, a piercing sound flew straight toward his back. Chapter 67. Come and go swiftly. Whoosh! Lucius abruptly turned around and grabbed a black shadow that was hurtling toward him. It was a crossbow bolt, its tip shimmering with blue light, clearly coated with a deadly poison. He slowly lifted his head to look up high, where 2 men and a woman were staring down at him. The one who had fired the bolt was a youth in a blue robe. Snap! Lucius broke the arrow in a provocative gesture. Damn it! Where did this idiot come from? Shit! We searched for so long, only to be beaten to it by someone else. The youth in the red robe cursed, leading his companions to leap down quickly. Glancing briefly at the box in Lucius's other hand, the youth in red said slowly, Bro, do you know you're holding something that doesn't belong to you? At this moment, all 3 of them shared the same question. When they first arrived at the Divine Fire Sect, Faxon didn't mention that others were also looking for the spirit stone grass. If they had known then that others were searching as well, they wouldn't have been so lackadaisical during their earlier search. Now, after much effort to find this place, they had been beaten to it by someone unknown. Judging from the situation, they were only about 3 to 5 hours late. The more they thought about it, the more regretful and furious they became. Hearing their words, Lucius frowned slightly and replied calmly, the Spirit Air Sect, and they were from the Fortune-Telling Gate. If he killed or injured any of them, Faxon wouldn't be able to explain it to the Fortune-Telling Gate, so Lucius could only suppress his temper. Of course, if they persisted in their delusions and tried to force things with their limited skills, giving them a lesson wouldn't be too big of an issue. Humph! Who do you think you are? The youth in red rubbed his wrist as he said arrogantly, I'll repeat it again. Leave the spirit stone grass behind? Find your own death. Lucius's expression turned cold, and he took a step forward. The youth in red, who had been ready to fight, scoffed disdainfully upon seeing Lucius's move. However, before he could finish sneering, his expression suddenly changed because Lucius had accelerated, closing the distance between them in a blink of an eye. Before the youth in red could react, Lucius suddenly stood 20 centimeters taller, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. What? The 2 on the side widened their eyes instinctively. They hadn't sensed too strong a presence from Lucius and assumed he was around their age, thinking he was just a dark energy martial artist. Little did they know, he was far stronger, an internal energy martial artist. The one suffering the most was the youth in red being choked by Lucius. He was terrified and didn't dare struggle at all. He knew very well that if he provoked Lucius further, the latter could crush his neck effortlessly. His point made, Lucius casually tossed the youth in red to the side like a piece of trash and walked away without looking back. The 3 of them could only watch helplessly. There was nothing they could do. Lucius was an internal energy martial artist. Even if they attacked together, they couldn't stop him. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, the youth in red cursed angrily, damn it, just a step too slow. Bro Elias, are we just going to let him take the spirit stone grass like this? The woman asked anxiously. The youth in blue added, this might be the last remaining spirit stone grass in the world. Without it, all our previous efforts will have been for nothing. The youth in red fell silent for a moment, then said, let's get out of here first. He managed to enter here, so he probably knows Dane Zara. We'll ask for his help in mediating. The spirit stone grass must be obtained. The other 2 nodded, and the trio started moving toward the exit. Meanwhile, reaching the top of a hill, Lucius slowed down and glanced back toward the depths of the Crimson Flame Cave. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, for Bray's sake, I won't pursue you this time. At the Divine Fire Sect, Faxon was meditating in seclusion when a disciple suddenly came to inform him that Lucius had returned. So soon? Surprise flashed across Faxon's face as he rose and left the courtyard. In the guest hall, May, who had just heard the news, arrived shortly before Faxon followed suit. Bryce Foam, did you find the spirit stone grass? Lucius smiled and nodded, saying, Barrett Zara, I found it. Then he opened the box and took out a sprig of spirit stone grass, saying, Barrett Zara, these 3 sprigs might be the last remaining ones in the world. I need 2 for my use, and I'll leave 1 for the Divine Fire Sect. It was originally the property of the Divine Fire Sect. Taking all of it wouldn't be right. Lucius understood this much. Faxon nodded, signaling a disciple behind him to take the spirit stone grass away. Then he casually asked, did you encounter the 3 disciples from the Fortune-Telling Gate? I did. As soon as I secured the spirit stone grass, they arrived. They are young but quite arrogant, demanding that I leave the spirit stone grass behind. I didn't pay them any mind. Pausing for a moment, Lucius continued, they should be coming out soon, and they might inquire about me from Barrett Zara. Without waiting for further words, Faxon said, don't worry, I know how to respond to them. Whoever gets it first is just lucky. If they dare to cause trouble, I will teach them a lesson properly. Initially, Lucius wanted to talk more about Bray with Faxon, but not wanting to run into the 3 from the Fortune-Telling Gate, he changed his mind and said apologetically, Barrett Zara, I'm waiting for the spirit stone grass to save someone, so I won't disturb you further. Faxon paused, then laughed and asked, "Can't you stay one more day?" Lucius shook his head. Seeing this, Faxon sighed helplessly and said, "All right, since you have matters to attend to, I won't insist on keeping you. When you have time, come back and visit the Divine Fire sect. The door is always open for you." After bowing in thanks, Lucius immediately left with May. Just 3 hours after they left, the three from the fortune-telling gate emerged from the Crimson Flame Cave. Upon learning that Lucius had already departed, their faces turned gloomy instantly. Chapter 68. To Kill or Not to Kill. Deep in the mountains, three figures moved swiftly forward. As they walked, the young man in blue suddenly stopped and said, "Brother Elias, that guy is too fast. I'm afraid we can't catch up with him." Earlier, after leaving the Crimson Flame Cave, the three immediately told the disciples of the Divine Fire sect that they were looking for Faxon, hoping he would help persuade Lucius to hand over a divine stone grass when he came out. Unbeknownst to them, Faxon had anticipated their move and didn't show up, instructing his disciples to handle the situation instead. From the welcoming disciples, they learned that Lucius had just left moments before, which surprised, barely reaching his eyes. Signaling his companions to note Lucius's appearance, the young man in red humbled himself and said, "Bro, the divine stone grass is crucial to us. I'm sure you have more than one plant. Can you part with some? We promise not to take it for free. We can exchange it for something else." In response, Lucius coldly replied, "Sorry, I only have one." Rubbish. The young man in red nearly ground his teeth to dust. He had observed the location where the divine stone grass grew, concluding from the excavation area that there were at least 2 plants. Clearly having 2, yet claiming only one was a clear refusal to show respect. Suppressing his anger, the young man in red spoke, "Bro, we are disciples of Bution, which you must know. One of the 9 major forces in Zhongshan. As long as you part with it, Bution will owe you a favor. If you need any assistance from us in the future, just say the word." At this point, he had no choice but to leverage the sect's reputation to intimidate Lucius into giving up the divine stone grass. He believed that such a powerful sect wouldn't be disrespected. For others, hearing about Bution might indeed be intimidating. But Lucius? The young man in red clearly chose the wrong target. Seeing Lucius smirk lightly and then speak disdainfully, "Is Bution so great?" "What?" All three froze, unprepared for the complete lack of respect and derision in the reply. If they weren't certain Lucius was unbeatable, they wouldn't let this insult slide. Insulting the sect was insulting themselves, a matter of life or death. Taking a deep breath, the young man in red asked, "No room for negotiation?" Lucius dodged the question, saying, "Do you know why I waited here for you?" Exchanging glances, they were all puzzled. Lucius smiled, "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." In the next second, an invisible pressure descended upon them like a storm, engulfing the trio. Under this pressure, their faces paled drastically. This was a grandmaster? At this moment, if their senses were correct, this level of authority only belonged to a grandmaster. There were only a few people present. The source of the pressure was obvious. Looking at Lucius now, all they felt was shock after shock. They thought he was merely at the internal strength stage, but didn't expect him to be a grandmaster. A grandmaster so young. How could they not have heard of him? When did Zhongshan produce such a prodigy? Amidst their astonishment, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Just as Lucius had said, they would soon know why he was waiting for them. He was waiting here to kill them. "Master, I..." The red-robed youth's vision blurred as he suddenly felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, and his vision gradually turned dark. These years, it didn't mean he hadn't learned from experience. Throughout his journey, Lucius clearly understood that people from powerful factions must never be spared. Swift and decisive action was necessary. Such people, relying on the support of their sects, tended to be very arrogant and vengeful. Having taken away what they desired first, they would never give up and would inevitably search for his trail. Once they discovered his background, it wouldn't be long before a Bution powerhouse appeared before him. While a Bution adept master wouldn't be able to harm him, being thoroughly targeted by Bution would only lead to endless confrontation. Not fearing Bution himself didn't mean he didn't need to consider the Qin family. To avoid subsequent complications, Lucius knew the best solution was to make the 3 of them disappear without a trace. Even if Bution knew something happened to the 3, without knowing why or who did it, the matter would eventually be dropped. Upon hearing this analysis, May suddenly stared at Lucius with intense eyes. Seeing the passion in her eyes, Lucius felt his heart stir. Was this going to turn into a wild? He instinctively scanned the surroundings. Chapter 69. The Pillar of the Qin Family. There's no proper place around here, forget it. Scanning the surroundings filled only with shrubs and no flat, clean spots, Lucius's enthusiasm immediately dampened. May was confused. She paused in surprise and asked, "Are you going to do something?" "What am I going to do?" Now it was Lucius's turn to be dumbfounded, thinking that it wasn't him who wanted to do something. Wasn't that look supposed to be about what you intended? During their eye contact, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions, Lucius couldn't help but cough awkwardly twice and shook his head, saying, "Nothing, let's go." After taking a couple of steps, May suddenly stopped. Realizing now what Lucius meant earlier, her face turned slightly red as she said, "How can this kind of place work? I'm not that." The words, thirsty and hungry, were too hard for the beauty to utter. Having already thought of it in a different way, Lucius didn't want to chat more about it, smiled, and nodded his chin upward to indicate they should hurry up and leave. With nothing else to do, while walking, Lucius imparted martial arts knowledge to May. For example, he taught her a stepping technique called the 9 Palaces Steps, a mystical step created by Taoists. This stepping technique, if practiced long-term, brings significant benefits to one's martial cultivation. At the same time, this technique can also yield unexpected effects during combat, making the practitioner extremely elusive and difficult to target, causing the opponent's attacks to miss. After May became familiar with the 9 Palaces Steps, Lucius then taught her a breathing technique for inner cultivation. This method was usually passed down only within major powers. External martial families desired it but could not obtain it. Practicing while moving forward, May was very enthusiastic and felt no fatigue at all. It took them 3 days to come in, but leaving without much rest, they used just over 2 days. When the two appeared before Fat Zara, he was taken aback and asked, "So soon?" Lucius nodded and asked, "How did you consider the matter we talked about earlier?" Before, during their night-long conversation, Lucius suggested Fat Zara follow him back to Cloud City to treat the lingering injuries on his body. Fat Zara said at the time that he needed to think about it, and would give an answer after dealing with the current matters. Now, Lucius was returning to Cloud City and needed an answer. After hesitating for a few seconds, Fat Zara said, "You go first, I'll find you later." Knowing each other well, Lucius didn't force him. Just as he was preparing to return with May, he suddenly turned around and said, "Avon, the past is the past. No need to keep it on your mind. Barrett Zara is very regretful, you know." Some things, though Faxon hadn't explicitly stated, Lucius knew he needed to convey. Fat Zara gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. "Let's go." Lucius didn't waste any more words. He wasn't the type to pry. Immediately, he took May and left. Big Brother Chu, did Big Brother Zara and his father have serious conflicts? May was very curious about this. After all, Fat Zara, who had bit wind. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, Milo was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, with a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. Russell stood beside him, staring coldly at the middle-aged man opposite him, also with a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. "You don't want to contact him?" the middle-aged man said coldly. The him he referred to was Lucius. He had come mainly to find Lucius, but since he was out, the middle-aged man forced Russell to contact him. Russell knew even if Lucius was contacted, he wouldn't be able to appear immediately. If the two of them outside knew something had happened at home, they would be very worried and wouldn't listen to any arrangements. Furthermore, when the middle-aged man barged in, Milo insulted him. Believing he was in control, the middle-aged man attacked without hesitation. With his late-stage transforming force power, the father and son were completely overwhelmed. Seeing Russell just staring at him silently, the middle-aged man clenched his fist and said, "Not going to contact him? Then the Qin family will disappear from Cloud City today." What a big talk. A voice suddenly came from behind. "Who gave you the courage to spout nonsense here?" As the words fell, Lucius flashed into the doorway. Seeing Lucius return, excitement surged in Russell and Milo's eyes, their inner worries vanishing entirely. Invisibly, Lucius had become the backbone of the Qin family. As long as he was around, no problem was unsolvable. Grandpa, May, who arrived shortly after, saw the blood at Russell's mouth and rushed in with a look of concern on her face. "It's fine, cough, cough." Russell managed a difficult smile. The middle-aged man turned to face Lucius, scanning him over before narrowing his eyes and saying, "Not bad strength. At such a young age to have this power, truly a genius. You're the one who forced Hiroshido destroy the Su family?" Turns out, this was an ally of the Su family. Lucius stepped forward calmly and replied, "Yes, I did. Do you have a problem with that?" The middle-aged man sneered contemptuously, then twisted his foot, creating an afterimage as he lunged toward Lucius. His purpose was to kill Lucius, so upon seeing the main target appear, the middle-aged man didn't waste any time. To May and the others, the middle-aged man's speed seemed very fast. But in Lucius's eyes, the middle-aged man's speed was slow like a snail. Facing the incoming attack, Lucius punched back. Bang! A dull thud echoed as fist met fist. Lucius didn't retreat a single step, while the middle-aged man was slammed backward by the powerful force and crashed into a table. "What?" Struggling to his feet, the middle-aged man stared at his limp right arm, eyes wide open in disbelief. His thoughts raced as he hastily said, "Little brother, you can't kill me. I'm an enshrined expert of the Divine Tao sect." Beside him, Russell and others turned pale upon hearing Divine Tao sect. The Divine Tao sect was the largest martial arts organization in Huaxia, formed by top martial families, closely associated with the Huaxia government. It could be described as the Huaxia government's backbone. An enshrined expert of the Divine Tao sect held a significant position within the sect. Any one of them arriving in a small place like Cloud City would be like a senior government official visiting. Since the middle-aged man came from the Divine Tao sect, it made the matter difficult to handle. Killing him would offend the Divine Tao sect. Not killing him meant this humiliation wouldn't be easily forgotten. He would certainly rally the Divine Tao sect against Lucius and the Qin family. Once targeted by the Divine Tao sect, the Qin family would face comprehensive suppression. At this moment, Russell's mind was filled with complicated thoughts, unsure how Lucius would deal with the situation. With the mention of the Divine Tao sect, the middle-aged man's fear lessened, replaced by a hint of pride. Because he knew that no one dared to refuse the Divine Tao sect on Huaxia soil, Lucius raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, "Are you threatening me?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak, Lucius acted. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Crack. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down Russell and the others' spines. A formidable late-stage transformational power expert was like a weak chick under Lucius's grip. In all his years, Russell had never seen a transformational power martial artist killed so quickly. What made Russell's scalp tingle even more was that Lucius remained unmoved even after the mention of the Divine Tao sect. Worried about potential repercussions, Russell then thought that given Lucius's ability to slay a late-stage transformational power martial artist so swiftly, he indeed didn't need to take the Divine Tao sect seriously. Though the Divine Tao sect was the most powerful force in Huaxia, it would think twice before antagonizing such a powerhouse. After casually tossing the corpse aside, Lucius walked towards the three still in shock and said, "Old man, don't worry. I'll handle this properly." Russell felt bitter inside but managed to smile and said, "I'm not worried at all about you acting. What use was worry when the deed was already done? What needed to be faced must be faced." Earlier, the other party had made it clear they didn't intend for the Qin family to exist any longer. Russell knew that since Lucius dared to act, he must have thought through the final outcome. Seeing that Russell and Milo were injured, Lucius didn't delay, immediately instructing them to sit and treating their injuries. Although both had coughed up blood, their injuries weren't severe, requiring only rest. After the treatment, Lucius rewrote 2 prescriptions and handed them to May. Lucius, what should we do with this body? Should we return it to the Divine Tao sect? Milo asked while looking at the cold corpse on the ground, still visibly shaken. Life was unpredictable. There was always someone stronger. At first, when confronting the middle-aged man, Milo had felt as if he were an insurmountable mountain that could crush him with the slightest movement. However, before Lucius, this mountain seemed like an ant, easily stepped on and killed. Given that he was an enshrined expert of the Divine Tao sect, Milo didn't dare rashly dispose of the body. Lucius glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse and said, "Bury it somewhere secluded. There's no need to return it to the Divine Tao sect." If things go as expected, he came out secretly to earn extra income without the sect's knowledge. Over the past few years, while investigating the tragic extermination of the Chu family, Lucius had also speculated whether the Divine Tao sect might have been involved. This idea stemmed from the fact that after the Chu family was wiped out, the government participated in erasing traces. However, since the incident happened too long ago, the person in charge of eliminating traces back then had already died, preventing further investigation. But Lucius knew a lot about the Divine Tao sect. As the top force in Huaxia, its members were under public scrutiny. To maintain a fair and just image, the higher-ups restrained their members, prohibiting them from associating with local families or becoming backings for certain martial families. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Wushu practitioners need to eat, enjoy life, and support their families too. Some members of the Divine Tao sect secretly collaborated with influential families, eliminating enemies for rewards. The man who came to the Qin family was clearly lured by the Su family's money. If the body were disposed of, the Divine Tao sect would only think the middle-aged man went missing. But returning it directly to the Divine Tao sect would be confessing guilt. Although he wasn't afraid of the Divine Tao sect, they could easily target the Qin family elsewhere with just a word. Since unnecessary trouble can be avoided, it should be avoided. Su, who was a smart man. With slight guidance, he understood the gravity of the situation. He immediately took action, found a burlap bag to pack the middle-aged man's body, and quietly transported it away from the Qin family, then delivered it to the mountains. At the Su family residence, Jameson had been sitting in the reception hall waiting. "Dad, still no news?" Brevin asked, growing impatient. Since sending help to the Qin family, the father and son had been sitting there, continuously receiving updates from their spies outside the Qin residence. Upon learning that Lucius had returned to the Qin family, both knew the final outcome would soon come. Yet, nearly 2 hours passed without any update from their spies. When queried, they couldn't explain clearly. No sounds of struggle from the Qin residence, nor did they see the middle-aged man come out. No. Jameson glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed since the last feedback. He pondered and said, "It should be soon." That Fadi is a very, very powerful wushu practitioner. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to handle that kid. Recalling the other party's prowess, Brevin felt it wouldn't be a problem and continued playing on his phone to pass the time. Tap. Just as the father and son were waiting, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Looking up, they saw one of their spies outside the Qin residence. Jameson stood up and asked, "Why did you return? Is it over?" The spy didn't respond, looking like a man who had lost all hope. Before Jameson could vent his anger due to the lack of response, he noticed someone suddenly appearing at the door. Recognizing the person, his mind instantly buzzed. He knew the Su family was doomed. Chapter 71. City-shaking news. The person who arrived was Lucius. Su family dared to invite a formidable enemy to the Qin family to settle accounts with him. If Lucius did not retaliate, it would make him seem too weak. When Brevin saw Lucius, his face turned pale as he stood up, feeling all strength drained from his body, struggling to stay on his feet. Though some time had passed since the incident in the banquet hall, every time he recalled that scene, fear surged within him. Jameson's eyes were also filled with despair and deep regret, regretting his negligence. If only he had not underestimated the situation. Especially when he thought of what happened at the Huang family, fear gripped Jameson's heart. He was deeply concerned that the same thing might happen to his family. Then, how would he choose? Lucius walked straight to a chair and sat down, smiling and said, "Surprised to see me?" What had to come eventually came. Jameson, as the head of Shanghai Finance, had rich experience and quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath, clenching and unclenching his fists, suppressing his inner fear and despair before stepping forward and asked, "Young sir, is there any room for negotiation?" Understanding the other party's intentions first, then thinking of ways to resolve the issue, was Jameson's consistent approach when facing enemies. He knew clearly that the Su family could not escape today. He believed that even if he were to die, he should die with dignity rather than beg for mercy. If begging on his knees wouldn't change the outcome, what was the point? Was he going to humiliate himself? Do you think so? Lucius looked at this man whom he met for the first time, half smiling, half serious. Jameson's eyes flickered slightly as he held his breath and said, "As long as young sir can give the Su family a way out, we will agree to any condition." Survival was the primary principle. Even if it meant abandoning all the wealth of the Su family, Jameson was willing because he firmly believed that with the connections and relationships he had accumulated over the years, reviving would not be too difficult. "I'm sorry." Lucius smiled gently and said, "Please put yourself in my shoes. If it were you, would you leave me a way out? When you found people, did you consider leaving me a way out?" He couldn't understand why Jameson would say such things. Did he really think that money could solve everything and that anything could be negotiated? At this moment, Lucius was well aware that he could sit here because of his own strength. If he were not so strong, the outcome would have been different. Other matters could be discussed, but finding someone to kill him was non-negotiable. Realizing Lucius's intention, Jameson trembled uncontrollably. He tried to suppress the rising fear and calmly said, "Young sir, I know I was wrong. It was indeed my mistake. As long as you can spare us, the Su family will transfer all our current assets to you, leaving nothing behind. How about that?" Lucius stood up, and Jameson instinctively took 2 steps back. Lucius scanned the father and son, saying, "Accept punishment when you deserve it. If you were wrong, admit it bravely and face the consequences." 10 minutes later, Lucius left the Su family as if he were out for a leisurely walk. The next morning, with the dawn illuminating Yuan City, an explosive news spread quickly, causing a great shock among countless merchants. The Su family father and son had gone mad. The Su family issued a large reward for a renowned doctor to treat them. Both father and son became mad overnight, which anyone could imagine resulted from someone messing with them. All the bigwigs in Yuan City were guessing who had the audacity to take action against the Su family. Shanghai Finance, as a famous financial group, quickly disintegrated and was devoured by other conglomerates after its leader Jameson went mad. At the Qin family, Mei, who had just woken up, saw the headline news and rushed to find Lucius. "Big brother Chu, I thought you finished off those father and son." Last night, upon hearing that Lucius would pay the Su family a visit, Mei knew he was going to take revenge. She thought that given the Su family invited a powerful figure from the divine Dao sect, Lucius would handle Jameson and his son in a similar manner. Leaving them insane seemed more reassuring to her than killing them. In the vast Sunzhou, Xinzhou, there were many highly skilled doctors. Although the Shanghai finance controlled by the Su family had collapsed, the family still had accumulated considerable wealth over the years, capable of inviting any renowned doctor in Shenzhou. What if someone really cured them? Then endless retaliation would follow. Faced with the beauty's inquiry, Lucius smiled and said, "Am I that brutal?" "Big brother Chu, that's not what I meant." Mei hurriedly explained. "The Su family has significant power. If they are cured, they will definitely seek revenge." Lucius smiled lightly, consoling her. "Do you doubt my medical skills? Even if all the doctors in Shenzhou were mobilized, it would be impossible to cure the 2 of them. Secondly, their madness is only temporary. Within a month, both will die without any warning." Considering Jameson's considerable reputation, his sudden death would cause much greater shock and draw more attention. The impact of madness would be smaller. After some time, they will die quietly without anyone paying attention. So that's how it is. Mei nodded and asked, "What about the Huang family?" Initially, the plan was for Hiroshi to deal with the Su family, inciting a dog-eat-dog situation between the 2 families until they both weakened before eliminating them. However, plans didn't go as quickly as changes. It seemed Hiroshi did not take action against the Su family. Instead, he informed Jameson of the situation, prompting the Su family to directly invite a powerful figure from the Shan Dao sect. If it weren't for returning just in time yesterday, Mei knew today's shocking news in Yuan City would have been about the Qin family, not the Su family. Thus, she naturally harbored resentment towards Hiroshi for playing tricks. The Huang family still needed a visit. Thinking there was nothing else for now, Lucius immediately said, "Nothing much. Come with me to visit the Huang family." Understanding that Lucius wouldn't let the Huang family survive and intended to eliminate them now, Mei had to set aside her company matters even though she had many to handle. Soon, the 2 drove to the Huang family. Just entering the door, Milo called, and after listening, Mei held back Lucius, smiling bitterly. "Big brother Chu, we made a trip for nothing. Hiroshi went to my house." After waking up and seeing the news, Hiroshi realized what happened to the Su family was undoubtedly related to Lucius and also knew that Lucius wouldn't easily let him off. He decided to proactively seek Lucius, hoping his initiative might earn more leniency. A wasted trip definitely wouldn't be a wasted trip. Thinking of the already determined outcome, Lucius asked, "Are there any famous mountains nearby? Let's meet him on top of one." Mei raised her hand and pointed to a distant high mountain, saying, "Changcheng Mountain." Deciding on the destination, the 2 immediately headed to Changcheng Mountain. Not long after arriving at the mountaintop, Hiroshi hurriedly rushed over. Thump. Just meeting, Hiroshi bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Seemingly unintentional words during their conversation had actually been deliberate. Being forced to kill his own son with his hands, Hiroshi felt immense agony and guilt. Facing Lucius, the originator of all this, he harbored both fear and resentment. When Jameson came knocking, a thought crossed his mind that perhaps he could turn the situation to his advantage, unconsciously letting slip that the next target Lucius intended to destroy was the Su family. To ensure that the Su family didn't find help too weak to deal with Lucius, he even pointed out that only a Grandmaster-level powerhouse could handle Lucius. But when spoken, things can have different interpretations when heard by others. The Su family could indeed hire a Grandmaster, but they couldn't immediately get them there. Carefully analyzing the situation, Jameson believed Hiroshi might have been scared and, given Lucius's young age, it was impossible for him to be a Grandmaster. He thought Hiroshi suggested finding a Grandmaster for extra caution. But Grandmasters aren't as easily found as vegetables on the street. Jameson deduced that if Lucius were mid-stage or late-stage transformation realm, hiring a late-stage transformation realm martial artist should suffice. Driven by an invisible sense of urgency, wanting to act first, Jameson quickly spent money to hire a late-stage transformation realm middle-aged man from the divine Dao sect. When Lucius appeared last night, Jameson secretly regretted not listening to Hiroshi's advice to patiently seek out a Grandmaster. By hiring someone unable to handle Lucius, it only alerted him, accelerating the downfall of the Su. A height meant certain death unless one was a Grandmaster. They returned immediately. Unable to completely set her mind at ease, Mei messaged Milo, asking him to personally go to Yadi to confirm if Hiroshi had died. If Hiroshi truly died, the Qin family could start taking over the Huang family's assets. Even after someone's death, swallowing up their business didn't seem cruel to Mei, because the world was heartless. If the Qin family didn't act promptly, other families would do the same once Hiroshi's body was discovered. Stopping briefly at the Qin residence, the 2 then headed to Tianmei Corporation. Just arriving at the office, Mei received a call from Milo, informing her that Hiroshi had indeed died from the fall. Dead, then they must act. Without discussion, Mei and Milo exchanged knowing smiles, each beginning to mobilize their connections and resources to launch attacks on the Huang family's assets. At this moment, Lucius was downstairs listening to Basil report on the security situation of Tianmei Corporation during his absence. To make things easier for himself, Basil had spent his own money to update and enhance the security facilities of Tianmei Corporation. Worried that Lucius would be upset about this, he spoke like a child who had done something wrong, head down, barely daring to breathe. Security upgrades were a good thing, and naturally, Lucius did not mind. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done." Hearing these 3 words, Basil finally breathed normally again. Thinking of Basil's identity, Lucius asked curiously, "No one noticed you working as security here?" "They did." Basil gave an embarrassed laugh and continued, "But I handled it." As the boss of the Black Dragon Gang, his face was a brand, and many people in Tianmei Corporation recognized him, but they were all intimidated by him into pretending not to know. Lucius didn't respond, lying back in his chair to play with his phone. Basil also sat down and pulled out his phone to scroll through videos, but out of 10 videos, 8 were talking about the Su family. Many people speculated about the sudden insanity of the Su father and son overnight, some saying they had offended powerful masters, others suggesting they had done too much evil and faced retribution. As he watched, Basil suddenly remembered hearing that Brevin seemed to have offended Lucius once and was beaten by him. Based on what he knew of Jameson, if his son was beaten, not taking revenge wouldn't make sense. Then, considering Lucius returned yesterday evening, and today the Su family father and son went insane, a bold guess formed in Basil's mind. He thought it must be Lucius because he clearly understood the power of the Su family in Yuan City. Not just anyone could dare to mess with them. Among those few, Lucius absolutely counted as one. Was it really him? Basil sneaked a glance at Lucius, feeling more relieved the more he thought about it. He felt fortunate that he stood on the same side as Lucius rather than against him. If he hadn't been smart enough initially and stood against him, the Black Dragon Gang might have already disappeared from Yuan City long ago. Bang. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and a guard rushed in. "What are you doing?" Basil glared at the other person angrily. "Sir." Before the word could even come out, the guard saw Lucius and hurriedly said, "Captain, there's someone causing trouble downstairs." Chapter 73, One moved to drive away. Lucius put down his phone and stood up. Basil hurriedly got up as well, scolding his subordinates angrily. "Deal with the troublemaker. Is there really any need to make such a fuss?" The subordinates immediately lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Lucius coughed dryly and said, "The troublemaker is clearly a martial artist. Otherwise, why would you think he acts like this? If it were an ordinary person causing trouble, wouldn't the security, who are martial artists supported by the Black Dragon Gang, dare to resolve the issue?" Their rush to report indicated that the person causing trouble was also a martial artist and quite powerful, not just someone with manifested power who could be easily handled. Unable to figure out even this much, Lucius wondered how Basil had become the boss at all. Every creature has its match. After being scolded by Lucius, Basil immediately adopted a submissive attitude. "Let's go see what's happening." The 3 of them immediately headed downstairs. At the same time, in front of the main glass walls on various floors of Tianmei Group's building, crowds of Tianmei employees gathered, looking curiously down below. In the open space in front of the building stood a supercar, surrounded by flowers arranged into a heart shape. In the middle stood a young man in a white suit, holding a bouquet of roses, gazing expectantly up at the higher levels of the building. Next to the sports car stood 3 men in their 30s. 2 wore black suits while the eldest, whose hair was turning gray, wore a practice uniform. The 2 bodyguards in black suits held up a board displaying a photo of a pretty girl, with the words, "Savannah, I love you," written beside it. Several meters away, 2 Tianmei security guards were being supported by their colleagues, pale-faced and occasionally wincing in pain. Seeing the team leader and deputy team leader arrive, the security guards looked excited. When Lucius approached, one of the guards quickly explained the situation. A young man had come to declare his love to a girl named Savannah from Tianmei Group. Concerned that this would disrupt work, the security guards had attempted to intervene. Initially intending to politely remind him, they hadn't expected the young man to show no respect, ordering them to scram and threatening that anyone who dared disturb him would be asking for death. As security guards transferred from the Black Dragon Gang and martial artists themselves, they had never endured such disrespect, so they immediately showed their displeasure and tried to forcibly drive him away. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man with graying hair behind the young man stepped forward without a word and injured the 2 security guards. Realizing the opponent was a formidable martial artist, the remaining guard hurried upstairs to find Basil. To attack his subordinates without reason, Lucius, as the team leader, moved forward toward the young man. Just as the latter was bewildered about what Lucius intended, Lucius kicked the flower arrangement in the shape of a heart on the ground apart. "You!" The young man glared at Lucius, furious. "Do you know who I am? Daring to interrupt my declaration. Are you looking for a fight, you lousy security guard?" Lucius rolled his eyes and continued kicking the flowers aside. Seeing threats didn't work, the young man raised his hand and threw the bouquet at Lucius as if it were a weapon. However, the next second, a fist came through the flowers and struck his face. Boom. The young man flew up and crashed right into the windshield of the supercar, shattering the glass. Upstairs, countless women screamed. This team leader is too domineering. Holy crap, our TMA security guards truly have courage, even confronting such a distinguished person. Haha, I like this. He's the kind of man I've been looking for all along. Unbeknownst to Lucius, his casual move had won the hearts of many ladies upstairs. This sudden turn of events left the young man's 3 followers stunned. The middle-aged man with graying hair was the first to regain his senses. Seeing his young master hit, he naturally couldn't stand idly by and rushed toward Lucius, stirring up a whirlwind as he moved. Mid-level transforming energy? Sensing the fluctuations in the other's aura, Lucius raised an eyebrow. He thought it odd that martial artists progressed so smoothly these days, and now he was facing another rare mid-level transforming energy martial artist. After all, there weren't many in Yuan City who had reached the transforming energy stage. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man Ushvin arrived in front of Lucius, his hand like a hawk's claw, reaching straight for Lucius's neck, attempting to capture him. Lucius remained expressionless, casually swatting Ushvin's hand away, the force pushing him back 2 steps. Stopping, Ushvin squinted at Lucius, shock evident in his eyes. Though the exchange was simple, it had tested the strength of the opponent. Just now, when Lucius punched the young master into the air, Ushvin knew he was also a martial artist. Due to sensing no aura fluctuations, he had instinctively thought Lucius was merely a manifested power martial artist. Now, Ushvin finally understood why he hadn't sensed any fluctuations when Lucius made his move. His opponent was actually stronger than him. So young, yet already late-stage transforming energy? Such a genius running security for TMA Group? Ushvin couldn't comprehend how this could be. Damn, you dare to hit me? You actually dared to hit me? Young man Tai struggled down from the supercar, covering his face as he rushed forward and instructed Ushvin, Barrett, kill him for me. Tear his head off and let me kick it around. He actually dared to hit me. My parents wouldn't even dare to hit me since I was little, yet he dared to hit me. Overwhelmed by anger, Tai only focused on venting his emotions, completely failing to notice Ushvin's increasingly grim expression. Barrett, hurry up and do it. Why are you just standing there? Enough, fanboy. Ushvin interrupted Tai's urging, lowering his voice. Let's talk about this later. Let's go back first. Experience told him that this young man was not simple. Yun City wasn't as easy to control as he had imagined. Even if young master got hit, in order to avoid further loss, this anger had to be swallowed no matter how reluctant. Go back? Tai was stunned. Then he noticed Ushvin's serious expression. It didn't seem like a joke. He suddenly remembered that his protector had engaged with the opponent just now, but they only exchanged one blow, and then stopped. Now he was asked to leave? With average intelligence, Tai quickly realized that the person who hit him was strong. At least, Ushvin couldn't subdue him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood there without continuing the fight. So young, looking about the same age as him, but with such power that even his protector didn't dare to act recklessly, Tai felt inwardly astonished. After deeply inhaling to suppress his rage, he gave Lucius a venomous glance before turning to walk toward the supercar. Ushvin watched Lucius vigilantly, seeing no reaction from him. He slowly turned around. Hold it. Lucius suddenly spoke. Ushvin spun around abruptly, his body tensed as if facing a great enemy. Take all these things you brought with you away. Seeing that was all, Ushvin secretly sighed in relief, giving the other 2 bodyguards a nod. The 2 immediately started clearing the flowers from the ground. Strong. Really strong. Watching Tai and his group leave in a defeated manner, Basil's eyes were filled with admiration as they focused on Lucius. Only he could see how tense Ushvin was just now, like a startled bird. This made Basil realize that his decision to follow Lucius was absolutely correct. Meanwhile, upstairs on various floors, sudden chaos broke out. Chapter 74. Big trouble. He's mine. I have my eyes on him. You cannot compete with me. How ridiculous. What you see is yours. I saw him too. He's mine. Fair competition. Whoever manages to win his heart gets to keep him. Mr. Dream. This is the man of my dreams I've been searching for all along. In TMA Corporation, there were over 300 single women. At this moment, these 300 women had developed a strong interest in Lucius due to his performance and began contemplating how they could make him fall for them. Even some married, unmarried, or divorced women were flashing glances, silently calculating whether being direct or subtle would better catch Lucius's attention. Lao Wei. Basil, still in shock, hurriedly stepped forward to stand beside Lucius upon hearing his call. Boss, what do you need? Go investigate where these people came from. They appear to be from out of town. Lucius instructed. Though he managed to drive them away, given their aggressive demeanor, Lucius knew they wouldn't give up easily and would likely come back. Basil nodded and immediately went to the surveillance room to retrieve footage to identify and track down these individuals. Unaware that he had already won the hearts of many, Lucius leisurely strolled through the building on patrol. He had just entered the 2nd floor when a cute-looking girl jogged up to him, saying, Brother, can you give me your contact information? Before Lucius could respond, another tall, mature woman approached swiftly, speaking gently. My name is Kathy. May I get to know you? At this moment, Lucius noticed more girls getting up from their seats nearby and hurrying over. Judging by their eager expressions, he felt that if he weren't vain, they were all coming for him. What's going on? On his first day at work, no one paid him any attention. Some women even looked at him disdainfully. Why did they suddenly become so enthusiastic? Lucius was bewildered. Handsome, I like you. Can we be friends? Little brother, I really fancy you. Can we go on a date? Lost in thought, Lucius found himself surrounded by numerous women. Among them were not only singles, but also 2 married women who boldly wanted to keep him. Facing a crowd of women who seemed like hungry wolves, ready to tear him apart, Lucius, unflinching even before late-stage inner-strength martial artists, couldn't help feeling flustered. Seeing the women about to argue over his contact details, Lucius broke free and hastily fled up the stairs. Thinking it was just the 2nd floor, he proceeded to the 3rd floor. He's here. The moment he appeared in the 3rd floor office area, several women from different positions got up and headed towards him. His heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, he turned and left. This time, Lucius didn't dare wander around. He returned directly to the security office. His intuition told him that similar scenes were likely playing out on other floors as well. Sitting on the sofa, Lucius realized that the incident downstairs must have aroused these women's interest. In his mind, women were always gentle and passive when it came to matters of the heart. But now, he felt he was wrong, right? May nodded. Tai had started confessing, and she had noticed it. But since she knew Lucius was there and capable of handling the situation, she didn't say much. Are these people from a very complex background? Since Lucius brought up the earlier incident downstairs where they even exchanged blows, May subconsciously assumed that the individuals were from some major power. Not. Lucius shook his head, saying helplessly, they are employees of your company. The beauty's finely arched brows furrowed instantly. She couldn't understand how the situation suddenly involved company employees. Just as she was about to ask, Lucius continued, "It might be because I drove them away earlier. So many women in the company have taken notice. Now, women from various floors want my contact information and wish to go on dates with me." What? After being tense for so long, the reality turned out to be this? Coming back to her senses, May gave Lucius a stern look and patted her chest to slow down her heartbeat, grumbling, "You nearly scared me to death, you know? I thought they were from some major force. Company matters. How could they be big deals? They are interested in you because you're excellent." As she said this, pride naturally crept into May's tone. Although many women were interested in Lucius, she wasn't at all worried that he would fall for someone else. To have her man admired by other women indirectly showed that her taste wasn't bad. After all, if this person weren't outstanding, no other women would be interested. But this can't go on. If this isn't resolved, I won't be able to work normally in the future, not even patrol properly. Lucius hadn't forgotten his job responsibilities. He knew clearly that without resolving this matter, he would always be intercepted or approached wherever he went. If people asked for his contact info directly and he refused, it might hurt their feelings. If he gave it out, he would be frequently disturbed. Either way was troublesome. May smiled happily and said, "No worries, I'll handle this." Then, May returned to her desk, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Dot, instructing her to issue a notice to everyone. Upon seeing the notice, Tianmei Corporation's employees first froze in surprise, followed by many women breaking into tears. All because the notice was too commanding. Chapter 75 Treasure Girl. May's announcement was actually very simple, just one sentence. "Security captain is my man." Facing the president, the employees did not dare to argue and had no right to argue because, whether in terms of wealth or appearance, they could not compare with May. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to give up. When Dot reported that the problem was solved, May said to Lucius, "Big brother Chu, it's all settled. No one will hassle you for your contact information anymore." Lucius felt relieved and got up to leave the office. Just as he reached the elevator, Aurelio's shout came through the walkie-talkie, so he went to the security room. "Boss, we found out. That young man is called Tai, a young master of the Xia family from Maozu's main island. The Xia family is very powerful, although not the first family on the main island, they are not much different. Recently, it seems that the Xia family has set their sights on Yun City, wanting to take over all the major families in Yun City, turning it into the Xia family's backyard." Aurelio paused for a moment and then continued, "Our company Savannah developed in the main island before, and Tai has been pursuing her all along, but she didn't agree. Now that Savannah has come to Tianmei, the Xia family happens to be dealing with matters here, so he followed her here." Lucius raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised that Savannah could hold her ground. As one of the most influential families in Maozu's main island, the Xia family is wealthy and powerful. So, even if Tai doesn't look bad, it's likely countless women would love him even if he were silly, missing limbs. And this girl named Savannah, facing such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless women yearn for, remained unmoved. This seemed quite extraordinary. Lucius immediately asked, "Which department is Savannah in?" "Research and Development Department." Lucius got up and headed to the R&D department. He really wanted to see what this girl looked like and what kind of upbringing made her resist such immense temptation. Secondly, he also wanted to understand Savannah's attitude towards Tai because he knew Tai wouldn't stop pestering her easily. Savannah, being an employee of Tianmei Group, was considered part of the team. If Savannah had some interest in Tai, as long as Tai didn't cause trouble at Tianmei Group, it was their business and he wouldn't interfere. But if Savannah strongly disliked Tai, then protection should be provided to keep Tai from disturbing her. After all, constant disturbances would affect Savannah's work efficiency. Accompanied by Aurelio, the two entered the R&D department. Many women glanced at Lucius, but due to May's announcement, they couldn't come forward to ask for his contact details and could only watch from afar. "Boss, that girl over there is Savannah." Following Aurelio's gaze, Lucius saw Savannah, a very pure and pretty girl in her 20s, looking better than the standee Tai had brought. Savannah also looked up, saw Lucius and Aurelio, paused for a second, then stood up and approached them gently, saying, "Captain, thank you for helping me earlier. If you hadn't driven that man away, I wouldn't know how to go home after work today." Lucius waved his hand to show it was nothing, then asked, "Can we have a chat?" Savannah nodded, and the three of them headed to the meeting room of the R&D department. Unfamiliar with each other, Lucius skipped the pleasantries and directly expressed his thoughts. Savannah could seek support from him anytime she needed help. "Captain, I have no interest in Tai." Savannah paused for a moment and explained further, "His family is indeed superior, but I know what my family is like. Our families do not match and can never be together. He is pursuing me just for fun, but my situation does not allow me to indulge in games. Besides, he isn't the type I like." Lucius and Aurelio exchanged glances subconsciously, forming a good impression of Savannah. This girl, despite her youth, showed mature thinking, fully aware that Tai's pursuit of her was merely to satisfy his competitive spirit. Once he caught her and played around, he would soon discard her. Tai, as the young master of the Xia family, could play without any consequences, but Savannah, who wasn't well off, didn't have that luxury. Once used and discarded by Tai, she would not only be older, but also suffer discrimination due to the gossip surrounding her relationship with Tai. Knowing the outcome, Savannah wouldn't degrade herself. Such girls are rare these days. Lucius smiled and said, "It's good you think this way. Since you're not interested in Tai, whenever he pesters you, just come to me." Considering the power of the Xia family, Savannah worriedly said, "Big brother Chu, the Xia family is powerful. Helping me might bring you trouble. Perhaps it's best to let it be?" Savannah was genuinely grateful for Lucius's offer, but thinking about the trouble it might bring him, Savannah felt uneasy. Knowing what Savannah was worried about, Lucius smiled and said, "It's no problem. I've already offended him before. More debts just mean less worry. You don't need to consider these things. I can handle it myself." Seeing this, Savannah didn't say anything more, and Lucius took the initiative to give her his phone number. After thanking Lucius, Savannah got up and prepared to continue working. Lucius suddenly let out a light hum. Thinking there was something wrong with herself, Savannah turned her head and asked, Big Brother Chu, what's wrong? Are you injured? Lucius stared at Savannah's right wrist, which was wrapped in bandages. Savannah raised her hand to expose her wrist and explained, no, it's an old injury from before. It hasn't healed completely for some reason. To avoid infection, I wrapped it up with bandages. Impressed by this girl, Lucius said, I have some knowledge of medicine. Unwrap it and let me take a look. Just as Savannah hesitated, Aurelio said, young lady, don't hesitate. Many people want the boss to treat them. Quickly let him take a look. You are truly blessed without knowing it. Being scolded, Savannah looked embarrassed and slowly unwrapped the bandages on her wrist. On her fair wrist, a circular scar was strikingly noticeable, oozing some yellow fluid. Lucius leaned forward to take a closer look and asked, did this get burned by chemical substances? Savannah shook her head and said, I'm not sure. I was injured when I was very young, and it has been like this ever since. In order to cure this injury, I chose to work in the medical beauty industry. Lucius nodded, examining the wound carefully again, then said, it's not a big issue. Wait until I prepare some ointment. After you apply it, not only will the wound heal, but the scar will also disappear. Ah, really? Savannah widened her eyes, full of surprise. Just as Lucius was about to nod, the walkie-talkie suddenly sounded. Boss, that person is back. Chapter 76, do you even qualify? Here we go again. Savannah knew who that person was, and her pretty face clearly showed panic. As a small character at the bottom of society, facing someone like Tai, a young master from a prominent family, her inner turmoil was uncontrollable. Lucius, noticing this, lifted his chin and smiled, saying, it's fine, no big deal. You go back to work, I'll deal with him. Savannah gave a grateful look and left the meeting room. Lucius and Basil then took the elevator down to the first floor. In just over an hour, Tai had changed his car and brought 2 people with him. Both parties confronted each other in front of the building. Considering that resolving this here might attract the attention of employees upstairs, and that some things were not suitable for ordinary people to see, Lucius said, let's go to the parking lot. We shouldn't affect work here. Tai, holding ice against his cheek, nodded and followed Lucius and the others to the parking lot. Upon arrival, Lucius glanced at the 2 people Tai had brought. He had already fought Ushvin before. The other one was older, around 60 years old. His strength was slightly higher than Ushvin, being at the late stage of transformation power. The fact that Tai could mobilize a late-stage transformation power martial artist in such a short time indirectly demonstrated that the Xia family's influence was truly significant. After observing the situation on the opposite side, Lucius focused his gaze on Tai's face and said with a smile, so, did my punch earlier not leave enough of an impression on you? Humph. Tai threw the ice pack on the ground forcefully and angrily said, don't think you can act all arrogant just because you have some skills. Late-stage transformation power is nothing great. Let me tell you, there are always better people out there. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I've always been the one hitting others since childhood. You dared to hit me? You'll pay for it. Lucius shrugged indifferently and replied, I hope you're capable of that. If not, I'll show you what death looks like. Oh ho, quite the mouth you have there. The elder who arrived later, Jalen, approached with a cold expression. His piercing eyes stared directly at Lucius, saying with a mocking smile, young man, to have this level of strength at your age, I admit you're indeed a genius. But remember, being a genius doesn't give you the right to be arrogant. This world is far more complex than you imagine. As a genius, you should cherish this hard-won opportunity, stay humble, cultivate diligently, and only then, when you've achieved absolute power, can you afford to be arrogant. Trees that grow tall catch the wind. Many geniuses die because they consider themselves extraordinary, understand? Lucius's lips curled slightly as he retorted, are you teaching me how to behave now? Jalen spread his feet apart and assumed a fighting stance, saying, not only will I teach you how to behave, but also how to be a person. One day, you'll thank me for today's lesson. Lucius shook his head helplessly and suddenly raised his head, saying disdainfully, teach me how to behave and be a person? You? Do you even qualify? Faced with this provocation, Jalen's anger flared up. He was about to step forward to properly teach this young man a lesson, showing him what humility meant, but his expression suddenly changed. His face was like he'd seen a ghost, his eyes filled with intense fear as he stared at Lucius. Aren't you late-stage transformation power? Just now, a brief surge of aura emanated from the other party. Experience told him that it was clearly not the aura of a transformation power martial artist. Lucius chuckled lightly and sneered, who said I'm late-stage transformation power? In the next second, Lucius's mental focus shifted, and a powerful pressure radiated from him instantly. Under his deliberate control, the pressure was entirely concentrated on Jalen. Jalen, still doubtful if his senses were correct, screamed in fright as the sudden pressure enveloped him. Immediately, his whole body trembled, and his shoulders drooped uncontrollably. Weren't you going to teach me how to behave and be a person? I'll give you a chance. What do you want to do? Lucius took a step forward. With every step he took, the pressure on Jalen increased. Thud. By the 5th step, Jalen could no longer stand firm and had to kneel on one knee to bear the pressure. Behind them, Ushvin and Tai had different expressions. Since Ushvin was in the mid-stage of transformation power, although he wasn't targeted by the pressure, he could still sense the emanating aura. Just the dispersed aura made his eyes fill with terror. In their previous encounter, he had only thought Lucius was late-stage transformation power, never considering him a grandmaster because he was too young. There were no known grandmasters under 70 years old in Huaxia. He never imagined that such a young Lucius was actually a grandmaster. When did Huaxia produce such a young grandmaster, and why hadn't he heard of it? The more he thought about it, the more Ushvin trembled. As a martial artist, he knew that while you could provoke anyone, never provoke a grandmaster. While he and the others had just done precisely that. Although Tai also pursued the path of martial arts, as the eldest young master of the Xia family, he was pampered from childhood and simply couldn't endure hardship. His strength was merely at the early stage of manifested power. His strength was too low, and since Lucius's target at this moment was Jalen, he hadn't noticed any hint of aura. Confusion and panic intertwined on his face. He didn't understand how Lucius, without doing anything, had made Jalen kneel on the ground. Originally, he thought that by bringing Jalen, who had been in the late stage of transformation power for many years, it would be effortless to deal with Lucius, a young man who had probably entered the late stage of transformation power not long ago. Now it seemed that things were going to turn out differently than expected. Thud. When Lucius walked within 10 feet of Jalen, the other leg of Jalen also had no choice but to drop, changing from kneeling on one knee to both knees on the ground. Is being older and eating a few more years of meals enough to qualify someone to teach others how to behave and be a person? Do you really enjoy preaching because you're older? Faced with Lucius's rebuke, shame welled up inside Jalen. Previously, he indeed relied on his age, believing he had the right to preach. But now, reality slapped him hard, telling him he didn't qualify and wasn't worthy. As the pressure increased, Jalen put aside his shame, his voice trembling as he struggled to say, "Master, I know I'm wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness and lacked proper manners. I hope Master can show mercy." In the world of martial arts, strength is paramount. Despite Lucius's youth, his strength was undeniable. Being stronger made him a master. To have Lucius lift the pressure, Jalen had to lower his head and admit his mistakes, for he knew that if the pressure continued much longer, it would jeopardize his martial path. Having barely come this far, with the hope of advancing to the Grandmaster level still within reach, stopping here would be too great a loss. Therefore, after saying this, he looked at Lucius with a pleading gaze. After pondering for a few seconds, Lucius's mental focus shifted, and he withdrew the oppressive aura. Gulping, Jalen's throat moved painfully as he silently realized what a Grandmaster truly was. Lucius stood close by. They differed by only one realm, yet when Lucius withdrew his aura, Jalen could not sense it at all. He could only confirm that Lucius was a martial artist, but couldn't perceive exactly how strong he was. "You, come here." Lucius coldly looked at Tai and spoke. Chapter 77. Reckless to the point of courting death. Tai instantly felt as if ice water had been poured over him, shivering with cold as he snapped out of his shock. Meeting Lucius's icy gaze, his expression contorted in agony. Following orders, he moved forward voluntarily, bowing his head low. As the eldest son of the Xia family, he had never bowed under someone's coercion in all his life. The intense humiliation was hard for him to bear, but if he didn't follow the instructions, he feared another beating. "Bryce Fan, hurry up, do as master said." Jalen turned back to urge him on. Having experienced it himself, he took things in stride. Losing meant losing. There was nothing to be afraid of facing. At this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, having no choice at all. Ushvin quickly stepped forward, reminding Tai by his side, "Young master, quickly do as he says, otherwise none of us will leave here today." The other party was a grandmaster. Considering this, his temper could be considered quite good already. Despite the inner pain, for the sake of survival, Tai ultimately forced himself through the deep humiliation and walked step by painful step to Lucius. "Son of the great Xia family, do you really think you can act so arrogantly?" Lucius raised his hand and gently slapped Tai's still swollen face. Each slap felt like a needle piercing into his heart. Daring not to breathe deeply, Tai finally understood at this moment what those people who were once bullied by him felt like. "Don't be arrogant because of your background. Without the Xia family backing you, who are you?" Pausing for a moment, Lucius added, "I've already talked with Savannah. She has zero interest in you. She is my employee. If you dare to harass her again in the future, I won't talk to you politely like now. Do you understand?" At this moment, Tai was held captive by Wu Xing de Kongjir, unspoken fear. He nodded subconsciously, trembling as he said, "Why yes, understood. Get lost." Seeing Lucius wasn't going to make things more complicated, Jalen hurriedly got up from the ground, first laughing awkwardly at Lucius to ease the embarrassment, then without a word grabbed Tai's arm and forcibly dragged him away, still dazed. The three who had come with high spirits left in disarray, not daring to look back for fear that Lucius might change his mind. "Boss, isn't letting them go like this too easy?" Basil came beside Lucius. He, too, was a boss and following his style, he wouldn't have handled it like this today. At least, Tai, the spoiled brat, should suffer more to learn a lesson. Lucius smiled and said, "I always give people 2 chances when I handle things. No third time. If he doesn't heed advice and tries to cause trouble again, there will be consequences. Secondly, the Xia family is not a minor clan. While I personally don't need to fear anything, you and the Black Dragon Gang or Tianmei group can easily be targeted." Basil thought about it, and found Lucius's considerations reasonable. Even though the Xia family was powerful, they dared not say much in front of a grandmaster. However, while the Xia family might not dare target Lucius directly, they wouldn't hesitate to target his friends. As major powers in the main province, even a little manipulation could bring significant troubles to Qin family's business and the Black Dragon Gang. Back in the car, the three of Jalen were still somewhat shaken. How can such a small place like Yun City have a grandmaster? He's only in his 20s or early 30s and is already a grandmaster. This is not human, it's a monster. All chaos, complete chaos. We must inform the Patriarch immediately. The plan to conquer Yun City may need to be changed. Jalen murmured to himself and hurriedly took out his phone to contact the Patriarch of the Xia family, relaying the news of a grandmaster residing in Yun City. Originally, Yun City was considered easy pickings by the Xia family, ready to be swallowed with just a slight effort. But now, discovering Lucius was a grandmaster with close ties to Tianmei group, he knew the city they thought easiest to take would become their hardest nut to crack. "Grandfather Wu Shuang, does this mean I have..." Back at the Xia family residence, family head Edlin was leisurely drinking tea while watching his daughter Cleo practicing boxing. Seeing Jalen's call, the bodyguard hurriedly presented the phone. Edlin slowly pressed the answer button and asked with a smile, "Barrett, what's up?" "What?" In the next second, Edlin suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. "You're sure the other party is really a grandmaster?" The news was too shocking, forcing Edlin to confirm it again. "All right, put the plan for Yun City on hold for now. Let me think about how to resolve this issue. By the way, give Bryce Fan a good scolding on my behalf. He's becoming more and more unruly recently. I will deal with him thoroughly when I return. Tell him that if he keeps being arrogant, I will break his legs and keep him from leaving the house forever. After hanging up, Edlin's heart continued to beat intensely. A 20-something-year-old grandmaster stationed in Yun City. If anyone else said this, he wouldn't believe it for a moment. But since this message came from Jalen, there was no room for doubt. What made Edlin even more incredulous was that his son actually provoked the other party, suffering retribution and still thinking about revenge. If not for some matters preventing him from acting immediately, he would have rushed to Yun City right away to give that unfilial son a couple of slaps. No, this can't go on like this. While deep in thought, Edlin suddenly had, in Russell's eyes, the Xia family was still an insurmountable giant, impossible to resist. Listening to her grandfather's melancholic sigh, knowing what he worried about, May comforted him. Grandfather, there's no need to rush. Elder brother Chu is still here. As long as he stays, I believe the Xia family won't dare make any big moves. Russell forced a smile, countering, can he stay in Yun City and with the Qin family forever? External forces remain external. While Lucius currently had a good relationship with the Qin family and had no immediate plans to leave, Russell knew he couldn't stay in Yun City or with the Qin family forever. Given their concern for him, the Xia family might not take major actions for now, but once Lucius left Yun City, they would inevitably conquer it with lightning speed. At that time, as the leading family, the Qin family wouldn't stand a chance. Reality forced Russell to rethink quickly. After some contemplation, he said to May, Su Ellen, perhaps the Qin family shouldn't pursue further development. Stop taking over the Huang family and Su family's businesses, abandon some ongoing projects, and focus on running your Tianmei group well enough. Being too visible invites trouble. We are ultimately just a blade of grass in this vast world. No matter how much we struggle, we cannot become towering trees. Having been through it all, Russell saw life very clearly. Especially the swift downfall of the Su and Huang families made him realize that even the greatest success could crumble in an instant. The wealth accumulated by the Qin family over the years was enough to support future generations. Continuing to expand only concentrated risks and was exhausting. Lucius was indeed strong, but not the best in the world. Russell imagined that as more people learned about Lucius's abilities, certain forces would come after him, wanting to stifle this talent in its infancy to avoid future threats. Worse yet, if one day Lucius faced a stronger opponent and was killed or severely injured, losing his luster, the dangers would fall upon the Qin family too. Russell didn't want to see the Qin family meet the same fate as the Huang and Su families. To prevent this outcome, the best approach was to halt rapid development and withdraw from the Yun City stage. May was stunned by Russell's words, then said unwillingly, Grandfather, hasn't it always been your wish to make the Qin family the first in Yun City? It's almost within reach. Why give up? Su Ellen. Russell smiled with relief, explaining, when I was young, inexperienced, my ambition led me to set this goal to prove myself. But now, recent events have made me realize, what does being first really achieve? Becoming the first family in Yun City only brings a hollow reputation. What else? My biggest hope now is for all of you to live healthy, happy lives, understand? The world is becoming more chaotic. The risks of being first are too great. Though Lucius cured me, I don't know how many years I have left. If a crisis comes, so be it, but I don't want to see you all destroyed. He patted his granddaughter's shoulder, saying, do as I say. Stability is most important. Determined to see the Qin family flourish, May felt reluctant yet understood the reality. She, who had witnessed the swift demise of the Huang and Su families, knew this world was complex. One could be targeted by powerful figures and destroyed overnight. To ensure the Qin family endured, she realized it was time to make a choice. Taking a deep breath and nodding, May left the small courtyard. In another courtyard, Lucius was preparing ointments for Savannah using the medicinal herbs he had bought earlier to treat Russell. Seeing May approaching with an uneasy expression, he stopped what he was doing and asked, what's wrong? After a brief hesitation, May relayed Russell's thoughts to him. At that moment, she really wanted to confide in someone, and the only person she could talk to was Lucius. Upon learning that Russell intended to cease development and let the Qin family retreat completely, Lucius did not immediately offer his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, and resumed his work. Having made up her mind, May immediately called Milo, instructing him to return to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, at the top floor presidential suite of the Imperial Dynasty Grand Hotel, Edlin pushed open the door and walked in. Dad. Tai hurriedly stood up, greeting him with a smiling face. Slap. Edlin's slap sent Tai falling back onto the ground. Chapter 79, True Purpose. Early morning. Lucius was just about to go to TMA group with May when the butler, Devin, hurriedly said, Miss, your grandfather wants you two to go to the reception room first. There's an esteemed guest visiting. A distinguished guest so early in the morning? May asked curiously, do you know who it is? Devin shook his head and said, I don't recognize them. They are strangers from outside Yun City, but judging by how your grandfather spoke to them, they must be of high importance. May frowned slightly, speculating about the identity of the distinguished guest. In recent years, the Qin family's development has been primarily focused on Yun City, with virtually no partners outside. Even though there were two, Devin knew both of them. Considering that it was likely someone she didn't know, May said, let my grandfather receive them. I have a lot to handle. The Qin family had decided to scale back their development. Many projects would be halted or transferred, and there was much to do. She didn't want to waste any time. Moreover, since they weren't planning to expand further, meeting even the most distinguished, and walked into the reception room. Inside the reception room, Edlin didn't need to ask who was following behind May. It was Lucius. He hurriedly stood up and slapped the back of Tai's head, who was still sitting. Tai got up with a bitter expression, then took a few steps forward and knelt down before Lucius with a thud. May and Russell were momentarily stunned by Tai's actions. They thought the Xia family was coming to discuss matters concerning Yun City, but instead, Edlin made his son kneel before Lucius. Master, Yesterday my son was disrespectful to you. I specially brought him today to kowtow and apologize. I hope you can overlook it. After saying this, Edlin kicked his son in the butt. Tai, who had already been disciplined and warned, did not dare to disobey. He bowed low, banging his forehead on the ground 3 times. Then, he looked up at his father, wanting to stand up. Without Lucius's permission, Edlin didn't dare to let his son get up, so he gave him a glare, indicating that he should stay kneeling. Throughout this process, Lucius's expression remained largely unchanged. In fact, upon entering and seeing Tai, he had guessed that Tai was likely there to apologize. Being a grandmaster, even with the Xia family's power, they wouldn't dare offend him easily. Seeing that Edlin was handling things appropriately, Lucius didn't deliberately make things difficult for Tai. He grunted and nodded slightly, allowing Edlin to signal his son to stand up. Kneeling and apologizing was only the first step. Following that, Edlin took out a black bank card from his pocket and respectfully offered it to Lucius with both hands. Master, this is a black card from Huashan Bank, a gesture of apology. I hope you will accept it. A Huashan black card? May and Russell exchanged glances subconsciously, their eyes filled with shock, thinking that the Xia family was willing to spend a fortune to gain Lucius's forgiveness. A black card from Huashan Bank isn't something money alone can secure. It requires numerous conditions. Even with the substantial assets and status as a martial arts family, considered the top in Yun City, the Qin family could not obtain such a card from Huashan Bank. With a black card, one could easily access up to 10 billion in funds at any branch under Huashan Bank management anywhere in Huashan. At this point, Russell understood why Edlin had been so courteous earlier. Before coming, he must have investigated thoroughly, knowing that Lucius was now close to his granddaughter and might become part of the Qin family in the future. To gain Lucius's forgiveness or to rally him for the Xia family's support, they would have to be courteous. Russell understood that if Lucius were not involved, Edlin would likely never set foot in the Qin residence. Lucius had heard of the Huashan black card before. Seeing how earnestly Edlin wanted to give him the black card, refusing it outright would be rude, so Lucius took the card. Edlin, who had been on edge, finally relaxed once Lucius accepted the black card. Today, he brought his son for an apology, which was only the first step. The true intention lay beyond. If even the apology wasn't forgiven, subsequent plans would be hard to carry out. I have other matters to attend to. What do you want to say? Lucius asked directly. He had long seen that Edlin bringing Tai to apologize early in the morning was not the main purpose. He was ready to see what Edlin truly intended. If it was simple, he'd give him some face. If it was complicated, then goodbye. Edlin was just wondering how to start when Lucius spoke up. He chuckled and bowed slightly, saying, Master, it's nothing much. We simply wish for Master to become a retainer of the Xia family. Worried that Lucius might refuse, Edlin quickly explained, Master, please rest assured. As a retainer of the Xia family, there's no need for you to handle daily affairs. You only need to help us solve crises when the Xia family faces strong enemies that threaten our survival. And as a retainer of the Xia family, Master can ask for anything at any time, and the Xia family will do its best to meet your needs. Though the Xia family held considerable power in Maizhou main province, it could only rank at the bottom of the top-tier families, far from being a leading family. Ever since becoming the patriarch, Edlin had been determined to lead the Xia family into the ranks of leading families. Over the years, the Xia family had recruited many martial artists as retainers, yet they still couldn't become the top family or enter the ranks of leading families. It wasn't that the Xia family lacked funds or enough martial artists. They lacked a key person, a grandmaster. Without a grandmaster's backing, it was impossible to stand firm among the top families, let alone become a leading family. Lucius's appearance gave him hope. After Edlin finished speaking, the reception room suddenly became quiet. 4 pairs of eyes focused entirely on Lucius's face. Chapter 80, Drivers and Dogs Not Permitted. What do you think? Just as the 4 people were about to hear Lucius's answer, he suddenly turned his gaze towards May. Caught off guard by Lucius's sudden action, May stammered in confusion, I. At this moment, she had no idea how to respond. After all, it was Lucius that the Xia family had invited, yet he was now asking her for an answer. Should she agree or refuse? Which answer would be the one Lucius wanted? Edlin hadn't expected this either, and after a brief moment of surprise, he looked at May eagerly, hoping for her agreement. In her hesitation, May's eyes met Lucius's. With just this simple exchange of glances, she realized Lucius was giving her a favor, so she smiled and said, Then let's do it. Done. Edlin clenched his fists tightly in excitement and respectfully said to Lucius, So from today onward, Master will be the patron saint of our Xia family? Lucius nodded, and before Edlin could say anything else he added, I have some matters to attend to, so please have someone coordinate with me later on specifics. I also have something that requires assistance from the Xia family. Sure, Master. Do what you need to. There's no rush on my end. As long as he agreed, whatever Lucius said was acceptable to Edlin. He bowed deeply and escorted Lucius to the door respectfully, then turned back to chat with Russell, discussing the other reason for his visit to the Qin family. In the car, May asked in puzzlement, Elder Brother Chu, why did you ask me to speak just now? Knowing the Xia family wasn't insignificant and aware that Lucius clearly intended to use them, she understood he had already decided to become their patron but chose to let her speak, which seemed superfluous. Of course, I'm giving you a personal favor. The outcome would be the same anyway. Why not gain a favor out of nothing? The favor of the head of the Xia family isn't something everyone can afford to owe. May thought it over. Having this favor would make it easier to seek help from Edlin if she encountered trouble in the main province in the future. Moreover, it could leave a good impression of the Qin family on Edlin. This subtle concern and unique relationship made May think ahead. She was very sure that Lucius would be her future partner. Being a single woman, she naturally wanted to marry the one she loved. Thinking about marriage reminded May of Lucius and Kristen. Though they couldn't be together anymore, their divorce proceedings were still pending, and Lucius might leave soon, prolonging the matter further. To marry Lucius herself, these procedures needed to be completed. After hesitating briefly, May steeled herself and asked, Elder Brother Chu, are you and Kristen getting divorced? She almost forgot about it until Lucius said, yes, we'll get divorced soon. This can't be delayed any longer. Deciding to act immediately, Lucius took out his phone and called Kristen. Kristen, who was just about to go out, saw the caller ID and felt complex emotions, unsure whether to pick up. She wondered if Lucius calling now meant he had reconsidered and planned to return to the Luo family. At the same time, she feared it might mean he wanted to proceed with the divorce. After much hesitation, Kristen bit her lip and answered, are you free today? Hearing the cold tone in Lucius's voice, Kristen felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her fantasy shattered. She couldn't help but sob. You, we're not children anymore. We need to face what must be faced. Running away won't solve anything. For old time's sake, I don't want to use my connections to force this, as it would embarrass you. If you cooperate, I can offer one last help to the Luo family. Hearing this, Kristen took a deep breath and responded in a hoarse voice, okay. After hanging up, Kristen burst into tears on the sofa. Madeline, hearing the commotion, came out from her room. Learning that Lucius had called to finalize the divorce, she sighed regretfully. It's over. He did give the Luo family a chance, but we were too arrogant, leading to this outcome. You can't force love where there is none. Go ahead and conclude this matter. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, having completed the divorce procedures, May got out of the car and said, Miss Luo, we have several projects we plan to transfer ownership of. Are you interested? This was part of the final help Lucius mentioned earlier, suggested by May. As a woman, May understood the impact on Kristen's heart. May understood that Lucius's decision not to look back likely had reasons involving her own actions. With them still not divorced, she herself entangling with Lucius made her seem somewhat like a homewrecker. Now that her goal was achieved, facing the pitiful Kristen, she felt sympathy and wanted to make up for it. She then thought of some projects the Chin family was planning to abandon. Although she had many grievances towards May, for the development of the Luo family, Kristen could only force a smile and nod, saying, thank you, President Chin. I am very interested. Afterwards, Kristen accompanied May to Tian May Group to discuss taking over the projects. Lucius went to the R&D department to find Savannah, handing her the medicinal ointment he had prepared overnight to treat the scars on her hands. Returning to the security department, he had just sat down when a security guard walked in and said, boss, there's an Remy downstairs looking for you. He says his name is Hyder. Medicine Sage Hyder? Basil interjected. Lucius frowned, wondering why this Remy was coming to see him. Was he still not giving up? With nothing else to do, Lucius got up and went downstairs. Master Chu. Hyder, anxiously waiting, hurriedly smiled and approached without even waiting for Lucius to ask what he wanted. He immediately said, Master Chu, are you interested in medical exchanges? This afternoon, there will be a medical exchange event where some volunteers will be treated on site. The ultimate winner will not only receive the title of Divine Doctor, but also an ancient herb as a reward. Ancient herb? Lucius's heart stirred, asking, what kind of ancient herb? Hyder shook his head, explaining, I'm not sure exactly, but I heard it was found from an ancient site. Many people have studied it, yet none have been able to fully understand it, so it's being used as the prize for this medical exchange. Recently, Hyder had been trying to figure out how to get closer to Lucius. Upon learning that the medical exchange had an ancient herb as a reward, he believed that Lucius, with extraordinary medical skills, would have high standards and might only be interested in an ancient herb that many doctors couldn't comprehend. If he helped Lucius obtain the ancient herb, Lucius would remember his kindness and no longer reject him. Indeed, Lucius was very interested in the ancient herb from an ancient site and indicated he would attend in the afternoon. In the afternoon, seeing the time was right, Lucius drove to Huihai Villa. However, upon reaching the gate, the receptionist pointed to a sign beside it. Drivers and dogs not permitted. Chapter 81. Only rivals meet again and again. No matter what one does, once started it should be done well. This was Lucius's principle. As the head of security, he adhered to leading by example. Though he didn't need to wear a uniform, he still put one on. Also, Lucius was someone who did not overly care about his appearance and preferred a low profile, so he didn't change clothes before heading out, coming in his security uniform. Seeing that the other party mistook him for a driver, Lucius didn't get angry. He patiently explained, I'm not a driver. I was invited to participate in the medical symposium. You? Xilan scanned Lucius's attire from head to toe with a cold laugh. Brother, call things as they are. Is this amusing? What he meant was that anyone seeing Lucius would know he was just some company's security personnel, summoned by his boss as a temporary driver, and here he was claiming to be invited. To make Lucius leave and not hinder his work, Xilan reached out his hand and said, if you were invited to attend, please show your invitation. The invitation? Hyder hadn't mentioned anything about needing one. Just then, a man and a woman walked in without showing anything, prompting Lucius to ask, why didn't they have to show an invitation to enter? Xilan glanced back at the pair entering, saying, that's the CEO of Haisheng Pharmaceuticals. His face is the invitation. Can your face be used as an invitation? After all, people judge by appearances, even Buddha relies on gilded images, and because Lucius wore a security uniform, he was specifically asked for an invitation. Knowing full well the other party was judging him by superficial means, even if he changed into a new outfit now, they wouldn't let him in. Tired of wasting effort, Lucius turned to leave. He wasn't particularly interested in this so-called medical symposium to begin with. If Hyder hadn't actively sought him out, mentioning something about ancient medicine, he wouldn't bother wasting time. Since he wasn't allowed entry, might as well not waste time. Master Chu. Lucius had only walked more than 10 steps when Hyder called out to him, quickly approaching. Why aren't you going in, Master Chu? Hyder asked curiously. On his way over, Hyder had regretted forgetting to ask for contact details in the morning, making it hard to confirm if Lucius had arrived. Upon getting out of the car, he hurriedly looked around and found him unexpectedly. They said neither drivers nor dogs can enter, Lucius said. What? The corners of Hyder's mouth twitched. Did the organizer eat too much to make such humiliating demands? Looking at Lucius's clothing, Hyder understood Lucius was clearly taken for a driver and denied entry. Just then, the busy Xylan caught sight of Hyder and hurried over with a smile. Divine Dr. Avril, you've finally arrived. Please go in. We're waiting for you to start. Humph. Hyder, visibly displeased, flicked his wrist and said, tell your boss to find someone else. I won't participate. After lowering himself so humbly to invite this great personage, Lucius, who ended up being insulted by the host and couldn't even enter. Hyder could not bear this humiliation for Lucius. Displeasing the master whom even he had to flatter would spell trouble for the smooth progress of this symposium. Ah. Xylan's smile froze as he asked in confusion, Divine Dr. Avril, what happened? Is there something we did wrong? Please tell us, and we'll fix it immediately. He knew that Hyder was whom the boss worked hard to invite to oversee the symposium, inviting various bosses today in Yunqing due to Hyder's reputation. Without Hyder present, the symposium would struggle to proceed, and all the boss's plans and investments would go down the drain. Feeling displeased, Hyder didn't bother explaining, ignoring the awaiting answer from Xylan and said to Lucius, let's go, Master Chu. It's better not to attend this dog-eyed meeting. Master Chu? Xylan's stunned gaze shifted to Lucius, wondering if he had heard wrong. Divine Dr. Avril actually called him master? The very person he had deliberately made difficult for was a master? Realizing why Hyder was upset, Xylan suddenly felt chills remembering how he had intentionally made things hard for Lucius. Divine Dr. Avril. A thick voice echoed from the gate of the estate. Dempsey, the boss responsible for organizing the symposium, ran over with a smile. Divine Dr. Avril, why aren't you going in? Everyone is waiting for you. Hyder rolled his eyes coldly. Find someone else. I don't want to participate anymore. What? Dempsey was dumbfounded, puzzled as to why everything had been arranged, but Hyder was now having a fit. Being a boss, he had no lack of composure or reaction speed. Dempsey hurriedly approached, speaking in a humble tone. Divine Dr. Avril, is there something I haven't done properly? Seeing that the other party had always shown him respect, and considering he was already here, if they could enter the medical symposium, everything would proceed smoothly. Hyder looked at Xylan and said, who are the people you recruited? They lack even the most basic discernment. How can I enter when my Percy turned and smiled at Lucius, saying, Master, it was due to my subordinate's ignorance. I hope Master can forgive us. Master, please tell me how you wish to punish him, and I will carry out the punishment immediately. Lucius ignored Dempsey and turned to Hyder. It's up to you. Hyder's expression darkened, tempted to leave immediately. But seeing Dempsey looking at him beseechingly, and remembering all the effort he had put into this, he said to Lucius, Master Chu, since we're already here, let's just let it go. Boss Kai will certainly punish this snobbish fellow later. Dempsey added, yes, Master, I will definitely punish this good-for-nothing. With those words, Lucius nodded slightly, saying no more. Please, Master, come in. Dempsey quickly bowed aside. Inside the estate, everyone was waiting. One person, upon hearing that Saint Physician Avril had arrived, looked up hurriedly. Seeing Lucius, his mind thundered in shock. At the same moment, Lucius also noticed him and couldn't help but smile. Only rivals meet again and again. Chapter 82, Speak with Strength. This person was none other than Micah. After some time, he had changed completely. When he first appeared before Lucius, he was graceful and dignified, full of spirit and vigor, giving off a strong presence. Anyone could see he was an outstanding youth. But now, his face was pale and lackluster, his eyes vacant, standing among the crowd like just another ordinary person, hard to catch anyone's attention. Noticing that Lucius was looking at him too, Micah hurriedly lowered his head, his nails sinking deep into his palms. In recent times, many things had happened to Micah and the Zhong family. Micah had been tormented so badly that he even entertained thoughts of death several times. By now, Micah knew very well that everything happening around him was related to Lucius. He never imagined that Lucius, who had been called a waste for 5 years, was actually pretending to be weak all along, possessing power so formidable that he could destroy the Zhong family with mere words. He knew that enduring these attacks was because he took Jeannie, or rather, slept with her. If he had known it would turn out like this, he definitely wouldn't have dared to touch a single hair on Jeannie. But now, it was too late to change anything. As for revenge, Micah knew exactly what he was capable of, and he didn't dare entertain such thoughts in his heart because he knew that if he provoked Lucius again, it would mean complete annihilation for both the Zhong family and himself. With Dempsey bringing Hyder into the scene, the atmosphere immediately livened up. Among those present today were quite a few renowned doctors, and some bosses who wanted treatment, all greeting Hyder warmly. As for Lucius, dressed in security uniform, he was subconsciously regarded as Hyder's driver or bodyguard by everyone, and was thus ignored outright. Since Lucius had reminded Hyder when they came in that he didn't want to be the center of attention, Dempsey and Hyder didn't dare to place him in the middle or introduce him intentionally. After brief exchanges, the exchange meeting officially began. Hyder, the core of this event, or rather, the referee, picked up the microphone and said, all right, the medical exchange is starting now. Please, all participating doctors and volunteers step forward, the rest move back. People at the scene started separating, some moving to the front, others retreating to the back. Besides Hyder, Lucius only recognized Micah. Seeing him, in total, there were 20 doctors participating, mostly old people in their 50s or 60s, except for Lucius, who was the youngest. Not wanting to compete with the elderly for identification, Lucius walked forward 2 steps, stopping about 3 meters away from the table with the herbs. Unlike the other seasoned doctors who got close to touch and smell the herbs, he just glanced a few times before starting to write down the herb names. This action immediately caused a stir among the observers. This young man, isn't he overconfident? Just by looking, can he really tell what these herbs are? Isn't he cheating? It seems like cheating to me too. Didn't you see he was always following behind the medical sage? He's likely the medical sage's disciple and already knows the herbs, memorizing and writing them down. The accusations grew louder and louder, some even reaching Hyder's ears, but he ignored them as if he hadn't heard. Soon, the identification session ended. Hyder went up to check. Out of the 20 doctors, 15 were eliminated right away, leaving only 5. Just as Hyder was about to start the second round, one of the emaciated old men in his 60s suddenly said, "I don't agree, someone cheated." Upon hearing these words, all eyes were focused on Lucius. Hyder's face turned unpleasant as he said, "Jorge, if you can't do it, then admit it. Who cheated?" "Who?" Jorge raised his finger pointing at Lucius and said, "He cheated. Isn't this young man your disciple?" At this moment, Hyder really wanted to say that if he were his disciple, he would be happy even if asked to die now. Jorge continued, "You clearly told him what herbs would be here in advance, so he memorized them all. That's why he didn't need to touch the herbs to write down their names." Hyder, as a medical sage, even if you want your disciple to win, such blatant cheating is too much. "Do you think we're all blind?" Facing these accusations, Hyder was about to get angry, but Lucius spoke up, "You're truly blind. You can't even identify these simple herbs. What else could you be?" Provoked by a young man, Jorge was infuriated and shouted, "Brat, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because your master is Hyder." Does he deserve it?" Ripples spread like a stone thrown into still water. Such insults should be whispered behind one's back, right? But Lucius directly questioned Hyder in front of everyone. This remark not only hurt people, but also risked offending them. Everyone thought Hyder was going to explode, yet he smiled without saying anything, as if he hadn't heard. How strange. The bizarre situation made even Jorge pause, wondering why Hyder, who usually had a bad temper, had changed today. To satisfy the crowd and eliminate doubt, Lucius stepped forward and said, "Many of you think I cheated, believing I knew the names of the herbs in advance and simply wrote them down, right? Isn't that the case?" Jorge angrily demanded. "If so, then I shouldn't be able to identify certain herbs, right?" As some people nodded, Lucius approached and picked up each herb, quickly naming them and explaining their properties along the way. Instantly, the venue fell silent. People realized they had wronged this young man. He was genuinely skilled. Some of the herbs were indeed very difficult to identify, and even seasoned doctors needed multiple inspections to confirm. Hyder felt proud and asked, "Anyone still not convinced?" Jorge's face turned red with anger, breathing heavily. "All right, let's proceed to the second round." "Hold on." Lucius interrupted, adding, "Among the 5 who passed, 3 more should be eliminated." Chapter 83. Not seeing the yellow river won't quench one's thirst. Who is really the judge? After hearing Lucius's words, everyone subconsciously looked at Hyder. He was clearly the judge. Yet this young man, Lucius, had stepped forward to announce that 3 more people were to be eliminated. It seemed as though he was taking over the role of the judge. Everyone wanted to see how Hyder, known for his bad temper, would deal with this young man who dared to interrupt him. However, what they saw was calmness. There was not a hint of anger on Hyder's face. He asked in a very calm tone, "What's the matter?" Lucius pointed at the 4 people standing not far away. You, and you. All 3 of you made mistakes in identification. Naturally, you should be eliminated." They had already passed the first round of tests, but now this young man was saying they should be eliminated. Justin, one of the elderly men called out, stepped forward, clearly upset, and questioned, "Who is really the judge here? This place has been a mess since the start. Do we even want this exchange meeting to continue? If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have come even if they sent an 8-man sedan chair to invite me." The more he spoke, the more agitated Justin became. Though the other 2 elderly men who were also targeted for elimination did not speak up, their faces showed their displeasure, and the way they looked at Lucius was far from friendly. After many years in medicine, handling herbs every day, most herbs only needed a glance for them to identify. They believed they had the skills for that. How could this young man say they had identified incorrectly, thus losing their promotion eligibility? Ultimately getting promoted or not didn't matter much to them. After all, they were already well known. They didn't need this bit of recognition to enhance their reputation. What they couldn't accept was a youngster barely grown pointing fingers at them. This kid had probably eaten less rice than they had eaten salt in their lives. What right did he have to do this? Hyder, who knew Lucius fairly well, understood that if he dared to directly point this out, there must be a problem. He walked forward and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please don't get angry. Since Master Chu says so, he must have discovered something. Let's listen to what he has to say first." A small commotion erupted among the spectators. Those who caused the commotion reacted quickly, adept at catching details. Hyder hadn't just called Lucius by name, but addressed him as master. At first glance, it seemed like politeness, but considering Lucius interrupted him multiple times without Avril saying a word, it suggested that while young, Chu might indeed be skilled in the field of medicine, perhaps even on par with Avril himself, which explained the respect. Hyder's eyebrows twitched as well. Because of his absolute trust in Lucius, he couldn't help but wonder if the herb identified as Jushi Huang was actually the extremely rare Huang Fu air. These 2 herbs, both documented in ancient medical texts as symbiotic plants, look very similar and are easily mistaken for each other. However, their medicinal properties differ greatly. The latter is rarer and hence more precious, known to only a few due to its scarcity. Nonsense. Annoyed, Justin waved his hand arrogantly, saying, "I'm not exaggerating. I can recite the herbal compendium backward, and I've never heard of a herb called Huang Fu air." The other 2 nodded in agreement with Justin. No. Hyder stepped forward and said, "The herb Huang Fu air does exist. I've seen it recorded in an ancient medical book. Ancient medical books record that Huang Fu air is a symbiotic herb of Jiushi Huang. It only appears under very strict conditions, and time is a crucial factor. It must be Jiushi Huang that has grown for over a century to have a chance of producing Huang Fu air. The medicinal properties of the 2 herbs are completely different. If Huang Fu air is processed well, it can extend one's lifespan. If not, it becomes a highly toxic drug." With these words, the scene fell silent. While Hyder knew about this herb, Justin and his group had never even heard of it. Everyone thought that a medical sage was indeed a medical sage. This alone showed why Justin and the others could not match Hyder. I don't believe it. Feeling cornered, Justin argued, Master Averill, you can't just decide things. Clearly, you're in league with this young man. Everyone can see that you're favoring him. I've read as many ancient medical books as you, and I've never seen any such records. His words implied that they were colluding, and thus, Master Averill's words held no credibility. Hyder's face darkened slightly. He wasn't angry when Lucius questioned him, but that didn't mean he would tolerate others contradicting him. He angrily retorted, Justin, think carefully before you speak. What do you mean by favoritism? Where did he go wrong earlier? If you can't compare, just accept it without arguing. I can clearly tell you that even if I give you another 100 years, you will never catch up to Master Chu in the field of medicine. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. For a medical sage to praise a young man so highly, people were shocked and began to look at Lucius differently. Haha, what a beautiful speech. Even if I live another 100 years, I still can't catch up to him. How old is he? How many people has he treated? The arguments continued, meaningless and futile. They came here for the ancient herbs, and Lucius had no time to waste on these overconfident elders. He coughed dryly and gave Hyder a meaningful look. Hyder, who was about to argue further, understood and shut his mouth. Sir, have you heard a saying? Lucius directly faced Justin. Seeing Justin's puzzled gaze, Lucius said indifferently, it goes, not seeing the yellow river won't quench one's thirst. Since you feel that way, I'll make sure to quench your thirst, showing you the true meaning of limited knowledge. Chapter 84 Why is the small pot made of iron? Lucius has always been a person who speaks with strength to those who are extremely confident in themselves and refuse to admit their mistakes. Wasn't Ben a living example just earlier? If you're not convinced, then I'll make you be. Without waiting for Emil to say more, Lucius asked Dempsey, who was watching indifferently, do you have any liquor? The higher the alcohol content, the better. Certainly, Master Chu. Please wait a moment. Dempsey hurriedly instructed someone to fetch some. Soon, a bottle of high-proof white spirit, worth several thousand yuan on the market was brought over. Lucius fiddled with the herb in his hand and said, you all believe this is 9-snake yellow. So you should know that just like iodine turns blue when it meets starch, this is also how we test the authenticity of 9-snake yellow. Many people nodded. Indeed, liquor was used to verify the authenticity and quality of 9-snake yellow. The better the quality, the deeper the color. Lucius continued, however, when false 9-snake yellow meets alcohol, it doesn't turn blue but red, and it's highly toxic, detectable with a silver needle. Dempsey, perceptive as he was, quickly found 2 small bowls and placed them on the table beside Lucius, while Lucius was explaining. Lucius then said to him, Boss Kai, for easy comparison, would you please find 2 chickens and buy another batch of 9-snake yellow from the market? Dempsey smiled and replied, Master Chu, we have everything in the manor. They will be fetched right away. Very soon, a batch of what could be called an exact replica of the 9-snake yellow in Lucius's hand, along with 2 chickens, were delivered to the scene. Without wasting time, Lucius put the false 9-snake yellow and the newly bought 9-snake yellow into separate small bowls and poured in white spirit. Instant changes occurred. As everyone stood on tiptoe to watch, one bowl's herbs turned red, vivid like blood clots, while the other turned blue. Who has a silver needle? A person immediately handed over his personal silver needle to Lucius with a laugh, trying to become familiar. Lucius used the silver needle to pick out the false 9-snake yellow from the bowl, and everyone saw that the lower half of the needle visibly turned black. When doing things, if you do them thoroughly to gain full submission. Lucius took a bit of the blood-red false 9-snake yellow and forced it down one chicken's throat. Then, he took out the blue 9-snake yellow from the other bowl and fed it to the second chicken. Squawk, squawk. The chicken that ate the false 9-snake yellow suddenly began to cry out urgently and fell to the ground, convulsing before becoming still. The chicken that ate the 9-snake yellow squatted quietly on the ground without any reaction. At this moment, no further explanation from Lucius was needed. He looked at Emil with a half smile, silently asking if he had anything else to say. Emil and his companions, having witnessed everything firsthand, already wore expressions as if they had lost a son. Although their fame didn't match Hyder's, they were notable figures in their own circles, always treated politely by others. But now, they had been humiliated by a young man. Previously, the 3 refused to accept the truth until seeing it with their own eyes. Now, even though they didn't want to admit it, they had no choice. Initially scolded by Lucius, Ben originally harbored resentment towards him. But seeing this, his resentment vanished entirely. He knew that although Lucius was young, he truly possessed remarkable skills. What are true skills? Skills that can discern subtle differences unnoticed by others. Though the items appeared identical and he too thought they were 9-snake yellow, someone else could tell it was false 9-snake yellow and prove it. From this alone, he recognized Lucius's superiority and understood his reprimand. Master Hu, do you have anything else to say? Still think I favor Master Chu? Hyder's tone was odd, clearly displeased with Emil's earlier words, and now aiming to belittle him. I admit it. It's my skill that isn't good enough. With so many witnesses, Emil knew it was impossible to cheat. Cheating would ruin the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years. Thus, even though admitting defeat was difficult, he had to bow his head. What about you two? Hyder looked at the other 2. They immediately lowered their heads, acknowledging their mistakes. Pleased, Hyder nodded and said, all right, I hereby announce again that both have passed the first round. Is that all? Lucius interrupted Hyder once more. Hyder looked at Lucius confused, wondering what else there was to say. Does anyone remember what he said initially? This question reminded everyone that Emil had promised to kneel and apologize if Lucius was right. Emil suddenly lifted his head to stare at Lucius, his cheeks clenched tightly with anger. His eyes swirled with smoldering resentment, silently warning Lucius that it was enough already. Was he really going to push them to the brink? A man who had buried most of his life in the earth, bowing and apologizing to a brash young man barely into his 20s. This kneel would make Emil a laughingstock. From then on, probably no one would come to him for medical help anymore. The 2 men behind him wore expressions full of they had nowhere to retreat. Little did they know, Everyone has their own way of handling things. Originally, Lucius hadn't intended for the situation to escalate like this, but Emil, relying on his seniority and experience, had become quite arrogant. To deal with arrogance, one must strike hard, making them understand why the small pot is made of iron. Because Lucius knew very well that if he had faltered today and been wrong, the three would have humiliated him even more harshly. Being merciful to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. Seeing Emil still standing motionless, Lucius coldly said, "Hurry up, don't make me help you." Chapter 85. Changing the situation single-handedly, Justin's whole body trembled. He looked up at the surroundings, hoping someone would stand up and say a few words to ease the situation for him. However, everyone around was staring at him coldly. It wasn't that no one wanted to step in. They were afraid to. This young man Lucius made even Hyder show deference, and it was clear that Avril had been treating him with great respect. Anyone daring enough to speak up for Justin would obviously offend both of them. Setting aside what consequences might come from offending this mysterious young man Lucius whose medical skills were yet unknown, just offending Hyder, the sage of medicine, was something nobody present dared or wanted to do. Underneath all the interests, everyone looked after themselves first. I was wrong. Before Justin could move, an elderly man behind him kneeled down firmly. Seeing this, another Remy nearby took a deep breath and also knelt, admitting his mistake aloud. They knew clearly there was no escape from this calamity. Rather than be called cowardly by outsiders, they preferred facing everything candidly. Lucius nodded slightly, and the two old men helped each other to stand up. Realizing it was his turn now, with many eyes fixed on him, Justin's face turned red with anger as he knelt down sullenly and muttered, "I was wrong." Lucius raised an eyebrow and asked, "Still Bufuchi?" At this point, it was obvious to anyone who could see that Justin was not convinced, but he shook his head and did not dare to defy any further. "Continue." Lucius looked at Hyder, not gesturing Justin to rise as he had done with the two elders earlier. This nearly drove Justin mad, forcing him to bite his teeth and pull himself together to get up. Wait. Josh, the only middle-aged man still qualified for advancement, stepped forward and said, "I quit." To quit voluntarily? Everyone was stunned at first, then they understood and empathized with Josh's decision to give up such a good opportunity. It was clear to everyone that despite his young age, Lucius was extraordinary in medicine. Otherwise, going through multiple rounds wasted time and revealed too much variety, contrary to Lucius's principle of maintaining a low profile. Moreover, the presence of Joshi Huang in the first round already caused everyone, including Justin, to make mistakes. He seized this opportunity to eliminate as many competitors as possible, bringing an earlier end to the competition. Regarding Josh's voluntary withdrawal, Lucius wasn't surprised at all. He had anticipated that after his demonstration, Josh, who advanced partly by luck, would choose to withdraw unless he was foolhardy. "President Kai, what should we do?" Not knowing how to continue, Hyder looked to Dempsey, the boss. Dempsey smiled and said, "Master Chu has surpassed all others and become the sole survivor of the first round. There's no need to proceed with the rest of the processes. Master Chu is the champion of this exchange meeting. I think everyone here agrees, don't they?" "No objections." "I agree too." Most people present smiled and shook their heads in agreement. Whether there were more rounds or who eventually won mattered little to these spectators. What mattered most was not offending anyone. Seeing this, Hyder said, "Then I announce that Master Chu is the champion of this exchange meeting." Many in the audience who wanted to flatter started clapping to build up the atmosphere. However, a few people were wearing long faces at this moment. These few were the volunteers who chose to be guinea pigs. They had hoped to get free treatment from more doctors through this opportunity, but they didn't expect the event to end before they could reach that stage. Micah was so angry that he nearly ground his teeth to powder. He felt that Lucius was his biggest enemy, mainly because wherever Lucius appeared, he found it hard to have things go his way. The volunteers on site were like security, completely ignored by everyone. No one cared what they thought, or even noticed their existence. However, Lucius did notice a few volunteers with very unsatisfactory expressions. He ignored the spectators crowding around him to greet and walked up to the volunteers, saying, "You came to be guinea pigs to get an opportunity for your ailments to be treated, right?" After exchanging glances, the dejected volunteers all nodded excitedly. Lucius smiled and said, "It's true that what happened has a lot to do with me. Wait a moment without leaving in a hurry. After everything is over, I will personally treat you." As for Micah, who was not far away, Lucius acted as if he didn't know him, never even sparing him a glance. The volunteers were overjoyed, except Micah who couldn't be happy, because he knew very well that given his conflict with Lucius, it was impossible for Lucius to treat him. With anger surging in his heart, Micah had a quick thought after turning his eyes and decided, "If you won't treat me, I'll find someone else." "Damn, you really think there's nothing I can do?" Noticing Justin and the other two about to leave, he quickly stepped forward to chase after them. "Master Hu." Micah jogged forward and said earnestly when Justin turned back, "Master Hu, I'm feeling unwell. Can you give me a diagnosis?" Hit and humiliated, Justin was in a terrible mood at this moment. He glanced at Lucius who was surrounded by the crowd inside and angrily said, "There's a better doctor there. Go to him. I'm not as good as him." His words clearly carried resentment. His eyes flickered with anger. This grievance, he just couldn't swallow. Chapter 86. White Tiger Carrying the Corpse. "You're angry at me?" Emil's obvious displeasure made Micah clench his teeth subconsciously. He thought, if I could find him, would I come to you instead? Though upset, when Micah saw the rage on Emil's face, he knew this Remy had been severely struck by Lucius and now hated him to death. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have an idea. Micah knew clearly that he couldn't deal with Lucius himself, but it didn't mean he couldn't use someone else to do it. He could try to stir up Emil's anger, making him target Lucius, like setting two dogs to fight each other. Deciding to do just that, Micah immediately said with a chuckle, "Master Hu, I think that boys' medical skills aren't as good as yours because medical skill is about practical experience rather than just talking. I still believe in Master Hu's skills more." Emil turned his gaze back, glancing at Micah in surprise and asked with a smile, "Do you really think so?" Micah straightened up immediately, speaking with conviction. Of course, I truly believe so. I hope Master Hu can treat me. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice. To be honest with Master Hu, I actually have some grudges with that boy and know a little bit about him. If Master Hu wants to know more, I'll tell you everything I know. Originally, the disgruntled Emil had no interest in treating anyone, but upon hearing Micah mention knowing Lucius, his eyes lit up. Smiling, he patted Micah on the shoulder. Let's go chat somewhere else. It seemed his need for information came right when he needed it. He was worrying about how to investigate Lucius's background when someone who knew him offered information. In the hall, Lucius saw the four people leaving together. He knew Micah must have approached Emil with no good intentions, but he wasn't bothered by it at all. Given the strength gap, if Micah wanted to cause trouble, he would only embarrass himself even more. Putting on a fake smile wasn't Lucius's strong suit. So when others requested his contact information or asked him for treatment, Lucius completely ignored them and turned around to find the 5 volunteers waiting anxiously in the corner. After asking Dempsey to arrange a quiet room, he took them there for treatment. Dempsey, curious to see Lucius's medical skills firsthand, left the scene and followed them. Master, can my illness be cured? A man, gaunt and sickly, his face waxen from illness, looked at Lucius with hope. Yes. Lucius nodded seriously. Do you charge for it? The man asked what the others were also wondering. They had come as volunteers because it was supposed to be free, but the change in situation made them worry Lucius might charge them. No. You don't need to worry about anything, just follow my instructions. Lie down and I'll treat you. Upon learning there was no charge, the man's face lit up with a smile, and he lay down cooperatively. Without hesitation, Lucius began the examination and treatment. Dempsey watched quietly from behind. Treating the 5 people took over an hour in total. Lucius's treatments were effective. The patients immediately felt improvements after their sessions. Since he believed in going all the way, Lucius decided to provide extra care. While he disregarded those wealthy individuals who considered themselves superior and acted arrogantly, he felt compassion for these unfortunate souls. Knowing they had spent all their money on earlier treatments and couldn't afford expensive herbs for recovery, which was why they came here hoping for a chance, Lucius said to Dempsey, Mr. Kai, they need some herbs for recuperation. Could you help buy them? I will pay you later. Seeing Lucius not only treated them for free, but also offered to provide medicine, the 5 people wept and knelt in gratitude. It took several tugs for Lucius to get them up. Witnessing Lucius's capabilities firsthand, Dempsey smiled and said, Master Chu, you are indeed kind-hearted. You've already treated them for free, so let me cover the cost of the herbs needed for their recovery. They supported my seminar, and I should thank them. The group immediately expressed heartfelt thanks to Dempsey, who then took pictures of the prescriptions Lucius had written down and instructed her staff to buy the herbs and deliver them. Outside, after taking a deep breath, Dempsey approached Lucius. Master Chu, I have one more favor to ask, and I hope you can help. Speak. Dempsey hesitated slightly before saying, My father has suffered from a chronic illness for years. Could you please check on him? Spending a large sum of money to obtain ancient medicines, inviting the medical Saint Hyder to preside over the so-called medical exchange conference, Dempsey's main purpose was to select the most skilled doctor through competition, hoping to find 2 exceptional talents to treat her old father. These plans were in place long before Lucius came into contact with Hyder. When Hyder arrived in Yun City and was awed by Lucius's formidable medical skills, he suggested to Dempsey that if they could invite Lucius, curing her father's chronic illness would be no problem. Dempsey knew that anyone recommended by Hyder must be extraordinary. She wanted to approach Lucius immediately but was stopped by Hyder, as he knew such a sudden visit might not even get Lucius's attention. Lucius didn't need money, and the only tool Dempsey had was money. Not only might money fail to work, it could backfire. After careful analysis, Hyder thought of the prize for the medical exchange conference, believing that the ancient medicine might attract Lucius. Dempsey considered this carefully. Since Hyder recommended him so highly, she decided to observe his skills during the conference. Meeting Lucius today, young as he was, he indeed proved to be extraordinary. Hyder confirmed that he was the person they were looking for. With these events, some level of relationship had been established between them. Dempsey felt that now would be a good time to ask Lucius for help, which should not be too difficult. Just then, Hyder approached, holding a wooden box. Master, this is the prize for this event. Opening the box revealed a fist-sized, dark purple object that looked like a potato at first glance. Lucius took out the ancient medicine and sniffed it. The smell was peculiar, but he was pretty sure it was a medicinal herb. However, despite his experience, he couldn't identify exactly what it was. Having plenty of time, Lucius decided to research it later and put the ancient medicine away. Noticing that Dempsey was still waiting for his response with anticipation, Lucius nodded and said, Sure, I can take a look. Receiving his agreement, Dempsey was delighted. After instructing her secretary to entertain the guests still conversing in the front hall, she left with Lucius and Hyder through the back door. Half an hour later, the car drove into a valley, and soon a villa appeared before them. Seeing the impressive architecture, Lucius couldn't help but frown, and suddenly 4 words popped into his mind. White tiger carrying the corpse. Chapter 87. Everything has a cause. Stepping out of the car and entering the estate, Dempsey chuckled and led Lucius forward to treat his father. But after walking a couple of steps, he noticed Lucius hadn't followed. Turning around, he saw Lucius standing still, eyes scanning the surroundings, which made Dempsey ask curiously, Master Chu, are you looking for something? Lucius withdrew his gaze and shook his head, then asked, Has your father's illness always been difficult to cure completely? Even if treated for some time, it recurs? Dempsey hurriedly nodded and replied, That's right. These past few years, I've consulted many people. At first, they could somewhat control it, but afterward, it kept recurring no matter who I consulted or what medicine we used. Lucius continued, And you still don't have any children, do you? Even if pregnant, it ends in a miscarriage due to some accidents? Upon hearing this, Dempsey's face changed abruptly. He asked with slight agitation, Master Chu, how did you know that? As a successful entrepreneur with substantial assets, not having a child was Dempsey's greatest concern at present. Over the years, he had tried various methods to have a child. No matter through natural conception with his wife or via in vitro fertilization and surrogacy, the pregnancies would always end in some unexpected accidents. Why this was happening, Dempsey had been trying to find out, yet he never found an answer. You are fortunate to be alive now. If everything went as it should, your destiny is strong. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would be quite tall by now. Although your fate is noble, ever since you moved into this place, your business has been declining. Hearing this, Dempsey became even more agitated and nodded, saying, Yes, Master Chu. My business has been getting worse, losing 30 billion last year alone. Master Chu, can you also read feng shui? Experience told Dempsey that Lucius's earlier scan of the area was precisely checking the feng shui, and these incidents in his family seem to be related to feng shui. Lucius nodded and said, Your father's illness started becoming severe shortly after moving here, didn't it? Struck by this accurate statement again, Dempsey nodded quickly, confirming it was indeed the case. After moving in 20 years ago, his father's condition became difficult to treat. Simultaneously, his wife, who had been 5 months pregnant with all previous checkups normal, miscarried shortly after moving here. 20 years ago, the Kai family owned assets worth tens of billions, making them the undisputed wealthiest family in Yun City. But development until now has seen their assets dwindling year by year, leaving only a few billion. Thanks to Lucius's reminder, Dempsey carefully reflected and realized that various unfortunate events might indeed be related to the feng shui of this place. However, he was still puzzled because he had previously consulted experts who said there were no problems with the feng shui, even praising its layout. Thinking about this, Dempsey uncertainly asked, Master, is our family's misfortune truly related to feng shui? I also invited someone to examine this place before, and they said there were no issues, even praising the feng shui here. Lucius affirmed, it is indeed a feng shui issue. The person you consulted lacked the expertise to see beyond the surface. The original feng shui arrangement here, done by someone highly skilled, appears perfect on the surface but actually harbors a deadly layout known as white tiger holding corpses. Pausing briefly, Lucius explained further. It seems the person who helped build this place harbored a grudge against your family, subtly arranging the white tiger holding corpses layout to ensure your family's downfall without knowing why. Cold sweat poured down Dempsey's face. He never imagined that his once prided estate could conceal such peril undetectable by anyone. Reflecting on the Kai family's decline and misfortunes over the years, Dempsey was no longer skeptical of Lucius's analysis. He firmly believed there was a major feng shui issue with the estate. Taking a deep breath to calm his fear, he suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, Master Chu, please, you must save my family. Dempsey knew about feng shui from everyday observations. He was fully aware that money alone couldn't solve this problem. With an unresolved feng shui issue at home, consulting someone who wasn't truly adept could make matters worse. Lucius's ability to see what others couldn't showed he had genuine skills and could certainly resolve the hidden feng shui threats. Get up and let's talk. Faced with Lucius's authoritative tone, Dempsey complied, rising from the ground obediently. The white tiger holding corpses has been active for many years. Solving it won't be as simple as you imagine. Think carefully where you might have offended the person who built this place. Why would they wish harm upon your family? Everything has a cause. If you hadn't wronged them, why would they seek to sabotage you? It wouldn't be a problem for Lucius to help, but he didn't want to assist someone bad. Dempsey thought carefully and said in confusion, Master Chu, the person who initially helped me build this place is a friend I've known since childhood. We've always had a good relationship, and even now, he helps me wholeheartedly whenever I encounter difficulties in business. He wouldn't possibly wish harm on me, right? The family's misfortunes over the years hadn't made him think about feng shui issues until now, partly due to this reason. Given their long-standing friendship, Dempsey firmly believed his childhood friend wouldn't harm him. Was there a miscalculation? Lucius frowned slightly and, after pondering for a moment, said, When he first helped you build this place, did he hire a master to check the feng shui and then construct based on their guidance? The events from 20 years ago were already blurry in Dempsey's memory. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he nodded and said, It seems that did happen. Back then, he paid a high price to invite the renowned Master Tianyun to come and plan everything. The overall layout, where to build what, was all done according to Master Tianyun's instructions. Now, the issue clearly lay with the so-called Master Tianyun. But upon further consideration, Dempsey added, But my family has no grievances or enmity with Master Tianyun. We hadn't even met before. Why would he set up a hidden, white tiger holding corpses deadly layout? Considering the considerable wealth of the Kai family back then, they inevitably had competitors, Lucius analyzed. Perhaps it was orchestrated by your competitors at that time. They might have approached Master Tianyun behind the scenes, asking him to do this. This conclusion seemed far more convincing. Recalling how, due to their immense wealth, the Kai family once acted arrogantly and indeed offended several other families. One of them, out of revenge, might have offered Master Tianyun more money secretly to arrange this. At this point, discussing these details served no purpose. What mattered to Dempsey was solving the problem. He hurriedly asked, Master Chu, what should we do next? Is it still in time to move away from here now? Knowing this place harbored the white tiger holding corpses, Dempsey didn't want to stay any longer. He just wanted to immediately take his family away from this ominous land. Lucius raised his head, looking at the entire estate, eyes squinting, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 88. Family turns against each other. What's going on? Seeing that Lucius wasn't speaking, Dempsey, who was anxious inside, instinctively looked at Hyder. Hyder helplessly shook his head, indicating that he also didn't know what Lucius was doing. At this moment, the revered physician was still reeling from the shock. He had originally thought that Lucius's proficiency in medicine was extraordinary, but it turned out that he was also skilled in feng shui. Although Hyder hadn't delved deeply into feng shui, he knew that it was even more complicated than medicine. One could master medicine in 3 years, or even become proficient, but entering the realm of feng shui wasn't guaranteed for everyone. The mystery, but if mishandled, even after dismantling the layout of the white tiger carrying a corpse, its residual damage will still linger, affecting your family for several more years before dissipating completely. Hearing that proper handling could help the Kai family recover, Dempsey became so excited that he couldn't speak, his face turning red with urgency. Don't follow me around. It's useless anyway. I'll look around on my own. Leaving this statement, Lucius walked deeper into the estate under the eager gazes of Dempsey and Hyder. After Lucius disappeared into the distance, Dempsey suddenly turned to grab Hyder's arm, saying gratefully, Master Averill, thank you so much. If not for you, I wouldn't have met Master Chu and wouldn't know about the feng shui layout targeting my family. At this moment, Dempsey genuinely appreciated Hyder. If not for him, he wouldn't have met Lucius, and none of this would have happened. Hyder smiled warmly and replied, Mr. Kai, there's no need for such formalities. Perhaps this was your good fortune. If you hadn't hosted the conference, none of this would have happened. Tracing back to the root, it seemed true. At this moment, Dempsey could only marvel at the unpredictability of life, perhaps believing he had indeed saved himself. In the depths of the estate, Lucius wandered around, stopping occasionally. Regarding feng shui, he often only observed, unlike medicine which required more practical operations. Feng shui was everywhere. Theoretically, opportunities for practice were more abundant than treating people, but Lucius didn't pursue it actively. Seeking trouble where there was none would only tire him out unnecessarily. Unless it was a specially arranged malicious feng shui layout like this, naturally occurring or minimally harmful bad feng shui, Lucius would simply ignore. Admitting it internally, even Lucius had to acknowledge that the white tiger carrying a corpse here was incredibly secretive. Simply put, when he first entered, if it hadn't been for turning a corner where the full view of the estate suddenly appeared, and he just happened to look forward, missing that key moment, even with his high proficiency in feng shui, he wouldn't have noticed the white tiger carrying a corpse layout right away. Not dedicating himself solely to feng shui research didn't mean Lucius wouldn't investigate it. Encountering it, he decided to examine closely. Stop! As Lucius was moving, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. From his side and behind, a slightly plump woman hurriedly approached, glaring at Lucius and demanded, Who are you? You're wandering around. What are you doing? The woman's gaze was very wary. Despite wearing a security uniform, the woman knew that the security personnel uniforms at home weren't this style. She had actually noticed Lucius earlier, watching him wander around, looking like a thief. Judging by the woman's plump appearance and other information, Lucius was almost certain that she was Dempsey's wife. He smiled and explained, I'm here at Mr. Kai's invitation to treat his father's illness. Since I noticed some issues with the feng shui of this estate, I've been walking around to observe. What? Treat illnesses? And also look at feng shui? The woman was taken aback. Then her almond eyes swept over Lucius, filled with doubt as she asked, You? Her implication was clear. Could someone so young possibly be qualified to treat the Remy or discern feng shui? The Remy's illness was a chronic one, far beyond the reach of ordinary doctors. All the doctors they had invited before were elderly, with white hair and beards. As for feng shui, the woman found it even harder to believe Lucius could do it. Even if she hadn't tried it herself, hadn't she seen how it was done on TV? All those feng shui masters on television looked kind and benevolent, or gave off an aura of being recluses from another world, always holding a compass in their hands. In contrast, Lucius was only in his 20s, young and unencumbered, with nothing in his hands. Various thoughts raced through her mind. Before Lucius could speak, she blurted out, I think you're a thief. At that moment, 3 people hurried over from not far away. Exactly the security personnel she had just alerted. She waved them over, and they rushed forward immediately. Quick, grab this beyond reason. So they wondered if the captain was drunk and had mistakenly struck Madam instead of Lucius due to some misjudgment. Other than this explanation, they couldn't find any other reason. Linus, you're rebelling. You dare to hit me? Do you want to lose your job? The woman, who had been slapped, covered her cheek and glared angrily at Linus, shouting. Linus snorted coldly and scolded, Slapping you is already light. Do you know who this person is? Daring to call him a thief and order us to subdue him? I think you don't want to live anymore. I tell you, what I'm doing is to save the Kai family. After reprimanding the lady, Linus turned around and explained to the puzzled Lucius, Master, my name is Keenan. I'm from the Zhao family. You might not remember me, but I have met you before in the Zhao residence. So it was like that. Just now, seeing the security captain strike the lady straight away, which obviously helped him, Lucius was very puzzled about what he was up to, since he did not recognize the man. It turned out he was from the Zhao family. Linus, you're talking nonsense. He's just some kid. I tell you, you'll pay for hitting me. A few words won't make it right. Wait until Master comes back. I'll have him deal with you properly. The woman became irrational when she made a fuss. Linus knew well that Lucius wouldn't appear here for no reason. Because he knew that Dempsey was holding a medical symposium today, and also knew that Lucius possessed superb medical skills, it didn't take much deduction to figure out that Lucius was invited after participating in the symposium and showcasing his exceptional medical skills. As for this short-sighted female master, Linus was just about to reprimand her to stop causing trouble before things got worse. But then he saw Dempsey and another person appear not far away. With a nod of his chin, he said, Master has arrived. Go ahead and cry. He knew that once Dempsey knew the truth, he wouldn't blame him. The woman turned back and saw her husband really coming, then let out a wail and ran over. Husband, Linus is rebelling. He hit me. This dog of the Kai family dared to hit me. You must do justice for me. Dempsey walked up with a stern face and asked Linus, what's going on? At this moment, seeing Lucius here as well, he already had a frightening guess in his mind. Master, Madam accused Master Chu of being a thief without any evidence and ordered us to apprehend him. What? Dempsey's expression changed drastically, never expecting that something he least wanted would actually happen. Smack. Dempsey regained his senses and turned around, giving his wife a slap and then a kick, knocking her down to sit on the ground. Apologize to Master Chu immediately. Do you know what Master Chu was doing? He was saving our Kai family, and you were trying to arrest him? Apologize. Kneel and apologize immediately. The woman, completely stunned by the beating, looked at Dempsey in horror. Since their marriage, she had never seen him this angry. Kneel and apologize. What are you waiting for? Dempsey quickly moved forward, raising his foot again. Enough. Lucius suddenly spoke, and Dempsey's foot stopped mid-air. It's not a big deal, no need for apologies. After saying this, Lucius continued walking deeper into the estate. Actually, he knew that the woman mistook him for a thief mainly because of his security uniform. After receiving 2 slaps, the woman had paid for her short-sightedness. It wasn't necessary to force her to kneel and apologize further. Lucius generally wouldn't deliberately target women. Bitch, I warn you. If Master Chu gets upset with our Kai family because of this, I will not forgive you. Breathing heavily, Dempsey scolded his wife and then turned to Linus and said, Linus, you did well. You'll receive a reward of 500,000. The other security guards were completely dumbfounded. Seeing Linus hit the lady earlier, they thought he was doomed. Unpredictably, Linus not only avoided punishment, but also received praise and a hefty reward from the boss. They felt regretful, wishing this hadn't happened only to Linus. Master Avril, will Master Chu be angry about this? Dempsey, gazing into the distance, anxiously asked, fearing that Lucius would hold a grudge against the Kai family and refuse to alter the feng shui. Hyder shook his head, saying, if Master Chu says it's nothing, then it's nothing. If there were issues, he wouldn't have stopped you just now. Reassured, Dempsey's heart, which had been pounding wildly, gradually slowed down. To prevent any family members from inadvertently offending their savior, Dempsey immediately took Hyder and followed the direction Lucius had left, intending to observe from a distance. At the spot where they had been standing, the woman got up from the ground in a daze and asked Aguo, who is he? A person who can easily bring down the Kai family. After a pause, Aguo continued, Madam, you should know about what has happened to the Su family and the Huang family in Yun City recently, right? The wealthy Su and Huang families had both faced issues one after another, causing quite a stir in Yun City. The woman nodded and asked, what does this have to do with him? Aguo hesitated slightly before explaining, earlier at an auction, the young masters of the Su and Huang families offended him, and he beat them. Not long after, those 2 families ran into problems. Madam, what do you think this means? Regarding the downfall of the Su and Huang families, and the reasons behind it, Aguo had heard Ruben mention that this must be closely related to Lucius. Though it was a guess, anyone with common sense would know that this was true. Otherwise, why did these 2 powerful families face issues right after their young masters provoked the same person? The woman's face had turned pale without her noticing. Initially, she still harbored much resentment toward Dempsey and Keenan, even hating Lucius deeply. Now, she didn't dare to hate at all. Her anger vanished completely as she realized that Keenan's slap earlier was truly meant to save the Kai family. An hour later, Lucius and the others returned to the house. Master Chu, how is it? Can it be solved? Unable to suppress his inner anxiety, Dempsey bent forward to approach Lucius. It can be solved, but I need some materials. You prepare the items first. Lucius quickly wrote down the required materials on paper, and Dempsey hurriedly instructed Keenan to purchase them. Mr. Kai, you think carefully. Have you offended anyone before and after moving into this estate? When Dempsey had arranged everything and returned to the house, Lucius suddenly spoke up. While walking just now, Lucius noticed some other matters. The initial speculation was wrong. Chapter 90. The Genuine Ancient Medicine. Master Chu, what's wrong? From Lucius's extremely serious tone, Dempsey clearly sensed that something was amiss. I carefully examined the White Tiger Holding Corp's formation set up in your home. I can confirm it was not placed during construction but was secretly altered shortly after the building was completed. Therefore, it can be inferred that the one wishing to harm your family should be someone you offended during this period. The renovation provided an opportunity for them to act. The person responsible for the renovation is very suspicious. Dempsey nodded thoughtfully and said, after moving in, due to dissatisfaction with some areas, we did indeed carry out a comprehensive renovation of the estate. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but at the time, my attention was entirely focused on business matters. The renovation was overseen by my father. I don't know where he found the people. Do you really need to find out who specifically arranged it? The White Tiger Holding Corp had existed for many years, also significantly impacting the Kai family. What Dempsey most wanted now was to break this feng shui curse and change the family's fortune. As for finding out who originally set it up, he subconsciously felt it wasn't necessary. After all, so much time had passed, and it would be difficult to investigate thoroughly. It's best to find out. Seeing Dempsey's confusion, Lucius explained, otherwise, we won't know the extent of the feud between you and the other party. If the grudge is deep, as the White Tiger Holding Corp is broken and the Kai family's fortunes change, the enemy might continue to cause trouble secretly once they see you thrive again. Then, you'll be caught off guard, and I don't have the time to deal with these issues repeatedly. Lucius always preferred to resolve matters completely in one go. Not identifying who set up the White Tiger Holding Corp and understanding the depth of the feud could lead to retaliation later, which Lucius didn't want to spend time dealing with such trivial matters. Indeed. Hyder interjected. It's best to find out. For someone capable of setting up such a feng shui curse, they must be quite powerful. If Master Chu helps turn things around for your family, and the enemy notices, what if they start causing trouble in secret? These words startled Dempsey into a cold sweat. He hadn't considered how far-sighted Lucius's thinking was, foreseeing potential future complications. Immediately, he nodded and said, I'll ask my father right away, and try to understand the specifics. After a few more words, Dempsey hurriedly left. The atmosphere in the room turned cold instantly. Hyder wanted to engage Lucius in conversation but was unsure what to say or how to interest him, fearing that a slip of the tongue might upset Lucius and ruin his impression. Casually, Lucius noticed the box containing the ancient medicine he brought along and immediately opened it, taking out the potato-like ancient medicine to examine it closely. The ancient medicine piqued Hyder's curiosity as well. Embarrassedly, he shuffled closer. Master Chu, can you identify what kind of ancient medicine this is? Still investigating. Lucius stared intently at the ancient success, even conducting chemical analyses, but couldn't determine its true nature. Studying the outer layer was worthless. Naturally, nothing significant was discovered. Hyder understood that the main reason for the lack of thorough research was that the possessors of the ancient medicine lacked the courage to completely open it. Otherwise, the true medicine hidden inside would have been discovered long ago. After examining the pill closely, Hyder deeply inhaled the fragrance while asking, Master Chu, is this the legendary elixir? As a physician, Hyder naturally had some understanding of the concept of Dan, elixir. However, Hyder was very clear that the Dan currently produced could only be considered medicinal pills. A true elixir, one single pill could have an unparalleled effect. This particular pill before him provided an unusual stimulation just through its fragrance alone. He couldn't imagine what kind of changes it would bring if consumed. About right. Lucius, holding the elixir to his nose and inhaling deeply, immediately felt the flow of true qi in his meridians noticeably speed up. His eyes lit up, yet they were full of hesitation. This elixir undoubtedly offered unimaginable benefits for cultivation. Should he take it or not? At this moment, Lucius was hesitant as he gazed at the elixir. Such things were exceedingly rare in this day and age. Taking this elixir would indeed provide unexpected assistance, but Lucius thought of the Remy still on the mountain. The Remy had been in poor health for years and had been seeking solutions all along. He needed something from ancient times, and Lucius wanted to leave this elixir for him to see if it could alleviate or even solve his condition. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius suppressed his inner desire and asked Hyder, Do you have a fire? Yes. Hyder hurriedly turned around and took a candle from his medical kit, lighting it. Lucius stood up and picked up the outer shell he had crushed earlier, placing it above the flame, where it immediately began to melt. Without using any tools, Lucius sealed the elixir again with his hands to preserve its potency. Having properly secured the elixir, Lucius was in a good mood. He had come here out of curiosity and didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Seeing Lucius's delighted expression, Hyder, curious, asked, Master Chu, what kind of elixir is this? In a good mood, Lucius was more talkative. He explained, I'm not sure about the specific effects, but I can confirm it's something excellent, especially for martial artists. It can offer unexpected benefits. Thinking that acquiring this ancient elixir today was closely related to Hyder's initiative to seek him out and considering the Remy's long-term goal, Lucius asked, You really want to learn the Wuji Chinkuan needle technique, don't you? Debts should be repaid when due. Chapter 91. Breaking the Sha. The surprise came too suddenly. Hyder froze for a moment, then nodded excitedly like a chick pecking at rice. Ever since meeting Lucius, he had held him in utmost respect and always sided with him whenever he needed to take a stance. His purpose was to gain Lucius's approval and learn the Wuji Chinkuan needle technique. Now that Lucius had taken the initiative to ask about it, Hyder felt the opportunity had come, and he knew it was due to the ancient medicinal pill he discovered earlier. All right, I can teach you, but how much you can learn depends on your own abilities. Thank you, Master Chu. Hyder was so moved that he wanted to kneel down to thank him. Lucius waved his hand. Since the required materials hadn't been gathered yet, he began explaining the basics of the Wuji Chinkuan needle to Hyder while they waited. Despite Hyder's age, his mind was sharp. To ensure he didn't miss any important details, he recorded Lucius's explanation on his phone for later review. After explaining the basic theory, Lucius noticed there was still paper left on the table from when he wrote down the materials needed to break the white tiger carrying corpse formation. He then drew a diagram of how to perform the Wuji Chinkuan needle on the paper. At this moment, Hyder seemed like a primary school student, listening intently to Lucius's explanations. He already had some understanding of the Wuji Chinkuan needle, so many concepts became clear immediately as Lucius explained them. Therefore, Lucius was also very satisfied with Hyder's response as an older student. Just as they finished, Dempsey returned. Master Chu, I have clarified things. The layout was done by someone else and has nothing to do with those who were responsible for the repairs initially. Nothing to do? Lucius frowned, wondering if he had made an incorrect deduction. Dempsey explained, My father said that just before the repairs started, an Remy dressed in a Taoist robe appeared outside the estate. He said he was thirsty from wandering and asked for water. After drinking the water, he offered to help check the feng shui out of gratitude. Since the Remy appeared extraordinary in appearance and demeanor, my father believed him and followed his instructions to demolish some parts and add others. This Taoist name is Arn, and he likes traveling around the world, so no one knows where he has gone now. Lucius smiled and asked in return, Do you think it was a coincidence that he appeared here asking for water? Dempsey subconsciously shook his head. After all, if there wasn't any enmity between them, there would be no reason for him to intentionally arrange such a formation. The chance encounter was merely a cover-up. It wasn't hard to imagine that behind this so-called Taoist Arn, there must be someone orchestrating the plan. But identifying this orchestrator was difficult since they couldn't find Arn at present. There was only so much Lucius could do. Seeing it was hard to uncover the mastermind, he didn't press further on the matter, only reminding Dempsey to be cautious. If the person behind the white tiger carrying corpse formation found out it had been broken, it would likely cause more trouble. Once Keenan returned with the required items, Lucius got to work. He led everyone to the center of the white tiger carrying corpse formation, a pavilion with an ancient style. Around them, Grandpa Kai, Dempsey's wife, and Keenan's security team watched curiously. Lucius used red ropes connected to the pillars of the pavilion to set up a bagua array. After everything was ready, he lit an oil lamp and placed it on the stone table in the center of the pavilion. Then he grabbed a rooster from the ground, twisted its head, and blood splattered all over the pavilion. Whoosh! Suddenly, the people watching around felt a gust of wind blow past them. This wind chilled their skin, causing goosebumps. Ah! Dempsey's wife screamed in shock, covering her mouth and staring fearfully at the oil lamp on the stone table inside the pavilion. The flame of the oil lamp had suddenly turned green, exactly like scenes from horror movies, eerie and unsettling. Be quiet. If you make another sound, go stand aside. Endure it. If you can't endure, we won't be able to reverse the formation. Hearing this warning, Dempsey gritted his teeth. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt a chill on his face, which quickly spread throughout his body. Instantly, the coolness turned into countless tiny insects, fiercely biting at him. Ah! The unprecedented pain made Dempsey scream, but soon he clamped his mouth shut and clenched his fists tightly, enduring the agony. The people around were holding their breath. In their eyes, they saw a different scene. The black smoke emerging from the hollow rapidly increased upon contacting Dempsey and seemed to form an invisible tiger, carrying something in its mouth. Lucius didn't just stand there. He grabbed the stone table that had been kicked aside, and the oil lamp flew into his hand as if connected by a thread. With the oil lamp in hand, Lucius placed it above Dempsey's head. The black smoke enveloping Dempsey surged violently and then completely entered the flame of the oil lamp. As the black smoke vanished entirely, the flame returned to its normal color. Done. Dempsey slowly opened his eyes, still trembling uncontrollably, feeling drenched in sweat. If this went on a bit longer, Dempsey felt he might have wet himself. Carry this oil lamp inside and put it there. We'll need it later. At Dempsey's signal, Keenan hurried forward to take the oil lamp. Master Chu, is it done? Lucius slightly shook his head and said, the Sha is broken, but further adjustments are needed in other areas, which I will tell you about shortly. On feng shui before, he left after finishing. Who placed the tiger head in the pavilion? Before Lucius could respond, Hyder said, President Kai, you're really muddled. Whoever wanted to harm you must have arranged everything long ago. Hiding the tiger head in the pavilion must have been done by someone bribed among those who were constructing it, taking advantage of an unguarded moment. Upon reflection, Dempsey smiled awkwardly, thinking that he should thoroughly investigate who that worker was later. Initially, because he couldn't find Alvaro, Dempsey had given up hope of uncovering the instigator. But now that he knew others were involved, he felt a renewed sense of urgency. He firmly believed that finding the worker who helped hide the tiger head would lead to the person behind the scheme against the Kai family. For causing such trouble for the Kai family, revenge was inevitable. Although the white tiger corpse layout of the Kai family was broken, Zach's illness didn't automatically improve. After examining him, Lucius left Hyder to treat him. Once cured, the illness wouldn't recur. Seeing it was late, he left immediately. Back at the Qin residence, Mei was waiting for him. Upon learning that Lucius had not only gained an ancient medicinal pill today but also disrupted a feng shui layout, she was very curious about the whole process and hugged Lucius's arm, pouting for him to tell her. Lucius pulled her into his arms, laughing and saying, let's go inside. We have all night. Anticipating what would happen next, Mei's face turned red, and she shyly buried her head in Lucius's chest. Soon, unusual sounds began echoing from the room. After their intimate moment, Lucius began recounting the day's events to Mei. Listening, she sighed, so, the reason the Kai family has been declining these past years is due to being set up. If not for that setup, the wealthiest family in Yunqing would undoubtedly be the Kai family. The next day, Lucius got up early, fetched paper and pen, and started writing a letter. Having not contacted the Remy for 5 years, once he started writing, he couldn't stop pouring out various thoughts. Seeing Lucius write a letter, Mei, who woke up later, said, Brother Chu, who writes letters these days? It's slow and troublesome. Can't you just make a video call? Lucius shook his head, continuing to write while saying, there's no internet there. It's cut off from the world. Letters can only be delivered every 3 months. Hearing this, Mei asked concernedly, do you need the letter sent urgently? Desperately wanting the Remy to know immediately, Lucius nodded, and Mei said, Brother Chu, give me the letter after you finish writing. I'll arrange for a specialist to deliver it faster. These days, money could solve any problem. Yes. Lucius stopped writing and looked up, his eyes gleaming. He hadn't written letters before because life with the Luo family was miserable, and he lacked the funds to send one, let alone hire someone for express delivery. Now, having plenty of money, not spending it would just leave numbers in his account. Taking a deep breath, he bent his head and continued writing. Upon completion, he handed the letter to Mei along with the destination. Mei, very concerned about Lucius's affairs, immediately contacted someone capable of handling the task without considering cost, requesting only that the letter be delivered as quickly as possible with a reply brought back. Later, the two went to Tianmei group together. At noon, Basil suddenly appeared in front of Lucius, looking anxious. What's wrong? Lucius looked up and asked, Boss, have you ever offended Shendor? Shendor? They came so quickly? Having killed members of Shendor before, Lucius wasn't surprised by their arrival and counter-asked, where are they? They haven't come yet. Basil shook his head and explained, my subordinates just got word that Shendor is inquiring about your situation. They will likely come to find you before long. No problem. If they want to see me, let them come. It's only Shendor, no need to worry. Meeting force with force. Since he had dared to kill members of Shendor back then, he wasn't worried about them making trouble now. Thinking that Lucius was a master-level powerhouse, even if Shendor was strong, they would indeed have to think carefully before taking action against such a powerful figure. Basil's nervousness dissipated somewhat, and he continued to make phone calls to monitor Shendor's movements. In the evening, Basil found Lucius again, informing him that Shendor had traced the matter to the Qin family and was already on their way there. Shendor was looking for him. To avoid involving the Qin family, Lucius immediately set off for the Qin residence with Basil. He didn't inform Mei, not wanting her to worry because of this. While Lucius himself didn't fear Shendor, it didn't mean others weren't intimidated by this massive mountain of power from China. When the two arrived at the Qin residence, a group had just reached the entrance. One of them turned around and, upon spotting Lucius and Basil, alerted the person beside him. Following this, everyone turned towards Lucius. Are you Lucius? The middle-aged man leading them asked with a stern gaze. Yes, do you have something? The middle-aged man said with a somber face, we are from Shendor. You should know why we're here, right? Lucius shook his head, puzzled, saying, no idea. Facing several pairs of narrowed eyes flashing cold light, one of them stepped forward and interrogated, don't you remember Fadi? We investigated and found out he came here to find you earlier, and then vanished. Do you know that Fadi is an honored elder of our Shindor? Lucius still shook his head, replying, I don't know any Fadi or Dogtooth. You've got the wrong person. And besides, he's a grown man. His legs are his own. It's his freedom where he goes. What does his disappearance have to do with me? Humph. The middle-aged leader glared fiercely, sternly stating, Lucius, we suspect you have a significant connection to Fadi's disappearance. We hope you'll accompany us for an investigation. Upon finishing, the people behind him moved in closer. What if I refuse to cooperate today? Lucius coldly scanned the group. The atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. Chapter 93. Forcing back the Divine Path Sect. Young man, do you know that in donghua, whoever we Divine Path Sect summoned for investigation, regardless of their status, must comply? Cameron, the leader, stared sternly at Lucius, issuing a threat. They had encountered too many people like him. Young masters, martial arts family rulers. No matter what their status, they all eventually compromised. Those who dared to defy the Divine Path Sect met no good end. I don't need to know. Nor do I have the time to waste on you. If your people are missing, go find them. What's the point of staring at me? Without concrete evidence, they wanted to summon him for investigation. Though nothing had happened yet, Lucius could predict it would lead to nothing substantial. Thus, he had no intention of dealing with these people. Lucius's calm response caused the expressions of the surrounding Divine Path Sect members to darken gradually. Exchanging glances, Cameron nodded slightly, signaling his subordinates to act and humble this young man's pride. Upon receiving the instruction, the two men behind Lucius stepped forward, reaching out to grab his arms. This time, they managed to grab Lucius's arms, but as they tried to twist them backward, their faces changed slightly. Lucius's arms were like enormous rocks embedded deeply in the ground, immovable. The unusual situation left the others puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Only Cameron's expression grew even grimmer. He had known the other party was a capable martial artist, but he hadn't expected him to be even stronger than imagined. At this moment, the two men who acted found themselves unable to subdue Lucius and could only look toward their leader. After Cameron nodded, the two reluctantly released their grip, now regarding Lucius with a hint of fear. Even when standing still, Lucius had resisted their every attempt. The gap in strength was vast. The two couldn't fathom what level Lucius, who appeared only in his 20s, might be at. Huajing. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. After assessing the situation internally, Cameron took a deep breath and asked, Little brother, are you sure you won't cooperate? Your strength is impressive, but let me remind you, defying the Divine Path Sect will bring you no benefits. Knowing the opponent was strong, engaging in combat might not guarantee success, so he tried changing tactics, hoping to gain cooperation. Lucius sneered coldly, if the Divine Path Sect isn't afraid of death, feel free to come. These words stirred significant anger among the surrounding individuals. One particularly hot-tempered man, Samson, who always faced challenges head-on during missions, snorted and lunged at Lucius with a raised fist. Cameron did not try to stop him. As Divine Path Sect members, they had always been successful in their missions wherever they went. This time, however, they encountered a stubborn individual who not only didn't respect the Divine Path Sect but also threatened them. Cameron knew well that if he failed to subdue Lucius today, news would spread back to the Divine Path Sect, and his team would be ridiculed by others. Additionally, he intended to use Samson to test Lucius's true capabilities, to see just how advanced his Huajing level was. In an instant, everything unfolded swiftly. Samson's fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot straight toward Lucius's face. Just before it hit, Lucius easily raised his hand to block it. Early Huajing, do you consider yourself very formidable? As he spoke, Lucius suddenly tightened his grip, making Samson realize something was amiss as he tried to retract his fist. Before he could react, Lucius kicked him in the abdomen. The fierce force elicited a scream of pain from Samson, but it wasn't over yet. With a flick of his hand, Lucius pulled Samson forward, then kicked him again, sending him flying through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Trying to struggle up, Samson felt countless needles pricking his body, as if his meridians were tearing apart, scaring him into lying motionless on the ground. Simultaneously, Samson looked at Lucius with fear and respect. Having engaged in the fight, he felt the situation acutely. His intuition told him that if Lucius had intended to kill him, he would have had no chance to resist. This sense of powerlessness deeply demoralized the temperamental middle-aged man. He felt that in front of Lucius, he was like an ordinary person facing someone who could manipulate him however they wished. What realm was he truly at? Cameron and the others couldn't help but feel tense inside. They thought that by having Samson engage, they could gauge Lucius's strength. However, throughout the entire process, they detected no sign of power fluctuation from this young man, as if he were an ordinary person. This strange situation was unprecedented in years. Retreat. Cameron suddenly ordered. Arriving with great momentum but returning empty-handed, and with an injured companion, Cameron felt reluctant but had no choice but to withdraw. Samson was at the early stage of Huajing, second in strength among the team. Yet, he was like a small chick in front of the opponent. Even Cameron himself, being at the mid-stage of Huajing, would likely be humiliated further if he continued the confrontation. As the leader, one must possess excellent judgment. Intuition told Cameron that this matter required careful consideration. Watching the departing members of the Divine Path Sect, Basil waved his fist excitedly and said, Damn, it's good to see them suffer. These damn people, relying on the backing of the Divine Path Sect, act arrogantly wherever they go. Lucius shifted his gaze and asked, So, you've been oppressed by the Divine Path Sect before? Basil nodded awkwardly, recounting his past experiences. Though not directly oppressed, even a minor member of the Divine Path Sect dared to speak arrogantly in front of him, showing no respect for him as the head of the Heilongbang, which left a deep grudge in his heart. Just as Basil finished speaking, two people emerged from the main gate of the Qin family, Russell and Milo. Upon receiving the news of the Divine Path sect's visit, Russell broke out in cold sweat, knowing they came due to the person Lucius had killed previously. Preparing to come out to greet them, he saw the Divine Path sect members change direction. When Russell observed from hiding that it was Lucius who arrived, his anxiety and tension finally dissipated. He hadn't come out earlier because he knew his presence wouldn't make much difference, and also to prevent the Divine Path sect from suspecting the close relationship between the Qin family and Lucius, potentially using the Qin family as leverage. Lucius, are you alright? Russell approached, full of apologies. I originally planned to come out, but I considered that doing so might lead them to use the Qin family to threaten you, so I didn't show up. It's fine. Lucius shook his head and said, Old Master, the Divine Path sect is no ordinary force. If they come again, shift everything onto me. Don't let the Qin family become a target. This might not be good, what? There's nothing wrong with that. Lucius interrupted Russell and said, it will be easier for me to handle things if the Qin family isn't involved. Otherwise, it would only complicate matters for me. Then, he turned to Basil and asked, which houses in Yun City are the best? Chapter 94. Buying the most expensive. Lucius, you're not planning to continue living with the Qin family, are you? Russell asked anxiously. His instinct told him that Lucius asking about the best housing in Yunqing might mean he was planning to move out of the Qin residence. No. Lucius shook his head and said, I think it's better for me to move out. It had been no easy feat to persuade this formidable person to stay at the Qin residence, and Russell couldn't bear for him to leave. He hurriedly asked, is something wrong with the place? Or did Sue Ellen do something wrong? You can tell me. I'll handle it for you. Everything had been going well until now, yet Lucius wanted to move out. After some thought, Russell believed it wasn't due to any problem with the Qin residence, but possibly because his granddaughter had a conflict with him. Old sir, you're overthinking it. Sue Ellen and I are fine. After a pause, Lucius felt it was necessary to clarify, so he explained, when I came to the Qin residence, it was only temporary. I've been waiting to help treat your illness. Now that you're almost fully recovered, it would be inappropriate for me to stay any longer. Furthermore, Shin Daomen will likely come looking again. To avoid bringing trouble to the Qin family, it's better if I live elsewhere. Understanding that Russell didn't want him to leave, Lucius continued, Old sir, don't let this worry you. With today's advanced transportation, it won't take more than a few minutes for me to come over. As for where I live, it doesn't matter much. I hope you won't insist on my staying. With these words, although deeply reluctant, Russell knew that further entanglement would show immaturity. He also understood that Lucius chose this to relieve pressure on the Qin family. So he nodded with a smile and said, then you must visit often. Following this, Lucius left together with Basil. Inside the Shin Daomen's base room in Yunqing, Cameron looked sternly at the doctor who had just finished examining Samson. Master who? Is it impossible? The one called Master who was none other than him. Dealing with that hateful little punk would be a piece of cake. Immediately, he pretended to be responsible and said, Captain Peng, rest assured. Even if I have to risk my old life today, I will cure your brother. Just now, I was too anxious. I need time to thoroughly examine him. Cameron nodded satisfactorily and bowed, saying, Thank you, Master Hu. Please do your best. If you need anything, let me know, and I'll arrange it as quickly as possible. After a few polite exchanges, Cameron led the others out of the room to allow Emil to focus on the examination and treatment. Outside, Cameron instructed the youngest member, Tang San, take my ID card back to headquarters and thoroughly investigate that boy's information. For someone so young to possess late-stage conversion power, it's impossible for him to be so low profile with no trace of information. Taking the card handed over by Cameron, Tang San immediately left Yunqing. The remaining members began discussing their thoughts, shock still evident in their voices. Defeating early-stage conversion Samson so easily, they eventually concluded that Lucius must be late-stage conversion. As for Grandmaster, Cameron and his team never considered it. Achieving the Grandmaster realm wasn't that simple. For someone Lucius's age to reach late-stage conversion was already astonishing enough. They didn't believe there was anyone in the world who could be so extraordinary as to achieve Grandmaster status in their 20s. At the same time, Cameron and his group deduced that the missing Boya Elder must have encountered Lucius and was very likely killed by him. Otherwise, Boya Elder, who knew well the rules of Shan Dao Min, would not have vanished without a trace. Before finding Lucius, Cameron had merely intended to ask questions and dig up more clues. But upon seeing Lucius and exchanging a few moves with him, they almost confirmed that Boya Elder probably died at the hands of this young man, as he clearly had the strength to kill Boya. Lucius strolled leisurely towards the sales office of the Shanghai Villa district located in the central area of Yunqing. Originally, Basil was supposed to come along, but Lucius directly sent him back to Tianmei Group. Buying a house was not something Lucius considered particularly difficult. The Shanghai Villa district was completed only a few years ago, making it the largest and most luxurious villa district in Yunqing. When it was first built, Kristen mentioned wanting to buy one for future residents. However, the exorbitant price deterred many people. Inside the sales office, the salespeople were lounging on sofas, playing with their phones, or chatting. Several saw Lucius enter, but didn't even consider getting up to greet him. These salespeople interacted with different clients daily. They believed they could tell at a glance whether someone entering was wealthy or not. A lone individual was either there looking for a job or aware that the sales office offered free food and drinks, coming in just to take advantage. No one greeted him? Standing beside the model display, Lucius glanced around, noticing no one approached to serve him. Feeling helpless, he turned his gaze to the models instead. Hello, are you here to buy a house? A fresh and crisp voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lucius turned to see a very young-looking girl, obviously a recent university graduate. I'm thinking about it. The girl immediately smiled warmly and stepped forward, picking up a pointer. Sir, which one do you prefer? These models are all made to scale. The villas looked mostly the same from the outside. With plenty of money to burn, Lucius scanned them and asked directly, which one is the most expensive? His not-so-quiet question echoed throughout the sales hall. Almost instantly, all the salespeople turned to look at him. Chapter 95. I don't like buses. Which one is the most expensive? Can he afford it? Not likely, but he does look like he's pretending to be someone important. Ha ha ha, I feel the same way. He's probably just bored and wants to pretend he's someone important. Only a fool like Ambria would run over to serve him. She really does anything for sales performance, no matter how good or bad the prospects are. Just watch, she'll be crying in a bit. A few gathered salespeople chattered endlessly, laughing all the while. None of them believed that Lucius, who looked plain and was not over 30, could be a billionaire. In their minds, forget about having 10 billion. Even someone with tens of millions would not act like Lucius. Young people generally like to show off. Everyone has a girl or two, or some followers around. Looking at Lucius, he seemed like an ordinary office worker. With such an appearance, buying a $100 million mansion? Dream on. The ridicule from surrounding salespeople entered Lucius's ears, but his face didn't change much. He said to the still somewhat stunned Ambria, "Well, which one is the most expensive among these?" Ambria came back to her senses. Maybe due to nervousness, her oval face turned slightly red. After taking a deep breath, she pointed at the tallest villa on the model with her pointer and said, "This one is called Shanghai Pavilion, the villa with the best view and largest area in the whole community. You can see the entire Yuan city from up there." Knowing that the model wasn't far off from reality, Lucius glanced over briefly. Seeing that the feng shui of Shanghai Pavilion was also the best among all buildings, he nodded and said, "Fine. Let's sign the contract." "What?" Ambria was instantly stunned, thinking she must have heard wrong. Her voice quivered with nervousness and excitement as she asked, "Sir, do you really want to sign the contract? Do you want me to give you a detailed introduction again? Or should we take you to see it on site?" Deep down, Ambria suspected he might be playing a prank on her. After all, this transaction involved several hundred million yuan, not buying vegetables at a market where prices are haggled without looking closely. Many customers worried about problems with the house usually went to the site personally, trying to understand what benefits they could get to secure maximum advantages for themselves. In contrast, Lucius simply scanned the model and decided to buy. The speed and method were almost dreamlike. Lucius smiled and said, "I'm not joking, nor do we need to visit the site. I trust you won't cheat me. Go prepare the contract." Making eye contact, Ambria was almost certain he wasn't joking. Unable to imagine such immense wealth falling into her hands, she immediately nodded and ran towards the counter. Due to her excitement and nervousness, the inexperienced Ambria moved awkwardly, knocking things over while printing documents. Around them, the salespeople who had been mocking just a minute ago now had open mouths and vacant expressions. These seasoned veterans in sales had seen all kinds of customers, but never someone as straightforward as Lucius. The quickest thinking female salesperson immediately stood up and hurried towards Lucius. She knew this man might be a low-key billionaire. As soon as she moved, other female salespeople followed suit, approaching Lucius from different directions. "Sir, please come this way. Sir, would you like tea or coffee? Sir, would you like some fruit? Sir, Ambria is new here and doesn't know much about Shanghai Pavilion. Shall I reintroduce it to you?" Ambria, busy printing the contract, couldn't help but feel anxious upon seeing this scene. She knew these sisters clearly wanted to snatch her deal. Shanghai Pavilion cost 4.5 billion yuan, with commissions generous enough to make one a millionaire overnight. "Ambria, the floor is dirty. Go get a mop to clean it. I'll handle the contract printing," a female salesperson instructed arrogantly next to Ambria. Ambria, full of difficulties, nervously replied, "Elsa, I'm printing the contract right now. It will be done soon." Zara's face froze. Facing away from Lucius, she glared at Ambria, scolding her, "Little girl, do you still want your job? Disobeying my orders? I'm telling you, I'm not trying to steal your deal. Your experience is too shallow. If you lose this deal, everyone will suffer. Go, get the mop to clean the floor. I'll print your contract for you." The simple-minded Ambria didn't think much about it, thanked Elsa foolishly, and left. "Humph, challenging me, little girl, you're too young." Watching Ambria leave, Zara's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Seeing Ambria's finished contract, she casually tossed it into the trash bin and then pulled up her own contract code on the computer to reprint it. Not far away, Lucius had already been invited to sit on a sofa by several female salespeople. Coffee and various fruits were served in front of him, while one female salesperson ignored her colleagues' protests and continued to enthusiastically introduce the Shanghai Pavilion. One of the female salespeople leaned closely to Lucius, using her considerable chest to brush against his arm, her eyes twinkling with allure. To all this, Lucius simply watched quietly. He was very curious to see how these people would ultimately vie for benefits. Sure enough, conflict soon arose. Elsa came hurrying over with the printed contract and placed it on the table, saying, "Sir, here's the contract. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can sign it." "Sir, I'll help you with that." The female salesperson who had been energetically introducing the Shanghai Pavilion picked up the contract from the table, but halfway through she let go, scattering the papers all over the floor. She then inadvertently stepped on one of them. "Oh, Elsa, sorry about that." The female salesperson completely ignored Elsa's murderous glare and turned to Lucius, saying, "Sir, my sincerest apologies. Please wait a moment. I'll print the contract again." With that, the female salesperson rushed toward the printer. Elsa and two other female salespeople also dashed toward the printer at the same time. They all knew that no matter how well they entertained Lucius, signing the contract with him would be the ultimate result. There was only one printer and one computer. To prevent others from printing the contract first, the four female salespeople quickly started struggling with each other, preventing anyone else from touching the computer. "Sir, do you have time later? Why don't we put off signing the contract and take a walk outside instead?" The female salesperson, aware of the intense competition, blew into Lucius's ear as she spoke, clearly trying to use her charm to win him over before discussing the contract. Lucius glanced sideways at her neckline and laughed, saying, "Can you do it?" The female salesperson gave a coy smile and replied, "Whether or not I can, why don't we give it a try? I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Pausing for a moment, she added, "And, whenever you want, just call me." I can fulfill any request you have. Lucius smiled and said, sorry, I don't like buses. Chapter 96. Opportunity only favors the sincere. A bus? The female saleswoman never expected Lucius to humiliate her like this. Instantly, a surge of anger flashed in her eyes, and she clenched her teeth tightly. But soon, she reined in the fury in her eyes. This person was crucial for her $1,000,000 commission. If she could secure the deal, what did it matter if she were humiliated? It wasn't just comparing her to a bus. Even if he asked her to kneel and lick his shoes, it wouldn't matter. Sir, you really know how to jest. Recollecting herself, the saleswoman clung tightly to Lucius's arm, swaying her upper body slightly as she said, I'm captivated by Sir's generous charm, not what you think. No. Lucius shook his head and said, you're captivated by the money, not me. At that moment, Manager Zara and the others erupted into chaos. Initially, they were merely pulling at each other, but now they were grabbing hair and clothes, a tangled mess of hitting and pinching. Seizing the opportunity, Lucius stood up to observe, freeing himself from the clingy saleswoman. Not far away, Ambria, who had returned after delivering the mop, was staring blankly at the scene. What are you dazed about? Where's your contract? Lucius's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Ambria's eyes were red with tears as she replied pitifully, the contract? It seems Manager Zara threw it into the trash can. Lucius, indifferent, replied, no problem, just pick it up if it's still usable. Ambria looked at Lucius in disbelief, tentatively asking, really, it's okay? There's nothing wrong with it as long as it's still valid. At that moment, Ambria felt incredibly fortunate. Just moments ago, after cleaning up the floor stains and seeing Manager Zara and the others fighting over the contract printing, she knew she had lost the sale that should have been hers. Although she wanted to print the contract herself, she knew all too well that Manager Zara and the others would never give her the chance and might even attack her. Inexperienced and timid, Ambria had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. But then, unexpectedly, Lucius proved to be a good elder brother, still looking out for her despite everything. Wait. Just as Ambria was about to fetch the contract from the trash, Lucius pulled her back by the arm. Thinking Lucius had changed his mind, Ambria turned back anxiously. Haven't these people bullied you often? Indeed, as a new hire, Ambria had often been bossed around by the senior saleswomen, even once losing a sale because she was sent away on an errand. After nodding, Lucius smiled and said, let them fight a bit longer. This unexpected handling made Ambria laugh involuntarily, nodding obediently. Sir, it's quite chaotic here. Shall we go for a walk outside? The saleswoman tried to seduce Lucius again, striking a provocative pose to catch his interest. Rolling his eyes, Lucius shot down her advances. If you want to flaunt, do it on the street. Don't come ruin my eyesight. The saleswoman froze, then stomped off angrily. What are you all doing? An angry shout came from upstairs. It was the manager, who was currently in a meeting, glaring down at the brawling group. Get out of my sight. With guests here, and you behave like this, clearly none of you want to keep your jobs. Seeing their superior approach, Manager Zara and the others had no choice but to stop fighting. Realizing their clothes were torn and their faces and necks scratched, they all began to sob. Go, fetch the contract. Following the instruction, Ambria hurried forward, retrieving the contract from the trash bin. Seeing only the last page was stained, she quickly wiped it clean with her sleeve and presented it to Lucius. As the sobbing Manager Zara and others watched this unfold, they finally realized they had been tricked by Lucius. From the beginning, he never intended to sign with any of them. Even if they had printed out the contract, he wouldn't have considered it. Having been played, they cried even harder. Big brother, take a look. If it's not right, I'll print it again. Ambria nervously offered. Seeing the stains were mostly cleaned, leaving only some watermarks, Lucius smiled and said, it's fine. He took the contract to the sofa, quickly skimmed through it, then picked up the pin Ambria had prepared and signed it swiftly. He then handed her the card May had previously given him, saying, go and process the payment. The pin is 6 sixes. Reacting slowly, Ambria was stunned by Lucius's decisiveness. Upon learning that Lucius intended to purchase the most expensive property in Mountain and Sea City without haggling, the manager immediately came forward to assist, leading Ambria to complete the payment. The moment the payment was successful, Ambria was so happy she almost shouted aloud. Sir, here is the key to Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Please keep it safe. Manager Zara respectfully handed the key of Mountain and Sea Pavilion to Lucius. After receiving it, Lucius said, Sir, would you like me to take you on a tour of Mountain and Sea Pavilion? There are some smart installations that require guidance on how to use. No need. Lucius looked at Ambria and said, let her show me around. Watching the two leave, the female saleswomen who had just fought over the deal slumped down in tears. They deeply regretted not standing up to greet Lucius when he first came in. From his generous demeanor, anyone could tell that whoever greeted him then would have secured the sale. But they had all underestimated him, thinking he didn't look like someone who could afford a villa, thus missing out on a huge fortune. Go cry outside. Why did you miss such a good opportunity? You know very well why. I've reminded you many times not to be so picky, but you never listened. Now you know the consequences, don't you? Understanding the situation, Manager Zara scolded the female saleswoman fiercely. On the way to Mountain and Sea Pavilion, thinking about Lucius's kind attitude and his consideration for her, Ambria's eyes became moist as she said, Big Brother Chu, thank you for taking her head, her face blushing, and said softly, Brother Chu, you called me into your room, didn't you? What? If anyone else had asked her to compromise her integrity, Ambria would rather die than comply. But for Lucius, not only had he treated her kindly during their brief encounter, but also prioritized her over other saleswomen who were vying for opportunities. No matter what, he ultimately chose to give her the chance. She felt she had nothing else to repay him with. When called into the room, she subconsciously thought he wanted something intimate and steeled herself to comply. Lucius didn't know how to explain. After 2 seconds, he said, You misunderstood. I didn't mean anything by it. I just came here to check out the room. Ah, Ambria gasped in surprise, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. At that moment, the extremely shy girl wished for a hole to crawl into. Her head drooped tightly, unable to lift up. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward and tense. As someone with experience, Lucius naturally maintained his composure better. He smiled helplessly and walked forward, saying, "Why don't we go up to the rooftop observation deck?" Ambria replied almost inaudibly and hurriedly turned to escape this place where she felt humiliated. On the rooftop observation deck, the gentle breeze made everyone instinctively relax. It also alleviated Ambria's tension and shyness. She looked up and was immediately captivated by the unique scenery of Cloud City. Having heard from fellow salespeople about the beautiful view from Mountain Sea Pavilion's observation deck, Ambria had never been qualified to visit before. Women generally enjoy taking photos. Ambria quickly took out her phone, snapping pictures of the scenery, then posed for selfies with the entire city of Cloud City as the backdrop. Knowing this might be her first and last time at Mountain Sea Pavilion's observation deck, Ambria took many photos. Afterward, noticing Lucius watching her, she shyly smiled and asked, "Brother Chu, do you want to take some photos?" Lucius, who seldom liked taking photos, shook his head slightly and stepped closer, asking calmly, "Why did you think that earlier? You should know that one of the reasons I have supported you is because I value your inherent innocence and kindness. Selling your body for such little performance isn't worth it, is it?" Ambria's heart jumped to her throat at these words. She thought the previous embarrassment had passed, but Lucius didn't seem to plan on letting it go. Little did she know that Lucius had invited her there specifically to talk about this very issue. Seeing her happily taking photos, he hadn't interrupted her until now. Not responding would have been too impolite. After collecting her thoughts, Ambria said, "Brother Chu, you probably know that I've only been in society for a short time, and I lack experience in many areas. When I'm with other colleagues, I often hear them say that to achieve results, one must be willing to pay the price at critical moments. After you helped me so much, I felt like I had nothing to repay you with. When you called me to the room, I assumed you wanted that kind of thing. I was really nervous back then, unsure of what to do." Just from the slight tremor in Ambria's voice, Lucius knew she wasn't making it up. He chuckled and said, "I'm not that kind of person. There's no need for you to do that. Society is a big melting pot. You will indeed encounter many complicated people and things when you first enter it. But I want to remind you that at any time, it's never necessary to ruin yourself for reality. The world has a million people living a million different ways. What others teach you may ultimately not suit you." Pausing for a moment, Lucius continued, "Based on my observations, you aren't suited for sales. You might consider changing industries. Real estate sales are fiercely competitive. Naive Ambria would likely be taken advantage of completely if she stayed in the field." Understanding that Lucius was sharing valuable life lessons, Ambria gazed at Cloud City and said, "I initially chose sales because I heard that if you're willing to work hard in this field, the income can be high. My father has been ill for years, requiring hardships." After Ambria finished speaking, Lucius said, "I know a little about medicine. If you trust me, some other day when you have time, you can bring me to see your father." "Ah, really? Brother Chu, you really know medicine?" Ambria looked utterly disbelieving. Lucius smiled and asked, "What, don't I look like it?" After looking him over, Ambria teased, "Indeed not, in my impression. Those who understand medicine are usually old with long beards." After laughing to herself for a moment, she continued, "Brother Chu, once I've wrapped up my work here and resigned, I'll find you. There's nothing much I can do to thank you, so let me take you out for a meal. At that time, I'll also invite a friend of mine. She's very beautiful and still single. No matter how beautiful a woman is, could she surpass May?" Not wanting to dampen Ambria's naivety, Lucius nodded and said, "Sure, contact me once you're done." After a brief chat, the two left Mountain Sea Pavilion and returned to the sales office to handle some remaining matters. That bitch, who would have thought she's such a slut behind closed doors despite looking so proper every day? Yeah, just look at how long they were gone. They must have done something. Look at her flushed face. They definitely did it. As soon as the two entered the sales office, the women salespeople who had lost their clients to them earlier started muttering curses under their breath, believing that something must have happened between Lucius and Ambria during their absence. While signing some documents, Lucius overheard their whispers and frowned. "Equal to 2 months' salary. 20,000. Lucius casually raised the price. Weren't these people willing to compromise their dignity for money? He wanted to see how much it would take to break their limits. The raise from 10,000 to 20,000 made the saleswoman's initial displeasure visibly waver. "Boss, can I?" the manager asked eagerly. To him, crawling 200 meters for 20,000 wasn't humiliating, but an opportunity too good to pass up, like a pie falling from the sky. "Only females." Lucius directly turned down the manager. Seeing the women still hesitating, their dignity still outweighing their desires, he continued, 500,000. "I'll do it." Elsa stepped forward, staring at Lucius. "Do I just need to crawl from here to the signpost to get 500,000? If someone else had suggested this, she might have dismissed it as nonsense. But given Lucius had just acquired Shanghai Pavilion without haggling, swiping his card effortlessly, there was no doubt he could pay out 500,000. "Yes." Lucius barely finished speaking when the saleswoman who had offered her beauty also volunteered. With one person leading, the remaining 3 saleswomen abandoned any concern for their reputations. 500,000 could equal 6 months' work here, even under favorable conditions. If business was bad, it might only cover base salary. Lucius spread his hands. "Then let's begin. Start from the door. Remember, whoever reaches the signpost first gets 500,000. For money, the saleswomen went completely mad. They dashed towards the entrance, pulling others back if they got ahead. Reaching the door, they knelt down and started crawling toward the signpost. 50,000 is mine. No one better snatch it from me." Elsa crawled fastest, her eyes red with determination. Suddenly, her foot was grabbed by another saleswoman who had caught up to her. To prevent Elsa from reaching first, she bit Elsa's buttock without hesitation. The intense pain made Elsa scream shrilly and struggle to continue crawling, while the biting woman took the lead. Before long, another saleswoman caught up and did the same to her, biting her arm when she tried to block her progress. As they crawled, arguments and struggles accompanied them. This bizarre scene attracted the attention of passersby, who quickly pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. Brother Chu, why did you do this? At the store entrance, Ambria looked at the scene with confusion, not understanding why Lucius suddenly proposed such a thing. This method of humiliating people felt excessive to her. They deserve it. Lucius explained calmly, you didn't hear what they said when we came in. Because you secured a big deal, they held a grudge against you, hurling insults. It annoyed me, so I wanted to teach them a lesson. Actually, Lucius normally disliked humiliating people, especially not in this manner. However, since they were women, hitting them wasn't an option, leaving him with this choice. If he didn't deal with them, the naive and innocent Ambria would be the ultimate loser. Words hurt. All the female salespeople had been observed by him face to face, revealing manipulative traits. If he didn't deal with them, Lucius could imagine that once he left, Ambria would definitely be bullied and humiliated by these few women, causing her psychological trauma that would be hard to heal. To prevent this outcome, he had to nip it in the bud. Furthermore, in Lucius's view, these few were really asking for it with their loose tongues. Unable to secure the big deal themselves, they started spreading rumors and complaints out of jealousy. Lucius couldn't understand why they didn't reflect on themselves. How snatching someone else's deal could hurt others so much. They only cared about themselves and were willing to abandon all dignity for profit. Since that was the case, he might as well make them famous, known to everyone in the entire Yun city. 200 meters is a short distance when walking normally, but feels long when crawling, especially slower still due to the mutual pulling and fighting among them. Soon, what happened here attracted significant attention online, as some passersby began live streaming the event. After all the scuffling and struggling, Elsa finally reached the signpost first. The rest, defeated, cried out in despair. Elsa, dragging her bruised body, walked up to Lucius wearily and asked, I got here first. Where's the money? Bank account number. Realizing he wasn't joking, Elsa immediately provided her bank details. Without any further ado, Lucius transferred 5 million via his phone. Seeing the balance in her account, Elsa felt everything was worth it. The remaining female sales staff approached one by one, looking at Elsa with venomous and hateful glares. If they had the strength, they would have torn into her for revenge. You few listened carefully. Hearing the boss speak, they quickly composed themselves. Watch your mouths. What you should say and shouldn't say. You're adults, I don't need to remind you. Today's lesson is just a minor one. There won't be such leniency next time. After reprimanding them, Lucius turned to the manager and said, take good care of Ambria. If I find out she's been bullied, or if you privately withhold her commission or make things difficult for her, I'll make you regret being alive. With that, Lucius left. Half an hour later, Yun City was in complete uproar. Chapter 99. Could it be that he's surnamed Chu? Secret tycoon, spending hundreds of millions to buy the long-vacant Shanghai pavilion. Secret tycoon, humiliating women by making a female salesperson crawl like a dog. The richer one gets, the more unethical they become. Rumor has it that the secret tycoon is only in his 20s. Is this true? Bloggers who spend their days online attract traffic with explosive headlines. Some are curious about the identity of the secret tycoon. Others condemn him for insulting women. The controversy grows louder and louder until almost everyone in Yunqing knows about it. At Tianmei Group, as soon as Lucius entered the office mentioning he just bought a house, Mei, having just read the current hot news on her phone, put down her phone and asked tentatively, is the secret tycoon who bought the Shanghai pavilion you? As one of the few people who understand Lucius, she knew that only Lucius would dare to do such a thing. Yunqing has many wealthy people, and quite a few can afford the Shanghai pavilion, but very few would spend so much money on a luxury mansion just to leave it vacant. That's why the Shanghai pavilion has remained empty all along. Not everyone's money comes as easily as Lucius's. Businessmen earn their wealth through hard work. Moreover, their current living conditions are already quite good. Spending several hundred million on an empty house is not as worthwhile as investing the money to make more profits. She had also received a call from Russell earlier, knowing that Lucius was moving out. May felt certain that the mysterious tycoon in the news must be Lucius. Yes. The environment there is quite nice and fits my preference perfectly. With too much money lying around, how Lucius chose to spend it was his own decision. Knowing she had no right to comment, May nodded and asked, so, what's the deal with making the female salesperson crawl like a dog? In her mind, Lucius wasn't the type to humiliate people this way. If he were really angered, a single slap could send someone straight to the grave. Using money to humiliate a woman seemed like something a pampered second-generation rich person might do. Women, especially manipulative ones who love money, money is the best tool to deal with them. Seeing May's puzzled expression and her curiosity about the specifics, Lucius continued explaining. After learning the details, May laughed and said, next time if you encounter a difficult woman, contact me. I'll handle her for you. This kind of publicity will most likely affect your reputation. Lucius grinned and retorted, do you think I'm the type who cares about reputation? May rolled her eyes and didn't pursue the topic further, instead returning to her work. Opening his phone, Lucius saw the impact growing larger and realized that if the incident continued to spread online, he might eventually be exposed. Humans fear fame as much as pigs fear becoming fat. Lucius did not want to be recognized everywhere he went, as that would ruin much of the fun. He immediately went downstairs and found Basil, instructing him to find a way to remove all online information about him. As the head of the underground forces in Yunqing, no one dared to deny Basil's requests. A single call from Basil had multiple media platforms immediately clearing news about Lucius. Bloggers trying to uncover Lucius's background also received threatening calls, prompting them to quickly delete their posts. Around the same time, inside the Divine Tao sect's base, Cameron and others were anxiously waiting when Emil emerged from the room. Cameron hurriedly approached and asked, Master Hu, how is he? Thankfully, everything went well. He's fine now. Emil, exhausted, weakly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing that Samson was all right, Cameron and the others immediately broke into smiles and rushed into the room to check on him. Emil sat down on a nearby stone bench, his expression complicated and hesitant. Only he knew the real situation inside the room. He was fully aware that Samson's strange condition was not cured by his needles, but naturally improved. The invisible harm to Samson seemed to dissipate after reaching a certain point in time. His hesitation stemmed from worry that Samson might also have sensed this situation. If Emil claimed credit for curing him and Samson denied any relation to his treatment, it would be embarrassing. Such favor from the Divine Tao sect wasn't easy to come by, and Emil couldn't bear to give it up. After some hesitation, he decided to wait and see how Samson reacted. If Samson didn't know the specifics, he would take full credit for the healing. If Samson noticed anything, he would tell the truth. A few minutes later, Samson, supported by several others, walked out of the room. Master Hu, thank you. If it weren't for your efforts, I might have been crippled. Seeing the gratitude in Samson's eyes, Emil felt relieved and chuckled, saying, Brother Xiong is too polite. As a healer, it's my duty to save lives and cure diseases. It's good that you're fine, it really is. By the way, you should still limit your activities for now, and focus on resting. With 2 or 3 days of rest, you should be back to normal. Cameron also nodded and immediately arranged for someone to escort Samson back to his room to rest, so as not to risk any further harm to his foundation which could affect his martial path development. Turning back, he said, Master Hu, thank you for saving my team member. The Divine Tao sect owes you a favor. Whenever you need us, just let us know, and we will fulfill any request. After all that effort, wasn't this the sentence they were waiting for? Knowing that members of the Divine Tao sect aren't easily encountered and Cameron and others weren't stationed in Yunqing, but had only come for specific matters, Emil, who had already calculated everything, was clear that finding them again after today would take much time and effort. Revenge is best served swiftly, and it's better to use this questionable favor as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Emil smiled and said, Captain Pong, I do have something that needs the help of the Divine Tao sect. Since you put it like that, I won't hesitate then? Cameron, who didn't want to owe a favor for too long either, laughed heartily and replied, Master Hu, please don't hesitate. Whatever you need, just tell us. We have some free time these next few days, so we can help you with it. After that, we might be busy again. At the moment, they were still investigating Lucius's information, and once it was clear, they would make their move. Hearing this, Emil didn't hesitate any longer and said gravely, I hope Captain Pong can help me deal with someone. Cameron nodded and casually replied, That's simple. Master Hu only needs to provide me with the person's information and address, and I'll send someone to handle it for you. Recalling the information provided by Micah, Emil said, This person currently lives at the Qin family residence. He is in his 20s but hasn't reached 30. The Qin family? In his 20s but not yet 30? Cameron subconsciously tensed up. He hesitated and asked anxiously, Master Hu, the person you want to deal with, wouldn't he happen to be surnamed Chu? Chapter 100. This person must not be provoked. Absolutely not. Cameron clenched his fists tightly, hoping the two were not talking about the same person. He knew that if Tucker's target was truly Lucius, this situation would be quite troublesome. Moments ago, he had confidently promised to help resolve the issue. Now, saying it couldn't be solved would be a complete slap in the face. Tucker was also taken aback by Cameron's noticeably hesitant inquiry and thought, could they know each other? This occurred to him because even before mentioning Lucius's name, Cameron asked if the person was surnamed Chu. The Qin family seemed to have only one young man with the surname Chu. Tucker was certain both were referring to the same person. Unsure of Lucius's relationship with the leader of the Divine Tao Gate standing before him, he deflected with a question. His surname is Chu, called Lucius. Are you friends? He remembered Micah saying the guy was a martial artist, and the Divine Tao Gate was a place where martial artists gathered. If they were friends, then using the Divine Tao Gate for revenge might fall through. Or worse, impossible since being against someone closely tied to the Divine Tao Gate could be suicidal. Confirming it was indeed Lucius, Cameron felt a surge of frustration. He shook his head firmly and said, Master Hu, let me be frank. We came to Yun City precisely for the young man named Lucius. Not friends? That was a relief. Tucker felt a wave of relaxation. Understanding that the Divine Tao Gate was already opposed to Lucius, there was no need for further explanation. The Divine Tao Gate would handle the matter themselves, thoroughly crushing him before he made his move to humiliate Lucius. The more he thought, the more excited Tucker became, even devising methods to utterly disgrace Lucius. But just then, Cameron threw cold water on his plans. Master Hu, I advise you not to engage in any conflict with the young man named Lucius. Challenging him will bring you no advantage. Just as Tucker was lost in beautiful fantasies, Cameron's words tightened his brows. He didn't understand what Cameron meant. Didn't the Divine Tao Gate come to Yun City to deal with that guy? Why was he warning him now? Could it be the Divine Tao Gate did not plan to oppose him after all? After agreeing so readily to help him settle the score, did they back out upon learning the person was Lucius? Confused by Cameron's swift change in attitude, Tucker calmed himself and asked, Captain Pong, what do you mean? Realizing Tucker did not understand the terror of Lucius, Cameron explained, Master Hu, before seeking you to treat Samson, we happened to visit the Qin family and met the young man named Lucius. Even if it sounds like boosting others' morale at our expense, I must admit that the young man Lucius is genuinely powerful. Samson, whom you treated earlier, was injured by him. We originally planned to forcibly bring him in for questioning, but couldn't get a hold on him. In the end, Samson was beaten again, forcing us to retreat after realizing we weren't his match. What? That kid actually forced a team from the Divine Tao Gate to retreat? Shocked, Tucker was momentarily stunned. From Micah, he learned that Lucius was formidable, strong in power, and had good connections, making him worry how to carry out his revenge. Suddenly, the Divine Tao Gate approached him. Thinking of their immense influence, he believed getting them indebted to him would easily resolve dealing with Lucius. Everything went according to plan, nearly achieved, until this outcome emerged. Tucker felt like crying. If If even the divine Tao Gate couldn't take down that kid, who else could he turn to for help? After a few seconds of silence, Tucker reluctantly asked, is there really no way to deal with him? Cameron responded, is your feud with him that significant? Technically, their grudge wasn't huge, but recalling being publicly humiliated by Lucius, Tucker felt an urge to kill him. Without waiting for a response, Cameron continued, Master Hu, your understanding of this young man may not be as deep as ours. The ultimate resolution between us and this young man remains unclear. But rest assured, since we've promised to help you, when the time comes, we won't show mercy. What I want to remind you is, regardless of the severity of your grievances, you should abandon personal revenge. Because you alone cannot possibly win against him, and continuous attempts at revenge might provoke his anger, leading to retaliation against you. Frankly speaking, we have the divine Tao Gate backing us, and behind them, there are even stronger martial artists and powerful martial families supporting us. Who do you have to rely on or support you? Considering Tucker had treated Samson, Cameron kindly warned him not to provoke Lucius. According to the current investigation, anyone who dared to fight Lucius to the death would end up with a terrible fate. Is he really that terrifying? Forcing himself to suppress his hatred, Avril Huan found it hard to accept this reality. Having lived for several decades, it was the first time he had been so heavily humiliated. How could he let it go so easily? Seeing Avril Huan's reluctance, in order to make him give up completely, Cameron continued, Master Hu, as a resident of Yun City, you should be aware of what happened to the Huang family and the Su family here, right? The downfall of the Huang and Su families, two major clans, had happened recently and caused quite a stir. No one in Yun City was unaware. He nodded instinctively and asked, why do you suddenly bring this up? Master Hu, do you think why these two prosperous families suddenly collapsed? Initially, Tucker didn't understand Cameron's implication, but soon realized that he wouldn't just casually chat about trivial matters. Just after warning him not to challenge Lucius because he couldn't possibly win, Cameron brought up the two families. A chilling guess formed in Tucker's mind. His throat went dry as he swallowed a couple of times before asking, could the Huang and Su families have fallen due to him? Cameron grinned and said, or what? Master Hu, if you inquire around a bit, you'll find out that during an auction recently, the young masters of the Su and Huang families were beaten up by one person, and that person is none other than Lucius. The Su family sought help from one of our divine Tao Gate's patrons, but that patron has now vanished without a trace, which is also why we came to Yun City looking for him. Of course, if Master Hu doesn't want to let go of your grievances, consider my words as nonsense. Enough said. Upon hearing this, Tucker understood that the downfall of the Su and Huang families was a direct consequence of provoking Lucius. He decided not to seek revenge. This person cannot be provoked. Understanding the true terror of Lucius, all the resentment in Tucker's heart vanished instantly. Chapter 101. Setting up the formation. The Shanghai Pavilion. May moved around, nodding constantly and clearly very satisfied. Russell had already instructed that the relationship between the Qin family and Lucius should not be severed. Therefore, he requested her to stay with Lucius at the Shanghai Pavilion instead of returning to the Qin family. His intention was for the two to develop a deeper bond, making Lucius inseparable from the Qin family. So, are you satisfied? Lucius asked with a smile. Very well. This place makes me feel so relaxed. May's face was filled with joy. Their eyes met, and an unusual spark began to flicker. Just as they were gradually getting closer, May's phone rang. After learning that the delivery had arrived, she gave a smug smile and headed downstairs to receive it. Before coming here, Lucius had made a list of some peculiar materials, asking for them to be prepared as soon as possible. Since Lucius rarely actively requested anything, May took this seriously. She didn't mind the cost but insisted on speed above all else. Many things can be found if one doesn't mind the expense. Even though some might be hard to find, they could still be located. Standing next to the truck, seeing the items being unloaded, May called out to Lucius, Big Brother Chu, check if there's anything missing or of poor quality. I'll immediately have someone look into it. Lucius nodded and personally inspected each item to ensure they met the requirements. Since the Shanghai Pavilion would be his long-term residence, despite having an intelligent security system, Lucius believed that no matter how smart something is, it would still have flaws and could be breached. These materials only provide protection against ordinary people. For martial artists, they would be nearly useless. Although Lucius had the capability to hire martial artists as security guards to patrol around, he did not like the idea of having people moving around him all the time. Moreover, human intentions are hard to gauge. If someone hired could be turned by others, it might lead to more severe consequences. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. He had only glanced at the model in the sales office and decided to take the Shanghai Pavilion because it was situated on high ground with good feng shui and a wide area. The environment perfectly matched his expectations. Therefore, while still at Tianmei Corporation, considering the protection issue, Lucius thought about setting up formations around the place. Formations are much more reliable than security systems. Whether for ordinary people or martial artists, anyone who tried to sneak into the Shanghai Pavilion would be blocked. Even for those martial artists who did not wish to fight directly, he could manipulate the formation to attack and possibly kill them. Additionally, formations can absorb invisible energy from the surroundings, gathering it within the Shanghai Pavilion. While he didn't need it himself, for May, who was just beginning her martial path, a good environment would significantly aid her progress. That was also why major sects often hide deep in the mountains. In remote areas, the energy is denser, whereas in cities, due to pollution and other factors, the energy is polluted and weak, making it unsuitable for cultivation. The entire Shanghai Pavilion covered a large area, requiring many materials. After half an hour of inspection, Lucius had finally checked all the ordered items. He picked out several items that were of poor quality, and May immediately contacted someone to replace them. After moving everything indoors, May curiously asked, Big Brother Chu, what are these things used for? While selecting materials for the first layer of the formation, Lucius explained. Upon learning that it was to set up a formation, May's beautiful eyes widened, and she asked, is there really such a magical thing? Using formations to block entry or trap people, or even kill them directly, were things she had only seen in TV shows or novels, assuming they were fictional. But she hadn't expected them to be real. Yes. Lucius nodded and explained. These are all things studied by ancient people. Many of them are either incomplete or lost now. Combined with the fact that martial arts development isn't thriving, and it's quite complex, not everyone can understand them thoroughly. Therefore, they are rare. But if used properly, formations are much more reliable than humans. Setting up formations around here will not only provide protection, but also make cultivation easier for those inside the Shanghai Pavilion. Once the formation is set up, I will pass on a cultivation technique to you. You can meditate every night, which will significantly help your growth in martial arts. Hearing this, May's eyes lit up. She knew very well that given Lucius's strength at such a young age, the cultivation technique he passed on would undoubtedly be very powerful. Coupled with the improved environment, her martial path would become much easier. As a martial artist, going without sleep for days wouldn't be a problem. To set up formations around the entire Shanghai Pavilion would take a lot of time, and Lucius started working immediately. May was very curious about how formations were set up. She wasn't sleepy at all, and helped Lucius move various materials. It was deep into the night before they finished. Since TMA Corporation had matters to attend to, May went to the company after dawn and also notified Basil to come over to help. Otherwise, Lucius would have wasted a lot of energy and time running back and forth. Basil was stunned for a long time when he saw Lucius's methods, only recovering after a while. He couldn't imagine how many good things Lucius actually possessed. After the formation is set up, you can move here as well. It will benefit your martial path significantly, Lucius suddenly said as he was busy. Hearing this, Basil was so excited that he almost wanted to kneel down in gratitude. The path of martial arts becomes harder the further one goes. Sometimes Basil even wondered if reaching the transforming energy stage would be the end for him. But after meeting Lucius, he felt that as long as he followed this super strong person, receiving guidance might allow him to advance further. However, during this period, Lucius only briefly imparted some knowledge, which was useful for the 10 people working at Tianmei, but not much for Basil at the transforming energy stage. Despite this, Basil kept consoling himself that as long as he worked diligently and sincerely, Lucius would eventually notice him. One day, he would receive Lucius's guidance. At this moment, Basil knew clearly that his sincere efforts were finally about to pay off. Excitedly, Basil worked even harder, making trips back and forth to help Lucius transport materials, and stepping in promptly whenever Lucius couldn't free his hands. Setting up the formation required physical exertion, but for Lucius, it wasn't significant. The greater expenditure was of true qi. Various materials, when combined in different ways and placed in different positions, could unleash varying levels of power, with true qi being the most critical element. Only through true qi could the formation be successfully laid out, and true qi was something only grandmasters possessed. This was why there were no traces of formations in the secular world, leading many to believe that such things only existed in legends. Evening. Lucius straightened up, clapped his hands, and looked around, nodding approvingly. The first layer of the formation was finally completed. Old way, go outside. Don't enter through the main door. Try entering from another place to test the formation's power. Lucius suddenly instructed Basil. Use me as a guinea pig? Basil's eyelids trembled. Chapter 102. The Power of the Five Elements Formation. Boss, can we not go? Basil's voice trembled noticeably. Although he hadn't come into contact with formations before, he had seen plenty of them in movies and knew they were very mysterious. Moreover, this formation was set up by Lucius, whose power couldn't be questioned. Therefore, despite being the boss of the Black Dragon Gang who had seen a lot, Basil still instinctively felt fear and worried that he might end up losing his life there. What are you afraid of? Do you seriously think you'll die in there? Lucius rolled his eyes and comforted him, saying, just go. You're the most suitable one. If even you can't withstand it, then setting it up would have been for nothing. Don't worry. I'm watching over it. If there's any danger, I'll stop the formation. Seeing no way out, Basil could only give a forced laugh and leave, completely unaware of the faint smile on Lucius's lips. Upon reaching the outer perimeter, Basil took a deep breath and rushed towards the Sea Mountain Pavilion. As soon as he stepped within the formation's range, it was triggered. Suddenly, countless white fogs appeared from nowhere. Within 3 or 4 seconds, Basil couldn't see anything in front of him. Thinking that Lucius controlled the formation and wouldn't let him get hurt, Basil steeled himself and continued to rush forward. However, after just 3 steps, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet become heavier. Upon looking down, he realized the soil seemed to have turned into water, trapping his foot deeply within it. Basil struggled slightly, but found that the soft soil had suddenly become as hard as cement, firmly binding his foot and making it impossible to lift. Things didn't end there. As he struggled desperately, the grass around him started writhing and quickly wrapped around his legs. The fragile grass now seemed like strong ropes, resilient and unyielding. As a martial artist of the transformation realm, he naturally wouldn't be scared by these changes. With a low shout, Basil summoned all his strength and managed to pull his foot out of the soil. Just as he was about to shake off the grass clinging to him, 8 bright lights suddenly appeared around him, balls of scorching flames. The 8 balls of fire swooped towards him. The intense heat made Basil realize that these flames were real. He tried to dodge instinctively, but the 8 balls of fire seemed conscious, attacking from different angles. The burning sensation from the high temperature made Basil cry out in agony. Didn't Lucius say it wouldn't harm him? Basil felt utterly miserable, regretting agreeing to be the guinea pig. Trapped in the formation, realizing he could only resist, Basil endured the searing pain and struggled. However, the attacks were unpredictable. The grass that originally entangled him suddenly turned into steel wires with many sharp saw-like teeth. With just a slight struggle, blood gushed from his thighs. The dense white fog condensed into droplets of water, all concentrating on him. Initially, Basil thought it was just water and assumed it wouldn't cause much harm. But when the water drops fell on him, he realized he was wrong. The water droplets were like sulfuric acid, extremely corrosive. They burned through his clothes and left bloody holes in his body. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Save me. Realizing that he would really be killed if this continued, Basil began shouting for help. Whoosh! The white fog suddenly dissipated, and everything gradually calmed down. Basil knelt on both knees, panting heavily. Glancing around, he felt an immense inner shock. Despite the bizarre and strange attacks he had faced, the ground showed no change, just like before he entered. Looking at his own body, covered in blood, Basil found it hard to understand how all this damage had happened. Lucius approached, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the tormented leader of the Black Dragon Gang. This 5 elements formation, which left even a beginner-level Transformation Realm martial artist like Basil so battered, would easily withstand any attack from Transformation Realm martial artists and below. Boss, didn't you say the damage wouldn't be significant? I almost died. Basil resembled a child who had been bullied, full of weichi, indignation. Lucius smiled and said, for a grown man, what's a little injury? Don't forget, I know medicine. Even if you're half dead, I can bring you back. Although Lucius spoke thus, Basil still felt aggrieved because he believed his injuries were severe. Even if Lucius could treat them, scars might remain, and recovery would take time. Knowing Basil felt wronged after such torment, Lucius said, all right, stand up. I'll give you a prescription. Send someone to buy the herbs. After I prepare the medicine, apply it on your body, and you'll be fine in no more than a day. I'll also teach you a cultivation method. Follow it during meditation, and in no more than 3 months, you will surely advance to the middle stage of the transformation realm. What? The previous moment, Basil had been feeling very wronged. Upon learning that he could obtain a cultivation method and advance to the middle stage of the transformation realm in just 3 months, all his grievances vanished without a trace. The pain from his wounds also seemed less intense, and he immediately got up with a smile, following Lucius back into the house. After obtaining the prescription, Basil immediately sent it to his subordinates, instructing them to buy the necessary herbs as quickly as possible and deliver them to the Sea Mountain Pavilion. Following this, Lucius wrote down another cultivation method. Basil's hands trembled when he received the cultivation method, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. He was about to put away the cultivation method when Lucius asked, what are you doing? This cultivation method can't be taken away. Memorize it quickly and then destroy it. Not finished yet? Basil was stunned, wondering how much more powerful it needed to be after being so impressive already. Little did he know, Lucius intended to turn the Sea Mountain Pavilion into a solid fortress. When he wasn't in Cloud City, those he wanted to protect could enter the Sea Mountain Pavilion. If anyone tried to harm them, they would first have to endure the attack from the formation. The 5 elements formation was only the first layer. There were 4 more layers to come. Chapter 103, Burning with Anxiety. Various materials were delivered to the Shanghai Pavilion one after another. Basil also arranged for some construction materials to be transported here by his subordinates to enclose the entire Shanghai Pavilion. Lucius dedicated himself entirely to the layout of the arrays. He planned to set up 5 layers of arrays around the Shanghai Pavilion, with 4 layers used for defense and the remaining one to improve the environment of the Shanghai Pavilion. These 4 layers could withstand attacks from experts at the Grandmaster level. The first layer was a simple elemental array, the most basic killing array, which wasn't too difficult to set up. The later arrays were increasingly complex, requiring more time and rarer materials. In order to find all the necessary materials for the arrays, Lucius contacted Edlin, asking the Xia family to help search for them. After all, it wouldn't hurt to use their resources, especially since the Xia family, as a martial arts clan with deep roots, would likely have some rare materials in storage, making it easier for them to locate the required items. Edlin, who received the request, immediately dispatched people to handle it. The effect was indeed good. Soon they found materials that May had failed to obtain even with substantial funds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lucius focused on setting up the arrays. Due to the intense mental and spiritual exertion, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. May felt very distressed seeing this. She told him to take a break, but Lucius insisted that once started, the array setup couldn't be interrupted for long because if the infused true chi dispersed over time, it would greatly affect the future power of the array. As she didn't know much about arrays and couldn't persuade him otherwise, May gave up and personally made some nourishing soup for Lucius. On the 4th day, the second killing array was finally completed. Since many materials for the 3rd killing array were still missing, Lucius had to pause. At the same time, he began teaching May some cultivation techniques. With her heart fully invested in practice, she temporarily put aside matters of Time Beauty Group and sat meditating on the rooftop balcony. That day, while May was meditating, her phone suddenly rang. At first, she ignored it, thinking it would hang up soon. However, as soon as the call ended, another came through almost immediately. Despite ignoring it again, her phone soon rang once more. Her concentration broken, May became upset. Picking up the phone, she snapped, "Isn't this annoying? One call after another. Can't you wait? It's me, Roxanne." Recognizing a somewhat unfamiliar voice, May hesitated before asking, "Who are you?" "Hee. Roxanne must have forgotten. I'm Bryce-Ahai. I'm the person you asked to deliver a message some time ago. Remember now?" Recalling what Bryce-Ahai said, May remembered that Lucius had previously entrusted someone to deliver a letter to a remote location. To ensure quick delivery, he paid a premium and hired this person to send it as fast as possible. Seeing the caller was probably informing her that the letter had been delivered, May's tone softened, and she asked, "How did it go? Did the letter arrive? What did they say?" "Roxanne, this is exactly why I called." After listening to Bryce-Ahai, May frowned and said, "Hold on a moment. I'll get back to you shortly." After hanging up, May hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly went downstairs and found Lucius, who was sparring with Basil. "Big brother Chu, there's something important." Seeing May's urgency, Lucius signaled Basil to stop and walked over, curiously asking, "What's so important?" They had grown very familiar by now, and he knew that May wouldn't describe it as important unless it really was. "Big brother Chu, the person who helped deliver your letter just called back." Hearing it was about the letter, Lucius instantly perked up and nervously asked, "How is the Remy? Is he okay?" When arranging the delivery, Lucius had instructed the messenger to check on the Remy's condition and ask if he needed anything. Big Brother Chu, he didn't find anyone. The place was found, but he said no one was there. Judging from the surroundings, it seemed to have been uninhabited for at least a year. What? Uninhabited for over a year? Lucius felt as though an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. Living on the mountain with the Remy for so many years, he knew the Remy wouldn't leave unless something extremely important happened. Even jokingly, the Remy had once said he wanted to be buried on that mountain because it held memories from his youth that he couldn't forget. Are you sure? To make sure Lucius understood the situation, May quickly dialed Bryce and had him describe the scene. Later, to confirm they hadn't gone to the wrong place, Bryce sent several photos. The thatched cottage, with its roof already collapsed, revealed a large hole, and the dust on the table inside had piled up so thickly that it was obvious at first glance. Seeing these photos, Lucius's soul seemed to be instantly sucked out. It took May several calls before he snapped back to reality and said to her, "Go check behind the thatched cottage on the mountain. Look if there's a grave." The word grave seemed to have been squeezed out of his throat with fear without a reason. Since Bryce didn't know the place well and his observation skills were limited, many things might have escaped his notice. Having been away from the mountain for 5 years, Lucius felt it necessary to go back. On one hand, he needed to personally check if the Remy left him any secret message only he could understand. Additionally, some materials required for setting up the array were hidden on the mountain, which he could fetch along the way. May nodded and immediately turned to make the arrangements. "Boss, look." Just then, Basil suddenly appeared beside him, looking at the distance with a serious expression. Chapter 104 Using the Divine Path Sect as a Test. The Shanghai Pavilion was situated at the very peak of the mountain. There was only one path leading to the Shanghai Pavilion. From its elevated position, it could be seen that a group of people were making their way up the mountain. Judging by their attire, they were unmistakably members of the Divine Path Sect. In recent days, because the Divine Path Sect had not shown up, Basil assumed Germain and others had been scared off by Lucius at the time and did not dare to cause trouble again. Now, it seemed the Divine Path Sect was not so easily deterred. They must have realized Lucius was tough to handle and specifically brought even stronger individuals. Seeing the Divine Path Sect come again, a murderous intent flashed in Lucius's eyes. Soon, Germain and the others arrived at the gate of the Shanghai Pavilion. Since the gate was closed, they had to stop momentarily. From above the gate, Lucius and Basil could also see the approaching group from the Divine Path Sect. "Lucius, please open the door." Germain shouted loudly. "Boss, should we open the door?" Basil asked, pulling out the key. "No." Lucius's voice was icy, and a bone-chilling coldness began to emanate from him, causing Basil to instinctively take a step back. He knew his boss was in a terrible mood. For the Divine Path Sect to come at this moment, wasn't this just asking for death? Outside the gate, the leading elder's face darkened when he saw that no one was responding. He said to Germain, "Since he doesn't show us hospitality, there's no need for us to follow the guest etiquette. Break through the gate." They had come today with the intention of questioning Lucius thoroughly. Initially, thinking he had considerable strength, they intended to approach him tactfully. However, with the gate firmly shut and no signs of welcoming them, they could only resort to force. The dignity of the Divine Path Sect would not allow such a young man to trample on it. Germain looked troubled because according to the information they gathered, this person was a late-stage Huajin martial artist. It wouldn't be easy to provoke him. He hesitated and said, "Sawyer, should we wait a bit longer? Maybe opening the door takes time?" Sawyer's eyes flickered as he stared at Germain and rebuked. "Does he look like he intends to open the door? Break through the gate. Do you really think a bit of strength makes you invincible? I've killed plenty of geniuses like him over the years. Let's see how great he is." Powerful authority can suppress a person. Despite his reluctance, Germain couldn't afford to offend this Divine Path Sect patron and nodded towards Wei. The two moved forward to break the gate. The gate was made of fine steel and designed with an ancient craft. To martial artists, breaking it shouldn't take more than a few punches. However, after Germain and Wei struck the gate, their expressions changed. Their fists hit the gate as if striking cotton, producing no reaction whatsoever. Unknown to them, the gate, being the most vulnerable to attacks, had been specially enchanted by Lucius with protective symbols and defensive formations. Anyone weaker simply couldn't hope to break it forcibly. After several attempts, Germain turned around and said, "Sawyer, this gate can't be broken." Tu Fei Wu. Coldness radiated from Sawyer as he stepped forward, leaving a trail of shadows before standing in front of the gate. He then punched the gate forcefully. The punch produced a whooshing sound. Thud. It sounded like an ordinary person punching the gate, but nothing else happened. Even as the striker, Sawyer knew how powerful his punch was. Even a bank vault would collapse under such force. Germain and Wei exchanged glances, shock evident in their faces along with a hint of mockery. Previously, they failed to break the gate, and Sawyer called them worthless. Now, even Sawyer couldn't break the gate. Did that make him worthless too? As the strongest among them, failing to break the gate was a great embarrassment. Sawyer, with a grim face, took a deep breath and punched the gate forcefully again. He thought using 80% of his strength would surely break the gate, yet it remained unmoved. The other Divine Path Sect members behind them all looked serious, coming to cause trouble but unable to even enter the gate. If word got back to the Divine Path Sect, they would be laughed at endlessly. At the same time, everyone finally understood why Lucius stood calmly on high ground watching them. Because he knew from the start that they couldn't possibly break the gate. Realizing that he could not break the gate either, despite his unwillingness, Sawyer had to face the reality. He walked back to the group with a darkened face, looked up at Lucius on high ground, and said in a low voice, "Young man, refusing people at the door. This is your way of treating guests? We originally intended to talk amicably. Are you trying to become enemies with the Divine Path Sect by doing this?" The implication was clear. If the door wasn't open now, it would mean declaring outright hostility toward the Divine Path Sect. Becoming enemies with the Divine Path Sect would not end well. If you have the ability, then come in. If you don't, then scram. A simple gate you can't break. What right do you have to talk to me? Don't try to threaten me with the Divine Path sect. It's useless. Lucius's extremely calm voice struck everyone like a sharp thorn. After all, as one of the open powers in Huaxia, the Divine Path sect was always treated with respect and even revered like ancestors wherever they went, accustomed to their superior position. Now, being so easily disregarded by a young man, they found it hard to accept. Germain's team was somewhat better off since they had already engaged with Lucius and knew this young man indeed had the capital for his arrogance. But the members who came later with Sawyer only knew Lucius from their investigations. Hearing this, their anger erupted like a volcano. Sawyer, we might as well take action instead of insisting on getting in through the gate. One person spoke up, implying that there must be something unusual about the gate. If they couldn't enter through it, they could still find another way in. Although the surrounding area was fenced, these fences were nothing more than decoration to martial artists. Sawyer stared at Lucius with cold eyes, but did not respond immediately. He couldn't swallow this humiliation without giving Lucius this arrogant brat a proper lesson today. However, climbing over the wall would damage the dignity of a Divine Path sect's heavenly gutter venerator like him. Boy, are you really not going to open the door? Sawyer asked again. This time, Lucius didn't even bother to respond. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other party was determined to stand against the Divine Path sect, although climbing over the wall was embarrassing, Sawyer had no other choice. He immediately moved sideways. Reaching the fence, he kicked out, instantly breaking a large opening in it. You won't open the door? Then I'll make my own entrance. Hearing this self-consoling remark, Lucius couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Basil finally understood why Lucius insisted on not opening the door. He was using the Divine Path sect as a test. Involuntarily, he felt very curious about how these Divine Path sect martial artists would fare once they entered the formation. Chapter 105. The sky is changing. Boss, what level of strength does that person have? Basil stared intently at Pierre and said, it feels stronger than the late-stage transformation of strength, but not yet a master. Half-step master. It appeared that the other side was indeed well prepared. Knowing the dangers of the formation and understanding that Lucius was truly a master, Basil realized that although the opponent was just a half-step away from being a master, this half-step represented an enormous gap in actual strength. 10 half-step masters might not be a match for a single true master. Thus, Basil was eagerly anticipating what would happen next. He was curious to see how Pierre would react upon continuing to emerge. 3 minutes later, Lucius suddenly moved forward, and Basil hurriedly followed. As Lucius approached, the white fog gradually dissipated. Pierre and his group lay on the ground, looking as if they had been mauled by beasts, their bodies mangled. Pierre was still alive, but barely. His upper and lower body were already separated. Who are you, really? Seeing Lucius approach, Pierre asked with unmasked resentment. They had come to trouble him but failed miserably without even grazing him. This shock was intense. Having suffered the harm, Pierre understood why Lucius never opened the door, but instead forced them to enter from another route. There were formations set up all around to test their might. After decades of hard work to reach this level, with the hope of becoming a master in his lifetime, today he was ending here due to a moment of impulsiveness and underestimation. The more Pierre thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Before dying, he only wanted to know who Lucius really was. To be so young yet able to set up such powerful formations should have made him famous across China long ago. However, despite extensive investigations by the Divine Tao sect, all they found was that Lucius had appeared in Yun City 5 years ago, with nothing prior to that, as if he had materialized out of thin air. If you want to know who I am, ask Yama. He should have records. Death or not, even though Pierre was soon to die, Lucius wouldn't give him what he wished for. I'll tell you, the Divine Tao sect will never let you off. You have no idea how powerful the Divine Tao sect is. Lucius smiled contemptuously and replied, I don't need to know how powerful the Divine Tao sect is. I only know that if they dare to send more people, I will kill every single one of them. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Pierre's eyes stared wide, lifeless. He died without closing his eyes. A half-step master, gone like that? And he died without closure. Basil shivered down his spine, secretly thankful that he and Lucius were on the same side. If he had been on the opposing side, his grave might already have tall grass growing over it. Can you handle the cleanup? Stunned, Basil snapped back to his senses and quickly replied, yes, I'll get people to take care of it. Just as Lucius turned to walk back, May also came down but was intercepted halfway. The scene over there is pretty gruesome. You'd better not go look. May, both curious and terrified, could still see the rough outline from afar. In the end, rationality prevailed over curiosity. She didn't go up to avoid having nightmares. By doing this, we will be Chiradi and enemies with the Divine Tao sect. Believe me, it won't take long before many people from the Divine Tao sect come to Yun City. Since she could remember, the Divine Tao sect had always existed. Living under the shadow of its reputation, May couldn't help but feel fear deep in her heart about provoking them. At the same time, she had to admire Lucius's foresight. He had known all along that he would eventually stand against the Divine Tao sect, and had left the Qin family early to come to Mountain Sea Pavilion. If he had continued living at the Qin residence, such events there would have dragged the Qin family into this mess as well. May could imagine that if this happened at the Qin residence, her grandfather would probably lose sleep over it. Face what comes, deal with each trouble as it arises. These things don't need to be worried about. Having dared to slay members of the Divine Tao sect, would Lucius now be concerned about retaliation? Just as he said earlier, as long as the Divine Tao sect wasn't afraid to die, they were welcome to come. He would kill every one of them until they no longer dared to send anyone. Right, how is the arrangement for that matter going? Knowing Lucius was eager to return to his former home, May nodded and said, everything has been arranged. We can head to the airport now. Worried about the Remy, Lucius pondered slightly and then said, you go ahead and get the car. I need to say a few words to Old Wei. Basil had just found some coverings to temporarily hide the bodies on the ground, preventing ordinary people from seeing them. Her thoughts had gradually changed. She knew that no one could earn enough money in their lifetime. At present, the assets accumulated by the Qin family were sufficient for 3 generations. Since they had earned enough money, it wouldn't be wise to waste precious years on making more. Moreover, witnessing the downfall of the Huang and Su families, Mei realized that despite the decline of martial arts families, ultimate power still rested with martial artists. No matter how much money one earned, without absolute strength, what use would it be against martial artists? Could money buy one's life? It couldn't. Thus, she wasn't too concerned about the future development of Tianmei Group. As long as the overall direction remained sound, minor issues didn't matter. Besides, she had always been curious about Lucius's past. This place they were heading to was where he grew up, and Mei wanted to see firsthand what kind of environment shaped such a powerful man. Lucius seemed to understand her thoughts and didn't say much. He nodded and boarded the plane. 3 hours later, they landed at the Western Airport. Mei had also arranged a car. They continued their journey immediately after disembarking. When they reached a remote area where vehicles couldn't go, they walked on foot. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already early the next morning. Fortunately, being martial artists with superior physical fitness compared to ordinary people, they could endure the journey. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to bear. The weather was pleasant, with bright stars and a clear sky. The mountain night scenery was unique. After climbing a hill, Lucius stopped and gestured toward the opposite mountain, saying, "That's the place." The distance was too great, and it was nighttime. So Mei didn't see much but noticed the anxious and excited look on Lucius's face. After resting for a while, the two started descending the mountain. Mei truly understood the saying distance makes the heart grow weary. Earlier, not knowing the exact location, she hadn't thought much about it. But once she knew which mountain was their destination, everything seemed to move so slowly. As dawn approached, they finally reached the base of the mountain. A stone-paved path spiraled up the mountain. Due to lack of use, many weeds had grown between the stones. "Did you build this road?" Mei suddenly asked. "I did." Seeing the familiar scene brought back memories for Lucius from over 10 years ago. Back then, the Remy trained his endurance by making him collect stones from a river 30 kilometers away instead of the nearby mountains. He couldn't carry many stones at once. Each trip only allowed him to bring back 1 stone. Therefore, Lucius knew exactly how many stones were on this path leading to the mountaintop. Upon learning this, Mei marveled inwardly and finally understood why Lucius possessed such formidable strength at such a young age. While other martial arts family heirs spent their childhoods learning about martial arts, they didn't begin formal training until they turned 15. It was easy to imagine that while others played or slept, Lucius was training. Enduring hardship led to success. The hard work paid off after 20 years, allowing him to stand out among all. As the sun rose from the horizon, the two of them just reached the summit. Wow, it's beautiful. For the first time, Mei was mesmerized by the beauty of watching the sunrise atop a mountain. She hurriedly took out her phone to capture the breathtaking moment. Big brother Chu, smile for the camera. Mei, who had long wanted a selfie with him, instinctively pointed the camera at both of them and called out. Lucius had barely turned his head when she snapped the picture. In the photo, Lucius's expression was stern, unlike most people who smiled widely for photos. Despite this, Mei was very pleased and immediately set the photo as her screensaver. Knowing that Lucius wasn't fond of taking photos, she chuckled worriedly and quickly put away her phone. Lucius didn't comment, only pausing to observe the sunrise, which had once bored him but now he hadn't seen in 5 years. After a brief pause, Lucius walked towards a nearby thatched cottage. The condition here was similar to what Little Black had photographed. This place indeed hadn't been inhabited for a long time, and the thatched cottage had not been repaired, with some parts already collapsed. Stepping into the house, memories surged in his heart, and Lucius's eyes had turned red without him noticing. He reached out and wiped across the table surface, revealing traces beneath. From the rate of dust accumulation, Lucius quickly deduced that the Remy had left this place at least 1.5 to 2 years ago. After scanning around quickly, he focused his gaze on the corner by the wall. In the corner by the wall, there used to be a pit. This pit was formed from prolonged sitting during cultivation practice. But now, the pit was gone. Driven by instinct, Lucius walked over, squatted down, and pressed his fingers against the ground, which suddenly sank into the soil. Just as Mei, who followed him in, was about to ask if something was hidden underneath, Lucius lifted his hand, pulling out a piece of cloth, clearly indicating something was hidden below. Soon, a cloth-wrapped package was dug out from the dirt. After shaking off the dirt, Lucius hurriedly took the cloth bundle to the table and carefully opened it. There were only 3 items inside the cloth bundle: a letter, a book, and another cloth-wrapped object. Due to emotional agitation, Lucius's hands, rarely trembling, slowly opened the letter. "Kid, this Remy?" As he read down, 2 streams of clear tears slowly trickled down Lucius's cheeks. Mei saw but did not dare to make any move. She just stood silently. She knew that Lucius needed quietness at this moment. After finishing the letter, Lucius opened the small cloth bundle, revealing a high-quality dragon-shaped jade pendant. According to the content of the letter, this jade pendant was the thing tightly clutched in his hand when the Remy found him. According to the Remy's speculation, this jade pendant was related to Lucius's background. He had never shown it because he didn't want Lucius to explore his origins before understanding the deceptions among people after entering the secular world. After putting away the dragon-shaped jade pendant, Lucius opened the book. The book was written in complex characters, recording the Remy's cultivation experiences throughout his life on the path of martial arts. Staring at these things, Lucius's expression gradually became grim. "Big brother Chu, what's wrong?" Mei asked upon sensing something amiss. "The Remy. I'm afraid he's gone." Chapter 107. Strange indeed. Men don't shed tears easily, but when a man does cry, it means his sorrow has reached its peak. Leaving the items on the table behind, Lucius left the thatched cottage and walked to the stone table opposite it, gazing into the distance. As a man, he obviously didn't want Mei to see him crying. Mei did not follow him out. She felt a blockage in her heart too. It was very painful. She wanted to comfort Lucius, but she knew that he needed some time alone. Her consolation would only make him feel worse. May retracted her gaze and looked at the table. The items there indeed resembled a last will and testament and mementos. She understood that although Lucius and the Remy weren't father and son by blood, their relationship had long surpassed that of a father-son bond. Before leaving, everything seemed fine, but now facing such an outcome, May could very much empathize with the pain involved. This moment lasted for half an hour. When Lucius returned, aside from the faint bloodshot in his eyes, his expression had already returned to normal. Brother Chu, maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Perhaps your master grew tired of staying on this mountain and went out for a stroll. Since no one had seen him alive or dead, one couldn't draw a definitive conclusion. May thought so. Moreover, in her view, given their deep affection, if the Remy really foresaw his end, he would have informed Lucius to come back and say his farewells. Lucius took a deep breath and said, I hope so. But the Remy is different from people you know. He's been ill for years and has been barely holding on. Just thinking about that outcome made Lucius feel choked up. He didn't dwell on the topic because he didn't know what to say or how to put it. After putting away the book and letter, Lucius headed to the back of the thatched cottage, ready to search personally. Brycehigh's eyesight was always lacking, and being unfamiliar with the place, he might have missed something. Without realizing it, Lucius found himself walking to the stone where he and the Remy used to sit frequently. His body involuntarily trembled when he glanced at the stone. There was a dark red stain on the stone, quite blurred, easy to mistake for its natural color if not inspected closely. As a martial artist, Lucius knew it was blood. Before descending the mountain, there had been no blood on the stone. Clearly, this was where the Remy had spat blood after going down. Initially, Lucius hadn't wanted to consider the worst, but seeing the blood, he couldn't help but do so. Spitting blood indicated that the Remy's body had reached its limit. One cannot avoid facing what must be faced. Not wanting to doesn't change reality. Different life experiences made Lucius rather philosophical about certain matters. He quickly emerged from his sorrow, jumped off the stone, and placed his hands on it. What was he doing? May was curious as the huge stone slowly moved aside, revealing a stone slab underneath, evidently hiding the materials Lucius had mentioned earlier. Opening the stone slab, they found an extremely exquisite wooden box below. Despite being hidden for many years and enduring underground moisture, the wooden box still looked brand new. After wiping off the accumulated dust, it emitted a unique glow. Though May wasn't very familiar with wood, she could tell that this box alone would fetch a good price outside. Opening the box, Lucius saw that nothing inside was missing and then continued downhill with her. After walking for a while and noticing they were not heading back, May asked curiously, Brother Chu, are we going somewhere else? Lucius nodded and said, there's a small village behind the mountain. I've visited it often for food and made a couple of friends. This rare return trip won't likely happen again, so I'd like to visit them. Nodding, May didn't say anything more and silently followed Lucius. Ascending the hill, they soon saw a small village in the distance. Before long, they reached the back of the village. Possibly due to anticipation of seeing familiar faces, Lucius showed a hint of expectation and excitement. Where is everyone? Walking into the village, they saw no villagers, which made Lucius frown. At this time of day, villagers should just be getting up, and every household should have someone around. Yet, they walked through 2 households without seeing anyone. Brother Chu, maybe they've relocated. With poverty alleviation policies, villages in remote areas like this are usually encouraged to move. May analyzed. No way. Lucius pointed around and said, look at these things. They are clearly well maintained. That's not a sign of relocation. And if they had moved, how could doors be left open? Upon closer thought, May mused curiously, but it can't be that there isn't a single person around. Let's search first. We only need to find one person to know what's going on. Saying this, Lucius headed towards other houses, but the result was the same. No one in any household. However, the signs inside indicated that the villagers had been there just a couple of days ago. In this small mountain village, there were not many families to begin with. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to walk through the entire village, visiting each house as they did at the start, finding no one inside. This was strange indeed. Lucius couldn't understand where everyone had gone. Under normal circumstances, there should have been at least some elderly and children left in the village. The absence of young people made sense. It might have been too hot during the day, so they went out early to work in the fields. But the absence of both the elderly and children made the situation seem peculiar. Originally, Lucius had only intended to visit familiar faces here before leaving soon. However, this unusual situation made him feel it necessary to find out what had happened before he could leave. After a moment of thought, Lucius abruptly changed direction and walked towards the outskirts of the village. On the way, he explained to May that not far from the village stood a small shrine where a close friend of his used to live. He wasn't sure if this friend was still there after 5 years. A tiny shrine soon appeared before them. Seeing smoke rising from above the shrine, Lucius quickened his pace. In the courtyard of the shrine, a man about Lucius's age was squatting on the ground starting a fire. Mac! Lucius called out hoarsely. Mac turned around, first looking startled. Then he rushed into the shrine as if seeing a ghost, his face filled with fear. Lucius had expected his old friend to be overjoyed upon meeting again. Reality, however, left Lucius completely stunned. After 10 seconds, he finally snapped back to his senses and rushed into the shrine. Mac was cowering in the corner. As Lucius approached, he curled up into a ball, screaming, "Don't grab me! Don't grab me!" Something was definitely wrong. Lucius clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 108. None shall escape. Looking at Mac's panicked face, Lucius found it hard to imagine what could have frightened him so much. Because Mac had never been a normal person since childhood, with developmental issues in his brain that affected his intelligence. If it weren't for the congenital problem, Lucius would have treated him long ago. The fact that even someone like Mac was this terrified suggested that something was seriously wrong in the village, explaining why he hadn't seen any villagers. Now, he needed to figure out exactly what happened. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lucius took 2 steps back and squatted down, speaking in a gentle tone. "Mac, it's me, Bryce Fong. Have you forgotten me?" saying, Langshan Mountain. Everyone is in Langshan Mountain. There are bad people. Many bad people. Suddenly, a chill emanated from Lucius. Earlier, based on Mac's abnormal state, he had speculated that outsiders might have come and taken the villagers away. Now, his suspicion was confirmed. Mac, play by yourself for a bit. I'll be right back. After gently patting Mac's shoulder to reassure him, Lucius got up and headed straight for Langshan Mountain with May. Once outside, May asked, Brother Chu, did someone kidnap the villagers and take them to Langshan Mountain? Lucius nodded and explained, Langshan Mountain is the most dangerous place around. Long ago, it may have been the site of a martial arts sect, with ancient remnants still within. My box was brought out from there. It's possible that outsiders discovered the secrets of Langshan Mountain but were worried about its dangers, so they took the villagers as human shields. As he spoke, Lucius increased his speed. Having personally entered Langshan Mountain, he knew how dangerous it was for normal people and feared that each second lost meant one more person potentially harmed. Understanding the urgency, May didn't waste time asking more questions and followed closely behind. After about half an hour of travel, a cluster of rocks appeared ahead. The stones stuck out abruptly, like stakes driven into the ground. Before they could inspect further, they saw figures moving deep within the stone forest. Without a word, Lucius immediately sped up and rushed forward. Deep within the stone forest, several elderly villagers and children were being surrounded by 3 individuals, with the elderly hugging the children, who seemed drowsy. Whoosh! The wind whistled past. Upon hearing the sound, the 3 men supervising the elderly and weak turned sharply. One of them felt a blur before his neck tightened, then realized his feet were no longer touching the ground. Who are you? And where are the rest of the villagers? Lucius's voice was hoarse. His captive, now terrified, struggled. Let him go. The other 2, snapping out of their shock, immediately rushed towards Lucius, eyeing him warily. I'll ask again, who are you, and where are the rest of the villagers? All the elderly and weak were controlled here, leading to the conclusion that they were being used as hostages to force the young villagers to comply. Attack! Unaware that they faced a killing machine, the 2 launched their assault. However, their punches on Lucius had no effect whatsoever. Is he an expert? As they exchanged glances, a powerful force suddenly struck. One of them was thrown into the air by Lucius using the man he held in his hand. The other tried to retreat, but was immediately grabbed by the neck and lifted again by Lucius. In the next moment, he flashed and stepped on the remaining person with 1 foot. The first person who was seized was already dead. A crunch echoed, and the person struggling in Lucius's hand had his throat crushed. His body instantly went limp, hanging limply on Lucius's hand. Speak. Lucius glared at the person underfoot, increasing the pressure of his foot gradually. I'll talk, don't kill me, I'll talk. Under the threatening gaze and the deaths of 2 companions, the last remaining one yielded. As the captor described the situation, Lucius's anxiety gradually subsided. Initially, upon learning from Mac that all the villagers were brought to Langshan Mountain, he feared they were used as pathfinders. Facing the extremely dangerous killing arrays in Langshan Mountain, many would surely have perished. The truth was, these people had already arrived at Langshan Mountain and cleared a path deep into it. They captured the villagers mainly for labor, as they discovered an underground palace beneath the ruins. Thinking there might be treasures left by the martial arts sect that once dominated the area, they forced the young villagers to dig and open the palace. This group was primarily formed by 3 martial arts families from outside. Having obtained the information he needed, Lucius showed no mercy. With a press of his foot, the man on the ground died from a shattered heart, dying with reluctance. He then walked over to the still shocked elders and children, glanced around, and focused on one of them, saying, Barrett Wu, it's me, Bryce Fong. Do you remember me? Staring at Lucius intently for a moment, the elderly man finally stood up excitedly and said, Bryce Fong, it really is you. You've really come back? The other elders gradually remembered who Bryce Fong was, and hurriedly got up to greet him. With the rest of the villagers still suffering, after consoling the elders briefly, Lucius walked deeper inside, filled with murderous intent. He had already decided in his heart, none of the martial arts family members who came today would escape. Chapter 109. Overwhelming Slaughter. Deeper within the stone forest, above where the main structures of the sect once stood, all buildings had long been cleared away. Villagers who were still capable of labor were diligently digging at this site. Around them stood fierce men holding long whips, ready to lash anyone who dared to slack off. Not far from there, at the base of a stone mountain, over 40 people sat leisurely, chatting away. Lucius approached step by step, quickly drawing attention. Rustling, 5 men immediately rushed out from the base of the stone mountain, blocking Lucius's path. Though their clothing varied, their style indicated they were guards from a martial arts family. The commotion, though not too large, still caught the attention of the primary members of the martial arts family at the base of the stone mountain. They all came forward, their gazes scanning Lucius continuously. For him to be able to come here directly meant that the outer defenses had already been breached. Whether those responsible for guarding the elderly and infirm were still alive was unknown. Who are you, and what are you doing here? A man in his 30s stepped forward, squinting as he stared at Lucius. Lucius ignored him, his gaze passing over everyone and settling on the enslaved villagers, his fists clenching slowly. At that moment, May hurried over. Brother, look at that box, it's quite unusual. All eyes instantly focused on the wooden box Lucius had given to the beauty to hold. Good stuff. The man's eyes lit up as he said, something carried in such a fine container must be even better. With a wave of his hand, the remaining guards immediately surrounded the 2. At this point, an elderly man with one eye also approached, sweeping his gaze over the scene before saying, Young man, this is not a place for you. Leave that wooden box behind, and we will let you go. Huh. Lucius chuckled lightly, saying, You came here to search for treasures left by this martial arts sect, right? To be honest, I found this wooden box here initially. This statement sent shockwaves through the group. They had assumed I don't want to talk with you. As he spoke, shadows flickered around him. With murderous intent, Lucius became like a wolf among sheep, dispatching opponents with punches and kicks, many dying before they could even scream. The slaughter caused those who hadn't yet arrived to panic and flee in all directions. But no one could escape today. Regardless of which family these people belonged to or their status within it, Lucius didn't care. He knew what he needed to do. Make sure next year's today would mark the anniversary of their deaths. Among the members of the martial arts families present, the strongest was the one-eyed Remy, but he was only at the middle stage of transformation power. With one kick, Lucius sent his head flying into the sky. Minutes later, the scene was completely silent. The villagers who had been brought here to be enslaved had never seen anything like this. Some knelt in fear, while others lay on the ground vomiting violently. When Lucius approached them, they instinctively retreated. Concerned about frightening the villagers, Lucius stopped and called out, "Barrett, Aunt, it's me, little Fong. It's only been 5 years since we last met. Don't you recognize me?" The villagers all looked shocked, staring intently at Lucius. One of them recognized him and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Little Fong, is it really you?" "It's me." Lucius chuckled and nodded. "It's Bryce Fong. Bryce Fong has come to save us." The villagers immediately gathered around happily, each of them filled with joy. With the scene covered in corpses, many of which were mutilated, the situation still needed to be handled. After a brief exchange, Lucius said, "Barrett, Aunt, the elders and children are waiting for you outside. Hurry and find them." Many of the villagers had long wished to leave this terrifying place and quickly departed. Lucius personally gathered the bodies into the pits dug by the villagers and then buried them himself. Didn't the underground palace have good things? It's about to be opened. Don't you want to go in and take a look? May said somewhat reluctantly. Judging from the scale of this place, the martial arts sect that once dominated here was not small, and the things left behind should also be plentiful. Lucius grinned and said, "Do you know why you couldn't enter the entrance of the underground palace?" Faced with his half-smiling expression, May didn't react at first, but soon she recalled that Lucius had been here before. Now it seemed that he had already plundered the underground palace long ago, and on his way out, he had deliberately collapsed the entrance to the underground palace, forcing these people to resort to digging. It was just that they came too early. Otherwise, May could imagine how angry this group would be when they excitedly opened the underground palace only to find nothing inside. It took Lucius almost an hour to finish dealing with the corpses on the scene, after which he turned back. All the villagers were still waiting outside, and they only returned to the village together with Lucius. By the time everyone returned to the village, it was already noon. Everyone gathered around Lucius, thanking him for rescuing them, as they all felt that those outsiders might not let them off, and once they lost their usefulness, they would be eliminated. However, the outsiders kept saying that as long as they behaved well, they would eventually be allowed to return to the village. Holding on to this faint hope, the villagers cooperated with peace of mind. After listening to the villagers' analysis, Lucius said, "Fortunately, you were slow. Otherwise, the moment the underground palace was opened would be the moment of your death." Chapter 110. The Arrival of Important Figures. A martial artist kills without hesitation. If they find valuable items in the underground palace, to keep it secret, they will kill all unrelated people. If there is nothing inside the underground palace, out of frustration, they will still vent their anger on those unrelated individuals. In villages closer to cities, to prevent too much impact from massacres, these people would usually restrain themselves a little. But in this village, which outsiders visit only once every few months, the visitors have no such scruples. After hearing Lucius's analysis, the villagers shivered down their spines, knowing clearly that they had just narrowly escaped death. Due to Lucius's sudden appearance, they were able to survive. The villagers were very grateful to him. Facing the villagers' thanks, Lucius simply waved his hand, and then chatted with everyone about their lives over the past few years. At the same time, Lucius also asked if anyone knew about the Remy situation. The village was not far from where the Remy lived. Everyone knew that the Remy understood medicine. Whenever someone fell ill and home remedies failed, they would take the patient up the mountain to seek help from the Remy. This practice had been going on for more than 10 years. Treating these simple-hearted villagers, the Remy did not charge any fees. Of course, the villagers were not so tactless. They would always bring some preserved meat or vegetables from home as gratitude. Mentioning this, a middle-aged man named Caden stood up and said, "Your master might have gone outside. I remember it was around the beginning of last year. Last year, at the beginning of the year, Caden's child fell ill. After seeing the village healer multiple times without improvement, he could only take his child to seek the Remy's help. According to his description, the Remy was still on the mountain then. After treating his child, he instructed him to inform the villagers not to come looking for him on the mountain anymore, saying he would be leaving this place to avoid wasting their trip, as the distance between the two places was considerable and the road difficult. About a month later, when another villager fell ill and went back, there was no one left on the mountain. After Caden finished speaking, Lucius asked, "Brotherly, how did the Remy look when you saw him?" He wanted to confirm the Remy's health condition, whether it matched his guess that it had deteriorated to an unbearable point. Caden thought carefully and said, "I think he looked similar to before, occasionally coughing but with a decent mental state." Hearing this, Lucius felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Remy would go down the mountain if his health was the same as 5 years ago when he himself left the mountain. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly said, "Right. I remember asking him what he intended to do after going down the mountain. He seemed to say he wanted to settle an old score." Hearing this, Lucius suddenly stood up. He had originally thought that the Remy had left those things behind because his health was failing. In fact, he was going to seek revenge. Lucius didn't know whom he was targeting, but he knew that the Remy had once led a brilliant life. However, due to a betrayal by someone close, he suffered serious injuries and lost strength, forcing him to hide in this deep mountain for recuperation. The person who betrayed him was once a trusted friend, leading the Remy to warn Lucius before he left that, no matter who it is, even the closest friends must still be treated with caution. People are unpredictable. Good relationships can turn sour, and today's close brother might stab you in the heart tomorrow. After carefully considering, Lucius made a rough guess about the situation. It seemed the Remy might have known his time was running out, so he chose to leave the mountain. This departure, he did not intend to return, thus leaving those things behind. Divination was something the Remy was skilled at too. Before leaving the mountain, he may have performed divination and calculated that he would not return, so he hid the things he planned to leave for himself. Now, over a year since the Remy left, he has yet to return, indicating an unfavorable situation. The more Lucius thought about it, the more anxious he became, unknowingly clenching his fists tightly. At this moment, he really wanted to return to the outside world immediately and mobilize all available resources to search. He didn't believe that the Remy, having entered the outside world, wouldn't leave any trace behind. As long as he found traces, he could follow them to discover the Remy's final destination. Lucius's goal was simple. If the Remy was still alive, he would rescue him. If he had already died, he would kill the one responsible as a form of vengeance. Therefore, Lucius declined the villagers' enthusiastic invitation to stay longer. After visiting Dong at the village temple, they returned immediately. Back in the city, Lucius contacted Edlin, asking if the Xia family had any connections here that could be mobilized. Faced with Lucius's inquiry, Edlin responded affirmatively, as the Xia family had the capability to quickly establish contacts if none existed. Therefore, Edlin immediately said yes, and Lucius told him that he would send a sketch later, asking him to try and investigate this person's activities here from a year ago. Upon learning that it was just a sketch and not a real photo, and that it was about activities from a year ago, Edlin immediately responded that it could be investigated, but it would likely be very difficult to find anything, and he couldn't guarantee results. Lucius was well aware of the situation and informed Edlin to do his best. Being away, many things were hard to handle, so the two turned back. On the plane, Lucius drew a portrait of the Remy as he remembered him. May glanced at it and asked in surprise, "Big brother Chu, have you studied painting before?" At that moment, she felt that what Lucius had drawn wasn't just a portrait, but more like a grayscale photo, every detail being crystal clear. It was hard to imagine that Lucius had such skills. Lucius smiled and shook his head, saying, "I've never drawn before. But as you know, when one's strength reaches a certain level, both memory and practical skills become quite strong. This kind of task is child's play for me." Upon thinking about it, May nodded, saying, "Once we get back, I'll ask someone to color this sketch, making it look more realistic, which will increase the chances of finding him." Lucius agreed with this idea and nodded. By the time they landed in Yun City, it was already 1 a.m. As soon as they got off the plane, Lucius sent the sketch to Edlin. Just as they were preparing to leave the airport through the VIP Tongdal VIP passage, they were stopped by a group of people in uniform, holding guns. In Shenzhou, only one department was legally allowed to carry firearms, the inspection department. "Why can't we go through?" May asked somewhat impatiently. She had been anxious to return, and even as a martial artist, she was feeling exhausted. They were already at the airport, almost ready to return to the Shanghai pavilion, yet they were being blocked from passing. "Miss, please wait a moment. Important figures from the Shin Dao sect are arriving, and we need to ensure security. The protective measures will be resolved shortly," the officer responded politely. "Important figures from the Shin Dao sect are arriving?" May's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively turned to look at Lucius. Chapter 111. What if I oppose the divine state? She knew that the important figure from the Divine Dao sect arriving in Cloud City was certainly related to Lucius's massacre of Divine Dao sect members a few days ago. Initially, she thought that since no one witnessed the massacre at the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and Basil would also conduct an investigation afterward to see if there were any witnesses or block the news from spreading quickly, it should by some time. However, the Divine Dao sect reacted much faster than expected. Although she knew Lucius was capable, having grown up under the management of the Divine Dao sect, May couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. "Don't worry, let's wait and see." Lucius spoke calmly. He wasn't the least bit worried or surprised by the arrival of an important figure from the Divine Dao sect. If they wanted to fight or talk, it all depended on their attitude. He didn't break through the blockade and leave, because he noticed that the important figure from the Divine Dao sect also seemed to be leaving via the VIP passage. It would be a good opportunity to gauge how many people had come and what their strength was. 5 minutes later, the roar of an airplane could be heard, followed by a private jet landing nearby. The inspectors standing along the route immediately became tense and serious. This scene made May almost laugh out loud. Which one of the Divine Dao sect's representatives wasn't a martial artist? An important person, looking mostly like a master-level powerhouse. Such a person still needed protection from the Inspector Corps, who were all ordinary people. Ultimately, it was just formalism. Soon, a group approached, led by the mayor of Cloud City, accompanied by an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a gray robe, clearly a martial artist. The mayor walked humbly beside him, smiling all the time. Behind the elder were 3 Divine Dao sect martial artists. Lucius didn't focus on the elder, but instead on the 3 martial artists behind. His sharp eyes and experience told him something was off about these 3, but without further observation, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong yet. Many people were being stopped by the inspectors and not allowed to pass, so the group didn't notice Lucius and May. After this group passed through the VIP channel, the inspectors began to disperse, and Lucius and May also entered the VIP channel. "Big brother Chu, is that person a master?" May asked nervously. Given that even a near master had been killed, it was logical for the Divine Dao sect to send a master upon receiving news. To May, masters were like celestial beings, hard to come by. But ever since meeting Lucius, the people she encountered became increasingly powerful. Lucius nodded and said, "A second-rank master." Second rank? May felt her throat tighten. She knew that after entering the master realm, martial artists were divided into 9 ranks. She had thought only a first-rank master would have come, but unexpectedly, it was a second-rank master. Though Lucius was also a master, his specific rank was unknown. Looking at him anxiously, before she could speak, Lucius said, "No need to worry. Even a second rank isn't much." They had known each other for quite some time, and May understood that when Lucius was confident, he spoke casually. Saying even a second rank isn't much meant that even if it came to a fight, the opponent wouldn't stand a chance. Her heart, which had been suspended, gradually relaxed. Back at the Mountain Sea Pavilion, they had just sat down when Basil called. "Boss, you're back?" Lucius affirmed with a sound, then countered, "Did you plant spies outside the Mountain Sea Pavilion?" Without spies, it would have been impossible to know he returned so quickly late at night. Basil chuckled sheepishly and explained, "I was worried something might happen over there, so I stationed a few people at the foot of the mountain." "Boss, do you know Cloud City might become chaotic? The Divine Tao sect sent an important figure, right?" Lucius laughed and asked, "Boss, you already know?" Basil was genuinely surprised. He had just received the news, but Lucius had also gotten wind while out. Lucius affirmed again, saying, "I ran into them at the airport." Realizing many details couldn't be conveyed over the phone, Basil rushed to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Entering the room, he said, "Boss, somehow the Divine Tao sect got the news and learned about the previous group's killings. The upper echelons are furious. It has been many years since a Divine Tao sect member was killed. The higher-ups believe that due to years of inaction, many assume the Divine Tao sect has declined. So this time, they dispatched an elder master named Jason, intending to make an example of the murderer Tuchun Sura Sunjo Gurwu Daljatsu." After hearing this calmly, Lucius said quietly, "Those who can't breach the formations I've set up don't deserve to speak with me." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "By the way, how is the internal structure of the Divine Tao sect?" Everyone knows about the Divine Tao sect, but few are aware of its internal divisions. Lucius wasn't clear about it either. He had only heard mentions of 36 heavenly spirits, for great warriors, and so on. Basil didn't waste any time, and immediately relayed the information he knew. In the Divine Tao sect, the leader held nominal power, but the real decisions were made by 18 powerful family elders who formed the core of the Divine Tao sect. Each of these 18 had at least a second-rank master strength. Below the 18 elders were the 4 great warriors, each with first-rank master strength. Further down were the 36 heavenly spirits, whose highest rank was near master, while the lowest were late internal strength, equivalent to all being late internal strength. Beneath the 36 heavenly spirits were the 72 demon squads, each squad consisting of 3 to 5 members, with varying strengths from dark energy to mid-internal strength. Among these people, some were selected from top families, while others were absorbed members of scattered martial arts families from outside. After hearing the detailed breakdown, Lucius smiled and said, "It's quite complicated. I wonder what reaction the higher-ups of the Divine Tao sect will have when they learn an elder died here." Basil's lips trembled as he asked, "Boss, is there no possibility of a peaceful resolution?" Currently, the conflict wasn't too severe. He thought that if they could reconcile, it would be for the best. Behind the Divine Tao sect were the most powerful martial arts families in China, and behind these martial arts families stood the 9 great sects of China. Simply put, if he thoroughly alienated the Divine Tao sect and reached a point of irreconcilable enmity, it would be like opposing all major forces in China. Basil knew Lucius was very strong, but in his view, there were always greater mountains beyond mountains. No matter how powerful Lucius was, he couldn't possibly contend against so many forces. And as Lucius's follower, Basil clearly understood that once Lucius openly opposed the Divine Tao sect, he wouldn't be able to stand aside like a reed in the wind. Thus, he himself would inevitably be implicated. Opposing all the major forces in China was something he dared not even imagine. The mere thought made his legs tremble. Lucius walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and said coolly, "Whether we reconcile or not depends on their attitude. Otherwise, what does it matter if I become an enemy of China?" Chapter 112. A second-rank Grandmaster visits. Guler. Basil's throat was dry, and he swallowed with difficulty. Hearing Lucius's extremely domineering words and looking at that solid back view, his eyes showed complex emotions. His heart wavered greatly. It seemed this boss deliberately wanted to be the enemy of all factions in Huaxia, knowing there are tigers in the mountain, but still heading straight into it. This different situation forced Basil to think whether he should take this chance to withdraw. He knew that although doing so was very immoral, withdrawing now and dissociating from Lucius could save himself. Conversely, if the conflict between him and Shundao sect reached a fever pitch, by then it would be too late to even consider backing out. But upon second thought, Basil felt this wasn't appropriate. Since receiving the technique imparted by Lucius, after meditating every day, in just a few short days, he clearly felt some changes in himself. The strength that had stagnated for a long time also started growing slowly. Only a small portion of the technique used during meditation made his martial path progress when it had shown no activity for years. He knew very well that if he continued to follow Lucius and earned his approval, he would certainly gain better cultivation methods and step into the coveted realm of Grandmaster. After all, Lucius possessed extraordinary cultivation techniques, having achieved such power at such a young age. Danger and opportunity were both placed before Basil now. Basil was very hesitant. Staring at Lucius's back, he recalled everything that happened since he met him. So young yet already a Grandmaster, not taking any opponent seriously. Basil couldn't tell if Lucius's words came from arrogance, or if he genuinely possessed unimaginable means that gave him confidence enough to say such boastful things. "Let's do it." After hesitating for a moment, Basil gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He decided to continue following Lucius and be a good underling. Everyone eventually dies, either sooner or later. Maintaining one's safety indeed can make death later. But there are gains and losses. Basil knew that if he chose this path, he wouldn't have a chance to personally experience the pinnacle of being a Grandmaster. Following Lucius might or might not lead to an early death, but Basil was sure that as long as he stayed by his side, he would definitely become a Grandmaster. As a martial artist, becoming a Grandmaster is a lifelong dream. Considering he was already middle-aged, living a full life, if he could achieve Grandmaster status, Basil felt his life would be worth it. Why? Regretting following me. Don't want to face Shundao sect alongside me? Just as Basil made his decision, Lucius turned around and asked. No, not at all. Feeling guilty like a thief, Basil couldn't help but get nervous, hurriedly explaining, "You're my boss today. You'll always be my boss. If Huaxia is against you, then they are against me." Although he spoke with determination, since he did hesitate in his heart, Basil didn't dare meet Lucius's eyes. Lucius lay down on the sofa, smiling. You need to think carefully while you still have a choice. If I truly clash with Shandao sect, leaving will likely drag you into trouble anyway. People die for wealth, birds die for food, everyone has their own choice. You don't have to worry that choosing to leave now will upset me. Despite not being in the world long and having little experience, Lucius had his own method for reading people. When someone stood before him, what they were thinking could be roughly gauged with a glance. Aware of the current situation with formidable enemies, understanding hesitation among followers was easy. With just a simple look, Basil knew Lucius saw through him, and added earnestly, Boss, I've made my decision. No matter what, I will stand by your side supporting you. After all, everyone dies eventually. It's only a matter of sooner or later. Lucius looked at him incredulously. So certain you'll die? Don't worry, just act as you usually do. The reassured tone instantly put Basil at ease, feeling assured. He knew he bet right. Shandao sect was indeed powerful, but the boss clearly held back some trump cards, which is why he took them lightly. Thinking about it, Basil couldn't help but feel excited and anticipatory. Earlier, he wished Lucius's conflict with Shandao sect wouldn't escalate, but now he hoped for an immediate clash to know what his boss's trump card really was. The night passed. At dawn, Basil received news from his subordinates. The important figure from Shandao sect who arrived last night had left their lodging, heading towards Shanghai Pavilion. He originally wanted to knock on the door, but thinking Mei was inside as well, he called instead. Learning that the elder from Shandao sect whom he had met last night was on the way to Shanghai Pavilion, Lucius, who had intended to sleep in, could only get up. When they stood at the same spot where they had observed Irvin and others before, Lucius asked Basil, how many people came? 4 people, the elder named Jason, and 3 guards who came together from the front of Shandao sect. Mentioning those 3, Lucius couldn't help but recall the strange feeling they brought when they walked past him last night. The 3 were definitely martial artists, but carried an indescribable aura. Though puzzled, the specifics would soon be known. Before long, Jason appeared outside the gate of Shanghai Pavilion with the 3 people. Unlike the previous group, who broke the door upon arrival, Jason didn't rush. Being a second-rank grandmaster, his vision far surpassed that of the half-step grandmaster Irvin. With just one glance, Jason identified the array formation around the building and understood why all the members who came here previously were wiped out without making a sound. These formations meant that anyone below the grandmaster level would come in and die. The presence of these formations made Jason look at Lucius with more appreciation and curiosity. In this era, the secrets of setting up array formations were mostly held by sects, and the materials required for array formations were hard to find. Moreover, array formations couldn't be carried around as weapons, leading to a lack of interest among the younger generation in studying them. Unexpectedly, Lucius not only studied array formations, but also mastered them so well. Young man, are you planning to let me test your array? Jason asked Lucius from across the threshold. If you wish to probe me using this array, please put aside such petty thoughts. Snap. The gate slowly opened, and Jason smiled as he walked in. Basil was stunned. He had thought that this time the boss would force the other party to pass through the array, thereby exhausting or even killing them within it. But he never expected the boss to directly allow them entry. Facing a second-rank grandmaster for the first time in his life, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 113. Plans can't keep up with changes. Soon, Jason and the 3 others arrived in front of Lucius. Jason scanned Lucius and then glanced around the rest of the Shanghai Pavilion, his eyes growing more excited with each look. He felt that if they could recruit this young man, the Shandao sect would really have hit the jackpot. This young man not only has remarkable strength, but also has an in-depth study of formations. He's a talent. I like him, haha. At this moment, Jason looked very happy. Basil was puzzled, thinking that this didn't seem like someone coming to seek revenge, making him unnecessarily tense for a while. Lucius remained calm and asked directly, You've come here. What do you want? Jason retracted his smile and said seriously, What am I here for? My people from the Shandao sect were slaughtered by you, several of them. What do you think I'm here for? Before meeting you, I did indeed plan to kill you and restore the dignity of the Shandao sect. But now, I've changed my mind. Young man, I value talents. Seeing you have such abilities at your young age, it's hard one. How about joining the Shandao sect? If you join the Shandao sect, we can forget all past grievances. Otherwise, we'll have to settle things with our fists. After saying this, Jason looked at Lucius expectantly, eager to know his thoughts. Indeed, these words reflected his true feelings. The Shandao sect's higher-ups, upon learning that several members had been slaughtered, were very angry and determined to destroy the killer. But after seeing the formation Lucius set up, Jason immediately changed his mind, realizing that the Shandao sect currently lacked talents skilled in formations. To make Lucius agree, Jason thought for a moment and continued, You must know that the Shandao sect has been established for many years. We have plenty of good items, not just superior cultivation methods, but also many secret books long lost to the outside world, as well as countless treasured artifacts. As long as you are willing to join the Shandao sect, all these good things will be available to you. Lucius laughed and said, Old sir, lying isn't done this way. Do you really think I know nothing about the Shandao sect? The things you mentioned do exist, but as far as I remember, there are restrictions. Not everyone who enters the Shandao sect qualifies to use these resources. One needs to earn battle merit points, right? Or are you planning to give me special treatment, so I can use everything without needing battle merit points once inside? If that's the case, I might consider it. Jason choked slightly, looking surprised at Lucius, truly not expecting this young man to know so much about the internal affairs of the Shandao sect. But on second thought, using battle merit points to obtain cultivation resources wasn't exactly a secret unknown outside. It wasn't strange that some outsiders knew about it. To recruit Lucius, Jason thought for a moment and said, Given your unique situation, entering the Shandao sect won't make you an ordinary member. Although I can't grant you access to everything, I can use my status to give you 1,000 battle merit points, enough to exchange for quite a few good things. Lucius furrowed his brows, lost in thought. While he knew the good resources in the Shundao sect required battle merit points, he didn't know how many points each item cost. 1,000 points seemed too little to him, so he said immediately, too little. Jason, full of expectation, paused and hesitantly replied, my privileges are limited. The most I can offer is 2,000. 10,000. 10,000 battle merit points, and I'll join the Shundao sect. Less than 10,000, and we remain enemies. Lucius's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Earning battle merit points in the Shundao sect wasn't easy. Lucius's idea was simple. Joining the Shundao sect wasn't out of the question since it had many valuable resources. This would help complete the 5th layer formation at the Shanghai Pavilion. Moreover, he could leverage the Shundao sect's powerful connections to investigate his background and uncover the truth behind the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago. However, joining the Shundao sect was merely for his benefit. He had no intention of working hard to earn battle merit points, so he boldly demanded 10,000 points to easily obtain the resources he needed. 10,000? This demand made the 3 men who were originally expressionless behind Jason suddenly look astonished. After all, even the most dangerous mission carried out by the Shundao sect's Earth Fiend Squad only earned 100 battle merit points, which had to be divided among several members. Apart from the Lucius into the Shundao sect and providing full support, Lucius would lead the Shundao sect to become the true number 1 force in Divine Land, including among the 9 hidden great sects. Currently, while the Shundao sect appeared as the top power in Divine Land, its leaders knew they were merely puppets supported by several major powers. Every generation's Shundao sect leader wanted to break free from control and make the Shundao sect truly independent. However, the backing forces were too strong, and they remained as pawns. Now, Jason saw hope. Excitement flushed his cheeks red, and he spoke breathlessly, little brother, please wait a moment. I will contact the sect master to discuss this. As Lucius expected, upon knowing he was also a second-rank master, Jason would definitely increase the offered privileges. Just whether or not he would ultimately grant him 10,000 battle merit points was uncertain. Basil was completely stunned, thinking plans really couldn't keep up with changes. Jason made a quick call, and in less than a minute, he turned back. Chapter 114 Reaching an Agreement. Under Basil's extremely expectant gaze, Jason said, the Dane said, no 10,000 for you. Not giving? Lucius's brows immediately shot up, and the tension that had just left Basil's body returned. He knew that if negotiations failed, they would have to fight again. He said 10,000 is too little. He'll directly give you 20,000. What? At this moment, not only Basil but also Lucius was taken aback. They didn't expect the Remy Jason, who looked so aged, could still play tricks on people. Before Lucius could ask why, Jason continued, however, there are conditions to getting the 20,000. Once inside the Shundao sect, some matters must follow the rules of the Shundao sect. You can't take advantage of the open boundaries and act recklessly. Moreover, more importantly, you must agree to become the next leader of the Shundao sect. Good heavens! Basil subconsciously gaped in shock, even doubting if he was hallucinating. The inheritance of the Shundao sect leadership, how many dreamt of this? Now it was being offered to Lucius? Who would believe it if it were spoken aloud? Seeing Lucius not respond to Jason and seemingly hesitating, Basil grew anxious for him. He stared at Lucius with his eyes silently urging, boss, nod quickly. Such an opportunity, in Basil's view, was like a gift from the sky. He couldn't understand why such a great thing should cause hesitation for Lucius. With Lucius as the future leader of the Shundao sect, Basil, as his subordinate, would gain a different status. Driven by self-interest, Basil fervently hoped Lucius would agree. However, reality always defied his expectations. Lucius shook his head and said, the first condition isn't much of an issue. After all, rules shouldn't be broken. But I can't agree to the second requirement. This time, it was Jason who was stunned. He looked at Lucius in great surprise, suddenly realizing he couldn't quite fathom this young man. The identity of the future Shundao sect leader carried immense weight, something everyone in the land of Zhongshan understood. A nod from Lucius would make him, in the future, a figure whose mere footsteps would shake the entire land of Zhongshan, one who would be treated with the highest respect wherever he went. How many yearned for such glory but never got it? Yet here, it was offered to him, and he showed no interest? Living for several decades, this was the first time Jason saw someone indifferent to such glory. Yet, the more indifferent Lucius seemed, the more Jason felt he was suited to be the Shundao sect leader. Only someone who could remain detached from worldly benefits could lead the Shundao sect to true greatness. Young friend, do you have any prejudice against the Shundao sect? Jason asked curiously, suspecting Lucius's reluctance stemmed from prejudice due to past unpleasantness. Lucius shook his head. Though he didn't want to explain, he knew not clarifying would keep Jason persistently pressing him. There's no prejudice, just simply no desire. This honor many seek, give it to someone who wants it more. No need to force it on me. Oh boss, what are you doing? Basil was nearly driven mad by Lucius. His face flushed. Incoming call from the Dane of Shundao sect, he assumed Jason was calling to report good news. However, upon learning that Lucius did not want to be the next leader of the Shundao sect, he was also taken aback, instantly feeling curious and surprised about this young man. He was very curious about what this young man had experienced that made him uninterested in a position that came with immense power and wealth. He was curious how such a young man could see things so clearly at his age, because now, he truly felt very tired, with endless matters to handle every day, leaving no time for proper cultivation. What do we do now, Dane? My intuition tells me that he is the perfect choice for the next leader, much stronger than those few we have been grooming within the sect. If he can become the leader of the Shundao sect, it will surely become the first in Zhongshan. Jason was very anxious, hoping very much that Lucius would become the next leader. Let me think. After pondering for a moment, the Dane of Shundao sect said, this matter cannot be rushed. The more we rush, the less likely it will happen. If he currently doesn't want to be the future leader's successor, then let it be. Don't force him, as coercion will only backfire. The 20,000 battle merit points are still given to him. He only needs to agree to the first requirement. Once he enters the Shundao sect, there will be plenty of time to persuade him to take over as the leader. Jason thought about it and realized it was true. The Dane of the Shundao sect wasn't going to change immediately, so there was no need to urgently require Lucius's agreement. As long as Lucius entered the Shundao sect, they could gradually influence him, and by the time a change in leadership was needed, it would likely be smooth sailing. After hanging up the phone, Jason returned to Lucius and explained the situation. Basil's worldview was completely shattered at this moment. The illustrious Shundao sect, once a high and mighty presence, was now being controlled firmly by their boss. Since that's the case, let's proceed according to the agreement. Lucius nodded in agreement. Jason nodded and asked, then you'll return to Zhengzhou Shundao sect with me tomorrow. Lucius looked astonished and countered, why would I go to the Zhengzhou Shundao sect? No. His tone was firm and decisive. Chapter 115. How can a golden scale be an ordinary pawn creature? Jason was very helpless. As a second-rank grandmaster, when had his demeanor ever been so humble? He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had to suppress his anger to talk to someone else like this. If you don't go to headquarters, how can you get your identity token? Without the identity token, how can you record your war merit points? At this moment, Jason's thoughts were quite simple. He must coax this young man to headquarters. He wanted the sect leader to see for himself whether this young man was extraordinary and also prove that his judgment wasn't off. Lucius hadn't expected such reasoning. After his strength, they'd likely choose compromise to avoid more casualties. Pretty much. Lucius responded while deep in thought. Right now, he was contemplating when to head for the Shundao sect headquarters. Initially, he indeed hadn't considered joining the Shundao sect. However, as they talked, some memories surfaced, making him think it might be necessary to join them. Apart from needing materials for setting up formations, Lucius also intended to check if the Shundao sect had records about the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago. He felt that behind this case, there seemed to be a shadow of the Shundao sect. Moreover, the Shundao sect possessed the most comprehensive intelligence network in the land. Perhaps through them, he could finally uncover the truth about his background and search for the Remy's whereabouts. For now, joining the Shundao sect seemed beneficial with no apparent drawbacks. Seeing Lucius deep in thought, May asked Basil, Old Wei, what exactly happened? Although the incident had passed, Basil still couldn't contain his excitement as he recounted everything breathlessly from start to finish. After listening, May was stunned, feeling as if she were dreaming. She repeated, the Shundao sect really wanted Brother Chu to become the future sect leader? Yes, it's a pity the boss declined, Basil replied with regret. May tilted her head and looked at Lucius, admiration quickly filling her eyes. She thought a battle would ensue when the bigwigs from the Shundao sect arrived. Would I be looking for trouble by imposing restrictions on myself? Thinking of Lucius's habits, May understood why he refused. Upon careful consideration, although the Dane of the Shundao sect seemed to have infinite glory, numerous events occurred daily in the Sunzhou, and many decisions had to be made by him, which indeed seemed exhausting. Recalling Basil's earlier mention that Lucius still needed to go through the entry procedures at the Shundao sect headquarters, she couldn't help but ask, so, when do you plan to go to Zhengzhou, Brother Chu? Regarding Zhengzhou, she had only been there once. Now that Lucius was going, May also wanted to visit again, so she could prepare her affairs at Tianmei Group beforehand after confirming the date. In 5 days. I found some more materials, so I'll set up the formation first, check what else is missing, and bring it back from the Shundao sect. After confirming the date, May nodded and left for Tianmei Group. Basil originally intended to stay at Shanghai Pavilion, but Lucius forcibly sent him away, telling this deputy team leader to keep an eye on things at Tianmei Group, as staying with him all day wasn't useful. On the way, May informed Russell about what happened. Even though most of his life was buried in the earth, Russell, who believed he had seen a lot, was stunned for several seconds before recovering from hearing the news. Remarkable talent, truly remarkable talent, Russell exclaimed excitedly. A few days ago, learning that Lucius slaughtered a half-step grandmaster of the Shundao sect at Shanghai Pavilion, his heart had been hanging. He understood that the Shundao sect would not let it go, and would definitely dispatch stronger warriors to deal with Lucius. He even speculated that if both sides entered a never-ending conflict, the Qin family might also be affected due to their close relationship with Lucius. Worries kept him restless these days. To his surprise, such a conflict, which could have shaken the entire Sunzhou, was resolved so easily. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. Recalling what his granddaughter said and combining it with what he witnessed himself, Russell gazed into the sky and sighed. Golden scales aren't meant to be ordinary pawn creatures. The future of Sunzhou will surely see great turmoil. Whoever becomes his enemy will be truly pitiful. Chapter 116. Taking the initiative. At the Shanghai Pavilion, Lucius was busy setting up an array when a phone call came in suddenly. Seeing it was from an unknown number, he initially didn't want to answer but hesitated slightly before picking up. Is this Brother Chu? Lucius frowned, just about to ask who was speaking, when he suddenly recognized the voice and asked, is this Ambria? It had been days since they last met, and he almost forgot about this person and the promise he made. It's me, Brother Chu. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner, Ambria said happily. Just having dinner didn't interest Lucius much, but remembering his promise to treat Ambria's father, he, who disliked procrastination, thought it would be a good opportunity to settle this matter while he had the time. After all, he was planning to go to Central State soon, and when he would return was uncertain. Plus, with other matters at hand, he might not have found the time, possibly upsetting the young lady. He agreed right away. They set a meeting for 5 o'clock, after which Lucius continued his work. At 5 o'clock, Lucius was still busy when he heard a shout and turned around. Ambria was waving from the main entrance, clearly just off work from the real estate office. Wait for me a moment. I'll change clothes. Lucius quickly returned to his room, took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, then joined Ambria at the entrance. What do you feel like eating, Brother Chu? Just say, I can afford it now, Ambria said with a smile. Not in a rush. Waving his hand, Lucius explained, I promised to help treat your father, Since it's early, let's take care of that first and then go for dinner. Okay. Ambria became even happier. She had been keeping this matter close to her heart, wanting to contact Lucius to treat her father, but she also thought it was only proper to invite him to dinner after he helped. She did have money for a simple meal, but knowing how easily Lucius acquired the Shanghai pavilion without batting an eyelid, a regular restaurant wouldn't do. So she waited until she got paid to properly thank Lucius. Today, as soon as her salary came in, she called him. Driving out of the garage, Lucius headed towards the destination according to Ambria's directions. As they approached their destination, the area became more rural, venturing deeper into the outskirts. Lucius couldn't help but ask, why doesn't your family live in the city? Mentioning the past made Ambria nervous, explaining softly, we used to live in the city, but to pay for my father's treatment, we sold our house there and rented a place here in the suburbs. Every family has its own difficulties. Realizing this topic touched on a sensitive point for Ambria, Lucius stopped asking and chatted about other things. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of low-roof tile houses. That's my home. Ambria pointed to one of the houses. Damn, if you don't pay up today, I'll burn this shabby nest to the ground. Ambria had just stepped out to guide Lucius where to park when an arrogant shout echoed from the courtyard. Her expression changed instantly, rushing into the yard without guiding Lucius further. 3 burly men stood menacingly at the doorway, while inside, Ambria's parents were sitting on the ground, trembling. Dad, Mom. Ambria cried out and darted inside, squatting beside her parents. Perhaps due to hardship, Ambria's parents looked over 70 despite being around 50, appearing very aged, hugging each other tightly and shivering. Well, the pretty little thing deigned to come back? Just in time. Since you can't pay up, let your daughter make it up to us. The 3 burly men leered at Ambria, making her extremely uncomfortable. Getting angry, she stood up and said, how much do we still owe you? I'll pay now. Initially, she planned to use the money to treat Lucius to dinner, but with creditors demanding repayment, she could only repay them first to send these people away. As for the dinner money, she'd have to borrow from friends once this was settled. Taken aback, the leading thug thought for a moment and said, you owe us 30,000. What? Ambria's face paled, then grew furious. Wasn't it only 5,000? Why is it now 30,000? The lead thug smirked and replied, pretty girl, you forgot that 5,000 was last month. Interest compounded, understand? Ambria trembled with anger and frustration, as her paycheck this month was from the previous month. To treat Lucius, she asked her manager for a bit more advance, totaling just over 5,000. Thinking she could repay the debt, she hadn't expected it to compound to 30,000. How could she possibly pay 30,000 all at once? Cough. A dry cough from Lucius suddenly sounded behind them, and the 3 burly men turned to look. One of them asked, need something? Nothing. Just fuck off then. Who gives a shit about your coughing? Cough one more time, and you'll be dealt with too. The interrogative man waved his hand impatiently. To this, Lucius just gave a faint smile and said, you're blocking my way. Realizing Lucius had come with Ambria, the trio moved aside to let him in. Seeing Ambria sobbing uncontrollably, Lucius comforted her, saying, don't worry. It's not that big a deal. Huh, so what? Are you the girl's boyfriend, here to pay off her debts? The leading thug chuckled. Paying off the debt is no problem, but I think we should figure out this account properly. Lucius looked at Ambria's mother whose cheek was visibly swollen and red, and asked, did you hit someone earlier? The leading thug snorted disdainfully and replied, so what if we did? We came to collect money, and they couldn't pay. Shouldn't they be punished? One thing is one thing. I can give you the money, but the elderly shouldn't be beaten for nothing. Isn't it right to talk about justice? Seeing Lucius was about to help pay off her debts, Ambria hurriedly said, Big Brother Chu, you don't need to help me. I'll pay it back myself. Lucius smiled gently and said, first, help your parents sit down, and leave this matter to me. After exchanging glances for a moment, Ambria nodded and bent down to help her parents up, leading them to sit on chairs nearby. The 3 thugs exchanged looks and nodded. The leading thug said, all right, if you can come up with 30,000, I can cover the medical expenses. In his view, it was just a slap, no real harm done. Even generously speaking, 10,000 for compensation was enough. Lucius hummed and extended his hand, saying, then give me the money. For your slap, I think 50,000 is fair compensation. Deduct the 30,000 debt, and you owe me 20,000. What? The 3 thugs froze, even Ambria who walked up was stunned, never expecting Lucius would act this way. Chapter 117. Is it worth it? She thought Lucius was going to take out money to pay off the debt for his family, but she didn't expect him to ask for money from the other side. Could this work? Worried, Ambria was also very curious and eager to know the final result. After all, Lucius was not an ordinary person. Boy, is there something wrong with your head? Want us to pay? Is one slap worth 50 million? I think you forgot to take your medicine today, right? The 3 muscular men were almost amused by Lucius's words. One slap for 50 million, even blackmail isn't done like this, especially blackmailing them. It seemed like he was tired of living. Lucius remained calm and asked, do you think one slap isn't worth 50 million? Humph. The leading thug stepped forward, glaring at Lucius and said, boy, I warn you, don't mess around, or I'll make sure you regret it. But he could just insist it wasn't worth it. Yes. Lucius nodded straightforwardly. Okay, then go ahead. The leading thug approached with a smile. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Lucius slapped the leading thug across the face, sending him flying out the door as if he'd been hit by a car, crashing heavily onto the ground. Big brother. The other 2 rushed out, trying to help him up, but the thug screamed, telling them not to move him. At that moment, he felt like he was surrounded by invisible needles. Moving only intensified the stabbing pain throughout his body. Lucius walked out and asked, is this slap worth 50 million? Looking into those cold eyes, the leading thug felt a chill run down his spine. He realized now that Lucius was a martial artist. As a regular person, he couldn't afford to provoke such an individual. From Lucius's gaze, he read that denying it today might mean he wouldn't walk away. To save his life, He gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, "Yes, it's worth it." The other two were stunned, confused why their leader chose to agree when saying no would have netted them 30 million while costing only 20. Ambria, who had just arrived, was equally shocked. She hadn't expected events to unfold exactly as Lucius had intended. Lucius stepped forward, placing his foot on the thug's back, and the overwhelming pain disappeared. Struggling to his feet, the leading thug shuddered, realizing he'd be immobilized had he denied it. So, this was a martial artist? Previously, he'd only seen martial artists from afar, unaware of their true strength. Now, he understood. "Pay up," Lucius demanded coldly. The leading thug swallowed hard and took out his phone to make the transfer. "Give me your card," Lucius told Ambria. This money was earned by Lucius's own skill, saving her family 30 million. Despite feeling they shouldn't accept it, Ambria pulled out her card under his intense gaze after initially shaking her head. After the transfer, the leading thug timidly asked, "Can we leave now, sir?" Considering the trio might return to bully the Dong family once he left, Lucius warned, "I spared your life just now, hope you cherish it. If I knew you would come back with people to bully them, I'd let you know what it feels like to be dead." Scared. The leading thug hastily retreated and left. Ambria stood dumbfounded, feeling as if all this were a dream. The other party had clearly come to collect debts, but ended up losing 20,000? At that moment, Ambria felt as if her horizons had truly been broadened. "Let's go in and start your father's treatment." Lucius walked into the house and Ambria, who had just snapped out of her daze, hurriedly followed, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Inside, after a brief introduction, Ambria's parents were very warm and happy, for they had long heard their daughter speak of a friend who had helped her a lot and understood medicine, planning to come by when he had time to treat Rico. After exchanging pleasantries, Lucius immediately began examining Rico. "Brother Chu, can you treat him?" Seeing the examination was over, Ambria asked anxiously. Her father's illness was tormenting him, yet he couldn't die, dragging the family down. Though she would receive a substantial salary this month, and Lucius had also helped her get 20,000 from the creditors, it was only a temporary relief. These funds would soon run out again. Not a big problem. These simple 4 words made Ambria and her mother subconsciously hug each other and sob. The two women had been driven nearly mad by Rico's illness, and Lucius's reassurance was like a ray of hope to them. Tears flowed down Rico's face from the corner of his eye. He was well aware of how much difficulty his illness had brought upon the family, and had long entertained the thought of ending it all. Now, there was hope. Without further ado, Lucius immediately began the treatment. Meanwhile, in a room just a few kilometers away, the 3 men who had returned from Ambria's house slunk in. Avril Guangming, sprawled on the sofa, looked up and saw them enter, asking, "Third brother, how long did it take to collect a debt?" And 20,000 was taken out from the account. "Did someone borrow money again?" "Big brother, the money wasn't lent out, it was." The leading thug quickly recounted what had happened. "What?" Avril Guangming suddenly stood up, furious. "Damn it, to dare snatch my money, even if you're a martial artist, you must be tired of living." Chapter 118. Are you satisfied? "Brother, do you really know a martial artist?" The leading burly man asked with eyes full of anticipation. If their opponent was a martial artist, he felt that as long as they could find a martial artist, they could stand up to them and seek revenge. Avril Guangming gave a cold snort and said very proudly, "All along, I didn't tell you who my boss is. Now, I can tell you. My boss is also a martial artist." As he spoke, he took out his phone and made a call. Inside the Dong family's room, the atmosphere was quiet and tense. Ugh. Suddenly, Brody, who was lying on the bed, rolled over and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Dad, hi." Ambria and her mother rushed to the bedside, their expressions anxious. "No need to worry. This is just the accumulated blood in his lungs being expelled," Lucius reminded. Brody hurriedly added, "Yes, I feel much more comfortable breathing now. Don't worry. Lucius can really cure me. I feel much better than before." Hearing this, the hearts of mother and daughter finally settled down. Lucius continued treating him, and from time to time Brody would spit out some black blood, but each time it was less. When the treatment ended, Brody's complexion quickly became rosy, and his entire demeanor improved significantly. "That's it." Wiping his hands with a towel, Lucius said, "The rest will depend on recuperation. Later, I'll send you a prescription. Taking the medicine for a month will allow you to fully recover." "Big brother Chu, thank you." Ambria knelt on the ground sobbing, and her mother also knelt down, incessantly murmuring thanks. "Don't be so formal. Get up quickly." Lucius hurriedly helped Dong's mother and Ambria to their feet. Brody also struggled to get out of bed to express his gratitude, but was stopped by Lucius. Seeing that it was getting late, Ambria, wiping away her tears, said, "Big brother Chu, let's go have dinner. It's almost dark." Lucius nodded, and they immediately left the Dong residence. Just outside the door, Lucius frowned. "What's wrong, Big brother Chu?" Ambria asked curiously. Looking into the distance toward the corner, Lucius hesitated for a moment then said, "Let's not eat yet, there's still something to resolve." Saying this, he walked towards the distant corner. The person hiding at the corner was precisely one of the 3 men from earlier, nicknamed Era, Leprechaun. Seeing Lucius walking towards him, clearly having discovered him, Era ran without hesitation. The wind whistled. A pebble hit Era's calf, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground. "Why? Do you still want to seek revenge?" Lucius came close and looked down at Era. No. Era shook his head hastily. "Humph. If you don't want to take revenge, why are you watching here? Where is your hideout?" Era remained silent, so Lucius stepped on his calf. The intense pain forced Era to give in and reveal the location of their hideout. "Do you know where it is?" Lucius asked Ambria. Initially, he thought his earlier intimidation would deter the other party, but now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Some people won't realize their limits until it's too late. "Yes." Ambria nodded. "Lead the way." Aware that if this matter wasn't resolved properly, her family would continue to suffer retaliation, Ambria led Lucius straight to Era's hideout. Back inside their hideout, Avril Guangming hung up the phone and excitedly said, "My boss is on his way. We should check if that guy, Era, is still around." "There's no need to ask, I'm here." Lucius's voice suddenly rang out at the doorway, followed by him and Ambria entering. Seeing Lucius, the leading man became nervous and quickly ran behind Avril Guangming. Standing up, Avril Guangming squinted at Lucius and said proudly, "Kid, do you think being a martial artist makes you something special? You dared to rob money from Avril Lauda, thinking that your few tricks make you invincible?" Whoosh! Lucius lifted his foot slightly, sending a walnut flying like an arrow right into Avril Guangming's chest, causing him immense pain as he collapsed to the ground. It wasn't over yet. Lucius walked forward, sat down on the sofa, and placed his foot directly on Avril Guangming's back, pressing him tightly against the floor. "I am invincible. Do you want to try?" Struggling a couple of times, Avril Guangming, realizing he couldn't escape, snorted and fiercely said, "Kid, show off after my boss arrives. He is on his way, and when he gets here, he'll show you what real power looks like." Knowing he had to handle these thugs properly at once or the Dong family would suffer worse bullying later, Lucius quietly waited instead of immediately dealing with Avril Guangming. Just about 10 minutes later, a piercing screech of brakes suddenly came from outside the house. "Bryce Avril, aren't you going to come out and greet me?" The rough shout was followed by Avril Guangming hurriedly responding. The light at the door dimmed as 5 people entered, all dressed in identical clothes. "Boss, save me," Avril Guangming said with difficulty. Seeing their uniforms, Lucius was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Avril Guangming's backing to be the Black Dragon Gang. The strange scene inside the room left the 5 newcomers stunned. Their subordinate was actually being stepped on by someone? Isaiah, the boss above Avril Guangming, instantly flared up with rage, about to kick out when he was abruptly restrained by his companion. Before Isaiah could ask why, his companion whispered harshly, "Do you want to die? Look carefully at who he is." Startled, Isaiah hurriedly scrutinized Lucius closely, his entire body beginning to tremble as he did. On the night the young master was forced to have flesh cut off, they were all in the outer crowd. The lighting wasn't great, but they saw clearly what Lucius looked like. Isaiah couldn't believe that this thug had offended the very man who made even the gang leader bow down. Recalling that night, when Basil was forced by Lucius to cut flesh from the young master's body, Isaiah's legs began to shake uncontrollably. "So, you're this punk's boss?" Lucius smiled at Isaiah and continued, "Then you should know what happens when someone offends me, right?" As he spoke, he lifted his foot. Now free, Avril Guangming scrambled towards Isaiah, only to receive a slap across the face, then a kick that sent him sprawling. This was followed by a savage beating. The burly leader and Ambria were dumbstruck at this moment. Before Isaiah arrived, Ambria was anxious upon learning there was an even more powerful boss behind him, worried Lucius wouldn't be able to handle it. But unexpectedly, after Isaiah's arrival, Lucius only needed to say a few simple words for Isaiah to start pummeling Avril Guangming, the bully. Soon, Avril Guangming lay on the ground covered in blood, looking as if he would die without immediate hospital treatment. Isaiah stopped, swallowed hard, and walked over to Lucius, kneeling down with a thud. "Big brother, are you satisfied?" Chapter 119. A mysterious big shot. Inside the room, it was eerily quiet. Isaiah's heart leaped to his throat. He was very worried that Lucius would express dissatisfaction and take him down as well. As a member of the Black Dragon Gang, you provided backing for street thugs, allowing them to lend high-interest loans and bully others. You've done an excellent job. I am not your boss, so I won't punish you today. As for what punishment your boss will give you afterwards, that is his affair. Get out." Isaiah did not dare to have any complaints. He immediately got up and left with a pale face. At this moment, he knew that his good days in the Black Dragon Gang were over. It wouldn't be long before the gang leader found out about this incident and dealt with him. Knowing he would suffer severe punishment, he didn't even think of fleeing because Isaiah knew he couldn't escape. Facing the situation bravely might mean just getting beaten, perhaps having a broken hand or leg. Running away would land him on the Black Dragon Gang's wanted list, resulting in relentless pursuit no matter where he hid. In the room behind, Avril Guangming, who had been lying on the ground, she asked, "Big brother Chu, could he scratch himself to death?" "That depends on him. If he can survive for half an hour without dying, he won't die. If he can't hold on for half an hour, he'll kill himself. The torment method lasts for half an hour, after which it naturally dissipates." Considering similar incidents that might invite investigation by the patrol department, Ambria expressed her worry. "Big brother Chu, could this implicate you? The patrol department might trace everything back to you and come to arrest you." Unfazed by the Divine Path sect, let alone its subordinate unit, the patrol department, Lucius reassured her with a smile. "You don't need to worry so much. I know my limits. No one will dare to cause trouble anymore." They didn't stop until they reached the front of the Dong family home. Only then did Ambria fully regain her senses. After greeting her parents inside, the two got into the car and headed back to the city. Thinking about all that Lucius had done for her family, she felt genuinely grateful and said boldly, "Big brother Chu, whatever you want to eat tonight, I'll treat you." "Really?" Lucius feigned surprise and smiled. "I know exactly how much money you have. If I spend over $1 million in one meal, how will you pay for it?" Hearing this, Ambria couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. She had only said that to show sincerity, but knowing that Lucius wasn't the type to put her in a difficult spot, she replied resolutely, "If it comes to that, you can detain me there and make me work off the debt gradually." After some playful banter, Ambria cleared her throat and, after much hesitation, voiced her question. "Big brother Chu, who are you really?" Everything she witnessed today following Lucius exceeded her understanding. She initially thought that since he had called someone powerful, the situation would become complicated. But unexpectedly, the boss he called was terrified by Lucius, as if afraid of him. Then, Lucius made the leading man who oppressed her parents torment himself with just a walnut. Ambria also thought of her father Brody's illness. Over the years, they hadn't spared any effort to find doctors for examinations and treatments, yet every doctor concluded that the disease was incurable and could only be managed through certain methods to prolong life. In simple terms, Brody's illness was a hopeless terminal condition. An incurable disease that baffled countless doctors was resolved by Lucius in no time. So young, yet possessing such high medical skills? The last time she met Lucius, Ambria had searched online after seeing him generously win over the Shanghai Pavilion, hoping to find information related to him. She thought that such a young and accomplished person should be quite famous. However, she found nothing on the internet. What happened today completely danfu-ed her understanding of Lucius. He seemed like a mysterious big shot from a movie, full of mystery. In response to the strange question, Lucius smiled and said, "I'm just a normal man. Could I possibly be a monster?" "Brother Chu, that's not what I mean." Ambria became flustered, her thoughts becoming chaotic, not knowing what to say when she opened her mouth. Seeing this, Lucius could only gesture for her not to worry and explained, "The world is much more complex than you realize, did you know? Have you heard of martial arts families?" Ambria shook her head. Lucius began to explain to her, slowly unveiling an unknown world in Ambria's mind, making her understand that the true nature of the world was not as she saw it. For a normal person who didn't even know about martial arts families, knowing too much would have a negative impact. Therefore, Lucius stopped at a point, only allowing Ambria to get a rough idea. Back in the city, Lucius did not choose a high-class restaurant. Seeing a hot pot restaurant with good business, he immediately took Ambria inside. When ordering, seeing Ambria picking a lot of dishes, Lucius frowned and said, "Isn't this too much? We two can't finish all this." Ambria smiled and said, "There's another friend. Brother Dong, don't you remember? I said I would introduce you to a beautiful girl last time. I've already sent her the location. She'll be here soon." A beauty might pique curiosity and expectation in others, but to Lucius, it held no attraction. To avoid dampening Ambria's enthusiasm, he nodded with a smile and said nothing. When the dishes were all served and the oil in the pot was fully melted, ready for cooking, Ambria's phone rang. She quickly clarified her location and then looked eagerly at the entrance. Soon, the beauty appeared at the door. Lucius, whose back was to the door, turned around and couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking how coincidental. Chapter 120. A coincidence too coincidental. Bryce, over here. Ambria stood up and waved excitedly. Lucius had already turned around and started cooking. "Big brother Chu, let me introduce you to my best friend, Savannah." Ambria happily introduced the beautiful girl while pulling her hand, completely unaware that her friend was staring at Lucius in surprise. Lucius looked up at Savannah and said, "Yun City is really small. We could meet like this." This time it was Ambria's turn to be shocked as she stammered, You two know each other?" Savannah smiled and nodded, explaining, "Captain Chu is the security chief of our company, and also the boyfriend of our president." She said this mainly for the second part. Earlier, Ambria mentioned that she knew a wealthy and young friend but realized she didn't match up with him, so she planned to introduce them just in case they might hit it off, hoping for happiness in life. Knowing she wasn't too young either, Savannah agreed reluctantly to give it a try since it was her best friend's suggestion. She thought she had forgotten all about it until Ambria messaged her, insisting on having dinner together tonight because she had to treat her father first. Savannah never expected that Ambria would want to introduce Lucius. Mentioning Lucius's background was to prevent Ambria from bringing up any romantic possibilities, avoiding any awkwardness. Ambria, being clever, quickly grasped the key points from Savannah's words. She didn't expect Lucius to be the boyfriend of the Tianmei Group president. No wonder he was so rich. She thought she could still introduce him to her friend, but now that idea was dashed. "You two, stop spacing out and eat. Aren't you hungry?" Lucius urged while eating. After exchanging glances, Savannah and Ambria sat down and started eating. Seeing Savannah eating delicately and clearly feeling constrained due to their statuses, Lucius laughed and said, Bryce, we're all friends. Don't be so nervous. Forget the status. Eat and drink as you wish." With these words, Savannah relaxed quickly, and the three chatted warmly. As they finished eating, Lucius noticed the bandage still wrapped around Savannah's wrist and asked, "How's your wrist healing?" Reminded of the ointment Lucius gave her, Savannah replied excitedly, "Big brother Chu, how did you make that ointment? It works wonders on scars. I tried analyzing and replicating its components after seeing its miraculous effects, but I couldn't reproduce it. If this ointment could be mass-produced, it would benefit many people troubled by scars." Savannah had wanted to ask Lucius about the ointment earlier, but he hadn't been at Tianmei Group for some time. Lucius smiled and replied, "It's a secret formula. Even if I gave you the ingredients and ratios, you wouldn't be able to replicate it. One of the ingredients is unique to me, and I can't produce it in bulk." Hearing this limitation, Savannah felt somewhat disappointed. Ambria interjected, Bryce, unwrap the bandage and let us see how your scar is healing." Noticing Lucius's curious gaze, seemingly interested in the ointment's effectiveness, Savannah immediately unwrapped her wrist. The healing was indeed impressive. The originally difficult-to-heal scar was peeling off, revealing new, pink skin underneath. At first, Lucius didn't pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly grabbed Savannah's wrist, startling both her and Ambria. Savannah instinctively tried to pull back, but Lucius held tightly. After observing for a few seconds, Lucius stared seriously at Savannah and asked, "Was there originally a round red birthmark on this spot?" His tone carried obvious tension. Savannah didn't understand why Lucius was acting this way but nodded. "I remember my mother mentioning a round birthmark. She used medicine to remove it, but it turned out to be problematic, making the scar hard to heal." After eating to their heart's content, the trio left the hot pot restaurant and parted ways. Lucius did not get into the car immediately. He stood still, staring at Savannah's retreating figure, trying to recall relevant information from his extremely vague childhood memories. Unfortunately, by the time Savannah disappeared at the end of the road, he still couldn't remember anything. Once in the car, Lucius immediately called Basil, instructing him to investigate Savannah's home address and family situation as quickly as possible. On the other side, Ambria recalled how Lucius's eyes had obviously changed and said to Savannah, Bryce, Big Brother Chu looked at you in such an unusual way just now. Do you think he might have a crush on you? Savannah gave her a sharp look and sternly replied, don't say nonsense. Big Brother Chu is the boyfriend of our company president. You know how beautiful and wealthy she is. How could Big Brother Chu ever fancy me? That look in his eyes must be related to the birthmark on my wrist. Didn't you notice how his demeanor changed after he saw it? Ambria thought it over and muttered curiously, could it be that he knew you a long time ago? Otherwise, how could he know about the round birthmark on your wrist? At these words, Savannah tensed up, remembering what her mother used to tell her. Chapter 121. Hexagram Divination, Mountain and Sea Pavilion. As Lucius had just arrived, Basil followed closely behind with a stack of documents in his hand. The documents contained the fastest gathered information. Lucius quickly scanned through the information. After finishing, he took a deep breath and exhaled. At this moment, Lucius was very certain that Savannah was the little girl from the Chu family who had escaped the disaster back then. Boss, is there something wrong with this employee? I remember when we first interacted. You seem to have a pretty good impression of her. Basil, waiting beside, couldn't help but ask. Lucius shook his head and said, no problem. Just keep this matter to yourself. Don't mention the investigation outside. At this moment, the urgency in his heart made Lucius want to rush to Savannah's home immediately and ask her mother about the situation back then. Unfortunately, it was already very late, and it might not be proper to disturb them at such an hour. Therefore, Lucius could only suppress his restlessness and plan to go the next morning. After all, he had waited for over 20 years. A few more hours wouldn't make a difference. A night passed. In the early morning, as soon as daylight broke, Lucius drove towards Savannah's home. According to the information, Savannah and her mother had always rented houses in Yun City and were currently living in a standalone apartment. Upon arriving outside the apartment, seeing it was still early, Lucius thought Savannah and her mother might still be asleep and didn't knock on the door immediately. Before he knew it, he waited for nearly an hour and still didn't hear any sounds from inside the apartment. Lucius couldn't help but wonder if this mother-daughter duo had a habit of sleeping in. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. It was May calling. As soon as she connected, she said, Brother Chu, I just received a message from Sister Avril, saying that Savannah sent her a resignation letter in the middle of the night. It seems like she's planning to leave Yun City. She called right after receiving the news because last night, before going to sleep, Lucius had mentioned what he discovered. May was also surprised that the Chu family member Lucius had been searching for was working in their group. Upon learning that Savannah had resigned in the middle of the night, May realized that it was likely due to Savannah noticing Lucius's reaction when he saw the birthmark on her wrist. She must have gone home and told her mother, who, fearing Lucius was connected to those who destroyed the Chu family, decided to hide elsewhere. Resigning in the middle of the night clearly indicated they were preparing to hide somewhere else. After hanging up, without waiting, Lucius went to knock on the door to see if Savannah was still there. He knocked loudly, but there was no response from inside. Driven by anxiety, Lucius gripped the doorknob, gave it a slight shake, and opened the door. He called out for Savannah and entered. The room was empty. When Lucius walked into the bedroom, he saw a pile of clothes that were obviously abandoned in a hurry. It looked like May's guess was correct. Savannah and her mother probably left in the middle of the night. Had he finally found them, only to miss them again? Lucius immediately called Basil, asking him to check plane and train information from last night until this morning to see if Savannah had left Yun City. 10 minutes later, Basil called back, informing him that neither on trains nor planes had Savannah's ticket purchase been found. If not by train or plane, it had to be by car. But finding someone who left by car would be difficult. Glancing around, he noticed cameras on the street. Lucius immediately instructed Basil to come over and start checking the surveillance to determine when and how Savannah and her mother left, then follow the leads. Investigating would take time, so Lucius returned to Mountain and Sea Pavilion to wait. 2 hours later, Basil sent a message saying that based on surveillance, Savannah and her mother had left home at 3 in the morning. The last glimpse from the camera showed their vehicle disappearing on the road leading to Orchid County below Yun City. Take some people and head to Orchid County. Lucius immediately set off in his car, racing toward Orchid County. After searching for so long, finally finding a clue, he didn't want to miss them. Reaching Orchid County first, Lucius felt helpless as soon as he got out of the car. The county was vast. How could he find the Ashley but to remain stationed around the area while he headed over? Meanwhile, in a rented house, Savannah watched through the window as more and more members of the Black Dragon gang gathered below. Her face had already turned pale. She never thought they would come so quickly, catching up with her and her mother even before they settled down. Mom, it looks like we can't leave today. Realizing they couldn't escape, Savannah turned to her half-gray-haired mother, Stacy. Stacy looked out the window, then sighed with a helpless smile. We've been hiding for 20 years, but we couldn't avoid this fate. Bryce, Mom is sorry. Mom, don't say that. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to fix the scar on my wrist, none of this would have happened. Savannah felt extremely regretful, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, Stacy grabbed Savannah's hand and said, Bryce, be ready. If they break in, Mom will help you fight your way out. You must run immediately. Mom, your health is already poor. How could you possibly fight them? Stacy smiled and wiped the tears from her daughter's face, saying, Bryce, Mom has never told you, but she is also a martial artist and can handle these people. What? Savannah's eyes widened in shock. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door, followed by Lucius's voice. Savannah, it's me. Open the door. If it's not misfortune, it won't happen. If it is, it cannot be avoided. Savannah and Stacy exchanged glances, and their expressions turned resolute. Chapter 122. The reason for the Chu family's downfall. After signaling her daughter to be ready, Stacy turned around and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she immediately launched an attack, reaching out to grab Lucius's throat. Before she attacked, Stacy had thought that the other party would resist, making it difficult to capture him. However, in reality, Lucius acted as if he didn't see her attack, allowing her hand to grasp his throat without resistance. Stacy was taken aback, not expecting it to be so easy. But she didn't think much about it, putting on a fierce look and yelling at Basil and the others behind her. All of you back off, or I'll strangle him. Basil didn't move, nor did the other members of the Black Dragon gang. Are you kidding? Even if the boss stands still, she can't possibly hurt him. Big Brother Chu, why? Dream asked with red eyes as she walked up. Just as Lucius was about to explain, Stacy tightened her grip and yelled again. I'm warning you one more time. Back off, or I'll crush his throat. In response, Lucius could only slightly adjust his inner energy. Stacy's hand, which was grabbing his neck, was forcibly shaken off. Realizing that Lucius's strength was far beyond her capacity to resist, Stacy's eyes revealed despair, and she staggered backward. Before opening the door, she had believed that with her intermediate dark force strength, risking her life would allow her to clear a path for her daughter to survive. But she never expected such a powerful person to appear on the scene. It seemed they couldn't escape today. She had been evading for 20 years, but ultimately, she couldn't escape fate. Stacy's momentum plummeted. Her spirit seemed to have been instantly drained. Big Brother Chu, whatever grudge you have, directed at me. Please don't hurt my mother. I beg you. Dream looked at Lucius pleadingly. Dream, you're mistaken, right? Lucius said helplessly as he stepped forward, and Stacy immediately reached out to retreat with her daughter. Alexandria, Dream, you may not know, but I've been looking for you for over a decade. I didn't come here to harm you. I was the child saved by a wise man from the Chu family back then. Alexandria, do you remember me? At that time, I was probably only 5 or 6 years old. Hearing this, Stacy's body suddenly trembled, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Lucius, trying to confirm if he was indeed the child from back then. Dream also paused for a moment, then as if remembering something, asked in a hoarse voice, your brother Yuan? Stacy also asked, are you Bryce Yuan? Upon hearing this, it was Lucius's turn to be moved, realizing clearly that the mother and daughter knew his true situation. Lucius shook his head and hurriedly explained, Alexandria, I don't know what my name is. About the time before I was found in the Chu family and earlier events, I lost all memory. I only remember being discovered in the well at the Chu residence, and then being brought up the mountain by my master. Since I was found in the Chu family, he named me Lucius. For these past few years, I've been investigating the tragedy that befell the Chu family back then, but with little success. Recently, I investigated and found that a mother-daughter pair once escaped the disaster. The girl had a round birthmark on her wrist. I never expected such a coincidence. A while ago, when I saw that Dream's scar on her wrist hadn't healed, I made ointment for her treatment. But unexpectedly, after the scar faded, the birthmark appeared. Because of this, when I saw her birthmark last night, I decided to ask. To think, the person I've been searching for has been right here all along. Hearing this explanation, Stacy felt her heart settle completely. Last night, when her daughter suddenly mentioned the birthmark on her wrist, she was startled. Then, learning that Lucius had mentioned the round birthmark, she panicked, assuming Lucius was with the people who destroyed the Chu family 20 years ago. To survive, Stacy immediately had Dream resign and fled in the middle of the night with her. Turns out, the person who came wasn't an enemy but the child her husband had brought to the Chu family 20 years ago, who ultimately brought the Chu family to ruin. What surprised Stacy even more was that the child had been investigating the massacre of the Chu family 20 years ago all these years. Judging by Stacy's changing expression, Lucius knew she had relaxed. He spoke gently as he approached. Alexandria, rest assured, now that I'm back, no one will dare bully you anymore. Hold on. Stacy's relaxed demeanor suddenly tensed again, and she asked vigilantly, show me your back. When Bryce Yuan first arrived at our home, I gave him a bath and remember there was a triangular mole on his back. Years of fleeing had made Stacy wary like a frightened bird, fully aware that the people who wanted them dead would stop at nothing, perhaps even sending a fake. Unbeknownst to her, if they were surrounded here, why would they need a fake? Lucius was also helpless but, to gain her complete trust, he had no choice but to take off his shirt and turn around. Only after seeing the triangular mole on his back did Stacy's tension finally dissipate completely. Initially, Lucius thought that with his identity confirmed and meeting an old acquaintance, Stacy would be warm. However, he quickly realized he was wrong when he noticed her gaze clearly carried resentment. With lingering resentment, a calm and friendly conversation seemed impossible. To understand why Stacy resented him, Lucius asked directly, Alexandria, is there something I did wrong that makes you think poorly of me? Stacy gave a slight laugh, turned coldly, and sat down on the sofa without intending to explain. Dream was puzzled. She had assumed that once Lucius's identity was confirmed, her mother would be happy. Instead, her attitude grew cold after confirming Lucius's identity and realizing they had no intention of harming them. Big Brother Chu, please have a seat. After inviting Lucius to sit on the sofa, Dream asked her mother, Mom, isn't it good that Brother Yuan found us? Why do you look unhappy? Tears silently welled up in Stacy's eyes. Bryce Xiao, do you know why the Chu family suffered such a catastrophic disaster? Stacy asked with a desolate expression. Dream was taken aback for a moment before remembering how her mother had mentioned when she was little that the Chu family's downfall was all because father brought home a child named Bryce Yuan. The people who destroyed the Chu family targeted that child. To find that child, they slaughtered everyone in the Chu family and even set fires to obliterate any evidence. After the Chu family's destruction, they continued to pursue her and her mother, nearly killing them if not for the help of friends. Realizing this, Dream suddenly understood why her mother's attitude toward Lucius became so cold after confirming his identity. Their lives had been extremely difficult since the Chu family's fall. Their business ventures remained hidden for fear of being discovered, all because of this person before them. Lucius was not oblivious. Hearing Stacy's words, along with some of his own speculations and noting her sudden change in attitude, he bluntly asked, Alexandria, the incident at the Chu family is closely related to me, isn't it? Chapter 123. Pitifully few clues. What else could there be? Stacy looked at Lucius coldly and said, you just arrived the day before, and the next day they found us too, attacking without a word. Everyone in the Chu family died because of you, yet here you stand alive. Do you think I shouldn't resent you for that? Facing the rebuke, Lucius nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, it's my fault. The misfortune of the Chu family is because of me, which is why I've been searching for all of you to make amends since my return. I will protect all of you from now on. Anyone who dares to bully you will surely regret it. Humph. Stacy sneered disdainfully and spoke mercilessly. You are the disaster that befell our Chu family. Being with you always ends badly. Just go. Neither Bryce nor I need your protection. We can take care of ourselves as long as you don't disturb us. These words made Lucius's face visibly uncomfortable. While it was true that the disaster of the Chu family was related to him, Lucius wanted to ask Stacy, how old had he been back then? What did he know? And was he even the one who went to the Chu family? So much time has passed, and she still harbored such hatred. Truly, it was ungrateful. Savannah noticed Lucius's displeased expression and knew that even clay figures have their limits, let alone living beings. If her mother continued speaking like this, he might indeed get angry. She quickly stood up and whispered softly to Lucius, Big brother Chu, would you please wait outside for a while? My mom is very emotional right now. Let me calm her down first. The secret of his origin still rested with Stacy, so Lucius didn't want to make things worse with her. He nodded and got up, leaving with Basil and others to head downstairs. He scanned his surroundings. Everyone present was a member of the Black Dragon gang. Further away, many people were gathering, watching this scene. Lucius said, Since we've found the person, have the brothers return. Leave only the 10 strongest behind. Basil immediately arranged for it, selecting the top 10 fighters, knowing Lucius wanted these 10 to protect Stacy and her daughter. Oh right, did my men come looking for you yesterday? Lucius suddenly recalled what happened yesterday and said, they pressured someone into loan sharking, exploiting them. Yes, they did, Basil admitted honestly, nodding. But I've already punished them. Lucius hummed thoughtfully, in power, do not oppress ordinary people. I don't care about the past, but if you're with me, I don't want anyone using the Black Dragon gang's name to act maliciously. Discipline should be enforced where necessary, and mistakes should be corrected. If I find out any Black Dragon members are still backing bullies, I'll deal with you. Basil, breaking into a cold sweat, nodded vigorously. Boss, I understand. Half an hour later, Savannah came down the stairs, her expression complicated. She said, Big brother Chu, you want to ask my mom something, right? Lucius nodded, and Savannah continued, Go ahead and go upstairs. My mom has calmed down. Though aware he might not gain much information, Lucius followed Savannah upstairs. Stacy's face remained cold, her eyes red. After sitting down, Lucius cut straight to the point. Alexandria, I want to know how I ended up in the Chu family and whether you have any idea about my identity. Stacy said nothing initially. It was only after Savannah nudged her gently that she began. Your arrival was due to my husband bringing you to the Chu family. When you first arrived, you were covered in blood, though it wasn't yours. We never knew whose blood it was. I don't know much about your background. I did ask my husband, but he said it's better not to know. He only told me your nickname was Little Yuan. That's all I know about you. Pausing for a moment, Stacy added, however, those people who came to the Chu family were looking for you as well as another object, possibly a jade pendant. Hearing this, Lucius instinctively thought of the dragon-shaped jade pendant left by the Remy. He couldn't fathom why they would go to such great lengths just for that jade pendant. On his way back, he examined the jade pendant several times, hoping to uncover clues about his identity. But no matter how he inspected it, the pendant appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary accessory, devoid of any peculiarities. Thinking back to when he first arrived at the Chu family and the disaster soon after, and with the only person who knew about his identity, Savannah's father, already dead, he realized unraveling his past would be a gradual process. Despite all the effort, he still gained some insight. After consoling himself, Lucius took a deep breath and exhaled, then said to Stacy and Savannah, Alexandria, come back to Yuan City with me. It would be more convenient for me to take care of you there. Stacy shook her head and said, I won't go. The environment here is quite nice too, and I plan to live out my old age here. Lucius then looked at Savannah, who had a conflicted expression. Last night, if it weren't for her mother's insistence, she wouldn't have wanted to resign because she had always been doing well at TMA Group. Seeing that Savannah really wanted to go back, Lucius said, Savannah, if you want to go back to work, just go ahead. President Sheen thinks highly of you. Savannah instinctively looked at Stacy. If you want to go back to work, just go. I don't need you to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Stacy spoke indifferently but had her own calculations in mind. Though she did not like Lucius, she knew this young man was no ordinary person now. She had lived through what she needed to, and even death held no regrets for her. If Savannah returned to Yuan City under Lucius's protection, she would be safe from those who might try to harm her. Staying by her side would only put Savannah in danger if their old enemies came back. Savannah nodded and went to pack her things. Suddenly remembering he hadn't asked something important yet, Lucius said, Alexandria, do you have any clues as to who attacked the Chu family? Do you know who they were? Although he wasn't a member of the Chu family died because of him. This vendetta, Lucius knew, must be settled by him. Stacy understood Lucius's meaning and pondered before saying, I don't know exactly who they are, but I did see one of them that day. He wore clothing from the Divine Tao sect and had a very noticeable red mole between his eyebrows. But these past years, I've been investigating whether this person exists within the Divine Tao sect, and I haven't found anyone. Lucius silently remembered this distinctive information and planned to thoroughly check the Divine Tao sect when he got the chance. After Savannah finished packing, the two left immediately. When they reached downstairs, Lucius said to Basil, have the 10 people we left behind stay here for long-distance protection. Basil immediately made the arrangements, while Lucius brought Savannah back to Yuan City. On the way, Lucius suddenly asked, Savannah, do you remember what happened when I first arrived at the Chu family? Chapter 124. Lure the snake out of its hole. Memories need stimulation. Lucius knew very well that he wasn't young at the time, and must have known whose child he was. If he could recover his lost memories, many things could be clarified immediately. Savannah had called him little Yun brother earlier, indicating they probably got along back then. Thinking for a moment, Savannah said, "It's been too long. I don't remember everything clearly." "That's fine. Just tell me whatever you can recall." Lucius didn't hold out much hope for this method of recovering memory, but since there was nothing else to do now, giving it a try wasn't out of the question. Savannah began to describe how her father suddenly left one day on some errand, and came back the next day carrying Lucius, who was covered in blood. At the time, people in the Chu family asked whose child Lucius was, but Savannah's father didn't clarify, only saying he was a friend's child, that his friend had been attacked, so he brought Lucius to the Chu family for safety. After cleaning up, Savannah mentioned that Lucius seemed in very poor condition, huddled in a corner, trembling. Her father immediately asked her to comfort and interact with him. Being children, they soon started playing together. Since Lucius was slightly older, she called him little Yun brother. Later on, the people who slaughtered the Chu family suddenly showed up. She didn't know what the adults talked about inside, but soon screams were heard, and her mother took her away. Big brother Chu, that's all I remember. It's been too long. I can't recall many details. Sorry, Savannah said apologetically. Lucius smiled and replied, "No problem. I was just trying to see if it would trigger any of my lost memories. I didn't really expect much." "Oh right. When we return to Cloud City, don't live alone anymore. There are plenty of rooms at Sea Mountain Pavilion. Stay there. That way, you can commute to work with CEO Chin." At the thought of commuting with her boss, Savannah felt her heart leap into her throat. Employees generally avoid close contact with their bosses, let alone commuting with them. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy. Shaking her head, she said, "Big brother Chu, I think I'll stay where I was living." "No way." Lucius firmly refused, explaining, "With all the commotion we've caused, it must have attracted the attention of those searching for you and your mother. They might find you soon. Living alone is dangerous. At first, I brought disaster to the Chu family, and though I haven't figured out my own background yet, I've considered myself an orphan of the Chu family for these 20 years. Now that I've found you and your mother, I must ensure your safety and prevent you from living in fear again." Savannah wanted to argue but didn't know how. Finally, she said, "It's been so long. Those people who targeted the Chu family must have given up by now, right?" Deep down, she really didn't want to commute with CEO Mei, and used this weak excuse to persuade Lucius. "You're thinking too much," Lucius said sternly. "Why did those people come to the Chu family back then? They came for me secondarily. They were likely after the jade pendant I had. I was hidden, and you and your mother went into hiding too. Not knowing who had the jade, they wouldn't give up on any lead. If you don't believe me, when we get back to Cloud City, I can show you." That made sense. Over these 20 years, especially at the beginning, Savannah remembered having to move frequently. Too young to understand why, she hated moving and once asked Stacy if they could stop. Stacy said it couldn't be helped because those who ruined the Chu family were still looking for them. Only recently had things calmed down, but Savannah knew her mother was always cautious, staying indoors as much as possible. Savannah hadn't been restricted from going out because she grew up and looked different from before. Secondly, the money they brought out initially was long gone, and someone needed to work to support their living. Reflecting on these matters, Savannah stopped arguing. She also wanted to see if those who destroyed the Chu family were still watching her and her mother. Moreover, Lucius's strength, which had driven Tai away, couldn't be questioned. A test to draw them out would eliminate potential threats and help uncover who the force behind the destruction of the Chu family was. On the way back to Sea Mountain Pavilion, Lucius instructed Basil, who was returning, to spread the news that the girl who escaped from the Chu family had appeared and was now living at Sea Mountain Pavilion. Waiting was not as good as taking the initiative. This had always been Lucius's style. He knew very well that if he didn't lure them out, Savannah would still be in danger. It was impossible for him to follow Savannah around all the time, and even if he dispatched people to protect her secretly, there was no absolute guarantee that they could ensure she wouldn't be harmed when trouble came knocking. Therefore, the most reliable method was to lure the snake out of its hole. By luring the enemy out and killing them directly, he could also try to get useful clues from their mouths. Since Savannah needed to be used as bait to lure the enemy out, May specially approved her leave from work, waiting until the danger was resolved before returning to work. On the first day, nothing happened. On the second night, while meditating on the rooftop, Lucius suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at a small grove behind Sea Mountain Pavilion, the bleeding. Then, he carried one man in each hand and headed for the entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, Lucius threw one man to the ground and lifted the other, asking, "Who sent you?" Chapter 125, The Master of Mountain and Sea Pavilion. In the locked gaze, the man held by Lucius had a cold expression, not showing any intention to confess. "Not wanting to talk? Once you're in my hands, it's not up to you anymore." Lucius gave a mocking laugh, bent down to lift another person, and headed towards the basement. May and Savannah were about to follow but stopped when Lucius said, "What's coming next is quite bloody, so you two don't need to see it." The two women immediately stopped and turned back into the house. Entering the basement, Lucius threw one of them into a corner. Then he took out a handful of silver needles from his pocket and started inserting them into the body of the man he had interrogated earlier. Soon, 18 silver needles were inserted into different acupuncture points on the man's body. This needle technique is called 18 ghosts devouring needles. Even if you were a ghost, you'd have to confess. After saying this, Lucius pulled over a chair and sat down waiting. Within just a minute, the man's complexion began to change. He clearly felt that the blood inside his body seemed to stop flowing suddenly and then started flowing backward. Instantly, he felt as if he was going to explode. But this was only the beginning. At first, the man clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. However, within 30 seconds, he couldn't help but let out a cry, with blood seeping out from every pore of his body. In a blink, the man became a blood-covered figure, causing horror to flash across the eyes of his companion lying in the corner. His screams turned from hoarse roars to whispers. Blood kept gushing out from the man's body, gathering at his feet. When the bleeding nearly stopped, cracking sounds started emanating from within the man's body, like bones breaking. Initially, it wasn't obvious, but after a few minutes, the man's height shrunk by half, and his whole body seemed about to turn into a puddle of mush. Throughout the process, the man remained conscious, able to feel his blood draining and his bones shattering bit by bit. When the man completely collapsed on the ground, his eyeballs still moving, Lucius looked at the companion in the corner and asked, "Do you want to try it too?" The other man, a late-stage dark force martial artist, shook his head instinctively, not wanting to experience it at all. "Since you don't want to try, tell me who sent you." The man, whose resolve had already been shattered, spilled everything he knew like beans falling out of a bamboo tube. Half an hour later, Lucius came out of the basement and called Basil to send people to clean it up so that it wouldn't stink and affect the entire mountain and sea pavilion in a few days. In the living room, Savannah and May saw Lucius return and stood up together. May asked first, "How did it go? Did you find any leads?" Lucius nodded and said, "These two are just small fry, knowing little, but they mentioned their superior, and we can only dig deeper from here to get more information. Stay in the house and rest. I'll be out for a while." Understanding that Lucius was going to hunt down those behind the scenes, the two women obediently nodded. After leaving the mountain and sea pavilion, Lucius drove straight east and arrived at Putual Mountain on the outskirts after a turn. There is a temple on Putual Mountain called Putual Temple. According to the men's confession, the abbot of Putual Temple had ordered them to capture the remaining descendant of the Chu family from the mountain and sea pavilion. By this time, Putual Temple had long closed its doors. After getting out of the car, Lucius glanced at the entire temple and walked to the side of the wall. With a light step, he easily entered the temple grounds. Although he hadn't been inside the temple before, Lucius knew that the abbot, being the host, would reside in the highest place, so he headed straight for the top. Inside the main hall, a monk was meditating and chanting scriptures. Lucius appeared at the entrance intentionally making noise, startling the focused monk. "Sir, may I ask what business you have? We are under curfew. Please do not wander around." The monk assumed Lucius was a pilgrim staying overnight at the temple. Without explanation, Lucius politely said, "I need to speak with Abbot Balder about something important." The monk raised an eyebrow and explained, "The abbot is asleep at this hour. If you have anything urgent, please come back tomorrow." "Little master, please. I really have something important to discuss with Abbot Balder." After a brief hesitation, the monk nodded and said, "Please follow me." Both monks and pilgrims stayed in buildings further back. Lucius silently followed the monk into a courtyard and waited while the monk knocked on a door. "What's going on?" A loud voice came from inside. "Master, there's a guest who says he has something very important to discuss with you." Soon, the lights inside lit up. After instructing Lucius to wait, the monk left. The door opened, and Abbot Balder stepped out. Glancing at Lucius, he frowned slightly and immediately said, "You don't seem to be one of the pilgrims staying here tonight, do you?" Lucius smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed not. I just climbed over the wall to get in." Balder's face turned stern as he demanded, "Then why did you come to see me? I just want to ask you why you were searching for the last descendant of the Chu family." As soon as these words were spoken, Balder's expression changed dramatically. A formidable aura radiated from him, revealing that he was a half-step grandmaster. "Who are you?" Balder stared at Lucius with caution. The fact that someone had directly tracked him down here indicated that the subordinates sent out had been killed and exposed before dying. "That's something I should be asking you. As the abbot of Putual Temple, you're doing some underhanded deeds behind closed doors. I really want to know who you are and what you plan to do with the last descendant of the Chu family." Faced with the accusations, Balder sneered disdainfully, coldly remarking, "Young man, you have too many questions. You should take a look in the mirror and see how much weight you carry. You dare meddle in everything. You need to know that meddling in certain things comes at a cost." With that, Balder suddenly stomped on the ground. Bright flashes rapidly appeared on the walls and the ground around the courtyard. Swish swish. Bright spots suddenly shot from various positions around the courtyard, all focusing on Lucius. When everything calmed down, fine threads were seen tightly binding Lucius. "Young man, the more you struggle when entangled by the venomous silk, the tighter it will bind. The silk is coated with potent toxins that will immediately erupt upon contact with blood. I advise you not to move and answer my questions properly. Who are you? Where is the last descendant of the Chu family? Hand her over, and I might spare your life." Balder walked down, looking confident. As a half-step grandmaster, having set traps within the courtyard, he did not hold Lucius in high regard despite Lucius's ability to handle the two subordinates sent after the Chu family descendant. "Who am I?" Lucius said with self-mockery. "I am the master of Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Is this answer satisfactory?" Chapter 126 The Mystery of Ancestry. The owner of the Shanghai Pavilion? Flynn furrowed his slightly pale brows, but could not recall anything special about the owner of the Shanghai Pavilion no matter how hard he thought. Having stayed in the temple for a long time, he was not very familiar with matters outside. Looking at Lucius who was smiling cheerfully, he instinctively assumed that Lucius was talking nonsense and glared at him, saying, "You'd better confess where the remaining descendants of the Chu family are now." Lucius did not respond but said, "You're looking for the orphan of the Chu family to find a dragon-shaped jade pendant, aren't you? Do you know where the dragon-shaped jade pendant is?" There was an obvious fluctuation in Flynn's emotions as he stared intently at Lucius with his eyes. Since it lost its target 20 years ago, the dragon-shaped jade pendant had also vanished completely. Now, this young man opposite was actively mentioning the dragon-shaped jade pendant, indicating that he must have seen the jade pendant and knew where it was. After taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Flynn said earnestly, "Young man, as long as you tell me where the dragon-shaped jade pendant is, I can not only spare your life but also let you have inexhaustible wealth. Aren't you very curious about who I am?" Lucius answered irrelevantly, which made Flynn feel unconsciously annoyed. However, for the sake of the object of interest, he still restrained himself and said, "Yes, I want to know who you are." "Me." Lucius deliberately paused, then cleared his throat and said, "I'm the owner of the dragon-shaped jade pendant." Flynn frowned first, not reacting. But after just 3 seconds, his eyeballs widened as he realized Lucius was the target he had been searching for all these years. Ha ha ha, it's truly like finding something unexpectedly easy after a fruitless search. We've been looking for you all over the world, and now you deliver yourself. Flynn was very happy at this moment. Lucius smiled along and asked in return, "It seems like you know my ancestry?" Before he came here, he never expected that the other party would know about himself. He figured this issue might be deeply entangled, and the other party might just be a pawn. However, when mentioning the dragon-shaped jade pendant and declaring his identity, Lucius immediately confirmed that the old bald monk in front of him knew more than he imagined. "I know, how could I not? But so what?" Flynn relaxed his expression and said cheerfully, "If you want to know about your ancestry, just tell me where the dragon-shaped jade pendant is. As long as I get the jade pendant, I can tell you everything you want to know completely." "Really?" Lucius put on an expression. He really didn't expect that he actually came from the Bryce family, once the top family in Shenzhou. Ever since more than 10 years ago, when the patriarch of the Bryce family, his wife, and children vanished into thin air, the Bryce family began to decline and was soon replaced by the equally powerful Chen family, losing the title of the top family in Shenzhou. These years later, the Bryce family had become so desolate that they were fading from public view. Even so, many people still had an impression when the Bryce family was mentioned. Finally figuring out his own origins was a big relief for him. He had not expected to gain so much from this trip. Just as he was about to leave, Flynn started speaking on his own, causing Lucius to stop hastily, thinking he could get more information he needed without any effort. What a pity. Great trees attract strong winds. The Bryce family has been prosperous for too many years and produced a genius like you. If you were not destroyed, the Bryce family would flourish even more, making it impossible for many families to survive then. So, being too dazzling isn't always a good thing, right? In response to Flynn's inquiry, Lucius nodded and said, "Indeed. But even though the Bryce family has fallen now, everything that once belonged to the Bryce family will eventually be reclaimed by someone. What do you think?" Flynn sneered disdainfully, glanced Lucius up and down, then asked, "What? You're planning to lead the Bryce family back to its peak? Do you really think you have that chance given your current situation? Is my current situation really that bad?" Having said that, Lucius began moving forward, completely ignoring the venomous silkworm silk wrapped around him. The intertwined silkworm silk tightened automatically as Lucius moved. Flynn took a step back to the door, chuckling, "Boy, if you're looking for death, don't blame me." The word, "me," got stuck in Flynn's throat because of what happened to Lucius. Because the venomous silkworm silk, which he was so proud of and believed could kill Lucius easily, started breaking. Snap, snap, snap. After one thread snapped, the rest of the threads wrapped around Lucius broke even faster. Flynn's face changed completely, his lips beginning to tremble. He knew all too well how deadly the trap he set up was and how sharp the silk threads were. Now, with them snapping like this, there was only one possibility. The opponent's body was harder than the silk. But as a martial artist, Flynn knew clearly that Lucius wasn't breaking the silk due to sheer bodily hardness. Instead, as a grandmaster, Lucius could release true chi around his body to form a protective layer, nullifying the sharpness of the silk. To be such a young grandmaster. Only at this moment did Flynn understand why so many families and forces 2 decades ago were terrified of the young man before him growing up and spared no cost to strangle him. If allowed to grow, the Bryce family's position in Shenzhou would be unshakable even by the 9 great sects. Snap. When the last thread around Lucius snapped, Flynn instinctively stepped back. A mighty half-step grandmaster almost fell to the ground, tripped by the doorstep. Step by step, Lucius walked to the door and reached inside his clothes, taking out the dragon-shaped jade pendant. Is there anything special about this jade pendant that makes you so eager to find it? Chapter 127, Conquering the Divine Continent. Dragon-shaped jade pendant. Flynn's eyes subconsciously widened as he stared intently at the object in Lucius's hand. After searching for so many years, it had finally appeared before him. So, this was what it looked like. The excitement that surged in Flynn's heart was immediately extinguished by Lucius's icy gaze. Finally seeing the dragon-shaped jade pendant, but having no way to obtain it. Intense regret instantly filled Flynn's heart. "I ask you, what secrets does this jade pendant hold?" Lucius took another step forward, an invisible yet fierce aura surging from his body, pressing down on Flynn. Just a half-step grandmaster, Flynn was instantly forced to kneel with one knee on the ground by the invisible pressure released by Lucius. Too strong. Flynn looked at Lucius in shock. Just now, seeing him forcefully break free from the myriad poison silkworm threads, he had speculated that Lucius was at most a first-rank grandmaster. But at this moment, through the aura released by Lucius, Flynn was very certain that his strength was definitely not just a first-rank grandmaster, but at least 3rd rank or above. So young, yet reaching such heights in martial arts. Despite standing on opposite sides, ignoring grievances, and purely from the perspective of martial arts, Flynn couldn't help but sigh. What is a genius? This is what a true genius looks like. Boom. In the next second, the oppressive aura on Flynn's body intensified again, forcing his other leg to give way, bringing his knee into intimate contact with the ground. Flynn's whole body trembled. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure made him feel as if his entire body was about to be crushed. Don't want to say? The temperature in the room clearly dropped. The feeling of death descended, and Flynn opened his mouth with great difficulty. Regarding the secret of this jade pendant, I don't know either. I only know that someone wants to find it. Who? From Flynn's earlier words, Lucius inferred that the families and forces involved behind this matter were quite numerous, all likely famous families and powers within the divine continent. All those families and forces, name them, and I'll spare your life today. To reach a half-step grandmaster must not have been easy. If you're willing to give up your lifelong efforts, then I can fulfill your wish. The stronger a martial artist's strength, the less willing they are to die. Most martial artists' ultimate dream is to become a grandmaster because only by reaching the grandmaster realm can one be considered a pure martial artist. To get the answers he wanted, Lucius could only use this reason to provoke Flynn, letting him make a choice. Death was truly what Flynn did not want. After so many years of effort, becoming a grandmaster was just one step away. Facing Lucius's stare, he gritted his teeth and said, "If I tell you everything, will you really spare my life?" Lucius sneered disdainfully and retorted, "Do you think you have the right to negotiate terms with me? Hurry up, I don't have time to waste with you." Without even moving his hand, Flynn already knew he didn't have the right to negotiate with Lucius. He immediately revealed all the families and forces he knew. One after another, Lucius silently remembered each of them. When Flynn stopped speaking, Lucius suddenly slapped him on the top of his head, and a fierce force abruptly poured into Flynn's body. Flynn's eyeballs bulged and bled, his eyes full of resentment as he slowly fell to the ground. Didn't he say he would spare him if he confessed? Until his death, Flynn never understood why Lucius did not keep his promise. Unknown to him, when Lucius planned to come to Putuwa Temple to find him, he had already been placed on the death list. His previous words were merely to make Flynn confess truthfully. Having obtained the desired answers, Flynn naturally had to die. While Lucius indeed keeps his promises, it depends on who stands opposite him. Toward enemies, there are no promises to speak of. Killing or sparing is entirely based on mood. Concerning this matter, Lucius knew that Flynn must die. If he remained alive, within an hour, all the families and forces involved would learn of his appearance and realize he was formidable. To avoid retaliation, all these families and forces would unite, devising every possible way to attack, just to obstruct his growth. Walking out of the house, Lucius gazed at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, his eyes heavy with killing intent. After such a long time, he finally clarified his origins and learned what had happened 20 years ago. All the forces and families mentioned by Flynn were now on Lucius's death list. He wouldn't immediately confront these families and forces. He would proceed gradually, breaking each one down one by one. He wanted these enemies to experience the feeling of watching their own nurtured family gradually fall apart without being able to do anything about it. At the same time, a new plan formed in Lucius's mind. Returning to Mountain Sea Pavilion, May and Savannah were still sitting in the living room, and Basil also hurried over. Seeing that it was not early, Lucius asked, "Why aren't you resting yet?" May gave Lucius a look and retorted, "Knowing very well what you were up to, do you think we could sleep if we were in your shoes?" Although they knew Lucius wouldn't encounter any mishaps on this trip, one's thoughts are hard to control. They were still quite worried. Now, seeing him return safe and sound, their hearts slowly calmed down. Lucius grinned and said, "Everything that needed to be handled has been taken care of. Go rest now. I need to talk with Old Way about something." Having said that, Lucius turned and walked outside, and the considerate Basil hurriedly followed. Arriving at the pavilion by the side of the house, Lucius suddenly asked, "Old Way, are you afraid of death?" Afraid of death? This odd question made Basil tense up. He didn't quite understand why the boss would ask such a question all of a sudden. After a brief thought, he replied, "Boss, everyone fears death, I believe. But it depends on how one dies, whether it's for doing something or just old age. I feel that if it's worth dying for, I wouldn't be afraid." Lucius, hands behind his back, paced toward the entrance of the pavilion, gazing distantly at Cloud City, and said, "Since that's the case, how about I take you to conquer the Divine Continent?" Conquer the Divine Continent? Was this the beginning of a rise? Basil's expression became slightly dazed. He couldn't understand why his boss seemed different after this trip, feeling something was amiss but unable to pinpoint exactly what. Having interacted with Lucius for some time, Basil had previously perceived him as laid-back and indifferent to most things, especially matters like conquering the Divine Continent. Basil had long believed that Lucius possessed the strength to become a major power, but the fact was that Lucius showed no interest in such pursuits, preferring to stay out of the spotlight. Now, his thinking had done a complete 180-degree turn. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Basil hesitated for a moment before asking, "Boss, did something happen? The old you never thought of doing this." "Indeed, I didn't want to before, but now I do." Lucius turned his head, his gaze fixing on Basil's face, and said, "All you need to tell me is, do you want to conquer the Divine Continent?" Chapter 128. Operation begins. A calm gaze, brimming with immense pressure. Basil felt a wave of bitterness inside. He thought to himself, do I really have a choice? He knew very well that at this moment, the boss was not joking with him. Reflecting on his decades of life, confined only to Yuncheng, he realized it had indeed been quite pathetic. Now, with Lucius as his backing, many things he once dared only to dream of might come true. Basil gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "Yes, I will do whatever you ask me to do." Lucius smiled and nodded, teasingly said, "Don't be so serious, I won't ask you to do anything outrageous." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Since that's the case, let's start from Yuncheng, making it our own turf first. There are some matters that require you to be up front, while I remain behind the scenes." Basil subconsciously nodded, but soon froze, staring at Lucius excitedly and nervously asking, "Boss, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're planning to take active actions to fully seize Yuncheng." Ever since he met Lucius, Basil actually wanted to leverage his prestige to eliminate opposing forces that had long plagued them, making the Black Dragon Gang truly the top underground force in Yuncheng. However, upon realizing Lucius wasn't fond of creating disturbances, he had to suppress these thoughts. Unexpectedly, Lucius now proposed to support the Black Dragon Gang to become the top power in Yuncheng. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Moving forward, Lucius shared his inner plan. A single hand can't clap. Despite his formidable strength, Lucius understood that relying solely on personal power to overturn all the forces that targeted the Bryce family would be immensely difficult. Just the current top family of China, the Qin family, wasn't easy to deal with, let alone other powerful factions almost as strong as the Qin family. One person has only two hands, and can only manage so much. Realizing this, Lucius conceived the plan to build an exclusive legion of his own. Possessing resources highly sought after by many martial artists, Lucius planned to utilize these assets to assist the Black Dragon Gang, allowing it to fully grow and mature. Starting from Yuncheng, expanding outward, slowly swallowing everything until the whole of China is under their feet. After hearing Lucius's plan, Basil was emotionally moved, his old face flushed red with excitement. This day has finally arrived. At this moment, Basil didn't care how far this path would lead. He only knew that he had tried his best on this journey. After discussing more specific details, Basil sent out a message, gathering all Black Dragon Gang members to meet at Black Dragon Manor the next morning. Although he wasn't sure what the boss intended, he would unconditionally carry out his orders. That night, Lucius didn't return to his room to accompany May. Instead, he sat on the rooftop terrace meditating, refining his plans further. When the sun rose from the mountainside, he and Basil headed towards the Black Dragon Gang headquarters, Black Dragon Manor. Due to the considerable number of members and limited space within the city, when Basil reorganized the Black Dragon Gang, he bought a mountain and built a manor for special occasions requiring full member assembly. Currently, the total membership of the Black Dragon Gang had grown to 1,500. Therefore, when the two arrived at Black Dragon Manor, the vast open area was already densely packed with people. Meanwhile, three major forces in the west, south, and north of Yuncheng received news about the Black Dragon Gang's assembly. Each faction's leader immediately gathered core members for meetings to speculate on the purpose of this assembly. The underground forces in Yuncheng were divided into 4 major regions, with each having roughly equal power. Due to differing business operations, the 4 factions had coexisted peacefully over the years without crossing each other's paths. Recently, or rather since Lucius left the Luo family and started causing waves, he also caught the attention of the other 3 major forces. Being significant players in Yuncheng, the 3 leaders didn't have Basil's servile nature, flocking around Lucius like lapdogs. Precisely because they couldn't do this, the 3 leaders always restrained their subordinates from provoking this enigmatic young man, and chose not to appear before Lucius personally, seeing no need for such interactions. The sudden assembly of the Black Dragon Gang made them suspect that Basil was preparing to make a move, aiming to use this remarkable young man to swallow the 3 major forces. While speculating, the 3 factions also began contacting their respective backings, with the Han Gate in the south reaching out to their newly allied Xia family. The Han Gate was just one of the forces in Yuncheng, and Yuncheng itself was a small city. Therefore, this matter had no qualifications to reach Edlin's ears. After discussions, it was handed over to Floyd, a not-so-high-ranking martial artist of the Xia family, to handle. Hearing that the Black Dragon Gang might rise up and completely trample Yuncheng underfoot, Floyd disdainfully said, "Aren't these all your speculations? With the backing of the Xia family, what are you afraid of? If the Black Dragon Gang really dares to do this, initiating trouble on their own, then take this opportunity to seize control of Yuncheng." With support from their backer, the Han Gate's boss Bryson immediately shed his worries and began secretly notifying the Han Gate members, preparing them for action at any time. The leaders of the other 2 forces, the Iron Fist Gang in the west and the Ghost Head Gang in the north, received similar instructions. Don't worry. The 4 powers of Yuncheng had been evenly matched for many years. If chaos was about to erupt, then let them all plunge into it together. Whoever becomes the ultimate victor will be the top power of Yuncheng. At the Black Dragon Manor, as Basil led Lucius to stand at the forefront, all the members of the Black Dragon Gang stood up straight and shouted loudly in unison, greeting their leader. Basil nodded, picked up the microphone and said, "Everyone, form military ranks and come forward in sequence. If I tell you to go left, you go left. If I tell you to go right, you go right." After providing a chair for Lucius to sit on, Basil indicated that everything was ready. The already lined up Black Dragon Gang members began walking up one by one. Lucius placed one foot on the chair and rested his right hand on his knee, directing people left or right with his fingers. At this moment, he was selecting the members of the Black Dragon Gang based on their facial features. Lucius did indeed need manpower, but his principle was not that more was always better, but rather that quality was paramount. Appearance reflects the heart. Through facial features, he could weed out some who had issues within their hearts. Because those who ultimately stayed would receive unique cultivation methods, accelerating their progress on the path of martial arts. Lucius certainly didn't want those he cultivated himself to be sinister and evil at heart, capable of betrayal for personal gain. The selection process took over an hour. When the selection was finished, looking at the group on the left who were to be retained, Basil asked somewhat incredulously, "Boss, are you sure you haven't made any mistakes?" Chapter 129, Taking the Essence and Discarding the Dross. 1,500 people. They were divided into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. However, at this moment, only a meager 50-odd members of the Black Dragon Gang stood on the left, with the rest all moving to the right. Basil naturally understood Lucius's purpose in selecting them this way. But he never expected that after years of cultivation, the Black Dragon Gang members would be so inadequate. Out of 1,500 people, only about 50 could be considered for important roles. Before the selection began, he thought that even at the worst, there would be 300 or 400 people. But the reality was that those who remained were not even a fraction of the total number. This shock was considerable, leaving him momentarily disbelieving and even beginning to question whether his judgment was really no good. Lucius gave him a cold look and said, "It's better to have fewer but elite forces rather than many. Follow the plan." Basil nodded, feeling very uncomfortable because, according to the plan, all the Black Dragon Gang members who were not selected would be dismissed and would no longer belong to the Black Dragon Gang. He had developed deep feelings for these brothers who had supported him for years. Now having to dismiss them made Basil genuinely reluctant. But to achieve the great goal, even if he was very unwilling, he had to face it. He walked to the front of the over 1,000 people, took a deep breath, and said, "Fellow brothers, from now on, you will no longer belong to the Black Dragon Gang. I know this sudden decision is hard for you to accept, but facts are facts." The scene instantly turned noisy as the Black Dragon Gang members couldn't believe they were being kicked out of the gang just because a glance from that Grim Reaper deemed them unworthy. Just because they weren't chosen by that demon with a single look, they were to be eliminated? Everyone felt deeply dissatisfied, but dared not stand up to speak. Basil continued, "You've worked hard these years. To compensate for your efforts, the Black Dragon Gang will give each of you 500,000, and I hope you can understand." Despite their anger, many of the Black Dragon Gang members, upon learning that they would receive a compensation of 500,000, accepted it calmly. Each person had their own thoughts, and at this moment, their thinking was simple. Yunqing had another 3 major powers. If they couldn't stay here, they could always find a place elsewhere. With the compensation, they could join other factions and still make a name for themselves. Just as this thought crossed many minds, Basil's voice sounded again. He said, "I know many of you are thinking that since the Black Dragon Gang doesn't want you, you might join the other 3 major powers. But as your leader, I do not recommend you to do so. All of you have families with parents, wives, and children. Take the compensation and live well." Having said what needed to be said, talking too much would only alert the other 3 major powers, so it was best to leave it at that. Basil nodded at Darren, who had just recovered from the shock, instructing him to take charge of distributing the compensation to everyone. Then he instructed the 56 selected members to head to the small square behind the estate. Roberto hurriedly caught up with Basil and asked unhappily, "Dad, why do you have to do this? After so many years of finally gathering so many people and investing quite a bit in them, how can you just give them up like that? Is the Black Dragon Gang going to disband?" Although he knew everything his father did was under Lucius's instructions, Roberto couldn't figure out the reason because everything happened so fast that, as Basil's son, he didn't know why his father did this until now. Basil glanced at Lucius walking ahead and said thoughtfully, "We're not disbanding the Black Dragon Gang. We're making it stronger. Just watch, and soon the Black Dragon Gang will become the top power in Yunqing." Roberto's eyes widened, and his confusion grew deeper. The other 3 major powers, which one didn't have over 1,000 people? Now the Black Dragon Gang was reduced to just 50 people. Could they really compete with the 1,000-strong forces of the other 3 factions with just these 50 people? Knowing his son was very puzzled, Basil also wanted to explain but didn't have time to do so. He patted his son on the shoulder and said, "Just know about this matter. Don't spread it around. As for why we don't need so many people, you'll see soon enough." Upon arriving at the small square behind the estate, Lucius scanned the 50-odd people who looked confused and said, "I know you're all very puzzled about why you were kept while others were dismissed. Now I'll tell you why." Lucius was always straightforward in dealing with people and matters. He clearly informed the 50-odd people in front of him that they would be intensively cultivated next, accelerating their path in martial arts. Once their strength grew sufficiently, they would start charging into battles, training through combat. Of course, if you're afraid of death, there's still a chance to back out now. Once the cultivation truly begins, there will be no turning back. Anyone who dares to flee midway will be treated as a traitor. The 56 individuals had all tasted the sweetness of being martial artists and wanted to go further down the path of martial arts. Upon learning that they would be intensively cultivated, and even personally trained by Lucius, each of them was thrilled and had no intention of backing out. Roberto, who had been puzzled all along, finally understood after hearing Lucius's intentions. Too many people made cultivation too time-consuming and energy-draining. Selecting a part of them for intensive training was more efficient. He firmly believed that as long as what Lucius said was true, it wouldn't take long for these 50-odd people left behind to become formidable martial artists who could slay any god or Buddha that stood in their way. With absolute strength as support, the size of a force would be irrelevant. Realizing this, Roberto looked forward to the future rapidly gathering. After waiting for a moment and confirming no one chose to back out, Lucius wasted no time, immediately gathering everyone in a circle to begin imparting internal techniques and guiding them on how to proceed with their martial arts journey. In the east, west, and north of Yunqing, the leaders of the 3 major forces were shocked for several seconds when they learned that Basil had gathered all members not for a big move, but to dismiss the gang members. They truly couldn't understand why Basil was doing this. All 4 major forces had similar ways of cultivating members, investing considerable resources into each member to strengthen them. They had assumed that the Black Dragon Gang was preparing to confront the other 3 forces simultaneously to claim the throne of being Yunqing's top power. But they never expected that the actual intention was to dismiss the members. This bizarre situation led them to wonder if Basil was going to completely dissolve the Black Dragon Gang and disappear from Yunqing forever. Due to the dismissal of members by the Black Dragon Gang, the tense atmosphere within the 3 major forces quickly dissipated. The leaders of the 3 factions didn't think much of it, believing that the Black Dragon Gang, without its members, would no longer pose any threat from now on. Little did they know, it wouldn't take long for them to realize how wrong their current thoughts were. Chapter 130. One thing subdues another. All day long, Lucius spent the entire day guiding the 56 selected individuals in their cultivation. Faced with this rare opportunity, Basil had to put aside his pride and ask Lucius if he could allow his unworthy son Roberto to join as well. Considering he was one of their own, Lucius agreed to let Roberto follow along. Roberto also knew how precious this opportunity was and studied very diligently. In martial arts, it's true that a master can lead you to the door, but cultivation lies in your own hands. After giving all the necessary guidance, the rest depended on individual insight and perseverance. The next day, Lucius planned to set off for the Central Prefecture Divine Dao sect. On one hand, he needed to retrieve what belonged to him, and on the other, he intended to use the Divine Dao sect to gather information about the current state of the families and forces involved back then. 20 years had passed, and there must have been significant changes. He needed to reassess the involved families and forces. Meanwhile, Lucius also planned to use the power of the Divine Dao sect to investigate the current situation of the Bryce family, which had gone into hiding. Although he hadn't lived with the Bryce family since the incident and had never received any care from them, the blood of the Bryce family still flowed through his veins, an undeniable fact. Tracing his roots was something he must do. Afterward, Lucius planned to relocate the Bryce family to Cloud City to recuperate and regain strength. Once he reclaimed what he had lost, he would still hand everything over to the Bryce family. After all, the severe blow the Bryce family suffered was due to him, and there were likely people within the Bryce family who hated him. So, He would take everything back and return it to the Bryce family. Just as it was getting dark, Lucius returned to the Sea Mountain Pavilion. As soon as he entered, May asked with a resentful look, "What did you do all day? You didn't reply to so many messages?" Lucius was taken aback, pulled out his phone, and saw that May indeed sent him many messages. His mind had been fully focused on teaching and planning, leaving no time to check his phone. Knowing that the beautiful woman was worried about him because he hadn't replied, Lucius wasn't angry. Instead, he felt happy, realizing the unspeakable happiness of being cared for by someone. With an apologetic smile, he explained, "I was indeed busy today, and I will be busy for some time." "What are you busy with?" Now it was May's turn to be curious and puzzled. All along, Lucius gave her the impression of being quite laid back, delegating many tasks to Basil. Moreover, in everyday conversations, Lucius seemed like a recluse living deep in the mountains, showing little interest in many things. But now, he was suddenly busy and would continue to be busy. She understood that there must have been some changes she wasn't aware of. Some things would eventually come to light, so there was no need to hide them. Sitting down on the sofa, Lucius calmly said, "I have already found out everything I wanted to know." "What?" May was shocked and asked with joy and nervousness, "Big brother Chu, you know about your origins now?" Lucius nodded and said, "Everything I wanted to know, I now know. Over 20 years ago, the first family of Shenzhou, the Bryce family, have you heard of them?" As a person from Shenzhou, although the Bryce family had declined, May indeed heard many stories about their former glory when she was young. However, due to the Qin family's current blockade of information, the younger generation didn't know much about the Bryce family. Instead, it was the older generation, like Russell, who experienced the prosperity of the Bryce family, who knew about their situation and development history. Many tales of the Bryce family's glory were told to her by Russell when she was young. Standing there stunned for several seconds, May finally came to her senses and asked with excitement and tension, "Big brother Chu, you mean you are from the former first family of Shenzhou, the Bryce family?" Thinking about it, she realized this made sense. Back then, rumors circulated that the Bryce family produced a prodigy who caused natural phenomena at birth, just like in the movies. After the appearance of this prodigy, the Bryce family's status in Shenzhou became even more solid. But after an unknown event, the Bryce family's prodigy suddenly disappeared, and the Bryce family was hit by multiple forces, suffering heavy casualties before vanishing entirely. So, Lucius was the prodigy from back then. With this understanding, May comprehended why various inexplicable events had happened around Lucius. A prodigy remained a prodigy, walking so far up the path of martial arts at such a young age. "Yes." Lucius nodded and followed with, "I am indeed the prodigy from over 20 years ago, known as a demonic talent in Shenzhou. It was precisely because my birth caused too much commotion that many families and forces in Shenzhou saw danger, and secretly united to ambush my parents and me while we were traveling outside. Based on my speculation, my father and the head of the Chu family should have been close friends. They were also near Yun City at that time. To ensure my safety, my parents specially entrusted me to the head of the Chu family to take away. They probably didn't expect that the people who took action would be so fast. Savannah's father had only just brought me to the Chu family when the attackers caught up. With the Chu family being wiped out and I disappearing, the Bryce family faced significant setbacks. Combined with the many allied families and forces, under their attacks, the Bryce family completely lost its status as the first family of Shenzhou and faded into obscurity." Inside the room, after Lucius finished speaking, there was a brief silence. Although the whole story sounded simple now, the shock it caused was no less. Knowing that May needed time to accept this, Lucius did not rush to say anything more. The silence lasted for about 3 minutes before May finally exhaled deeply. She really didn't expect that the truth Lucius had been investigating all along was like this. Taking a deep breath to calm her thoughts, she asked, "Big brother Chu, what do you plan to do next?" "What else can I do?" Lucius smiled viciously and said, "I will take back everything I lost." None of those involved back then should even think about escaping. An invisible killing intent made May's goosebumps rise on her arms. She stared at Lucius, realizing that the big brother Chu in her impression had already begun to change. But no matter how Lucius changed, no matter what he intended to do, she supported him unconditionally. Afterwards, they chatted for a while longer. Learning that Lucius was planning to establish his own force, expand, and conquer Shenzhou, May suggested that the Qin family join in. How could she miss this grand opportunity? Should she wait until everything was successful before joining? Hearing May's suggestion, Lucius asked very seriously, "Are you sure?" "I clearly tell you now, among my current enemies is the Chun family, the most prosperous first family of Shenzhou today. Choosing to stand by my side, the future will be very dangerous, and the outcome is unpredictable." The beauty rolled her eyes and retorted, "Big brother Chu, do you see me, May, as someone who cares only about power? And is the Qin family that kind of power-hungry family?" Under May's intense gaze, Lucius was suddenly flustered. Said, "If you ever need the Qin family later, don't hesitate to ask." Finally, an agreement was reached. Lucius laughed and nodded, promising that if he ever needed help, he would definitely reach out to the Qin family. In truth, deep down, no matter what happened, he wouldn't seek help from the Qin family. In the early morning, Lucius first made a phone call to check on the 50-plus people under Basil's watch. Confirming there were no issues, he and May set off for Central State. Central State consists of 10 cities, with its main city named Imperial Capital. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. As the strongest force in China, the headquarters of the Divine Path sect naturally sat at the center of Imperial Capital, occupying a vast area, making it very easy to find. Upon arriving in front of the headquarters of the Divine Path sect, Lucius, like a tourist visiting here, took several photos of May against the magnificent architecture of the Divine Path sect headquarters before leading her towards the entrance. "Hold it." A guard of the Divine Path sect stepped forward, blocking their path and sternly said, "This is a restricted area of the Divine Path sect. Outsiders are not allowed in. Tourists, please visit elsewhere." Were they mistaken for tourists? Lucius paused for a moment, then politely said, "Brother, we're not tourists. I'm here to meet Elder Jason." Outrageous. The guard suddenly interrupted angrily, glaring at Lucius. How dare you casually use the name of Lanny? Names are meant to be called, aren't they? Lucius really couldn't understand what was wrong with this guard. May leaned closer and explained quietly, for elders of the Divine Path sect, they're typically referred to by number, not by title, as they are all grandmasters. Jason ranks 9th, hence he's called Lanny. So many rules. Lucius began to feel impatient, thinking that if he ever had the chance, he would change these rules. This minor incident didn't anger Lucius, but he continued, then please inform Lanny that Lucius has arrived. The guard shook his head firmly, saying, there's no way to inform him. To enter the headquarters, one must have either an identity token or an invitation. Well, Instantly, frustration welled up inside Lucius. If he had an identity token, would all this fuss be necessary? Not only did they refuse to inform, but they were forcing him to leave. Brother Chu, didn't you save Elder Jason's number? May asked curiously, noticing Lucius's dilemma. No. Lucius shook his head and explained, that day, he asked for my number, but I was too lazy to ask for his. Had he had the number, he would have simply called the Remy for a greeting long ago. Because he didn't have the number, he thought it best to ask the guards to relay the message. He hadn't expected that a guard from the Divine Path sect would be so domineering, without any sense of reason. What do we do? May asked helplessly. What do we do? Lucius's face turned cold as he said, it's simple. With that, he stepped forward. The guard, realizing he intended to force his way in, snorted and warned, boy, if you try to storm the headquarters of the Divine Path sect, you, bang. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Lucius punched him, sending him sprawling into the corner. Behind them, May's eyes widened, thinking that Lucius might be the first person in decades to dare storm the Divine Path sect. An alarm bell suddenly sounded. After entering the gate and passing through 2 more gates, Lucius and May had barely walked 20 meters when over a dozen martial artists emerged from ahead, surrounding them. Young man, do you know what place this is? Do you know the consequences of forcefully entering? An early-stage Huajin martial artist, roughly 60 years old, stared at Lucius and questioned him. The last time someone dared to forcibly enter the Divine Path sect was so long ago that it had been forgotten. The other martial artists all wore mocking expressions, looking at Lucius and May as if they were already dead men. The dignity of the Divine Path sect could not be violated. Anyone who dared to force their way in would have to pay with their life, regardless of their status. I know. Lucius said calmly, it's just the headquarters of the Divine Path sect. Why can't I enter? Right, I didn't come here because I wanted to. It was your Divine Path sect who begged me to come. Otherwise, I really wouldn't want to. What? The surrounding martial artists all froze, wondering if they had heard wrong. What a joke. The Divine Path sect begging a young man to come to headquarters? It was like a daydream. As they gradually regained their senses, they scanned Lucius up and down but couldn't find anything remarkable about him that would make the higher-ups beg him to come. Kid, you're not old, but your mouth is big enough. Why don't you take a look at yourself in a puddle? What virtue do you have for the Divine Path sect to beg you to come? At this moment, a slightly effeminate voice suddenly came from behind the crowd, and the people parted to let a man in his 30s step forward. The man had long hair hanging over his shoulders, pale skin, and if he wore a woman's clothes, he would be mistaken for one at first glance. The moment this man appeared, everyone around him showed obvious respect. From this alone, Lucius deduced that the man held a considerable position within the Divine Path sect. However, no matter how high the rank, could it surpass the master of the sect? Lucius likewise scanned the man up and down and then delivered a harsh blow. Neither male nor female. Did you not look at yourself in a puddle before leaving home to see just how ugly you are? You. Zachariah glared at Lucius, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. Being criticized on his pursuit of fashion was something Zachariah found hardest to accept. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the next second, he suddenly lunged at Lucius. Chapter 132. Doing the opposite. What? In the next second, everyone present gaped in disbelief, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They all believed that Zachariah, already at the middle stage of transformation power at just 35 years old, would have no trouble dealing with Lucius, who was even younger. Therefore, when Zachariah took the initiative to attack, no one stepped forward to stop him. But none of them expected that the other party was pretending to be weak only to show his true strength, which was actually stronger than Zachariah's. Because before Zachariah's punch could land on the other person, the latter grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up like a chick. The change happened too suddenly. Seeing Zachariah captured, the elder who had spoken first hurriedly stepped forward to warn, young man, your uninvited intrusion into Shundao sect is already a grave offense. If you harm Zachariah, this matter will be hard to resolve. Lucius ignored the Remy and said to Zachariah, weren't you very arrogant just now? Show me some more arrogance. See if I care about who you are. Zachariah's pale face had long turned red, his eyes filled with panic and complex emotions, his heart full of humiliation. He never imagined that the other party would be so strong. He thought it would be effortless for him to deal with the opponent, yet he didn't expect that he couldn't even handle one move from the other. He did not dare to struggle anymore because Lucius's eyes told him that the other party was not joking. A few more words and he might indeed be crushed to death. Coming to Shundao sect wasn't originally intended to cause trouble. If not for several matters requiring Shundao sect's help, Lucius wouldn't have bothered. Zachariah's status was not low. Killing him would only complicate matters further. So, seeing that Zachariah wisely dared not struggle anymore, he casually threw Zachariah aside. Upon landing, Zachariah stumbled backwards several steps before regaining his balance. When he straightened up again, he did not dare to meet Lucius's gaze. The arrogance that had enveloped him earlier had vanished completely, replaced by dejection. For many years, he had considered himself a genius. But he hadn't expected that there were people outside who were even more talented than him. This strong stimulation shook Zachariah's unwavering confidence in martial arts. Tell Jason, if he doesn't want me to come, then don't talk nonsense. After saying this, Lucius walked towards the door with May. Initially invited here, but being denied entry due to various rules upon arrival, Lucius decided to take the opposite approach. He would not force his way in. He wanted Shenhua sect to make a fuss to invite him. Don't let him leave. Seeing Lucius wanting to leave, surrounding martial artists immediately moved to block the exit. Allowing someone who forcibly intruded into Shandao sect to leave would surely invite ridicule. Thus, despite knowing Lucius's considerable strength, these martial artists could not allow him to leave. They knew the commotion here would soon alarm the elders residing deeper within. Once the elders arrived, capturing this young man would be child's play. Humph! Facing the obstruction, Lucius stamped his foot heavily on the ground. The 9 or so martial artists blocking the front instantly seemed to suffer an invisible attack, and before they could react, they were blown away like leaves in a fierce wind. Tell Jason, this is on you. Without an 8-man palanquin, don't think I'll step into Shandao sect again. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. All the martial artists watched as Lucius and Mei left with their heads held high. What level is he? One martial artist asked, voice trembling. Opening a path through obstacles solely by presence. They thought Lucius was merely a late-stage transformation power practitioner, if he could easily handle Zachariah. Now they knew this young man was not just late-stage transformation power. Grandmaster. It must be a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster has such formidable presence. The scene fell silent once more. A grandmaster so young, they had neither seen nor heard of such a thing. At this point, someone recalled Lucius's initial statement that Shandao sect had invited him here. When they first heard this, they thought it was nonsense. The revered Shandao sect would never invite a young man. But now, seeing Lucius's extraordinary abilities, they began to believe he likely hadn't lied. Such talent and power deserved Shandao sect's invitation. Report quickly. Ander, the elder who had spoken to Lucius, without hesitation rushed into the depths to report the matter directly to the elders. Zachariah remained dazed on the spot, despair evident in his eyes. Publicly humiliated by Lucius, losing face in front of so many people, he found it hard to swallow this insult. As he pondered how to regain his dignity, Lucius gave him another blow. So young, yet already a grandmaster. Compared to him, Zachariah realized the gap between them wasn't just a little. It was an insurmountable abyss. Revenge? Was there still hope? Zachariah's previously shaken confidence in martial arts had, at this moment, completely shattered. At this time, Jason, who was deep within the courtyard of Shandao sect headquarters, was hesitating about whether to proactively contact Lucius to ask when he would arrive at the headquarters, as they had agreed on a date which was just these few days. However, since the initiative was with Lucius, he worried that taking the first step might cause Lucius to become repulsed. So, he kept postponing it. Just as he was uncertain, Ander's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. What is it? Jason opened the door and asked somewhat impatiently. Lanny, just now a young man in his 20s came and injured the guards at the gate, forcing his way into Shandao sect. He said Shandao sect invited him. He left after we blocked him. Lanny, did we really invite him? Ander's voice grew softer towards the end. The distracted Jason from a moment ago froze upon hearing Ander's report, then his eyes widened as the aura of a second-rank grandmaster abruptly radiated from him, oppressing Ander. What did you say? You chased him away? Jason's face was full of rage, his murderous gaze making Ander's scalp tingle. Ander gritted his teeth and explained, it wasn't us chasing him away. He left on his own. He said before leaving. What did he say? Jason flashed forward, clinging closely to Ander, grabbing his collar. He said, without an 8-man palanquin, don't think he'd step into Shandao sect again. Bang! Ander was thrust by Jason, smashing heavily into the wall. By the time he struggled to rise from the ground, Jason had already vanished from the courtyard. Outside the hall of Shandao sect, the crowd that had surrounded Lucius earlier were analyzing the situation when a figure descended from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground. Startled, they hurriedly recognized the newcomer and respectfully greeted, Lanny? One martial artist, thinking Jason was furious at them for letting Lucius, who forcibly entered Shandao sect, go, rushed forward to explain, Lanny, we didn't want that kid to leave, he was too. Smack. A sharp sound echoed, and the martial artist who spoke flew out, rolling several times on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 133, Attitude Matters. The scene suddenly fell deathly silent. Everyone could see that Lanny was truly angry at this moment. Due to frequent interactions in the past, none had ever seen him get so angry. However, everyone thought Lanny was angry because they had let that young man escape. After all, the guy stormed the Divine Tao sect and even resorted to violence, seriously challenging the sect's dignity. As for the invitation Lucius mentioned, while they thought it might be possible, they didn't believe it would be from Jason. Although the other party was extraordinary, he wasn't worth a personal invitation from Elder Jason. Moreover, if Jason had issued the invitation, wouldn't he have arranged a welcoming party upon went too far? However, standing in the crisscrossing streets, he had no idea which direction to go. Choosing a random direction, he searched for a while but still couldn't find Lucius. Eventually, Jason returned to the Divine Tao sect and immediately sent people to locate Lucius. At this time, Lucius was strolling through the streets with Mei, enjoying the scenery of the capital. While walking, recalling the harsh words Lucius left earlier, Mei asked curiously, Big Brother Chu, are you really going to make the Divine Tao sect send a sedan chair to invite you back? Would the Divine Tao sect actually do that? In her mind, the Divine Tao sect held a high status. Only they could threaten others, never vice versa. After all, the Divine Tao sect represented the divine state. Doing this would be like indirectly blackmailing the divine state, questioning the sect's dignity. That's up to them. To be welcomed but not allowed entry makes me uncomfortable. If they make me uncomfortable, they shouldn't expect to be comfortable either. Lucius's attitude was quite casual at the moment. Though the Divine Tao sect could offer significant help, his own matters weren't dependent solely on them. Different opponents required different tactics. When dealing with a force like the Divine Tao sect, which considered itself immensely powerful, Lucius knew he had to show some attitude. Otherwise, they would think he was easy to bully, leading to further mistreatment. To prevent future issues, he had to show his strength once, letting the Divine Tao sect know he wasn't helpless without them and that he wasn't a soft target. After hours of wandering, Lucius and May checked into a hotel. Just as they entered their room, word of their arrival reached the anxious Jason, who hurried to the hotel. Inside the room, hearing the knock on the door, May instinctively looked at Lucius. Divine Tao sect?
Yes.
With a nod, May got up to open the door. Lanny, please come in. May was very courteous. The man was still the 9th-ranked elder of the Divine Tao sect. Lucius might not care about giving him face, but she knew she had to. Jason chuckled and nodded, entering the room. As he walked toward the sofa, he said, "Young brother, why didn't you notify us when you came to Jing? If I had known, none of this would have happened." Lucius responded coldly and calmly. "Your Divine Tao sect has such an air of superiority. What difference would it make if I notified you? Announcing your name to the guards at the gate didn't work. What else could I do?" Knowing Lucius was upset, Jason couldn't argue much and could only calm himself down to explain. It was all because those underlings were looking down on people. There's no need for you to take it to heart. I will definitely deal with them properly. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the surroundings and said, "The environment here isn't great. The Divine Tao sect has already arranged a special residence for you inside. Young brother, why don't you stay at the Divine? Let me ask about someone. If you tell me everything you know, I might consider going with you to the Divine Tao sect." To just inquire about someone could eliminate the trouble. Jason felt a sudden surge of joy and immediately smiled, saying, "Who is it, young brother? Just ask. I don't know the specific name of this person, but I do know he's from the Divine Tao sect and has a red mole on his forehead." Upon hearing this, Jason's expression noticeably changed. Chapter 134, Changing Plans. Indeed, he knew him. Through the slight change in Jason's expression, Lucius instantly confirmed that he knew this person. However, he did not rush to inquire about this individual, but wanted to see what the Remy Jason would say. "Little brother, do you have a grudge against him?" Jason didn't give a direct response, but asked back somewhat anxiously. In response, Lucius shot his question back immediately. "Am I asking you a question, or are you asking me? Just say what should be said, and don't ask what shouldn't be asked. What's up? Is this person your Shindao sect's patriarch?" Failing to get the answer he wanted, Jason laughed helplessly and explained. Although not the patriarch, his authority within the Shindao sect is on par with the patriarch. "So high-ranking?" Lucius's brows twitched, instantly intrigued. He straightened up and said, "Stop being mysterious. Quickly tell me who it is." In the Shindao sect, there is only one person with a red mole between the eyebrows, and that's the Grand Elder Rodney. Since Lucius would eventually learn of these details once he joined the Shindao sect, Jason did not withhold information and recounted what he knew about Grand Elder Rodney. The Grand Elder had entered the Shindao sect in his teens, and has been there for over 100 years now. According to Jason, apart from a few long-retired elders, Rodney's combat prowess is currently the strongest among all the elders. He should be at the 9th-rank master level, just a step away from becoming a grandmaster. Even the current Shindao sect patriarch is not as powerful as Rodney. Thus, Rodney's current status in the Shindao sect is critical. Sometimes, his words carry more weight than those of the sect leader. Speaking of this, Jason proceeded to explain why he wished Lucius to become the future leader of the Shindao sect. The current Shindao sect appears united from the outside, like an iron bucket. In reality, it has already split into 3 factions internally. These 3 factions consist of him and the sect leader, Grand Elder Rodney, and the Audiobook. The sect leader wishes to completely sever ties with the founding family behind the Shindao sect, making it independent. Grand Elder Rodney believes there are too many old rules. The Shindao sect should reform and operate openly, like any other power. They can use their strength directly to gather various valuable resources to cultivate members. The faction led by the Audiobook aims to dethrone the current sect leader and install someone they approve of, allowing them control over many matters and benefits instead of having to exchange things for merit points as it stands now. According to Jason, their side is not doing well under the current circumstances. Precisely because of this, upon seeing how formidable Lucius was at such a young age, he saw hope for a turnaround. He knew clearly that if given some time, 10 or even 20 years, Lucius would possess the strength to contend with Grand Elder Rodney and, with further growth, could lead the Shindao sect to complete independence from the founding family. After hearing all this, Lucius and May exchanged glances. Neither knew what to say. It was hard to imagine how disordered the seemingly mighty Shindao sect could be, especially when this description came from Jason, the 9th-ranked elder. Considering what he needed to accomplish, Lucius directly asked, "If I join the Shindao sect and need to do something, will the other 2 factions try to stop me?" "For now, no." Jason shook his head and explained, "Though divided, the factions within the Shindao sect aren't overtly so yet. It's still covert, do you understand?" Despite the threats to his position, the sect leader remains the leader. As long as he orders it, the Audiobook and Grand Elder may disagree but won't dare to block it forcefully. Lucius nodded, thinking that as long as he wasn't obstructed, it wouldn't matter much since he wouldn't stay in the Shindao sect for long. How chaotic they were was none of his concern. Meanwhile, Lucius understood why Jason had anxiously questioned him earlier about having any enmity with Rodney. Turns out, they were on opposing sides. Having enmity with Rodney made him an ally. Conversely, having ties or benefactor-like relationships might mean recruiting him into the Shindao sect could backfire. Just then, Jason asked again, "Little brother, you and the Grand Elder, you must have some enmity, right?" He still wanted to clarify their relationship to decide how to proceed next. Lucius hummed and said, "Consider it a grudge. Some things, considering Elder Jason might have more authentic information than what was stored within the Shindao sect." Lucius spoke directly. "I investigated him because he is related to a family annihilation tragedy in Yun City 20 years ago. 9 Elder, do you know anything about this?" "The family annihilation tragedy in Yun City 20 years ago?" Jason frowned, recalling for over 10 seconds before shaking his head and saying, "I'm not aware of this matter. Grand Elder Rodney has always been a lone wolf. No one else had the qualifications or courage to ask. Through Jason's expression, Lucius knew he wasn't lying, so he didn't continue probing into it. Seeing that he had said what needed to be said, Jason never forgot why he came here and asked awkwardly, "Little brother, can we move to the Shin Dao sect now?" Originally, Lucius planned to take this opportunity to challenge the Shin Dao sect, suppressing their arrogance and making them recognize him. But now, understanding the factions within the Shin Dao sect, Lucius realized he needed to change his plans. Since he was recruited by Jason, he naturally stood on his side. If he acted rashly, it would give the other two factions a reason to target him. For those who supported him, he needed to show respect. Therefore, Lucius nodded, and Jason let out a long breath of relief. Then he stood up and invited the two to head towards the Shin Dao sect. Upon arriving at the Shin Dao sect, all the martial artists who previously tried to stop them were already waiting. The moment they arrived, without Jason giving any signal, all the martial artists immediately bowed and apologized. Scanning the area, Lucius couldn't find Zachariah, who didn't look like either a man or a woman, and asked one of them, "Where is that pervert? Why isn't he here?" Jason was taken aback, looking at one person, who hurriedly explained, "It's Zachariah." After a brief thought, it became clear that Zachariah, who was crucial during the confrontation, must have clashed with Lucius, hence being noticed. Zachariah is the grandson of Abdurrahman, and having him apologize might upset Abdurrahman and draw attention to Lucius's extraordinariness. So Jason told Lucius, forget about him. He is Abdurrahman's grandson, whom Abdurrahman cares deeply for due to his talent. In other words, bullying Zachariah would mean confronting Abdurrahman entirely, which wouldn't be worth it. Lucius frowned slightly, then nodded without further pursuit. Meanwhile, deep within Abdurrahman Harry's courtyard, upon hearing Zachariah describe what had happened, Harry's palm suddenly made a crisp sound. Chapter 135, Transforming into a Hungry Wolf. Kill him and regain your martial heart. Creed glared at his grandson Zachariah with resentment. Zachariah lifted his head, his face full of despair and powerlessness. He's so strong. I can't kill him. Humph, good for nothing. Enraged, Creed raised his hand but slowly let it drop. He was very surprised that despite his grandson's outstanding talent, his martial heart was so fragile. After just one defeat by Lucius, his martial heart had shattered completely. This outcome was indeed unexpected for Creed, yet it also made sense. Growing up in a privileged environment, Zachariah possessed remarkable abilities but lacked the resolute heart of a true warrior. Due to his different background, no one dared to provoke or harm him within the Divine Dao sect. Over time, this led Zachariah to believe he was extremely powerful. When faced with truly formidable martial artists and subsequently suffered setbacks, he began to doubt himself. A martial artist without a resolute martial heart could hardly achieve much on the path of martial arts. The Bai family had pinned all their hopes on Zachariah, who had great potential. In Creed's plan, Zachariah was meant to become the future leader of the Divine Dao sect. As a critical part of the plan, Creed knew clearly that if he did nothing now, all previous efforts would be wasted. But how to proceed required careful consideration. After a moment of silence, taking a deep breath and exhaling, Creed suddenly stared at Zachariah and yelled, "Stand up!" Shakily, Zachariah stood up. With a stern expression, Creed said, "I tell you this, you have only one choice, kill that boy. If you can't kill him, I'll kill you. Only by killing him can you undergo a transformation." Seeing Zachariah about to say that the boy was too strong, Creed coldly snorted and didn't give him a chance to speak. He asked directly, "Who says you can't kill him? He's injured, or perhaps half dead. Can't you kill him then?" Realizing what his grandfather meant, hope started to rise in Zachariah's eyes amidst his despair. He knew that due to being oppressed by Lucius, he had become his own heart demon. To regain his martial heart and progress further in martial arts, he must eliminate this heart demon. Based on his current strength alone, it was indeed difficult to do so. However, with his grandfather's assistance, it could be done. The ultimate goal was the death of the heart demon, not the process. As his thoughts changed, so did his state. Originally appearing dispirited, as though having lost half his life force, Zachariah quickly regained his normal complexion and his gaze became resolute. Seeing his grandson recover so quickly, Creed nodded satisfactorily and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "This is the future of our Bai family, the grandson of Creed." Meanwhile, Lucius, who was waiting for Jason to process his identity token, likely had no idea that because he had beaten Zachariah, who appeared neither male nor female and was thus very irritating, he would soon face significant trouble. Carlo, still not done? Seeing that 10 minutes had passed but the identity token still hadn't appeared, Lucius grew impatient. In the Divine Dao sect, activities require an identity token. Moreover, to exchange items, access resources, check information, or enter the archive room to search for clues, one needs to show the identity token. Without an identity token, moving around in the Divine Dao sect would be quite inconvenient. Jason glanced at his phone and said cheerfully, "It's almost ready." "Lucius, are you so eager to leave after just arriving? The headquarters of the Divine Dao sect is vast. Why don't I take you for a tour? It's rare for you to come. How about staying a couple more days?" To this, Lucius frowned slightly and said directly, "I see this is your true intention. You want me to stay in the Divine Dao sect?" Ever since arriving at the Divine Dao sect, he sensed something was off with this Remy. 2 out of every 3 sentences seemed intended to make him stay for a while. But Lucius had a clear purpose for coming here. Complete his tasks as soon as possible and leave. Rather than wasting time sightseeing, he preferred returning to the Shanghai Pavilion or practicing at the Black Dragon Manor with his brothers. With his intent exposed, Jason smiled sheepishly and explained, "Actually, I know you rarely visit headquarters. The sect leader will return in a couple of days, and he's very eager to meet you. He told me to do whatever it takes to keep you here. Is that so?" Lucius rolled his eyes and bluntly remarked, "If you want me to meet your sect leader, why not just say so? Though I am eager to leave, I can still wait for 1 or 2 days. There's no point in beating around the bush, you know?" As an elder, Jason felt no anger at being lectured by a young man. He just laughed to cover his embarrassment. Just then, A voice came from outside the door, signaling that the identity token was ready. Jason hurriedly got up to retrieve it. The Divine Tao Sect's identity token looked simple. It was merely a wooden plaque the size of a palm, yet it felt surprisingly heavy when held. Upon closer inspection, Lucius noticed it was made from high-quality golden-threaded insunk wood, which was quite valuable. At the top of the token was the character Dao with a flame motif, and below it was the character Chu. The token has a chip inside, where battle credits are recorded, Jason explained. Lucius nodded and asked, "Where is the treasure vault of the Divine Tao Sect? I want to go take a look." If this conversation had not been clear before, Jason would have used all sorts of excuses to delay Lucius from visiting the vault. Now that they had spoken openly, and Jason knew Lucius would stay to meet the Dane, he didn't play any more tricks. Instead, he immediately took Lucius to the underground vault. The Divine Tao Sect's underground vault was heavily guarded, with stronger warriors stationed deeper within. Other warriors coming here would still be subject to multiple inspections, even if they had identity tokens. But with Elder Jason leading the way, Lucius sailed through smoothly, quickly reaching the entrance to the underground vault. Guarding the entrance to the vault was an elderly man in a gray robe. Seeing this Remy, Lucius raised an eyebrow slightly. If his perception was correct, this Remy was a 5th rank master. Upon closer sensing, he felt something odd about him, as if something wasn't right. The Remy also clearly noticed Lucius's unusual behavior and asked Jason, "Little Gio, is this the young man who forcibly broke into the Divine Tao Sect earlier?" Jason nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, Muhammad, it's him." Muhammad nodded and stretched out his hand toward Lucius. Following Jason's gesture, Lucius quickly handed over the identity token. The Remy scanned it on a nearby machine, and the vault doors slowly opened with a click. An unusual aura greeted them, and Lucius's eyes suddenly lit up like those of a hungry wolf, filled with impatient anticipation. Chapter 136. Have a feast once and for all. Warriors have strong perception. The stronger the warrior, the more acute their perception. Standing at the entrance of the treasure vault now, the aura it emitted was enough to make Lucius very certain that there were plenty of good things inside. Glancing at Jason and Muhammad, he stepped into the treasure vault. The vault was huge, seemingly endless at a glance. On both sides, racks made of refined steel stood, on which wooden crates were neatly arranged. Next to each crate lay a tag, recording what it contained and how many battle merit points were needed for exchange. Shindo Sect's arrangement of the treasure vault was very humane, like a supermarket where similar items were placed together. Lucius skimmed past items of no interest. Soon, he walked into the medicinal herbs area. While he did not need the herbs himself, Pedro did. However, since he couldn't yet confirm whether Pedro was still alive, Lucius gave up on those herbs for now, planning to come back once Pedro's safety was confirmed. If Pedro had already passed away, taking these herbs out would be a waste. He soon arrived at the material section he yearned for. He grabbed a basket hanging on the rack and started picking various items like shopping in a supermarket. The better and rarer an item was, the more battle merit points it required. Luckily, his current funds were sufficient. Otherwise, Lucius wouldn't dare to indulge so much. At the entrance, Jason and Muhammad started chatting. Muhammad, being a 5th rank patriarch, spoke openly after Lucius delved deeper into the treasure vault. "This boy isn't simple. His strength is likely not much less than mine. What a great fortune for Shindo Sect to recruit such a person." Seeing Muhammad give such high praise for Lucius, Jason said happily, "Muhammad, I was the one who discovered this person." His words carried pride. He continued, "Initially, I was going to kill him, but upon meeting him in person, I immediately had the thought of recruiting him. Our investigation shows that not only is he powerful, but his talents in medical arts and array formations are unparalleled in China." Muhammad slightly raised his eyebrows, his eyes deepening in contemplation. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you remember Bryce Gia's child from over 20 years ago?" Bryce Dane's plan wasn't just a pipe dream. With Lucius leading the way, Shindo Sect could truly break free from the control of top families behind them and become the #1 force in China. After several minutes of being stunned by the speculation, Jason came back to his senses and hurriedly said to the senior in front of him, "Muhammad, this matter concerns the Dane's grand strategy. I hope you can help keep it confidential and not let others know." Muhammad harumphed disdainfully, muttering, "What you guys do outside is your own business. I don't bother to meddle, nor do I have the mood to gossip about such matters with others. A golden scale cannot remain in the pond forever. Once encountering clouds and wind, it will transform into a dragon. I really want to see with my own eyes how high a person who made countless families fear at birth can reach, whether he can walk a different path of martial arts and peek into the secret we've been seeking all our lives." Jason nodded in excitement, agreeing with this. He began to ponder if he should help Lucius forge a new identity to prevent others from deducing that he was Bryce Gia's missing prodigy. Back then, so many families and forces got involved just to eliminate this child they feared. Even now, with the boy already revealing his exceptional martial talent, Jason knew clearly that those who participated would spare no cost to kill him once they confirmed Lucius's identity. Now that the boy is still growing, there is still a chance to eliminate him. In another decade or even few years, it might be impossible for anyone to do so. Thinking of this, he decided to act immediately. For the Dane's grand plan, Jason felt certain that he must take this step. Not long after, there was commotion inside the treasure vault. Glancing inside, both Jason and Muhammad felt somewhat uneasy. When Lucius came out of the treasure vault with baskets hanging on both arms, Jason couldn't help but say, "Lucius, are you worried these items will grow legs and run away? Do you have to take everything at once?" Muhammad opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. After guarding the treasure vault for over 10 years, it was the first time either of them saw someone taking so much out in one go. Lucius grinned and explained, "Isn't it urgent? I don't have much time to come back, and I need all these things. So I took them all at once." Since everything followed the rules, Muhammad did not object. As Lucius put down the baskets one by one, he started scanning each wooden box inside with the machine. In total, it cost 19,888 battle merit points. Thus, Lucius, who was originally very wealthy, became penniless instantly. Despite this, Lucius didn't feel the slightest regret, as he believed this opportunity was rare, and he must make full use of it. Because within Shindo sect, factions existed. Later on, the Dane's orders might not be completely effective. Missing this chance, coming to the treasure vault for items would not be as easy as it is now. After finishing the necessary procedures, Lucius and Jason were about to leave when Muhammad suddenly called out, "Wait!" Chapter 137. Hidden Killing Intent. Anything else? Lucius and Jason both turned their heads curiously to look at Muhammad. "I've heard that little brother is quite talented in the art of medicine," Muhammad asked Lucius with a chuckle. "All right." After nodding, Lucius gave Muhammad a once-over and countered, "Senior has injuries on you?" Addressing him as senior was partly due to his advanced age, but also because Muhammad had not made things difficult during the entire process of retrieving treasures from the vault. Thus, Lucius was willing to address him this way. Had there been any obstruction earlier, the term now would be Remy. If he wanted treatment, he could scram. Muhammad nodded reluctantly and said, "Yes, I do have some injuries, just not sure if little brother can treat it." As a 5th rank master, even though he was merely guarding the treasure vault, one didn't need much imagination to know that his status within the Divine Tao sect wasn't low. Befriending someone like this, or earning his debt of gratitude, would only bring benefits in the future for activities within the Divine Tao sect, not harm. Lucius nodded and replied, "Can take a look. Whether it can be cured specifically will need diagnosis first. Many battle merit points to recruit him, indirectly using the sect's long-collected goods for recruitment." This action was considered a violation of rules. But at present, Creed didn't have the inclination to use this matter to create trouble for Jason and the Dane. Instead, he thought more profoundly. Neither Jason nor the Dane were newly acquainted. Creed knew exactly what the two were planning. A person whom they were willing to spend so many battle merit points to recruit must possess something valuable to them, perhaps even intending to groom him as the next Dane of the Divine Tao sect. The position of the next Dane of the Divine Tao sect, Creed had already reserved for his grandson Zachariah. Now with a competitor emerging, it was necessary to eliminate this rival. Pondering while standing in place for a while, Creed left the Divine Tao sect straight away. To kill Lucius, being an elder of the Divine Tao sect, he couldn't act personally since both sides were currently members of the sect. If discovered after acting, the Dane would surely use this as grounds for suppression. The safest method was to have someone else do it. In the record library, Lucius first searched for records concerning the Chu family's massacre 20 years ago. Initially thinking that the Divine Tao sect would have a wealth of documents, he soon became disappointed. Records concerning the Chu family massacre were alarmingly scarce, not much more than what he found online, and even less than his own investigations. Faced with this situation, Lucius was also helpless. Then he began searching for records about the Bryce family of Shinjo. Given that the Bryce family was once the top family of Shinjo, the amount of records wasn't small. There was a whole chest full. Since he wasn't in a hurry to leave, Lucius slowly browsed through them. He started with the history of the Bryce family's development and saw the records of prodigies born into the Bryce family, along with public evaluations of these prodigies. When he read about the attack on the Bryce family, the content made Lucius subconsciously frown. Because he noticed that subsequent records were extremely sloppy and simple, important information was not recorded at all. Although the records summarized the whole event, they were utterly useless, not documenting which families participated and other crucial details. This situation led Lucius to speculate, did some people within the Divine Tao sect participate in it? Since it was historical, the main goal was merely to understand. Not getting the information he wanted, Lucius wasn't too disappointed. He calmed himself and continued reading, wanting to see the current state of the Bryce family. The deeper he read into the later parts, the graver his expression became. Initially thinking that the Bryce family, once the #1 family of Shinjo, must have formidable individuals who, despite losing their status as the top family after attacks from various quarters, would still have some members living well. "I completely forgot you were coming," Lucius explained apologetically. "No problem, I'm not in a hurry for one night," Muhammad replied calmly with a smile. Waiting did indeed make one very impatient. But since he needed Lucius's help, and given Lucius's youthful talent and limitless potential, Muhammad wouldn't show any displeasure despite feeling slightly annoyed. Lucius had always disliked delays, so he immediately began diagnosing Muhammad. Under Lucius's control, a thread of extremely thin true qi entered Muhammad's meridians, acting like his eyes as they quickly surveyed the situation. At first, everything seemed calm. When the true qi reached near Muhammad's dantian, a sudden strong sense of danger surfaced in Lucius's heart. Withdraw. Without hesitation, Lucius instantly retracted the true qi. He thought this would avoid the danger, but soon realized he was wrong. Chapter 138. I'll tell you in bed. The crisis originated from the true qi residing in Gino's dantian. However, this was not Gino's own true qi but that left by an outsider. When that person attacked Gino, they deliberately left a thread of true qi within him like a fierce tiger blocking the path, not letting any passers-by through. This led to the situation where, despite having his own true qi, Gino couldn't circulate it due to this single thread blocking its path. Though he was a 5th rank master, this was merely on the surface. At this moment, Lucius finally understood why he felt something off when he first met Gino. He also comprehended why Jason had been somewhat hesitant when recounting Gino's condition yesterday. It was Gino's secret. Those unaware naturally thought he was a 5th rank master and didn't dare slack off. However, if one knew the truth, even a Hua Jin martial artist wouldn't take him seriously. True qi is the foundation of a master. Without being able to circulate it, he would be as good as useless. Due to this thread of obstructive true qi, the current Gino couldn't utilize any of his abilities, indeed rendering him almost useless. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Lucius initially believed that as long as he didn't disturb the true qi entrenched in Gino's dantian, he wouldn't be attacked. But this thread of true qi acted as if it had a will of its own. Just sensing Lucius's true qi made it immediately break free from its residence, rushing along Gino's meridians to pursue him. Like a starving tiger who suddenly spots prey, it intended to consume it at all costs. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Though Lucius's recovery of true chi was swift, the pursuing true chi was faster, giving him no chance to escape before entering his body. Had another martial artist faced this situation, they would have been doomed. But Lucius wasn't ordinary. He knew this thread of true chi must belong to a great master, which meant danger, but not enough to throw him into panic. One's own body is one's primary battlefield. If he were defeated by a mere thread of true chi in his own territory, all these years of hard work would have been for nothing. Humph! Lucius let out a stifled grunt, then closed his eyes, rallying his true chi to intercept the invading force left by the great master. Meanwhile, Gino had already opened his eyes, watching Lucius with a complex expression filled with worry. 10 seconds later, Lucius suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face quickly turning pale. Brother Chu. Mei rushed forward anxiously, supporting Lucius, because this was the first time she had seen him bleed since meeting him. Lucius slowly opened his eyes, gave her a reassuring look, then his slightly pale face instantly turned cold. Remy, what do you mean? Were you scheming against me? Standing up, Lucius glared at Gino with icy eyes. The temperature in the room dropped rapidly. Right now, Lucius was really angry because he had wanted to help the Remy. Yet this Remy harbored sinister intentions. Lucius realized that Gino clearly knew about the true chi inside him left by the great master and understood that when external true chi approached, it would attack, treating it as an enemy. Knowing this, Gino still didn't inform him, evidently intending to use himself as bait to lure away the true chi left by the great master, thereby forcing Lucius into his predicament while allowing himself to recover. Facing Lucius's questioning, Gino suddenly knelt on the ground. Little brother, I deserve death? With a pained expression, Gino explained, I actually didn't want to do this, but I've been tormented by that true chi for many years and was almost losing hope. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't do this. But I know little brother is different from others. Only you can deal with that true chi, which is why I concealed the truth. Lucius laughed in exasperation, saying, how am I different from others? Do I have 3 arms and 4 legs? Like hell I do. Aren't I just 2 eyes and 2 legs like everyone else? How am I different? Little brother, I know your background. My intuition tells me you're unique and can resolve this true chi problem. Looking into each other's eyes, Lucius felt his killing intent intensify. At this moment, he was certain that this Remy had recognized him as Bryce family's prodigy from years ago. Regarding his own origins, Lucius knew too many people discovering them would invite endless enemies. As a 5th rank master, Gino had exceptional insight, perceiving Lucius's intent but remaining calm, speaking sincerely, little brother, my life is yours from now on. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't resist. All this was part of Gino's deep contemplation overnight. He was taking a gamble, betting on the extraordinary Lucius's ability to resolve the true chi that had plagued him for years. Of course, if Lucius couldn't solve the true chi problem and got killed by it instead, he would live the rest of his life with guilt. If he succeeded in resolving the true chi issue, then the Remy would serve as a servant to repay for his deceit. Lucius abruptly raised his hand but paused, not slapping down. At this moment, he truly wanted to slap this Remy who had tricked him to death. In response, Gino remained calm, showing no sign of resistance. Mei watched everything dumbfounded, unable to understand how an act of healing turned into a trap. The atmosphere inside the room was icy and tense. Moments later, Lucius put down his hand and sat back on the chair, saying, get up. From now on, your life belongs to me. The problem was solved. Killing this Remy in anger would make his injuries meaningless. Losses must be reclaimed. Lucius was never one to take a loss lying down. He analyzed that the other party was at least a 5th rank master willing to serve. Keeping him around could be quite beneficial. Gino hurriedly stood up, bowed respectfully towards Lucius, and called out, Master. Lucius rolled his eyes and said, don't call me like that. Gino looked troubled and asked tentatively, how about young master? Fine. Gino nodded and continued, young master, I will go settle the guardianship of the treasure vault now, and leave with you afterward. Just as Lucius nodded, he added, wait, bring these herbs to me. Hearing the names of the herbs Lucius recited, the corners of Gino's mouth twitched. What kind of herbs were these? Seeing the Remy's expression, Lucius angrily asked, what? You don't want to? Aware of his wrongdoing, Gino hurriedly shook his head and said, young master, please rest assured, I will definitely bring them. After Gino left, Mei quickly approached Lucius and asked anxiously, Brother Chu, how are you? Do you need to rest inside for a while? Lucius suddenly grinned, and his originally pale complexion flushed, revealing no signs of injury. A blessing in disguise. At this moment, Lucius felt very happy, leaving the worried Mei stunned. Coming back to her senses, locking eyes with the beautiful woman's puzzled yet concerned gaze, Lucius's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly pulled Mei close and smiled, saying, I'll tell you why in bed. Slap. Carrying the beauty towards the bedroom, Lucius swung his hand, closing the door behind them. Chapter 139. Are you the Dane? The residual true chi of a grandmaster. At first, due to the unknown circumstances, Lucius was indeed startled and panicked for a moment. But when he sensed that it was merely the residual true chi of a first-rank grandmaster, his heart instantly relaxed. At his peak, he could dispel this amount of true chi with just a thought. However, due to his current physical condition, this bit of true chi could still cause some harm, requiring him to spend extra effort to eliminate it. Yet, what followed made Lucius sigh in admiration. Many secrets are sometimes discovered by coincidence. Ever since obtaining the dragon-shaped jade plaque and learning that many people had been searching for it, he had always wanted to know what special qualities it possessed that made those people unwilling to give up even after more than 20 years. Before acting, Lucius never expected to uncover the secret of the dragon-shaped jade plaque because of this incident. The residual true chi of the Grandmaster followed into his body. He was about to mobilize his own true chi to destroy it when a change suddenly occurred. At that moment, Lucius only felt the dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging on his chest slightly warm up, and the Grandmaster's residual true chi was absorbed by the jade plaque. Then, everything ended. Spitting blood and turning pale were just pretenses. Because Lucius knew very well how dangerous and troublesome the residual true chi of a Grandmaster was in the eyes of others. Otherwise, David wouldn't have been affected for so many years by just a trace of true chi. Resolving it too easily would expose more of his secrets. Moreover, at that time, David harbored hidden intentions, making Lucius even more vigilant. But his anger afterward was genuine. Lucius clearly understood that if he were just an ordinary martial artist, he would have already followed in David's footsteps. He had originally thought that David, with his kind and gentle appearance, was a good person but didn't expect this Remy to harbor malicious intent and take advantage of his goodwill. He really wanted to ask whether revealing everything wouldn't have led him to find a way to treat it. His anger was to make David feel ashamed, and then extort something valuable from him as compensation. However, he didn't expect David to willingly become his servant. Even so, this did not completely extinguish Lucius's inner anger. With all his war merit points used up, thinking of the herbs in the treasure house made Lucius incredibly envious, thus using this opportunity to coerce David into obtaining them. On the bed, May, who was enjoying herself, heard the whole truth and thought that the world was truly complicated, full of traps. One misstep could lead to disaster. Following that, recalling that Lucius spent a night in the Divine Tao sect's database, she asked if he had any gains. There was no need to hide anything from those close to him, so Lucius immediately recounted the information he obtained. Seeing that their main goal hadn't been achieved, May could only console him to take things slowly. After the exchange, Lucius took the dragon-shaped jade plaque in his hand and examined it closely, frowning deeply, filled with doubt. The jade plaque had clearly absorbed the residual true chi of a first-rank grandmaster, yet now he couldn't sense any abnormalities, as if nothing had happened. Strange. After gazing intently for a while, Lucius suddenly sat up, his gaze on the jade plaque becoming even more curious. Just now, he tried to input his true chi into the jade plaque to see if it would be absorbed. He assumed that since the jade plaque could absorb the Grandmaster's true chi, it should also absorb his true chi. However, the fact was that the jade plaque remained unchanged. If not for personally knowing that the jade plaque absorbed the Grandmaster's residual true chi, Lucius would think everything was fake. Could it be that it won't work unless it's Grandmaster-level true chi? Lucius mumbled to himself, his eyes full of hesitation and uncertainty. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not want to take that step. He couldn't understand how the dragon-shaped jade plaque could possibly distinguish between the true chi entering it being that of a master or a grandmaster. After a period of hesitation, Lucius temporarily abandoned the idea. Since his understanding of the dragon-shaped jade plaque wasn't deep enough, it wasn't worth taking that step, given the significant risks involved. Moreover, if he took that action and still couldn't uncover the jade plaque's secrets, it would all be in vain. It was better to explore slowly and thoroughly investigate the jade plaque before deciding on the next move. After resting for a while, he got up, took a shower, and then immediately went out with May, planning to see what unique features the headquarters of the Divine Tao sect had before meeting the sect leader. This place had always been the most curious destination in countless people's hearts, but wasn't somewhere anyone could enter. While idly wandering, they frequently encountered martial artists who, upon recognizing Lucius, fled hastily as if they had seen a ghost, leaving both Lucius and May bewildered. Unclear why they reacted this way. Unbeknownst to them, Lucius's forced entry into the Divine Tao sect that day, along with forcing apologies from the obstructing martial artists through Jason, had already spread widely within the sect. 80% of the members of the Divine Tao sect knew that a young and powerful martial artist had come to their sect. This person was treated seriously by Jason and was strong enough. There was a chance he might become the next leader. Not knowing Lucius, they were worried that making casual conversation might lead to saying something wrong and angering him, which would then result in punishment from Jason. If they couldn't provoke him, could they at least avoid him? The martial artists of the Divine Tao sect reached a tacit agreement. Upon encountering Lucius, they would say nothing and quickly leave. With no one bothering them, Lucius found it peaceful and had no other thoughts, continuing to leisurely stroll with May. As they moved through the area, they entered a garden with a decent landscape. One must understand that this place was the heart of Shinjo, practically priceless land, where only the Divine Tao sect had the right to maintain such a garden. The different scenery sparked May's desire to take photos again, and she immediately took out her phone, asking Lucius to help snap some pictures. Young people, photography is not allowed here. Just as May posed and Lucius found a good angle to press the shutter, an ill-timed voice rang out from behind them. Lucius turned around and saw the grandfather of that gender-neutral waste from last night. While reviewing the information last night, he had also gone over the history of the Divine Tao sect and important member profiles. Ignoring this enemy who was already standing against him invisibly, Lucius adjusted the angle and continued taking photos for May. Though May didn't know Creed's identity, she understood from his behavior that he held a significant position within the Divine Tao sect. Worried about breaking rules and causing trouble for Lucius, she was ready to stop until Lucius said, "Continue." Reluctantly, May resumed posing. Behind them, Creed clenched his teeth tightly as Lucius ignored his warning. He had long heard from his grandson that this young man was arrogant. Now seeing it firsthand, it was truly arrogant. He coughed and said sternly, "Young man, as a member of the Divine Tao sect, you should respect the rules. Do you know what the consequences of your actions are?" Lucius turned around, stared at Creed, and retorted, "Are you the leader?" Chapter 140, A Godlike Man. Creed was momentarily speechless at the retort. Not understanding Lucius's intention behind asking such a question, he said, "I am not the Dane." "I am? If you're not the Dane, why are you blabbering here for?" Lucius didn't give Creed a chance to reveal his identity and followed up with such beautiful scenery, what's wrong with taking a few pictures? Could it be that by taking a few pictures, the secrets of the Divine Tao sect will be leaked? Rules are dead, people are alive. You've lived for so long, don't you know how to adapt? Rebutted continuously, Creed's aged face had long turned red, and the originally calm look in his eyes was now filled with anger as he asked accusingly, Do you know who I am? Lucius chuckled lightly and replied, whoever you are, since you aren't the Dane of the Divine Tao sect, shut your mouth. Only the Dane can manage me within the Divine Tao sect. Blasphemy. Amidst Creed's roar, the aura of a fifth stage master suddenly emanated from him. Living over 100 years, this was the first time someone had provoked him like this. Initially, he'd been resolved. Creed, only at the fifth stage, dared not provoke a sixth stage master. Originally, he intended to take advantage of Lucius's rule-breaking to thoroughly test the bottom line of this kid. But he never expected that someone like Urban would intervene. Creed knew very well that with Muhammad, who had successfully resolved his body problems and broken through to the sixth stage realm, his intentions would be difficult to achieve. Continuing to stay would only bring more humiliation. So with a displeased snort and a fierce glare at Lucius, he turned around and left. Young master, this old servant has arrived too late to save you. Please forgive me. Muhammad immediately showed deference to Lucius. Lucius waved his hand indifferently and smiled. Even if he had moved, do you think he could have hurt me? Muhammad smiled and said, he wouldn't have, but that would make more people aware of young master's situation. I believe young master wouldn't want that. Indeed, Lucius glanced at Muhammad and said, you've done well. Considering your obedience, I don't need you to serve me for life. 10 years will suffice. After 10 years, you will regain your freedom. Upon hearing this, Muhammad immediately bowed respectfully, saying excitedly, thank you for your forgiveness, young master. Disturbed by Creed, Lucius no longer felt like strolling around leisurely and took May back to their residence. Regarding Creed's sudden appearance and picking a fight under the pretense of photography being prohibited, Lucius had already known his intentions. Their meeting was not coincidental but deliberately orchestrated. Initially, he had planned that yesterday's forced entry into the Divine Tao sect hadn't fully intimidated its senior leadership. Today, with Creed delivering himself, it was the perfect opportunity to properly humble him, reminding him that being old doesn't mean he could speak boldly. Simultaneously, it served as a warning to those watching him from the shadows, like the Grand Elder. If they wanted to make a move, they shouldn't use petty pawns. However, he didn't expect Muhammad to disrupt things. Many times, Lucius let things flow naturally. Since fate didn't permit him to carry out the intimidation, then so be it. Just as the three had returned to the accommodation, Jason arrived promptly and said to Lucius, the Dane has returned and is waiting for you. After giving instructions to May to wait with Muhammad, Lucius followed Jason to meet the Dane of the Divine Tao sect. Everyone in the Middle Earth knew that the Divine Tao sect had a Dane, but not everyone knew what he looked like. As a person of great power, he had already mobilized forces to completely remove all photos and records of him on the internet. Even the internal records of the Divine Tao sect had photos of elders like Jason, but not of the Dane. In a way, this Wuxingzhong also added to the mystique. Jason led Lucius to a small courtyard, but didn't take him inside the house. Instead, he walked to the pavilion at the center of the courtyard and slapped one of its pillars with his hand. With a cracking sound from beneath their feet, the tiles of the pavilion began to recede, revealing an opening. Jason smiled and explained, most of the courtyards here have secret chambers, just in different positions. Lucius had assumed that the underground chamber wouldn't be very large, but when they truly descended, he realized he was wrong. The chamber was larger than he had imagined, intricately arranged with secrets unknown to outsiders. The Divine Tao sect, located in the heart of Xinzhou, has unique geographical significance, leading to its own uniqueness. When Lucius entered the Divine Tao sect yesterday, he was puzzled by how the energy concentration in the air seemed poorer than expected, even failing to match the Shanghai pavilion. Now, as he delved underground, he understood. All the energy had been channeled underground by formations, cleverly concealed by experts, making it impossible for him to detect anything unusual. The underground chamber was impeccably decorated, giving no sense of being underground at all. Guided by Jason, the two entered the deepest room. Inside, a man dressed in a dark green robe sat cross-legged facing a wall inscribed with the word Tao. After indicating to Lucius that this was the Dane, Jason wisely turned and left. Without Jason mediating, and with the Dane remaining seated in silence, the atmosphere became awkward. Unwilling to wait indefinitely, Lucius said, greetings, Dane. Though he spoke the words, his hands made none of the gestures traditionally expected when meeting a sect leader, simply informing the so-called Dane that the person he wished to see had arrived. The man's shoulders moved slightly, then he slowly rose and turned around. Lucius looked at him curiously, eager to know what this godlike man looked like. Upon seeing his face clearly, Lucius's eyes widened noticeably, and he exclaimed in surprise, it's you? Chapter 141. The Arrival of Killing Intent. It's me. The man chuckled and nodded, then continued. It has been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it? Upon careful calculation, it was indeed 10 years. Lucius nodded, somewhat surprised, saying, back then, I felt you were no ordinary person. I never thought it would be so true. Should I call you the Dane or Erfu? Before meeting this person in person, Lucius was equally curious about the Dane of Xinzhou sect. However, what he didn't expect was that they were old acquaintances, having known each other for a decade. 10 years ago, the man suddenly came up the mountain, claiming he was out to relax and visit the elderly master for some nostalgia. The old master preferred solitude and had little to talk about with him. Instead, he quickly bonded with Lucius. They spent their days happily fishing or fetching honey from beehives. During that time, Lucius gave him a nickname, Erfu, and he didn't say anything about it. Before seeing him in person, Lucius truly hadn't expected this man to be the Dane of Xinzhou sect. The man paused, slightly embarrassed, explaining, calling me by those two characters here isn't appropriate. My real name is Ricardo. Since I'm older than you, just call me Barrett-yi. Being the Dane of Xinzhou sect, being called Erfu in front of others wasn't respectful, so Lucius nodded. Brigham smiled, gesturing for Lucius to sit down, then said with a laugh, now you should understand why I asked you to wait for me to meet. When we parted 10 years ago, I told you to contact me if you came down the mountain, but it seems you didn't do that. There was clear resentment in his tone. Lucius explained helplessly, I did think about finding you, but somehow I lost the contact information. Afterward, the two began chatting idly. Brigham mentioned that originally, he hadn't paid much attention to what was happening in Yun City. Upon learning that members of the sect had been killed, he dispatched Jason to handle it. He didn't expect Jason to discover Lucius wasn't an ordinary individual when he arrived. Hearing that Lucius was young and had strength not inferior to a second-rank grandmaster, Brigham immediately thought this young man might be Lucius. After all, in present-day China, he hadn't seen anyone with talents as remarkable as Lucius. That's why he offered 20,000 battle merit points. At the time, due to being busy with other matters, he didn't have the time to check. It was only after Jason successfully recruited Lucius that he had time to review Lucius's file. Upon reviewing it, he realized this was indeed the old acquaintance he knew from back then. Learning that Lucius had come to Shundao sect while he was away, he instructed Jason to do whatever it took to keep him and waited to meet him personally. He hadn't directly informed Lucius that the Dane was an old acquaintance to give him a surprise. Hearing all this, Lucius said helplessly, "If you had said you were the Dane of Shundao sect earlier, would I have resisted so much? In familiar territory, one would at least show respect and wouldn't haggle with Jason." Brigham laughed. "The outcome is the same. The process doesn't matter. By the way, how's the Remy doing?" Knowing Brigham was close friends with the Remy, Lucius saw this as an opportunity to use the power of Shundao sect to investigate the Remy's whereabouts. So he said, "He has gone missing." Missing? Startled, Brigham didn't wait for Lucius to explain further. "Recently, I went back up the mountain and learned that he left over a year ago. We are still investigating where he went and why." "Erfu, Barrett-yi, given your position in Shundao sect, could you mobilize its resources to help find out where the Remy went? I suspect he came down to seek revenge on an old enemy." Since Brigham knew more about the Remy and even knew who the Remy wanted to take revenge on, it would be more directed and faster for him to investigate. Nodding solemnly, Brigham said, "I'll have someone look into this right away and inform you immediately if there's any news." Thinking Brigham was both the Dane of Shundao sect and an old friend, Lucius could directly ask questions he couldn't find in the database. Taking a deep breath, Lucius asked, "Barrett-yi, there's something I want to ask you." "You speak. We don't need formalities. If you have anything on your mind or questions, just ask." "I know you must have many questions," Brigham replied generously. "Barrett-yi, I want to know if anyone from the Bryce family, once the #1 clan in China 20 years ago, is still alive today." Lucius wouldn't ask such a personal question unless he trusted the person completely. As the Dane of Shundao sect, Brigham must know a lot. Pausing for 2 seconds, Brigham said, "Even though the Bryce family declined and faced persecution over the years, it's impossible for none of them to survive. The matter happened too long ago, and I've been busy with many things, so I haven't paid attention to the Bryce family's movements. I'll help you check the exact hiding place and inform you once I find out." Lucius nodded, and Brigham spoke frankly. "Bryce Feng, I understand your situation, but I want to tell you that the Divine Land is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Although your Shundao sect was someone Lucius had known and befriended years ago, May was clearly taken aback. Then she thought it might turn out well this way. Having a friend as the leader of Shundao sect would make many things much easier in the future. After a brief chat, Jason came to notify them that everything was ready. The three set off immediately. Throughout the process of Muhammad's departure and the various medicinal herbs he took, Jason did not ask any questions, as if he already knew the specifics. By nightfall, the three arrived in Yun City. As soon as they exited the airport, Lucius suddenly halted. It turned out that no sooner had he left Shundao sect than murderous intent followed closely behind. Sensing slightly, he told May, "You take Muhammad to the Shanghai pavilion first. I need to handle some trouble." Chapter 142. Taking the Bai family as an example. He had long anticipated an ambush. Initially, he thought it would happen in the capital city. However, there was no sign of anything during the entire journey, and Lucius even assumed they had given up. Unexpectedly, they trailed all the way to Yun City. They seemed not to be worried about being discovered, deliberately provoking by releasing their aura. Since someone wanted to die, Lucius naturally intended to oblige. "Master, let me go with you." "3 small fry, why should Master bother yourself?" Muhammad looked pleadingly at Lucius. As a 6th-rank grandmaster, he too had noticed the malicious intent from behind early on. "No need." Lucius shook his head, smiling. "Since you say they're just small fry, would I have any difficulty dealing with them?" Without waiting for Muhammad to add more, Lucius walked in another direction. The enemies coming this time, though not weak, were completely dismissed by Lucius. He didn't want Muhammad following because he didn't want him to discover more of his secrets. Although Muhammad was nominally a servant now, that could change in an instant. Due to earlier calculations, Lucius still didn't trust this Remy fully. Understanding that Lucius wouldn't act without confidence, May didn't say much more and left, while Muhammad hesitated slightly but eventually decided not to defy Lucius's wishes and moved to follow May. About a kilometer from the airport was a temporarily abandoned construction site. Upon arriving, Lucius waited quietly. Soon, the three appeared. After stepping into the construction site, they immediately surrounded him in a triangular formation. "I'm very curious, who sent you here?" Lucius stared straight ahead at the eldest and strongest one among the masked. This man was a 3rd-rank grandmaster, while the other 2 were 1st-rank grandmasters. The fact that they sent 3 grandmasters after him clearly indicated their intention to kill. At the same time, Lucius wondered how many grandmasters Zhongshan actually harbored. On the surface, there weren't many grandmasters in Zhongshan. One could count them on one hand. Now he understood that many families and forces must hide their grandmasters to conceal their strength. The elder glared coldly at Lucius and said, "You'll get your answer when you reach the underworld." Their purpose was clear. There was no need for idle talk. With a glance from the elder, the 2 first-rank grandmasters simultaneously lunged at Lucius. Grandmasters were always grandmasters. Their mere charge stirred a violent gust of wind, moving so fast it seemed to cleave through the air. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, their fists landing on Lucius's body. However, Lucius's figure dissipated like mist, gradually dispersing. "What?" The two attackers froze, momentarily stunned by the strange phenomenon before them. Though they considered themselves well-versed, they had never seen a technique that could create such false images. The observing elder was also taken aback. The next moment, his face changed dramatically as he shouted to his companion on the right, "Behind you!" Alerted, the man felt the attack come too quickly to react defensively or evade, only instinctively mobilizing his internal energy for defense. But in the next second, he felt an irresistible force rupture his defenses, tearing through his insides. Thud. The man's eyes widened in shock as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. One move, dead? The elder and the remaining man stood dumbfounded, finding it hard to imagine a grandmaster dying so easily, almost like an ordinary person. Lucius slowly retracted his hand, looking disdainfully at the dying grandmaster. He had thought, despite everything, a grandmaster would have some skill. But this proved otherwise. Simultaneously, he understood that while the slain man was a grandmaster, his foundation wasn't solid. Some martial artists spend their entire lives trying to reach the grandmaster realm, but the threshold isn't easy to breach, leading some to take shortcuts. The defeated warrior was clearly of this type. These kinds of grandmasters have the appearance of strength, but lack the true power of a real grandmaster. Run. The elder gave his companion a meaningful look, then without hesitation turned and fled at top speed out of the construction site. They had come with a deadly resolve, confident they could deal with Lucius easily. But Lucius's single decisive strike made the elder realize they were underinformed. This young man was more formidable than imagined. If there's a willow, there won't be a shortage of wood. The elder was some distance from Lucius and was the strongest among them, thus running quite fast, vanishing at the entrance of the construction site in the blink of an eye. But the man standing only 2 meters away from Lucius remained rooted to the spot. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, twofold. After the furious rant, the elder hung up directly, leaving Harry completely baffled, unable to understand what was going on. Not mentioning the result, he just started cursing. But as a grandmaster who had grown step by step, his inference ability was extraordinary. Recalling the elder's curses carefully, Harry clenched his fist suddenly, realizing that the assassination attempt must have gone awry, possibly even resulting in casualties. That's why the elder was so angry. After all, even cultivating a master through shortcuts required considerable effort. Guesses remain guesses. Harry immediately dialed back, wanting to find out exactly what happened. But this time, although the call connected, no one answered. In Yuan City, the elder's phone was ringing continuously, but he didn't dare to answer. Instead, he looked at the front with trembling eyes. Lucius glanced at the elder's phone, then reached out his hand. After a slight hesitation, the elder tossed the phone to Lucius. "Hey, Huzi, what are you doing? Why are you cursing me? What's going on?" Harry asked anxiously on the other end of the line. "The Bai family, right?" Lucius spoke casually. "Since your Bai family is so eager to seek death, I'll start with you." Chapter 143. Never fight a battle without confidence of victory. What? Hearing Lucius's voice on the other end of the phone, Creed was stunned and instinctively glanced at his phone, thinking he had dialed the wrong number. After confirming it was indeed the elder's number, Creed's face instantly darkened. The fact that the elder's phone was in Lucius's hands indicated that all 3 of them had been defeated. He had thought that by mobilizing 3 grandmasters, even if they couldn't kill Lucius, severely wounding him. But do you have evidence? Idiot 2. What about eyewitnesses? Upon hearing about eyewitnesses, Brigham's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "That works. As long as someone dares to come forward and testify, I can immediately expel Creed from the elder's council." Learning that it was only expulsion, Lucius wasn't entirely satisfied and asked, "Can't we just cripple him directly?" Knowing Lucius wanted Creed to become useless, Brigham explained, "No, the Bai family has their own backing. The most I can do now is kick him out of the elder's council, which disqualifies him from receiving punishment. He remains an elder of the Shen Dao sect, not an ordinary member, so it involves many aspects. I hope you understand." Realizing Brigham had his own difficulties, Lucius didn't insist on making Creed useless and said, "Then send someone to pick up these 2 witnesses." Having just returned from the capital, Lucius didn't feel like making another trip, so he asked Brigham to send someone to bring these 2 to the Shen Dao sect to testify against Creed. Not wanting to waste time, Brigham hung up and immediately contacted Jason, instructing him to Creed couldn't help feeling worried. Now, learning that Muhammad was with Lucius, rather than attributing it to the kid's personal strength, his concerns lessened considerably. "Do you know why Muhammad left with him?" Creed asked calmly. Zachariah shook his head and said, "Muhammad suddenly recovered his strength. I think it has something to do with that kid. The information we gathered shows he possesses extremely advanced medical skills. It must be him who healed Muhammad, which is why Muhammad left with him." After explaining, Zachariah hurriedly added, "Grandfather, quickly recall the people you sent to deal with that kid. With Muhammad around, they won't be able to harm him." Creed smiled bitterly and said, "You're too late. Those 3 have already died." "What?" Zachariah looked utterly incredulous. Rushing over upon receiving the news, he had hoped to stop the tragedy, but it was too late. Stumbling back, Zachariah sat down in a daze, dispirited. He had thought that by mobilizing grandmasters, it would be easy to severely wound that kid, leaving him just enough breath for Zachariah to finish him off and rid himself of this thorn in his side. But never did he expect 6th-rank boundary Muhammad to intervene. Now, with Muhammad by the kid's side, eliminating him seemed an impossible feat. In Yuan City, Lucius looked down at the elder crouching in the corner and another middle-aged man, asking, "Do you know what to say when we get to Shen Dao sect?" Both men had chosen to submit under Lucius's overpowering pressure. Being alive was better than anything else. Though they understood that coming forward to testify against Creed would make them targets of the Bai family, both knew it was better than dying right now. Therefore, the 2 sensibly nodded, assuring Lucius they would do as instructed when they reached the Shen Dao sect. The meeting point with Brigham was set at Shanghai Pavilion, so Lucius immediately brought the 2 back there. Muhammad and May were surprised to see Lucius bring the enemies back, so Lucius explained their usefulness for the next steps. Afterwards, Lucius returned to his room and came out about 2 hours later. Take these 2 pills. The antidote is in my hands. If you don't follow through with what I told you, your meridians will burst within a month. Words alone were not reliable. Lucius never fought without being confident of victory. To ensure their cooperation, he resorted to this method. Unwilling, the 2 hesitated, but hastily swallowed the pills upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lucius. 2 hours later, Jason arrived with his team and took the 2 back to the headquarters in the capital. Lucius had expected to wake up and hear news of Creed's expulsion, but even before dawn, Brigham's call woke him up. What? Hearing the situation, Lucius almost crushed his phone. Chapter 144, Beauty in Trouble. All right, I know. Lucius's voice carried a sense of powerlessness as he hung up the phone. What happened? May, awakened by the exclamation, asked curiously. Those 2 from last night are dead? May abruptly sat up, astonished. Weren't they taken to the headquarters of Shandao? How could they be dead? Lucius smiled helplessly and said, they're just dead. Urwo said that Carlo brought the 2 back to headquarters. Due to it being midnight, many things couldn't be handled easily, so he temporarily locked them up, planning to convene the Elders' Council today to have Creed identified. But no one expected that when the guard checked on them earlier, they were already dead, with the exact cause still under investigation. May sighed, saying plans never go as quickly as changes do. Then, thinking about the pills Lucius gave those 2 last night, she asked curiously, could it be that the pills you gave them last night took effect prematurely? Lucius rolled his eyes instinctively, then replied impatiently, the pills I gave them last night were actually made from flour mixed with some ordinary herbs, completely non-toxic. The purpose was merely to thoroughly control them, making them act as instructed. This kind of psychological manipulation required a subtle touch. While Lucius did have methods for using poisons, especially those potent enough to rupture a master's meridians, he lacked the raw materials to prepare them. Why waste so much effort, and then have to painstakingly prepare antidotes when a simple operation could achieve the same goal? After a moment of silence, May muttered, so why would they suddenly die? Ever since learning of the situation, Lucius had been thinking hard. He analyzed, perhaps someone from Creed's camp was close to Carlo. Knowing that they intended to identify him this way, he clearly realized that if identified, he would be expelled from the Elders' Council, so Creed had no choice but to kill them. With no one to testify, there's no way to prosecute him. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be the case. Though feeling helpless, Lucius also felt somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, even though he didn't want to make the trip to Kyoto himself, he would have had no choice but to personally deliver the 2 to Shandao today. In that case, no matter how skilled Creed was, he wouldn't have been able to kill them. Even though the plan failed, it didn't significantly impact Lucius. Using this method against Creed wasn't his true intention. He simply wanted to irritate the other party. If he truly planned to attack, it would involve killing people. Currently, it wasn't an urgent matter. With the 2 dead, Lucius wasn't particularly concerned about this incident anymore, shifting his focus back to the ongoing plan. After getting up, he began checking the materials obtained from Shandao, then immersed himself in setting up the array formation. Muhammad had long discovered the array formations around Shanghai Pavilion. Before Lucius started working, he was curious who had laid these formations and realized that once completed, even a 6th-rank master like himself would likely suffer severe losses trying to force through. Now, seeing Lucius in action, Muhammad was inwardly moved, recalling that Lucius was once the prodigy who shocked countless martial arts forces. His talent really left countless people in awe. Not only was his strength formidable, but his proficiency in such specialized areas as array formations was also remarkable. Different shocks gradually dissipated any lingering resentment Muhammad might have harbored. Previously, while still inside Shandao, due to hidden schemes, Muhammad almost killed Lucius, feeling guilty, which led him to offer himself as a servant in compensation. As a 6th-rank master, voluntarily becoming a servant to a young man like Lucius was not without its complexities. But now, after witnessing more of Lucius's unique abilities, Muhammad couldn't help but think that perhaps this choice wasn't such a bad thing after all. Jinling is not an ordinary place. With his sharp insight and rich experience, Muhammad foresaw that the extremely complex Lucius would soon bring great upheaval to China. His future achievements were hard to predict. Following him, extending into the future, as he truly grew, would undoubtedly be beneficial rather than harmful. The difficulty of setting up the 5th-layered array formation increased, causing Lucius to become fully engrossed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lucius's spirit didn't slacken for a moment. Through 3 days of effort, the 4th-layered killing formation was finally set up. By estimation, any master below the 4th rank daring to force through would surely meet their doom. Though materials for the 5th-layered formation were gathered, completing it would require significant effort, so Lucius decided to pause for a break. Simultaneously, he set out with Muhammad to Black Dragon Villa to check on progress there. In recent days, Basil hadn't gone to Tianmei Group but remained here, cultivating and practicing alongside over 50 people. This different cultivation method produced different results. On selection day, none of the over 50 individuals had reached mid-dark 4 stage, with the strongest barely at the early stage. It had only been a few days, and more than 10 of them were already at the mid-dark 4 stage, with the rest all reaching the late dark 4 stage. Upon learning that Lucius had arrived, Basil, who was meditating in the pavilion, hurriedly got up to welcome him. After understanding the current situation of the 50 people, Lucius nodded very satisfied. Upon arrival, Muhammad scanned everyone's condition and immediately understood what Lucius intended to do. He asked in surprise, "You're preparing to build your own team?" Lucius hummed in agreement and asked Muhammad, "What do you think would happen if over 50 masters suddenly appeared one day?" Over 50 masters suddenly appearing? Even as a 6th-rank master, Muhammad was now shocked to the point of his throat feeling dry. Knowing well that entering the master realm wasn't easy, he cautiously asked, "Do you mean these people will all become masters?" Entering the master realm isn't as simple as that. It requires significant opportunities for breakthrough. Lucius just smiled and said, "That's what you think. My method is different from yours." A different cultivation method meant the gap to becoming a master could be narrower or wider. This is why some martial families could produce several masters while others found it hard to produce even one. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, the gap to becoming a master seemed impossibly wide and hard to cross. But to Lucius, the barrier to becoming a master was just a small puddle, easily crossed. That's why he dared say 50 masters could appear. Some things didn't need detailed explanation. Lucius didn't talk much with Muhammad, but stepped forward to personally inspect the 50 people. After the inspection, he took out a diagram and began teaching them how to set up an array formation. Masters were on a completely different level from lower-ranked martial artists. Even if 100 grandmasters surrounded a master, they would ultimately all be slaughtered. But now, Lucius wanted to use array formations to change this fact. If the 50 people practiced the array formation until they mastered it, and all reached the early grandmaster stage, they could kill a first-rank master. While concentrating on explaining, Basil suddenly rushed up hastily and anxiously. Before he even got within 10 meters, he shouted, "Boss, bad news. Roxanne has been captured." What? A surge of murderous intent rose into the sky. Chapter 145. The most hated thing. He didn't care if they came after him, but coming after the people around him was asking for death. Everyone has their own Dishan. Dishan means bottom line, but it's better to rephrase for fluidity. Revenge taken on him personally, Lucius didn't mind at all. However, targeting the people around him was something he couldn't tolerate. In a flash, Lucius stood beside Basil and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Who did this?" Basil shook his head and said, "Not sure exactly who." Word from Tianmei group said 2 masked martial artists suddenly appeared, beat them up, and then took Roxanne away. Learning this, Lucius understood that the target was clearly himself. Knowing he wasn't easy to deal with, they resorted to attacking Mei. The Bai family? Or some other family force sensing the crisis. Just as Lucius was speculating who had done this, his phone rang. Thinking it might be them, he quickly picked it up. Seeing the caller ID made his brow furrow. Sierra? Lucius didn't understand why his ex-mother-in-law would call at this moment. Could it be? A thought flashed across his mind. He pressed the answer button and heard Sierra sobbing through the phone. "Lucius, Christy has been kidnapped. Please, for old time's sake, save her, wail." His suspicions were confirmed. Lucius had speculated that they might have found out about Luo Shiyu's past relationship with him and thus abducted her to threaten him. Sierra's crying was affecting his mood. Indifferently, he responded with an acknowledgement and hung up. Clearly, the same group had kidnapped Mei and Luo Christie. Once he found Mei, he'd naturally find Luo Christie too. But right now, Lucius had no patience for Sierra's weeping. Muhammad also approached and asked, "Is it Creed seeking revenge?" "Almost certain." Lucius nodded. Last night, Creed had mentioned sending 3 master-level experts as just an appetizer. Now today, Mei and Luo Christie were kidnapped, indicating they knew attacking him directly wouldn't work and had to resort to threatening those close to him. After analysis, Lucius was convinced the most likely culprit was the Bai family. Taking a deep breath, Lucius calmed down. He knew very well that the primary target was himself, so although Mei and Luo Christie were abducted, they weren't in immediate danger. "Boss, should I get people to investigate?" Basil asked. "No need." Lucius shook his head and said, "They'll contact me soon. Let's wait." At that moment, his phone rang again. This time, it was Russell, who obviously learned his granddaughter had been kidnapped. Sure enough, upon connecting, Russell urgently informed him that Mei had been abducted by martial artists. Being an experienced martial artist, his composure was much better than Sierra's. Briefly analyzing, Lucius told Russell that the attackers were targeting him and wouldn't harm Mei until he showed up. Russell didn't say much more. By now, he understood Lucius's character and was certain he wouldn't let anything happen to his granddaughter. Half an hour later, several messages arrived. One of the messages included a photo of Mei and Luo Christie bound together. "If you don't want anything to happen to your women, come alone to Changcheng Mountain within half an hour. If you're not here in half an hour, prepare to collect their bodies." After reading the message, Lucius straightened up and told Basil, "Bring me the car keys." Knowing the enemy had contacted him, Basil hurriedly sent someone to bring the car over. After instructing Muhammad to continue guiding everyone's cultivation, Lucius sped off toward Changcheng Mountain. Black Dragon Villa was already in the mountains, facing Changcheng Mountain with Yun City in between, making the half-hour drive somewhat tight. Lucius raced without regard for traffic lights or speed limits. On the top of Changcheng Mountain, where he had previously confronted Hiroshi, Mei and Luo Christie were tied back to back. Mei, having faced many challenges, remained calm, unworried because she knew Lucius would come for her. Or rather, since being with Lucius, she had anticipated that this day would eventually come. Unable to deal with him directly, the enemies would use her to coerce him. In contrast, Luo Christie, having been pampered since childhood, hadn't experienced such hardships and had cried endlessly, her eyes swollen and her face pale. Having tried comforting Luo Christie before, Mei realized it was futile and stopped wasting her breath. Not far away, 2 martial artists were whispering to each other. Both had merely attained the transformation of energy stage. At a further distance sat Remy. From his barely noticeable aura, Mei knew he was a high-ranking martial artist. At this moment, her thoughts mirrored Lucius's from last night. She couldn't fathom why there seemed to be so many grandmasters all of a sudden. In her understanding, grandmasters in China were few and far between, each one being an extremely rare presence. But since being with Lucius, she discovered that China wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface, and there were far more grandmasters than she imagined. Wah wah wah. Luo Christie started crying again, her sobs causing Mei's delicate brows to furrow tightly, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes. She couldn't understand how crying could solve anything. If crying solved problems, there wouldn't be so many suffering people in reality. Enough. The increasing cries finally provoked Mei into reprimanding Luo Christie. "All you do is cry. What good does it do?" Scolded, Luo Christie flinched and stopped sobbing completely, turning to quiet sniffles. At this moment, Mei noticed that the previously unmoving Remy had opened his eyes and stood up, gazing down the mountain. Her heart stirred. She knew, if nothing went wrong, Lucius had arrived. Indeed, within just 2 minutes, Lucius's figure appeared nearby. Lucius, wah wah wah. Seeing Lucius, Luo Christie became visibly emotional. May couldn't help rolling her eyes, filled with disdain. The two transformation of energy martial artists also quickly approached the two women. Checking that the two women were unharmed, Lucius directly looked at the Remy and said, "Is it Creed who sent you?" At this moment, he wondered if Creed was acting foolishly. Yesterday, sending 3 grandmasters didn't achieve the desired effect, and today only 1 grandmaster, and a mere second-rank one at that, was dispatched to turn the tables? However, this thought was fleeting. Lucius realized that Creed likely believed those 3 were dealt with by Muhammad, hence today's decision to send only 1 person, using the spirit maiden to coerce him into coming alone, thinking it would suffice to subdue him. The Remy did not answer Lucius's question, but instead said coldly, "Kneel." At the same time, the 2 martial artists standing beside May and Luo Christie gripped their necks. The meaning was clear. Disobey, and they would kill the 2 women. Lucius's expression remained indifferent, and he said coolly, "In my entire life, what I hate the most is when someone threatens or coerces me. I will make anyone who dares to threaten or coerce me die a miserable death." Chapter 146. He is a demon. A contemptuous snort sounded. The martial artist who was choking Melanie mocked, "Boy, you should pray for yourself first." In the next second, the Remy exuded the aura of a second-rank ancestor master. Just like Lucius, who usually bothered not to move and instead used his aura to suppress others, he also rallied his own aura, intending to subdue Lucius. However, Lucius seemed unaffected, advancing step by step towards the Remy. The Remy's brows twitched slightly. He couldn't understand how the other party could still move under his domineering pressure. I knew this boy wasn't simple, but didn't expect him to be truly exceptional. Thus, the Remy gritted his teeth and intensified his oppressive momentum, stepping forward, mistakenly believing that distance weakened the intensity of his pressure. Seeing Lucius's motions clearly slowed down as they got closer, evidently impacted by the aura oppression, an air of satisfaction spread across the Remy's face. When he saw Lucius stand completely motionless, he was sure his aura had thoroughly locked the latter. With a smug look, he stood in front of Lucius and said with a chuckle, "I thought you were something extraordinary, but in the face of absolute strength, you are nothing." But as soon as these words were uttered, the Remy's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he slowly lowered his head. Lucius had extracted a blood-soaked, pulsating heart. The Remy realized that it was his own heart. With the heart removed, even a second-rank ancestor master would certainly die. His thoughts hadn't completely dissipated yet, wondering why the other party could still move when supposedly immobilized by his own overwhelming aura. Moreover, how did Lucius manage without him noticing anything? Most importantly, his defenses seemed non-existent against the other party. Unbeknownst to him, Lucius had originally planned to counterattack forcefully. Seeing the Remy using aura suppression, he pretended to be affected, coaxing the other side to get closer before making his move. The main purpose of coming here was to rescue the 2 women, not to showcase his prowess ostentatiously. This second-rank ancestor master Remy was the backbone of those 2 martial artists. With him killed, it would be interesting to see how arrogant they remain. "Do you think you're so powerful?" Lucius exerted slight force, crushing the Remy's heart. Nearby, the 2 martial artists controlling May and the other woman were instantly stunned by this scene. They thought victory was certain with a second-rank ancestor master present, only to find out the opponent was far more formidable than expected, with a second-rank ancestor master almost being killed instantly. Luo Christie, who was in a state of panic, turned ghostly pale upon seeing Lucius brutally extract and crush someone's heart. Her throat convulsed, barely preventing her from running away to vomit if she weren't restrained. "Let them go." Lucius stared coldly at the 2 martial artists. Knowing they couldn't match Lucius and that releasing May and Luo Christie meant their inevitable deaths, the 2 martial artists tightened their grip. One of them shouted, "Step back, or I'll kill your woman." Crazy. A flash of coldness shot through Lucius's eyes. Before anyone noticed, a suffocating aura descended on the 2 martial artists. Stunned momentarily by the impact, Lucius seized the opportunity to appear right before them. Martial artists of inner strength were like ants before Lucius. They didn't even have time to react when he slapped both on their heads. From the outside, the 2 appeared uninjured, but their brains were mushed due to the forceful blow. "Ah!" With the 2 martial artists collapsing, Luo Christie screamed and lunged into Lucius's embrace, holding onto him tightly. Seeing May's gaze on him, Lucius looked helpless. After some consolation, Luo Christie calmed down, her eyes still filled with fear. The 2 had been together for 5 years. To her, Lucius had always been the weakest man, trampled by everyone. Even after leaving the Luo family, though Lucius exhibited different abilities, Luo Christie never imagined him to be so ruthless. Just now, witnessing him rip out and crush a living heart left her feeling that the Lucius she once knew might have been an illusion. Signaling May to take Luo Christie down the mountain first, Lucius began cleaning up. Given the scenic appeal of this area, tourists often visited. Leaving the bodies here would alert the patrol agency and cause complications, so they needed proper disposal. With the dense forest, concealing the bodies wasn't difficult. Quickly dealing with the 3 corpses, Lucius returned to the car below. Certain secrets required discretion, so Lucius kept silent during the journey home, not wanting Luo Christie to learn what she shouldn't. At the Luo family residence, Sierra and others were anxious like ants on a hot pan. Hearing sounds from outside, they rushed out to see Melanie, who looked like she had just recovered from a serious illness. Getting off the car, Sierra expressed endless gratitude to Deshawn and invited him to come in for a sit. Deshawn did not want to step into the Luo family residence at all. He shook his head ruthlessly and left straight for the car, making Sierra feel deeply uncomfortable. In the past, they couldn't wait for Deshawn to leave the Luo family, but now they urgently wanted him to enter the house, yet he paid no heed. After much comforting, Melanie's condition finally improved somewhat. "Devil, he is just a devil," Melanie muttered to herself, with the scene of Deshawn pulling out the Remy's heart flashing before her eyes constantly. You, who are you talking about? Who is the devil? Sierra asked curiously. Deshawn. He is a devil. We should not have anything to do with him in the future. He is a devil. Despite divorcing Deshawn, due to his extraordinary abilities, the Luo family still hoped one day the two could reunite. Though Melanie didn't show it, deep down she also harbored this thought. But now, this idea was utterly shattered in her mind. Even though Deshawn acted to save people, the fact that he killed someone could not be ignored. A cold-blooded killer. Melanie was genuinely terrified from the bottom of her heart. Yu, what happened? Didn't you always want to reconcile with Deshawn? How did he become a devil again? Did he do something to you? Sierra asked anxiously and worriedly. He directly pulled out and crushed a living person's heart, and killed the other two with just one slap. Every time she thought of that scene, Melanie couldn't help trembling uncontrollably. The plane to Jingdu was already prepared. At the headquarters of Shundao sect, Harry and Zachariah were still waiting for news. With no feedback from the dispatched people, both grandfather and grandson had unappealing expressions. Both knew clearly that if they couldn't solve Lucius as soon as possible, he would definitely retaliate against the Bai family. 4 hours later, Lucius silently landed at the Jingdu airport. At the same time, at the Shundao sect headquarters, Jason hurriedly found Brigham and said, Dane, we've just received news from our intelligence network. Lucius is back in Jingdu. Brigham furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't notify you? Jason shook his head, and Brigham fell into deep thought, pondering why Lucius came to Jingdu without contacting the Shundao sect. Just then, Jason suddenly remembered a piece of information he received in the morning and continued, Dane, earlier, I heard that Old Sixth might have found another master to go to Yuan City, possibly planning to seek revenge on Lucius like before. Knowing few could harm Lucius and that David was still with him, Jason hadn't made any move upon receiving this news. Brigham laughed lightly and stood up. The Bai family is truly courting death. Send out an order immediately. From now on, regardless of what happens outside, all members of Shundao sect are forbidden to mobilize. Realizing what was happening, Jason understood that Lucius had quietly come to Jingdu because of consecutive retaliations. Clearly, Harry's continuous troublemaking forced Lucius to plan his move against the Bai family. As a sixth elder of Shundao sect, if Harry learned that his family was under attack, especially by Lucius, he would surely mobilize Shundao sect members to intervene. If Lucius resisted and fought Shundao sect members, even though he was also a member, he would face punishment. Issuing orders before taking action meant that when Harry received the distress call from his family, he could only go alone. Coming back to his senses, he immediately issued the notification. The notice quickly spread to Harry's courtyard. The Remy frowned deeply, finding it hard to understand why such a notice was issued when nothing major had happened. In the southwestern area of Jingdu, the Bai family occupied a vast area. Their mansion was built like a palace, grand and exquisite. At the front gate, 2 guards were chatting idly. Seeing Lucius approaching, one asked, Kid, what do you want? Nothing. Lucius walked towards the gate, and the guard, seeing his intention to break in, coldly sneered and stepped forward to block him, shouting, Kid, do you know whose residence this is? You dare to break in here? I guess you're living? Before the last 2 words were out, the blocking guard was thrown inside the gate. Seeing this, the other guard reached for the alarm, which exploded with a pop. Then, he too was tossed inside like a little chick by Lucius. Having come to exact revenge, there was no need for small talk. Rushing into the depths, any martial artist who crossed paths with Lucius was knocked down. Soon, everyone in the Bai family knew an enemy had come, attacking whoever he saw, displaying formidable strength. No one could match him. Being a martial arts family, the Bai clan not only included its members, but also employed some vassals like the Xia family. Hearing the news, everyone rushed to confront Lucius. Unfortunately, whether it was a martial artist or a quasi-master, anyone who engaged Lucius became a cripple within seconds. Not being a butcher, he didn't kill indiscriminately. Since the Bai family was a martial arts family, Lucius aimed to cripple all their martial artists, ensuring they would never practice martial arts again. Within Shundao sect, Harry received a call from his family, learning about a young man forcibly entering the Bai residence, attacking without reason, rendering Bai martial artists useless. This infuriated him, causing him to stomp a crack in the floor tiles. Calming down, he began to inquire about the attacker's appearance. Listening halfway, Harry recognized him as Lucius and raged with tremors. Boy, you're asking for death. Coming back to his senses, he prepared to mobilize Shundao sect martial artists to aid the Bai family, but suddenly remembered the previous notification. What initially seemed strange, now made perfect sense to him. Apparently, the Dane had known Lucius was in Jingdu and planned to act against the Bai family. To avoid mobilizing any members of the Shundao sect, he had issued the notification beforehand. Brigham, you should die. As angry as he was, Harry couldn't afford to waste any more time at the Shundao sect and immediately rushed home as fast as he could. He knew very well that if he arrived too late, the Bai family might truly be finished. At the Bai residence, Lucius had already incapacitated over 40 people around him. This included Harry's 2 younger brothers and 2 cousins. These 4 were all master-level experts, but were now crippled. There were 6 others around, 5 of whom were transformation realm martial artists, and 1 was a 3rd-class master, who happened to be Harry's elder brother. He had called his younger brother Harry, and came slightly later because of it. Seeing that both his master-level brothers and 2 cousins were crippled, he was not only shocked but also dared not approach for fear of dying. At this moment, Ignacio could only place his hopes on his younger brother. After all, Harry had achieved his master status through steady, hard work, unlike their shortcut methods, making his strength vastly superior. If the enemy wouldn't come forward, then he would have to take the initiative. What did transformation realm martial artists matter? As long as they were part of the Bai family, Lucius would show no mercy. A gust of wind howled past, and the 5 transformation realm fighters felt a blur before them, followed by a painful wail as they knelt on the ground, glaring at Lucius with resentment and hatred. For a martial artist to become crippled was more unbearable than death. You stay back. Ignacio watched as Lucius appeared in front of him, instinctively backing away out of fear, completely forgetting that he himself was also a master. He simply couldn't understand why someone he didn't know would take such ruthless action against the Bai family. Phew. The wind brushed against his face. Just as Ignacio raised his hand to muster his inner energy for a counterattack, Lucius slapped him on the shoulder. His newly roused inner energy was instantly suppressed, making it hard to move. Lucius had seen through the close relationship between this person and Harry and hadn't crippled him immediately. Instead, after forcing him to kneel with one slap, he stepped on Ignacio's back, quietly waiting. Soon enough, a whistling sound came from outside, and Harry appeared in sight. Seeing all the Bai family martial artists lying on the ground and his brother underfoot, Harry hoarsely shouted, "Lucius, you're courting death." Chapter 148. A satisfying battle. Anyone can shout angrily. Lucius wasn't raised to be frightened easily. Seeing Harry almost driven mad with anger, this was exactly the effect he wanted. He replied calmly, "The one looking for death should be you. Do you really take me as a sick cat? So easy to bully? I didn't intend to target your Bai family so soon, but since you're in such a hurry to court death, time and again, then I'll oblige you." With that said, Lucius suddenly applied more force with his foot on Ignacio's back. Ignacio, who was kneeling, couldn't bear the pressure and fell heavily onto the ground with a painful groan. "Bastard, how dare you!" Realizing Lucius was going to cripple his elder brother, Harry's true chi surged wildly, creating afterimages as he rushed directly at Lucius. The clash happened in an instant. Suddenly, Lucius flew backward, while Harry stood beside his elder brother. "Brother!" Harry hurriedly bent down to help Ignacio up, but seeing his brother's face turning increasingly pale and blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth, Harry trembled as if his soul had been ripped away. He thought that acting so swiftly would save his elder brother. However, reality did not align with expectations. Ignacio was ultimately crippled. In the Bai family now, excluding women, only Harry and Zachariah remained as martial artists. The illustrious Bai family, thriving for decades, met its downfall in a day. Seeing the culprit, Lucius, Harry roared into the sky in fury and lunged at him as if mad. At this moment, Harry had a simple thought. Even at the cost of his life, he must kill this destroyer of the Bai family. A fifth-rank Grandmaster's rage was truly terrifying. Under the impact of Harry's furious aura, cracks formed along the walls around them. Several Bai family members lying on the ground were instantly killed by Harry's released momentum. But Harry paid no attention to this. There was only Lucius in his eyes. Facing the frenzied Harry, Lucius didn't engage head-on but focused on defense. Not because he lacked the strength to counterattack and slay Harry quickly, but doing so wouldn't be meaningful. He intended to let each of Harry's attacks land like punches on cotton, exerting great force without any effect. When it came to torment, Lucius had many tricks up his sleeve. Within 10 breaths, Harry clashed with Lucius dozens of times. Seeing he could hardly pressure Lucius at all, Harry knew continuing this way was just a waste of energy. Stopping to pant heavily, he glared at Lucius as if ready to tear him apart. At this moment, although Harry appeared furious, inside he felt a chill. Only after engaging personally did he understand why two waves of men failed to deal with Lucius. The first failure made him mistakenly think it was due to Muhammad's existence. Now, Harry realized his mistake. Everything had nothing to do with Muhammad but rather underestimating this young man, whose strength was terrifyingly formidable. "Grandfather!" Zachariah's cry echoed from behind. Seeing the carnage, his bloodshot eyes trembled, and he knelt down immediately. When had the Bai family ever been like this? Ignoring his grandson who arrived late, Harry stared at Lucius, filled with hesitation. At this moment, he was contemplating whether to take that step. Doing so might result in killing Lucius, but it would ruin his life entirely. Yet, if he didn't, Harry knew he couldn't possibly defeat this devilish enemy before him. Around him, moans of agony sounded continuously from the crippled Bai family members. Surveying the scene, Harry's heart bled internally. At this moment, he regretted it deeply, genuinely regretted it. From his position of power, he always assumed no one could oppose the Bai family given their current strength. Thus, upon learning of his grandson's conflict with Lucius, he chose retaliation without hesitation. He never imagined that this time, he'd kicked a rock-hard surface. Had he known the outcome, he would have suppressed his anger. There were no potions of regret. Even with powers surpassing ordinary people, reversing the situation was difficult. Under various emotional stimuli, Harry's eyes gradually showed madness. Then, he took out a small bottle from deep within his pocket, containing some red liquid. "Grandfather, don't do this." Clearly knowing what the red liquid was, Zachariah shouted, rushing forward to stop him, but was forced to fall on the ground halfway by Harry's released momentum. Watching everything silently, Lucius did not interfere. He guessed that the red liquid in Harry's hand was likely something that could stimulate oneself, boosting strength temporarily. However, he did not believe that no matter how potent this substance was, it could elevate Harry's strength by a major realm and directly propel him to the great master level. Since it was impossible, there was nothing to worry about. It had been a very long time since he had a thoroughly satisfying fight. Always being in overwhelming situations, Lucius was itching for a real battle. Harry unhesitatingly swallowed the red liquid. Soon after, red lines quickly spread across his face, like countless worms wriggling on it. A different aura began to emanate from Harry, growing stronger and stronger. Just the overwhelming aura alone made the White family members lying around groan in agony. "Boy, you will die today." With eyes already blood red, Harry took a step forward, standing right before Lucius. Facing the pounding fist, Lucius no longer backed away but countered with a punch of his own. At this moment, Harry finally gave Lucius the urge to engage seriously. Bang! A loud boom resounded as their fists collided, the sound akin to thunder. A wave of energy swept horizontally, and the walls, already torn apart, collapsed. The intense battle unfolded instantly. Hardly visible to the naked eye, only rapid movements could be seen around them. From a distant high-rise building, Brigham and Jason watched calmly. Though far away, Jason still clearly felt the pressure brought by the center of the battle, saying worriedly, "Can Lucius make it?" Brigham curled the corner of his mouth, chuckling softly, "Don't underestimate him. He's not as weak as you think." Jason's expression turned complicated as he asked tentatively, "Could it be that he's a great master?" As fellow elders of Shundao Gate, Jason knew what the red liquid Harry had taken was, and was well aware of how formidable Harry would become after consuming it. By his estimation, it would take at least a 9th rank master to slay Harry now. On the contrary, Lucius was evenly matched with the opponent, though somewhat disheveled, without falling into a disadvantageous position. This led him to speculate that Lucius, at such a young age, might not be just a master but a great master. Brigham smiled, but did not respond directly. Chapter 149. On what grounds? When it comes to demolishing buildings, only combat between experts at the Grandmaster level or above could cause such destruction. The Bai family's painstakingly constructed houses were collapsing one after another. Outside, members of the Divine Path sect quickly appeared, sealing off the entire Bai family compound and prohibiting any outsiders from Kuaitan and photographing. Some things should not be known by the public. The intense battle gradually subsided as time passed. After another thunderous sound, Lucius and Creed parted ways. Lucius's clothes had been torn to shreds, resembling those of a beggar. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and there was a gaping wound on his shoulder and abdomen. However, excitement and satisfaction flickered in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had such an exhilarating fight. Opposite him, Creed's right arm had vanished, and a large chunk of flesh was missing from his thigh. His state was even more tragic than Lucius's. 10 minutes. That was the limit brought by the red liquid. As time ran out, the overwhelming aura that enveloped Creed rapidly declined, falling not just to his original realm but all the way down to late Dark Force stage before stabilizing. This explained why Creed hesitated at first. The red liquid could stimulate one's potential, providing immense power for a short period, but the cost was steep. Even if one didn't die from using it, they might as well be dead. The decline in strength was only part of the price. He would also have to endure unimaginable pain every day thereafter. But to kill Lucius, Creed did not care about these consequences. Seeing Lucius, who was less injured than himself, his eyes filled with resentment. He had thought choosing the red potion would utterly annihilate Lucius, yet he turned out to be far stronger than expected. If he couldn't even kill him now, then there was no hope for him ever. Taking a deep breath and forcing up his momentum, Creed straightened his back and gazed at Lucius. "Boy, it is not a waste for the Bai family to perish at your hands." Even though Lucius was an enemy, Creed couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. So young yet so powerful, without doubt, the future of Huaxia would belong to this man. For the Bai family to be destroyed by the future number 1 of Huaxia, aside from the tragedy, it could also be considered a form of honor. Lucius remained silent. After a brief pause, Creed said, "The Bai family has been ruined by you, and I'm about to die too. As a dying man, I have one last request, hoping you can grant it. Speak. Spare my grandson's life. If you let him go, all the assets accumulated by the Bai family over the years will be yours." Creed said earnestly. Currently, Zachariah was the only remaining heir of the Bai family. Although he saw potential in his grandson, it paled in comparison to Lucius. For such a formidable person, asking him not to hold a grudge against his grandson and letting him live should be reasonable. Lucius moved his arms slightly and smiled. "You've probably done plenty of cutting off the root in your lifetime, haven't you? Why should I spare him?" Even if Zachariah posed no immediate threat within 30 years, Lucius wasn't foolish. While Zachariah might not directly threaten him, he could still pose a danger to those around him. Lucius didn't want to face the consequences of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. An enemy full of resentment would resort to unimaginable acts of revenge. This didn't need much thought. Therefore, even if Creed was about to die, he wouldn't spare Zachariah. "Do you have to be so ruthless?" Creed asked in anguish. Lucius instantly appeared before Creed, grabbing him by the neck and pulling him close, whispering, "On what ground should I leave the Bai family alive? 20 years ago, when you targeted the Bryce family, did you give them any chance? Did you spare the unarmed civilians, simply because they were surnamed Bryce? What qualification do you have to question me today? I ask you on what grounds?" Creed trembled all over, his eyes widening. At this moment, he finally understood why Lucius was so strong. He realized that even without the previous events, the Bai family could not escape this disaster. 20 years ago, upon learning about the disappearance of the Bryce family's prodigy, he had indeed wondered if one day the person would suddenly appear and seek revenge on those involved in the massacre. Time heals all wounds. With the passage of time and his own increasing strength, Creed gradually forgot about the Bryce family's prodigy. Never did he expect that it would indeed play out as he initially imagined. When the person reappeared, it would stun everyone. Knowing Lucius's identity, the last vestiges of resentment in Creed's eyes disappeared. He clearly understood the consequence of releasing a tiger. Even though Lucius had once disappeared, as the Bryce family was wiped out, they gradually relaxed their guard, believing that a mere child could not pose significant danger, and thus stopped pursuing him. Now, he would finally have to pay the price for what happened back then. A crack echoed. White Wulua, once a Muhol participant, had his throat directly crushed by Lucius. He was the first of the former participants to die at Lucius's hands. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Seeing Lucius approaching, White Chun, already scared out of his wits, kept retreating and begging. "Just cripple me. If I become useless, I won't pose any threat to you. Just spare my life." To live, White Chun was willing to become a cripple. If it were someone else, Lucius might give them a chance, but not White Chun, as he represented the new generation of the Bai family and could never be let off. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Bai residence, Jason and Ricardo were waiting. They watched as a visibly exhausted Lucius emerged. Sigh. Ricardo sighed helplessly, saying, I knew you would cause a commotion, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Can't you be more low-key? How am I supposed to clean up after this? The head of the Divine Path sect truly felt helpless, knowing full well which forces stood behind the Bai family. And White Wulua was an elder of the Divine Path sect. With him dead, those forces would inevitably create trouble, likely coming after him first. Whoever has objections can come find me, and I'll show them how to clean up the mess. After saying that, Lucius turned to Jason and said, arrange a flight. I need to return to Cloud City. Taking a few steps, Lucius paused as if remembering something, but remained silent, walking step by step toward the nearby car. Initially, he wanted the Divine Path sect to eliminate all members of the Bai family. Though the Bai family's martial artists were all incapacitated, keeping them alive still posed a risk. But on second thought, Lucius decided against it. Most of the incapacitated Bai family members were already killed in the battle with White Wulua, and those who survived would spend the rest of their lives bedridden. It was hard for him to bring himself to finish them all off. As Lucius left Kyoto, an invisible storm rapidly gathered over the city. Chapter 150. Storms gather over the mountains. The Bai family was not a minor clan. Despite the Divine Tao Gate sealing off the scene and regulating the internet to prevent any news related to the Bai family from spreading, these measures were only effective against the general public. There were numerous martial arts families in Kyoto, each with their own means of obtaining confidential information. The intense battle had already attracted the attention of surrounding clans. Many families were speculating about who the Bai family had offended to suffer such a devastating blow, reducing them from a first-rate clan to a minor one. Was this formidable entity targeting only the Bai family? Or would it target all martial arts families in Kyoto? Many families were making guesses and worried that similar incidents might befall them. On the 8 divine mountains of Kyoto, while Lucius was still on the plane heading to Yuan City, 3 elderly men, roughly the same age as Creed, appeared at a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Is it him? Possibly. No one else would have the heart to finish off the Bai family. What needed to come is finally here. After a brief discussion, the 3 men dispersed again. At the same time, various martial arts families in Kyoto sent people out. Some aimed to thoroughly understand what happened to the Bai family, some to investigate who exactly took action, and others went to Yuan City. Inside the Divine Tao Gate, Brigham watched phone calls and messages pile up like needles pricking his head, causing his brows to furrow in pain. In the end, he turned off his phone and informed Jason that he would be in seclusion, not seeing anyone. Only then could he avoid all inquiries and investigations. Deeper within the compound, 3 old men gathered together. These 3 were elders of the Divine Tao Gate, ranking equally with Jason, and they had immediately convened upon learning of Creed's death, all standing on the side of their boss. Should we disturb the boss and inform him of this? One asked. Another shook his head and said, I think it's better not to. The boss is attempting to break through to the Grandmaster level. If he's disturbed now, it will be much harder for him to succeed. Another nodded and said, let's wait. The boss has been in seclusion for a long time. He should emerge soon. We'll inform him then. Do you think how strong he must be to directly kill Elder 6? The elder who spoke first muttered, with such a powerful ally, Old 9 and the rest may really rename the Divine Tao Gate. Perhaps, we should also consider if we need to change our allegiance. There's still a choice now, but it will be too late later. The suggestion left everyone silent. In Yuan City, Mei, who had received news earlier, drove into the airport to wait. When she saw Lucius, looking ragged as if he had just crawled out of a pile of corpses, her eyes instantly turned red, and tears streamed down her face. Lucius, walking closer, wiped away her tears and smiled. Why cry? These wounds are nothing. Wah. Mei threw herself into Lucius's arms, sobbing even more intensely. All right, if you keep pressing on me, I'll fall to the ground. This wasn't just to comfort her. It was the truth. The intense battle had drained him physically, and only his exceptional strength allowed him to make it back. Anyone else would have likely collapsed right outside the Bai family compound. Mei noticed Lucius's body trembling slightly and quickly stood up, supporting him into the car. Back at the Shanghai pavilion, Lucius mixed 2 herbs brought by Muhammad and stuffed them into his mouth. I need to rest for a few days. Don't disturb me unless it's something important. Saying that, Lucius retreated into his room and fell asleep. At this moment, all he wanted was a good night's sleep. Half an hour later, when Muhammad and Basil learned Lucius had returned, they rushed over, hoping to find out from Mei how big a stir he had caused in Kyoto, but she knew nothing either. Muhammad had no choice but to contact Jason. Oh. Upon learning that Creed had been killed and that there were no male martial artists left in the Bai family, Muhammad was also shocked. He knew Lucius was going to Kyoto to seek revenge on Creed, expecting only a clash that would eventually lead to negotiations where Creed would stop seeking retribution. He never imagined Lucius would be so ruthless as to kill Creed outright. But this wasn't even the most shocking part. Learning from Jason that even after consuming a special potion developed by the Divine Tao Gate to boost his strength significantly, Creed still couldn't defeat Lucius. Muhammad stood frozen in place for nearly 3 minutes before recovering. Having been in the Divine Tao Gate for many years, he was very clear about just how much the Divine Tao Gate had done behind the scenes over the years. The path of martial arts was difficult to walk and required a lot of time. To enhance strength, the Divine Tao Gate specially established a biological research department to develop biostimulants that could boost one's potential and rapidly increase strength. As long as one was a martial artist, their strength would be greatly enhanced after consuming the biostimulant, which could turn the tide of battle. Upon first meeting Lucius, Muhammad only felt that his strength was not much different from his own, roughly on par with his own. But now, he knew he had underestimated this prodigy from the Bryce family. It was clear that Creed was no match for Lucius. In a desperate attempt to prevail, he took the biostimulant, but still found himself no match for Lucius even after doing so. Muhammad began to speculate privately. Could Lucius not be a master, but rather a grandmaster? Muhammad, how's it? Basil, equally curious and waiting, could no longer hold back and asked when he saw Muhammad dazed. Muhammad came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, "The Kyoto by family is gone." What? May subconsciously exchanged glances with Basil. Being natives, no one was controlling the formations around Shanhage. Relying solely on Muhammad would likely be insufficient for defense. Unknown to Basil, Lucius chose to rest at Shanhage partly because the formations did not require manual control. The formations would activate automatically if any martial artist dared to intrude. Secondly, with a 6th rank master like Muhammad present, the number of martial artists was irrelevant as long as they weren't grandmasters. It would be difficult for them to breach Shanhage even with the formation's defenses. After observing for a while, he noticed that the arriving martial artists dispersed upon entering Yunqing. Some contacted weaker martial families, while others stayed with business magnates. Only a small portion remained around the base of Shanhage under surveillance, which allowed Basil to finally relax. All the martial artists who came to Yunqing knew that Lucius was the one who destroyed the Bai family. They came to investigate his background. However, even within the Divine Dao sect, only a few people with strong inference skills could make headway in understanding Lucius's situation. To outsiders, it was even more difficult, as if he had appeared out of nowhere in Yunqing, leaving the investigating families puzzled. Time passed slowly. 5 days had flown by, during which Lucius had been resting in his room continuously. The intense battle had drained not only his true chi, but also his mental strength. It was like someone focusing intensely on something until exhaustion, needing a good sleep afterward. Lucius's cultivation method was unique. Even while sleeping, the floating energy in the surrounding air kept seeping into his body, converting invisibly into true chi. During these 5 days, May stayed at Shanhage constantly. She repeatedly wanted to check on Lucius's recovery but feared disturbing him, so she restrained herself. That afternoon, while Basil was reporting on external situations in the living room, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Upon turning around, May saw Lucius coming down. She quickly stood up and rushed upstairs. After 5 days of rest, Lucius's complexion had returned to normal. However, his aura seemed less imposing than before, even somewhat frail. "How's your recovery?" May stared at Lucius's shoulder, knowing there was a wound there. Lucius pulled back his clothes to reveal the blood-stained hole had already formed a scab, relieving her worries. Sitting down on the sofa after descending the stairs, Lucius asked Basil, "How is the current situation in Yunqing?" Though Lucius hadn't left, he could easily imagine that numerous martial artists had come to investigate him, including some clans that might need to be dealt with in the future. Basil had already compiled all the information. Learning that over 100 martial artists had arrived, divided into roughly 40 groups, Lucius nodded and then said to Muhammad, "Clear out all those martial artists who are monitoring outside. From today onward, anyone who monitors around Shanhage should be eliminated." Destroying the Bai family was unplanned. Initially, Lucius intended to cultivate a group of people from Black Dragon Manor and gradually expand outward starting from Yunqing, step by step growing stronger. However, Creed's consecutive retaliations infuriated him, forcing Lucius to personally destroy the Bai family prematurely. This disrupted his plans, leading several participating clans and forces to become wary and send personnel for investigation and surveillance. If these investigators were allowed to continue unchecked, soon enough, many would speculate about Lucius's origins. Thus, Lucius needed to create a sense of mystery. Although he couldn't control where others went, anyone daring to investigate or monitor around Shanhage wouldn't be spared. 1 kill per arrival, 2 kills for a pair. Lucius intended to deter any future investigations near Shanhage. Muhammad immediately set off. With his 6th rank master prowess, clearing out the monitors around Shanhage was as simple as drinking water. Within 20 minutes, Muhammad returned, stating the area was now clear. Staying at Shanhage wasn't significant, so Lucius immediately led May and others to Black Dragon Manor. Over 50 people had undergone rigorous training, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. Lucius planned to refine their abilities during this recuperation period and prepare for actions against various factions in Yunqing. After several days of practice, the joint formation technique had been mastered. Curious about the effectiveness of the joint formation, Muhammad offered to act as a guinea pig, personally testing the success of everyone's cultivation. To unleash the full power of the joint formation indeed required practical combat training. Among those currently available, although Basil was not weak, he would undoubtedly die when facing the joint formation technique. On the contrary, Muhammad was very suitable. Lucius nodded slightly, and Muhammad immediately moved to the center of the group. Over 50 people instantly attacked, according to the joint technique Lucius had taught them. The intense fight made Basil's eyes gleam with excitement. Muhammad was still a 6th rank master, his strength far surpassing that of the 50 people. Although he eventually won, he had to admit the power of the joint formation. He knew very well that if the 50 people were all at the late stage of transformation and used this joint formation, even he, as a 6th rank master, would find it extremely difficult to win, and it would be much more awkward than now. As for 1st or 2nd rank masters, they would certainly die without any doubt. After further guidance, Lucius called Muhammad into a nearby pavilion. "David, during my battle with Creed, he drank a red liquid which caused a significant surge in his strength. What was that red liquid?" This question had been on Lucius's mind since he left the Bai family mansion, but due to his poor mental state and urgency to rest, he had postponed asking Yi Buden. Knowing that Muhammad had spent many years in the Divine Dao sect, Lucius believed he likely understood what it was. "That is a bioagent developed by the Divine Dao sect." Muhammad began to explain to Lucius about the 3 types of bioagents developed by the Divine Dao sect: red, yellow, and green. Different colors brought different effects after consumption. The most basic agent was green. After consuming it, one would lose the sensation of pain, and even being cut with a knife wouldn't feel anything. Above green was red. The red agent stimulated one's potential, bringing tremendous strength for a short period. Above red was yellow. Muhammad didn't know the specific effects of the yellow agent because even within the Divine Dao sect, they only heard that it had been developed but never found anyone to test it. At this moment, Basil rushed to the pavilion outside. "Boss, a group has come from outside, specifically looking for you." Chapter 152 Two Beauties. "Who are they?" When asked, Basil couldn't give a clear answer, only saying that they were just two beautiful women. In Yun City, Lucius didn't know many beautiful women. That they had taken the initiative to come looking for him, and even mentioned his name piqued Lucius's curiosity. Meanwhile, at the gate of the villa, two girls who were no less stunning in either figure or face than Mei were waiting anxiously. Big Sister Ning, do you think he will see us? Scarlet, dressed in a black long dress, asked nervously. Selma, in a white long dress, though full of worry, replied, with the old gentleman's note, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As the two girls whispered to each other, Lucius and the others walked out from the main gate. Glancing at them, he indeed found them unfamiliar. Lucius frowned slightly and asked, are you here to see me? From their aura, he could confirm that they also came from a martial arts family, but neither was particularly strong, both still in the Mingjin stage. Yes, Big Brother Chu, we are looking for you, Selma said with a smile as she stepped forward. Her smile was warm like spring breeze, making people feel relaxed and joyful subconsciously. Instantly, Lucius felt a piercing gaze from the side. His heart tensed, knowing that the owner of this gaze was none other than Mei. Though unsure what Mei was thinking, the burning look on her face told Lucius that she was likely feeling jealous. After all, the beauty and grace of these two girls rivaled or even surpassed hers. Hostility between the beauties emerged Wuxing Do, but now, not knowing the specifics about the two girls, Lucius couldn't explain much. He took a couple of steps forward and asked, ladies, do we know each other? We didn't before, but we do now. My name is Scarlet, and this is Selma. As Scarlet introduced herself, her eyes kept scanning Lucius, wondering what special qualities this young man had that made the old gentleman recommend him so strongly. Big Brother Chu, we come from Kunzu. An old gentleman asked us to find you to treat our family. Selma pulled out a letter from her chest as she spoke. Lucius stretched out his hand, and the letter flew into his grasp. The letter, which Selma had obviously been keeping close to her body, was still slightly warm and carried a faint fragrance. However, Lucius wasn't paying attention to that. He tore open the envelope roughly and read its contents, his eyes flickering with excitement. His intuition told him that the old gentleman they mentioned was likely Tate. After all, there were few elderly people he knew, and the ones who knew he was in Yun City and skilled in medicine were limited to Tate. Opening the letter hurriedly, Lucius clenched his teeth involuntarily. Sure enough, the letter was simple. The old gentleman owed this family a favor but was too busy to attend to it personally, so he sent Selma with the letter to ask Lucius for help. The letter also mentioned that the Ning family was facing difficulties and needed assistance beyond just medical treatment. Lucius had been trying to track down Tate's whereabouts without success. It was unexpected that Tate would send someone to seek him out first. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lucius asked Selma, where is this old gentleman you speak of? Where is he now? Is he still in Kunzu? Selma shook her head and said, the old gentleman left a month ago. We came to Yun City half a month ago, going through great efforts to find the Luo family only to learn that you had already left. We searched everywhere. It wasn't until yesterday that we learned you lived at Shanghai Pavilion. But when we rushed there this morning, the guard said you had already left, so we came here. Knowing Tate had appeared in Kunzu a month ago reassured Lucius. He had been worried that Tate might have died after being out of contact for so long. As long as he was alive, those worries could be put to rest. However, Lucius was still concerned about Tate's health. Calming himself, he asked, how is the old gentleman's health? Selma thought for a moment and said, apart from occasional coughing, he's doing well. Given that Tate's condition was similar to what it had been in recent years, Lucius's lingering concerns finally eased. Right, the old gentleman also told us not to waste effort searching for him, Selma suddenly added. He said it's impossible to find him and that he won't listen to your advice. He told you to focus on your own matters. Master, what are you up to? Lucius was puzzled. He truly couldn't understand why Tate had come down the mountain and forbade him from finding him. It felt like their master-disciple bond had fractured. Despite this, knowing that the Remy was currently fine, Lucius didn't think too much about it. More details still needed to be clarified through further conversation. He immediately invited the two girls into the villa, intending to ask why the Remy had appeared in Kunzu and what had happened in between. Mei stayed close to Lucius as if trying to signal to Selma that this man already belonged to someone, and she shouldn't get any ideas. Selma didn't notice, but Scarlet picked up on the tension. Whenever their gazes met with Mei's, a low hum would come from her nose. Lucius could only pretend not to see this and continued asking Selma for more information. As Selma narrated, the general situation gradually became clear in Lucius's mind. More than a month ago, the Remy suddenly appeared near the Ning family residence. At that time, Selma was just stepping out when she saw the Remy wearing tattered clothes and mistakenly thought he was a lonely elder in need of help. With her kind heart, she immediately brought the Remy into the Ning family home, treated him with fine wine and food, and even arranged for a tailor to make new clothes for him. Afterward, when the Remy learned that Selma's family members were severely ill, he said he knew someone who could provide treatment. Initially, the Ning family didn't believe him. However, an opposing family came to cause trouble at that exact moment. Hostility towards them upon their first meeting, clearly not wanting them to be alone together. In fact, Lucius really wanted to tell Mei that it was unnecessary. He wasn't some sort of womanizer who fell for everyone he saw. Though the two were attractive, they just weren't his type. Facing the beauty's gaze, Lucius replied, if you don't want to come, I'll go alone. If you want to come, then let's go together. Denying the beauty a trip would make her look suspicious. Lucius decided to act naturally and leave it to her decision. Whether to go or not was for the beauty to decide. Mei was also torn. Just as Lucius expected, seeing those two beauties approach instinctively made her uneasy. She even felt worried about losing Lucius. She didn't understand why she felt this way. Regarding this long journey, she genuinely wanted to go along but couldn't quite let go of the affairs of Tianmei Group. Recently, she had stayed at Shanhage and handled some Tianmei business, but operating from there wasn't as convenient as being on site. This time, the distance was greater, and the return time was uncertain. Worse still, Lucius planned to set off immediately, leaving no time for proper arrangements. Selma and Scarlet quietly watched from behind. Selma, with her simple mindset, didn't notice anything amiss, thinking only that it was hard for them to part ways. Scarlett, however, looked curious, wanting to see how this woman would ultimately decide. She also felt resentful inside. Who did these two think they were? That her man was so desirable that every woman would fall for him? At this point, Lucius felt relieved and nodded. I'll return as soon as possible to get everything back on track. There was no time to waste. They would set off immediately. However, there were still some things to settle before departure. Lucius instructed Basil to continue training over 50 people, focusing on cultivation and the refinement of cooperative formations. As for David, Lucius gave him two tasks: to serve as a grindstone for the 50 trainees, and to act as May's personal bodyguard, protecting her from martial artists visiting Yunqing. Since Lucius anticipated that martial artists failing to find useful clues in Yunqing might target May, they'd likely threaten or coax her for more information, knowing her close connection with him. Having settled everything, Lucius and Selma immediately headed to the airport. No sooner had they left when Scarlett said, "Big brother Chu, your girlfriend sure doesn't seem to trust you. We've barely arrived, and she already thinks we're after you," showing noticeable hostility. A woman like her, how can she live her life? Won't she make sure you have no male friends at all? Lucius, who had been closing his eyes in thought, opened them upon hearing this, and his icy gaze suddenly focused on Scarlett's face. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute. What she does is her business. What right do you have to criticize her actions? I warn you, if I hear you talk about her again, be careful that I might make you mute for the rest of your life. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned cold, and Scarlett's face turned red with ears tingling from being reprimanded by Lucius. Her eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. As the young miss of the Jiang family, when had she ever been spoken to like this? Scarlett became more and more upset, wondering why it was such a big deal just to chat casually. Noticing the situation was not right and wanting to avoid any accidents, Selma hurriedly pinched her best friend's hand and gave her a look that said, "Don't get angry," before turning to Lucius with a smile. "Big brother Chu, Bricia doesn't mean any harm. She just likes to chatter. Don't take it to heart. She won't say anything more." Lucius nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and continued thinking. Scarlett's angry gaze remained fixed on Lucius's face as she clenched her teeth tightly. If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble that might make Lucius change his mind and not go to Kunzu, she would definitely argue with him. In this day and age of free speech, others can talk about me, but I can't talk about them. Just a few casual words, and he wants to make her mute? She really wanted to ask Lucius whether he knows the status of the Jiang family. Anyone daring to make her mute must be tired of living. Selma knew her best friend's temper very well and didn't want any unpleasant incidents, so she quickly pushed Scarlett, who was burning with anger, and pleaded with her eyes not to stare at Lucius anymore. She finally found someone who could treat her family, and she didn't want anything to go wrong. For Selma's sake, Scarlett took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. At this moment, she reminded herself that she'd let it slide this time. But next time, once Selma's family matters are resolved, she would definitely make Lucius pay. Unknown to Scarlett, despite having his eyes closed, Lucius was fully aware of everything. Two words surfaced in his mind. Looking for trouble? Chapter 154 Proof of Fact. Women belong to a vulnerable group. Lucius had never been very aggressive towards women. It was precisely because of this that the Bai family wasn't completely wiped out before. Thus, after some hesitation, Lucius still chose not to deal with this self-righteous woman. However, he set a limit for himself as well. Should there be another time, he would definitely let her know that one should speak based on their abilities rather than acting recklessly relying on family power. Due to the conflict in the car, Scarlett and Lucius didn't say a single word for the rest of the journey to Kunzu. Selma chatted incessantly to prevent the atmosphere from turning too cold. Chatting on, Selma suddenly brought up the major event that had recently occurred. The Bai family in the capital being wiped out. She sighed. "I heard it was all done by one person. I wonder who this person is. It's just too ruthless." Scarlett, who did not acknowledge Lucius but always responded to Selma, said, "Sister Ning, how can you call this ruthless? This is a real man, don't you think? The world today operates on survival of the fittest. You know this as well. The Bai family has become increasingly overbearing these years thanks to an elder in the Divine Tao sect. Putting aside the Bai family in the distant capital, even in Kunzu, the Hu family and Lu family have done countless bad deeds, destroyed many families, and made many people homeless by relying on the backing of the Bai family. That one person not only broke into the Bai family residence, but also crippled all their martial artists and wasn't targeted by the Divine Tao sect afterwards. A man like this is my dream man. I must find out who he is. As long as he's not over 40, I'll try my best to win him over. Even if I can't, spending a night with him would be satisfying enough." Selma looked astonished. She turned to Scarlett and said, "Bricia, how can you think like this? I remember you are not such a loose person. Just because he's strong, you'd willingly give your body to him?" At this moment, Selma really couldn't understand what her good sister was thinking. Scarlett snorted and retorted, "Sister Ning, you don't understand. This is about taking advantage of resources. You know that a martial artist's talent has a lot to do with genetics. With good genes, the path of martial arts will go smoothly. There's no doubt that person's talent is exceptional. Just getting his genetic material, conceiving his child, would bring unimaginable benefits to both our family and my future." Selma shook her head, disagreeing entirely with this idea, while Scarlett kept expressing her thoughts. Little did she know that Lucius, slightly walking behind, was actually her dream man, the man she was willing to give herself to. The unpleasant events in the car ensured this would never happen. In the course of conversation, the topic turned to martial arts. Selma suddenly turned to look at Lucius curiously and asked, "Elder brother Chu, what level are you?" Earlier at Black Dragon Manor, she noticed both Basil and Muhammad were very respectful to him. Though her own realm wasn't very high, she relied on experience and intuition. Selma felt Basil was probably a transformational strength expert like her father, and Muhammad seemed stronger than Basil. Since both showed so much respect to Lucius and considering the news gathered in Yunzhou, she believed Lucius's martial cultivation wasn't weak. Moreover, the old gentleman who recommended Lucius in the Ning family mentioned he was extremely powerful, almost unimaginably so. To the Ning family, the Remy was already considered a highly skilled and powerful individual. Someone recommended by him couldn't be simple. Thus, she was very curious about how strong Lucius was. Lucius forced a smile and said, "It's impolite to abruptly inquire about someone's realm." Selma gave an awkward smile, realizing Lucius didn't want to talk about this topic. So she tactfully stopped asking. Walking ahead, Scarlett smirked and rolled her eyes, thinking that at such a young age, how strong could he possibly be? At most, he was probably dark force level. Not wanting to admit it, he claimed it was impolite to ask about someone's realm. Because Lucius was right behind them, Scarlett didn't voice her dissatisfaction aloud, intending to tell Selma later when Lucius was not around. Traveling from Maoyu to Kunzu required crossing the entire capital region, which took quite a bit of time. It wasn't until 11 at night that the three finally arrived in Kunzu. The Ning family was not located in the main city of Kunzu, but in a place called Haicheng beneath Kunzu, so they still needed 2 more hours to reach the Ning family estate. The Ning family, having received the message long ago, sent a car to pick them up. Halfway through, the car suddenly emitted an alarm. "Little Avril, what's wrong?" Selma asked anxiously. "It seems there's something wrong with the car." Little Avril replied. Selma glanced outside and said, "There happens to be an open space ahead. Pull over and check it out. Stopping on the road late at night isn't safe." Little Avril immediately steered the car off the main road and parked it on the open ground Selma had mentioned. After opening the hood and inspecting, Little Avril said, "Miss, a component is broken. I'll contact someone to send another vehicle to pick you up, and they'll bring the part for replacement. You'll need to wait for a while." Though eager to get home, faced with this unexpected situation, Selma didn't complain. She nodded and told Little Avril to contact them quickly. Responding affirmatively, Little Avril walked away with his phone, heading towards a distance. Stepping out of the car, Lucius watched his back and couldn't help but smile lightly. Selma had been paying partial attention to Lucius all along, as he was currently the hope of the Ning family, and she didn't want anything to make him uncomfortable. Hearing the light laugh, mistaking that Lucius was unhappy, she asked right away, "Brother Chu, what's wrong?" Lucius retracted his gaze and said, "Your driver has a problem." Startled, Selma then replied, "Impossible. Little Avril has been working for our family for 6 or 7 years, always being very conscientious in his work. How could there be any issue?" Some words, when spoken, wouldn't be heard by anyone. The truth would naturally prove everything. Lucius calmly said, "Whether there's a problem or not will be known soon." In the car, listening to their conversation, Scarlett rolled her eyes again, thinking Lucius was just putting on airs. Having met Little Avril for the first time, and not even exchanging a word, he judged that there was something wrong with him. Especially recalling the events of the day, Scarlett felt a wave of annoyance. He could evaluate others, but others couldn't evaluate him based on his girlfriend. Growing up, she had never seen such a shameless person. Selma looked at Little Avril who was talking on the phone nearby, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. Despite her willingness to trust him, thoughts couldn't be controlled merely by wish. Lucius's reminder made her unable to stop suspecting. 10 minutes passed in a blink. 3 cars suddenly drove into the open space. So quick? Just as Selma was about to go forward to see, the expression on her face changed drastically upon seeing who got off the cars. She hadn't expected that Lucius was right. Chapter 155. If you have the guts, kill me. Bryce Avril. Realizing what had happened, Selma instinctively turned her head to look back. She truly hadn't expected Bryce Avril, who had served in the Ning family for 6 or 7 years, to actually betray them. When Lucius mentioned it earlier, she had only suspected. Never did she think that he would turn out to be right. Bryce Avril quickly sidestepped a few people and ran to the other side, saying with a face full of shame, "Miss, I'm sorry. It's not that I wanted to do this, but if I didn't comply, my family would be gone." After explaining, Bryce Avril looked at the young man who came up beside him. "Young Master Lu, I've done everything you asked me to do. Can you let my family go now?" "Very well done indeed." Young Master Lu nodded with a chuckle, giving a nod to one of his subordinates. The subordinate immediately took out his phone and made a call to have the hostages released. Learning that his wife and child were finally safe, Bryce Avril sighed with relief. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his eyes, noticing how they gradually widened as he stared down at his chest. A very exquisite dagger was slowly being withdrawn from his heart. "Master Lu W.Y.?" Stumbling backward 2 steps, Bryce Avril fell to his knees, staring at Hermes with unyielding resentment on his face. "Why?" As Hermes wiped the blood off the dagger with a white handkerchief, he said, "This matter is not honorable. Only dead men can keep secrets." Having coveted Selma for many years, and with the Lu family targeting the Ning family just at this time, though they weren't yet at the stage where open confrontation would happen, he staged this event to sow chaos within the Ning family and also to fulfill his own desires. Bryce Avril, whose life force was ebbing away, turned his head towards Selma, filled with regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, even if his family had been used as leverage, he wouldn't have done it. Selma's expression was complex. When she realized that Bryce Avril had betrayed her by leading Hermes here, she was indeed furious and heartbroken. However, when she learned that Bryce Avril acted this way because his family was kidnapped and coerced by Hermes, her resentment towards him dissipated. Everyone has moments when they cannot act according to their will. To betray for the sake of their family's safety could be understood. Bryce Avril fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Selma, coming back to her senses, was breathing heavily with anger. She took a step forward and glared at Hermes, scolding him, "Young Master Lu, I never thought that someone like you would actually do something like this. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock in Haicheng?" "Ha ha ha." Hermes laughed madly, spreading his arms and saying, "Spread? Do you really think I dare plan all of this today and let news get out? Selma, tonight you'll be the little mare screaming under me. I've been imagining this scene for several years now. Haven't you been waiting for it too? You're shameless." Fist clenched tightly in response, Selma retorted strongly, "If you dare hurt me, my father will never let you go." Hermes smiled smugly and said, "Don't worry, your family won't know." Hermes raised an eyebrow, startled for a moment before his eyes gleamed, focusing on Scarlett getting out of the car. "Beautiful Miss Jiang is here too. Ha ha ha, truly heaven helping me. Beautiful Miss Jiang, to be honest, you're also on my list for conquest. I originally planned to deal with Selma first and then come after you, but who would have thought you'd offer yourself up?" With Bryce Averill as soon as the car broke down and quietly sent a message to my father. "Don't believe me? Look for yourself." Due to Lucius's presence and Bryce Averill standing far away on the phone, Selma indeed felt something was amiss. Therefore, she secretly messaged her father at home, asking if they had sent a car. Unfortunately, there was no response. But at this moment, to bluff Hermes and buy time, she pretended that she had already contacted her father. "You." Hermes looked flustered and agitated. Seeing this, Selma smirked and said, "Hermes, you'd better scram now, or when my father arrives, he will definitely take your life." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Hermes burst into laughter, surprising Selma. She couldn't understand why he was suddenly so arrogant again. "Girl, did you think you could outsmart me? If your Remy dares to come today, I'll make sure he doesn't leave here alive. Do you really think I wouldn't be prepared for this?" With a boastful laugh, Hermes clapped his hands. A middle-aged man in simple clothes stepped out of the car, exuding a powerful aura. "See him? A high-priced powerhouse hired by the Liu family, a quasi-grandmaster. Your Remy means nothing in front of a quasi-grandmaster. He'll arrive just in time to be taken care of, and then the Liu family can move against the Ning family." Selma's beautiful face turned deathly pale. She suddenly regretted sending a message to her father, Emerson. She thought it would bring rescue but instead dragged her father into a trap. At the same time, Selma realized that Hermes had probably planned this from the beginning. Capture her first, then use her to lure her father into an ambush to have him killed by the hired expert. Without her father supporting the Ning family, they would be powerless against the Liu family's assault. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Lucius suddenly coughed. He stepped up beside Selma and chuckled. "Quite a show, truly impressive. You have such a sharp mind. It's a shame you wasted on these underhanded tricks." Hermes's expression dropped as he glared at Lucius and demanded, "Who are you, and where did you come from?" There was no mention of this person in any intelligence. Lucius grinned, taunting, "You don't need to know where I came from. If you have the guts, kill me." Chapter 156, sending him to the afterlife. Being provoked. The higher one's status, the harder it is to accept such provocation. Looking at Lucius with his infuriating expression, Hermes coldly snorted and replied, "Don't worry. Tonight, besides these two beauties, all irrelevant people will die. It will be your turn soon. However, if you're eager to find death, I can send you off first." Having said that, he waved his hand, and the martial artists he brought from the Liu family quickly surrounded the three of them. "Brother Chu, what do we do?" Selma, having lost all sense of direction, panicked and pinned her last hope on Lucius. On one hand, she had long heard that he was not ordinary. On the other hand, their side only consisted of 3 people. Selma was very clear that she and her best friend were no match for these people. Conversely, Lucius still had a chance because they never knew his true strength. "Don't worry, he's just a half-step grandmaster. What's the big deal?" "What?" Hermes exclaimed in surprise, staring blankly at Lucius, and asked back, "What did you say about a half-step grandmaster being nothing?" "Kid, are you stupid? Do you know what level a half-step grandmaster martial artist is at?" Lucius laughed disdainfully and said, "I don't need to know. All I know is that a half-step grandmaster is nothing." "Humph." An angry snort sounded from behind as the middle-aged man walked up, staring grimly at Lucius and scolding, "Young man, don't talk so arrogantly." To this, Lucius calmly replied, "Arrogant or not, why don't you try me and see?" Provoked, the middle-aged man couldn't bear it, instinctively looking at Hermes. He was working for money. He was hired by the other party. Whether to kill or not depended on their wishes. Unrelated people, die. Hermes opened his mouth viciously. With instructions given, the middle-aged man immediately strode towards Lucius, releasing his half-step grandmaster aura which weighed heavily upon him. Beside Lucius, Selma felt the pressure. Her throat twitched and her body trembled uncontrollably, but this feeling vanished in an instant. Just as she wondered how this could happen, Lucius had already stepped forward. The man who stood in the middle saw Lucius moving under his oppressive aura and instantly felt uneasy. Before he could react, his vision blurred and Lucius, who was several meters away, suddenly stood before him. Half-step grandmaster, so impressive? Lucius muttered indifferently, his hand landing on the man's shoulder. The man instinctively wanted to dodge, but found the space around him seemed frozen, unable to move an inch. In the next second, despair overwhelmed him. At this moment, he finally understood that Lucius had not been boasting earlier. A half-step grandmaster was truly nothing in front of him. Regret was useless. Hermes and others, stunned by Lucius's speed, witnessed their proud ally collapse straight to the ground. Seeing blood flowing from his eyes and ears, everyone knew he was dead. A powerful half-step grandmaster, killed by Lucius with just a touch on the shoulder without even a struggle? Tangible fear quickly grew in Hermes and the Liu family martial artists' hearts. Selma and Scarlett also remained in shock. Earlier, both genuinely thought Lucius spoke to ease the tension in the scene. Never did they expect him to have the real ability to disregard a half-step grandmaster. Run. With his backing killed in an instant, Hermes, whose legs had been trembling, turned without hesitation and tried to flee. "So, you're leaving?" Lucius's calm words grabbed Hermes's feet as if by an invisible hand, preventing him from lifting them. Realizing escape was futile, Hermes changed his mind, bent down, and said to Lucius, "Big brother, I made a terrible mistake. Please spare my life. If you let me live, I will meet any condition you set." The situation shifted too quickly. Selma and Scarlett didn't expect what they thought would be a certain death scenario to be so easily reversed by Lucius. How to deal with him is up to you. Hearing the inquiry, Selma, still in shock, asked hesitantly, Brother Chu, are you asking me? Lucius rolled his eyes and muttered, I don't even know him. Who else should I ask? If you think he has some use, then spare his life. If not, send him to the afterlife. Upon hearing these words, Hermes broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, gazing beseechingly at Selma. Miss Ning, I know I was wrong. I lost my head. Spare me this once, and I promise I won't act like this again. Once I really pursue this case relentlessly. Selma stared at Scarlet with a strange look, countering, Bracia, he intended to take care of you too just now. Why are you pleading for him now? No, I'm not pleading for him. Scarlet hastily explained, if he dies, his family will easily suspect it has something to do with your family. Then, both families might immediately fall out. Understanding her best friend's concern, Selma's expression softened slightly, and she replied, no need to worry. A half-step grandmaster could be killed with one slap by Lucius, which meant he must be at least a grandmaster, and a very strong one at that. Though the Liu family had a grandmaster, Selma had long heard from her father that the Liu family's grandmaster was not a true grandmaster, merely stronger than a half-step grandmaster, but not as powerful as a true grandmaster. Moreover, he was injured and couldn't act conveniently. Otherwise, he would have already destroyed the Ning family. Now, with Lucius on their side, Selma knew clearly that only if Lucius personally killed Hermes would the Liu family truly oppose them. Even if they found out the truth and came after the Ning family, Lucius would help resolve the crisis. Thus, she firmly stated, kill. Send him to the afterlife. Chapter 157. The proud woman bows her head. No, don't. I don't want to die. Hermes screamed in horror, never expecting the extremely cute Selma to be so decisive. Scarlet wanted to say something, but lured all the bodies into another vehicle, then siphoned gasoline from the fuel tank and set it ablaze. During this time, Scarlet and Selma were whispering in the car. Ning, where does he come from? How could he be so powerful? Ning, will he hate me because of what I said earlier? Will he resent me? Ning, please help me explain when you have the chance. What I said was unintentional. You know my nature. Seeing Lucius's extraordinary abilities, Scarlet deeply regretted her earlier behavior. She truly didn't expect that Lucius would turn out to be such a formidable tiger hidden in a pig's guise, so young yet so powerful. She knew that if the Jiang family could gain Chu's support, they would certainly rise again quickly. Suddenly, she felt regretful about what she said at the airport that morning. Although Lucius hadn't shown any displeasure, he hadn't spoken a single word to her and hadn't given her a direct glance, clearly having some reservations about her. To mend relations with Lucius, Scarlet could only pin her hopes on Selma. Lucius's strength also left a significant impact on Selma. After recovering, she said, Bracia, I will help with what you asked, but I can't guarantee the outcome. You've seen how poorly he treats you during this trip. Scarlet gave a helpless smile. It's fine. Let things take their course. I recognize my mistakes now and really regret what happened earlier. But there's no medicine for regret, right? Warner. A rough voice called from outside the car. Selma's face lit up as she hurriedly got out and shouted toward her father Emerson, who was looking worried nearby. Dad, I'm here. Emerson rushed over and relaxed upon seeing his daughter unharmed. Noticing the bloodstains on the ground, he anxiously asked, what happened? Selma looked deeper into the forest where flames were roaring and recounted everything that had happened. Upon learning that little Avril had betrayed them and lured Hermes there, Emerson clenched his fists in anger. But then hearing that Lucius had saved his daughter from certain death by killing Hermes' half-step master with one palm, his eyes widened in astonishment. Only a true master could kill a half-step master with one palm. Where is he? Emerson, recovering from shock, asked anxiously. He's over there dealing with the bodies. Emerson immediately rushed toward the burning area. Lucius was standing quietly 10 meters away from the fire, preventing it from spreading to nearby trees. Hearing footsteps, he turned and glanced back. Master Chu, hello. I am Warner's father. Emerson hurried forward, bowing slightly and expressing his gratitude. Master Chu, without your help, Warner would be gone. You are our Ning family's benefactor. Lucius wasn't interested in hearing more thanks. Cutting Emerson off with a wave of his hand, he calmly said, there's no need to thank me. Her kindness was repaid. If Selma hadn't been kind enough to help an elderly man in distress, none of this would have happened. As for gratitude, money was unnecessary, assistance was unnecessary. Therefore, there was no need for further conversation. Yes, yes. Emerson nodded courteously, his heart already shocked to the peak. He had never imagined that someone as powerful as Lucius could be so young. At the same time, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, prompting him to think that he must have a good chat with his daughter when he got back. Since Lucius wasn't speaking, Emerson temporarily didn't understand his habits. Not knowing whether he liked to talk much, he chose to remain silent and observe. Half an hour later, seeing the fire gradually weakening and not likely to ignite the surrounding trees, Lucius immediately turned and led Emerson back to the car. There was still more to handle at the scene. Emerson handed the keys of the car he drove to Selma, instructing her to take Lucius and the others to the Ning family residence first. He needed to stay and wait for the Ning family guards to come and thoroughly obliterate all traces. Currently, he did not want the Ning family and the Liu family to engage in an all-out conflict, so he needed to create the illusion of Hermes' disappearance to buy some time. If the scene was not cleaned up and the Liu family found it, they would retaliate immediately upon seeing their son dead. Selma understood what her father intended to do and didn't say much, taking Lucius and the others on the road again. In the car, after much hesitation, Scarlet finally mustered the courage to say to Lucius, Big Brother Chu, I'm sorry. For the sake of her family and her own future, the usually very proud Scarlet had to bow her head. Lucius looked at her with some surprise and asked, You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing to me? Scarlet looked embarrassed and explained softly, Earlier today, I shouldn't have commented, Big Brother Chu. Stop right there. Lucius stopped Scarlet and said indifferently, What's done is done, and I haven't kept it in mind. You don't need to worry about it. She had been aloof all day and only apologized now. Lucius couldn't possibly not know why. He had long let go of what happened earlier in the day, but Scarlett's impression on him had already soured beyond repair. While he wouldn't hold it against her, neither would he bother much with her or change his attitude because of an apology. Though Scarlett wore a smile on her face, she felt bitter inside. She had to change this. Suddenly, Scarlett's eyes became resolute as a wildly determined idea emerged in her heart. Chapter 158. A Sincere Apology. The Ning family compound in Haicheng. The Ning family members had long been waiting at the main gate. After the three left, Emerson called back, instructing the family to receive Lucius with the highest standards of hospitality. He especially mentioned not to judge by his youth, for he was absolutely critical in resolving the crisis facing the Ning family and helping them rise to the top in Haicheng. Thus, as soon as the three got out of the car, Barrett Darrell, Selma's second uncle, immediately came forward with a group of people and politely asked, "Warner, this is Master Chu, right?" Selma nodded, and Darrell warmly said, "Master Chu, please come in." After walking a few steps, he turned to Brian, the butler and father of little Avril, saying, "Brian, tell the kitchen to prepare the dishes." At that moment, Brian was unaware that his son had already met with harm. He just assumed that he was with the head of the household. Upon receiving the instruction, Brian quickly jogged away to inform the kitchen. After leading Lucius into the living room of the Ning residence, Darrell hurriedly brought the tea that had been prepared beforehand. "Brother Chu, if you have any needs, don't hesitate to let me know." Selma also spoke up because she had received instructions from Emerson via message, telling her that it would be easier for young people to communicate and to ensure Lucius was well entertained, as her uncle might overlook some details due to his age. "There's nothing much," Lucius smiled and continued. "Everything should feel natural. There's no need to treat me specially just because I'm a guest. It actually makes me uncomfortable." Hearing this, Darrell felt relieved. He had been worried about encountering someone who would take advantage of being a guest and make unreasonable demands, which would be a headache to handle. In contrast, Lucius was very personable and easy to talk to. Selma chuckled and happened to notice Brian bringing up the dishes, so she promptly invited everyone to eat. After dinner, Selma gave her uncle a glance, signaling him to tend to other matters. She would look after Lucius herself, so she took him to the prearranged accommodation. The Ning family owned significant influence in Haicheng, with several mansions. This time, they specially cleaned up a two-story villa for Lucius. After entering and sitting down, Lucius curiously asked, "Warner, who in your family needs treatment?" He always preferred quick resolutions when working on tasks. Choosing to come to Kunzu wasn't primarily about solving the Ning family's problems. Finding clues about the Remy was more important. It had only been a little over a month since then, and the sooner he investigated, the better information he could gather. "My mother and my sister, they?" Selma began to explain the specifics. Her mother and younger sister mysteriously collapsed on the same day 3 years ago and never woke up again, lying in bed like vegetables, dependent on medical devices for survival. Over these 3 years, the Ning family consulted numerous renowned doctors, but none could diagnose the cause. Without knowing the cause, there was no way to provide appropriate treatment. After listening to a rough account, Lucius asked, "Where are they now?" Since there was nothing pressing, he wanted to check their condition first and prepare accordingly. "They're not here. They are staying further in the mountains for convalescence. It's late today. We'll go together tomorrow." Lucius didn't object and agreed with a nod. Just then, Scarlett, who had been quietly sitting beside, suddenly said, "Sister Ning, I won't be going back tonight. I've already told my parents." The two had been close since childhood, and Scarlett often stayed at the Ning residence. Selma nodded without thinking much about it. With nothing else to do, Lucius asked about Hermes and the background of the Liu family. Haicheng was roughly the same size as Yuncheng. Where there were people, there were factions and martial families. Knowing the local power dynamics would be essential for searching for the Remy later. Lucius realized it would be difficult relying solely on himself, so he planned to understand the various forces in Haicheng clearly. Once the Ning family issue was resolved, he could approach the strongest force directly to get assistance. Selma had actually intended to discuss the opposing Liu family with Lucius, as they could strike any time. Seeing Lucius bring it up, she earnestly started explaining. During the conversation, Scarlett occasionally interjected with her opinions to assert her presence. Although the patriarch of the Liu family hadn't normally ascended to the master realm, even a weakened camel was still bigger than a horse. The title master set him apart. In the context of Kunzu main district, understanding this situation, Lucius nodded in agreement. In ancient times, indeed, some offensive weapons were left behind, but now these weapons have become scarce, existing only in legends. Martial artists, the stronger they are, the more they fear death. As the pillar of the Liu family, if Hermes' grandfather were to launch a forceful attack and be killed by the Ning family's weapon, it would clearly be an unwise move. Although very curious about what Selma mentioned, and how strong a martial artist it could threaten, Lucius didn't press further due to the secrecy of the Ning family. Considering that they had been active for most of the day, Selma didn't want to disturb Lucius too much and got up to say, "Big brother Chu, it's quite late. You should rest early." "Sure." Lucius nodded, and Selma immediately led Scarlett to her living quarters. Previously, the two of them always shared a room, but upon arriving at the house, Scarlett told Selma, "Sister Ning, I won't sleep with you tonight. You have things to do tomorrow, so you need a good rest." The adjacent room had always been prepared for Scarlett, and Selma agreed with a nod. Entering the room, Scarlett took a deep breath, then picked up a silk nightgown and went into the bathroom to shower. After coming out of the shower, Scarlett walked to the mirror to examine her perfect body carefully, then quietly opened the door and went downstairs straight to the small building where Lucius was staying. Tonight, she intended to offer herself as a sincere apology. Chapter 159. No chance given. Inside the room upstairs, Lucius had just taken off his shirt and was about to take a shower when he paused, frowning. Knock knock knock. The knocking on the door followed immediately after. He could only put his clothes back on and went to open the door. Seeing Scarlett, Lucius asked with a slightly cold tone, "What is it?" "Big brother Chu, I have something and need your help." Scarlett tried her best to make her voice sound gentle and her smile charming. Why didn't you say earlier? Lucius's tone wasn't good at all. He disliked this woman from the bottom of his heart. Yet now, she changed into pajamas and came to his room for advice. Something felt off. Well, big brother Chu, Sister Ning was here earlier, so I felt a bit shy. My body hasn't been feeling well recently, can you check it out for me? Upon realizing that she wanted him to treat her, Lucius didn't overthink it and turned around to go back inside. Scarlett's heart filled with joy, and she suppressed her excitement as she followed him in. In her plan, entering the room was the first step to success. What's wrong with you? Lucius got straight to the point, hoping to finish quickly and send this woman away. Scarlett pointed to her chest and said, Here. For the past 2 years, I've been experiencing occasional sharp pains. The hospital couldn't find anything wrong. She wasn't making it up, the problem indeed existed. After observing Lucius since morning, she found his character somewhat peculiar. It was best not to play mind games with him, as it would backfire. Therefore, after having the crazy idea of offering herself to win Lucius over, she had been thinking of how to approach him. When they finished dinner and arrived here, and Lucius asked who in the Ning family needed treatment, she instantly knew what to do. The chest area was naturally sensitive for women. Treating it would require contact, allowing her to showcase her perfect figure before Lucius and seduce him. If she could stir up his desire, everything would fall into place. Once they were intimate, forming a connection, it wouldn't be hard to ask for help for the Zhang family. Lie down. Scarlett obediently lay down on the bed. The silk material of her pajamas slipped, exposing a significant portion of her cleavage and the edge of her neckline. Her legs also peeked out from under the gown. Seeing this, Lucius frowned, starting to suspect Scarlett's true intentions for seeking treatment now. He glanced around, stood up, fetched a bath towel, and covered Scarlett to prevent further exposure. Scarlett was surprised by Lucius's action and smiled. Big brother Chu, it's fine. No need to be so careful. Lucius remained silent. Without waiting for Scarlett to ask if she should remove her pajamas, interrupted Scarlett and mercilessly criticized her. As a girl, you should know how to keep yourself pure. If you want to attract someone, don't rely on your figure or scheming. Focus on improving your inner self. It's far more valuable. Don't try to manipulate me with those petty tricks. It only makes me dislike you more. These words left Scarlett red-faced and ashamed, nodding obediently before quickly leaving. Her impulse to offer herself was just a momentary thought. Everything was exposed before it started. Feeling humiliated, Scarlett ran outside, cooling off in the breeze, gradually calming her shame and anxiety. After her rapidly beating heart calmed down, Scarlett sighed helplessly and walked towards the opposite small building. At this moment, as she recalled what had happened during the day, she truly regretted it, wishing she could slap herself. Why did she have to speak up? Now she had only hurt herself. The moving Scarlett didn't notice that behind the window of the upstairs room, Gracie was watching her calmly. Actually, Gracie had heard the noise when Scarlett left earlier and saw through the window that Scarlett, wearing pajamas, went to Lucius's place. After guessing her best friend's intention, Gracie suddenly felt uneasy because she thought it was in her own house. Lucius was their guest, and her mother and sister were waiting for him to provide treatment. If he got annoyed and left because of this, who would she cry to? She initially wanted to stop her, but then thought about whether Lucius was a principled man or not, or if he accepted everyone without refusal. Because Emerson had sent quite a few messages, basically suggesting that she should show more affection in front of Lucius. If she could make him become the son-in-law of the Ning family, wouldn't the Ning family surpass all others in Haicheng? Growing up in different environments and being taught by elders made Gracie understand that her chances of freely choosing her marriage were very slim, and when the family needed, she would inevitably become a pawn for family development. Although the time spent with Lucius wasn't long and they hadn't talked much, his current situation sparked intense curiosity within Gracie. Young age, strong abilities, proficient in medicine, from all aspects she had learned, he was indeed a fine man. Gracie had imagined, if she could really gain Lucius's favor and make him her future husband, it would not only benefit herself but also bring unprecedented advantages to the family. However, she still didn't know enough about his character. Scarlett's actions provided her with an opportunity to take a good look. Therefore, during the time Scarlett was in Lucius's room, Gracie felt inexplicably anxious and flustered. And when she saw Scarlett rush out and stand alone on the ground, she couldn't help but laugh happily. She knew Scarlett had failed, and Lucius was a principled man. Should she give it a try? Gracie was torn. Chapter 160, Morning Poison Porridge. Returning from Yun City. After witnessing Lucius and Mei being so affectionate with each other, it was naturally clear what their current relationship was like. Interrupting now wasn't because Selma didn't believe she could compare to Mei, but rather her upbringing made her think that this approach was inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, she decided it would be better to let things take their natural course. Her intuition told her that being honest and open was most important when interacting with Lucius. Approaching him with some ulterior motive would easily lead to discovery and create a bad impression. Wasn't Scarlett a living example of this? If they were truly meant to be, sparks would naturally occur. Moreover, Selma firmly believed that even if she didn't end up together with Lucius, as long as they developed a good relationship, he would definitely help the Ning family become stronger. At the same time, at the Liu family residence in Haicheng City, Hermes' father, Archie, received a report from his subordinates stating that Hermes and everyone who had gone with him to apprehend Selma had lost contact. A bad feeling surfaced within him, and Archie scowled and said harshly, "Investigate. Use all resources to find out what happened to Hermes." In the Ning family living room, Emerson sat quietly. Soon after, footsteps approached the door, and Brian entered. "Master, you called for me?" Emerson nodded, and gestured for Brian to sit down. With a serious expression, he said, "Brian, there's something I need to tell you." "Master, is this about little Avril? Did he do something?" Yet he did nothing? Hearing this, Selma furrowed her eyebrows, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. She replied cautiously, "Hermes acted too suddenly, pulling out a knife and attacking in an instant. It was nighttime, and by the time Chu brother reacted, it was already too late." Brian forced a smile, saying, "I understand, Mississippi. My son indeed betrayed the Ning family, and this outcome is deserved. That's all. He then turned and left. What is this about? Selma watched Brian's retreating back, increasingly feeling something was off. But thinking it might be the shock of a parent losing a child, she dismissed it. Across in the small building, Lucius had already risen and was lounging on the sofa playing with his phone. Seeing Selma enter, he said, Brother Chu, let's have breakfast. Afterward, we'll go down the mountain to visit my mom and sister. Breakfast was not significant to Lucius, but he went along politely, following Selma to the Ning family dining hall. Emerson and his brother were already waiting and greeted Lucius warmly. Lucius reiterated his sentiment from last night, asking them not to treat him like a distinguished guest and to be as normal as possible. Soon, the servants brought out clear porridge and various pastries. Lucius had just taken a spoonful of porridge when he furrowed his brows. Emerson, always focused on Lucius, concerned about making any missteps, quickly asked, Master Chu, is the porridge not to your liking? Lucius shook his head slightly and hesitated before saying, There's something wrong with this porridge. Don't eat it. Something wrong with the porridge? The Ning family members and Scarlet present paled, realizing it might be poisoned. Poisoning food was a common tactic against martial arts families. Given Hermes' death last night, Emerson subconsciously suspected retaliation from the Liu family. Bring everyone who prepared today's breakfast here. Regaining his composure, Emerson ordered angrily. As everyone waited, Lucius glanced at the others. With a flicker in his eyes, he pulled Selma's bowl to his side and took a bite. Brother Chu, you said there was something wrong with the porridge? Why are you eating now? Selma asked anxiously. Lucius put down the spoon with a smile and said, There's nothing wrong with your porridge. The problem is with mine. Based on his experience, the poison in his bowl was quite potent. Others had eaten as well, but from their expressions, Lucius saw no signs of poisoning, leading him to suspect that the poison was only in his bowl. Tasting Selma's porridge, his guess proved correct. Being targeted so soon after arriving in Kunzu? This made Lucius wonder who had noticed him so quickly. Hearing the explanation, Emerson and Daryl immediately became anxious. Daryl even said, It's unlikely. Master Chu just arrived at our home. Who would want to harm you? I'm also curious. Lucius pulled out 2 silver needles he carried with him from inside his clothes and said, You'll know if there's anything wrong with my porridge by looking at this. He inserted the 2 silver needles into the 2 bowls and then pulled them out. One was black, the other remained silver. Emerson abruptly stood up, anxiously explaining, Master Chu, please give me time to investigate. The Ning family absolutely did not mean to harm you. There must be someone else behind this. At that moment, he was truly worried that Lucius might mistakenly think the Ning family was responsible for the poisoning. After all, he was the only outsider present, while the rest were members of the Ning family or Scarlet, whom they had known for a long time. The human heart can be unfathomable. Although Lucius didn't say it aloud, it was hard to determine if such thoughts crossed his mind. Barrett Ning, don't worry. I don't think the Ning family intended to harm me. I have many enemies who wish me dead. This kind of thing happens all the time. Emerson nodded. Just then, the guards brought in the chef and the assistants responsible for preparing breakfast. Approaching them angrily, he demanded to know who had poisoned Lucius's porridge. Regarding the poisoning, the chef and the others were dumbfounded, all shaking their heads in denial. To clear things up for Lucius, Emerson was about to order the guards to use force when a voice came from the doorway. I did it. Seeing the person walk in, both Emerson and Selma were stunned. Chapter 161. Soul leaving the body. Brian? Everyone present wore looks of astonishment. Just a moment ago, when they had learned that there was poison in the porridge, Emerson and others had suspected many individuals, but never doubted this butler who had served the Ning family for almost his entire life. Brian walked up calmly and said, I was the one who put the poison. I just didn't expect it to be discovered so easily. The blame has its source. Head of the family, you can deal with me however you wish. His words and demeanor revealed no remorse or self-reproach. Lucius turned to look at this Remy and asked, Do we have any grudge against each other? They had only met last night, and he found it hard to understand why this man would try to poison him with something so deadly. Only due to his own capabilities did he survive. If it were someone like Emerson, a transformation realm martial artist, drinking that porridge would have left them crippled for life, if not dead. Thus, he was very curious if the Remy's actions stemmed from hatred or being bought off. As Selma's eyes flickered, she recalled Brian's strange questions earlier and realized that Brian's actions must have been because of little Averil. Barrett Averil, Bryce Averil's death has nothing to do with Brother Chu. Selma spoke helplessly. She couldn't understand if Brian was losing his mind. The one who killed his son was Hermes. Even if seeking revenge, it should be on the Liu family. What did it have to do with Lucius? Humph. He clearly had the ability to save my son, yet watched him get killed. How could this not be related? Brian glared at Lucius with venomous eyes. A sudden anger rose within Lucius as an invisible pressure weighed down upon Brian. As the butler of a martial arts family, Brian was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a late-stage hidden power martial artist. But against Lucius, he wasn't even worth mentioning. With a thud, his knees slammed into the ground heavily, and Lucius stood up and walked forward. You old fool, I've seen unreasonable people, but I've never seen someone as unreasonable as you. Your son conspired with Hermes to scheme against Selma. He deserved death and wanted me to save him? Do I owe your family something? Having finished speaking, Lucius kicked out, sending Brian flying and slamming into the door frame before crashing to the ground again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just as he tried to struggle up, an unseen pressure pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. Lucius stepped forward, planting his foot on Brian's chest and said indifferently, Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you to reunite with your son. Seeing Lucius about to kill Brian, Selma instinctively wanted to speak, but Emerson placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head slightly. From Emerson's perspective, Brian also seemed unreasonable. One could blame anyone, but not Lucius. Currently, the Ning family needed Lucius, not Brian. Although Brian had worked diligently for the Ning family for many years and could be considered a part of the family, in light of the situation, to avoid angering Lucius, they could only abandon Brian. Unreasonable troublemakers who didn't distinguish right from wrong were what Lucius detested most. Though the intense pain didn't make Brian scream out, he clamped his mouth shut tightly, glaring at Lucius with venomous eyes. Seeing this, Lucius no longer wasted time. With a crisp sound, Brian's entire chest caved in, and the light in his eyes gradually faded away. The matter ended with the man's death. When Lucius turned back, Emerson gave a signal to the guards, who immediately dragged away Brian's body, while the other servants hurriedly cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. Sitting back in his previous chair, Lucius said to Emerson, "Bear it, Ning, sorry. Looks like you'll need to find a new butler." Emerson smiled nonchalantly and said, "Such a small matter isn't worth mentioning. Brian might have really lost it, facing things without discernment. He deserved it. Daring to poison Master Chu, even if Master Chu hadn't acted, I wouldn't have let him off either." Words, harsh as they might be, became mere talk after the deed was done. Lucius didn't linger on the topic and directly said, "It's about time. Let's go see the patient first." Seeing that Lucius took the initiative to propose treatment without holding a grudge against the Ning family over Brian or making demands, Emerson and the others felt relieved and set off immediately. Due to last night's incident, Scarlett felt guilty and, after greeting Selma, returned to the Jiang family. After last night's events, Selma felt some resentment towards her best friend. Seeing that she voluntarily proposed going home suited her intentions perfectly, so she didn't try to retain her. Arriving at their destination, a picturesque village with excellent surroundings, according to Selma's description, this place was the Ning family's ancestral home. Her grandfather was born here before venturing out. Even though the Ning family had developed elsewhere, this ancestral home remained their root, where they had spent money to build an exquisite mansion during their rise to wealth. After the accident involving her mother and sister, they had moved here to find someone to take care of them. After interacting, Emerson had long discovered that Lucius was not a talkative person. Therefore, upon arriving at the scene, he didn't engage in idle chatter, but directly led Lucius into the room. On two beds lay Selma's mother, Xantha, and her younger sister, Sonia, resting quietly. Their prolonged unconsciousness made them look very frail, their faces pale with a hint of gray. Lucius approached, standing between the two beds, scanning both sides. Behind him, Emerson and the others held their breaths, waiting quietly. A few minutes later, Lucius took Xantha's hand to check her pulse. "Brother Chu, how is it? Can you treat them?" Seeing that Lucius had finished checking the pulse, Selma moved closer, asking with a trembling voice.
"Yes."
Hearing this single word, both Selma and Emerson's eyes lit up with excitement and joy. Taking a deep breath to suppress her excitement, Selma curiously asked, "Brother Chu, what's the cause of my mother and sister's condition?" "It's not a disease." Lucius pondered and said, in simpler terms, "It's soul leaving the body." "What? Soul leaving the body?" At that moment, whether it was Selma or Emerson and the others behind her, they all froze. They had heard of people having 3 souls and 7 spirits since childhood, but as this couldn't be seen or touched, most believed the so-called 3 souls and 7 spirits were just fiction, non-existent. Now Lucius mentioned soul leaving the body. Wasn't this suggesting that legends weren't false? "Brother Chu, do souls really exist?" Selma, regaining her senses, stared blankly at Lucius. "They do. Only this phenomenon is obscure, with fewer people encountering it, gradually leading to its being considered non-existent. The most obvious sign of soul leaving the body is unexplained coma. No matter how advanced the instruments used for examination, the results always show the body to be healthy, yet the fact remains that the person remains unconscious." Yes, Selma excitedly said, "That's exactly it. To thoroughly understand what happened to my mother and sister, we even sent them abroad for examination, but no cause was found." Pausing for a moment, she continued to ask, "So, Brother Chu, how do you treat soul leaving the body?" "Recall the soul." Lucius spat out these 2 words. Chapter 162. Light the life lamp. Selma had heard of soul summoning and had seen it on TV. Curiously, she asked, "Does that mean if we can summon my mother's and sister's souls back, they will wake up?" Lucius nodded. According to normal logic, yes. But this single, but felt like an invisible hand gripping the hearts of the Ning family tightly. Selma anxiously asked, "But what?" Lucius looked at the 2 people on the hospital beds and explained, "The earlier the soul is summoned after leaving the body, the better. The longer it stays outside the body, the higher the chance of failure. Therefore, whether your mother and sister will wake up depends on their fates." Woken up for 3 years, Lucius deduced that their souls were not just frightened away but forcibly taken by someone using dark magic. Though he hadn't encountered such individuals before, Lucius was sure that such people existed in China, specifically targeting suitable souls to use dark magic to capture them for their own purposes. To awaken the 2, merely summoning the souls wouldn't suffice. They needed to find their souls first before attempting the summoning. And to find the souls, they needed to locate the person responsible. These people, much like those portrayed on TV, often gave off a strange and eerie feeling. Emerson thought deeply, carefully recalling suspicious events before the incident involving his wife and daughter, but shook his head, indicating nothing came to mind. Without a lead, finding the souls would be difficult. Just as Lucius was about to reveal the truth, Selma suddenly said, "I remember, 2 days before the incident, my mom took my sister to see a master because she was having nightmares frequently. Could it be related to that master?" Hearing this, Emerson reproached her. "Why didn't I know about this?" Selma rolled her eyes and muttered, "You're always focused on business and traveling. How would you pay attention to us?" This stung Emerson, causing him to feel guilty. Lucius then asked, "Is that master still around?" Selma thought for a moment and said, "I think he's called Anders." Anders? Lucius's eyebrows furrowed, suddenly feeling this name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After careful thought, he recalled it. Earlier, when solving a feng shui problem for Dempsey's family, he discovered that the white tiger carrying a corpse setup was done under the guidance of someone named Anders. From the harmful nature of the white tiger carrying a corpse setup, it was clear that Anders was not a good person. Since Ning's mother and daughter had contact with him and problems occurred shortly after, Lucius was entirely sure that their souls leaving their bodies were 100% due to Anders. He immediately told Emerson, "It's this Anders. Investigate whether he's still in Haicheng." Emerson turned to his brother, and Bear immediately started making calls to investigate. "Brother Chu, what if we can't find Anders?" Selma asked worriedly, considering that 3 years had passed, and he might have left Haicheng for elsewhere. She wanted to confirm if the solution lay with Anders. If that's the case, then we must find this person no matter what it takes. Finding him can save us a lot of trouble. If we can't find him, we'll have to try other methods. However, finding him offers the greatest hope. Now let's prepare some materials. I need to light the life lamp to see exactly how many souls and spirits your mother and sister have lost. After learning about 7 spirits, reduced to just 1 soul and 3 spirits, was a brutally cruel act. This situation was not much different from outright killing them. Upon hearing the explanation, Emerson couldn't help but ask, then why didn't Anders just kill them directly? Why leave 1 soul and 3 spirits? Because the body is the fundamental basis for the existence of souls and spirits. If a person dies, the captured souls would dissipate. Only by keeping the person alive can the souls outside the body continue to exist. At that moment, Daryl, who had gone to investigate Anders, entered the room and said, "Big brother, we did find him, but it seems useless." Chapter 163, 8 Characters Soul Search. Useless? Emerson frowned and asked, "Why is it useless?" Daryl replied, "Because he's already dead." "What? Dead?" Amin concerns the awakening of his sister-in-law and niece. Emerson continued to ask, "What exactly happened?" According to the investigation, Amin had been living in Haicheng for years. However, 3 months ago, a fire broke out in his residence one night. After the fire was extinguished, only 1 charred corpse was found inside. The patrolling office's autopsy results showed that the person had died before the fire started, suggesting that the arsonist set the fire to cover up the murder. Second Barrett, can we be sure the dead person is Amin? Selma asked anxiously. Daryl shook his head and explained, the body was almost burnt to carbon, making identification impossible. The patrolling office also lacked any biological information on Amin, so no comparison could be made. But the burning house has always been his home, leading us to believe it might have been him. Not being 100% sure means there's still a possibility it wasn't him. Selma knew this Amin was not an ordinary person, and thought he might have faked his death. But even if it was indeed a fake death, finding him would be difficult. Selma couldn't help but look at Lucius and asked, "Brother Chu, what do we do?" "Don't worry," Lucius said calmly. "Finding Amin could quickly resolve this matter, but our goal is to find your mother's and younger sister's souls. He may be the perpetrator, but the souls may not necessarily be with him." Although their knowledge of Amin was limited, from the situation involving the white tiger carrying the corpses and current circumstances, Amin wasn't working alone and likely had a gang behind him. This could very well be true, but Selma, filled with questions, subconsciously asked, "How can we confirm this? What if my mother's and others' souls were hidden in that house and destroyed by the fire?" Hearing this, Lucius couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think souls are paper, burning them into nothingness? Normal fire can't harm souls. Moreover, I haven't finished explaining." To calm Selma down, Lucius had to explain more about souls. Amin didn't directly kill them, but took 2 souls and 4 pull away. Apart from keeping the souls bound using their bodies, he also kept them at a distance. 3 souls and 7 pull form a single entity. If the 2 souls and 4 pull taken away were harmed and scattered, the 1 soul and 1 pull left in the bodies would also dissipate automatically. Without souls, people would be dead. Xana and Sonia remained in a vegetative state as they were 3 years ago, indirectly indicating that their taken souls were still intact, just hidden somewhere, which would need time to locate. Relieved that the souls still existed, Emerson knelt down earnestly and said, "Master Chu, please save my wife and daughter." Selma also knelt, crying, "Brother Chu, please." Over the past 3 years, the Ning family had expended immense effort trying to wake the two. Now, finally finding someone capable of helping, both father and daughter knew that if Lucius refused, there might be no one else who could help. "Get up first." Lucius put on a stern face, forcing the father and daughter to stand, then said, "Old man sent me to help with your affairs. No matter how hard it is, I will assist." These words were genuine. Had this been a regular case, facing such difficulties, Lucius wouldn't have bothered. However, since it was instructed by the Remy, no matter how tough it got, he wouldn't give up. Understanding Lucius's attitude, Selma and Emerson felt relieved and hopeful. If we can't find Amin, then we'll have to use the 8-character soul search. 8-character soul search? Just as Selma was about to ask what it was, Lucius listed the necessary materials. Emerson hurriedly wrote them down and sent his brother to buy everything. The list was extensive, including roosters, maps, etc. It was nearly evening when Daryl returned with all items. During this period, Selma and others learned about the 8-character soul search. It involves using Xana's and Sonia's 8 characters to determine where their souls might be hidden, then search nearby areas after pinpointing the location. For the 8-character soul search, a medium is needed. Since one is her mother and the other her sister, Selma is related to both and is a suitable medium. However, serving as a medium would cause some harm to her, requiring 1 to 2 years of recovery. To save her mother and sister, Selma didn't hesitate and agreed to serve as the medium for the 8-character soul search. In front of the house, Lucius used cinnabar to draw a 2-meter diameter magical array on the open ground, and then used rooster blood to write several runes on Selma's face and arms. After setting up these, silver needles began to be inserted into different acupoints on Selma's body. Each silver needle was connected to a red thread at its end, which converged and were pressed under an oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, Xana's birth time in terms of 8 characters was written. After all the preparations were done, Lucius started with hand seals. At first, everything was quiet, but as time passed, the wind around them became noticeably stronger, even producing a howling sound. "Rise!" Lucius suddenly shouted. The voice sounded like thunder exploding. Selma, who had been kneeling with her head drooping and already asleep, suddenly lifted her head, eyes wide open. At this moment, the whites of her eyes dominated most of the eye sockets, making Emerson and his brother feel their scalps tingle. "Search." Lucius spoke again. Emerson, who had been forewarned, immediately brought the map of Sunzhou to the front of Selma, whose hand slowly lifted and moved in front of the map. The scene was eerily silent, filled with a strange atmosphere. Emerson's map was slightly trembling, showing his tension. He wasn't scared by the eerie scene but worried that this might not achieve the goal. Because Lucius had already said that if using the 8 characters soul search didn't work, it would take an extremely long process to find Xantha and her daughter's souls. As Selma's arm slowly stopped moving, Emerson asked shakily, "Master Chu, did we find it?" Lucius nodded slightly, and then came forward to see where Selma pointed. Originally, he thought the mother and daughter souls had been taken away from Haicheng, or even left Kunzu. In fact, the place Selma's finger pointed to was still within Haicheng. Switch to the Haicheng map. Daryl immediately brought up the map of the Haicheng area. Selma's finger slowly moved again and soon locked onto a specific location. Out of curiosity, Emerson tiptoed forward to look. Ah! Upon seeing the exact location, Emerson let out a startled scream. Chapter 164. The Pedro's Plan. What does it mean? Lucius, who was in charge of everything, immediately frowned and looked at Emerson with great confusion. As the head of the Ning family and a formidable master at the transformation level, he should have been experienced. A mere location had caused his expression to change drastically? This situation was clearly illogical. Although he was curious about what made Long Dragon Valley special as mentioned by Selma, Lucius suppressed his curiosity and started to remove the needles. Even after all the silver needles were removed from Selma's body, she remained unconscious. Before Emerson could ask with a troubled look, Lucius explained, "She won't wake up tonight. Let her sleep well. She'll be awake by tomorrow morning." Emerson nodded and hurriedly carried his daughter into the house to rest. Lucius walked over to Daryl, who was staring at the map, and asked, "Is there anything special about Long Dragon Valley?" Upon seeing that it was indeed Long Dragon Valley, Daryl's face also turned pale. With a complex expression, he said, "8 years ago, my father entered Long Dragon Valley and never came out again. At that time, he was already at the semi-grandmaster level. Long Dragon Valley has always been a forbidden place in Haicheng. It is rumored that there are extremely dangerous creatures inside, and no one can enter and come out alive. Many years ago, the Divine Path sect sent grandmasters to explore the Long Dragon Valley to understand its internal situation, but they also never returned. After that, Long Dragon Valley was designated as a no-go zone, prohibiting anyone from entering. If someone disobeys and enters, even if they die, the Divine Path sect will not carry out any rescue operations. There indeed existed some extremely dangerous off-limits places in China. Lucius had long known this situation, but he didn't recall such a place called Long Dragon Valley among those dangerous locations. Thinking that the Remy from the Ning family only entered 8 years ago, Lucius asked, "Then why did your father enter Long Dragon Valley?" "My father somehow found out that something called Earth Dragon Fruit can assist martial artists in their cultivation, making it easier for them to reach the Grandmaster realm, and there were Earth Dragon Fruits in Long Dragon Valley. My father had been stuck at the semi-Grandmaster level for many years. Seeing that his lifespan was running short, in order to step into the Grandmaster realm and experience its glory, he forcibly entered Long Dragon Valley." While listening to the story, Lucius couldn't help but laugh. He really wanted to ask who was talking nonsense. Earth Dragon Fruit could easily help martial artists enter the Grandmaster realm? The Earth Dragon Fruit could indeed prolong life, but the claim that it could help martial artists become Grandmasters was completely baseless, clearly just luring them to their deaths. Understanding the danger of Long Dragon Valley, Lucius knew why Emerson had reacted so oddly. To him, Long Dragon Valley was a death trap. Even if he knew where the souls of his wife and daughter were now, finding them would be hopeless. Since the matter involved a place listed as a dangerous area by the Divine Path sect, it needed careful planning. Lucius immediately messaged Jason, asking him to send over all the data regarding Long Dragon Valley collected from the Divine Path sect. After receiving the message, Jason replied, "You want to enter Long Dragon Valley?" 3 question marks in his reply indicated his current astonishment. "Don't talk nonsense. Send the data quickly. Whether I go or not depends on what the data shows." Lucius impatiently responded. Soon, a document was sent to his phone, followed by a note from Jason, "Don't go in unless necessary. Our investigations, which cost us several people, confirm that there are extremely dangerous unknown creatures inside. According to our analysis, unless you're a great grandmaster, anyone who goes in won't come out. Even great grandmasters who manage to escape will most likely lose half their lives in the process." Reading these warnings, Lucius dismissed them, thinking Jason might be deliberately trying to stop him. Ignoring Jason, Lucius sat down on a nearby stone bench and carefully read the information about Long Dragon Valley from the Divine Path sect. Long Dragon Valley was divided into 3 areas, classified as the outer region, mid-region, and deep region. The outer region was filled with highly toxic insects. For some reason, these insects had potent toxins. A single bite could kill a transformation-level martial artist instantly, and even if a grandmaster were bitten, though they wouldn't die, their strength would be severely impacted. Due to the extreme danger in the mid-region, the information gathered by the Divine Path sect was vague. They speculated that there might be an array formation because once someone entered, a thick fog immediately appeared, disorienting anyone inside. The fog would only dissipate after the person died. During the investigation, the Divine Path sect didn't just send one grandmaster. They dispatched a total of 3 grandmasters, all of whom died in the mid-region. Despite much effort and advanced technology, they managed to retrieve one grandmaster's corpse. Upon examination, there were no visible wounds on the body, indicating that he had died without a fight, silently and inexplicably. The specifics of the deepest region remain unclear to this day. After losing 3 grandmasters and only gaining a shallow understanding of Long Dragon Valley, the Divine Path sect had no choice but to halt their investigation. After all, even if they thoroughly investigated Long Dragon Valley, it might not bring any significant benefits, and who knew how many more lives would be lost. It simply wasn't worth it. Master Chu. Emerson approached Lucius from behind, his expression filled with sorrow and his tone low as he said, "Let's call off the treatment, shall we? I appreciate your willingness to save my wife and daughter, and I am truly grateful to you. But since the location is Long Dragon Valley, there's no need for you to take such a risk." At this moment, Emerson was truly desperate. In his view, Lucius being alive was far more valuable than dead. If Lucius were to step into Long Dragon Valley and meet the same fate as those who entered before him, not only would it cost Lucius his life, but it would also end up being in vain. On the other hand, given Lucius's probable strength at the level of a grandmaster, he could bring much greater benefits. His wife and daughter had already been unconscious for so long that deep down, he had already considered them as good as dead. With things developing this way, he could only let nature take its course. Determined to see what kind of plan the Remy, who had previously vowed never to leave the mountain, had suddenly come down to set up. Chapter 165, Violating the Rules. Since it was already dark, Selma was still unconscious and needed rest, making it unsuitable for her to move around. There were plenty of rooms in the old residence, so Lucius and his group didn't return to the city. Before resting, Lucius reignited the life lamps for Xantha and Sonia, using secret techniques to enhance the 1 soul and 3 spirits within their bodies. Because, with the separation of soul and body for too long, it's a bit like children who have run away from home. They feel estranged when they come back. Enhancing the 1 soul and 3 spirits left in their bodies would allow for faster integration once the souls returned, thus speeding up their recovery. In the middle of the night, Lucius, who was meditating cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and walked to the window to look downstairs. Downstairs, many people had arrived, all wearing black masks. This time, Emerson hadn't brought many guards, as his strength deterred few from daring to ambush him. Realizing that Ning's guards were no match, Lucius leaped out of the window, preparing to see why these people had come in the dead of night. The black-clothed figures totaled over 20, all martial artists. The guards Emerson brought had been silently subdued. 3 black-clothed men entered the room where Xantha and Sonia were placed. One of them compared a photograph and nodded at the other 2, signaling that the targets were found. The 3 immediately moved forward to remove the silver needles stuck between the eyebrows of the 2 women. "I advise you not to touch them." Lucius's voice suddenly rang out. Startled, the 3 turned around to find a young man standing at the door unnoticed. Without needing instructions, one of the black-clothed men rushed towards the door, ready to deal with this interfering youth. But before the black-clothed man reached the door, Lucius moved. A blur appeared before their eyes, and the black-clothed man who was about to act was held by Lucius. Snap! The black-clothed man struggled feebly as his throat was crushed. The remaining 2 instantly knew Lucius was dangerous. One of them placed his hand near his ear and tapped rapidly, sending a distress signal. Black-clothed men, who were monitoring and searching elsewhere in the house, immediately rushed over upon receiving the signal. Despite knowing Lucius was formidable, the 2 remaining black-clothed men attacked. All 3 martial artists were late-stage Dark Force practitioners. Killing them was as easy as squashing an operatives? Emerson's expression turned strange. He uncovered the faces of the dead operatives lying on the ground, finding that they also lacked tongues. Frowning, he pondered which family in High City could be raising such operatives. Don't think too much. It's definitely that Liu family. With their son missing, anyone would suspect the Ning family. Lucius directly concluded. They came with photos of Xantha and Sonia, clearly intending to take them hostage. In High City, the Ning's enemies were only the Lius. Hermes vanished while trying to kidnap Selma, inevitably linking him to the Ning family. Kidnapping 2 vegetative patients was likely an attempt to gain leverage before confronting the Nings and demanding information on Hermes' whereabouts. "Archie, I won't let this go." Emerson's forehead veins bulged, visibly enraged. It was said that disaster should not extend to wives and children. Among martial artists, this rule was generally observed. Let your abilities speak. Only those without talent resort to underhanded tactics. Now, Archie had actually made a move against his wife and daughter who were in a vegetative state. Emerson wished he could immediately rush to the Liu family and fight. However, thinking of treatment, Emerson temporarily suppressed his anger. At the Liu family, upon hearing the report from his subordinates that all dispatched operatives had gone missing, Archie crushed the teacup in his hand with a crunch. Cultivating a group of operatives was no easy task. He didn't expect that the first mission of these operatives would end in total annihilation. Try to find out where the young man from the Ning family comes from. Archie had long received news about the arrival of a young man at the Ning family. However, upon learning that the person was very young, he hadn't paid much attention. But just now, after careful consideration, he couldn't help but start to take Lucius seriously. Because he remembered that previously, when Hermes went to intercept Selma with a near master, which in Archie's eyes was as simple as eating and drinking, an unexpected event occurred. Both his son and the highly paid near master vanished without a trace. If Hermes didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Coincidentally, a young man also appeared at the Ning family around that time. From the information gathered, although this person was young, Emerson seemed very cautious towards him, respectfully calling him Master Chu. Emerson was a transformation realm martial artist. Ordinary people would not be taken seriously by him. Someone who could humbly respect and refer to as master must be extraordinary. After careful consideration, Archie firmly believed that the successive failures were definitely related to this young Master Chu. In the early morning, Selma woke up feeling a headache, deeply concerned about his daughter's condition and groaning. In a chaotic and miserable scene, Fred's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his eyes almost popped out of anger. He stared straight at the man sitting inside and shouted, "Archie, I'll kill you." Archie chuckled at this, appearing very relaxed. Without any hesitation, Fred immediately charged towards Archie. The two men, who had long wanted to fight, clashed instantly, trading punches continuously. Both were evenly matched, and neither could gain an advantage for now, but their states were drastically different. Archie remained calm, easily handling every attack. Fred, however, was filled with anger and urgency, each punch hoping to annihilate Archie. Big Brother Chu, will my father win? Jillian asked worriedly. Certain loss. Within 2 minutes, Lucius made a decisive judgment, giving not only the result but also the time. At any time, anger would only hinder one's actions. Though both were equally matched, anger could make attacks fiercer but would also consume more energy. When Fred's energy was nearly depleted, it wouldn't be too difficult for Archie to defeat him. Knowing that her father was bound to lose, Jillian looked anxious. She wanted to say something but held back, taking a deep breath to suppress her worry before focusing her attention forward. Indeed, just as Lucius predicted, approaching the 2-minute mark, Fred's attack weakened noticeably. Seizing this opportunity, Archie delivered a single punch that sent him to his knees, spitting blood. Ha ha ha. The victorious Archie was exceedingly arrogant, looking down and belittling him. Fred, have you spent these past decades cultivating into a dog? All the enmity between our two families has accumulated for so many years. Today, we can finally settle it properly. Struggling to rise, the defeated Fred appeared deflated. Thinking about Lucius on their side, he regained some confidence and replied, Archie, don't delude yourself that you can conquer the Ning family today. Himph. Archie scoffed, saying, Fred, do you know why I didn't make a move earlier or later, but chose this moment? Finishing his sentence, he turned to look at the entrance. 2 elders arrived simultaneously. One was the patriarch of the Liu family, and the other wore a long robe, emitting an extremely powerful aura. A grandmaster. Including the James, there were now 2 grandmasters. Initially, Fred thought that with Lucius around, it would be impossible for Archie, merely at the transformation stage, to destroy the Ning family. But he never expected the Liu family to bring in a grandmaster from somewhere. This change instantly disrupted his plans. Fred knew Lucius was strong, but facing 2 grandmasters, he doubted there would be any chance of resistance. Secondly, though the Ning family had weapons capable of threatening grandmasters, the extent of destruction they would cause after use was uncertain. With the Ning family's servants, guards, his younger brother, wife, and daughter present, using such weapons might harm everyone. Grandmasters, whether in speed or power, far exceeded transformation stage practitioners. Using those weapons required time, and when danger was sensed, one person could temporarily engage Lucius while the other found an opportunity to intervene. Seeing the outcome clearly, Fred felt all his strength drain away instantly, despair overwhelming him. It wasn't just him. Except for Lucius and the people Archie brought, everyone else on the scene felt certain death awaited them. Fred, if you explain one thing well, I can actually spare your Ning family today. What is it? There was no struggling light in Fred's eyes. He had already guessed what Archie wanted to ask. Where is my son, Hermes? You should know he went to intercept your daughter on the way, but your daughter safely returned to the Ning family, while my son disappeared. Archie's tone was calm, but his gaze was urgent. After investigating for 2 days without any news, his last hope rested with the Ning family. Fred did not know how to respond at all. Saying he didn't know where Hermes went wouldn't save the Ning family, and revealing that Hermes was dead would ensure an even worse fate. It would be difficult for the Ning family to escape this disease imprisoning him somewhere. But now, it seemed his grandson was indeed dead. Who do you think you are, repeating what I say just because you want me to? Lucius looked at the old patriarch with disdain. Ah. The rage of losing a loved one struck the old patriarch instantly, driving him into a frenzy. Without a word, he charged towards Lucius, intending to tear apart this murderer limb by limb. Lucius stepped forward, shielding Jillian behind him. Bang. Snap. After a dull sound came a crisp landing noise. Many who were blown by the powerful gust instinctively closed their eyes, slowly opened them, then looked up. They all assumed the crisp sound of landing came from Lucius being blasted away. However, reality left them all wide-eyed, as if seeing a ghost. Chapter 167. Annihilation. The person who fell to the ground was indeed someone. But this person was Adrian. He had initiated the attack, and his fist collided with Lucius's. However, the one who suffered was not Lucius, but he. As soon as they collided, his whole body trembled. Then he stood there like a wooden log before toppling backward onto the ground. Dad! Archie let out an anguished roar and rushed to his father's side at top speed. How is this possible? Adrian's eyes were wide open as he murmured these words, and then completely went still. He died uncomprehendingly. Indeed, no one could have comprehended this situation any better. Having walked the martial path for many years and even entered the Grandmaster realm, though not a pure Grandmaster, Adrian never considered himself insignificant. He attacked first, yet he was killed without any struggle on his part. In an instant, only Archie's painful groans filled the scene. The situation had unknowingly reversed. Fred, Jillian, and Bear gradually regained their senses. Joy erupted in their eyes as they realized the Ning family would not be destroyed today. At the same time, they knew that Lucius was stronger than imagined, absolutely not just a first-rank Grandmaster. A mere collision had killed Adrian, indicating that this strength was at least that of a second-rank Grandmaster. Although another external aid of the Liu family was present, he was only a first-rank Grandmaster. Now that Adrian was dead, and he had witnessed how it happened, he wasn't foolish enough to continue helping the Liu family. Get out! Lucius turned to look at the Liu family's external aid, whose face was already extremely pale. Without any hesitation, the man turned around and fled the scene at top speed. While fleeing rapidly, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't taken direct action. If he had, he might well be a corpse now. Different levels meant different perspectives. While Fred and others saw this scene and believed Lucius to be a second-rank Grandmaster, being a first-rank Grandmaster himself, he knew that a mere second-rank Grandmaster couldn't possibly kill Adrian with a single punch. Anyone capable of this was at least a third-rank Grandmaster. Such a young third-rank grandmaster was unimaginable and too dangerous to provoke. With his son dead and now his father too, Archie was in extreme grief. Slowly, he picked up his father's body and was about to leave. Hold it. Fred stepped forward to block Archie's path, furious. Archie, do you take the Ning family as your backyard garden, coming and going as you please? Today's opportunity was clear to him. It was the only one. If he wanted the Liu family to completely fall, he mustn't miss today. Letting a tiger return to the mountain had clear consequences, which Fred understood all too well. Currently, with Lucius still at the Ning family, Archie didn't dare do much. But Lucius couldn't stay at the Ning family forever. Once he left, a grief-stricken Archie would surely unleash all his fury on the Ning family. Therefore, Archie must die today. Fred, are you sure you want to force me? Archie stared at Fred with bloodshot eyes, knowing that by blocking him after his father's death, Fred clearly wasn't going to let him go. Humph. Fred didn't bother with empty words and immediately lunged forward. The other guards from the Liu family immediately tried to block Fred. Their strength was weak, far inferior to Fred's. Seeing the guards failing to stop him, Archie intended to seize this moment to leave with his father's body. Deep down, he also understood that with his father dead and the Ning family having Lucius stationed there, it was impossible to destroy the Ning family today. There would always be hope as long as there was life. But just as he took 2 steps, Lucius was already standing in front of him. We have no grudge or enmity. Do you truly seek total annihilation? Archie glared at Lucius unwillingly. Lucius scoffed and retorted, your father was killed by me, yet we have no grudge or enmity? And moreover, didn't your son try to kill me earlier? So there's no grudge or enmity? Realizing he couldn't leave today, despair filled Archie's eyes, and he felt immense regret. Originally, he was investigating information about Lucius and did not plan to move against the Ning family so soon. However, Adrian suddenly appeared and mentioned inviting a grandmaster friend. Wanting desperately to know Hermes' whereabouts, Archie thought that with 2 grandmasters, taking down the Ning family wouldn't be difficult. Thus, those events unfolded earlier. Plans never change as quickly as reality. Had he known Lucius was this formidable, no matter how anxious he was to find out about Hermes' fate, he wouldn't have chosen this time to come and die. Unbeknownst to him, if the Liu family hadn't taken the initiative, he fell into a worse position and was forced back relentlessly. Big brother Chu. Seeing her father getting injured and fearing his condition would worsen, Jillian looked anxiously at Lucius, hoping he would intervene. Not yet. Even if I act now, your father wouldn't want my help. Lucius knew long ago that Fred was an action-oriented person and that this was precisely the time for him to hone himself. Lucius had already eliminated the biggest threat to the Ning family, and the remaining troubles he planned to handle on his own. Archie's momentum might be strong, but Lucius knew it wouldn't last. Within 2 minutes of this furious burst, Archie would only face death. Time dragged slowly. Under Archie's fierce attacks, Fred indeed fell back step by step, shifting from offense to defense. Just like at the start of their duel, when Fred found an opportunity to strike back, he immediately attacked, quickly taking control and overwhelming Archie. A series of combined attacks sent Archie coughing blood and falling to the ground. Before his last breath, Archie's eyes, filled with hatred and reluctance, stared directly at Lucius. Though Jillian stood aside, she was still terrified by Archie's gaze and turned pale. She glanced at Lucius secretly and found his expression calm as if he hadn't seen anything. With that, the Liu family was completely destroyed. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Ning family, Fred suddenly presented something to Lucius. This item was the deadly weapon that had always intimidated the Liu family. Chapter 168. Not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. Master Chu, this is the powerful weapon I mentioned earlier. I'm giving it to you now. Emerson opened the wooden box with a sincere expression. Inside the box was a fist-sized sphere engraved with intricate patterns and runes. Lucius picked up the sphere and examined it closely, discovering that it indeed contained a very potent energy source, much like a bomb specifically designed for martial artists, ready to be activated upon channeling true chi into it. If this thing were to detonate, even a grandmaster would suffer severe injuries. However, Lucius quickly returned the sphere to the box and said, this object ensures the safety of the Ning family. You should keep it. After finally making up his mind to part with it, the other party refused it. Stunned, Emerson became anxious immediately and hurriedly explained, Master Chu, this item was crucial for the Ning family before, but now that the Liu family has been destroyed and the crisis averted, this is the most precious thing we can offer to thank Master Chu for rescuing the Ning family from dire straits. The greatest threat to the Ning family had been eliminated. Although this object was important for ensuring their peace, Emerson believed it would be more appropriate in Lucius's hands. Partly as gratitude, and partly because he considered Lucius's upcoming expedition to the Flood Dragon Valley. The Flood Dragon Valley was dangerous, and this object might prove indispensable at critical moments. But Lucius still shook his head and said, what I did, the Ning family does not need to express gratitude. Furthermore, if this item had just been created, it might have been useful to me. But now, it won't help me much. Conversely, it could play a crucial role if kept by the Ning family. Indeed, the sphere was a rare and powerful weapon, but due to its age, much of its energy had dissipated. When it exploded, it wouldn't harm those above 5th rank grandmasters. It could only threaten those below. For himself, it was indeed somewhat useless. Moreover, given how this item could provide a unique advantage to the Ning family in emergencies, Lucius didn't want to take it from them. Seeing that Lucius wasn't joking, Emerson couldn't insist further and could only say, in that case, if Master Chu needs anything, just let me know. Lucius nodded and asked, now that the Liu family has been destroyed, will the Heavenly Dragon Society seek revenge on their behalf? To finish what he started, to carry good deeds all the way through. The Heavenly Dragon Society was also one of the major forces in Haicheng, and they had good relations with the Liu family. Before entering the Flood Dragon Valley, Lucius intended to nip any potential threats in the bud. I'm not sure about that. Emerson shook his head and said, the relationship between the Heavenly Dragon Society and the Liu family has always been hard to fathom. They say they are close, yet when it comes down to it, they act together during crises. Take me to the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society. Lucius suddenly stood up, his tone leaving no room for argument. Brother Chu, are you going to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Society too? Selma asked excitedly. She had long seen Lucius's extraordinary abilities and knew that if he really did so, the Heavenly Dragon Society would be in trouble. It depends on their choice. There's something I need them to do. If they understand, everything will go well. If not, I'll have to handle things my own way. Though the danger posed by the Heavenly Dragon Society wasn't as strong as that of the Liu family, there was still a threat. Now that Lucius was confronting the problem, Emerson didn't hesitate and immediately took him to the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society. Selma wanted to follow, but she had a sudden headache after taking a few steps and had to stay home to rest. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society, Boss Bertrand anxiously dispatched all members of the Heavenly Dragon Society to investigate what happened to the Liu family at the Ning residence and why figures like Arnie and Adrian had died one after another. Bertrand had always known the strength of the Ning family. The fact that they went to provoke the Nings and were counter-killed puzzled him. He wanted to understand how the Ning family achieved this. However, Emerson had already ordered everyone in the Ning family to remain silent under threat of severe punishment if anyone revealed the truth. No matter how many people Bertrand sent out, he couldn't get the information he needed. Boss, Emerson from the Ning family is here, a subordinate reported suddenly. What? Bertrand's face uncontrollably changed, panic rising in his heart. Arnie and others had died at the Ning family, and now Emerson was visiting, leading Bertrand to subconsciously believe that he came to capitalize on this opportunity to crush the Heavenly Dragon Society, making the Ning family the top power in Haicheng. How many people did he bring? Facing what must be faced, despite not wanting to meet Emerson, Bertrand had no choice but to confront him. He only brought one person, a young one. Only one person? Bertrand's nervousness slightly eased, knowing that if Emerson had brought many people, the Heavenly Dragon Society might have seen significant changes today. Just one person, not a big threat. After taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he instructed his subordinate, take them to the reception hall. In the reception hall, as soon as Bertrand entered the door, he hurried forward and said very politely, Lord Ning, I failed to welcome you from afar. I failed to welcome you from afar. Sam Chu, sitting beside, was completely ignored by him. The young man was too young, and Bertrand subconsciously thought he was a junior of Emerson. Seeing Bertrand dared to ignore Lucius, Emerson immediately felt displeased. He thought it was understandable for him to ignore himself, but he could not ignore the savior of the Ning family. He promptly introduced Lucius to Bertrand. Boss Gong, this is Lucius. He has something to ask for your help with today at the Heavenly Dragon Society. Even if you can't respect the monk, you should respect the temple. Despite not wanting to deal with this young man, Bertrand still smiled at Lucius and asked, young brother, what is it? Seeing this, Emerson frowned, intending to remind Bertrand to be more serious. But Lucius gave him a look, so he held back his words. I want the Heavenly Dragon Society to help me find a person who came to Haicheng over a month ago. I want to know where he went or where he is now. Finding a person wasn't too difficult. After all, he didn't have to do the searching himself. Just a command would suffice. However, if Emerson had made the request, Bertrand would have taken it seriously, considering the Ning family had become the leading martial arts family in Haicheng, and Emerson's status was equivalent to his own as the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society. But now, hearing such a demand from an unknown young man, Bertrand was instantly displeased. What kind of place was the Heavenly Dragon Society? Could anyone come and ask for help? Thus, Bertrand evaded, young brother, investigating something over a month old won't be easy. The heck such audacious remarks? This thoroughly ignited Bertrand's inner rage. Earlier, when he learned that Emerson was coming, he did panic a bit. But on his way to the reception room, he thought that his demeanor before the Ning family shouldn't be overly submissive. Otherwise, if they saw the Heavenly Dragon Gang as easy to bully, they might really trample over them. As the top power in Haicheng, the Heavenly Dragon Gang could not let others trample over it. The greatest concession was meeting them at an equal level, just as they did with the Liu family previously. However, if the Ning family thought about eradicating the Liu family and then swallowing the Heavenly Dragon Gang, it was sheer delusion. Therefore, another reason Bertrand looked down on Lucius was to subtly remind Emerson that the Heavenly Dragon Gang was not a place where anyone could act wildly. So what if he had just wiped out the Liu family? Was he now bringing a youth here to challenge the dignity of the Heavenly Dragon Gang? Giving face was one thing, but if it wasn't accepted, there would be trouble. I said, you don't cry until you see the coffin. Lucius paused, then continued. Have you not cleaned your ears for so long that feces have blocked your ear canal? Swish. Sitting in the position of the Heavenly Dragon Gang's leader for nearly 10 years, no one had ever spoken to him this way. Bertrand immediately wanted to attack, intending to knock out all of Lucius's teeth. But at the last moment, he suppressed his anger and turned to question Emerson. Lord Ning, I think bringing this person here today to seek the Heavenly Dragon Gang's help is just an excuse, right? Your true intention is to humiliate the Heavenly Dragon Gang, isn't it? You want to tell me that the Ning family intends to dominate Haicheng alone? He asked this because throughout the process, as a junior, Lucius spoke so rudely while Emerson, as the senior, didn't intervene, clearly allowing him to do so. Unknown to him, what Lucius would say or do wasn't up to him to decide. Knowing Bertrand was very angry and aware that Lucius intended the Heavenly Dragon Gang to mobilize its forces to find the Remy, knowing full well that the Heavenly Dragon Gang might not cooperate right away, Emerson smiled and said, Leader Gong, I didn't mean anything by it, but kindly remember to talk nicely to Lucius, otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. Humph. Faced with the duo's coordination, Bertrand's fury grew even more intense, looking at Lucius with disdain. Him? Make me regret it? I'd like to see how he makes me regret it today. Feeling this young man pressuring him, Bertrand clenched his fists even tighter. Seeing these actions, Lucius took a step forward, standing close to Bertrand, staring into his eyes calmly. Since you're seeking death so earnestly, that's awkward. Continuing provocations, Bertrand raised his fist, unable to control his rage any longer. But at that instant, a powerful force hit his chest, and he watched himself fly backward, crash through the threshold, and roll outside before regaining consciousness. Boss! Boss! The waiting members of the Heavenly Dragon gang hurriedly rushed over to support Bertrand, simultaneously signaling for more people to come. Bertrand stared at Lucius, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the start of the confrontation, he planned to give this young man a slight lesson out of respect for Emerson. He never expected to be the one receiving the lesson. His strong confidence suffered a brutal blow. Simultaneously, he understood why Emerson mentioned regret earlier. Disordered footsteps approached as over 10 people rushed to the entrance, with more still on the way. Big Brother Bryn, the second in command of the Heavenly Dragon gang, arrived at the door, seeing Bertrand's disheveled state. He stepped inside, glaring at Emerson. Lord Ning, what's the meaning of this? What, are the Ning family declaring war on the Heavenly Dragon gang? Emerson chuckled lightly, too lazy to respond to the fiery-tempered second in command, instead turning his gaze to the visibly shocked and bewildered Bertrand. He couldn't understand why there were so many people who wouldn't recognize a timely warning. Warned, yet they chose not to listen, only learning the hard way. Damn, Number 2. Ignored and enraged, Bryn was about to pounce on Emerson when Bertrand's shout came from behind him. He walked in with a complicated expression and gave strict instructions. Wait outside and have all the brothers withdraw. Only you are allowed to stay. Though Bryn had an explosive temper and rarely gave anyone face, he always listened to his elder brother Bertrand. Without asking any questions, he went to the door and drove away all the members who were rushing over. Seeing the subordinates leave, Bertrand immediately faced Lucius with clasped fists, his attitude very humble as he said, Master, it was my fault for not recognizing you just now. Please forgive me. To be the boss wasn't just about being rash. From the simple exchange and considering Emerson's consistent attitude throughout, Bertrand deduced why the Liu family's proactive attack ended in its destruction. It was clear that this sudden young man from the Ning family brought significant changes. Despite his youth, he could easily knock Bertrand flying with one punch, showing absolute strength beyond his own. Without such power, no one would dare speak so arrogantly. To preserve his life and ensure the prosperity of the Heavenly Dragon gang, Bertrand had no choice but to bow his head. Lucius sat back in his chair and said indifferently, Now you know you were wrong? Want to try a few more rounds? I think there should be quite a few people within your Heavenly Dragon gang eyeing your position as the boss, right? Why not give them a chance? Faced with this sarcastic teasing, Bertrand shook his head like a single punch. Emerson's lips curled into a smile. His mood was exceptionally pleasant. This was exactly the effect he wanted, saving him from Bertrand's overbearing attitude as the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society, even daring to question if he was going to use this opportunity to suppress the Heavenly Dragon Society. Now, that arrogance has finally quietened down. Simultaneously, this situation thoroughly ignited Emerson's resolve to become stronger, making him acutely aware of the benefits of possessing immense strength. The Heavenly Dragon Society had been entrenched in Haicheng for many years, with the Ning family always being suppressed. They did not dare openly contend against them. In contrast, Lucius didn't say much upon arrival, a simple strike, and Bertrand either lowered his head or faced death. He silently resolved that since the crisis facing the Ning family had already been resolved, it was now time to gradually hand over the Ning family business to his younger brother for management, while he focused all efforts on advancing to the Grandmaster realm. Once the Ning family could produce a Grandmaster, their status would no longer be on par with the Heavenly Dragon Society but truly become the first in Haicheng. On the scene, Lucius remained silent, Emerson smiled without speaking, and Bertrand, with his head bowed, had nothing to say. The atmosphere couldn't help but grow tense. An anxious Bertrand, receiving no further instructions, couldn't help but wonder if bowing his head wasn't enough. Would he need to kneel? Kneeling would be too humiliating. As the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society, he truly didn't want to do that. Unable to help it, he looked at Emerson with urgency, hoping he would speak up to ease the increasingly tense atmosphere. Originally, Emerson wasn't prepared to acknowledge Bertrand's plea for help because he had found Bertrand unbearable for many years and intended to take this opportunity to properly suppress this arrogant dragon. But considering that the Ning family and the Heavenly Dragon Society would inevitably interact in the future, and they would frequently see each other, not helping might lead to barriers in future cooperation. Despite his reluctance, Emerson, for the sake of the Ning family's future, lightly coughed and turned to ask Lucius, Master Chu, how should we proceed? Give him the photo. Emerson hurriedly pulled out the photos printed before departure. The Ning family had surveillance cameras, capturing the Remy. Knowing there were photos, Lucius hadn't asked May to send over the sketch she drew earlier. Find this person, but don't make a big fuss about it. Investigate quietly. Any news, report to Barrett Ning. The Remy had explicitly told them not to search for him, and Lucius knew that if not specifically instructed, an organization like the Heavenly Dragon Society would surely cause a significant stir. If the news reached the Remy's ears, he would certainly hide away, making it even harder to find him. Thus, searching for the Remy must be done discreetly. After receiving the photo, Bertrand nodded humbly. Master Chu, rest assured, I will immediately mobilize everyone to search. Any information will be sent to Master Ning right away. The purpose of coming here was just this. But Lucius knew that Emerson surely had matters to discuss with Bertrand, so he stood up and said, Barrett Ning, I'll step outside for some fresh air. You can continue discussing anything you need to talk about. Emerson gratefully nodded. When he initially arrived, he indeed planned to use this opportunity to have a thorough conversation with Bertrand, discussing how both sides should coexist moving forward. Choosing this moment for the discussion was naturally because of Lucius's presence. His presence or absence determined how much authority the Ning family held. Watching what happened inside the room from the doorway, Bryn moved aside immediately upon seeing Lucius come out. He wanted to greet him, but Lucius seemingly ignored him and walked straight to a pavilion outside to sit down. Bryn's curious gaze remained fixed on him. At this moment, he wondered what kind of abilities this person possessed to make his elder brother lower himself like that. Could he be a disciple from a major sect? Inside the room, Bertrand approached Emerson and asked softly, Archie and the James, both were killed by him? The truth couldn't be concealed forever. The current aim of blocking the news was only to inform a select few. Emerson knew that given Bertrand's capabilities as the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Society, truth would eventually come out. This also led him to infer that the James was most likely killed very easily by that young man outside. That's why the Grandmaster who went to help was frightened into running away. A first-class Grandmaster being scared off directly. Could the opponent be a second or third-class Grandmaster? Bertrand continued to swallow, thankful that he hadn't confronted Lucius earlier. He was also curious about how he practiced, wondering why someone so powerful hadn't caused a stir across donghua. Lucius had given him time not to ask questions but for Emerson to speak up. Boss Gong, shouldn't we discuss our future cooperation? Yes, indeed we should. Bertrand's attitude toward Emerson had visibly changed significantly. Half an hour later, Emerson came out of the room, with Bertrand following respectfully to see them off. After escorting the two out of the Heavenly Dragon Society's gate, Bertrand finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Though he didn't say much to Lucius during the escort, just thinking about how one yell had scared off a first-class Grandmaster made Bertrand uncontrollably nervous. Brother, who is he, scaring you like that? Bryn finally got to ask his curiosity. Bertrand looked into the distance where the car had vanished, replying, the future monster of donghua. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the Ning residence. Chapter 171, causing widespread anger. Daryl was busy merging the Liu family's businesses. The only person in the Ning family who still held some decision-making power was Selma. Due to a headache, she had just lain down when she was called up by the newly appointed steward, Khalil. Learning that the martial arts family from neighboring Emo City, the Ren family, had come for a visit, Selma did not dare take it lightly and hastily tidied herself up before going to receive them. The Ren family of Emo City was already the first family there 10 years ago, and remains the only martial arts family in Emo City at present. To prevent other martial arts families from usurping their status, after the Ren family rose to prominence, they suppressed all martial arts families in Emo City. Those willing to submit had to change their names and integrate into the Ren family. Those unwilling to submit either left Emo City to develop elsewhere or were destroyed. Thus, Emo City was essentially run by the Ren family. Although Emo City and High City are adjacent, the two families had never interacted before. Selma could not understand whether the sudden visit from the Ren family was a good thing or bad, so she steeled herself and entered the reception hall. This time, the Ren family sent 10 people, including the head of the family, Hirsch, and his daughter Ebony. Apart from these two, Selma had never seen photos of the others. Barrett Ren, hello? I'm Selma. My father has gone out on some matters, but is on his way back. He should be home in about 10 minutes. Please wait a moment. While speaking, Selma took the opportunity to observe Ebony, who was sitting to the side with a thin veil covering her face. Even though she wore a veil, one could vaguely see her beauty. Selma couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ebony was indeed Emo City's acknowledged #1 beauty, so beautiful that even as a woman, she felt the urge to look at her more. Though she sighed, Selma did not envy her, because it had long been rumored that Ebony suffered from a terminal illness and would not live past 30. Thinking of Ebony's condition, Selma roughly guessed why the Ren family, who they hadn't met before, suddenly came visiting. It was likely because the Ren family had somehow learned that Lucius possessed superior medical skills, and thus sought out the Ning family to ask him to treat Ebony. Initially, she thought the Ren family's visit wasn't a good thing, but now, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. Hirsch smiled and nodded, then asked somewhat nervously, Miss Ning, may I ask if the miraculous Dr. surnamed Chu is still with the Ning family? Seeing that the Ren family indeed came for Lucius, Selma nodded and said, Brother Chu is currently here. He went out on some errands with my father, but will be back soon. Why? Does Barrett Ren need Brother Chu for something? Although she had guessed the purpose of the Ren family's visit, as the hostess, if she didn't find some conversation topics, the atmosphere would become awkward. Yes. Hirsch looked towards Ebony seated to the Hirsch let it go. At this moment, Selma's phone rang. Seeing it was her father, she immediately said, Barrett Run, please wait a moment. My father and Brother Chu have returned. I'll go meet them. No. Miss Ning, please wait. I'll go with you. Though they were guests at the Ning residence, Hirsch viewed Lucius as the true guest. How could he let a guest whom he was seeking out come looking for him? Of course, he should actively welcome the guest. As Hirsch stood up, Ebony also got up, and the rest of the Ren family members followed suit, leaving the room. Halfway through the journey, Emerson received Selma's call informing him of the Ren family's visit. Misinterpreting it as a sign of trouble, he rushed over and strode forward as soon as he parked his car at the gate. Both parties met halfway. Hirsch immediately walked forward and said with a chuckle, Patriarch Ning, hello, I'm Hirsch. Seeing that the other party was very courteous and did not seem to be looking for trouble, Emerson's anxiety dissipated, and he responded with a smile, Patriarch Ren, hello. Pausing for a moment, he added, Brother Ren, you're older than me, so let's not use the title of Patriarch, as it sounds too formal. As the first family in Emo City, treating Hirsch politely and fostering a good relationship was not a bad idea. Using the title of Patriarch made Hirsch feel uneasy as well. He chuckled and nodded, saying, Then I won't be polite, and I'll take advantage by calling you brother. Emerson had just nodded when Hirsch quickly shifted his attention to Lucius and humbly said, This must be divine Dr. Chu. Hello. I am Hirsch from the Ren family of Emo City. During the drive back after receiving Selma's call, Emerson had given Lucius a brief introduction about the Ren family of Emo City. Though they were the leading martial arts family in Emo City, Lucius didn't care at all, and coldly replied, What do you want? Lucius's indifferent attitude caused the Ren family members following behind Hirsch to frown slightly, feeling annoyed as they exchanged glances. They knew Lucius might have exceptional medical skills, but from his age, he was still a junior. Hirsch, who was not only older but also a half-step grandmaster, should be respected. Originally, everyone was quite curious about Lucius, but now, including Ebony, their impression of him wasn't very good. Despite the cold reception, Hirsch remained composed and respectfully said, Divine Dr. Chu, it was Lanny who recommended you. He said your medical skills could turn the impossible into the possible. I humbly asked for your help in treating my daughter. Rotten interference? Lucius felt annoyed, not knowing what this Remy was up to. The only thing that mattered now was entering the Jiaolong Valley, so Lucius impatiently said, I have something important to do. We can talk about treatment when I get back. Gave a light laugh, ignored the Ren family altogether, and walked inside. Now he had the perfect reason to refuse. Watching Lucius leave, Hirsch's old face darkened like thunderclouds, and his fists clenched until they creaked. He wasn't angry at Lucius for not giving face, but at Fitz's recklessness. Was it wise to be arrogant when they had come seeking help? Did he really think being from the Ren family entitled him to do as he pleased? Boom. Infuriated, Hirsch kicked Fitz across the room several meters, leaving him sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Then he turned to the others and shouted, except for Shiyu, all of you, get outside and wait. You're nothing but troublemakers. I shouldn't have brought you here. Knowing the head of the family was truly furious, the rest of the Ren family members hurriedly helped Fitz to his feet and slunk out through Ningjia's gates. Louisa tugged slightly at Hirsch's sleeve without saying anything, her usual way of comforting him. Looking at his daughter and thinking of her future, Hirsch took a deep breath to calm himself before quickly walking into the inner chamber with Emerson. On the way, he apologized with a guilty look, younger brother Ning. The lack of discipline among our young family members has embarrassed you. Being from a martial family and the top family in Amo City, Emerson knew without doubt that 10 such people were 10 times as arrogant. It was a common trait among powerful families. Though he hadn't been to Amo City much, the reputation of its young generation's arrogance was well known in surrounding cities. With a polite smile, he replied, it doesn't affect me much, but I fear that because of this incident, achieving your purpose will become more difficult. After interacting with Lucius, though not fully understanding the young man, Emerson knew that respect earned respect, while using strength arrogantly only led to disaster. Initially, Lucius had mentioned dealing with treatment after resolving his affairs, giving the Ren family a chance. Unthinkingly, the undisciplined Ren descendants relied on their family backing to boast and rant, which clearly landed the Ren family on Lucius's blacklist. Hirsch grew angrier the more he thought about it, but for his daughter, he forced himself to calm down and humbly asked, younger brother, you know Physician Chu better. I hope you can say a few good words for us. The Ren family will never forget your kindness. Seeing there was no avoiding it, Emerson nodded and said, I'll do my best, but Master Chu may not listen to me. I can't guarantee the results. Uncertain if Lucius would give him face or not, Emerson didn't want to make promises he couldn't keep and prepared Hirsch for disappointment. Even if his plea later failed, Hirsch wouldn't blame him. With no other choice, Hirsch could only thank Emerson with a smile. Lucius didn't go to the reception room. Ignoring the Ren family, he returned directly to his small building. Just as he sat down in his room, Emerson and others came in. Physician Chu, how Ran was disrespectful. I said I have some matters to handle and would discuss the treatment upon my return, all out of respect for Jason. After waiting so long, can't you wait a few more days? As the prestigious patriarch of Amo City's #1 family, Hirsch, facing the questioning from a young man like Lucius, could only awkwardly smile and humbly explain, Divine Dr. Chu, I'm willing to wait, but someone previously predicted that my daughter wouldn't live past 30 years old, and in 2 days, it will be her 30th birthday. Understanding his daughter's situation, Hirsch was not unreasonable. He directly brought his daughter to the Ning family, hoping to seek treatment for Louisa before her 30th birthday. Faced with his daughter's life, he couldn't take any chances, better safe than sorry. Lucius paused slightly, surprised by this information. His expression softened a bit as he casually asked, who did the prediction? The Dane of Divine Path sect. A fool calculated? Does a fool even know how to predict? Lucius's face showed a hint of confusion. He never expected Brigham to possess such knowledge. But thinking about it, he disdainfully said, what the heck does he know? If all his predictions were accurate, then pigs might fly. The crowd present, including Hirsch and Emerson, was shocked speechless. At that moment, everyone felt that Lucius was overly arrogant, daring to belittle the Dane of Divine Path sect and question his abilities? Perhaps because there weren't many others around, otherwise, anyone hearing such words might want to silence Lucius immediately. Regardless of others' thoughts, Lucius ignored them. Shifting his gaze to Louisa, he said, take off your veil and let me see. Curiosity sparked in his eyes. He wanted to find out if the prediction by the fool was accurate. Chapter 173, A Vow. How beautiful. Even though he had seen many beautiful women, Lucius couldn't help but exclaim these two words in his heart when Ebony took off her veil. Ebony's facial features were in perfect proportion, the golden ratio, with large and dark eyes, a full forehead, a straight nose bridge, and a rounded chin, along with a long and white neck. Despite the admiration, Lucius was not one who could be thoroughly captivated by just a pretty face. After drawing a breath inwardly to steady himself, he narrowed his eyes slightly and began to study Ebony's face intently for signs of physiognomy. This look caused him to furrow his brows. He initially thought that Dopey was just talking nonsense, but now it seemed Dopey had some skill after all, because from Ebony's face, Lucius saw 4 signs and knew that she would indeed die soon if not treated immediately. Gracie, who had long been curious about Lucius's abilities, asked softly without regard for whether it might irritate him, Elder Brother Chu, how is it? Indeed. Her days are numbered. Hearing this analysis, Hirsch couldn't help trembling. His body, time would eventually ease everything. Lucius nodded slightly and said, considering your positive attitude, I can't provide you with treatment. Although Lucius often acted casually, understanding Ebony's impending death and knowing she wouldn't survive until he returned from the Dragon Valley affected him. Moreover, he admired her calm acceptance of death. Additionally, such a beautiful woman dying was truly a pity. Seeing Lucius willing to treat her daughter, Hirsch's previously sad expression instantly turned into one filled with excitement and anticipation. In contrast, Ebony coldly asked, can it be cured? If it can't be cured, then there's no point. I don't want to have hope only to end up in despair again, nor do I want my parents to go through the torment of hope and despair. Over the years, Hirsch hadn't spared effort in seeking renowned doctors, each encounter filling her parents with renewed hope, yet ultimately leading to disappointment. And during all this, Ebony had become reconciled to death and no longer wanted to oscillate between hope and despair. Her father had already lowered himself enough to invite Lucius, and she really didn't want to see him degrade himself further because of her. Lucius chuckled and asked, "Do you doubt me?" Ebony shook her head. She intended to explain but stopped herself, realizing words were futile given her indifference. "Master Chu, please don't mind my daughter. She has always been like this." Hirsch looked beseechingly at Lucius and continued, "Master Chu, what preparations are needed for my daughter's treatment?" Time was short, and worried about the time-consuming process, he dared not delay. "There's no need for preparation. Her condition is very special. It cannot be treated merely with medicine. Instead, there's an alien presence within her body. I have a general idea of the situation, but further examination is needed to confirm it." With that, Lucius stood up and said, "Warner, follow me upstairs. Barrett Ning, you two wait downstairs." Gracie walked beside Ebony, taking her hand and saying, "Sister, run. Let's go upstairs." Ebony nodded and followed Lucius upstairs. At this moment, gazing at Lucius's back, a spark of anticipation flickered deep within Ebony's otherwise calm eyes. Originally, because of too many disappointments, she had no real hope that Lucius could cure her. However, Lucius's words just now made her feel that he might be different from those who had previously tried to treat her. Those words were, "There's something foreign in your body." As the person directly affected, Ebony had long felt that her seemingly incurable illness was not an illness but the influence of something else. In certain late nights, she distinctly felt there was something inside her body, but after multiple hospital visits and checkups revealing nothing unusual, she did not pay much attention. Lucius identified the foreign presence just by looking, confirming that her initial feelings were correct. Indeed, something was added to her body. Meanwhile, outside the Ning family gate, Fitz finally regained his composure after resting for a while following the beating. "Damn, what did I do wrong? I only stood up to uphold the dignity of the Ren family. Was I wrong? To look down on the Ren family, wasn't it right to show him our inviolable dignity?" Even now, Fitz couldn't swallow his anger. Different perspectives lead to different thoughts. Brought up believing in the inviolability of the Ren family's dignity, whenever someone disrespected anyone from his family, he would ensure they faced consequences. Seeing Hirsch being ignored, he subconsciously stepped up to defend, but Hirsch did not appreciate it and even acted against him to court favor. Fitz had never suffered such indignity throughout his life. However, Fitz didn't blame Hirsch. Instead, he harbored resentment towards Lucius because Hirsch was his uncle, the current head of the Ren family, and his martial arts mentor. "Just wait. After this matter is settled, whether or not he can cure Shiyu, I'll make him know that just having some medical skills doesn't make one so great." Fitz ground his teeth with frustration. Upstairs in the small house, as Lucius was about to speak, Ebony preemptively asked, "Are you sure you want to treat me? I once made a vow." Gracie's eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, "Sister Ning, what kind of vow?" Lucius also became interested and looked curiously at this beauty. Chapter 174. Naked and lying down. Under the gaze of the two, Ebony couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed, her pale cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Suddenly, she somewhat regretted bringing this matter up. Yet, if she didn't speak up, she was worried that Lucius would truly cure her, and then regretted upon learning of her vow. 15 years ago, I vowed that whoever could cure me, regardless of their age, I would willingly marry them. Many people in Emo City know about this. Although extremely embarrassed, Ebony still endured the blush and recited her vow. Lucius's lips twitched. He had already suspected as much, and it turned out his guess was right. My goodness. Selma stared wide-eyed, as if discovering something novel. Recovering from her shock, she couldn't help but look at Lucius curiously, wondering how he would respond. Would he continue treating Ebony or call it off? After all, it didn't seem particularly difficult for Lucius to cure such a beautiful woman. But wouldn't that mean he would end up with an extra wife? And currently, Lucius already had a girlfriend, and they were on good terms. Lucius shot Selma a glance before coughing awkwardly and turning to Ebony. 15 years ago, you were only 15, not yet an adult, a mere child. It was just a playful remark back then. No need to take it seriously. A girl's youthful promise shouldn't be taken too literally. Ebony was stunned. She hadn't expected Lucius to interpret it this way, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. She wondered, do I look so unattractive? How many people wanted to cure me, wanting me to fulfill my vow? Yet, when it comes to Lucius, he says it wasn't serious. Though it was true that she was young and impulsive when she made that vow. Gradually, as she grew older and unwilling to die at 30, she began to regard the vow as a serious matter. Therefore, during treatments, whenever an elderly doctor came, she felt nervous. In recent years, she repeatedly stopped Hirsch from finding renowned doctors, partly out of despair, accepting death, and partly not wanting to fall into the hands of some old geezer. Marrying and Remy would be unbearable. Just now, while climbing the stairs, Ebony had thought that if Lucius really could cure her, and considering he wasn't much older than herself, even looked younger, fulfilling the vow wouldn't be a bad deal. Always proud of her beauty, Ebony hadn't expected there to be a man who didn't interest her. Her competitive nature stirred. Women, especially stubborn ones. They tend to dislike men who chase after them but are oddly attracted to those who show no interest. Taking a deep breath, Ebony said, "But I've always believed that once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Regardless of my age when I made the vow, it must be taken seriously. If you can accept my pledge, then treat me. If not, there's no need to proceed. After all, if I'm cured but can't keep my word, the anguish will be worse than death." The dilemma fell upon Lucius. Initially amused by the situation, Selma's expression grew complicated as she realized Ebony was serious. Her face fell. Lucius, though not handsome, possessed a charisma that women found irresistible. Everyone is practical. Any woman knows that looks can't put food on the table or solve problems. A pretty face may suffice for dating, but life companionship doesn't require perfect looks. Subconsciously, Selma had also been drawn to Lucius, liking him. Now, learning that curing Ebony meant she would follow him forever, left Selma feeling anxious. Wouldn't she lose her chance? This was absurd. Feeling helpless, Lucius hesitated, then asked Ebony, "So, do you want to live or die?" "I don't know. Isn't my fate in your hands?" Ebony's mesmerizing eyes locked onto Lucius. Initially irked by his arrogance and disregard for Hirsch, she had come to see his merits, becoming increasingly fond of him. At this moment, Ebony found it embarrassing. Growing up, she had only been undressed in front of her mother and never before a third person, especially not a stranger. Though Ebony began unbuttoning her clothes, her movements were very slow. "You guys do it. Since I'll eventually have to fulfill my vow, whether you take advantage or not doesn't matter. I'll go out first." Unable to bear feeling uneasy later, Selma left the room. Lucius's brows slightly furrowed, hearing the displeasure in Selma's voice, but unwilling to explain further. Seeing how embarrassed Ebony was, Lucius said, "Go ahead and undress. Call me when you're ready." He then walked outside the room. Unobserved, Ebony quickly removed her clothes and slipped into bed, calling out that she was ready. Lucius returned, walking to the bedside and reaching for the blanket covering Ebony. As the blanket was pulled back, his throat involuntarily tightened. Chapter 175. A hum leads to trouble. Sometimes, heaven seems to pay special attention to a particular person. Ebony could capture even Selma's extra glances not only because of her extraordinary beauty but also due to her perfectly developed figure. Heaven endowed Ebony with such perfection, yet cursed her to live only until the age of 30. However, if this curse could be lifted, then an enviable life awaited her. Though Lucius had mentally prepared himself, when the blanket was fully pulled back, revealing the unique scene before him, he couldn't help but feel his throat constrict involuntarily. This reaction was caught by Ebony. A smile unconsciously spread. Lucius paused, looking at Ebony's face with closed eyes. In a moment, he understood it was normal for Ebony to be unaware of the context of such sounds. Knowing she would die at 30 since her teenage years, she likely hadn't thought about love or relationships. Without experience in such matters, it was natural she wouldn't recognize these sounds. He wanted to suggest she just open her mouth instead, to avoid misunderstandings, but held back. There was no point explaining so much. He concentrated again on his task. Meanwhile, outside the room, Selma's delicate face was on the verge of tears. As a martial artist, though her strength wasn't great, her hearing was sharp. Aware that Lucius was treating Ebony, the unusual humming sounds from inside made her visualize inappropriate scenes. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with herself. Feeling restless and uncomfortable, her head throbbing painfully. After standing there for a while, feeling she might go mad if she listened further, Selma stormed downstairs, ignoring her father Emerson and others who were looking over. "Ning brother, what's wrong?" Hirsch looked at Emerson confusedly, wondering why Selma had gone upstairs with them and now seemed to be in great distress, worrying whether something went wrong with the treatment. Emerson shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Brother Run, how would I know what's wrong with Warner?" Hirsch felt something was off and asked hesitantly, "Ning, brother, is there something wrong upstairs? Should we check?" Emerson looked reluctant. He was curious about what happened upstairs, especially with his daughter suddenly running down, but he remembered Lucius had told them to wait downstairs. He feared interrupting might anger Lucius. Seeing Emerson's hesitation, Hirsch, worried about his daughter, insisted, "Ning, brother, just peeking upstairs shouldn't cause any trouble. We'll come back down immediately if we confirm everything's fine. Just a quick glance wouldn't interfere with anything." Driven by curiosity, Emerson walked towards the stairs. Upon reaching the upstairs corridor, they heard the peculiar humming sound, unsure which room Lucius was treating Ebony in. Although the humming sounds were not loud, both of them were martial artists at the transformation level with exceptionally keen hearing. What would be very faint to a normal person was extremely clear to their ears. Both being experienced men, the unusual sounds made Emerson embarrassed and Hirsch furious. This is treatment? Would treatment produce such sounds? Anger instantly filled Hirsch's heart. He clenched his fists with a snap, and a fierce aura emanated from him. At this moment, he felt deceived by Lucius. He believed that Lucius didn't really understand medicine. Everything he had shown earlier was just a pretense. From the start, he had coveted his daughter's beauty, taking advantage of the treatment to take liberties. Emerson, regaining his composure, seeing Hirsch obviously about to make a move, quickly stepped forward to block him. "Brother Rin, calm down. Calm down." Hirsch was truly enraged. He glared at Emerson and said, "If it were your daughter, could you stay calm? Get out of my way, or don't blame me for hurting you if you stop me again." Feeling the oppressive aura on him, despite feeling uncomfortable, Emerson kept his cool and said, "Brother Ren, listen to me. I firmly believe Master Chu is not such a person. You don't know him well. If you act rashly, you might interrupt the treatment. I've known Master Chu for quite some time now. He is a man of real talent. Appearances can be deceiving. Please believe me. I am willing to guarantee with the honor of the Ning family that he is not the kind of person you think." "Himph." Hirsch stepped forward, pressing an even stronger aura onto Emerson, and shouted, "I'm telling you one more time, get out of my way, or else I will attack." Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Emerson felt helpless and sternly said, "Hirsch, let me warn you, don't choose the hard way over the easy way. Yes, you are stronger than me, and I indeed can't stop you. But if you dare to lay a hand on Master Chu, beware of being slapped to death by him. Don't say I didn't warn you." "Funny." Hirsch sneered in anger and said, "Do you really think I'm a soft target, easily slapped to death?" The next second, Hirsch suddenly stopped talking and turned around without hesitation to go downstairs, leaving Emerson completely bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't he trying to stop me? Chapter 176. Abandon the needle and change hands. Emerson, thoroughly puzzled, was certain that he wasn't dreaming again. Hirsch, who had been very angry just moments ago, had indeed rushed downstairs. Why did he stop causing trouble? Did his conscience kick in? To figure out what was happening, Emerson had to suppress his curiosity and go downstairs. There he saw Hirsch, who had just seconds ago been furious and intent on killing Lucius, now sitting quietly on the sofa with a very grim expression. Trembling? As he approached, Emerson noticed that Hirsch's legs were trembling as if he had been greatly frightened, frowning even more deeply. Recalling the events carefully, he was convinced that nothing had happened. Hirsch had been making arrogant remarks, then suddenly stopped and turned to go downstairs without hesitation. Seeing is not always believing. Emerson was very clear that something must have happened that he didn't know about. Otherwise, as a father, Hirsch wouldn't be able to contain himself regarding what happened upstairs. And whatever unknown event was surely related to Lucius. Brother-in, what's wrong? Just a moment ago, you were shouting that you wanted to kill Master Chu. Emerson's tone was clearly teasing. He thought to himself, so you want to kill Master Chu? Master Chu would consider it a blessing if he didn't slap you dead in one blow. Not anymore. With a solemn expression, Hirsch shook his head and said, I only said that because I was overwhelmed by anger earlier. Now I've calmed down. His demeanor had done a complete 180. Did Master Chu give you a hint? Emerson probed. At this moment, the only possibility he could think of was that Lucius used some means unknown to him to intimidate Hirsch from a distance, making him appear pale, unable to get angry, and even trembling. How strong is he really? Hirsch suddenly asked Emerson. Very strong, sufficiently strong, strong enough to kill you with one palm. After a pause, Emerson continued, you don't think I was bluffing earlier, do you? Before you came, did you hear about what happened in Haicheng? The Lu family, which originally existed in Haicheng, was suddenly wiped out. Did you know that? I've heard about it. Mentioning this, Hirsch recalled the gossip he read before coming. It said that the Lu family had gone to the Ning family looking for trouble, intending to swallow them completely, but the result was that all the people the Lu family sent out were killed. Haicheng and Macheng are neighbors. Although Hirsch hadn't interacted with the Lu family, he knew they weren't weak, having an existence of a master. Despite having a master in the family, they were still destroyed? Recalling this incident and connecting it to the recent situation, Hirsch was very clear that the destruction of the Lu family and the Ning family's victory must be closely related to Lucius. Upon further reflection, it made sense. Otherwise, why would Jason recommend Lucius so enthusiastically? Jason had warned him outright, inviting Lucius to treat Ebony because of a good friend's recommendation. If Lucius cured Ebony, he should create opportunities for the two to get along well, preferably marrying Ebony to Lucius. Achieving this would lead Ren family to unprecedented glory. At that time, hearing this warning, Hirsch thought Jason might have been drunk, talking nonsense. He wondered, isn't Lucius just a young man with some medical skills? Certainly, curing his daughter deserved gratitude, but marrying her off depended on whether she liked him, whether he had good character, and whether he was willing. One couldn't force a marriage just because of his medical prowess. Now, Hirsch truly understood that Jason hadn't deceived him. Seeing Hirsch thoroughly intimidated, Emerson curiously asked, what exactly happened? Why did you turn around and come down suddenly? Taking a deep breath, Hirsch said, his voice suddenly appeared in my mind, warning me that if I continued making a fuss outside, he wouldn't treat my daughter. He also mentioned that my daughter's strange hum wasn't what I imagined. It was caused by acupuncture pain, making her suppress her voice, hence the unusual sound. Were you scared just by that? Emerson smirked. Humph. Feeling mocked, Hirsch could only snort coldly, then continued. Do you know what level of skill is required to transmit sound over distances? Transmitting sound over distances, Emerson had never encountered or heard of such a phenomenon. Due to the limited information available at the Ning family, there were no detailed descriptions of masters. To transmit sound over distances requires at least a 7th rank master. If you were in that situation, would you dare continue your boasting? Recalling the feeling of Lucius's voice reverberating in his mind, Hirsch shuddered. He really didn't expect that such a young Lucius could be so powerful. After realizing Lucius's extraordinary nature, Hirsch no longer thought of disturbing his treatment. Instead, he hoped something was happening between the two at this moment so that Lucius would be thoroughly tied to the Ren family. Linking with such a genius, just as Jason suggested, would lead the Ren family to an unprecedented peak. 7th rank? And even at least? Emerson stood frozen on the spot, unable to control the trembling at the corners of his lips. Before this, seeing Lucius kill a half-step grandmaster with one palm, and then doing the same to the James, he knew Lucius was indeed very strong. However, due to Lucius's young age, Emerson hadn't dared to think of him being extremely high-ranked, estimating that he might only be about 3rd rank. Now, learning that Lucius was at least 7th rank, Emerson was truly stunned. After regaining his composure, the decision that had been brewing in his mind became even stronger. Brother-in, I'll go check on Warner. You sit here for a while. Leaving this statement behind, Emerson rushed straight to the opposite small building. He wanted to have a good talk with Selma because over these 2 days of observation, he found that Lucius's attitude toward his daughter was quite favorable. Though Lucius didn't smile every time he saw her, he never showed any displeasure either. Who wouldn't want to keep such a genius? Upstairs, Lucius finally finished the first stage of acupuncture. He didn't count how many needles he had used, but he was busy enough to sweat profusely, with most of his internal true qi consumed. Master Chu, is it over? Feeling no more pain, Ebony finally breathed a sigh of relief. The entire process had been unbearably painful for her, nearly driving her to faint from the constant needle pricks. It's just the completion of the first stage of treatment. Didn't I say before that there's something extra inside you? What I did just now was to gather all that scattered stuff into specific meridians. Next, we need to continue forcing out that thing. Only by merging it all together and removing it can your condition improve. Ebony nodded slightly, breathing heavily as she asked, do I need more acupuncture? No. Lucius shook his head and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Next, I need to perform massage therapy. Massage? On her body? Ebony was taken aback. Chapter 177. Different scenery of the same thing. As a young maiden. For treatment, today she not only had to be seen naked by a man for the first time, but also was about to be massaged with hands? Ebony was not someone who couldn't accept this, yet encountering such an event for the first time made her instinctively resist. What? Afraid I might take advantage of you? Lucius, noticing her furrowed brows, smiled and teased. No. Ebony shook her head. The treatment was halfway through. She didn't dare show any displeasure, fearing that it would annoy Lucius and he might stop treating her. That would be like losing both the bride and the battle. To prevent Lucius from misunderstanding, Ebony continued, Master Chu, I've never been in front of anyone other than family like this, nor has anyone touched me before. It's natural to feel nervous and resistant during my first time. I hope Master Chu can understand. Having already sensed that Ebony had never been close to a man, Lucius very much understood her reaction. He took a deep breath and said, for the sake of the treatment, there's no other way. I'm not doing this out of preference. They were hard to resist. Why? Master Chu, I feel better holding in the sounds. Why did you say it feels bad? The utterly inexperienced Ebony looked at Lucius with confusion. Why it feels bad you'll understand later. Shouting during certain activities was something Lucius found hard to explain. He immediately channeled his true chi into Ebony's body. Just as Ebony was about to ask more, she suddenly screamed due to a sharp pain unlike anything she'd experienced before. What? Downstairs, Hirsch abruptly stood up, looking up at the second floor with worry. Thinking the treatment would end quickly, it now seemed it would take considerable time. Although he wanted to rush upstairs to check, he dared not disturb them. In the room, Ebony alternated between agony and pleasure. Lucius's warm hands moved continuously over her body. Without the influx of true chi, she felt very comfortable. But when the chi entered, she felt like dying from the pain. Throughout the process, Lucius remained highly focused, almost reaching a selfless state, as if he weren't touching a beautiful woman but kneading dough. He carefully perceived the foreign entity inside her and drove it away with true chi. Under strong pressure, the substance inside Ebony's body was gradually forced into the meridian initially sealed by silver needles, then slowly gapped back on, sealing the bottles opening tightly. Only after completing all this did he let out a long breath of relief. Master Chu, this is what was inside my body? Is this thing alive? What exactly is this thing? With curiosity filling her heart, Ebony sat up straight, completely forgetting that she had no covering on her body. The same scenery can be beautiful from different perspectives. As Lucius glanced over, his nose instantly felt warm. He coughed dryly and turned away, saying, Miss Ruin, you should take a shower first. I'll go downstairs. Only then did Ebony realize her state, hurriedly grabbing the blanket to cover herself, but Lucius had already left the room. She didn't immediately get up to shower but sat there in a daze, recalling everything from the start to the end of the treatment. Having seen something living expelled from her body, Ebony understood that she had definitely been cured. Now that she was cured, the next thing to do was thank her savior. Earlier, she had promised to offer herself regardless of anything, but now that it was time to fulfill her promise, Ebony felt some panic. Her panic wasn't because she doubted Lucius's ability, but because everything had progressed too quickly for her to accept readily. Should she keep her promise or not? Ebony felt conflicted. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Own consciousness and capable of changing shape. Once he understood that the black blood was not simple, he firmly believed that his daughter had indeed been cured by Lucius, his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. Let's talk later. I don't have the time to explain it over and over. Lucius, who managed to expel the black blood from Ebony's body, naturally knew what it was. But he knew well that Hirsch wasn't the only one curious about the black blood. Ebony, Emerson, and Selma would all be curious too. To save energy, he planned to explain everything once everyone gathered. A few minutes later, Ebony came downstairs. Seeing that her complexion no longer looked as pale as before the treatment, but rather showed a faint blush and better vitality, Hirsch felt even more delighted. Just then, Emerson also entered with Selma. Seeing Lucius and Ebony in the living room, Selma asked curiously, Sister Run, is the treatment finished? It's finished. And Master Chu has cured me. Ebony's joyful smile made the room seem brighter, leaving Selma momentarily speechless. Emerson wasn't surprised by the outcome, given Lucius's strength and clear understanding that he wouldn't undertake anything without confidence. His gaze immediately fell on the black blood on the table. Can you tell us now, Master Chu? Hirsch asked cautiously. Lucius opened his eyes, lifted the bottle slightly, and said, This thing, unless there's some unexpected twist, should be the legendary Yin spirit, a malevolent entity cultivated from a person's soul. To put it simply, a Yin spirit is like a parasite created artificially, which, once inside a human body, invisibly absorbs the host's life force until the Yin spirit matures, leading to the death of the host. Regarding the Yin spirit, everyone present stared at each other in disbelief, never having heard or seen such a thing before. Waiting a few seconds, seeing that Lucius hadn't continued, Selma asked curiously, Brother Chu, what can the mature Yin spirit do? The mature Yin spirit has many uses, especially for martial artists, offering unique benefits. Have you noticed that the number of grandmasters has increased significantly in recent years? Long ago, Lucius had noticed the increase in grandmasters in China. With more grandmasters appearing, he found that many were half-baked grandmasters who had taken shortcuts. He had been pondering what these shortcuts might be. It wasn't until he confirmed that the thing inside Ebony's body was a Yin spirit that he understood the shortcut these half-baked grandmasters took. Clearly, they relied on Yin spirits as a bridge to achieve the grandmaster level. And the Remy Archie, whom he had killed not long ago, Lucius speculated that he too had reached the grandmaster level using this method. Though at the grandmaster level, their strength differed greatly from those who had advanced step by step. But in today's world, whether half-baked or genuine, grandmasters always brought a unique influence. For the development of families, many martial artists chose this path. Public success always outweighs hidden struggles, right? Hirsch unconsciously swallowed, looking at the Yin spirit in Lucius's hand, and asked, Master Chu, do you mean that this thing can create grandmasters? None of them were fools, so what was implied was clear. mentioning that the black blood was a yuan spirit, followed by its great utility for martial artists, and explaining the recent increase in grandmasters, all led Hirsch to conclude that yuan spirits could create grandmasters. Calling it manufacturing might be inaccurate, Lucius pondered and explained. Rather, the yuan spirit serves as a bridge to the grandmaster realm. A late-stage internal strength martial artist or a half-step grandmaster can easily enter the grandmaster realm after fusing with the yuan spirit. But this route to grandmasterhood is impure, resulting in a gap in strength compared to true grandmasters. Now I understand. It's indeed like that. Hirsch nodded to himself and sighed. I was saying, has the threshold for becoming a grandmaster suddenly become lower? In recent years, quite a few grandmasters have emerged. It turns out this ghostly thing is behind it. Looking at the yuan spirit, he thought about how it had been hidden inside his daughter's body. If not for encountering Lucius, his daughter would have died in a couple of days, and he wouldn't have known about its existence all along. He had always believed that his daughter was suffering from an unknown terminal illness. Hirsch felt a surge of anger. Master Chu, this thing didn't appear in my daughter's body for no reason, right? Experience told Hirsch that the yuan spirit wouldn't enter his daughter's body without cause. Since it had entered, someone must have planned it, targeting her and using her as a container to cultivate the yuan spirit. As the head of the first family in Imo City, he couldn't swallow this. For these past years, he had worked tirelessly for Ebony's treatment. He had to uncover the person behind the plot and make them taste what it feels like to be worse than dead. Not. Lucius shook his head and explained, this thing must be placed inside the body before the age of 10 to start cultivation. The growth period is generally 20 years. It was Lucius's duty to provide the necessary information. How Hirsch investigated was his own business. The consecutive incidents made Lucius realize that the Sunjo, Shinjo, was becoming increasingly complex. Previously, he had always thought that the forces in Shinjo were merely the Divine Tao sect, various major sects, and some martial arts families. Now, he realized there might also be a vast, evil force lurking in the shadows. One member of this force was Anders. This deeply hidden force used living people to cultivate yuan spirits and then helped some martial arts families produce grandmasters. Lucius felt that they were playing a much bigger game. Because, while the yuan spirit could indeed serve as a bridge for martial artists to reach the grandmaster level, there was another feature he hadn't mentioned. It was similar to a curse, where whoever fused with it would be controlled by the person who created the yuan spirit. These grandmasters likely had no idea about this situation. When they were used as puppets one day, they would regret it bitterly. Selma suddenly approached with a troubled expression. Brother Chu, I want to ask you something. I hope you can tell me the truth. Chapter 179. Secrets Unveiled. From Selma's tone and expression, it was clear she placed great importance on the answer to her question. Even Emerson was now curious about what his daughter wanted to ask. A brief exchange of glances was all Lucius needed to understand Selma's intent. He asked in return, you want to know if your mother's and sister's souls were taken to create a yuan spirit, right? Yes. Selma nodded with red eyes. She had just recalled Lucius's description of yuan spirits, and suddenly realized that it mentioned using human souls as the core. This reminded her of her mother and sister whose souls had been forcibly extracted from their bodies. She knew that if her mother's and sister's souls were indeed turned into yuan spirits and implanted into others for nurturing, there would be no possibility of them ever regaining consciousness. Lucius had also pondered this question. He looked straight at Selma and said, there is a significant possibility of this. Tears instantly streamed down her cheeks. But, Selma abruptly stopped sobbing and looked at Lucius with wide eyes. But what? There is still hope to rescue your mother's and sister's souls. The 8-character soul-seeking method earlier showed that their souls are currently within Jialong Valley, indicating they haven't been turned into yuan spirits and implanted into others. Based on my speculation, the process of creating yuan spirits is extremely complex and requires considerable preparation time. If your mother's and sister's souls were already turned into yuan spirits, the connections between their souls would have been severed, meaning they wouldn't be unconscious but completely gone. A very evil and vast organization operates behind this. Jialong Valley is likely where they nurture souls and create yuan spirits. Wah, Brother Chu, please. You must save my mother and sister. Selma cried and fell to her knees. With a glance from Lucius, Emerson hurriedly helped his daughter up from the ground. To reassure Selma, he spoke seriously, don't worry. I will do everything I can to bring your mother's and sister's souls out of Jialong Valley. Master Chu, you are going to enter Jialong Valley? Hirsch asked in shock. Rodnig was next door, and lynching had its own forbidden place, the Jialong Valley. Even in his youth, he knew Jialong Valley was extremely dangerous, and no one who entered seemed to come out alive. After Master Chu used secret techniques, he discovered that the souls of my wife and daughter are currently in Jialong Valley. Therefore, Master Chu plans to enter Jialong Valley to retrieve their souls, which is why it was considered important, Emerson interjected to explain. His courage truly impressed Hirsch. Despite knowing Lucius was powerful, even if he possessed Lucius's strength, he doubted he would dare venture into this devouring hellhole. Moreover, Lucius proved himself to be not only honorable, but also responsible. He was willing to risk entering Jialong Valley to help two ordinary people. Hirsch now regarded Lucius with greater admiration and anticipation. Putting aside strength, his character was impeccable. He thought if Lucius could become his son-in-law, the Ren family would be incredibly fortunate. After expending much energy treating Ebony, exhaustion began to set in. Standing up, Lucius said, I need to rest to prepare for entering Jialong Valley. Please make yourselves comfortable. After a good rest, he would set off for Jialong Valley. Back in his room, Lucius took a shower and lay on the bed in his boxers, staring at the ceiling lost in thought. He felt more confident about venturing into Jialong Valley now. The unknown always carried a certain intimidation factor. At first, although he wasn't afraid upon learning about Jialong Valley, he did have some concerns. When the Ren family suddenly visited and identified a yuan spirit in Ebony, deducing that Jialong Valley was likely where the evil organization nurtured yuan spirits, any lingering worry Lucius had vanished. If the members of the evil organization could go in and out, why couldn't he? Furthermore, Lucius speculated that Jiaolong Valley being labeled as a forbidden place might be due to deliberate manipulation. Stealing souls to create Yin spirits. A single Yin spirit doesn't harm just one person but two. If this news spread, it would face condemnation from various forces. Therefore, the hidden forces used certain means to cause those entering Jiaolong Valley to die silently, instilling fear and making outsiders believe it was an extremely dangerous place. This way, no one would be curious enough to investigate, ensuring their secrets remained intact. Whether this was true or not, Lucius believed he would confirm once he entered Jiaolong Valley. Deep in thought, Lucius also suspected the Remy had known about this hidden organization for a long time. Calling him here probably meant the Remy wanted him to expose this organization. If the Remy were here now, Lucius would really ask him if he wasn't afraid of risking his disciple. With fatigue creeping in, Lucius closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep without another thought. Downstairs, the four people were still studying the Yin spirit inside the bottle. Without seeing it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe such a miraculous thing existed, let alone imagine that this could help martial artists reach the master realm. The involved are often confused while the onlookers can see clearly. Hirsch carefully recalled the people his daughter had met before she turned 10, while Emerson helped analyze who might have concealed malicious intent, planning to find this person and eliminate them directly. Listening, Selma suddenly interrupted, asking, Barrett Ron, did a Taoist named Adamar ever visit your home? Adamar? Hirsch's brows involuntarily furrowed, finding the name familiar. After further thought, he asked, was he a short Taoist with a goatee? Selma shook her head, saying, I don't know what he looks like. I only know his name is Adamar. According to Brother Chu's analysis, my mother's and sister's souls were taken by him. It must be him. Hirsch clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged on his arms. He said, more than 20 years ago, when she was about 8, she got sick. Many people couldn't figure out the cause, but then someone introduced a person who called himself Arn, a Taoist from the mountains with some medical knowledge. He treated Shiyu. After his treatment, Shiyu did get better. I wasn't home at the time. My wife received him, and I only found out later, not paying much attention. From this perspective, the Yin spirit planted in Shiyu was likely done by Adamar. Even the illness she had at age 8 could have been a setup to naturally meet Shiyu, giving him the chance to plant the Yin spirit. Having identified the culprit, vengeance was next. Hirsch's voice trembled as he asked, where is this Adamar now? He's dead. Emerson smiled bitterly. Selma also relayed the results of her earlier investigation, instantly extinguishing Hirsch's anger. At the same time, in a small courtyard in Haicheng, an elderly man with graying hair saw a message on his phone, and his teacup suddenly shattered. Chapter 180. Are you sure you want to dedicate yourself to me? Message content. Ren family's second-rank Joy, destroyed. Though Lucius knew quite a bit about Joy, his knowledge was not comprehensive. He knew that Joy was cultivated through human souls and spirits. He also knew that late-stage transformation realm martial artists could step into the Grandmaster realm with the help of Joy, and the person who controlled the Joy could control the Grandmaster who had fused with it, turning them into a puppet. According to Lucius's understanding, any Grandmaster relying on Joy as a bridge had impure strength, only semi-competent. What he didn't know was that Joy was divided into ranks and couldn't be cultivated by just anyone. Various factors were involved. The higher the rank of the Joy, the closer a transformation realm martial artist could get to genuinely breaking through to the Grandmaster level after fusion. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the Joy, the more it could assist the transformation realm martial artist in reaching even greater heights post-fusion. In cultivating Joy, the soul used was critical, but the vessel for nurturing it was even more important. The better the talent of the container, the higher the rank of the resulting Joy. Ebony, as the eldest daughter of the Ren family, was not only perfect on the outside but possessed exceptional talent, which is why she was targeted. When it was just 2 days away from achieving results, the senior responsible for this endeavor learned of its destruction and was furious. Second-rank Joy had been cultivated only 10 times in 20 years, and 2 of those were lost due to the host's accidental death during cultivation. Among the remaining 8, Ebony's talent was the best, making her product the most perfect. Moreover, the second-rank Joy within Ebony had already been reserved by someone influential, whose compensation had long been received by the organization for other arrangements. This unexpected event right before the delivery deadline meant they couldn't deliver the goods, and the senior knew all too well they would soon face substantial penalties and wrath. Crackling. Under the Remy's fingers, the teacup fragments gradually turned to powder. After some contemplation, he dialed back the message sender and said coldly, find out who caused the destruction and who dared to ruin our plans. They're asking for death. At Ning family residence, with nightfall approaching and desiring further interaction with Lucius, Hirsch and Ebony did not leave. Instead, they chose to stay temporarily at Ning's place, planning to send Lucius off to Dragon Valley together later. Father and daughter had food, drink, and rest at Ning family, yet forgot about those waiting outside, the Ren brothers. Young members of the Ren family had been stationed outside Ning family for hours, without seeing Hirsch come out. One of them asked, Brother Howren, are we going to keep watching here tonight? Impatient, Fitz stood up and looked at the gate of Ning family, wanting to rush in to see what was happening but worried about angering Barrett. To avoid another scolding, he snorted and waved, saying, let's go. Time to have fun. Others, equally impatient, laughed and got up to leave as Fitz took responsibility. The group, joking around, didn't notice the person in black quietly trailing behind them. Midnight came, and Lucius suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the foot of the bed, asking, what are you doing? Since when did you enter? At the foot of the bed sat Ebony. Stealthily entering to observe Lucius, Ebony didn't expect him to awaken so easily, nervously replying, I just sat down after coming in. I wanted to see how your recovery was going since I knew you expended much energy healing me earlier. Her original intention was to thoroughly examine the man who saved her life. He was about to venture into Dragon Valley, and it was uncertain if he would return. If he did, great. If not, then this would be their last meeting. With the vow to heal herself and dedicate her life to him, Ebony hadn't forgotten. Before entering, She had talked extensively with Hirsch. She not only knew Linghua's suggestion, but also how powerful Lucius truly was. Although her father hadn't explicitly stated it, Ebony, being exceptionally intelligent, knew he wanted her to be with Lucius. Even though she had heard from Gracie that Lucius currently had a girlfriend, Hirsch didn't care. He bluntly said it was just a girlfriend and that it didn't matter. An extraordinarily strong man wouldn't have just one woman, so if she couldn't be the primary, she could be secondary, as long as Lucius became a son-in-law to the Ren family. Hearing this, Ebony was stunned, never expecting her father to be so open-minded. But upon reflection, it seemed logical. A successful man wouldn't have just one woman, nor should she fantasize that her beauty alone could bind him. Ownership is the best situation. It was rare to meet someone so outstanding. Moreover, she had not only been seen through by him, but also touched all over by him. In Ebony's heart, Lucius's image had become fully solidified. Having never been in love, she began to fixate on this person and wanted to claim him for herself. Back in her room, she couldn't sleep at all. She suddenly had a strong urge to see Lucius properly and memorize his appearance, which led her to sneak over here. Ebony even thought that if Lucius desired, it wasn't out of the question for her to reciprocate, as a way of thanking him for giving her a second chance at life. Lucius sat up and pulled the blanket to cover his abdomen, not wanting the beautiful woman right next to him to notice certain things about him in his current state. The two weren't very familiar, and despite having been exposed during the treatment, there was still a sense of unfamiliarity. The atmosphere became tense and awkward. Looking at Lucius's 8-pack abs and flawless pecs, Ebony's eyes darted around nervously, her face flushing red. She asked with nervousness, How are you recovering? Fine, should be good by tomorrow. After replying casually, Lucius gave Ebony a once-over and teased. You came to my room in the middle of the night just because you were worried about me and wanted to see how I'm recovering? His words held another meaning, one that those who understood would get. Ebony's cheeks turned an even deeper red. Her flustered gaze met Lucius's briefly before averting, whispering, Or what? Lucius chuckled softly and joked, I thought you couldn't wait to dedicate yourself to me. This woman, sometimes domineering, sometimes shy. To make her more passive, he had to tease her. Otherwise, it would be difficult. The phrase, dedicate yourself, carried a different connotation at this moment. Just as Lucius expected, Ebony immediately panicked more, her delicate fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly. You, if you want, I'm not against it. Extremely bashful words were slowly squeezed out of Ebony's mouth. A gust of wind brushed past, bringing a wave of warmth that made Ebony instinctively want to move away. But before she could react, her hand was held down. Lucius looked at Ebony with a smile. Are you sure you want to dedicate yourself to me? Chapter 181. Don't worry, I'm here. Anyone can talk big, but when it comes to real action, 9 out of 10 people would chicken out. Ebony, despite being mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel flustered and struggle internally at the critical moment. Tiny one. Lucius let go of her hand and lay back on the bed. Ebony stood up, her face flushed. Facing Lucius's smiling face, she shot him a glare and left. Phew. Outside the room, Ebony exhaled deeply, her expression complicated. She really couldn't understand why she felt so nervous right before the moment despite preparing herself beforehand. Going back now would be embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment at the door, Ebony could only return to the room with reluctance. Didn't succeed? In another room, Hirsch heard the commotion next door and knew his daughter had come back. Earlier, he clearly heard Ebony leave for Lucius's place, expecting something might happen between them late at night, thus tying Lucius more closely to the Ren family. It turned out to be in vain. Next morning, just as Lucius descended the stairs into the living room, Emerson rushed in, saying, Trouble. What? Lucius asked. 2 of those young Ren family members from yesterday are dead. To this, Lucius was indifferent. Dead. So what? They all seemed like troublemakers. It's quite normal that they got themselves killed for bothering the wrong people. He couldn't care less about others' lives or deaths. And people like Fitz definitely deserved what they got. Emerson shook his head and explained, Not just the dead ones. The survivors don't seem right either, as if they're terrified. At this moment, Hirsch appeared at the staircase. Learning that 2 of the Ren family's young members were dead, Hirsch jumped down to the first floor and hurriedly followed Emerson out. Lucius trailed behind slowly. In front of the main hall of the Ning residence, 2 corpses lay on the ground, while the remaining few sat there listlessly. What happened? Hirsch asked Fitz sternly, his face darkening. It had been a long time since any member of the Ren family. Despite asking about their purpose for coming to the Ning residence, the black-robed figure clearly didn't intend to kill everyone, only taking 2 lives. Standing beside the 2 corpses, Lucius said, The person must be from the organization that implanted the Yuan spirit in Miss Ren. Hirsch approached immediately, curious. How can you be sure? How else can I be sure? Miss Ren's Yuan spirit was supposed to mature in 2 days, and they obviously intended to retrieve it. After I removed the Yuan spirit early, they surely sensed it. That's why they stopped the group to ask about their purpose here, trying to figure out why Miss Ren's Yuan spirit was failing at this critical juncture. Furthermore, although these 2 are dead, their souls were extracted before death. Considering the actions of the black-robed figure, it's almost certain they follow an evil path, confirming it is the hidden organization behind the scenes. After careful consideration, Hirsch believed Lucius's analysis was correct. Invisible killing intent radiated from him. Upon learning that Ebony had been manipulated and discovering that the perpetrator was Anders, who was already dead, Hirsch was wondering how to find the organization behind Anders when it made its move first. This confirmed that there were members of this organization in Haicheng, possibly hiding somewhere outside, watching. Brother Ning, how many guards do the Ning family have? Hirsch looked at Emerson, thinking of deploying Ning family guards to search the surroundings to see if they could find anyone suspicious. If they found someone similar, they could follow the trail to uncover the organization. Don't waste your energy. Lucius immediately poured cold water on the idea, saying, Although Miss Ren was tricked, don't think you can take revenge. An organization that can create entities like Yuan spirits can also produce a number of masters. Do you think your Ren family can be their match? Creak. Hirsch clenched his fists instantly. Knowing his daughter had been tricked but being unable to seek revenge, all due to insufficient strength, he felt very bitter inside. But he knew that what Lucius said was indeed true. This organization, capable of nurturing yuan spirits, could certainly produce several master-level experts. Although these masters might not be as strong as genuine ones, 3 or 4 such masters could completely eradicate the Ren family. Master Chu, will that organization make a move against the Ning family? Emerson was filled with worry. Ebony had been cured in the Ning family. The other side might want to know the specific situation and could potentially target the Ning family. It was almost certain now that the organization lurking behind was massive, with unpredictable methods. The current Ning family was far from able to resist it. It's fine. I'm here. Let's deal with the crisis first, then I'll go to the Jiaolong Valley. Plans always lag behind changes. Lucius originally planned to go to the Jiaolong Valley today, but didn't expect the mysterious organization's people to come nearby. He was also curious about what kind of organization this mysterious one was. How to proceed? He already had a plan in mind. This plan was to lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 182 Who is the prey of whom? An hour later, Lucius, Selma, and Ebony left the Ning family residence together. Brother Chu, don't we really need to drive? The shopping mall is quite far from here. Selma asked again, truly not wanting to walk. She knew this was the last chance to return for a car before it became impossible to turn back. Earlier, Lucius had suddenly suggested going shopping with her and Ebony. It was rare for Lucius to be so relaxed, and neither Ebony nor Selma wanted to miss this opportunity to improve their relationship with him. They immediately agreed happily. What made it difficult for Selma was that Lucius didn't want to drive. Instead, he intended to walk to the city center mall. The distance from the Ning residence to the city center was several kilometers. Having always traveled by car since childhood and occasionally suffering from headaches, she did not want to walk at all. Walking around is exercise. What's wrong with that? It's only a few kilometers, not dozens. If you're too lazy to walk, you can still go back now. Facing criticism, Selma pouted in Weiqi. Unwilling to let Ebony interact with Lucius alone, she silently followed along. Unbeknownst to them, Lucius planned to lure the snake out of its hole. If they drove, the mysterious organization hiding in the shadows might not know Ebony was in the car. Without a doubt, the mysterious organization's attention was entirely focused on Ebony, eager to observe and understand the yuan spirit within her. If they dared to approach, Lucius was confident he could identify and capture them. As they walked, Lucius frowned, noticing no one following them. Was his plan failing? Could it be that the members of the mysterious organization were not hiding outside the Ning residence at all? Despite not spotting anyone tracking them, Lucius remained calm. He knew solving an unseen threat required such actions. Otherwise, the moment he entered the Jiaolong Valley, the other side might target the Ning family. He had removed the yuan spirit from Ebony's body himself, unconnected to the Ning family, and he did not wish to involve them in this mess. As they entered the street, shops appeared on both sides, and Ebony and Selma began wandering between them, buying snacks, very joyfully. Both were young ladies of influential families, always accompanied by guards during outings, and used to shopping at large malls due to their affluent backgrounds. They had never visited scattered roadside shops before. Following Lucius today, the two discovered that these shops they usually overlooked contained even better food and fun items than the big malls. On the way, many passers-by cast envious glances at Lucius, wondering which young master could win the favor of 2 beautiful women at once. Master Chu, why don't we visit a haunted house? Passing by a haunted house, Ebony suddenly suggested. Since discovering her health issues, she hadn't left the Ren residence much, hiding in her boudoir most of the time. Reading online about how terrifying haunted houses were, she longed to experience them herself. But because of her health issues, she had no mood to go out and never visited a haunted house. Now that her health problems were resolved, Ebony decided to fully experience life, traveling, watching movies, visiting various places in China. Yeah, Brother Chu, let's go into the haunted house. I've never been inside either. Selma looked at Lucius with delight. Being outside was just a way to waste time and draw out the people from the mysterious organization. Lucius didn't mind what they did, so he nodded. The three promptly entered the haunted house, completed the entry procedures, and walked in from the entrance. The environment was set up to be quite scary. With limited courage, Selma seized the opportunity to cling to Lucius's arm, tightly pressing against him. Ebony naturally noticed this scene, feeling a bit sour inside. Actually, to get closer to Lucius, she also wanted to approach but couldn't put aside her reserved demeanor to openly cling to him like Selma did. Spooky figures and unexpected appearances of NPCs frightened Selma to scream and almost crawl onto Lucius. Lucius felt helpless, thinking if he'd known it would be this silly, he wouldn't have bothered entering. With his formidable strength and knowledge of multiple secret techniques, whether human-dressed ghosts or real ones, Lucius could deal with them effectively. Thus, everything arranged inside the haunted house seemed childish and boring to him, less interesting than walking around the streets. While idly moving, Lucius suddenly grunted lightly. Brother Chu, don't you feel it? It suddenly feels colder? Selma's hand, clinging to Lucius's arm, shivered from the cold. Ebony instinctively tightened her clothing, feeling the temperature drop significantly. It's probably because the air conditioning is set too low to create an atmosphere. Lucius spoke casually, his gaze sweeping around intentionally or unintentionally, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had thought coming here would be a waste of time, but now it seemed that this environment was exactly what the other party wanted. It was very suitable for them to make a move. In contrast, on the street outside, there were too many pedestrians during broad daylight, making it impossible for them to act. The coldness wasn't due to the low temperature of the air conditioning, but rather because someone was tampering with the surroundings. Puff. Suddenly, some white mist emerged from a corner, quickly enveloping the entire room. Ebony, feeling something was off and somewhat nervous, couldn't help but get closer to Lucius, her arm brushing against his. Brother Chu, can you smell it? What's that delicious scent? Selma was more tense. I smelled it. Just as Lucius finished speaking, he instinctively reached back to hold both women's waists and then fell to the ground with them. There was a sedative in the white mist, and Selma and Ebony lost consciousness without any resistance. To make the other party appear, Lucius could only pretend to have been affected. Holding their waists as they fell prevented them from hitting the ground. The white mist slowly dissipated, and a fully shrouded figure in a black cloak entered from the doorway. Approaching the three, he first stood still, observing for a few seconds before bending down to lift Ebony to one side. He then squatted down to carefully examine her, wanting to find out why the Yuan spirit he had cultivated within her had weakened. Did you find anything? Just as the black-cloaked figure was about to remove Ebony's clothes for a thorough check, Lucius's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Puff. The black-cloaked figure abruptly sprang up and rolled to the opposite side. You weren't affected? Seeing Lucius, who was already standing and smiling, the black-cloaked figure was inwardly shocked. When he had come in, he had carefully checked and determined from Lucius's heartbeat that he was indeed knocked out. Now it seemed that the other party had been prepared all along, and everything was just an act. Lucius laughed disdainfully and said, To lure you out, I've been waiting for quite some time. What? The black-cloaked figure's visible eyes widened noticeably. He had thought the three of them were the prey, but he never expected that he himself was the hunted. Chapter 183, Cruel Interrogation. The shock was only momentary. The black-robed man, who had extreme confidence in his abilities, took a deep breath to calm himself and squinted at Lucius. Looks like you're the so-called divine doctor? Understanding that the Ren family had come to the Ning family to find a divine doctor to treat Ebony, the black-robed man was almost certain that Joy's downfall was due to the involvement of this so-called divine doctor. In the public perception, divine doctors were inevitably very old. Misunderstanding this and unable to sense any true chi fluctuation from Lucius, the black-robed man had not taken him seriously. Now, he knew he had misjudged this time. It's me. I knew you were hiding nearby, and I also knew you wanted to get close to Miss Ren, so I took her out for a walk to see if you would show yourself. Tell me, what's your organization called? And what secret does your organization hide in the Jialong Valley? The previously calm expression under the black robe changed at this moment. He really hadn't expected the other party to know there was an organization behind all this, and even knew the organization had secrets hidden in the Jialong Valley. Though startled, knowing he couldn't lose his composure, the black-robed man coldly snorted. Young man, knowing some things is not always a good thing. What you shouldn't know, you'd better not probe into. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. I can tell you very clearly, the organization behind me is absolutely something you cannot provoke. As for Ebony's matter, I advise you not to meddle. Seeing that he wasn't getting anything useful, Lucius didn't bother with further pleasantries. He stepped forward, intending to first see what kind of face the man hid that he dared not show in broad daylight. Realizing Lucius's intention to act, the black-robed man sneered contemptuously, and the imposing aura of a third-rank master erupted from his body, pressing down on Lucius. Playing games with me by using imposing pressure? Lucius's lips curled into a scornful smirk, but did not release his own aura. Instead, he acted as if he was suffering under the pressure. Young man, since you seek death, then don't blame me. Believing he had the upper hand, the black-robed man stepped forward, raised his palm, and slapped Lucius's forehead, holding a black talisman in his palm. Smack. The black-robed man's palm struck Lucius's forehead heavily. However, in the next second, seeing Lucius about to remove his face cover, the black-robed man struggled instinctively. But it was futile. Damn. Is this what you look like? No wonder you hide your face even in broad daylight. Under the black cloth was a face so grotesque that it could make children cry. Listen, kid. Even if you're not weak, the organization behind me is something you cannot afford to provoke. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, you will face endless retaliation from the organization. At that time, not only will you suffer, but everyone around you related to you will be worse off than dead. Even as a prisoner, the black-robed man still dared to issue threats because he was confident in his organization's power. And now, only such intimidation could save his life. Scaring me? Do you think I grew up scared? Lucius slowly tightened his grip. The feeling of suffocation gradually replaced the originally calm look in the black-robed man's eyes with panic. Just as the black-robed man's eyes became unfocused and he was about to die, Lucius suddenly loosened his grip, allowing him to breathe again. Knowing that the interrogation wouldn't work well in a haunted house and recognizing the black-robed man's stubbornness, Lucius made him faint with a flick of his finger, then walked over to Selma, pressing a point between her nose and upper lip, waking her up. Brother Chu, what happened? Why am I lying on the ground? Ignoring the chatty young girl, Lucius walked over to Ebony and woke her up in the same manner. Ebony was older, so she quickly took in the sight of the unconscious black-robed man and understood what had happened. She asked Lucius, "You called us out to lure someone?" Back at the Ning family estate, when Lucius suddenly suggested going shopping, she was quite surprised. She thought they had plans to go to the Jialong Valley. Why would they have the leisure to shop? Now, Ebony knew that all of Lucius's actions were aimed at drawing out the person hiding in the shadows. Although aware she had been used, Ebony held no resentment. She understood that Lucius did this only to find out who had plotted against them. Let's go, we should leave. Lucius carried the black-robed man and quickly left the haunted house with the two women. At the entrance, after making a phone call, several cars appeared on the street in front of the haunted house within minutes. Hirsch and Emerson got out of the car, and Lucius approached, tossing the black-robed man into one of the vehicles. The staff at the haunted house entrance were about to ask what was going on when Emerson stepped forward and threw a stack of money on the counter, saying, "Business of the Ning family." Hearing the words, Ning family, the staff instantly fell silent and trembled as they collected the money from the counter. The convoy continued on its way, not returning to the Ning family estate, but to another remote residence owned by the Ning family. When Selma saw the face of the black-robed man getting out of the car, she screamed in fright. In the haunted house earlier, The waiting period, they had continuously heard screams, which piqued their curiosity about what was happening inside. Hearing Hirsch's sigh, even though they expected the scene inside might be terrifying, their curiosity overpowered their fear. Emerson wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Upon opening the door, the two women froze at the sight inside, then turned around simultaneously and squatted on the ground facing opposite directions, vomiting. Lucius walked out with a towel wiping the blood off his hands, and said to Emerson, "He's dead. We can have someone clean up now?" Emerson nodded and gestured to two guards, who immediately went inside. Ugh. As soon as the two guards entered, the room echoed with their sounds of vomiting. "Master Chu, do you need to take a bath to wash away the smell of blood?" Emerson asked with a complex expression. Despite no visible blood on Lucius, there was an overwhelming smell of blood. "Sure." Emerson immediately led Lucius upstairs to clean up while Hirsch watched Ebony and Selma, both pale from vomiting, and said, "Still curious?" Ebony shook her head, while Selma struggled to reply, "Not anymore, never again. I probably won't be able to eat anything for the next 3 days." Letting out a helpless smile, Hirsch walked away, the image of Lucius's interrogation lingering in his mind. If not for witnessing it himself, he could hardly imagine that the seemingly harmless young Lucius could be so brutal. But he explained, "Master Chu is doing you a favor by not telling you. You should know that the world is far more complicated than what we see. Just remember, hidden within the darkness are countless vicious and unspeakable transactions." Pausing for a moment, he looked at Lucius and asked, "Master Chu, the hidden individuals have been dealt with. When do you plan to go to Jiaolong Valley?" "Tomorrow." Although that person was just a minor leader in the White Knight sect, his sudden disappearance will definitely raise suspicion within the organization. Let's wait one more day to see if anything happens, then I'll proceed. Feeling the same way internally, Emerson nodded gratefully. After drinking several cups of tea, a guard reported that the interrogation room had been cleaned. The group didn't linger and headed back to the Ning residence. Arriving at the Ning residence, Lucius retreated into his room to meditate and recover. Recalling the interrogation, he couldn't help but feel helpless. Knowing how difficult it was to find someone who knew about the White Knight sect, and having finally captured one, he had no choice but to use brutal methods to pry out the information he wanted. As initially guessed, Jiaolong Valley indeed turned out to be an important location for the White Knight sect. The unique environment within contributed to the creation of Yin spirits. The dangers rumored in Jiaolong Valley were also orchestrated by the White Knight sect in secret, aiming to prevent people from uncovering its secrets. After some contemplation, Lucius took out his phone and dialed one of the numbers stored in it. "Second-rate guy, do you know the White Knight sect?" he asked immediately upon connecting the call. Brigham on the other end of the phone couldn't help but ask nervously when Lucius mentioned the White Knight sect. "Have you provoked the White Knight sect?" Lucius gave a helpless laugh and replied, "It's not that I intended to provoke this organization. Rather, they came looking for me first. Clashes were inevitable. Just now, I killed one of their minor leaders and got some information, but as a minor leader, he didn't know much." "Looks like you're quite familiar with the White Knight sect?" This question made Brigham ponder deeply. After about 10 seconds of silence, he responded, "This organization has existed longer than Xindaomen, involving all the sects and forces across the entire China. To put it simply, it's a very powerful and dangerous organization. Try to avoid becoming their enemy, or you'll have endless trouble." Lucius hummed lightly and retorted, "Since you know what the White Knight sect is up to, why haven't you, as the leader of Xindaomen, mobilized your strength to completely eradicate this organization and stop them from harming the innocent?" His words carried a heavy implication of blame. Brigham sighed helplessly and explained, "Bryce Fong, in this world, there's always light and darkness. You need to understand that darkness can never be eradicated completely. I wish I could eliminate the White Knight sect too. But as I mentioned earlier, the organization is entangled with many complex relationships. All 9 major sects are heavily connected with it. How can we eliminate it? Moreover, Xindaomen deals with a lot of matters that cannot be openly addressed and has to rely on organizations hidden in the darkness like the White Knight sect for help. If you want to clear out this organization, come take over as the leader of Xindaomen now. With all of Xindaomen's resources at your disposal, you'll see just how difficult my position really is." Lucius wasn't sure how much truth there was in these words, but they certainly annoyed him. He cut straight to the point, saying, "Goodbye." Hanging up, Lucius carefully recalled Brigham's words, and his anger gradually subsided. He knew it was true. Light and darkness coexist. Light will never cease to exist, nor will darkness ever dissipate completely. Time flew by, and it was already midnight. While meditating, Lucius suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look out the window. A piece of paper was stuck on the glass without him noticing. On the paper, a sentence was written. Chapter 185. Acting and not acting. Stop the investigation, or die. The paper stuck to the glass seemed to know Lucius had seen it, and immediately began burning itself until it turned into ashes. Clear. To give meaning to his path in martial arts, he had to intervene in this matter. One night passed. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, the group set out for Dragon Coil Valley immediately. Inside the hotel opposite the Ning family residence, Fitz, who had been placed here, upon learning that Lucius was going to venture into Dragon Coil Valley, walked up to the window with a savage look and muttered, "Really thinks he's so amazing? To dare venture into Dragon Coil Valley. Surely he will never return, thus sparing me the trouble." Behind him, a member of the Ning family overheard this and promptly entered the bathroom, taking out his phone to send a message. Meanwhile, the Remy investigating the loss of Ebony's Yin spirit received news that Lucius was venturing into Dragon Coil Valley. His face immediately darkened. After a moment's thought, the Remy narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Since you won't heed my warnings and are seeking death, I'll send you to your grave." He immediately issued orders to carry out various arrangements. At the entrance of Dragon Coil Valley, as soon as Lucius and company got out of the car, the leader of the Shandao sect members guarding the area approached with a stern look and said, "This place is not open to the public. Please visit another location for leisure." We're here to challenge Dragon Coil Valley. Selma responded instinctively. The leader furrowed his brow and retorted. Did you not understand what I said? I said it's not open to the public, yet you insist on challenging Dragon Coil Valley. Go play somewhere else. Feeling reprimanded, Selma felt somewhat annoyed. Just as she was about to protest, Lucius placed his hand on her shoulder and asked, Didn't you receive any messages? The leader paused, countering, What messages? The message allowing me entry into Dragon Coil Valley. Earlier that morning, considering that Dragon Coil Valley was sealed off by the Shin Dao sect, prohibiting entry, Lucius had sent a message to Jason, informing him to notify them to avoid any confrontation upon arrival. He had assumed these people would have already received the message, but it now seemed that no message had been relayed. I didn't receive any such message. The leader's response confirmed Lucius's suspicion. Earlier, when leaving Yuan City, Lucius hadn't anticipated dealing with Shan Dao sect personnel, so he hadn't brought his identification token. Keeping calm, he explained, I am also a member of the Shan Dao sect, holding a position similar to an elder within the sect. They don't enter, but I must. What? Not only the leader but also Lucien and Emerson, who were standing behind, were stunned by Lucius's statement. Emerson and others truly hadn't expected Lucius to be not just a member but hold a position comparable to that of an elder within the Shan Dao sect, a status that wasn't insignificant in their eyes. But upon reflection, Lucien and Emerson felt that Lucius's demonstrated strength indeed matched that of an elder of the Shan Dao sect, reinforcing their resolve to cultivate a deeper relationship with him. Having a friend or son-in-law comparable to an elder of the Shan Dao sect could provide significant assistance to their family's development. TC. Coming back to his senses, the leader looked at Lucius with disdain and said, Kid, even fibbing has its limits. You think you're close to being an elder of our Shan Dao sect? Why don't you look in the mirror and see how old you are, and compare yourself to our elders? Get lost before I get angry, or don't blame us for not showing mercy. With that threat, the leader raised his hand, and 8 Shan Dao sect members guarding the rear immediately rushed forward, ready to take action at any moment. A cold aura emanated from Lucius. If not for the fact that we are both members of the Shan Dao sect, he would have been truly unwilling to bother with idle talk. Considering these people were stationed here, it was only natural they were so strict in their duties. Suppressing his anger once again, Lucius took out his phone and called Jason directly. You damn fool. How did you send the notification? I've arrived here but can't get in. What do you have to say for yourself? On the other end of the call, Jason was left dumbfounded by Lucius's sudden reprimand. He had indeed sent the notification long ago, but for some reason, it hadn't reached the personnel on duty. Sensing that Lucius was quite displeased, Jason couldn't offer much in response. After a moment's thought, he said, Put your phone on speaker. This is Lanny. Where's your Captain Huang? The leader was taken aback and, confirming that the voice belonged to Lanny, panicked instantly, hastily replying, And the captain has some matters and hasn't come yet. Earlier, seeing Lucius make the call, the leader had dismissed it, thinking that even if one sought connections within the Shin Dao sect, rules came before all else. How could connections matter here? But what he didn't expect at all was that the person Lucius contacted turned out to be Lanny. Recalling Lucius's earlier words and his manner when speaking to Lanny, the leader's legs trembled uncontrollably, realizing that if this young man didn't hold significant status, he wouldn't dare speak to Lanny like that. He is our Shan Dao sect special elder and needs to enter Dragon Coil Valley for important business. Allow him passage. Yes. Lanny, rest assured, we'll let him pass immediately. After hanging up the call, the leader bent over and said shakily, Special elder, it was my fault earlier. Please proceed. Making things difficult for frontline personnel was meaningless. Lucius responded indifferently and then started walking toward Dragon Coil Valley. Brother Chu, sniffle. Selma suddenly ran forward in tears. Just as Lucius turned around, she hugged him tightly. Brother Chu, you must come back safely. I'm waiting for you. Lucius gave an amused sigh and said, Rest assured, I will definitely come back safely. Hearing this, Selma reluctantly let go. Lucius. Ebony also spoke up, stepping forward and whispering something into his ear. Her cheeks blushed bright red afterward. Lucius's expression stiffened as he stared at Ebony and asked, Are you sure? Chapter 186. Once again, entering the situation in person. Confirmed. Although Ebony's eyes were filled with panic, her tone was very determined. All right, just don't chicken out again when the time comes. Lucius said with a smile, then quickly turned and entered Jiaolong Valley. Sister Ren, you? What secret are you talking about with Brother Chu? Selma, who had been curious all along, stared intently at Ebony. Her instinct told her that what Ebony just said to Lucius must be something unspeakable, or why would she blush? A sense of crisis grew in her heart. Ebony rolled her eyes at Selma and scolded, Grown-up matters, little kids should not ask so many questions. Humph, who's a kid? Selma put her hands on her hips, looking extremely angry. Ebony chuckled softly, suddenly straightened up, and said, Are you still little or not? Upon hearing this, Selma paused, glanced at Ebony's chest area, then looked down at herself, instantly slumping like a deflated balloon, and walked to the side with a face full of grievance. Behind them, Hirsch and Emerson watched this scene and shook their heads helplessly. Brother Ning, fair competition. No one complains whoever wins. Hirsch suddenly said proudly. Emerson snorted coldly and retorted, Fair competition. It's not up to us to decide who loses or wins. We'll just have to wait and see. Ebony gazed into the distance as Lucius's figure disappeared into the small path, silently praying in her heart, You must come back safely. On the path leading deeper into Jiaolong Valley, Lucius thought about what Ebony had just said and sighed helplessly. He wondered if it was because he had been too low-key in the past 5 years. Now that he was finally divorced and free, his good fortune in romance had suddenly emerged? Every man loves beautiful women. However, he already had May. Why did Ebony suddenly throw herself at him? Lucius felt very confused in his heart. As he neared the true entrance, he took a deep breath to clear his mind, focusing on the fearsome Jiaolong Valley that terrified countless people. Surveying the surroundings and the distant cliffs, Lucius understood why Bei sect chose this place for soul nurturing and making joys. Jiaolong Valley, from a feng shui perspective, is an yin-converging location. Yin-converging places are perfect for nurturing souls and conducting sinister secret techniques. The two cliffs merge above, forming a passage leading deeper below. Due to long-term neglect, desolation permeated the entire area. After taking a deep breath, Lucius stepped forward. At first, everything was normal, but as he ventured deeper, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Dry branches and fallen leaves from the mountaintop began appearing intermittently, along with green-black poisonous insects. Lucius knew these insects were highly toxic because the environment here made it so. The heavy yin qi within this yin-converging land had long transformed these insects, infusing their venom with yin poison. Rustling sounds filled the air. As Lucius advanced deeper, the hidden insects, disturbed by his presence, all emerged. Glancing around, they swarmed everywhere, leaving no space to stand. Lucius imagined anyone with arachnophobia might collapse immediately at this sight. Zzz. The insects screamed, surging towards Lucius from different directions. With no outsiders around, Lucius didn't hide his aura anymore, which burst forth. Snap, snap, snap. Crackling sounds echoed as the insects near Lucius were crushed under the pressure of his aura. Zzz. Seeing that the surrounding insects hadn't retreated and had ever since the jade pendant automatically absorbed the lingering true chi of a grandmaster during Gino's treatment, Lucius knew it was far from ordinary. Just now, the jade pendant experienced its second anomaly, directly destroying all the poisonous insects and seemingly absorbing their vitality. Despite much thought, Lucius still couldn't figure out why. Recalling carefully, he realized the dragon-shaped jade pendant seemed to possess some form of awareness, responding at certain moments but remaining just like any normal accessory when untouched. Standing there for about 3 minutes, Lucius finally snapped back to reality. He put the jade pendant back inside his clothes and continued deeper into the valley, replaying every detail of what just happened. Sensing the jade pendant heating up, he had guessed that it was about to change. And indeed it did. Lucius wondered if the jade pendant would experience another anomaly as he ventured deeper into Jiaolong Valley. He clearly understood that to uncover the secrets of the jade pendant, more anomalies were better. Otherwise, it would be impossible to investigate it thoroughly. All the poisonous insects in the outer area of Jiaolong Valley had died due to Lucius's presence. With no more insects to obstruct him, he quickly reached the boundary between the outer area and the central area. The ground of the outer area was pitch black, while the central area's ground appeared grayish-white. A few skeletons, long rotted, lay on the ground nearby. Lucius didn't immediately step into the central area but observed from where he stood. According to the information obtained by Shindao Gate, the central area was very peculiar. White mist would rise when someone stepped into it, and once the mist dissipated, the person entering it would be dead. Before coming, Lucius speculated that the central area should have an array formation, especially after discovering that the Bei sect used this place as a stronghold, further reinforcing his belief that an array formation existed. What a strange phenomenon. After careful observation, Lucius found no traces of an array formation. Was his speculation wrong? Curious, he took a step into the central area. To understand the technique that killed silently, one must personally enter the situation. Chapter 187. Finally achieving the goal. Moving forward 10 steps. Fog began to rise from the ground in many places. Lucius did not stop but sped up, thinking he could dash through before the fog enveloped everything. However, soon Lucius realized something was wrong. The central area seemed infinitely vast. No matter how fast he rushed ahead, there was no end in sight. Meanwhile, the fog generation remained steady. Stop. Lucius suddenly halted, quickly scanning his surroundings while visibility was not yet completely blocked by the fog. He was certain that an array indeed existed here, just very cleverly arranged, making it hard to detect earlier. Moreover, encountered such things, wouldn't know how to deal with them. And the attacks from negative entities were peculiar, their own nature allowing them to penetrate physical objects and directly harm one's spirit. That's why martial artists sent in earlier by the Divine Tao sect died when the fog dissipated, leaving no wounds on their bodies. The damage was directly to their spirits or, in other words, their souls. Souls and spirits aren't visible to most people, so their death from harm went unnoticed. But Lucius knew what the negative entities feared most. More importantly, he knew that the existence of these negative entities was the essence of this array. By destroying all incoming negative entities, the array could be broken. A negative entity charged at him, and Lucius formed a spell seal, pointing his middle finger at the entity's brow center. A blood dot appeared on the entity's forehead, followed by its face twisting and exploding. The blood spot came not from the negative entity but from Lucius piercing his middle finger with his thumbnail after sensing the presence of negative entities around. Middle finger blood, rich in yang qi, was a powerful tool specifically for dealing with negative entities. Hush. The thick fog swirled again behind him, and Lucius wasted no time, turning around and pointing his middle finger at another negative entity's brow center. Lucius didn't know how many negative entities were hidden in the fog, but as long as they attacked, they would be destroyed by his finger. Meanwhile, about 1 kilometer away from Dragon Valley, in a valley, Edna watched as cracks appeared in the jade disc before her, disbelief evident in her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. She thought she could control the residual negative entities in the array to kill Lucius, but didn't expect him to know how to destroy them. Crack. Before the stunned Edna could react, the jade disc shattered into pieces. Pooh. The Edna spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath faltering, lying on the ground as if dying. She shakily took out her phone and sent a message. Assassination failed. Damn it. And Remy, receiving the message, slammed the stone table in front of him to pieces in fury. With the assassination failure, it meant the intruder would soon enter the deep zone and uncover the sect's secrets. You leave me no choice, boy. The Remy said viciously and vanished from the courtyard. As Lucius exterminated almost all the negative entities in the central area, the surrounding fog began to dissipate. As expected, once the attacking entities within the array were destroyed, This maze-like direction confounding array collapsed on its own. After the fog completely cleared, the ground 30 meters ahead was no longer gray-white, but turned blackish-red. Not so difficult either. Lucius felt a sense of accomplishment and chuckled to himself. He had thought that the central zone, described so mysteriously by the divine Dao sect, would be extremely difficult to pass. However, he managed to completely eliminate all dangers in the central zone within 10 minutes. All the poisonous insects in the outer zone were eradicated. The array in the central zone was also destroyed. Lucius knew that once he left this place, Dragon Valley would no longer be the forbidden land in the hearts of the people of Haicheng. According to the information he obtained from the Black-Cloaked Man, the secrets of the White Knight sect were hidden in the Deep Zone, and the souls of Selma's mother and younger sister were also kept there. Taking a deep breath, Lucius moved forward and stepped into the Deep Zone. The Deep Zone was not a broad surface but a dark and cold cave. On the blackish-red ground, there were clearly visible arrays that had been manually carved. The cave seemed deep and extended underground. Lucius did not know how deep it was, so he could only follow the only path continuously moving forward. As he walked, small holes began to appear on the sides of the cave. Each hole contained an earthen jar, which Lucius closely inspected. Like in movies, yellow talismans were pasted outside each earthen jar, with a set of birth date and time written on them. Clearly, the souls inside these jars had been captured. Scanning his surroundings, Lucius found that the path ahead was filled with countless small holes, each containing an earthen jar. He couldn't imagine how many souls the White Knight sect had plundered for cultivation. It was even more unimaginable how many Yin-Mei, negative entities, could be created from these souls, and how many grandmasters they would produce. Must be eliminated. Taking a deep breath, Lucius quickly moved between the small holes, examining the birth date and time on the jars, searching for the souls of Xantha and Sonia. Before long, Lucius successfully found the jars containing the souls of both women. He broke the scab on his middle finger and took the yellow talisman off one jar before breaking it open. A cloud of translucent white mist floated out from the jar. With a spell incantation, Lucius sealed the mist back into the yellow talisman. Using the same method, he dealt with the other jar as well. Returning to the center of the path, Lucius closed his eyes after taking a deep breath. Time passed second by second. After about a minute, Lucius suddenly opened his eyes and whispered fiercely, "Break!" Chapter 188 Curiosity Killed the Cat. Bang bang bang. The cracking sounds echoed throughout the entire cave. All the earthen jars in the small caves exploded instantly. The souls that had been sealed inside were finally free, slowly dissipating. These souls, which had been forcibly taken, did not truly disappear. Instead, they had been maintained in a visible mist-like state by the yin qi of this place. Once the earthen jars, which could condense yin qi, shattered, they gradually faded into something invisible to the naked eye. Without any more containment, they would eventually be drawn back to their original bodies. Lucius sealed Xantha and Selma's souls because he didn't have time to wait for the souls to find their way back. Although this place wasn't far from the Ning family estate, taking them directly back was safer and faster. By doing so, Lucius completely destroyed years of preparation and planning by the Bei sect. This is why, upon learning of his intention to come to the Jiaolong Valley, someone behind the scenes tried to stop him. Initially, it was thought that relying on the central area's formation would not only block Lucius but also kill him. However, after receiving information from the Edna, the Remy knew they had underestimated this young man. Having achieved his purpose, Lucius did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, he looked deeper into the darkness. The black-robed figure knew little about what secrets lay at the deepest part of Jiaolong Valley, only that there was indeed a significant setup, and if released, it would alter humanity's understanding. Therefore, Lucius hesitated, unsure whether to explore the depths or not. Don't leave any regrets. Finally, with lingering doubts, Lucius continued walking deeper. Turning away now might lead to regret later, so he decided to explore further. Lucius reached to take it out when suddenly, the entire underground cave began to shake as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! A muffled sound came from underground. Standing atop the cauldron, Lucius barely reacted in time to leap away. But it was too late. An extremely powerful force surged through the cauldron and hit him. Like being struck by a grandmaster's punch, Lucius was sent flying and slammed hard against the stone wall, then fell down. Damn! Struggling to get up, Lucius cursed under his breath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he wondered, what in the world is this? Focusing on the area below the cauldron, Lucius felt a strong sense of danger. Clearly, whatever was sealed underground was incredibly powerful. Perhaps sensing the dragon-shaped jade pendant, it started struggling, causing the sealing formation to react violently. Even the transmitted shock had injured him. Lucius knew that if it broke free, killing him would be no challenge at all. Retreat. Despite wanting to stay and uncover the mystery, especially the reason why the jade pendant was still heating up, Lucius knew he had to suppress his curiosity to survive. Without hesitation, he concentrated his strength in his legs and rushed towards the exit leading to the surface. Because the force had entered his body from the soles of his feet, Lucius now felt as if countless needles were pricking his legs with every the surrounding caves collapsing due to the tremors, but rather the oppressive aura emanating from deep within that made him feel suffocated. He hadn't felt this way for a very long time. Knowing the underground monster was about to break free and there was no way to escape, Lucius stopped, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to adjust himself to peak condition before the monster caught up. Curiosity killed the cat. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have ventured deeper. But now, it was too late. At the same time, outside Jiaolong Valley, Emerson and others, who were waiting in their vehicle, all immediately got out and gazed toward the depths of the valley. Seeing the changes in the sky, everyone's faces changed. Chapter 189, Legendary Things. Above the highest mountain in the deepest part, the clouds naturally condensed, growing thicker and then turning black, churning and rolling like a scene from a television show, full of oppression that made people's hearts tremble and feel fear instinctively. Dad, what's happening? Is this change related to Brother Chu? Selma asked with a worried face. At this moment, she felt extremely uneasy as if something significant was about to happen. Emerson did not respond to his daughter's question but instead asked Hirsch, who also had a bad expression, Brother Ren, do you sense it? I do. The aura is terrifying. Hirsch was also filled with worry at this time. Being a half-step grandmaster, his perception was stronger than Emerson's. At this moment, he clearly sensed that something deep within the Dragon Valley was awakening. Even just the emitted aura, from such a distance, made him feel breathing difficulties, as if oppressed by the momentum of a fifth-rank grandmaster or higher. Lucius had been inside for almost an hour. It wasn't hard to guess that this change was significantly related to him. Though both knew Lucius was strong, their intuition told them that no matter how powerful Lucius was, he couldn't surpass the awakening thing. He might have already lost his combat ability due to the oppressive, suffocating aura because he was closer. Ebony's beautiful face had turned deathly pale. Staring at the dark clouds in the sky, her lips were trembling slightly, and she tightly gripped the edge of her clothes, unable to calm the panic in her heart. You promised me, and I promised you. Are you going to break your word? The leader of the Divine Tao sect guarding this place was stunned at first, then immediately took out his phone and made a call. He followed up by starting a video call to directly transmit the phenomenon here to headquarters. In the capital's Divine Tao sect headquarters, Jason received the video content right away. Seeing the strange phenomena in the sky, his face changed abruptly. He immediately found Brigham as quickly as possible. It's over. Everything is over. Seeing the clouds gathering in the sky, Brigham seemed to lose his soul, lying back on his chair with lifeless eyes. Master, what happened? Who was finished? Jason was now curious. He had known Brigham for many years and had never seen him so disoriented. Brigham took a deep breath, forced himself to sit up straight, and said, who else but that ignorant kid? I thought he was only going into Dragon Valley to take a look, but who would have thought he released that monster? You should know, 100 years ago, tens of thousands died to seal that monster, including more than 10 grandmasters. After all this time, we assumed that monster was dead long ago. Who would have thought it was still alive? It's over, not just for that kid, but possibly for the whole Middle-earth. Brigham's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. Master, what exactly is that monster? Jason became even more tense, realizing that a major event was about to unfold that they couldn't control. What? Brigham laughed bitterly and asked Jason, what is the place called? If you think it could be called a monster, what else could it be? Jason was stunned, about to say he didn't understand but realized the truth and said incredibly nervously, that thing really exists? Nothing comes out of thin air. If I had known this would happen, I should have told him the truth earlier. Entering Dragon Valley was fine, but he mustn't go deep to investigate. At this moment, Brigham deeply regretted his decision. He had always known the situation deep in Dragon Valley, but the secrets there were too profound, so he hadn't informed Lucius. Moreover, he knew Lucius wasn't reckless. With considerable strength, he would certainly sense the danger underground and wouldn't provoke it. But now, Brigham knew he was wrong, horribly wrong. Many things aren't avoidable just because one doesn't want them to happen. After taking a deep breath and standing up, he said, notify the Divine Tao sect, gather all personnel immediately in Kunzu Seaside City. Also, inform the 9 great sects that calamity will befall Middle-earth, and hope they can mobilize to assist. Facing threats head-on is inevitable. Since events had unfolded, Brigham, as the leader of the Divine Tao sect, could only do everything possible to halt the disaster and minimize casualties. Master, can we resist that legendary monster? Hundreds of years ago, many powerful figures died sealing it. Wouldn't our effort be like moths flying into a flame? Knowing it meant certain death. Once they went, the Divine Tao sect might cease to exist. Jason truly didn't understand why Brigham, knowing this outcome, still planned to mobilize the members of the Divine Tao sect. The duty of the Divine Tao sect is to ensure the safety of the people of Middle-earth. If we don't go, who will? Moreover, 100 years ago, it was indeed very dangerous. However, it has been sealed in that gathering place for such a long time. Its power must have diminished significantly. Even if it's still dangerous, it can be killed. Right, contact the military and wait for my notification. If all else fails, we'll have to use that world-shattering weapon. Hearing about the weapon, Jason's eyes lit up. He was certain that using such a weapon could indeed slay the creature. At the same time, he understood that mobilizing all members of the Divine Tao sect primarily aimed at evacuating the residents of Haicheng. Otherwise, when that weapon detonated, the entire city would be destroyed, and countless lives would be lost if they weren't evacuated beforehand. In Haicheng, the unusual phenomena had already caught the attention of many people. Upon receiving instructions, the Divine Tao sect members immediately contacted the Haicheng Patrol Office, quickly spreading the evacuation message to every resident's phone. For a moment, the whole city seemed to erupt into chaos, with everyone rushing madly out of the city. At the entrance of Jialong Valley, Emerson and others also received the message. Selma asked, Dad, should we evacuate? Emerson shook his head and said, you go back and find your buried heir. Evacuate by helicopter. No, I won't leave. I will go if you go, and I won't if you don't. I'm going to wait here for Brother Chu. Selma said firmly. Looking into each other's eyes, Emerson didn't say much more after some thought. Because he had long recalled a little-known legend, knowing that if the legend were true, there might be no safe place left in donghua, as everything would fall into chaos. Nevertheless, hesitating for a moment, Emerson still called Daryl, instructing him to take the family away from Haicheng first. Will he ever come out? Hirsch muttered to himself. No one responded, their hearts sinking to rock bottom. Given the situation, it was obvious that he couldn't possibly come out. Initially, they thought investigating Jialong Valley wouldn't be too dangerous. But now, everyone knew they were wrong. Who? The dark clouds high in the sky suddenly dissipated. The world fell utterly silent at this moment. Deep within the cave, Lucius, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes and stood up, staring deep into the cave. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of friction came from the depths. Seeing the legendary thing before dying isn't a bad way to go. While muttering to himself, Lucius's fingers began tapping rapidly on his body. Indeed, slightly moving the jade pendant and seeing the dragon's gaze following it, Lucius confirmed his guess was right. At this moment, he felt a profound regret, wishing he could communicate with it, as then he might learn the secrets of the jade pendant. Roar! Seeming to realize Lucius was teasing it, the dragon roared angrily, blowing a foul stench towards Lucius, making his eyes widen. Following which, Lucius vanished in a flash, striking the dragon's massive head with a punch. This punch alone could instantly slay a 7th-rank master. Yet, when it landed on the dragon's head, it only caused the skull to shift sideways, some scales cracking. Huff! The dragon shook its large head violently, slamming Lucius deep into the mountain wall. Even a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The dragon had been sealed for many years, its power significantly reduced, but its toughness remained formidable. Lucius experienced firsthand just how resilient it was. Kill. Lucius's figure flashed away from the mountain wall and reappeared behind the dragon's head because he knew this creature would be difficult to deal with and its massive body was currently its greatest limitation. The limited space made it hard for the dragon to twist around. Lucius's fists pummeled the dragon's vulnerable spot like a machine gun. The scales, as big as faces and extremely hard, quickly shattered under Lucius's relentless strikes. I won't believe I can't finish you off. Continuously being forced back, Lucius's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. He grabbed the heavy tripod and smashed it repeatedly at the dragon like a hammer. Although the dragon's body was tough, the material of the sealing tripod was also extraordinary. Each strike from Lucius caused several of the dragon's scales to shatter. Stimulated by pain, the long-sealed dragon awakened faster, reacting more agilely. Its massive head and thick tail worked together, finally causing Lucius's giant tripod to shatter in repeated collisions. With no other choice, Lucius could only continue to use his fists. However, relying solely on his fists was not enough to resist the dragon's onslaught. He was repeatedly slammed into the mountain walls. Soon, his tattered clothes were soaked in blood, making him look extremely disheveled. Roar! The ferocity of the dragon reached its peak as it suddenly increased its speed, and Lucius quickly found himself being relentlessly pursued and trampled. Thanks to his formidable strength and sufficient speed, otherwise, he would have long been swallowed by the dragon. Not a good way. While evading the attack, Lucius felt heavy-hearted, knowing that such resistance would eventually deplete his physical strength and true chi. He knew that to kill this monster, he still had to resort to the initial method. Unfortunately, without environmental constraints, he could not get close to the dragon's weak point. Glancing around, Lucius began searching for anything useful. Soon, his gaze landed on the chains used earlier to control the giant tripod, preventing it from shifting. In a flash, he picked up a chain and swung it forcefully, wrapping it around the back of the dragon's skull. With one hand tightly gripping the chain and the other continuing to strike the wound at the dragon's weak point, Lucius ignored the impacts on walls or the ground, focusing solely on attacking. Finally, after relentless efforts, Lucius managed to penetrate the flesh at the dragon's weak point. Die! Lucius channeled all his strength into one punch, smashing it into the dragon's body. The dragon let out a shrill roar, its massive body crashing heavily onto the ground, with its struggling becoming weaker and weaker. Plump. Exhausted, Lucius fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. At this moment, he felt as if his body did not belong to him, unwilling to move even an inch. Cough cough. A light cough from Lucius sent fresh blood spewing out of his mouth, landing on his face and chest. Some of the blood was instantly absorbed by the dragon-shaped jade pendant upon contact. In the next second, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a red glow. Struggling to look down, Lucius saw the pendant floating by itself. What's happening? Just as Lucius was curious about what changes the jade pendant had undergone, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 191. Between Life and Death. Sucking blood. The dragon-shaped jade pendant was indeed sucking blood, Lucius's blood. He already had quite a few wounds, and the fresh blood flowing out all flew toward the dragon-shaped jade pendant. This wasn't fair. When the wounds stopped bleeding, the dragon-shaped jade pendant generated a suction force, forcibly extracting blood from within his body. Watching this happen helplessly, Lucius could do nothing about it. On one hand, he was utterly exhausted. On the other, the dragon-shaped jade pendant emitted a pressure that firmly pinned him down, making movement nearly impossible. Blood is the source of life. If all the blood in one's body were drained, death would occur instantly. Feeling the blood inside his body being sucked out by the dragon-shaped jade pendant, what surged in Lucius's eyes was not despair but helplessness. When he realized that what was sealed underground was a flood dragon, and sensed its power, he thought he would die in the mouth of the flood dragon today. After risking his life to fight, he finally slew the flood dragon. He thought everything would be over, but the dragon-shaped jade pendant, which he always wore, suddenly started to suck blood. Dying from the jade pendant that he had kept close all along was something Lucius had never imagined. The loss of blood caused his consciousness to become hazy, and finally, he saw blackness before his eyes and knew nothing more. Outside the Flood Dragon Valley, Emerson and Hirsch, who were anxiously waiting, exchanged glances subconsciously after sensing something. Little brother Ning, did you feel it? Hirsch asked excitedly. That aura seems to have disappeared? Since Emerson wasn't as strong as Hirsch, his perception naturally wasn't as good either, so he wasn't very certain at this moment. Let's go. Hirsch gritted his teeth and rushed into the Flood Dragon Valley, intending to go in and see for himself. Just now, he clearly felt that suffocating aura disappear. Given this situation, combined with the roars previously heard from deep within the Flood Dragon Valley, it was almost certain that Lucius had engaged in a struggle with the Flood Dragon. The oppressive aura representing the Flood Dragon's power suddenly vanishing suggested either death or departure under normal circumstances. Unable to wait any longer, Hirsch wanted to enter the Flood Dragon Valley to see with his own eyes whether the calamity-bringing Flood Dragon was really dead or had left elsewhere, and whether to be seen. Could it have escaped elsewhere? But scanning the entire cavern, apart from the entrance, Emerson saw no other exits. He's still alive. But his pulse is very weak, almost as if he's dead. Hirsch retracted his hand and carefully picked up Lucius from the ground. Emerson exhaled a long sigh. To still have a breath was better than being dead outright. Uncertain where the highly dangerous Flood Dragon had gone, the two were very cautious when leaving with Lucius, worried the Flood Dragon might suddenly appear. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. At the entrance, Selma and Ebony, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed forward upon seeing people emerge. Seeing Lucius covered in wounds, both women's eyes immediately turned red. The leader of the Divine Tao sect team, who had initially blocked Lucius, also approached, asking anxiously, "What's inside? What about that thing?" "It's gone." Besides Master Chu lying like this, the scene is in chaos, nothing else. Lucius's condition was now very critical, and Hirsch had no heart to chat with the people from the Divine Tao sect. Seeing that the leader still wanted to ask questions, he said bluntly, "All dangers inside have been cleared. If you want to investigate anything, do it yourselves. I need to take him for treatment." The group immediately got into the car and rushed straight to the hospital. The few members of the Divine Tao sect were stunned for a moment, thinking that if Hirsch and Emerson could enter and come out safely, it indeed seemed that all dangers inside were gone. They then hurriedly charged into the valley. Meanwhile, at the capital airport, Brigham and all the members of the Divine Tao sect were assembling, preparing to fly to Sea City. After receiving a phone call, Jason immediately barked, "Be quiet." Everyone on the scene instantly fell silent, looking at Jason in confusion, unsure why he suddenly flew into such a rage. "Really? You're sure? Find out right away. I want to know the specific situation." As soon as Jason hung up the phone, Brigham approached him anxiously and asked, "What happened? Did that thing finally break out?" Given the timing of the call, there was no doubt it was related to the Flood Dragon Valley. "No." Jason shook his head and said to the assembled members of the Divine Tao sect, "All of you go back. Return to headquarters. There's no need to go to Kunzu anymore." The members of the Divine Tao sect stared at each other, baffled by the sudden change of plan just as they were about to be ready. Although everyone had questions in their minds, none dared to disobey their superior. They knew they would find out the reason soon enough, so they withdrew immediately. "Old Nine, what's going on?" The other elders also came forward, knowing something must have happened in Kunzu. "The Flood Dragon is gone." "What? Gone?" Elder 3 stared at Jason and asked, "Old Nine, are you sure? That huge monster can't just disappear like a small fist-sized object, can it?" Jason retorted, "How would I know? But the personnel guarding outside the Flood Dragon Valley reported that it's gone. Although there are traces at the sealed site, no one has seen the actual creature." Brigham's eyes flickered, knowing this change was definitely closely related to Lucius. However, he did not want the other members of the Divine Tao sect to know that the Flood Dragon breaking its seal had any connection to Lucius. He said immediately, "You all go back. Old Nine and I will go and check it out ourselves." The elders, who had no intention of risking their lives, left immediately. On the plane, Brigham murmured to himself, "Could it be that you actually killed it?" At Sea City Hospital, Lucius's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Chapter 192 Love Like a Flood. "Hurry, call the doctor for immediate rescue." Sensing Lucius's condition worsening, Emerson and others were in a cold sweat with worry. The retreat order issued by the inspection office had caused many doctors to evacuate, leaving the hospital short-staffed for emergency response. Fortunately, some doctors remained with their patients, and it didn't take long to gather a team. They then wheeled Lucius into the emergency room. To facilitate observation of Lucius's condition, Hirsch and Emerson followed inside. Normally, non-medical personnel are not allowed in the emergency room, but the attending physician knew Emerson and did not dare to stop him. Moreover, Lucius was no ordinary patient. Having martial artists nearby could provide clearer insights. The doctors quickly cut off the clothes covering Lucius's body, preparing to clean and stitch the wounds, only to stare blankly at each other, unsure what to do. "What are you waiting for? Start saving him now." Emerson, standing back and watching, couldn't help but urge them. "Mr. Ning, he doesn't have any injuries," the chief doctor said helplessly. "No injuries?" Emerson and Hirsch exchanged glances before rushing over. When they first found Lucius, he had numerous wounds. After getting into the car, to prevent infection, they wrapped him up entirely in clothes and hadn't checked his specific condition since. "Ren brother, am I seeing things?" Hirsch asked Emerson with shock on his face. "No." Emerson shook his head in disbelief, recalling how many wounds Lucius had when they first saw him. He couldn't understand how all the wounds vanished after just half an hour. He seems to be waking up," a nurse suddenly exclaimed. Hirsch noticed Lucius's eyelids fluttering, indeed showing signs of opening his eyes. This situation felt very strange. So weak that his heartbeat was almost gone, yet he was regaining consciousness? "Move aside." Recognizing the strangeness, Hirsch approached, ready to re-examine Lucius for any improvement. Just as he placed his hand on Lucius's heart, Lucius's lips began to move. Knowing he had something to say, Hirsch leaned in closely and, without another word, picked up Lucius and headed for the exit. "Big brother Ren, what did Master Chu say?" Emerson hurried out and asked anxiously. "He said go back." Hirsch pondered and analyzed. Master Chu is no ordinary person. Though he is very weak and in poor condition, from the way his wounds healed, he should be able to recover on his own. He likely wants us to take him home to rest and let his body heal. Realizing the hospital couldn't handle this, Emerson agreed and called Ebony and Gracie, who looked puzzled, and left the hospital. On a high-altitude plane, after hearing Ricardo's analysis, Jason's throat moved uncomfortably as he asked, could it be that the beast was truly slain by him? Most likely. His strength is formidable. Even I can't match him. The dragon must have been weakened after being sealed for so many years, making it vulnerable enough for him to kill it. But I can't figure out where the corpse is. Dragon corpses are valuable. Its meat alone can save years of cultivation for martial artists. Its scales, too, can be used as the toughest armor, suitable even for late-stage practitioners. At this moment, Brigham, filled with questions and curiosity, wished to fly directly to Dragon Valley to determine whether Lucius really killed the dragon or if it merely hid. With the disappearance of the dragon and the removal of danger, the evacuation notice was rescinded, and the residents who were fleeing returned to High City. Back at the Ning residence, Lucius was settled in a room. Hirsch examined him again carefully and concluded, "He seems to be recovering, but I don't understand why he still feels so weak. By tomorrow, we should know for sure. If not, we'll have to think of another solution." Never having encountered such a situation before, Emerson could only wait. Ebony, her eyes red, scanned Lucius's blood-stained body and turned to wet a towel in the bathroom. She then returned to the bedside and carefully wiped his body. Gracie rushed to fetch a basin of water and helped Ebony wipe down Lucius. Hirsch and Emerson left the room and went downstairs to analyze the situation. At this moment, both were filled with questions. Like Brigham, the two who had reached the scene wanted to know where the dragon had gone. Such a large creature couldn't simply vanish into thin air. In the room, the two women worked together, quickly cleaning Lucius's upper body and legs. Only the area around Lucius's lower abdomen remained uncleaned. "Senior Sister Run, how do we handle this?" That particular area was somewhat different for women, and Gracie didn't know how to proceed. "Don't worry, I'll do it." Ebony, with no hesitation in her mind, directly removed the obstructing fabric, blushing as she carefully cleaned it. Gracie looked on dumbfounded, her eyes full of admiration. After cleaning Lucius's entire body, Ebony found a pajama set from the wardrobe and dressed him in it. Having completed all this, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, but she paid no attention, bringing a chair over to sit beside the bed, staring at the dazed Lucius. Gracie watched for a while before leaving with a complicated expression. She knew she truly couldn't compare to Ebony. She wasn't as beautiful, nor did she consider things as comprehensively, and even her feelings for Lucius weren't as deep. Initially, Gracie wanted to compete with Ebony to see who could win Lucius's favor. But now, she decided it was best to give up. After Gracie left, Ebony held Lucius's hand against her cheek and whispered softly, "You must wake up. I'm waiting for you." At first, due to the lack of emotional foundation, Ebony had struggled to accept Lucius. But after these 2 days of interaction, remembering that he had given her life, Ebony, who had never liked anyone, felt her love for Lucius surge like a flood. At this moment, all she wished was for Lucius to awaken quickly. Meanwhile, Jason and Brigham also arrived at High City's Dragon Valley. Upon learning that Lucius had been taken away by the Ning family, Brigham didn't say much, but led the original members of Shun Dao Gate deeper into the Dragon Valley. The members thought the Gate Master and Ninth Elder were going to ask them something and nervously followed behind. Upon reaching the deepest cavern, Brigham suddenly gave Jason a look. Jason, with a complicated expression, suddenly became fiercely determined. Chapter 193, Further Disturbances. In the blink of an eye, all of them lay on the ground as corpses. Even in death, they didn't understand why Wesley had attacked them, their eyes wide with incomprehension and unresolved grievances. To thoroughly clean up everything, Jason threw all the bodies into the center of the cave, the very cave that had previously been used to seal the Jiaolong. Note, Jiaolong should be Jiaolong in this context. Brigham wasn't idle either. After Jason finished his task, he took a deep breath and suddenly shot upward like a cannonball, colliding heavily with the top of the cave. Rumble. Countless rocks fell down into the cave, quickly filling it up. At the same time, an opening leading to the outside world appeared above the cave. After completing everything, the two returned. The Shin Daomen forbids intricate conflicts, but Jason had no choice but to kill those few. He and Brigham did not want outsiders to know that Lucius had entered this place, or that he had fought with the Jiaolong. Every part of the Jiaolong is valuable. Once it was confirmed that the Jiaolong was indeed killed, countless people would go mad searching for its body. But now, the body of the Jiaolong has disappeared, and Lucius, who had battled it, is the only one who knows where it went. Brigham could already predict that members from the 9 major sects would come out and search for the Jiaolong's remains. To avoid drawing attention from these sects and adding trouble or conflict for Lucius, the only thing they could do was seal off all news so that no one knew he had been here. Collapsing the cave roof was to create the illusion that the Jiaolong had left. When they arrived at the entrance, the remaining Shan Dao Gate members were just beginning to show up. These members weren't incapable of arriving earlier. Everyone feared death. When they learned that a dangerous creature had appeared here, the Shin Dao Gate members stationed in Haicheng began making excuses to delay their arrival. While still en route, Brigham had considered sealing off the news and sent orders because he was unsure of the situation deeper in the Jiaolong Valley. Except for those guarding the entrance, all other members were forbidden to approach until he arrived. After greeting the leader and Jason, the arriving Shin Dao Gate members were dispatched by Jason to document the valley and send the information back to headquarters. "Do you know where the Ning family lives?" Brigham asked one of the members. Yes, the member replied softly. "Take us there." Jason and Brigham immediately drove to the Ning residence. At the Ning family residence, Hirsch and Emerson were carefully analyzing when they saw 2 people entering through the door. Thinking they were enemies, both stood up, looking vigilant. "No need to be nervous, we are from Shin Dao Gate, and this is our leader," Jason explained. Hirsch recognized Jason's voice from the call, made before Lucius entered the Jiaolong Valley. Knowing him to be the 9th Elder, he immediately bowed. After brief introductions, Brigham asked, "Where is Lucius?" "He's upstairs, leader. Go check on him. We don't know what's wrong with him. He seems weak but has maintained this state." Emerson understood that both Brigham and Jason were stronger than himself. Having them examine Lucius could provide more clarity on his condition. Brigham flashed upstairs, followed by Jason, and directly found the room. Ebony was startled, but Brigham smiled and nodded at her before walking to the bed and examining Lucius. "How is he?" Jason asked curiously. "He's quite depleted. His entire body's true energy is exhausted. He seems to be in a self-induced sleep. In this case, we can do nothing but give him time to wake up on his own." As long as Lucius was fine, nothing else mattered. Jason and Brigham promptly left the room. Hirsch and Emerson, reassured that Lucius wasn't in danger and needed only time to recover, felt greatly relieved. Back downstairs, Brigham asked Hirsch, I heard you two were the first to enter the Jiaolong Valley after the incident? Yes, leader. Hirsch respectfully continued. We waited outside from the moment Master Chu entered. After sensing the terrifying aura disappear suddenly, we rushed in. Brigham nodded, saying, Tell me everything you witnessed from the moment you entered. Upon hearing that the scene was in chaos without any sign of the Jiaolong's body or any other exit, Jason and Brigham exchanged a helpless glance. Clearly, they could only wait for Lucius to awaken to determine whether the Jiaolong was alive or dead. After instructing the two to remain tight-lipped and not disclose what they had seen to anyone, Brigham left the Ning residence while Jason stayed behind. On one hand, there was concern that the Bei sect might learn that Lucius was still alive and would come to finish him off. On the other hand, they wanted to be the first to know about the Jiaolong's whereabouts as soon as Lucius awoke. Brigham actually wanted to stay too, but as the leader, he knew there were many things that needed his attention. He had to address the public panic by providing a reasonable explanation for this incident. Moreover, since the news of safety had already reached the 9 major sects, he believed representatives from these sects must have already emerged and would likely contact the Shun Dao Gate first. He needed to return to handle these people from the 9 major sects. In Cloud City, Mei hurriedly boarded a plane to Kunzu. The changes in Haicheng also reached Cloud City. When she learned that everyone had evacuated because of some dangerous thing discovered, her intuition told her that this matter was likely closely related to Lucius. Worried about him, she didn't care about the current danger in Haicheng. She just wanted to see Lucius immediately. About 6 or 7 kilometers away from Jiaolong Valley on a hilltop, Remy from the Bei sect and Edna were staring blankly at the direction of Jiaolong Valley. Did that kid really manage to kill that fierce beast? The Remy muttered to himself. It was he who had released the Jiaolong. He had thought that releasing the Jiaolong would make it easy to kill that young man. But nothing happened until now except for a strong aura fluctuation at the beginning. Giovanni, should we get closer to take a look? It's possible that the Jiaolong killed that kid and left underground, the Edna said. After a moment's silence, Giovanni shook his head and said, There are definitely people from the Shan Dao Gate over there. Approaching would only cause unnecessary trouble. We have our own people inside the Shan Dao Gate, so we'll know the details soon. Let's go back. The two immediately left the hilltop. Back at the Ning residence, upstairs, Lucius lay quietly on the bed like a vegetable. Beside him, Ebony, exhausted, had fallen asleep on the edge of the bed. At this moment, a strange change occurred in the area of Lucius's chest. Chapter 194. How many women can accept? A faint red glow emitted from Lucius's chest beneath his flesh. On closer inspection, it was the dragon-shaped jade pendant. As the red light flickered incessantly, a layer of black scales suddenly appeared on the surface of Lucius's body, though the trace of the scale armor vanished in an instant. Ebony, who had been sleeping, suddenly sensed something amiss. Just as she opened her eyes, the red light from Lucius's chest disappeared. Glancing around and seeing nothing unusual, Ebony closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Sleeping while lying down was tiring, so after hesitating for a moment with her eyes open, she suddenly got up, climbed onto the bed, slipped into the blanket and hugged Lucius's arm, continuing to sleep. Time slowly passed. The Shin Dao sect quickly mobilized various forces to explain what happened in Haicheng, stating that dangerous items from long ago were found inside the Dragon Valley and have since been dealt with, removing any danger. Members from the 9 major sects gradually gathered at the Shin Dao sect headquarters. Upon learning about the disappearance of the Born Dragon, they all looked very curious. Everything was already planned by Brigham. After inspecting the scene, he confidently declared that the dragon had left the Dragon Valley but didn't know where it had gone. He also mentioned that, as a beast from long ago, the dragon could likely fly and had simply flown away. Unaware of the details, the people from the 9 major sects firmly believed this and immediately dispersed from the headquarters to search for the dragon's trail. In the evening, Gracie received a call from the steward saying there was a woman surnamed Qin at the door looking for her. Realizing it was Mei, she hurried out to welcome her. It was indeed Mei. Upon meeting, she anxiously asked, Is what happened in Haicheng related to Lucius? Since Mei wasn't an outsider, Gracie nodded and led her into the small building. Roxanne, why are you here? Jason, stationed inside, stood up with a smile to greet her. I heard something happened here and thought it might be related to Lucius, so I came to see. Knifelder, where is he? Mei's anxiety couldn't be hidden. He's upstairs. Jason regretted his words immediately because he remembered Ebony, who seemed to be interested in Lucius too. With the legitimate girlfriend coming, unpleasantness might ensue. Too late for regrets, as Mei rushed upstairs, Gracie reacted belatedly and could only pray silently that Ebony wouldn't still be sleeping beside Lucius, hurrying up after her. Bursting into the room, Mei was taken aback by Ebony standing by the window. Ebony was similarly startled by Mei's sudden appearance. Glancing at Ebony, Mei instinctively admired her beauty, never imagining such a stunning woman existed. She considered herself attractive and well-figured, yet she clearly paled in comparison to Ebony. Given that Ebony was in Lucius's resting room, it was obvious their relationship wasn't ordinary. Before Lucius moved here, she had been wary of Gracie, but unexpectedly it was another more beautiful woman instead. Seeing Lucius lying in bed, Mei offered him a slight smile, then tearfully ran to his bedside, tightly hugging his arm. Sister Qin, don't worry. Big Brother Chu is fine, just needs some rest. The head of the Shun Dao sect personally confirmed it. Learning Brigham had checked on him eased Mei's concern. After exchanging a look with Gracie, Ebony left the room. Gracie understood Mei wanted quiet time with Lucius, so she quietly left the room as well. Who is she? Ebony asked directly. Big Brother Chu's legitimate girlfriend. Gracie answered honestly. They hadn't anticipated Mei would find them here. Although Ebony had guessed it before, learning the truth made her eyes dim. Fear not, Sister Rin, she's just a girlfriend, not a wife. Just like Dad said, others can love Big Brother Chu. Why can't we? No one says if someone loves Big Brother Chu, others can't love him too. The final outcome depends entirely on our own capabilities. With your beauty and care, I believe Big Brother Chu will surely take notice of you. Despite her words, Ebony struggled to feel happy, forcing a smile before returning to her room. That night, May stayed by Lucius's side in the room. In the morning, she sought Jason to ask what really happened. Regarding the matter of the dragon, fewer people knowing was better. So Jason shook his head and said, Roxanne, this involves some secrets. Let me tell you, it's best not to know, for knowing it brings much trouble. If you really want to know, you can ask Lucius when he wakes up. If he's willing to tell you, he will. Faced with this, May felt quite helpless and then continued to ask about Ebony's identity. Since Jason didn't care why Ebony and the others came here, he hadn't bothered to find out, leaving May to ask herself. Directly asking Ebony was obviously inappropriate, so May sought Gracie instead. With nothing else to do, Gracie started recounting their journey from the beginning, including how Lucius had treated the naked Ebony, Ebony's offering herself in gratitude, and even the fact that she didn't hesitate to help her clean her body when they returned yesterday. After finishing, Gracie anxiously watched May. She thought that knowing her man had treated a completely naked woman, May would likely be very angry. However, not only was May not angry, but her expression looked much better than before. Curious, Gracie asked, Sister Chin, aren't you angry? May was taken aback and countered, angry? Why should I be angry? Sister Chin, Chu brother is your boyfriend, shouldn't you be upset? To this, May smiled and said, Sister Wan, you're overthinking it. I'm not the type of woman who has strong possessiveness. I am fully aware of what kind of person Lucius is. A man like him is destined to attract many women's affection. Though I wish deep down to have him all to myself, I know it's impossible. So, I've already reconciled myself to this. As long as a woman has the ability to win him over, I can't accept it. But I'll always be the top one. Look at it this way. If he weren't so outstanding, even if he tried to flirt with someone, they wouldn't pay him any attention, right? Gracie was thoroughly stunned, never expecting May's thoughts to be so open-minded. Unbeknownst to her, after Lucius left Yun City, May had a good chat with Russell. In the end, Russell's advice was simply to accompany Lucius well, but not try to control him through relationships. This person wasn't controllable by anyone. No matter how many women there would be in the future, as long as she could continue to have him, it would be fine. The counsel, combined with last night's reflections, allowed May to let go completely. After a moment of silence, Gracie asked excitedly, Sister Chin, I also like Chu brother. Your meaning is that I can have him too? Chapter 195, Bodily Mutation. Earlier, when May first met Selma, she instinctively became wary. Her woman's intuition told her that this sweet and beautiful girl would 100% fall in love with Lucius if she got close eyes. She said, all right, I'll recognize you as my little sister first, but it all depends on you. Thus, the two struck a deal, and subsequently, Selma took the eldest sister to find Ebony. Ebony was standing at the door daydreaming when she saw the two of them approaching. Knowing May's relationship with Lucius, she subconsciously wanted to turn and go back inside. After all, she considered herself the mistress. Encountering the legitimate wife, any mistress would feel guilty. Second sister. Selma hurriedly called out, quickly stepping forward to stop Ebony. There were some things that May really found hard to bring up. Luckily there was the lively Selma who cleared everything up with just a few words. Ebony was dumbfounded. She never expected May to be so magnanimous, willing to share Lucius. Since she had already decided that her future man would be none other than Lucius, and May didn't mind either. Ebony also tactfully changed her address to May as eldest sister. Lucius remained unaware of these matters, still in deep slumber. The three united girls went shopping together, slept in the same room, and discussed topics among themselves. Every day, Jason would go upstairs to check on Lucius's condition, clearly sensing that he was getting better. The worries in his heart gradually dissipated. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. On this day, it was Ebony's turn to take care of Lucius in the room. As she stared at Lucius, a layer of black scales suddenly appeared on his body. This sudden change startled Ebony, causing her to scream out of reflex. Hearing the scream downstairs, Lucy and Yin and the others thought something happened and rushed up as quickly as possible. Senior 9, what's going on? Is Master Chu experiencing a mutation? Seeing human skin sprout snake-like scales shocked everyone, causing them to gasp. Despite being well-versed, Jason was also taken aback by this strange sight, unable to understand why such a situation occurred to Lucius. Being the most powerful and knowledgeable person present, Jason stepped forward to carefully examine. His fingers rubbed along Lucius's arm, clearly seeing the scales, but they seemed to be separated beneath the skin, feeling smooth to the touch. Driven by curiosity, he suddenly applied force, striking heavily on Lucius's arm. Clang. The crisp sound reverberated. Looking at where he had hit, Jason found that the scales hadn't changed at all, leaving him greatly shocked. He was aware that although his strike was exploratory, it contained enough power to kill a half-step grandmaster effortlessly. Yet, this strike left not even a trace. Instantly, Jason felt an urge to try his utmost strength, ultimately suppressing this thought. His heart could not calm down. As a grandmaster, Jason understood the difference between a martial artist using or not using true chi. Lucius was very powerful, and with true chi mobilized for protection, this strike would indeed be difficult to cause damage or leave a mark. But now, Lucius was in a deep sleep, with no protective mechanisms around his body. For instance, if he were asleep right now and given a knife to a child, the child could kill him easily. It could be seen from this that this black scale was extremely hard and had incredible defensive power. Just as Jason was wondering how this could be, he suddenly thought of the missing Jiaolong, Chinese dragon. Could it be? A bold guess suddenly emerged in Jason's heart. He understood that the scales appearing on Lucius's body were likely closely related to the Chinese dragon. The large monster had vanished without a trace. Initially, they guessed it was hidden somewhere by Lucius. But now, Jason believed that the missing Chinese dragon had merged with Lucius entirely. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why his body would have scale armor. However, after deeper consideration, Jason found it hard to believe. Even if Lucius were powerful, he couldn't possibly merge with a mythical beast. And the Chinese dragon was so huge, how could a human body contain it? This matter must not be disclosed. Leaving this firm statement, Jason turned and went up to the rooftop of the small building, dialing Brigham's phone. Upon learning that scales similar to those of a Chinese dragon appeared on Lucius's body, Brigham was also startled. Jason shared his speculations, and although Brigham didn't give a definite response, he didn't deny it either. In the end, all he could confirm was that the Bai Yi sect had already investigated it thoroughly. The disappearance of both the Jiaolong and the young man who ventured deep into the valley was noted. When they received this news some time ago, Gil thought that the Jiaolong must have burrowed away, and the missing Lucius had been eaten by the Jiaolong. Finally, having managed to kill that boy, Gil was very happy. He specially invited 2 old friends for a celebratory drink of expensive wine. However, current intelligence indicated that Lucius was not dead, but due to severe injuries, he had been hiding at the Ning family residence for recovery. Lucius had completely destroyed the Jiaolong Valley, nullifying the Bai Yi sect's plans and preparations over many years, causing Gil to detest him deeply. He really did not want to believe that Lucius was still alive. After all, it was a Jiaolong, a ferocious creature sealed for over 100 years. Its heart would be full of accumulated resentment, massacring any living thing it encountered upon escaping. But this wasn't what surprised Gil most. What truly made him say it was impossible was another piece of intelligence. Although the Divine Path sect had sealed off the Jiaolong Valley, the Bai Yi sect had ways to investigate within. To figure out where the Jiaolong went and its current hiding place, Bai Yi sect personnel brought in high-tech equipment and conducted deep scans around the cave, trying to find the Jiaolong's escape route. They firmly believed the Jiaolong burrowed through the earth, leaving traces underground. However, the scan results showed the underground area was intact, with no broken paths. No broken underground path meant the Jiaolong did not escape by burrowing. And since Gil watched from afar, he was also certain the Jiaolong did not break through the cave as analyzed by the Divine Path sect. The Jiaolong disappeared, Lucius was not dead, and after calming down, Gil could not help but wonder where the Jiaolong had gone. Could it really have been killed by that boy? Sealed for many years, the Jiaolong faced a powerful opponent. It was not impossible that the boy had killed it, but if the Jiaolong were slain, where was the body? The Bai Yi sect wanted to find the Jiaolong's departure route so they could trace it to its location. The Jiaolong's entire body was a treasure. A single scale could fetch a sky-high price, and its flesh offered unimaginable benefits to martial artists. Just getting the Jiaolong's body would immeasurably enhance the Bai Yi sect's power. Knowing the Jiaolong had just escaped and fought with Lucius, it must be very weak now, making it an ideal time for slaughter. Yet, unexpectedly, the Jiaolong's body vanished into thin air. After a moment of silence, Gil immediately thought of a plan. He knew clearly that to understand where the Jiaolong went, he needed to find that boy. The next day, Emerson and Lucien were discussing martial arts matters with Jason when a steward suddenly rushed in. "Master, something bad has happened. Miss and 2 others have been kidnapped." "What?" Emerson abruptly stood up, demanding, "Who sent the message?" "It was Miss who informed us." Witnesses described how 3 people were shopping when over a dozen martial artists suddenly appeared and forced them into a vehicle. Before getting into the vehicle, Miss shouted to the onlookers that she was Ning family Selma, hoping someone could notify the family. Crack. Emerson clenched his fists tightly, never expecting that despite the Ning family's current strength, someone dared to kidnap. His daughter was among them. Lucien was very anxious and pleaded to Jason, "Lanny, I hope you can mobilize the Divine Path sect's resources to investigate this incident. Every martial arts family has enemies, and he deduced it was a vendetta." May was also kidnapped. Jason knew well that if May suffered harm while he was there, Lucius might take action when he wakes up. Immediately nodding, he took out his phone to activate the Divine Path sect's resources for an investigation. A few minutes later, news came that the responsible party belonged to another city's force within Kunzu, likely under the influence of the Bai Yi sect. Upon hearing Bai Yi sect, Emerson and others understood why this kidnapping occurred. Clearly, Lucius's destruction of the Jiaolong Valley ruined the Bai Yi sect's long-planned moves, inciting their ire and leading to this retaliatory kidnapping. Go! After determining the likely hideout of the culprits, Lucien and Emerson prepared to rescue the captives. As Jason stepped forward, Emerson said, "Lanny, perhaps you should stay here. If the Bai Yi sect is involved, they may be using this as a diversionary tactic to lead us away and then attack Lucius. He is, after all, the one they most want to target now." "No problem." Atticus waved his hand indifferently and explained, "Since the Bai Yi sect is behind this, you 2 may not be able to rescue the 3 of them. As for Lucius, there's absolutely no need to worry about him, and we can take this opportunity to find out who the real culprits are." Before discovering the anomaly in Lucius's body, even knowing that Emerson and Lucien might not be able to rescue the 3 people, he did not dare leave rashly because it was clearly a tactic to divert attention. But now, Atticus was very clear that no matter how strong the Bai Yi sect sent, they could not harm him. Emerson was about to say something more, but suddenly thought of the anomaly on Lucius's body. After research, they had long confirmed that the black scales on Lucius's body were like armor, sometimes appearing, sometimes not. But regardless of whether they appeared or not, the protective power always existed. Dissatisfied, Atticus conducted another test afterward, using a force that could instantly kill a second-rank grandmaster, yet failed to leave any wound on Lucius's arm. As soon as the 3 left the house, Fitz and others entered the Ning family residence. The steward already knew the identity of these people. They often visited during this period, so he did not interfere much. Fitz and the others first wandered around and finally entered the small building where Lucius lived. Inside the room, Emerson had assigned 2 guards to watch over. Seeing people coming in, the guards immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get out." "Hey, it's me. Didn't we meet a few days ago?" Fitz laughed and approached. The guards strictly followed the master's orders, forbidding anyone except the steward from entering the building. They promptly shouted, "Get out." A cold smile appeared on Fitz's lips. Then, his hand hidden behind his back suddenly turned and threw 2 black talismans. The talismans, as if with eyes, suddenly attached to the 2 guards' bodies. Before the guards could raise an alarm, they fell to the ground. Fighting against me, huh? Humph. Fitz kicked one of the guards smugly, then quickly took the others upstairs, found the sleeping Lucius, and discussed how to take him away. Looking at Lucius, Fitz became increasingly irritated, subconsciously thinking about being beaten the first time they met. Damn it, I'll take some interest before leaving. Fitz rushed forward and raised his hand to slap Lucius's face. However, just as his hand was about to land on Lucius's face, Lucius's eyes snapped open abruptly. Under its influence felt all their actions were perfectly reasonable, never knowing someone was manipulating them from the shadows. What happened to the Ning family? Lucius asked. These people had been ordered by Lucian Chun not to enter the Ning residence unless something important occurred. Yet, they not only entered but came to this room intending to take him away while he was sleeping. This meant Lucian Chun wasn't at the Ning family, and neither were Emerson and the others. Otherwise, these men wouldn't dare set foot here. To save people. Who are you saving? Selma, Ebony, and a woman surnamed Cheen. What? May came too? Lucius was startled, grabbing the man by the neck and pulling him forward, asking, what happened to them? They were kidnapped far away to lure away the Ning family patriarch and our own patriarch, so we could come in and take you away. A decoy maneuver? After thinking for a moment, Lucius asked, who ordered you to take me away? This question made the Ren family member being strangled unwittingly look bewildered, frowning as if he couldn't recall who arranged this. At this moment, he truly didn't know who told him to do this, but he felt it must be done. Lucius observed the confusion and uncertainty in his eyes, realizing it was due to the spell's effect. Their actions were like subconscious impulses, and they genuinely didn't know who instructed them. To get more details, Lucius needed to ask the others from the Ning family. His eyes flickered, and then he headed downstairs after rendering the several Ning family youths unconscious on the floor. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, the steward came in. Oh, Master Chu, you're awake. Lucius nodded and asked, what's going on? Was Warner kidnapped? Yes, but the family head and Lanny of Shundao men have gone to rescue them. Knowing that Jason also went, Lucius's last trace of worry disappeared. He knew May and the others would be rescued without any difficulty with him around. Since May and the others didn't need his concern, he focused on dealing with the situation here. Thinking for a moment, Lucius gave some instructions to the steward and returned upstairs. After waking up the unconscious Ren family members, he used silver needles to hypnotize them. There was no need to guess. The Bei sect, hiding behind the scenes, clearly knew he was asleep at the Ning family, which is why they concocted this decoy plan. If nothing unexpected occurred, the person controlling them to take him away must be Black Robe's superior, Mr. Go. During earlier interrogations, the Black Robe figure only knew his superior was called Mr. Gu, without any information on where or what he looked like. Now, this was a good opportunity to meet the person controlling everything from behind in High City. Lucius also deduced that the one who released the dragon in Jiaolong Valley previously was him too. After hypnotizing the group, Lucius lay back down and snapped his fingers. As the snap sounded, the group jolted awake. Aren't we supposed to leave? Why are we standing here? Quick, before we're discovered. The hypnotized group had no recollection of what just happened. Only Fitz frowned, feeling something was off. His back was excruciatingly painful, but he couldn't remember why it started hurting all of a sudden. Wrapping the feigning sleep Lucius in a blanket, they took him away from the Ning residence. For the plan to proceed smoothly, Lucius had already instructed the steward to remove the guards, or it would be too easy to arouse suspicion. Damn, I thought this would be tough, but it's surprisingly easy. Let's go. The two vehicles started, and not far away, another vehicle followed suit. Before Emerson set out, he had made arrangements for the Ning family guards to hide outside. They were instructed to secretly follow once they saw Lucius being taken out, ensuring they could confirm his final destination. This operation was arranged by Jason. He also wanted to know who was in charge of the Bei sect in High City. Since Lucius wouldn't be harmed, it was a perfect opportunity to use him as bait to uncover the leader of the Bei sect. The vehicle drove all the way to a small courtyard in the suburbs, where a middle-aged man sat inside. Upon confirming that the person brought in was indeed Lucius, the middle-aged man took out his phone and made a call. 2 minutes later, Mr. Gu arrived leisurely. Approaching, he suddenly slapped Fitz across the face. Waste. You didn't even realize you were being followed. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and without waiting for further instructions from Mr. Gu, he rushed outside. Soon enough, he discovered the Ning family guards watching from not far away. Being a master, the guards were no match for him and were quickly captured. He didn't kill them immediately because he needed to verify whether news of Lucius's arrival here had already spread. Bringing the 3 guards into the courtyard, the middle-aged man approached one of them and coldly asked, "Did you send out any information?" The Ning family guards remained silent, looking for death. Killing intent surged in the middle-aged man's eyes as he raised his hand to strike the guard's head. But at that moment, Lucius's voice suddenly rang out. "If you kill him, I'll kill you." Everyone present was startled and instinctively turned around. They saw Lucius's blanket slowly unfold, and he stood up with a cheerful smile. Mr. G's face fell instantly. It was clear that while he had lured Lucius away to investigate, Lucius had already awakened and cooperated to complete the deception. The purpose was evident, to meet him. With just a glance from Mr. Gu, the middle-aged man pounced on Lucius. A full-powered punch from a second-rank master hit Lucius squarely in the chest. Lucius grinned and slapped down. The middle-aged man subconsciously tried to dodge but found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as Lucius's palm struck his head. A second-rank master killed with a single slap. Lucius looked towards the side and said with a smile, "You must be Mr. Gu, right?" Chapter 198. Surviving a great calamity must be followed by good fortune. He remained the head of Bei Gate in Haicheng. Even though he witnessed Lucius slapping a second-rank grandmaster to death, Giovanni's expression barely changed. He responded nonchalantly, "If you say so, then it is so. You really had quite the trick up your sleeve just now," Lucius said with a smile. As Lucius approached him, Giovanni chuckled and asked, "Wasn't it satisfying?" Lucius nodded. Satisfying indeed, incredibly so. But at the end of the day, I still have to thank you. Although Giovanni didn't fully understand Lucius's meaning, he didn't press further but took the opportunity to attack, suddenly shooting a red talisman forward. Just as the talisman was about to touch Lucius, he deftly caught it and flicked it back toward Giovanni. With a whoosh, the moment the talisman touched Giovanni, it turned into flames that quickly engulfed him. A shrill cry echoed through the courtyard, and the man on fire soon fell to the ground, lifeless. Lucius watched quietly, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in them. Having defeated Giovanni so easily, logically, he should have been delighted. Yet his instincts told him something was wrong. Giovanni wasn't just the head of Bay Gate and Haiqing, but also guarded the soul cultivation inside the Jiaolong. He shouldn't have been so weak or so easily killed. Could he be a puppet as well? After much contemplation, Lucius concluded only one thing. This Giovanni was not the original but a manipulated puppet that had altered its appearance. Suddenly, Lucius regretted using the opponent's move against him. If the body hadn't been destroyed, they could verify if it was a puppet. Now that the corpse had been incinerated, there was no way to check. However, Lucius wasn't the type to linger on regrets. He believed that if Giovanni were still alive, he would inevitably slip up again. Regaining his composure, he instructed the 3 Ning family guards, take them back and hand them over to Patriarch Ran for disposition. Fitz and his companions, already frightened, dared not resist and were escorted away by the Ning family guards. Lucius did not rush to leave. His foot twitched slightly, and he stood atop a house in the courtyard, scanning the surroundings meticulously. Experience told him that if his inference was correct, the real Giovanni was likely lurking nearby, observing and controlling the situation. Facing such an opponent, simply leaving after finding him was not Lucius's style. But after a while, Lucius returned to the ground and left. Actively searching was futile, compared to waiting for the enemy to come. By personally entering Jiaolong Valley and shattering all the soul vases, he had essentially severed one of Bay Gate's major revenue streams. Given this organization's nature, revenge was inevitable. All he needed to do was wait. Shortly after Lucius left, 3 people entered the courtyard and collected the burnt corpses and the middle-aged man's body. Back at the Ning residence, Lucius found the steward and asked him to contact Emerson, eager to learn how things were going there. He didn't make the call himself because his phone had been destroyed during the struggle with the Jiaolong. Learning that Emerson and the others had successfully rescued the 3 women and were preparing to return, Lucius said nothing more. He walked onto the balcony of the small building and sat in a reclining chair, deep in thought. Though he was awake, Lucius's memories of Jiaolong Valley remained stuck at the moment the dragon-shaped jade pendant began sucking his blood. At the time, he thought it was trying to kill him. Unexpectedly, it brought him an unprecedented opportunity. That's why, when he saw Giovanni earlier, he expressed gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Gratitude, sincere gratitude. Without Giovanni, he might never have obtained such a significant opportunity. After thorough introspection, Lucius had a general idea of the changes within himself. The dragon-shaped jade pendant drained all the blood from his body, not to harm him, but to help him replace it. Jiaolong blood eventually entered his body, replacing his own blood. Ultimately, Jiaolongs are animals. Human and animal blood cannot be interchanged according to scientific studies. It would cause rejection leading to death. But the mystery of the dragon-shaped jade pendant completely broke this rule. Every part of the Jiaolong is valuable, especially its blood. The Jiaolong blood inside him contains some of its inherent power, resulting in an additional layer of scales armor on his body. Since waking up, Lucius had been carefully sensing his internal condition. His strength had qualitatively increased again. Moreover, Lucius deduced that the benefits of the Jiaolong blood extended beyond the extra armor and enhanced protection, containing many mysteries that needed to be uncovered. What secrets do you hold? Lucius murmured, looking down at his chest, speaking either to his heart or to the dragon-shaped jade pendant hidden beneath his flesh. A flash of green light appeared beneath his skin, as if the dragon-shaped jade pendant had heard Lucius's inquiry and responded, but it only flickered once without any further movement. Unconscious for a long time, Lucius could only wait for Jason and the others to return. An hour later, the group returned to the Ning residence. Lucius! Mei shouted as she rushed to Lucius's side, hugging him tightly. At this moment, seeing Lucius finally awake, Ebony and Gracie's eyes were filled with joy. They also wanted to embrace Lucius, but Mei was already hugging him, so they restrained themselves. It's okay, I'm fine. Seeing Mei crying harder, Lucius hurriedly patted her back to comfort her. Mei nodded slightly, letting go and giving a look to Ebony and Gracie who were watching eagerly, meaning if they wanted to hug, they should just come over. Did she have to say it? Some things would change in tone if spoken aloud. Gracie was still hesitant, when Ebony rushed forward and hugged Lucius, making him stiffen, unsure whether to lower his arms or embrace back. Noticing Lucius's consideration for her feelings, Mei smiled and said, I know everything. Know everything? What does she know? Did I do something inappropriate? Lucius felt helpless, wanting to explain but not knowing how. Big brother Chu, Sister Qin is our big sister now, Sister Ren is second, and I am third. Gracie explained their relationship directly. What's going on? Lucius looked at Mei, who nodded. A guess formed in his mind, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, thinking such good fortune could fall on him. Surviving a great calamity must be followed by good fortune, huh? With Emerson and others still around, some matters were best left unsaid. Lucius gently patted Ebony's back, who was holding onto him tightly. As soon as Ebony let go, Gracie rushed up and gave a tight hug before letting go as well. Lucius, I have many questions to ask you. Jason stepped forward and said, I also have many questions to ask you. Lucius retorted. The group immediately went back inside. It's impossible. How can this be true? Suddenly, Jason's voice of shock echoed from within the room. Chapter 199, Keeping the Secret. Inside the room. At this moment, Jason truly did not believe Lucius's words. He had only 2 questions to ask. One was whether the dragon had died, and the other was where its body was hidden if it had indeed died. During Lucius's unconsciousness, the Shindo sect had practically turned the entire Dragon Valley upside down in an attempt to find the dragon's body that Lucius had supposedly hidden, but all efforts were in vain. Considering Lucius's talent in array formations, Jason even speculated that the body might have been hidden by a formation set up before Lucius fell unconscious. They had hoped that once Lucius woke up, they would be able to locate the dragon's body. In reality, Lucius's response was that after slaying the dragon, he had passed out on the spot and never concealed the body, nor did he know where it had gone. He wondered if the Shindo sect had taken it away. That ferocious creature was a treasure trove, killed at great cost. Lucius absolutely would not allow the Shindo sect to claim it as their own. Seeing that Jason clearly did not fully trust his explanation, Lucius speculated, it's also possible that people from Bei sect took it away. At that time, people from Bei sect were probably hiding around watching. Upon discovering I had killed the creature, they might have directly taken the dragon's body. Jason frowned deeply, disbelieving yet forced to believe. Since Lucius had not hidden it and neither had the Shindo sect, the only plausible explanation was that the Bei sect had taken it away. Upon second thought, Jason felt something wasn't right and asked immediately, have you noticed what happened to your body? Lucius raised his arm, revealing part of the black scale armor, which soon disappeared again. You're talking about this thing? Jason nodded, and Lucius pondered aloud. When I fell, I was right under the wound I had inflicted on the dragon's throat. It's possible the blood gushing from the dragon's wound drenched me. Given my injuries, the dragon's blood might have entered my body, causing some kind of transformation. He could tell no one about the jade plaque shaped like a dragon. Thus, for the bodily changes, though such an explanation was hard to believe, there was no other way to explain it. This situation itself contained many inexplicable elements, so a little more mystery wouldn't hurt. Unfamiliar with dragons, Jason didn't question whether dragon blood entering the human body could cause mutations, but began carefully examining whether the dragon's body had really been taken by the Bei sect. Thinking about Lucius's feud with the Bei sect, he realized that if they had entered the scene, they probably wouldn't have just taken the dragon's body and left Lucius alive in his weakened state. But upon further reflection, at the time, Lucius must have been extremely weak and, without close inspection, indistinguishable from dead. It was very likely that the Bei sect, eager to take the dragon's body, had not thoroughly examined Lucius, assuming both sides had perished together, thus sparing him. The top priority now was to relay the news back to headquarters and devise a way to verify whether the Bei sect had indeed taken the dragon's body. Jason promptly said, now that you're awake, I need to return to headquarters. The Dane is very concerned about your condition. Make sure to give him a call when you can. Lucius nodded, and Jason wasted no time, leaving the Ning family estate. Throughout this process, Hirsch and others listened quietly, unable to interject. With Jason now gone, Hirsch and Emerson finally let out a sigh of relief. As the ninth elder of the Shindo sect, Jason wielded considerable power. Earlier, when rescuing Mei and the others, upon arriving at the location and merely revealing his identity, Jason had intimidated the captors into releasing the women. Master Chu, did you find Giovanni? Emerson broke the silence. Just moments ago, Fitz and others had taken Lucius away from the Ning family, but before long, he received news that Lucius had already woken up. There were more pressing matters at hand. Lucius said, I just woke up and am still feeling weak. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Back in the room, Lucius immediately lowered his head to look at his chest. The strange changes in his body were indeed due to the black dragon's blood. Lucius originally thought that the dragon-shaped jade plaque had absorbed his own blood and then replaced it with the black dragon's blood. He truly didn't know about the black dragon's corpse until he met Jason. However, now Lucius believed that the silent disappearance of the black dragon's corpse was likely greatly related to the dragon-shaped jade plaque. Speculating that it was taken away by Bei sect was merely to divert Jason's attention. He knew that if the black dragon's corpse was indeed inside the dragon-shaped jade plaque, he would eventually find out. Night fell, and in the living room, Mei and the other two women were still sitting there. Seeing it was getting late and time to rest, Gracie suddenly asked, Sister-in-law, how are we arranging tonight? With Lucius awake, it was impossible to leave him alone. Who should go was a decision for Mei to make. Chapter 200. If people don't betray me, I won't betray them. Click. The door creaked open. Lucius opened his eyes and froze when he saw who it was. He immediately sat up. You, why are you here? He was however, after barely half a cup, she became dazed and crawled onto Lucius. My life is yours, so my entire life belongs to you. Whether you want me or not, I am yours. Driven by alcohol, Ebony confessed all her inner thoughts. Lucius listened silently and said nothing when she finished. If people don't betray me, I won't betray them. Lucius would proceed based on this belief. In the next building, Selma tossed and turned, unable to sleep, sighing continuously. Though Mei breathed steadily, she too was awake. She couldn't sleep soundly knowing she had personally sent another woman to Lucius. However, she knew she couldn't change things and must accept it. That night, some were happy, others sorrowful. In the morning, Mei woke up early and checked her phone to find a message from Lucius. Reading it made her smile, instantly improving her mood. She kept this message forever. Second sister, did you sleep well last night? Upon seeing Ebony, Selma asked oddly, causing Ebony to blush and glare at her without further explanation. Lucius also remarked, kids, don't meddle in adult matters. Selma rolled her eyes, feigning tears next to Mei. Elder sister, look at them, they're ganging up on me. Knowing it was a joke, Mei just smiled without responding. Oh right Lucius, when do you plan to return to Yun City? Having rushed over just to confirm Lucius's safety, Mei now planned to return to Yun City to manage Tianmei Group's affairs. We still need some time. Wanner's mother and sister are still unconscious, and investigations about the Remy's condition are ongoing. There should be news by now. We also need to handle the aftermath of Baiyi Gate. Okay, I'll go back first. There's much to do in Yun City. Lucius had no objections, merely nodding. Selma was reluctant to see Mei leave, hoping for her help to bring her closer to Lucius. Unexpectedly, May was leaving immediately. May gave Selma a look that told her to figure it out herself. After escorting May away, Lucius sought Emerson to ask if he had found 2 stacked yellow talismans in his pocket when they rescued him. Although the battle with the Jiaolong was perilous and intense, Lucius had been cautious about the yellow talismans in his pants pocket. Before losing consciousness, he was certain the talismans remained in his pocket. After returning from the hospital and undressing Lucius, Emerson discovered the talismans marked with birth data, recognizing them as belonging to his wife and daughter, possibly related to their souls, so he kept them. He immediately set off to retrieve them, while Selma asked anxiously, "Brother Chu, my mother's and sister's lost souls are inside these talismans?" Finding the souls meant that her mother and sister would soon wake up. "Yes." Lucius nodded and said, "At that time, I considered that if we left the souls to return on their own, it would take a lot of time. So I specially put them away to make the process faster." After Emerson fetched the 2 yellow talismans, Lucius didn't delay and immediately entered the room where the 2 were recuperating, starting the ritual to guide the souls back into their bodies. The process of guiding the souls back was simple, requiring only a few basic incantations. After confirming the souls were in place, Lucius examined carefully and finally told Emerson and his daughter, who were watching eagerly, "It's done." However, since the souls have been out of the body for too long, they won't wake up immediately. But within 7 years, they will definitely awaken. After waking up, they may remain dazed for some time. There's no way to alleviate this condition. It can only be resolved with time. The longer they fuse, the better their condition will be. Within a year, they will surely return to normal completely. "Master Chu, thank you." Emerson pulled his daughter down to kneel before Lucius, because he knew very well that without Lucius, his wife and daughter would never have woken up. Moreover, in order to save his wife and daughter, he had almost died. This kindness must be acknowledged with kneeling gratitude. "Barrett Ning, don't be so formal with me. Please get up quickly." Lucius hurriedly helped Emerson and his daughter up from the ground. The people from Bay Gate who knew couldn't be cleared away. Jason wasn't sure if Bay Gate knew Lucius was still alive. He inferred that if Bay Gate knew Lucius had survived after entering the Dragon Valley, they would definitely take action. Jason was very clear about how powerful Bay Gate was. If they were determined to take Lucius away, resistance with just his own strength wouldn't suffice. Knowing the danger involved, Emerson hadn't responded all this time. Understanding the reason, Lucius's gaze toward Bertrand softened somewhat. Investigating clues but not sending them over, Lucius originally intended to question whether Bertrand had no ears, not hearing his instructions at the time. "Speak." Bertrand nodded and immediately relayed the clues he had found. Calculating from the current time, the Remy had appeared in High City a month ago and then headed southwest. To the southwest lay an endless desert stretching to the border. Upon entering the desert, with no surveillance equipment available, Bertrand couldn't track further. Lucius remained silent, internally deducing that if everything went according to plan, the Remy should be heading to the Thousand Cuts sect hidden deep within the desert. Thousand Cuts sect ranked 7th among the 9 major sects, and whether there was any conflict between it and the Remy was uncertain. But it could be confirmed that the Remy would not enter the Thousand Cuts sect and come out so easily. Rushing to the Thousand Cuts sect now, there was a high probability of catching him inside. Lucius also thought that if the Remy went to the Thousand Cuts sect for revenge, based on his current strength, he could lend a hand. "Master Chu, are you going to the Thousand Cuts sect?" Emerson suddenly asked, quite anxiously. As the head of a martial arts family, he naturally knew that the deeper parts of the southwestern desert harbored the Thousand Cuts sect, one of the 9 major sects. Emerson didn't have much objection to Lucius heading to the Thousand Cuts sect, nor did he think he could stop him. What worried him now was Bay Gate. Since coming to High City, Lucius had stayed at the Ning residence and entered the Dragon Valley to destroy everything inside while rescuing his wife and daughter. With such a grand plan foiled, Bay Gate would seek retribution not only against Lucius, but likely extend their wrath to the Ning family as well. Facing Bay Gate, Emerson was well aware that even using powerful weapons wouldn't provide any hope of victory. "Yes, I'm going." Lucius nodded and said, "However, we can wait another 2 days. I know what worries you. I can't leave without addressing the threat." He was fully aware of the damage he had caused to Bay Gate. He understood that Bay Gate, being an organization that walked the path of darkness, wouldn't adhere to righteousness or morality, and their retaliation wouldn't be limited to himself alone. The Ning family would certainly be targeted too. He imagined that as soon as he left, Bay Gate might attack the Ning family next. After all this effort and risk taken, if the Ning family were destroyed by Bay Gate shortly after he left, all prior efforts would be futile. Moreover, of Bay Gate hiding in High City, leading to the identification of the true authority figures. Bertrand immediately took Gil's sketch to start investigating. Finally, unable to hold back, Emerson asked, "Master Chu, after finding the person in charge of Bay Gate, will you negotiate with him?" "There will only be negotiation." Lucius paused for a moment, then continued, "Bay Gate doesn't want me to continue investigating either. For them to get me to stop, my condition is that they are not allowed to retaliate against the Ning family and the Ren family. Otherwise, I will keep on investigating, identifying, and eliminating one member at a time." Apart from this solution, Lucius didn't have other methods, as Bay Gate was deeply hidden and wasn't just a force within a certain city. It couldn't be eliminated simply by finding them. Different situations required different solutions. Although this method wasn't foolproof, there seemed to be no other options at the moment, so Emerson didn't argue further. After all, Lucius clearly had more important matters to attend to but was still thinking about helping the Ning family resolve potential crises. That was enough. Recalling that Shun Daogate had studied Bay Gate and might know their representative in High City, Lucius called Brigham directly. Upon learning Lucius's request, Brigham promised to send over the information Shin Daogate knew shortly. Bryce phone. Just as Lucius was about to hang up, Brigham suddenly remembered something. "Go ahead." In the near future, disciples from various major sects may successively appear in High City to investigate the missing Jiaolong. If possible, avoid any conflict with them. Hearing this warning, Lucius smiled and said, "You're worried they'll kill me?" Brigham laughed too, saying, "I'm worried you'll kill them. After all, They're disciples of the 9 major sections. If killed, their respective sects definitely won't ignore it. This could lead to quite a bit of trouble. At your current strength, while formidable, the accumulated power of the 9 major sects is strong. Fully opposing them won't benefit your future development. Moreover, if a disciple of one of the 9 major sects dies, it would put Shindaogate in an awkward position as well. I hope you can exercise some restraint. They were no longer children. Brigham knew Lucius understood the implications fully. Lucius naturally understood all these factors. He said coldly, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do, then they can't blame me. To live or to die depends on the other party. An intangible killing intent spread from him. Chapter 202. Cannot favor one over another. Lucius has never been the kind of person who would bully others just because he is powerful. For those who are arrogant and provocative relying on their strength, he would even give them a chance. Only those who do not cherish this opportunity will be eliminated. Even though the 9 great sects are formidable opponents, Lucius is not afraid. If the disciples of the 9 great sects coming to Haicheng seek death recklessly, Lucius does not care about which sect they belong to. Since their sects failed to discipline them properly, he would do it for them. Knowing that sometimes conflicts do happen regardless of Lucius's intentions, Brigham did not say anything more. After hanging up the phone, Lucius asked Emerson, what's the recent situation in Jiaolong Valley? Bertrand needs time to investigate. With nothing else to do and being bored at home, he planned to visit Jiaolong Valley. Recalling the first time he ventured into Jiaolong Valley, he inferred that members of the Bei sect might have hidden nearby, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for him to find the underground seal containing a beast when it was attacked. The Tianlong Association, as a secular force, faces great difficulty in finding the well-hidden Bei sect. To set off early for Chincha sect, he must also investigate by himself, tracing clues from those who were around back then. The Divine Path sect has sealed it off and won't let anyone enter. But recently, many outsiders have come to investigate what happened inside. I've been staying at home lately and haven't paid much attention to Jiaolong Valley. Lucius nodded and stood up. Gracie hurriedly asked, Big Brother Chu, are you going to Jiaolong Valley? Planning to take a look. Can Sister Tu and I go too? Gracie looked at Lucius eagerly and explained, I've heard of that place since childhood and have always wanted to see it, but due to the danger and the blockade, I couldn't enter. Oh right, my grandfather went in but never came out. I want to see if I can find his remains. Mentioning Jiaolong Valley reminded her of her grandfather who never returned. Emerson also nodded and said, now that the crisis in Jiaolong Valley has passed, we can indeed bring the Remy's remains back for burial in the family cemetery. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. On the day the Jiaolong emerged, after sensing the oppressive aura disappear, he rushed into Jiaolong Valley. He clearly saw several corpses in the central area, but forgot to check if one of them was his father. Had he brought them out casually then, there would be no need to search now. More than 10 days have passed, and Emerson wasn't sure if he could still find his father's remains. But no matter what, he had to try. Emerson knew that Jiaolong Valley was now strictly sealed by the Divine Path sect. Only by following Lucius could they gain entry and learn the fate of the corpses in the central area. Missing this opportunity would mean never achieving this goal again. Initially, Lucius planned to go alone. Seeing that the Ning family had matters to attend to, he didn't object and agreed with a nod. The group immediately set off for Jiaolong Valley. The Divine Path sect dispatched many people to guard the surroundings. Before leaving, Lucius told Jason that he would enter Jiaolong Valley, so a squad leader was already waiting when he arrived. Without hesitation, Lucius asked directly, where were the few skeletons from the central area of Jiaolong Valley taken? They are still inside. Please follow me. The few corpses were neatly placed on a stone slab, yet to be processed. Upon reaching the stone slab, Emerson hurried forward and quickly identified his grandfather's remains by the remnants of clothing on the skeleton. With red eyes, Emerson collected his father's remains and left first, planning to set up a mourning hall and hold a funeral for his grandfather. Gracie and Ebony followed Lucius closely on either side as they continued deeper. This place, explored over time, had changed significantly since Lucius's first entry. Curious Gracie kept asking questions, which Lucius patiently answered. Along the way, they occasionally encountered martial artists. From the symbols on their clothes, Lucius knew these people were from the 9 great sects. Ebony's beauty attracted several gazes, but seeing her holding Lucius's arm, they wisely refrained from approaching. Stepping into the deepest part, looking at the chaotic scene, Lucius couldn't help but recall the battle with the Jiaolong. He knew that killing the beast mainly depended on its incomplete recovery from breaking free. Given half a month or a month, he would have been the one to die. Big Brother Chu, that day you? Gracie started speaking but was hushed by Ebony. With quite a few people around, if someone heard that Lucius was here that day, it would invite trouble. Realizing this belatedly, Gracie hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Let's go take a look around. After failing to find the desired traces at the scene, Lucius reached out and gently held Ebony's waist, leaping with her through the opening blasted by Brigham up to the mountaintop. Gracie's pretty face fell, clearly unhappy with Lucius's favoritism. Knowing the little lass was upset even though she was a martial artist capable of easily climbing up, Lucius still jumped down to carry her up. Is it meaningful to vie for these things? Lucius gave Gracie a disapproving glance. Gracie smiled awkwardly, muttering, you can't show favoritism. Ren sister is second sister, and I am third sister. Lucius was speechless and said nothing. From this high vantage point, he began to slowly scan his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fixed on a distant valley. Based on the terrain and feng shui considerations, he deduced that this valley was connected to the area they were in. Recalling the formation in the central zone, he quickly inferred that if anyone had controlled it, it must have been from within that valley. He then led both women over there, holding one each by the hand as they leaped across. It was evident that many people had already explored this place. The wild grasses in the valley were almost trampled flat. Upon landing with the two women, Lucius started searching carefully on the ground. Soon, he found fragments of a jade disc hidden in the grass. After examining the fragments, Lucius confirmed that his deduction was correct. Indeed, someone had been hiding here to control the formation on that day. Seeing dried blood on one fragment, he collected a few pieces, intending to take them back for DNA testing to see if they could match to anyone relevant. Walking around twice more without finding anything significant, Lucius prepared to take the two women to another location he had noticed, a vantage point offering a view into Jiaolong Valley. You just took something? Just as Lucius and the others started walking a few steps, a voice suddenly rang out from above. A woman and three men quickly leaped down from behind the rocks, spreading out to surround Lucius and the two women. Chapter 203. She is my woman. Anything? Lucius glanced at the slender youth who seemed to be leading, and asked indifferently. From the emblem on the other's clothes, he knew that the person was from the Bountiful Heaven Gate in the northeast. It wasn't the first time Lucius had crossed paths with Bountiful Heaven Gate. Back then, while seeking divine fire herb for treating Russell, he clashed with Bountiful Heaven Gate disciples who were also searching for it. To avoid causing trouble for the Qin family, he had killed those disciples outright and erased all traces of their existence. He hadn't expected to run into more disciples from the Bountiful Heaven Gate here. This made Lucius couldn't help but wonder if he had some special connection with the Bountiful Heaven Gate. What did you just pick up? Sheldon squinted his eyes at Lucius but kept glancing at Ebony beside him, admiring her perfect figure, with his throat bobbing up and down. Lucius reached into his pocket, took out two blood-free fragments, and tossed them to the other side casually, saying, "That's what I picked up. There are more in the grass over there if you want." His courtesy stemmed from not wanting Brigham to have a hard time. He knew that disciples from major sects often felt superior and would consider their dignity insulted if they suffered any setbacks, leading to various retaliations. Killing them would cause ripples. Therefore, Lucius didn't want things to turn sour between them at the moment. Sheldon caught the fragments, glanced at them, and threw them to the ground casually, looking serious. "I'm absolutely sure that what you picked up is not this. You have something else. Hand it over now." Finding fault where none exists? Their attitude made Lucius feel inexplicably irritable. After much consideration and taking a deep breath, he said, "It's what you see. Believe it or not." As he spoke, Lucius moved forward through the gap between two people, but the two men immediately stepped forward, blocking the path. "Kid, do you know where we come from?" Abdullah spoke arrogantly. "We're from the Bountiful Heaven Gate." Frustrated, Sheldon's face darkened. "You're together. We need to search both of you. I wanted to start with her first. What's wrong with that? Be reasonable and move aside quickly. Don't force me to deal with you." Lucius stood still, smiling. Seeing him deliberately blocking, murderous intent welled up in Sheldon's eyes. As his right hand was about to gather strength to push away this nuisance, Lucius moved first. Before Sheldon could react, he felt his neck tighten as Lucius grabbed him. Being a half-step master, Sheldon instinctively tried to shake off Lucius's grip with his power. However, no matter how he struggled, the hand around his neck only tightened further. This sudden situation shocked Sheldon. Was this man a master? The abrupt change left the surrounding two men and one woman stunned. Seeing Lucius daring to act directly, they immediately assumed combat stances. "Boy, do you want to die? We are disciples of the Bountiful Heaven Gate. Do you want to oppose the Bountiful Heaven Gate? Hurry up and let go of senior brother Wu." Abdullah again invoked the sect's name, his aura fluctuating wildly. He too was a half-step master. The disciples from the 9 major sects now knew that to outsiders, their sects were like unattainable deities. They didn't realize this until they ventured out this time. No matter where they went, as long as they want to kidnap someone, just do it. Why beat around the bush? What's the point? The Bountiful Heaven Gate is so shameless? Seeing a beautiful woman, you'll stop at nothing? Sheldon was taken aback. He didn't expect Lucius to have already seen through their intentions. He grunted in discomfort, struggling to say, "Boy, since you know our intention, it's best to cooperate. Otherwise, the Bountiful Heaven Gate will ensure you die without a whole body." Lucius suddenly laughed. Slowly pulling Sheldon closer, he said, "Do you know who she is? She is my woman. How dare you scheme against my woman? Even if you came from the heavens, what then?" Crack. A crisp sound suddenly rang from within Sheldon's neck. Instantly, an eerie silence fell over the scene. Chapter 204. An unexpected discovery. Brother Wu, dead? Abdullah stared blankly at Sheldon, limp in Lucius's grip like a noodle, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just moments ago, when Sheldon had been seized by the other party, Abdullah had thought it was an act to escalate the conflict and justify further action. Thus, he didn't try to shake off the other person's hand. As companions, they naturally knew that Sheldon was a half-step grandmaster, making it easy for him to handle a young martial artist from outside. But now, Abdullah realized he was wrong. The opponent was stronger than any of them. It wasn't that Sheldon didn't struggle. It was simply that he couldn't break free. A half-step grandmaster like Sheldon. If his throat could be crushed so easily, the attacker must be at least a grandmaster. As Abdullah gradually regained his senses, these thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly, followed by an uncontrollable wave of panic. Part of the reason was that with Sheldon killed, both sides were now irreconcilably opposed, and there was a chance the other party might eliminate them to prevent word from getting out. Another part of it was that if the other person was truly a grandmaster, their chances of survival today would be slim. Thud. Sheldon's lifeless body, eyes wide open in disbelief, was casually thrown to the ground by Lucius. To the end, he hadn't believed Lucius would actually kill him. His confidence stemmed from the sect behind him. Even as his neck was gripped and he couldn't escape, he felt no panic, thinking that nobody from outside dared to kill him while BTMN backed him. In that moment his neck shattered. He finally realized his mistake. Carelessness had cost him his life. You dare kill Brother Wu? Do you know who his grandfather is? The only woman among the four broke the silence first, her eyes full of disbelief as she stared at Lucius, amazed at how bold this outsider martial artist was, knowing they came from BTMN yet still daring to kill. Lucius sneered and said, "Even if his grandfather is the head of BTMN, I wouldn't hesitate." "So what if it's BTMN? Does it make them so great?" A fierce aura reverberated around, pressing down heavily on Abdullah and the other two, making them feel suffocated. This pressure far surpassed what a typical grandmaster could exert. They couldn't imagine how strong Lucius, who was about their age, must be. They had thought he was just a small fry they could manipulate. But instead, he turned out to be an unshakable behemoth. Sensing the killing intent from Lucius, Abdullah, not wanting to die, quickly lowered his stance. Master, please calm down. We admit our mistakes. Please let us live. We won't involve Master in this. Rest assured, Master, regarding Brother Wu's death, we will give the sect a reasonable explanation without implicating you. Lucius merely smiled. If it were an external force, those words might hold some weight. But disciples of a major sect couldn't be trusted. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lucius moved. Flashes of movement appeared, and when he returned to his spot, Abdullah and the other two lay on the ground, their faces filled with defiance and terror. Ebony and Selma stood rooted to the spot, pale-faced. Neither had expected Lucius to take such drastic action despite knowing their affiliation with Donghua. Wasn't this inviting war with Donghua? Before acting, Lucius had sensed that no one else was around. No witnesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Time was short. Someone might arrive any time. Without explaining much to Ebony and Selma, Lucius bent down, picked up the 4 bodies, and entered a nearby cave. Though he feared no retribution from Donghua, Lucius knew it wasn't wise to provoke them right now. So, discretion was the better part of valor, and he disposed of the bodies before anyone noticed. Just as Lucius prepared to collapse the cave to bury the bodies completely, he paused. Inside his chest, the dragon-shaped jade pendant had reacted again. A red light suddenly shot from his chest and landed on the 4 bodies. Still warm, the bodies visibly shrank under the red light within seconds. 5 seconds later, the red light vanished, and Sheldon and the others had become skeletons. Lucius flicked his foot, sending a rock smashing into one of the skeletons. The bones, along with the clothes, crumbled like fragile wood into dust. Soon, the other 3 skeletons met the same fate, turning into nothing but ash. The 4 bodies left no trace except a patch of white ash. Despite his vast knowledge, Lucius was stunned by the scene before him. He truly hadn't expected that the dragon-shaped jade pendant possessed such a capability. This method of destroying evidence was simply perfect. His unique perception allowed Lucius to understand that the vitality of the 4 individuals had been completely absorbed by the dragon-shaped jade pendant. This reminded him of the gamblers he encountered when he first entered the Jiaolong Valley, who also seemed to have had all their vitality drained away, eventually turning into powder. From this, he inferred that as the dragon-shaped jade pendant increasingly displayed signs of awakening, it seemed to need vitality very much. Could the disappearance of the Jiaolong be due to the same reason? Even though the Jiaolong's body was enormous, if the dragon-shaped jade pendant drained all its vital essence, it would similarly turn to powder. That was precisely why Emerson and the others found no trace of the Jiaolong's body when they rushed into the cave. Considering this possibility, Lucius threw a punch to collapse the cave, then returned to Ebony and Selma and said, "We'll talk about any questions you have once we get back. You two go ahead and take the small path to the entrance of the Jiaolong Valley and wait for me. I have something to investigate." Just as he was about to turn around, thinking of Ebony's beauty, Lucius turned back and warned, "Cover your face with something so no one targets you while I'm gone." Ebony initially froze, then she realized that Sheldon and the others' main purpose wasn't because Lucius had discovered anything, but because they were attracted by her beauty. That was why he killed all 4 of them. Move that a man would kill despite knowing his background. Ebony's beautiful eyes turned red with emotion. She just happened to have a veil handkerchief with her, and she immediately tied it over her face. Lucius didn't linger further. With a swift movement, he dashed at incredible speed toward the cave where the Jiaolong had battled. After discovering that the dragon-shaped jade pendant could absorb vitality, he firmly believed that the Jiaolong's body had likely met the same fate. To confirm it, he only needed to check if there was any residual dust on the ground at the scene. Walking into the cave, Lucius carefully recalled the position of the Jiaolong's body when it died, then stood at an appropriate angle and height, squinting to observe closely. The bodies turned to powder after being consumed by the dragon-shaped jade pendant. With the right angle, one could discern the general outline. As he stared intently, Lucius furrowed his brows tightly. Chapter 205. It depends on your ability. A wrong guess? Lucius's expression was puzzled. Although the scene had been trampled by many people, he firmly believed that if the dragon-shaped jade token truly absorbed the life force of the horned dragon to become fragments, he could definitely discern residual traces with his keen eyesight. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the traces he wanted. To further confirm, Lucius had no choice but to land on the ground, recalling carefully where the horned dragon had lain, then grabbing handfuls of dust to examine it. After checking several spots, he confirmed that the dust on the ground was indeed soil and not anything else. Could it really be hidden? Lucius couldn't help but think back to his initial guess. Could the missing horned dragon corpse now be hidden within the dragon-shaped jade token? "Young man, you seem very familiar with this place?" A voice suddenly spoke up. Lucius turned around to see a dry and thin elderly man in his 60s or 70s. Despite his age, his vigor and spirit were strong, clearly an authentic grandmaster. Because the man's clothes lacked any insignia, it was difficult to determine if he came from one of the 9 great sections. Lucius simply smiled and replied, "Just researching." "And did you find anything?" the other party asked curiously. Lucius shook his head. The Remy approached, squinting his eyes to scan the surroundings before analyzing. "I think, if I didn't miss, this place had once been lain upon by that fierce creature." Despite the mess, the Remy could deduce that the area had been occupied by the horned dragon, which showed his remarkable eye for detail. Lucius's alertness instantly heightened while his face expressed confusion, asking, "How can you tell?" The Remy laughed and said, "Fine cracks are visible under the dust, indicating that the fierce creature once fell heavily here. Could it have been injured during its escape? A creature so powerful, only a grandmaster might wound it, right?" Lucius countered with a rhetorical question. At this moment, intuition told him this Remy wasn't simple. Despite emitting the aura of a grandmaster, experience told him it might not be all there was to it. The Remy just might be a grandmaster. A grandmaster wouldn't possess such sharp insight, able to see deeper through the dusty ground. No matter how strong something is, it has its weak moments. Trapped here for so many years, constantly tormented by the yin energy of this gathering place, it must have weakened long ago. With sufficient strength, not only could it be wounded, but it could even be killed without much difficulty. Lucius nodded knowingly as if understanding and then turned to leave. This Remy was highly perceptive, and Lucius worried saying too much would reveal something crucial. However, as Lucius tried to avoid the Remy clearly didn't want him to leave, saying, "Young friend, I am Gaston from Chincha sect. May I know your name? Which sect do you belong to?" "From Chincha sect?" Lucius, who hadn't intended to get involved with Gaston, paused and turned around, saying, "Lucius, a secular person." If it were another sect, Lucius would truly not bother responding. But with Chincha sect, he found it hard to ignore. Clearly, the elder had visited Chincha sect due to the appearance of the horned dragon. By the time frame, the elder likely left Chincha sect while Lucius was still within the sect. If he could learn the elder's movements through him, he wouldn't need to rush to Chincha. "Can we find somewhere to sit down? I have a good thing to discuss with you." At this moment, Gaston silently resolved to try every means necessary to lure this youth into Chincha sect, turning him into a disciple of Chincha sect. The great competition among the young generation of the 9 great sects is also about to start. If this young man can participate, Chincha sect securing the top spot would be no problem at all. If it were someone else, knowing that Gaston was from Chincha sect and was extending an invitation, they would likely agree with great joy. But Lucius was different from ordinary people. He was very eager to learn about the Remy's situation from Gaston, but because he didn't know whether the Remy and Chincha sect were friends or foes, he couldn't easily inquire. So he could only hold back for now. Because he saw that the other party had noticed his unusualness, much like Jason initially, who had intentions to recruit him. The calmer he stayed, the more initiative he would maintain. Only by maintaining the initiative could he learn more of what he wanted to know. So, facing the invitation, Lucius directly said, "I don't have time right now. I still have something to do. Maybe another day?" Gaston couldn't press too hard, so after nodding, he asked, "Then where should I find you, young friend?" "That depends on your ability. Destiny will bring us together if we are meant to meet." Leaving these words behind, Lucius walked away without looking back. Haicheng was not very large, and he believed the figure attracts common people. What moves the sect disciples is, in fact, Ebony's extraordinary constitution. To be chosen by Bei's sect for cultivating yin beauty, how could she be ordinary? Lucius actually noticed when he saw Ebony again that she had a rare pure yin constitution. With this constitution, one can advance faster on the path of martial arts. Male warriors who practice with her using special cultivation methods can experience a smooth advancement as if they are taking elixirs. Taking elixirs is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It is hard to cure side effects. But practicing with Ebony wouldn't have any side effects. Instead, it brings countless benefits without a single harm. Due to his outstanding abilities, Lucius found Ebony's pure yin constitution rather common. He might find it common, but others certainly don't. This time, sect disciples were accompanied by senior members of the sects for protection against enemies. Among them, some could recognize Ebony's rare pure yin constitution at first glance. An elder from Wu Yun sect discovered Ebony's pure yin constitution with just a scan. He specifically reminded his junior companion, Carmine, to use whatever means necessary to bring Ebony back to Wu Yun's sect and marry her, which would greatly aid his martial path. Upon learning about the advantages of Ebony's pure yin constitution, Carmine's eyes lit up. He approached her proactively, though politely, yet Ebony ignored him since her heart was already taken. Her coldness infuriated the proud Carmine repeatedly, but he kept suppressing it. It's not that he didn't want to forcefully abduct Ebony, but it wasn't the right time yet. There were many people around, including disciples from other sects besides Shan Dao sect. If he were to forcefully snatch Ebony, it could attract attention from other sect disciples, leading them to discover her pure yin constitution and join the competition. Moreover, Brigham had already warned the sect disciples before coming to Shan Dao sect that although they should not wander outside recklessly, they shouldn't break rules either. If anyone caused significant disturbances, they would be executed regardless of their sect. Shan Dao sect, responsible for managing the secular world on behalf of martial power, may be suppressed by major families and large sects, but it still has the authority to maintain peace in Huashan continent. Without Shan Dao sect's management, Huashan continent would descend into chaos. The fate of Huashan affects the development of martial paths of major sects. If Huashan is in chaos, its fate would also be chaotic, impacting the 9 major sects. Valuable things should be obtained secretly. Therefore, despite being rejected again, Carmine maintained his composure and said, "Miss, I really mean no harm. I feel we are destined to meet, so I'd like to invite you to stroll around." Gracie, who was already annoyed, couldn't bear it any longer. She glared at him and scolded, "Are you deaf? We're waiting for someone here, and my second sister already has someone in her heart. Why do you still pester us? I'm telling you, if you keep pestering us, don't be surprised if our elder brother beats you up." Carmine, who had been tolerating all along, finally snapped, sneering, "All right, I want to see just how impressive your elder brother is. To dare beat me? More likely, I'll beat him." Gracie, knowing Lucius's strength, snorted and asked, "What if my elder brother beats you?" "My elder brother will not only beat you but make you crawl like a dog. Do you believe me?" Extremely arrogant, Carmine snorted disdainfully, retorting, "And what if I beat him? If I beat him, will she come with me?" Gracie instinctively looked at Ebony since it was her he wanted to take away. She felt it was inappropriate to make the decision for her. "Sure." The one who responded wasn't Ebony, but Lucius. "Elder brother Chu." Gracie shouted joyfully and ran over to greet him, then walked back with him while holding his arm. Recognizing Lucius as Ebony's love interest, Carmine's eyes suddenly showed hostility as he narrowed them and stared at Lucius, asking, "You're sure? You can decide for her. If I beat you, she'll go with me?" "Sure." This time, it was Ebony who responded, trusting Lucius unconditionally, knowing he wouldn't let anyone take her away. Satisfied with achieving his goal, Carmine revealed a smug expression. Earlier, he aimed to provoke the other party into agreeing through goading tactics. Among his peers, he believed few could match him. But Ebony walked over to Lucius and asked Carmine, "What if you get beaten up?" "Didn't I say before? If I get beaten up, I'll crawl on the ground like a dog." After scanning the surroundings, he pointed at a tree 50 meters away. "From here, crawl to there while barking like a dog. How does that sound?" With absolute confidence, Carmine didn't worry about facing severe consequences. "Not only will you crawl like a dog, but you'll also eat that thing." Lucius pointed to a black lump on the ground nearby, clearly left by some child. "Eat shit?" Carmine glared fiercely at Lucius and said, "You're ruthless enough. But fine." To obtain Ebony's pure constitution for faster advancement in martial arts, Carmine would agree to anything. Following Lucius's indication, Gracie and Ebony moved to the back. Realizing the two were about to duel, some curious onlookers gathered around. "Young man, you are definitely going to lose, ha ha ha." Carmine burst out laughing, fully releasing his aura. "My goodness, it's a master. So young. Could this be the prodigy from Wu Yun's sect? Are you blind? Didn't you see the symbol on his clothes? Of course, it's Wu Yun's sect's prodigy. The next head of Wu Yun's sect. What an honor to meet him today." The surrounding martial families were intimidated by Carmine's presence, looking at him with admiration. Basking in the admiration, Carmine instinctively straightened his back, his domineering demeanor becoming even stronger. Gracie and Ebony, however, were trying hard not to laugh. Claiming genius status as a first-rank master was quite a stretch. Lucius, who could easily kill a first-rank master, must be the king of geniuses. "Boy, if you surrender now, you might save yourself some pain. You won't have another chance later. Winning without fighting is the greatest victory." Carmine tried to use his martial realm to force Lucius to concede. What a chatterbox. Lucius took a step forward, saying, "I'll give you 3 punches. If you can't knock me down within 3 punches, then you can just give up." Upon hearing these words, the scene exploded into chaos. Chapter 207. Silence speaks louder than words. "Young man, don't be arrogant. Do you know who you're facing? The person you're facing is the youngest genius disciple of Wu Yun's sect. It's already lenient enough for him not to give you a hard time. Yet you let him have 3 punches? Ridiculous. This kid is asking for death. Young Master Ling, teach this presumptuous brat a lesson." "Right, young Master Ling, teach him a lesson." None of the onlookers were optimistic about Lucius's chances. To attract young Master Carmine's attention, they began to praise him. Carmine hadn't expected Lucius to be so arrogant and chuckled. "Kid, remember these are your own words. I'm getting 3 punches." To refuse a concession offered was nothing short of foolishness. "Go ahead." Seeing Lucius calm and unperturbed, the initially overconfident Carmine gradually sobered up. He had been taught by sect elders never to underestimate his opponents. Otherwise, he would be dead. For the other party to dare speak like that, there must be reasons behind it. After silently reminding himself not to take things lightly, Carmine began gathering his strength, preparing to unleash each punch with all his might. He aimed to bring down Lucius within 3 punches, or else, losing would make him a laughingstock. Charge! When his power accumulation was nearly complete, Carmine roared inwardly, charging toward Lucius in a gust of wind and striking a heavy blow to his chest. The immense force tore open the shirt over Lucius's chest. However, Lucius remained unmoving, without any change in expression. "What? Holy crap. I'm not seeing things, right? A first-rank master's punch, and not even a flinch? Not just no flinch, didn't you see his face didn't change at all? Who is this guy? So formidable, and yet I've never heard of him before?" Everyone around was utterly shocked. Those who had been doubtful of Lucius began to suspect that the outcome of today's events would completely turn around. However, as shocked as everyone was, none matched the depth of Carmine's shock. After all, if he lost, it wasn't going to be others suffering the consequences. Just one punch was enough to shatter Carmine's confidence. At that moment, he finally understood why the other party was so confident and composed. He now realized why Lucius dared to offer him 3 punches. Because the other party intended not only to defeat him, but also to utterly destroy his martial heart. A martial heart was the most crucial thing for a martial path practitioner, invisible and intangible, yet immensely significant. If one's martial heart collapsed entirely, no matter how talented they were, they would ultimately become worthless. Cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. With reluctance, Carmine stepped back, took a deep breath, and started mobilizing all his inner chi, preparing to take down Lucius with his second punch, or else, even before the third punch, he would have lost. Silence. An angry "Why?" Reality cut into Carmine's heart sharply, slice after slice. He believed he was exceptionally talented and unmatched among his peers. But now, Lucius standing across from him was like an impenetrable mountain, pressing heavily upon his spirit. "How young?" Elder Brent quickly strode forward, pulling Carmine, who had lost his composure, up from the ground and angrily said, "Hold it together, you haven't lost yet?" "Not lost yet? Isn't this all very clear?" Carmine gave a bitter smile, completely losing confidence in delivering the third punch against Lucius. "You can't lose, do you know that? Everything hasn't ended yet. If you give up at this moment, then you really have lost." Brent spoke with a stern look on his face. At the same time, he took out a small porcelain bottle from inside his clothes and poured out a blood-red pill. "Take it and continue." Carmine looked at the red pill and smiled bitterly, saying, "What's the difference between taking this and admitting defeat? Taking it will cause some harm, but afterward, we can slowly nurture and remedy the damage with medicinal pills. If you admit defeat without even trying, there will be no chance of salvation for your entire life." Brent's words made Carmine pause for a moment, and the despair in his eyes gradually faded away. He knew Brent was right. Using this frenzy truth pill would indeed cause significant damage to his body, but with proper care, the effects could be mitigated over time. While it would have an impact on his martial path, as long as it was managed well, the effects could eventually be eliminated. If he didn't fight now, it would mean total loss. And with this loss, his entire life would be ruined, his path in martial arts coming to an end. A person can lose, but the heart cannot. Don't forget what you've been persisting all these years for. Brent's words were like a raging fire, burning away all of Carmine's self-doubt. The fighting spirit surged in his eyes. After a deep breath, Carmine hesitated no more and popped the blood-red pill into his mouth. A burst of power erupted from the pill, and instantly a thick wave of pressure emanated from him. Although Carmine was only a first-rank master, under the influence of the pill, all the hidden strength within his body was fully unleashed. Coupled with the inherent power of the pill, his current pressure was not a bit weaker than that of a third-rank master. Although those around felt the intense oppression from Carmine, they still weren't optimistic about his chances of winning. Because Lucius hadn't specified that being knocked down by 3 punches meant losing. Without delay, feeling a surge of immense power throughout his body, Carmine let out a low growl and struck with his fist, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. Chapter 208 The Price of Coveting My Woman. A powerful gust of wind surged, forcing the onlookers to instinctively close their eyes due to the overwhelming pressure. As the loud echoes gradually subsided, everyone slowly opened their eyes and focused their gaze on the central area. They saw Lucius still standing firmly in his original spot, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Such an attack didn't make him retreat? Look at his feet. Someone shouted in surprise. The crowd shifted their attention to Lucius's feet, noticing that the ground tiles around him were cracked, spreading outwards from where his feet stood. Witnessing this scene, people who had initially looked at Carmine with awe upon learning his identity now turned their gazes towards Lucius in a similar manner. Clearly, when Carmine unleashed his full potential punch, it was redirected into the ground by Lucius rather than taking effect on his body. This was why he hadn't moved back. A martial artist capable of such a feat would be at least a 5th-rank master or above. After deducing Lucius's strength, everyone understood why Carmine's attack failed to harm him. A 1st rank fighting a 5th rank was like a child striking an adult. Could a child make an adult step back with one strike? Why? Unable to accept reality, Carmine let out a mournful roar, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing limply on the ground. Despite delivering 3 punches with all his might, none made Lucius budge, causing Carmine's martial heart to shatter instantly. Crack! Brent clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Lucius as if he wanted to flay him alive. He knew that the genius disciple of Wu Yun's sect had been ruined by this man. Although he wished to tear Lucius apart, Brent dared not act, for fear of being seen as bullying a junior. The young men's duel could not be interfered with by seniors. Moreover, Lucius's displayed prowess left Brent doubting his own capabilities, making him believe that he probably couldn't win even if he did fight. Weighing his options, Brent eventually suppressed his murderous intent and hurriedly checked on Carmine's condition. Carmine, unable to accept reality, gazed vacantly at the sky. His unique talent since childhood had earned him exceptional treatment within Wu Yun's sect, surrounded by envy and praise, leading him to believe he was destined to be the greatest warrior in its history. Yet, the outside world proved far more complex than imagined. There were many others who were even more talented than he was. This reality was something Carmine could not accept. Hao Yang, it's not scary to fail once. What's terrifying is being unable to rise again after failure. The path of martial arts is difficult. As long as you don't give up, there will always be a chance for success. Brent tried to bolster Carmine's confidence using his experience, attempting to help him rebuild his shattered martial heart. However, it was easy for him to say so, but he wasn't Carmine, nor had he suffered the same blow. Come, let's go rest first. As Brent pulled Carmine up from the ground and prepared to leave, Lucius spoke. Didn't you forget something? Was the agreement to be treated like empty words? Others might have let it go, considering the significant background of the opponent and the fact that Carmine was nearly crippled. Pushing further would only exacerbate conflicts. But Lucius wouldn't do so. Anyone daring to covet ebony must pay a heavy price. Words spoken must be followed by action. Otherwise, death would be the result, regardless of their status. Boy, don't push your luck too far. You've already shattered Hao Yang's martial heart with your feigned weakness. If Wu Yun's sect doesn't hold a grudge against you, you're pushing things too far. Are you challenging Wu Yun's sect entirely? Brent glared angrily at Lucius. He knew well that if Carmine were to crawl on the ground like a dog, the humiliation would become a lifelong burden. Though acknowledging Wu Yun's sect's name was unethical, it was a last resort given the situation. Lucius sneered, saying, words spoken must be acted upon unless you admit Wu Yun's sect's words are worthless. Wu Yun's sect was not a martial family. Admitting their words held no weight would invite ridicule. Brent released his aura, that of a 3rd-rank master. Humph. Lucius wouldn't back down, swiftly moving to stand before Brent. Realizing the danger, Brent barely managed to react before being sent flying. Gulp, gulp. Around them, the sound of swallowing filled the air. Everyone had known Lucius was strong, but seeing him easily knock a 3rd-rank master flying was quite a shock. Carmine, right? You have 2 choices today. Either fulfill the previous agreement, or say that everything said by Wu Yun's sect is worthless. Choose. Facing the aggressive Lucius, Carmine's eyes were filled with intense resentment. The 2 choices, one insulted himself, the other insulted his sect. Insulting Wu Yun's sect, which had nurtured him, was something Carmine could not do. Looking at Brent, who was beaten to the ground and unable to get up, Carmine knew very well that if he did not fulfill the agreement today, none of them might leave. Since the other party dared to press so hard, it was clear they were unafraid of Wu Yun's sect's retaliation. If his martial heart was shattered and death didn't matter, Brent and the others should not pay for his arrogance. Glancing around, from the expressions of the crowd, Carmine knew clearly that if he, who had lost, did not face the consequences bravely, he would only be laughed at even more. On the contrary, showing some backbone and fulfilling the agreement could earn him some respect. With these thoughts, Carmine bent his knees and knelt down, then crawled toward the distance, barking all the way. The surrounding sect disciples, who had been watching the show and mocking, now became solemn and felt admiration for Carmine, because they knew clearly that in their place, they would rather die than endure such humiliation. Soon, Carmine crawled under the agreed tree and stood up, about to bend over the pile on the ground with a dark expression when Lucius spoke. Forget it, seeing you still have some backbone, I won't make you do this. But remember, this is the price of coveting my woman. Seeing that Lucius did not push Carmine to an unbearable extent, everyone nodded in approval, thinking he still had some conscience. Carmine raised his head, but showed no gratitude in his eyes towards Lucius's leniency. Lucius did not care about Carmine's lack of gratitude and calmly said, in the future, be a decent person. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. Boy, this isn't over. Clutching his chest, Brent struggled to rise from the ground, looking at Lucius's departing back with intense hostility. If Wu Yun's sect dares to send experts against him, I will make sure whoever comes dies alone, and if two come, both will die. A cold warning suddenly sounded behind Brent, making his scalp tingle. Chapter 209 Things that can be endured and cannot be endured. Elder Yi. Upon turning to clearly see the person who was speaking, Brent did not just have his scalp tingle. His entire body went numb, because he knew that the other party had both the confidence and the power to say such things. Elder Yi. After clasping his hands in salute, Brent said unwillingly, Elder Yi, it's not that I wish to stir up trouble, but rather that he has been too overbearing. Just look at how he has treated Hao Yong, even forcing him to crawl like a dog. Isn't this openly showing contempt for Wu Yun's sect and humiliating it? Could Thousand Chazong, Thousand Cut sect, swallow this indignity if it were them? Humph. Gaston snorted coldly and moved forward, saying, have you heard of the saying you reap what you sow? I don't think I need to explain it to you at your age. Was everything forced by the other side? Aren't you all simply taking advantage of having Wu Yun's sect backing you, while Carmine relied on his talent, thus looking down on the other party and making these stipulations? One must bravely bear the consequences of their mistakes, not seek revenge after doing wrong. I'm telling you clearly now, I stand on his side in this matter. If Wu Yun's sect cannot accept this, then take action, and I'll immediately make Thousand Cuts sect go to war with you. How old are you? To resort to childish tactics. Watching Gaston leave, Brent clenched his teeth tightly, filled with bougon unwillingness. He couldn't understand why Gaston would take the other side. Just as he was puzzled, a guess emerged in his mind. Could it be that the other party is a genius secretly cultivated by Thousand Cuts sect over the years, intended to stun everyone at the sect competition? As a senior elder and grandmaster of Thousand Cuts sect, Gaston wouldn't casually leave the sect. But now coming here and supporting that young man surely indicated another purpose. The more Brent thought, the more he believed Lucius was the hidden genius of Thousand Cuts sect. To prevent this genius from being slain by others, Gaston had personally acted, protecting him covertly. Recalling Lucius's strength, Brent was very clear that if Lucius really represented Thousand Cuts sect at the competition, no young disciples from other sects could match him. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly led Carmine and the others away, using secret methods to relay this information back to Wu Yun's sect. On one hand, informing Wu Yun's sect that Carmine, the genius, was now crippled and they needed to cultivate new talents quickly for the impending sect competition. On the other hand, whether the sect should act against this hidden disciple of Thousand Cuts sect. Killing a genius in the bud didn't require Wu Yun's sect to do it themselves, but sects like Butianmen, Butianmen, or Jinggangjong, Jingguang sect, which had always been at odds with Thousand Cuts sect, would certainly send powerful figures to eliminate him once they learned of his existence. Simultaneously, Brent mobilized the forces supported by Wu Yun's sect in the outside world to investigate Lucius's background. Second sister, why are you crying? Back in the car heading to the Ning family, Selma, humming happily, suddenly noticed Ebony wiping away tears secretly. No, I'm happy. Ebony laughed and wiped her tears. Last night, she deliberately got herself drunk with the intention of giving herself to Lucius. However, when she woke up in the morning, she found that Lucius hadn't touched her at all, which made her wonder if he wasn't interested in her, especially since she practically offered herself to him without any further step being taken. Just now, recalling Lucius's words in the valley about my woman, and the price of coveting his woman after fighting Carmine, Ebony realized Lucius didn't disdain her. In his heart, he had already considered her as his woman. Thinking about how he had killed Butianmen's disciple for her sake, and fully provoked Wu Yun's sect, Ebony felt deeply moved. With a man like this in her life, what else could she desire? Seeing that Ebony wasn't crying out of sadness, Selma's worries dissipated. She then asked Lucius, who was driving, Big Brother Chu, when will you also stand up for me? Lucius was speechless and replied, when someone bullies you, I'll stand up for you. But if no one bullies you, how can I stand up for you? Though this sounded somewhat dismissive, the simple-hearted Selma was satisfied and giggled foolishly. Back at the Ning residence, Lucius took out the fragments found in the valley and gave them to Emerson to have DNA analysis done to identify the owner of the blood. Selma waited for her father to finish assigning the task before recounting all that had happened at Jiaolong Valley. Learning that Lucius not only killed Butianmen's disciple, but also severely beat Wu Yun's sect's genius, Emerson nearly stumbled and sat down due to the shock. He had thought that this trip was just for investigation, and nothing would happen. But he never expected that Lucius not only killed a disciple of Butianmen, but also crippled the genius disciple of Wu Yun's sect. He felt very helpless. Having strong power was good, but being too powerful wasn't necessarily a good thing. In such a short time, he had successively provoked two major sections. If these two major sects sought revenge and dragged the Ning family into it as well, what should be done? Despite his anxiety, Emerson did not have any grievances against Lucius. On one hand, he didn't dare to have any. On the other hand, he knew that Lucius did not intentionally provoke matters. Instead, these two major sects chose to seek trouble with him first. In life, some things could be endured, but others could not. Just like what happened later, if it were himself and an outsider, relying on their backing, tried to snatch away his woman, he wouldn't give them any face either. Thinking about Lucius, Chapter 210, A life-saving token delivered to the doorstep. Someone outside? Gracie and Ebony exchanged glances instinctively. Just as Gracie was about to get up to check, Gaston walked in from the doorway with a smile. A stranger? Gracie's expression immediately turned tense, as she knew all too well about the Ning family's defenses. Any guest who came over would inevitably be escorted by someone. The fact that this person walked straight in indicated he had sneaked in undetected by the guards, which spoke of considerable prowess. Little friend, it seems we have quite the destiny intertwined. Here we meet again, Gaston said with a full smile. Lucius grunted, following behind constantly. Can that really be called destiny? Why didn't you wait until tomorrow? From leaving the Jiaolong Valley, the person had been following them all the way to the Ning family estate. Lucius had noticed but hadn't paid attention, because he knew the other party was deliberately or inadvertently releasing their aura, signaling for him to come out and greet him. So what? Being a grandmaster was nothing special. Respect wasn't automatically earned. It was the other party who sought his acquaintance, not the other way around. Lucius had always been laid back. The more pretentious the act, the less he bothered. You really like joking around, don't you? I just happened to pass by here, sensed you, and came in. All right. Lucius raised his hands in surrender. As a grandmaster, such behavior was indeed beneath him. Gaston refused to admit it, and Lucius was unwilling to dwell on the matter further. Seeing Lucius knew the visitor, Gracie sat back down on the sofa. Your battle earlier today was truly earth-shattering. Gaston chuckled at Lucius, trying to ease the awkwardness between them since they weren't very familiar. Lucius rolled his eyes at the deliberate flattery. If you have something on your mind, just say it. This approach is anything but less awkward. The initiative was in Lucius's hands, leaving Gaston rather helpless. In matters like this, sheer power alone couldn't dictate everything. Given Lucius's straightforwardness, Gaston stopped making jokes and said, I would like to invite you to Qinsha sect. To become your disciple? Gaston shook his head. I wish you could be my disciple, but I fear you might not think much of an Remy like me. So why do you want me to go to Qinsha sect? Lucius asked curiously. Qinsha sect currently lacks a young patriarch. If you're not opposed to it, as long as you nod, the position of young patriarch of Qinsha sect will be yours. Beside him, Gracie and Ebony could hardly hide their astonishment. Being the young patriarch of Qinsha sect meant being the future ruler of the sect. A position of no small prestige. Both watched Lucius intently, curious how he would respond. Not interested. Lucius replied bluntly, I'm used to living freely and don't enjoy being bound by anything. You should find someone else. Being a manager is exhausting, you know? Gaston felt a wave of helplessness. He hadn't expected Lucius to be so unmoved. After a moment's thought, he said, Little friend, you could also become a senior advisor to Qinsha sect like Avril Yao, thereby receiving protection and access to all of Qinsha sect's resources. As you know from earlier, Wu Yun sect won't let this go easily and will surely seek revenge against you. While you may not fear them, dealing with Wu Yun sect's vendetta must be annoying, right? If you become a senior advisor of Qinsha sect, any action taken against you by Wu Yun sect would mean going against Qinsha sect, and against me. We would inevitably clash. Lucius knew that Wu Yun sect wouldn't let this incident slide easily. While Wu Yun sect was strong, he didn't fear them. After all, Shenzhou wasn't exclusively theirs to control as they pleased. But thinking about it, Gaston's words did make some sense. Wu Yun sect's repeated failed attempts at retribution would likely lead to more relentless pursuits, much like flies that never ceased, indeed quite troublesome. Joining Qinsha sect was like getting a life-saving token, potentially deterring Wu Yun sect. Such a safeguard was essentially a free bonus. His hesitation stemmed from his uncertainty about the relationship between the Remy and Qinsha sect. If they were on opposing sides, joining Qinsha sect would anger the Remy. If they were allies, then joining wouldn't be an issue. He could rely on Qinsha sect to clean up any mess caused later, saving himself the trouble. Living alone, provoking major forces, while he personally feared no one, he had to consider those around him. With a backing force, any retaliation from provoked factions would inevitably involve Qinsha sect, thereby eliminating unnecessary troubles. However, Lucius had yet to devise a proper method to investigate the relationship between the Remy and Qinsha sect. Direct questioning would let Gaston know that he and the Remy were closely related. Indirect probing lacked a suitable pretext for now. After some deliberation, Lucius realized that to fully understand the Remy's connection with Qinsha sect, he had to personally visit Qinsha sect. Once there, everything about the Remy's involvement would come to light. Thinking this over, he said, considering you are genuinely trying to recruit me, I will follow you to Qinsha sect and take a look. Just as Gaston showed a smile, Lucius added, but don't get too excited. I'm only going to take a look. We'll see about the final result later. As long as he could get into Qinsha sect, it would be considered the first step toward success. Gaston firmly believed that once inside, showering him with various good things would certainly win Lucius over. He promptly nodded with a grin. All right, let's take a look. Qinsha sect has talented individuals and harmonious members, and you won't be disappointed. Then, shall we set off tomorrow, little friend? He originally ventured out for the Jiaolong, intending to forcibly seize it if it had died or kill it, and bring it back alive to the sect. But after examining the site, Gaston found it hard to determine whether the Jiaolong was dead or alive. Without meeting Lucius, he might have stayed longer to conduct further investigations. Now, having encountered this remarkably gifted young man, he deemed the Jiaolong less important and decided to first lure Lucius into Qinsha sect. Lucius shook his head, saying, I still have a few matters to wrap up outside. Let's talk after I'm done. The impatient Gaston asked directly, Can you tell me what these matters are, little friend? As you know, all of Kunzu falls under Qinsha sect's jurisdiction. What affects you also affects us. We will spare no effort to assist you. Lucius's brows twitched, understanding that Qinsha sect must have some knowledge of the base sect. An offer of help was not to be refused. He immediately mentioned his intention to find the leader of the base sect. Upon hearing Lucius's plan, Gaston's expression instantly changed. Chapter 211. Delivering themselves to the doorstep. What? Noticing the slight change in Gaston's expression, Lucius asked, very difficult? Not at all. Gaston shook his head and after a 2-second pause said, the White Knight sect of Qinshazhong has indeed been investigated before. It is an extremely hidden organization, and attempts were made to expose its leader, but none of these efforts succeeded. Lucius, unimpressed, retorted sharply, since you can't achieve it, don't make empty promises. Ridiculous to say that Kunzu is the territory of Qinshazhong. Gaston nodded humbly in response to the rebuke. Young friend, you're right. But please rest assured. Although Qinshazhong does not know the specific information about the White Knight sect, we have gathered some details. I will contact someone immediately to send over the known information. The more information, the easier it would be to find the hidden leader of the White Knight sect. Lucius nodded without further reproach. The next morning, a file was delivered to the Ning residence, containing the investigation results of the Qinshazhong on the White Knight sect. According to the file, every city in each continent had one person in charge of the White Knight sect, with members spread across various industries, impossible to count. In Haicheng, the head of the Zhang family was among them, ranking as one of the 10 sub-leaders under the main leader. After reviewing the file, Lucius looked up and asked Selma, wasn't Scarlet's father named Aiden? Yes, Scarlet's father is named Aiden. After responding, thinking about the information Lucius was reading regarding the White Knight sect, Selma asked nervously, Brother Chu, is the Zhang family involved with the White Knight sect? Scarlet was her longtime best friend, and if the Zhang family was connected to the White Knight sect, they would inevitably face retaliation from Lucius. Selma was worried that this matter could lead to a complete fallout with Scarlet. What must be faced will eventually come to pass. Lucius nodded and said, Aiden is indeed a member of the White Knight sect and holds a rank equivalent to a squad leader. Selma's heart skipped a beat as she asked tensely, so, Brother Chu, what are you planning to do about this? What about Scarlet? She didn't know how to continue. How to handle it depends on Aiden's cooperation. If he cooperates, considering Selma and Scarlet's relationship, Aiden's life could be spared. After all, he was just a sub-leader, and his execution wouldn't significantly impact the larger scheme. But if he doesn't cooperate, severe punishment will be unavoidable. Just then, Selma's phone rang. Seeing it was Scarlet calling, she quickly answered. What? All right, you can come in. Hanging up, noticing Selma's uneasy expression, Lucius asked, what's wrong? Scarlet and her father are already outside the door, saying they want to visit you. Well, speak of the devil. Delivering themselves to the doorstep saves him a trip. Lucius smiled and nodded. Seeing Selma's worry, he reassured her, don't worry. I'll try my best not to harm Aiden. Soon, Scarlet entered the room with Aiden. Master Chu, hello. I am Scarlet's father. I just learned that you saved my daughter some time ago, so I've come to personally thank you. As Aiden spoke, he approached Lucius, half bowing and extending his hand. However, Lucius remained motionless, merely looking at the middle-aged man with dark complexion indifferently. The prolonged gaze caused Aiden to instinctively freeze in place, feeling increasingly nervous. He couldn't understand why Lucius was looking at him like that. What's going on? The unusual situation also left Scarlet behind him feeling anxious, turning to look at her best friend Selma, seeking understanding. Scarlet hadn't told her family about the earlier incident because she realized she had already been sidelined by Lucius due to her actions. She knew very well that if her father knew about such a powerful individual, he would immediately come to pay respects and build connections. After careful thought, believing that telling him might backfire, she didn't mention Lucius upon returning home. Yesterday's events at the Jiaolong Valley entrance had spread throughout all martial arts families in Haicheng, naturally reaching Aiden's ears. Learning about this formidable figure who had close ties with Selma, Aiden took the initiative to ask his daughter to leverage her relationship with Selma to try establishing a connection with Lucius. With no choice, Scarlet revealed the previous incidents, which Aiden considered insignificant, leading him to bring Scarlet to Ning's residence for a meeting attempt. Unaware of the implications, Scarlet hoped Selma would speak up, knowing their good relationship with Lucius. Understanding the situation, Selma wasn't sure how to broach the subject either. She knew that Lucius was giving Aiden a warning. In response to her old friend's pleading eyes, she could only gently shake her head, indicating not to rush. Lucius neither spoke nor extended his hand. Aiden could only awkwardly retract his hand, continuing to ask in a respectful tone, Master Chu, is there something about me that displeases you? Never having met before, Aiden was now completely at a loss as to why things were like this upon meeting. What do you think? Lucius smiled and watched Aiden, truly not understanding why Aiden could only calmly say, please enlighten me, Master Chu. I really don't know where I went wrong. Continuing the pretense would be meaningless, so Lucius directly said, head of the Zhang family, you've been hiding pretty deeply. Should I reveal your other identity, or will you speak up for yourself? As soon as these words came out, Aiden's face instantly changed. He naturally knew his own situation. Since Lucius had already hinted at it, if he still pretended ignorance, the consequences would be even more severe. Aiden now regretted very much that he shouldn't have come forward. It seemed that the Master Chu in front of him was the one whom Gil wanted to eliminate some time ago due to intense anger. Deeply aware of the situation, Aiden slightly bowed and explained, Master Chu, I'm just a small member. I have no knowledge whatsoever of the organization's activities against you. That matter has nothing to do with you, and I won't vent my anger on you. But there is indeed something that requires your help. If you do well, then I can overlook your other identity. But if you don't perform satisfactorily, you won't be able to leave today. An intangible chill filled the entire living room. The closest to Lucius, Aiden felt goosebumps rise quickly on his arms. Seeing the situation exceed expectations, Scarlet, looking bewildered, hurriedly walked to Selma's side, quietly asking what was going on and why their conversation was incomprehensible. Could it be that her father, whom she saw every day, had another identity? Please, Master Chu. From the hidden malice in the chill, Aiden knew Lucius wasn't joking around and became even more respectful. Your superior should be called Gil, right? Yes. Since they had already uncovered that he was a member of the White Knight sect, Aiden knew arguing was futile. Is he still alive? This was what Lucius most wanted to know at the moment. Chapter 212. Gil appears. I don't know. Aiden shook his head, feeling the coldness around him intensify. He hurriedly explained, Master Chu, I'm not lying. My position in the organization is only slightly higher than the lowest members. Normally, we have no direct contact with Gil. All information is passed through intermediaries. Since the incident at Jialong Valley, we haven't received any instructions. Lucius, who was gazing intently at Aiden, felt a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped to extract some useful information from him, but from his demeanor, it was clear he wasn't lying. His rank was too low, and he genuinely didn't know much. Who is the intermediary? Can they still be contacted? Knowing that telling the truth was his only chance of survival, Aiden nodded quickly and revealed the identity of the intermediary. Lucius asked immediately, is she a woman who is blind in one eye? Yes, it's her. Whenever we need to pass on information or receive instructions from above, it goes through her. After all the detours, they couldn't avoid this blind-eyed woman. Bertrand had already traced her residence and was monitoring and investigating her network. Considering Warner, I advise you to cut ties with this organization as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't be implicated in the future. Facing Lucius's warning, Aiden nodded vigorously, though he felt helpless inside. White Knight Sect, live to join, die to leave. This organization allowed no exits except in death. For now, he could only agree outwardly with Lucius's demands. Lucius stood up and exchanged a glance with Gaston. The two then left immediately. Since they couldn't avoid the blind-eyed woman, they decided to confront her directly to expedite matters rather than wait for Bertrand's investigation. Dad, did you join some organization? Scarlett asked curiously as she approached. Before coming, she thought that her relationship with Selma would help connect the Jiang family with Lucius. She never expected that her father's other identity nearly cost him his life. The shock was immense. Don't ask so many questions, child. Let's go home. Aiden didn't want his family to know about his involvement with the White Knight sect. With a stern face, he turned and left. Warner, what's really going on? Scarlett, on the verge of tears, turned to Selma for help, knowing she must know something. Selma's face wasn't much better. Facing her close friend's urgent gaze, she said, you know what happened to my mother and sister. They became vegetative after fainting, and it's related to the organization your father is involved with. That's an extremely evil organization, doing all kinds of evil deeds. You should try to convince your father to leave as soon as possible. At that moment, Selma had unconsciously distanced herself from Scarlett due to her mother and sister's condition. She believed that as a minor leader in the White Knight sect in Haicheng, Aiden must have known about what happened to her family but chose to ignore it. Their families had been close for years, yet Aiden remained indifferent. Anger unknowingly spread to Scarlett. Feeling Selma's cold stare, Scarlett realized their friendship was over. She wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak, only crying and running away. Selma sighed helplessly, unsure if this was the right thing to do. In the outskirts of Haicheng, an old neighborhood awaited renovation. Lucius and Gaston had just gotten out of the car when a subordinate of the Heavenly Dragon Society rushed over. Which house? Following the directions, Lucius saw a two-story red brick building. He nodded and walked up to it. There was a small courtyard in front of the red brick building, with the door open. Lucius walked straight in. In the yard, a little boy was playing with toys. Seeing someone come, he shouted, Mom, someone's here. Who is it? A woman's voice echoed as she appeared at the doorway. Recognizing Lucius, the Edna Jasmine's expression changed dramatically. While Aiden and other subordinates only knew that a powerful young man had come to Haicheng, foiling Gil's plans and causing significant losses to the organization, they didn't know specifically who he was. Jasmine, being Gil's most trusted subordinate and the controller of the Central Formation at Jialong Valley, naturally recognized him. Apart from seeking revenge, there was no other reason for him to show up at her doorstep. Winter, come here. Regaining her composure, Jasmine waved her son over. After he came beside her, she gently said, go play inside. Once the little boy went inside, Jasmine stepped out, her remaining eye filled with shadows as she stared at Lucius and asked, what do you want? Lucius replied coolly, what I want depends on whether you can meet my demands. Realizing that Lucius had come seemingly not for revenge, Jasmine asked in a grave voice, what do you really want to do? Where is that Remy surnamed Gu? Upon hearing it was about Giovanni, Jasmine felt relieved and replied, dead. Really dead? Lucius shook his head slightly and said, my experience and intuition tell me he didn't die so easily. Unexpectedly, the one I killed was just a puppet. Where did he hide his real self? Facing the interrogation, Jasmine said seriously, he is truly dead. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But based on what I know, the Giovanni in Haicheng is indeed a puppet. The real Giovanni holds a high position within the organization. Not only in Haicheng, but many places across Shenzhou have identical versions of him, all puppets controlled by the real Giovanni within the organization. Could one person control several puppets simultaneously from different locations? Through this means, it was clear that Giovanni possessed significant abilities. Whether Giovanni was present or not wasn't of great concern to Lucius. He was mainly seeking someone with decision-making authority in the White Knight sect to resolve the potential crisis facing the Ning family. He immediately asked, so who's in charge here in Haicheng now? I don't know. Jasmine shook her head and said, the organization hasn't dispatched a new leader yet. Under Lucius's gaze, she said solemnly, everything I've said is true. There's no need to lie to you. With her son here, Jasmine was well aware that if she lied, her son would become an orphan. Furthermore, Lucius hadn't asked any secret questions about the organization. Even if she had told, it wouldn't amount to betraying the organization. Without a leader, negotiations couldn't proceed, leaving Lucius in a difficult situation. After some thought, he asked, given the major plot I foiled, has the White Knight sect included the Ning family in its list of targets for retaliation? Jasmine gave a bitter smile and replied, I'm just a minor member. How could I know the organization's decisions? Truly clueless about everything. Lucius's mood wasn't good at all. Leaving without resolving the hidden crisis would truly worry him. Gaston suddenly gave a light snort and turned to look toward the door. An elderly man dressed as a sanitation worker stood smiling at the doorway. Heard you were looking for me? Chapter 213. Secrets Beyond Comprehension. Jasmine's face was filled with shock. She never imagined that Ronnie, who was usually in charge of the street cleaning outside, would actually be Gil. How terrifying. Despite joining the White Knight sect for many years, it wasn't until this moment that Jasmine truly realized how fearsome the organization could be. She had thought she always acted freely, but in reality, there had always been a pair of eyes watching her invisibly. The more she thought about it, the colder her back felt. She secretly rejoiced that she hadn't revealed any important secrets just now. Otherwise, death would have awaited her. Turning around to look at the newcomer, Lucius was quite surprised. He had thought that negotiation was hopeless, and he needed to find another way to protect the Ning family. But unexpectedly, the mastermind appeared in person. After scanning the other person up and down, Lucius laughed and said, "You've hidden pretty deeply." It was clear that this was also a puppet controlled in secret. Although it was someone else's body, the true Gil was speaking. This incredible technique was something even the well-informed Lucius had never seen before. Ronnie chuckled and said, "I am everywhere. I can be anyone I want." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Gaston, and after nodding slightly he said, "For the sake of Elder Yi from Thousand Fists sect, the White Knight sect can let the Ning family off, but it will definitely not let you go." Lucius himself was not afraid of retaliation from the White Knight sect as long as the Ning family did not get involved. Smiling, he nodded and said, "Bring whatever tricks you have. We'll see what happens." Ronnie sniffed lightly and shifted the topic, asking, "What about the beast's corpse?" "After our battle, if the beast didn't leave, it must have been killed by you. As long as you hand over the corpse of the beast, the conflict between the White Knight sect and you can be resolved." Aware of this, Lucius directly countered, "I want to ask you, did you take the corpse away while I was unconscious, preparing to make me hand it over?" Seeing that Lucius didn't seem to be lying, Ronnie frowned. The real Gil behind him wondered if the long corpse could really disappear into thin air. Originally, he didn't plan to control the puppet to communicate with Lucius, but in order to find the long corpse, he had to bring out this hidden puppet. The investigation so far confirmed that the long had indeed been slain by this boy, but the corpse was gone without a trace. At first, he didn't believe a word Lucius said, but considering the size of the long corpse and Lucius's severe injuries after the battle, which required hospitalization, it didn't seem like he had the ability to hide the corpse. Thud. Just as Lucius was about to ask more questions, Ronnie suddenly collapsed, clearly ending the control. Within 3 seconds, Ronnie slowly got up, looking around in confusion, then asked Jasmine, "Little sister, why am I here?" He knew nothing about what had just happened, demonstrating the subtlety of the controlling technique. Jasmine hurriedly explained, "Grandpa, it's too hot today. You got heat stroke. Let's find a shady place to sit for a while." Ronnie smiled and nodded, then left. With the White Knight sect no longer targeting the Ning family, this matter was effectively resolved. Lucius didn't make things difficult for Jasmine. The main reason was that she had a child. Watching Lucius and Gaston leave, Jasmine finally sighed in relief, quickly turning back and tightly hugging her child. In the car, Gaston couldn't help but ask, "That long, did you really kill it?" This matter would eventually be investigated by others, so Lucius simply nodded. Having already given up on tracking the long's whereabouts, he never expected to learn that it had been slain. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Gaston asked, "Do you have any suspects for the disappearance of the long's corpse? If we knew who took it, we could team up and retrieve it easily." Since Lucius was the one who slew the long, he believed he was most likely to know where the corpse went. Not saying anything earlier was because he was on the opposite side of the White Knight sect. If he were in Lucius's shoes, he wouldn't reveal the truth either. "If I knew, would I have investigated the scene yesterday?" Lucius's counter-question immediately dismissed all of Gaston's suspicions. Regarding the dragon-shaped jade token, apart from the Remy, even close people like May and Ebony would not be told, because the phenomenon shown by the dragon-shaped jade token completely exceeded comprehension. But Lucius firmly believed that someone in Huaxia must know the secret of the dragon-shaped jade token. Otherwise, why would they have searched for it continuously? Who exactly still needed investigation? Gaston thought it made sense. If Lucius really knew where the long corpse was, he wouldn't have investigated the Long Valley yesterday. He didn't press further. But Lucius, thinking about the secret technique Gil had shown earlier, curiously asked, "Do you know what secret technique that old thing used?" To be able to communicate directly with a person through Wuxing Talkong, and the control person wouldn't even remember anything afterward. This secret art seems quite intriguing. Gaston pondered and said, "It should be the long-lost soul control art. One must plant a seed within the puppet in advance. After triggering it, remote control can be achieved, seeing what one side sees from another. It seems that the White Knight sect unearthed this from somewhere. We've already investigated that they have specifically nurtured a group of people who tirelessly travel across China's vast territory, seeking ancient tombs and mystical places where few humans tread. In recent years, they've likely found many treasures long declared extinct. If we could take them out at once, the spoils would surely be abundant. However, this White Knight sect is deeply hidden, making it hard to trace their headquarters." Sam smiled and replied, "We'll investigate slowly. Once we find them, we'll wipe them out directly, preventing further harm to the people." Realizing Lucius's problem was solved, Gaston hurriedly asked, "Little friend, now that the concerns are resolved, can we set off for the Qian Sha sect?" Lucius glanced at the sun high in the sky and said, "We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Back at the Ning family, both Emerson and Selma looked eagerly at Lucius, eager to know the outcome of their trip. "It's all settled. The spokesperson has promised not to target the Ning family." Hearing this, the father and daughter finally felt their anxiety dissipate. Afterward, Lucius specially visited Xana and Sonia, who were still unconscious. Confirming there were no unexpected issues, he retreated into his room, stripped off his shirt, and stared intently at his chest. "You tell me honestly, did you stash away the Long's corpse?" Knowing that asking might just be speaking to thin air, Lucius still wanted to ask. His intuition told him that the dragon-shaped jade token likely possessed its own consciousness. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to consume all the venomous insects in the Long Valley, or replace his blood with the Long's blood after slaying it. Waiting quietly, there was no movement from his heart area. Impatient, Lucius couldn't help but curse. Not getting the answer he sought, he didn't push further. Just as he was about to meditate, red light suddenly flashed from the flesh of his chest. Chapter 214 The Ultimate Secret of the Dragon-Shaped Jade Tablet. Lucius's heart instantly cheered up, knowing that the dragon-shaped jade tablet was about to have some movement. He was just curious about what this anomaly would be when a sudden sharp pain struck his mind, followed by a feeling as if the entire world were spinning. When everything stabilized, Lucius was bewildered. The surroundings were blanketed in white, much like being in dense morning fog. Clearly inside a room, he found himself suddenly transported to this unknown place. After careful thought, Lucius was certain that this was closely related to the dragon-shaped jade tablet. Just as he was preparing to examine this place more carefully, the thick fog around him began to dissipate. A dead flood dragon? Looking 100 meters away, Lucius's gaze sharpened as he quickly approached and confirmed that it was indeed the flood dragon he had killed earlier. Seeing the dead flood dragon made it clear to him where he was. Obviously, this place was inside the dragon-shaped jade tablet. As he had initially guessed, the dead flood dragon had been stored within the tablet. At the same time, Lucius realized that the dragon-shaped jade tablet did possess some form of sentience. It was precisely because of his earlier inquiry that it brought him inside. Observing the large blood hole at the vital point of the flood dragon, with fresh blood still not congealed as if it had just been slain, another speculation sprouted in Lucius's mind. This space works similarly to a refrigerator, keeping objects preserved? After all, it had been half a month since the slaying. Even though the flood dragon was special and its flesh wouldn't decay like ordinary animals, the residual blood should have dried out. Since it didn't dry out, it indicated that this space prevented anything inside from deteriorating. Amazing! Truly amazing! At this moment, Lucius felt he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. However, he didn't know how to bring things into or out of the tablet since everything was currently controlled by the dragon-shaped jade tablet itself. Thinking that every part of the flood dragon was valuable, Lucius promptly tore off a piece of meat, about the size of a plate, from the wound on the dragon's vital spot, intending to see if he could take it out. Hey, let me out. Not knowing how to exit, Lucius shouted loudly. In the next second, thick clouds surged fiercely around him, and then an invisible force bound him tightly, lifting him up and swiftly carrying him towards the distance. A towering stone stele, hundreds of feet high, gradually came into view. The invisible force pulled Lucius in front of the stele and stopped, allowing him to land and look up at it, unable to contain his awe. Despite his formidable strength and having seen many strange things, Lucius was genuinely stunned at this moment. The aura emitted by the stele made him feel suffocated, as if even a tiny bit of power radiating from it could instantly destroy him. What exactly are you? Lucius was very puzzled. The sight before him completely exceeded his understanding. The massive stele was adorned with numerous intricate carvings of monstrously fearsome creatures, appearing incredibly lifelike. Originally studying them intently, Lucius suddenly felt compelled to avert his gaze, sensing that continuing to look might make the carved beasts come to life. Suddenly, the sensation of dizziness reappeared, and when the scene settled down again, Lucius found himself back in the room, holding the torn piece of flesh from the dead flood dragon. Simultaneously, he felt something added to his mind and hurriedly closed his eyes to meditate. Countless tiny characters appeared before his eyes as if playing a video, rapidly enlarging. After reviewing some of the tiny characters, Lucius learned that the colossal stele was called the Heaven-Sealing Stele, and the entire space was known as the Heaven-Sealing Realm. The tiny characters also described how to store and retrieve items, which turned out to be simple. Just a thought could move objects into the realm. With much information and complexity, after grasping only part of it, Lucius opened his eyes, breathing heavily. At this moment, he gained a complete understanding of the dragon-shaped jade tablet. This thing was not a product of this world, but originated from somewhere else. Over countless ages, humans have been exploring the universe, seeking life beyond humanity, yet they found nothing. But at this moment, Lucius knew that, in the vast expanse of the universe, other forms of advanced life did exist. If they weren't highly developed, they wouldn't be able to create something that belonged only in mythology and legend. The impact of uncovering the secret of the dragon-shaped jade tablet was immense. Stunned for nearly half an hour, Lucius gradually regained his senses. Looking at the flood dragon flesh in his hand, with a single thought, it vanished into thin air. With another thought, it reappeared in his hand. After temporarily putting away the flood dragon meat, Lucius closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the information in his mind that he hadn't finished reading. The information was like his memories. It would appear as soon as he thought about it. By delving deeper, Lucius gained a more profound understanding of the heaven-sealing realm. This object not be considered remarkable at all. Accepting new concepts required time. Only when the sky outside turned dark did Lucius's inner shock gradually dissipate. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, his entire aura became completely calm. Alertness welled up in his heart. Lucius knew he must never let outsiders know about the existence of the heaven-sealing realm. If outsiders learned of such a mystical object, everyone would vie for it. The only thing that reassured him somewhat was that after the incident in Flood Dragon Valley, the dragon-shaped jade tablet had fully merged into the flesh over his heart. Unless it emitted light, no one else could detect it. Besides using it to suppress evil creatures, Lucius realized he still needed time to slowly understand its other benefits. Currently, the information he grasped had already reached his limit of comprehension. Needing some time to absorb everything, he didn't delve further and decided to head downstairs. Big Brother Chu, where are you going? Ning Wanner, like a loyal puppy, hurriedly got up and followed. My stomach is growling. I'm going to cook something. Lucius planned to prepare the flood dragon meat properly to see how much benefit it could bring to him. Chapter 215 The Secret of Cooking the Long Meat. Damn it. It won't cook? After 2 hours of bustling in the kitchen, Lucius found the long meat still as tough as when he first put it into the pot. He was at a loss. Since he had never dealt with such meat before, he did not know how to prepare it properly for consumption at the moment. However, considering that this long had existed for over 100 years, making it edible would undoubtedly take quite some time. Lucius decided to be patient and wait longer. Big Brother Chew, is this really pork? Selma asked with wide eyes. When she learned earlier that Lucius was preparing a midnight snack, she offered to have the butler arrange it, but Lucius insisted on doing it himself. Out of curiosity about her idol's cooking skills, Selma followed him into the kitchen. She was just about to ask what he wanted to eat when Lucius suddenly pulled out a piece of meat, claiming it was pork. Coming from a privileged background, though she had never set foot in a kitchen, Selma couldn't imagine not recognizing pork even if she hadn't eaten it. After 2 hours, the meat in the pot remained as hard as when it was first placed inside. Selma began to doubt it could be pork. Don't be so curious, it won't poison you anyway. Lucius's mind was focused on how to cook the long meat, so he didn't feel like explaining further. Another 2 hours passed quickly, and seeing little change in the long meat, Lucius realized this was no ordinary meat and might require special methods to prepare. After pondering for a few seconds, he immediately called Elvin. Although Gaston was at the Ning residence and could have been asked, Lucius did not want him to know about the long corpse in his possession. Gaston was too shrewd. Any inquiry might alert him and lead him to guess the whereabouts of the long corpse. Despite their currently good relationship, things might turn sour later, especially since Gaston wouldn't hesitate to act if he knew where the long corpse was. Elvin was one of his own, and even knowing about the long corpse wouldn't change anything. With the call connected and noticing Selma standing nearby, to prevent her from overhearing, Lucius isolated the sound field and asked, "How do you cook the long meat?" Elvin was taken aback for a moment before laughing and saying, "I knew the missing long corpse was hidden by you. Come clean. How did you hide it?" The matter was too sensitive, so Lucius replied bluntly, "Don't be so curious. Answer my question." Without delay, Elvin explained the method to cook the long meat and then impatiently added, "I'm currently breaking through a critical juncture. Don't you plan to offer some?" He implied that the long was too valuable to keep all to oneself and should be shared. Given they were both insiders, sharing posed no problem. Lucius immediately told him to send someone over. Seeing that Lucius was willing to share the long meat, Elvin was overjoyed and promptly contacted Jason, his most trusted person, instructing him to fly over to fetch something important without telling anyone else. "What's in such a rush?" Jason asked curiously. "The rarest and best thing in the world. Bring it back immediately without asking or saying anything," Elvin said seriously. Jason, driven by strong curiosity and recalling recent searches for the long, wondered if this was it. Intrigued, Jason hurried off toward Kunzu. Back in the kitchen, Lucius began cutting the long meat according to Elvin's advice. As Elvin analyzed, the long had lived too long, which made its meat unusually tough. To make it edible, it needed intense heat to sever the dense fibers, then it could be cooked properly. However, Elvin also warned that thoroughly cooked long meat would lose most of its energy, making it less effective. For optimal benefits, it had to be consumed raw. Only then could the contained energy be absorbed by martial artists. Eating it raw meant slicing it into small pieces, as the energy content was unpredictable, and large portions might overwhelm the body. If Lucius didn't want to eat it raw but wished to maximize the absorption of energy, only those skilled in energy absorption techniques could achieve this, essentially meditating while holding the long meat to absorb its energy. Though Lucius knew the technique, he still sliced the meat for the Ning family. The long meat was extremely tough, and no ordinary knife could cut it, regardless of its sharp. Lucius shook his head, handed over the bag he had been holding, and said, "This is the meat of that thing, already divided. The best way to consume it is raw. Eat one piece each time you practice. If you feel you can handle more, you can eat 2 pieces, but always take it slowly. Remember, don't rush it, or you might risk bursting from within." Emerson was stunned. He wasn't stupid and certainly knew what kind of meat this was. So many people had searched for the long, with countless rumors spreading. He had assumed Lucius didn't know where it was, never expecting that Lucius had actually hidden it. How did he hide such a large creature? And how did he bring it into the Ning residence without anyone noticing? At this moment, overwhelmed by shock, Emerson had too many questions swirling in his mind. But having experienced life's twists and turns, he understood clearly that some things were better left unasked, as knowing the answers wouldn't always be beneficial. Regaining his composure, Emerson expressed his gratitude with a face full of appreciation. "Thank you, Master Chu. The Ning family will never forget your kindness." To this, Lucius waved it off indifferently. "Bear it, Ning. There's no need for such formalities. Keep this thing hidden and don't let anyone else know." Knowing full well that if this thing became known to outsiders, the Ning family would immediately fall into danger, Emerson hurriedly nodded in understanding. Because he wanted to try absorbing the energy from the long's flesh using absorption techniques, Lucius didn't return to the Ning residence. After finding a room, he summoned a piece of long meat. "I want to see just how unique you are." Chapter 216, Visiting the Qiansha sect. Boom. As soon as the meditation began, the power hidden within the flesh was extracted. Lucius instantly felt an overwhelming force rush into his body from the meridians in his hands like a flood, causing his body to shudder uncontrollably. It was, after all, the power of a dragon, which was different from any other force. Lucius clearly sensed the wild nature contained within this power. At the same time, the scales hidden beneath his skin seemed to detect their origin and surfaced automatically, shimmering with flowing light, looking extraordinarily mystical. The fierce power of the dragon surged wildly within the meridians. Once Lucius regained his senses, he immediately mobilized his true chi to suppress and absorb it. Truly formidable. After converting the dragon's power into his own true chi, Lucius distinctly felt that the essence of his true chi had changed. Simply put, before merging with the dragon's power, his true chi was like water. After incorporating the dragon's power, his true chi became more viscous and powerful, as if enriched by some substance. A piece of dragon meat the size of a basketball supported Lucius's absorption for an entire night. When morning came, the originally radiant dragon meat had shrunk to just the size of a fist and dried up completely. Crackling sounds. Just as Lucius opened his eyes and got up, his body emitted a series of crisp cracks, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. The room echoed with a heavy aura. Great. The sensation of being filled with strength made Lucius involuntarily shout. He quickly walked outside and noticed a boulder over Tinjiang High nearby, half on the ground and half underground. He immediately walked up to the boulder and threw a punch. A muffled sound echoed as a crack appeared on the boulder, spreading throughout it, as if it would split into two halves as soon as it was dug out of the soil. Lucius was very satisfied with the result. Before absorbing the dragon's power, he could achieve the same effect, but only by using true chi to assist him. This punch was purely physical, without any trace of true chi. Lucius believed that anyone below the 5th rank master level would be seriously injured by this punch. If he were to use true chi to assist, even he couldn't imagine how much destruction it could cause. After scanning the surroundings and finding no suitable boulder to test, Lucius had to give up. Just as he was about to leave, Emerson, who had returned last night, called, informing him that Lanny was looking for him. Knowing Atticus was sent by Brigham, Lucius immediately asked Emerson to bring Atticus here. When Atticus arrived, a piece of dragon meat 2 meters long and 1 meter wide was already lying on the ground. Seeing that what Brigham asked for was indeed dragon meat, Atticus became excited, his throat dry. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, carefully sensing the energy flowing within. Where are the outer scales? Regaining his composure, Atticus asked because this piece of meat lacked scales, which apparently had been stripped off by Lucius. Every part of the dragon was precious. If he could get a few more scales, crafting them into something like a heart shield would provide additional protection during battles. Initially, Lucius didn't want to bother with Atticus, but considering the Remy had treated him decently, he coldly said, wait. Subsequently, Lucius went to the adjacent room, retrieved 5 scales that he had struggled to peel off, and returned. Barrett Ning, you wouldn't know how to handle this thing, and it might bring you trouble. Just let Lanny take it back to the Divine Path sect for processing. They'll send you a piece once it's done. Emerson nodded eagerly, thinking Lucius really thought everything through. Indeed, giving him the scales directly would have left him clueless about how to process them. Counting only 5 pieces, Atticus couldn't help muttering, a few more would be better. While Atticus didn't know exactly how many scales a dragon had, he understood there must be plenty. 5 scales out of an entire dragon were like 5 hairs on a cow. Lucius frowned and scolded. Are you pushing your luck? If you don't want them, I won't give you these 5 either. Don't. 5 will do. Facing Lucius, Atticus, despite feeling reluctant, had to agree. After all, having something was better than nothing. Uninterested in how Atticus would take away the dragon meat, Lucius left with Emerson for the Ning family directly. Gaston's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw Lucius. As a grandmaster, his perception was sharp. Although Lucius looked unchanged on the surface, Gaston knew the boy's true chi had grown significantly, almost as if he had taken some potent tonic. Returning after a single night with such robust true chi, it seemed like he had advanced in cultivation. Unable to resist, Gaston asked, what did you eat? None of your business? Lucius would not indulge the other party and directly showed an attitude, as if he would get angry if asked further. In response, Gaston, who was equally passive, could only shake his head helplessly and smiled, saying, when do we set off? In 1 hour. Lucius said this and walked towards the small building, preparing to inform Ebony. Standing in place, Gaston stared at Lucius's disappearing back view and guessed what he had done to make his true chi so robust. True chi was the fundamental power after entering the Patriarch realm. Among masters of the same realm, those with sparse true chi would absolutely not be a match for those with robust true chi. This was an Emerson and others right after he left to investigate the situation. Wu Yun's sect was an unstoppable behemoth compared to the Ning family, against which they could hardly resist. But with Qinsha sect involved, Wu Yun's sect would need to reconsider using their sect status to intimidate the Ning family. Spending a day, the two entered the deepest part of the southwest. When Gaston suddenly stopped, excitement and anticipation immediately surged in Lucius's eyes. Chapter 217. Are you a pig? The 9 major sects each occupy one of the 8 directions. Each sect is hidden in desolate and rarely visited wastelands, completely concealed by powerful formations. Those without knowledge cannot enter. Gaston, who had stopped walking, suddenly moved forward a few steps and punched towards the diagonal front. An invisible force surged into the sky, shaking the void. Then some things gradually appeared. A colossal gate, several dozen feet tall, slowly appeared in front of them. A Tongsong Huanglang yet vibrant atmosphere blew out from within the massive gate. Below the giant gate, more than 10 disciples of Qinsha sect hurriedly bent down to greet Gaston when they saw him return. Young friend, please come in. Gaston faced Lucius with a half bow, smiling and extending his hand. This gesture left the 10-plus Qinsha sect disciples filled with surprise. Who is this young man? How can such an elder show respect like this? Is he an heir from another sect? The disciples were extremely curious about Lucius's identity. Lucius didn't care what others thought of him. He stepped onto the jade-made ground ahead, turning his head back and forth as if observing the environment out of curiosity. In reality, he was examining the condition of the ground. He speculated that if the Remy and Qinsha sect had any grudges, entering Qinsha sect would require fighting their way in. If there had been a fight, traces should be left on the ground. Not enemies then? Failing to find any signs on the ground, Lucius wondered if he had overthought it. Perhaps the Remy hadn't come to seek revenge. If not for revenge, was he still inside Qinsha sect now? As Lucius entered the main path leading straight to the top of the mountain, he immediately attracted the attention of many Qinsha sect disciples. Who is this person? How dare he walk in front of the elder? It's as if he's the sect master. His background must be quite remarkable. He could be the pride of another sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive such treatment. It wasn't because Lucius looked particularly handsome or unusual that drew so many disciples to stop. It was because of Gaston. As the Grand Elder of Chincha sect, Gaston had sealed himself off for many years. Unless something important happened, he rarely appeared before the disciples. This time, not only did Gaston appear, but he also had a young man beside him. What surprised the disciples even more was that this young man dared to walk in front of the Grand Elder, as if completely disregarding Gaston's status. Due to Gaston's status and Lucius being in front of him, everyone became increasingly curious about his identity. While everyone observed Lucius, he was also examining the entire Chincha sect. Indeed, an ancient power like Chincha sect, despite its external appearance as an endless desert, was internally lush and verdant, with birds singing and flowers blooming, no different from the legendary paradise beyond the world. Chincha sect was not short of people. With a glance, you could see activities happening everywhere. Little friend, how do you feel? The environment of Chincha sect isn't bad, but among the 9 major sects, it certainly ranks in the top 4. When mentioning Chincha sect's environment, Gaston's tone was filled with pride. Lucius twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking that Gaston really believed the scenery had lured him in. Seeing more and more people noticing this side, Lucius retorted, "Are you planning to let me be like a monkey in a zoo, watched and studied by the people of Chincha sect?" Upon hearing this, Gaston clearly paused, then noticed many disciples looking at them, some even pointing and whispering, "All of you, disperse. With an esteemed guest here, gathering and gawking is inappropriate." The resounding roar scared all the Chincha sect disciples away, none daring to look in their direction again. "Little friend, please, let's go to the reception hall." Gaston bowed again, displaying a respectful demeanor. This scene made those disciples who turned around to watch widen their eyes, wondering what kind of background this person had. Inside the reception hall on the mountain peak, upon Gaston's entry, various exquisite pastries and fresh fruits were promptly served. "Little friend, our sect master is currently in seclusion and unable to welcome you. I will handle the reception for now, please forgive us. We've known each other for a while, and I sincerely wish for little friend to join Chincha sect. Please consider it. Whether as an honorary elder or deputy sect master, little friend may choose." Humph. Just as Gaston finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside. Following this, a small, stocky Remy, about 5 feet tall, walked in. Elder Dermot of the Thousand Instant sect, a first-rank great master, had combat power not much weaker than Gaston, a second-rank great master. This was because Dermot cultivated an iron fist with extremely powerful attack capability. The Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Thousand Instant sect had significant conflicts in their early years, which led to a strained relationship over the years. Just now, when Dermot learned that Gaston had brought in a young man with utmost respect, he instantly guessed that Lucius might be the young patriarch Gaston found for the Thousand Instant sect, as per the sect master's instructions before his seclusion. Regarding the position of young patriarch of the Thousand Instant sect, Dermot had always recommended his grandson, Irving, hoping Irving would take over the Thousand Instant sect in the future. However, every recommendation was opposed by Gaston. With someone opposing it, the recommendations were useless. Due to this, Dermot wished more than anything to see Gaston dead. Upon learning the news this time and realizing Gaston's intentions, Dermot also wanted to intervene, just to make Gaston uncomfortable and retaliate for previous obstructions. Gaston had anticipated Dermot's appearance. After years of squabbles, he had adjusted his mindset and simply ignored Dermot, smilingly asking Lucius, "Little friend, can you give me a reply within 3 days?" In 3 days, they could also investigate whether the Remy had come in. As Lucius pondered, about to respond, Dermot snorted coldly again. Lucius furrowed his brow but didn't say much, nodding at Gaston, "Sure, 3 days will suffice." Humph. Dermot snorted again. Once is okay, twice is pushing it, not 3 times. Originally, Lucius didn't want to pay attention to Dermot at all. But Dermot, sensing he was being ignored, continuously snorted to seek attention, causing annoyance. Feeling irked, Lucius wasn't going to tolerate it. Turning to Dermot, he said bluntly, "Are you a pig? Grunting is all you know?" This remark instantly made Dermot's eyes bulge out in shock. Due to his short stature and robust build, his walking posture was also somewhat peculiar. In his younger years, he hadn't been spared ridicule, often likened to a bipedal pig. Because of these insults, Dermot worked hard, eventually slaying all those who mocked him as a pig. As his strength grew, no one dared mention pigs around him anymore, let alone the word itself. Lucius's words stung Dermot deeply. "If you dare, say that again." Chapter 218. Miscalculation. The surroundings bristled with murderous intent. Just as Gaston was about to speak to ease the tension, Lucius preempted him by saying, "Are you a pig? Can only grunt?" It was a joke, but it was like Lucius genuinely thought no one dared to say it. Oh no. Gaston's heart tightened. He knew very well that the word pig was Sean's sore spot. Whoever mentioned it would have to fight him tooth and nail. Whoosh. Without a word, Gaston stepped forward, positioning himself between Lucius and Sean. At that moment, Sean's iron fists slammed into the aura shield Gaston had released. Boom. The powerful shockwave from the collision swept through the entire reception hall, sending everything on the tables flying, and some decorations fell off the walls. Several thousand Sha sect disciples suddenly rushed out from the doorway. Seeing that the first elder and second elder were engaged in combat, they didn't hesitate for a moment before scattering. 2 grandmasters battling. Staying to watch meant certain death. "Gaston, what are you trying to do? Are you planning a full-scale war with me?" Sean, now obstructed, glared at Gaston angrily. Though the two of them had never gotten along well, as the first and second elders of Thousand Sha sect, they had never truly lost their composure in public for the greater good. Sean's message was clear. If Gaston continued to interfere, he would no longer consider past relations, demonstrating just how determined he was to deal with Lucius. "Sean, Lucius is an honored guest I personally invited to Thousand Sha sect. This concerns the future of our sect. I strongly advise you not to act stubbornly. Before the Dane went into seclusion, he entrusted everything to me. If you continue to cause trouble, I will punish you according to the sect rules. Gaston's anger echoed around them, his aura surging, displaying a posture that showed he wasn't afraid at all. As Thousand Sha Sect's honored guest, Lucius was crucial for the sect competition. Even if things came to a head with Sean, Gaston wasn't the least bit afraid because he knew what mattered most. Even the Dane would support him in the end. Over the years, Sean had become arrogant, impulsive, and stubborn. If not for his Grandmaster-level strength, he would have been expelled long ago. Amidst the glaring, Sean eventually backed down. While he could match Gaston using his iron fists, this perception belonged to onlookers. As the attacker, Sean knew all too well that the gap in realms was hard to breach. Gaston was always a second-rank Grandmaster. The fact that they appeared evenly matched was due to Gaston giving him face and avoiding making him look too foolish. If Gaston really went all out, Sean would definitely lose. In this confrontation, Sean clearly realized that Gaston would go all out for this young man, ready to completely sever ties with him. Facing the inevitable outcome, he had no choice but to concede. The tense atmosphere quickly settled, and Gaston turned to Lucius, sighing, "Young friend, my apologies for this spectacle." Lucius glanced at Sean, who still glared at him hatefully, then suddenly asked, "You meant earlier that if I wanted, I could become the young master of Thousand Sha Sect, right? Once I become the young master, can I travel outside?" These words immediately ignited Sean's fury even more. Initially, Lucius hadn't cared about becoming the young master, but Sean's sudden hostility changed that. Although under Gaston's suppression, Sean temporarily set aside his anger, Lucius could still see the murderous intent in his eyes, indicating that he was plotting how to get rid of him. Lucius had always adapted to circumstances. If others treated him kindly, he responded kindly. If they were hostile, he responded even more fiercely. Not knowing the specific situation within Thousand Sha Sect, Lucius deduced from Sean's sudden interference that he coveted the position of young master. If Sean wanted it, Lucius would snatch it away to make him uncomfortable. Yes, you can go anywhere you want. However, after becoming Dane in the future, you'll need to remain stationed in Thousand Sha Sect and can't wander outside whenever you please. We'll deal with the future when it comes. For now, let's upset this Remy first. Lucius laughed and said, "No need to think about it. I accept the position of young master." Not far away, Sean, realizing Lucius was intentionally provoking him, clenched his teeth so hard it hurt. He shouted, "Absolutely not." Gaston, who had been pleased, frowned and asked, "Why not?" "Humph," Sean said confidently, "according to sect rules, if there's no contender, recommendation decides the young master, but if there is a contender, victory decides." This rule, Gaston naturally knew. He countered, "Is there anyone challenging now?" "There is. Doesn't Yifei have the qualifications to compete?" Letting go and allowing the other party to take away the coveted position of young master without doing anything was something Sean couldn't accept. Moreover, he hadn't sensed much power fluctuation from Lucius, believing his grandson Irving had a great chance of winning. Continuously recommending but continuously being blocked by Gaston. But if it were through competition, even the Dane couldn't refute it. Seeing Lucius look at him in confusion, Gaston hurriedly explained, "The competition means battle. Whoever becomes the victor becomes the young master." Just a battle? Lucius naturally didn't take it seriously and said nothing. "Sean, have you thought this through clearly? On the arena, there's no holding back. You acknowledge life and death as your own fate. I'm telling you now, your grandson will not be this young friend's match. If he ends up dead, don't blame this young friend for it." Gaston, who had already foreseen the outcome, reminded Sean kindly for the sake of their years of working together. But Sean, blinded by anger, paid no heed to the goodwill and coldly shouted, "It will be a competition, taking place 3 days from now. Whoever wins will be Qian Sha Sect's young master. Everyone has their own choice." If Sean chose to send his grandson to his doom, that was his own decision. Gaston nodded and didn't say anything more. "Young friend, please, let me show you to your quarters." Gaston immediately led Lucius to his quarters, and Lucius took the opportunity to inquire about the current state of Qian Sha Sect, how many people there were, the overall strength, and whether anything significant had happened recently. After learning that nothing major had happened, Lucius couldn't help but ask, "Usually, doesn't anyone visit Qian Sha Sect?" Gaston shook his head and said, "The 9 major sects are mostly isolated from the world, with special communication methods between them. When issues arise, they contact each other remotely, rarely making personal visits. Counting up, you are Qian Sha Sect's first guest in 20 years. Miscalculation." Upon hearing this response, Lucius instantly felt a sense that he had been tricked by the Remy. Chapter 219. Not preparing is preparing. It was obvious that the Remy had never come to the Qian Sha Sect. He had only entered the desert. Entering the desert did not mean entering the Qian Sha Sect. It was just his subconscious assumption that he had entered the Qian Sha Sect. Lucius understood that all of this was part of the Remy's calculations. He had long known that Lucius would not heed advice, would surely search for him, and then enter the desert, leading himself to the Qian Sha Sect. Anger surged in Lucius's heart, but soon another thought emerged. Could this be another scheme? Was the Remy intending for him to enter the Qian Sha Sect, involving himself with it? He thought this because the previous events had made Lucius almost certain that the Remy was setting up another game. Directing Selma to find him, bringing him to Haicheng, discovering the Dragon Valley, everything that happened inside the valley, as well as everything before then, it was all calculated by the Remy. The Remy must have studied the dragon-shaped jade token deeply and knew how to unlock its secrets, which is why he led Lucius step by step into the Dragon Valley, engaging in a battle with the dragon, experiencing changes within himself, and ultimately revealing the secret of the dragon-shaped jade token. Lucius even speculated that when he fought the dragon in the Dragon Valley, the Remy might have been hiding in the shadows watching. Because he succeeded in defeating the dragon, the Remy didn't reveal himself. Otherwise, the Remy couldn't have entered the desert after Lucius had lost consciousness. Carefully pondering, Lucius became more convinced that everything happening now was another game set by the Remy, because that old fellow was too good at scheming. There might be something needed within the Qiansha sect. Thinking about these things, Lucius dismissed the idea of immediately leaving upon realizing the Remy wasn't in the Qiansha sect, deciding instead to stay and investigate further. He knew very well that if this were the Remy's plan, then things would happen naturally when they should. At the same time, news of Lucius competing against Irving for the position of Deputy Dane spread quickly among the disciples of the Qiansha sect. Everyone speculated, could Lucius be an opponent for Irving? Being the grandson of Elder Dermot, Irving received guidance from grandmasters since childhood and had a high starting point. Though only 35 years old, Irving was already a fourth-rank grandmaster in martial arts. Such talent would certainly earn him the title of genius outside the sect. Among the younger generation of the 9 major sects, though not outstanding, he was certainly not at the bottom. Some also speculated that since Lucius was personally invited by the first elder, he probably wasn't simple either. After all, without some uniqueness, it would be impossible to gain recognition from Gaston, the grandmaster. For this reason, people began placing bets. Since most disciples were familiar with Irving, many bet on him, while a few trusted their instincts and bet on Lucius. Inside Dermot's residence in the Qiansha sect, Irving hurriedly arrived and saw his grandfather sitting angrily on a stone bench, asking urgently, "Grandfather, what did you want to see me for?" Signaling his grandson to sit down, Dermot asked, "You should know about the competition, right?" After Irving nodded, Dermot continued, "I haven't figured out exactly what level our opponent is at, but being favored by that Remy Gaston, he can't be simple. You still need to be careful and not underestimate him." Then, he took out a pendant, saying, "Wear this during the battle. It might save your life in a critical moment. Over the next 2 days, focus on resting well so you can secure the position of Deputy Dane. As long as you become Deputy Dane, he was the grandson of the second elder. If Lucius killed him, considering Dermot's fiery temper, retribution would likely follow. Although Lucius wasn't afraid of confrontation, truly engaging a grandmaster would expose his full strength, something he wanted to avoid for now. On the arena platform, life and death are one's own responsibility. After saying this, Gaston paused for a moment, then added, "Over the years, the Qiansha sect has invested many resources in him. As long as he doesn't go too far, try to spare his life if you can." Lucius didn't say anything more, turning around and walking onto the arena platform as if taking a stroll. Already standing on the platform, Irving squinted and focused on the approaching Lucius. Sensing no fluctuation from him, an uneasy feeling instantly crept into Irving's heart. However, due to his absolute confidence in himself, he took a deep breath and expelled the uneasiness, following the proper procedure to clench his fist and shout, "Irving!" Out of courtesy, Lucius also clasped his fists and calmly stated his name. Unfamiliarity naturally left little room for idle talk. After taking a deep breath, Irving's true chi surged around him, ready to strike at any moment. Lucius stood indifferently in place, emitting no aura or movement. What is he doing? Seeing this, Irving frowned as he completed his power-up, suppressing the true chi flowing within him. He asked, "What do you mean? Do you not understand the rules of the arena? If you don't prepare yourself, don't blame me when I kill you." This was a fight to the death, yet the other side showed no intention of making a move. Directly striking him down seemed too demeaning to Irving. He preferred some challenge, something that required effort, so he could boast about it in the future. Lucius replied nonchalantly, "You make your move. I've been ready all along." "What? That's being prepared?" Irving froze for a second. The originally calm and confident expression on his face gradually twisted into one of savagery. From the words and demeanor of his opponent, he sensed disdain and disregard. He knew it wasn't that the opponent needed no preparation, but rather that the opponent did not need to give him time to prepare. Insulting himself was one thing, but such an insult was unacceptable. Fury mixed with murderous intent instantly filled Irving's eyes. In the next second, he lunged at Lucius. Chapter 220. I want a challenge. Bang. The loud noise reverberated, and dust billowed up. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the swirling cloud of dust at the center of the ground. They were all curious as to who had the upper hand. A gentle breeze blew, gradually dispersing the concentrated dust. When the details on the arena platform were revealed, a chorus of like Carmine of Wu Yun's sect, who had lived his whole life being praised and envied by others, encountering someone much stronger than himself one day made it hard for him to accept it internally. What's wrong? Is Senior Brotherly planning to give up? With such a powerful punch, the other party remained unscathed. Can he be an opponent? I think it's better to admit defeat early to avoid further humiliation. Yes, if it were me, I would also admit defeat. Better to keep the green hills and not worry about running out of firewood. Around the area, the Qiansha sect disciples buzzed with discussion. Many of their words, suggesting that Irving should give up, even reached Irving's ears, causing him to clench his fists until his arms trembled, his eyes gradually becoming wild. As sons of heavenly pride, they all wanted to prove themselves. Despite Lucius's current demonstrated strength giving him significant pressure, Irving did not want to admit defeat, knowing well that doing so would make him live in the other person's shadow forever. Kill. Provoked by various factors, Irving's eyes filled completely with killing intent. Entering such a state wasn't because he really wanted to kill Lucius. It was a way for him to stimulate himself. Only in this state could his full strength be unleashed. Irving had already anticipated losing, but he believed that even if he lost, it should be done honorably, without regret. To surrender after just starting would make him lose face in front of Qiansha sect. Facing Lucius, his expression remained calm. This was a struggle with no suspense. Standing here now was merely a formality, to convince everyone. Taking the young master position directly, there would inevitably be dissatisfaction within Qiansha sect, leading to occasional rebellions. By defeating the person they recognized, future troublemakers would be deterred. Otherwise, Lucius wouldn't bother wasting time standing here. Around them, the previously buzzing Qiansha sect disciples quieted down upon seeing Irving not giving up and preparing to continue fighting. At this moment, most eyes were focused on Lucius, wondering just how strong he was and whether Irving could force him to use true chi, or if he could win without using any. Many even thought that if Lucius truly became the young master of Chincha sect, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for Chincha sect. The great competition of the 9 sects was coming soon, and with someone as formidable as Lucius leading, Chincha sect winning the championship would not be difficult. Before they knew it, Irving suddenly stepped forward, his figure scattering into 7 phantom images circling around Lucius, like 7 Irvings simultaneously striking Lucius. 7 killer fists. This was Irving's strongest fist currently. Amidst swirling dust, scales under Lucius's skin flashed briefly as he effortlessly deflected the attack. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. After saying these words, Lucius's body slightly shook, and Irving was thrown back by an invisible force, stopping with a look of unwillingness on his face. Losing to him wasn't the fear. It was the frustration of losing so helplessly, so powerless. It felt as though he was facing not a peer but someone far beyond his reach. After careful consideration and confirming that he was indeed no match, struggling further would be futile, Irving subconsciously glanced at Jimmy. Despite not wanting to face reality, Jimmy's already grim face had to confront it. Continuing the fight would risk turning his grandson into a useless being, and that loss would be even greater. Quickly weighing these factors, Jimmy nodded slightly, and Irving took a deep breath, then bowed to Lucius with clasped fists and said, I lost. Brotherly, it's not terrible to lose. We are all one family. There's no need to be sad. Brotherly, failure is the mother of success. Keep trying. We believe in you. Even if you're not the best in Chincha sect, being second isn't bad either. You're still better than all of us. Various words of encouragement rang out, while Irving gave a bitter smile and moved to leave the arena. Gaston came over to Lucius, scanned the crowd, and everyone wisely fell silent, knowing that the elder had something to announce. I declare that Lucius will now be the young master of Chincha sect. The rules must be followed. Of course, the regulation really couldn't understand. Had the second elder suffered too much of a blow after witnessing his grandson's defeat, driving him mad? For a grandmaster to challenge a junior, didn't he feel ashamed? If another member of the younger generation had stood up, everyone could have accepted and understood it. But this person was Joseph, and they were baffled. Even Irving, who had walked to the edge of the arena, looked extremely surprised at Joseph, unsure of what his grandfather intended. Gaston also looked incredulously at Joseph as he leaped down from the dais, asking, Old too? Are you out of your mind? How old are you? And how old is Lucius? You actually want to challenge him? At that moment, Gaston truly didn't know what Joseph was up to. Almost being someone's grandfather, he was doing something so ignorant. Approaching closely, Joseph ignored all the astonished gazes and questioning remarks around him. He stared straight at Gaston and asked, Is there a rule in the sect that prohibits elders from challenging others? Is there a rule in the sect that prevents elders from competing for the position of young patriarch? The questioning left Gaston speechless. Indeed, there were no such rules within the sect, primarily because history had never seen an elder shamelessly compete for the position of young patriarch. Now, Joseph was exploiting this loophole, willing to pull off such a stunt, leaving Gaston powerless to stop him. While he knew Lucius was strong, thinking about it, Joseph was a first-rank grandmaster, whose combat power could rival that of an average second-rank grandmaster. Gaston was worried that Lucius wouldn't be a match. Thinking this, Gaston suddenly had another thought. He immediately got angry and glared at Joseph, shouting, Old too, you're despicable. He knew that Joseph, despite losing face, ultimately aimed to destroy Lucius. Because at present, the only person who could prevent Irving from becoming the young patriarch was Lucius. As long as he was incapacitated, Joseph could afford to give up the position once he won. With the young patriarch's position vacant, Irving would naturally have another chance to compete. At this moment, Gaston suddenly regretted advising Lucius not to go all out earlier. Had he known Joseph would act so unscrupulously, he should have let Lucius directly cripple Irving, cutting off Joseph's hopes. Now, he had dug his own grave. Even with his true intentions exposed, Joseph did not blush and coldly said, To the victor goes the spoils. Since the sect has no such rules, you have no right to obstruct me. Feeling helpless, Gaston could only look at Lucius. His meaning was simple. If Lucius did not want to accept the challenge, he would do everything in his power to prevent it, even calling the sect leader out of seclusion if necessary. After finding such a promising talent and seeing the possibility of the Qian sect rising to the top of the 9 major sects, he truly didn't want Lucius to be destroyed by Joseph's reckless actions. Moreover, while others might not know why Joseph insisted on recommending Irving to become the young patriarch, Gaston was very clear. The Qian sect's achievements today owed much to his efforts. He could not stand idly by and watch years of hard work become the private property of the Li family. That was why he had always opposed Joseph's recommendation. All right. Lucius looked at Joseph calmly and said, According to the rules, if you lose, will you become my servant? Boom. Suddenly, there was another uproar among the crowd. Everyone had assumed that facing the challenge of a grand master like Joseph, Lucius would choose to retreat. After all, he still had Gaston backing him. If he refused the challenge, Joseph couldn't do anything. But unexpectedly, Lucius chose to accept. A bold guess suddenly formed in everyone's minds. Could this guy's combat strength be comparable to a grandmaster? No one was stupid. If Lucius didn't have confidence, he wouldn't agree. Gradually recovering, the Qian sect disciples' eyes filled with anticipation. They were now very curious about the upcoming confrontation and whether Lucius could defeat Joseph, turning him into a servant. Having a grandmaster as a servant was unimaginable. Yes. Joseph, now forced into this situation, nodded and said, If you can defeat me, then I will become your servant. But let me make it clear beforehand, in combat, accidents happen. If you die, don't expect anyone to come looking for trouble. He said this because he felt that since Lucius was so young yet possessed such strength, there must be something extraordinary about his background. Before taking action, it was best to clarify everything to avoid trouble from unexpected quarters afterward. Lucius nodded and asked Gaston, "Is there any way to make it official? I'm afraid someone might go back on their word." His words stirred a wave of commotion. Lucius's statement echoed like thunder in everyone's minds. For every person caught the important information from these words. Lucius seemed to already know the final outcome, confident that Joseph would definitely lose. Recalling the struggle between him and Irving, which had been astonishingly effortless, they couldn't help but wonder if this young man could also be a Grand Master. This speculation startled even them. A Grand Master in his 20s? It seemed history had never recorded such an occurrence. Yes. Gaston nodded and then turned his head towards someone far away, saying, "Go fetch the blood oath stone." There was evident excitement in his voice. Originally, he had been worried that Lucius wouldn't be a match for Joseph. But seeing Lucius's calm demeanor and his concern about Joseph reneging, Gaston concluded that Lucius had every confidence in winning. Upon further thought, anyone who could kill a flood dragon couldn't possibly be simple. Gaston understood more clearly. As long as Lucius could defeat Joseph, the result of the competition among the 9 major sects would be beyond doubt. Simultaneously, with Joseph becoming a servant, without his interference and obstruction, the Qian Sha sect would be much easier to manage in the future. Shortly, a blood-red stone about the size of a fist was brought over. This is the blood oath stone, obtained by our predecessors from a secret realm. Both parties involved in the pact need only drop a drop of blood onto it. If either violates the agreement, they will suffer the backlash of invisible rules, leading to death by spontaneous combustion. Not only will it punish the violator, but all relatives related by blood will also suffer repercussions. Although they won't die, they can forget about making any further progress in martial arts. Such things actually exist in the world? Lucius looked curiously at the so-called blood oath stone, not hesitating at all as he used his fingernail to break the skin of his finger and dripped blood onto the stone. But in the next moment, the scene erupted again. My goodness, am I seeing things? He's still human? How is this possible? Everyone stared at Lucius's blood dripping onto the stone, their eyes widening in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 222. The Great Master is panicked. As everyone knows, human blood is bright red. But Lucius's was different. His blood carried a golden hue, yet it also had a tinge of red, with the gold being predominant. This phenomenon left Gaston and Dermot stunned. Even though they were well-traveled, this was their first time seeing human blood that was golden. After regaining his composure, Gaston understood why Lucius's combat strength was so formidable. It turned out that the path of martial arts Lucius had taken was entirely different from others. Others cultivated their bodies, while he went so far as to refine even his blood. Not only outsiders, but even Lucius himself was taken aback when he saw his own blood. He naturally knew that his blood had been changed by the mysterious heavenly seal world and integrated with the blood of a Jiaolong, a mythical creature, translated as dragon here for coherence. But he did not expect it to appear in this state. Hearing the astonishment around him, Lucius suddenly regretted causing such a stir, inadvertently revealing another one of his secrets. Regretful or not, the fact was laid before him. Lucius didn't bother with words. Looking at the still dumbfounded Dermot, he said, "Your turn." Dermot, who originally had a powerful aura, now didn't look too good. Despite Lucius's youth, the calm demeanor he exuded along with the unusual blood made Dermot feel an inkling of unease. Could it be that this young man really possessed power on par with his own? If he lost this contest, would he really have to serve this opponent as a servant for life? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Dermot became. He started to regret his impulsiveness, never imagining it would lead him into such a predicament. Old too, having second thoughts? Gaston chuckled. Knowing the Remy after many years, he could see the regret clearly in his heart. The more he sensed this, the less opportunity he gave Dermot to back down, saying, "The esteemed second elder of the Thousand Slaughter sect, with so many disciples watching, including many of your personal students, if you break your word now, everyone will surely have an opinion of you. As a great master, once you've spoken, there's no taking it back. I'm sure you understand this principle." Enough. Dermot glared at Gaston angrily. "Do I need your lessons on how to do things?" The idea of regret is truly laughable. Though Dermot felt terrible under such pressure, he pricked his finger and dripped his blood onto the blood oath stone. For he had absolute confidence in his own strength and didn't believe that the much younger Lucius could really possess the power to defeat him. He also thought that Lucius's confidence might just be an act, aimed at overwhelming him psychologically, making him afraid to fight and thus lose face. "Alright, now it's all up to you two." Gaston left with the blood oath stone, laughing cheerfully. At this moment, from Lucius's calm expression, he could already foresee the final outcome. The scourge of the Thousand Slaughter sect was finally going to be eradicated. Thinking of this, Gaston couldn't help but laugh aloud, causing the disciples of the Thousand Slaughter sect to look puzzled. On the arena, Dermot and Lucius moved apart, fully releasing their auras which stirred up the dust on the ground, obscuring their figures. "Boy, don't think I don't know your trick. Today, I will take your life in the Thousand Slaughter sect. Daring to snatch away the glory meant for my grandson and ruining my plans for years, I will make you pay the price." Facing the threat, Lucius smiled indifferently and replied, "I hope you can still talk so big later." Faced with a great master, caution was essential. After taking a deep breath, Lucius released some invisible restraints hidden within his body. On the opposite side, Dermot, who had been confidently smug, sensed the steadily increasing aura emanating from Lucius approaching that of a great master, gradually becoming serious. However, when Lucius's aura stopped at the 9th rank of mastery, the worry in his eyes quickly dissipated. It's just 9th rank. No wonder he's so arrogant. For a moment, he was truly worried that Lucius's aura would rise to the level of a great master, in which case today would have been perilous. Kill. Determined to either kill or cripple Lucius, Dermot mobilized all his inner energy and lunged forward. Knowing this struggle was not honorable, he planned a quick victory, preferably resolving it within 10 moves. fist against fist. Due to the dust clouding the arena, the surrounding disciples of the Thousand Slaughter sect only heard loud clashes echoing, signaling that the two had begun their battle. Damn it, who's responsible for cleaning the arena? Drag them out and beat them to death. Yeah, how lazy can they be? Leaving the dust uncleared, making everything invisible. Unable to see the detailed situation, many of the Thousand Slaughter sect disciples cursed. Being disciples of the Thousand Slaughter sect, they had long known that Dermot possessed iron fists and was a great master. They were eager to witness the scene when a great master struck, but due to the laziness of the disciple responsible for cleaning the arena, they couldn't see the specifics. Boom. Bang. The onlookers couldn't see the details, only hearing continuous sounds emanating from within. The dust, which had just settled a little, was once again stirred up by the shockwaves from their collisions, obscuring their view. Killing him would be just one punch away. No matter how strong the armor, enough force would definitely break through it. With this thought in mind, Dermot abandoned all defense and focused all his power on the offensive. In the blink of an eye, 30 punches landed on Lucius's body, yet still could not break through the armor. Even though reluctant, Dermot had to temporarily retreat to regain strength. Not going to fight anymore? Lucius smiled at Dermot, then after slightly twisting his arms and waist, said, "Thank you for helping me warm up." "What? Just warming up?" This great master, Dermot, instantly panicked. Chapter 223, Get Used to It. From the very beginning of these conflicts, Dermot has participated in countless battles. But today's battle is absolutely the first he has ever encountered. His own true chi is almost depleted, and the opponent has only just finished warming up. Is this a joke? At this moment, Dermot truly regrets it. Meanwhile, although Gaston outside the arena looked calm, deep in his eyes was surging excitement. Other disciples couldn't see the specific situation due to the dust, but as a grandmaster, he was not affected by this and could see clearly throughout. Lucius's defensive power amazed him. It was unimaginable what kind of cultivation method this young man had practiced to achieve such a formidable armor. Since the armor is hidden under the skin, he believed it came from cultivation. After all, if it were forged armor, it should be worn like clothes on the outside. Seeing Lucius only finish warming up after taking so many punches, Gaston couldn't help but wonder if he himself could be Lucius's match. With such strength, if Lucius really becomes the patriarch of Qianxia sect in the future, would the other 8 sects have the power to resist? No, absolutely not. Excitement drove Gaston to want to bring out the patriarch who was in closed retreat and welcome this young patriarch with the highest reception, aiming to thoroughly retain Lucius's heart. Because he could tell that Lucius agreeing to be the young patriarch was partly stimulated by Dermot and partly very casual, he might quit at any time. Others might value this position greatly, but Lucius doesn't need it at all. And with such strength, even if he quits, Qianxia sect would still find it difficult to deal with him. Kill. Lucius, who had been using Dermot to refine himself, moved forward suddenly. Facing the attack, Lucius did not retaliate but only endured, wanting to see how strong this armor was and understand exactly how much force it could withstand. Now, after the test, even a second-tier grandmaster finds it hard to break through. Dermot, whose heart was in turmoil, had no choice but to focus on defense when faced with Lucius's counterattack, knowing that he didn't have such bantai, abnormal, defense as the opponent and would definitely be injured if hit. However, during a fight, strength is one aspect and mentality is another. Once the mentality is disrupted, strength will inevitably be affected. After just 3 blows, Dermot was struck in the chest by Lucius. The powerful destructive force caused Dermot to cry out in pain. What? Did I hear wrong? Is that Elderly's voice? Could Elderly really be losing? Qianxia sect's disciples were startled by Dermot's scream, their scalps tingling. On the other side of the arena, when Irving heard the scream, his face fell instantly. He naturally knew that his grandfather's sudden challenge to Lucius was an effort for him to become the future patriarch. Though he knew Lucius wasn't simple, thinking about how his grandfather was a grandmaster with iron fists that killed many masters, he assumed his grandfather wouldn't find it too hard to win. One scream shattered all of Irving's fantasies. In just 10 seconds after the scream, a figure burst through the dust and flew out of the arena. When they saw that the person who fell to the ground was Dermot, the scene immediately turned dead silent, as if no one else existed. Hacking, struggling to get up, Dermot spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, then collapsed motionlessly. Elderly really lost. When Lucius emerged from the dust, seeing him without any injuries except for torn clothes, everyone felt like they had been punched in the gut. Fighting a grandmaster and knocking him unconscious without suffering any harm. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to. The truth was that Lucius was a grandmaster, perhaps even a second-tier grandmaster. 2 first-tier grandmasters can't look like this. Grandfather? Irving shouted and rushed to Dermot's side, hurriedly picking him up from the ground. Lucius glanced indifferently and turned towards Gaston. Noise erupted across Qianxia sect as Lucius left. Today, they finally witnessed what it means to be extraordinary. Many Qianxia sect disciples directly idolized Lucius, deeply believing that if he became the future patriarch of Qianxia sect, he would lead them to a different future. Female disciples trembled excitedly, determined to confess their love to Lucius later. Young friend, you are indeed a hidden gem. I think if it were me, I wouldn't be your match either. On the way back, Gaston couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lucius smiled calmly, took a deep breath, and said, "Get used to it. Please help keep this matter confidential, Elder. I don't want too many people to know." Understood. Gaston nodded seriously. Even if Lucius hadn't mentioned it, he would order the news to be sealed off. He knew all too well that the other 8 sects wouldn't allow Qianxia sect to have such an extraordinary young patriarch. If they can't obtain, then destroy. Even Qianxia sect, upon knowing another sect had acquired such talent, would devise plans to eliminate them. Upon reaching his residence, Lucius greeted and then locked himself in the room, immediately taking out a piece of flood dragon meat to absorb its power for recovery. The battle with Dermot looked easy, but only Lucius truly understood how it felt. He knew very well that if not for his strong armor, capturing Dermot wouldn't have been so effortless. The power of the flood dragon entered his body and was quickly absorbed by Lucius. The nearly depleted true chi was swiftly replenished. Outside the small courtyard, there was plenty of noise from female disciples who came seeking Lucius's favor. Gaston didn't stop this situation because he believed that if a female disciple from the sect could win Lucius's favor, he would be inseparable from Chincha sect. With good intentions, Gaston still went to Dermot's residence. Dermot had already woken up, but his mental state wasn't good, like his brain had suffered a heavy blow, making him look dazed. "Elder, please help my grandfather. What's wrong with him?" An extremely worried Irving promptly requested when he saw Gaston arrive. After a cursory examination, Gaston said, "It's nothing, just a big shock. Give him time to accept it, he'll be fine in a couple of days. This pill will help repair his injuries. Give it to your grandfather when he feels better." Irving hurriedly received the pill from Gaston, who also offered some comforting words, essentially telling Irving not to bear any grudge against Lucius, as they were all part of Chincha sect after all. Chincha sect's fortune in attracting Lucius meant its future under his leadership would be incredibly strong. One shouldn't jeopardize the future of Chincha sect due to personal grievances. On the other side, Lucius, who was absorbing the flood dragon's power to recover, suddenly frowned, sensing some movement within the heavenly seal realm. His mind instantly focused on it. Seeing the new object under the heavenly seal steel, he was completely baffled. Chapter 224. The tall tree attracts the wind. This is an egg? Surprise came from a basketball-sized orb shimmering with purple light beneath the heaven-sealing steel. Intuition told Lucius that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this should be an egg. How and why the egg was here was something that no amount of racking his brains would yield an answer. As his gaze swept over the fierce statues of strange beasts on the heaven-sealing steel, and he recalled that these were once living creatures, a guess suddenly emerged in Lucius's heart. He thought that within the heaven-sealing steel, many strange beasts were suppressed. This egg might very well belong to one of those beasts, having somehow been released by the steel. Everything happens for a reason. Since the heaven-sealing steel had let out this egg and drew his attention, it indicated that he should notice the egg. Driven by curiosity, Lucius approached. He walked around the basketball-sized egg, feeling it carefully. He was very certain it was an egg as he could sense life pulsations within it. Observation didn't give much information, so with determination, Lucius stretched out and hugged the egg, wanting to pick it up for further scrutiny. However, upon touching the egg, he felt an intense burning sensation. The pain instantly resonated through him, and Lucius instinctively tried to let go. But the egg seemed glued to his hand, impossible to shake off. It didn't end there. Suddenly, a suction force came from inside the egg. Lucius distinctly felt that the small amount of true chi that had just recovered in his body was being frantically absorbed by the egg, a power too strong for him to resist. Once all the true chi in his body was sucked dry, the suction force disappeared, and the egg fell to the ground, its surface glowing more brilliantly with purple light. Weakness forced Lucius to retreat inwardly. Inside the room, Lucius opened his eyes, feeling the emptiness within him, like a regular person. He smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the creature within the egg had some scruples and stopped consuming, otherwise, it might have continued to sap his vitality. After careful deliberation, Lucius confirmed that this egg must have been laid by some strange beast, feeding on true chi. He had originally thought that the heaven-sealing steel only suppressed beasts, yet now it gave him an egg. The more he thought about it, the more curious Lucius became. He eagerly anticipated what kind of marvels would come if this strange beast were hatched. Taking a deep breath, Lucius continued meditating, absorbing the power of the dragon to restore true chi. As the true chi restored, he clearly sensed the invisible suction force still existed, uncontrollably siphoning a thread of true chi into the heart-shaped jade plaque. As long as it wasn't taking back everything immediately after recovery, Lucius didn't care much. Restoring true chi after depletion required significant time. Thankfully, with the entire corpse of the dragon at hand, Lucius could get a continuous supply, otherwise, recovering would take more than half a month. 3 days later, Lucius opened the door. Seeing the stack of letters piled like a small mountain at the door, he felt his scalp tingle. Without even needing to read them, Lucius knew what they contained. With a pinch of his fingers, he used true chi to create a flame, which he flung onto the stack of letters, burning them all to ashes. "What you do will surely make many female disciples in the sect sad," Gaston said with a smile from not far away. Lucius walked down the steps, unfeelingly replying, "If they're sad, it's their concern, not mine." He frowned, pondering for a few seconds before replying, "2 masters are too few. A minimum of 4, and they must be 4th tier or higher. Otherwise, I will take him out." Stepping back was because Gaston's analysis was factual. Regardless of anything else, Matthias was indeed a grandmaster, and bringing him along would inevitably attract attention from the other 8 sects. Currently, Lucius temporarily did not want too much attention, because after unraveling the secrets of the dragon-shaped jade plaque and opening the heaven-sealing realm, he understood that his journey had just begun. The tall tree attracts the wind. Before thoroughly understanding the heaven-sealing realm and growing strong enough, keeping a low profile was the best way to proceed. Exchanging 4 masters of 4th tier or above for 1 grandmaster was quite a bargain. Worried that Lucius might raise the price again, Gaston immediately agreed. Calming down, thinking about the Remy's calculations, Lucius couldn't help but wonder what he was really planning. So far, no benefits had been gained. Wanting to leave but feeling reluctant, Lucius pondered and then directly asked, "Chincha sect should have forbidden grounds, right?" He asked this because he deduced that normal places were unlikely to offer any benefits. The only place where opportunities might exist was somewhere difficult for ordinary people to reach. The 9 major sects chose secluded locations not just for easy hiding, but also to guard areas that required supervision, preventing dangers within from wreaking havoc on the central plains. Gaston explored how deep the abyss actually went. Over countless years, in order to investigate the depths of the abyss, the Chincha sect lost many strong warriors inside. Among them were more than 30 grandmasters and 3 great-grandmasters. The abyss, specifically speaking, resembled a beehive, layer upon layer extending downward. To date, the Qianxia sect had only explored up to the 4th level, because the danger at the 5th level equaled that of a great grandmaster. On this abyssal battlefield existed an indestructible type of warrior spirit. The deeper down, the stronger these spirits became. Even if they were slain at one point, they would revive after a while. Over a century, everything from the first 4 levels had been thoroughly scavenged by the Qianxia sect. Only the 5th level's warrior spirits, all comparable to or even stronger than great grandmasters, prevented thorough exploration. Upon hearing this, Lucius instantly understood. This was likely the Remy's plan. He might have foreseen something within the abyss that could aid him, which led him to go through great lengths to bring Lucius into the Qianxia sect. Moreover, opportunities might lie deeper within the abyss. At the entrance of the Forbidden Land, another great grandmaster stood guard. He was an emaciated elder who, when seated still, looked like a corpse. Without much thought, Lucius knew this must be a long-retired elder, residing here for cultivation while preventing disciples from rashly entering and keeping the warrior spirits from escaping. Gaston was very respectful to the Remy. As he was about to introduce Lucius, the Remy said, "I know him. Isn't he the young man who defeated Bryceley?" The Remy's gaze swept over Lucius, making him feel as if needles were pricking his skin wherever the gaze landed. At least 5th rank. Lucius's heart raced, realizing this was the depth of a major sect. The true powerhouses within a major sect often hid in the shadows. What he had seen before was just the surface. This situation served as a warning to Lucius, telling him that he should stay low profile in the future. Major sects weren't as simple as he imagined. Stirring too much trouble might disturb the true powerhouses, leading to inevitable suffering. Very well, in the future Xinzhou, there will be a place for you. After retracting his gaze, the Remy nodded approvingly. Recognizing the elder's strength deserved respect, Lucius bowed respectfully. Upon learning that Lucius intended to enter the abyss battlefield, the Remy didn't say much, merely slapping the sidewall. The ground nearby made a cracking sound, and a large stone slab moved aside, revealing a dark, cold entryway. Below, there is a rope. Pull on it if you want to come out. Gaston reminded. Lucius nodded, about to step into the entrance when Gaston added, "Remember, don't step into the 5th level Sancer. It's truly dangerous. If you provoke those warrior spirits, they might follow you out." Could he gain an opportunity without entering dangerous places? Ignoring Gaston, Lucius leaped into the deep pit. The stone slab clicked back into place, sealing the entrance. "Hobart, do you think he'll listen to our advice?" Gaston asked the Remy anxiously. Hobart chuckled lightly, asking in return, "Do you think he'll listen?" He's a young man with a heavy curiosity. It's normal for someone relying on some skills to become fearless. But reality will teach him a lesson. Don't worry. Knowing how concerned you are about him, I'll keep an eye on things. If he doesn't heed the warning, I'll go down and bring him back up. Waiting for that answer, Gaston bowed and left. This is the so-called ancient battlefield? Landing, Lucius scanned his surroundings. The light was dim, and the air carried a decayed, bog-like atmosphere. Initially, based on Gaston's description, Lucius had thought the abyss battlefield would be small. But now, looking around, he saw it was vast, spanning at least 3 to 4 kilometers. Beyond that, darkness obscured the view. Although aware that the first 4 levels posed no danger and his goal was the 5th level, Lucius didn't immediately head to the entrance leading to the next level. Instead, he wandered casually, intending to observe what these warrior spirits were like. While walking, Lucius soon noticed several vague black shadows rushing toward him, so he stopped and waited. Soon, vague shadows appeared around him. Though blurry, closer inspection revealed they resembled ancient soldiers, clad in armor, wielding weapons, and wearing masks with black voids where their eyes should be. After careful observation, Lucius found that the so-called warrior spirits were similar to the Yuan monsters he encountered in the middle region of the Jiaolong Valley. They existed in the form of soul entities, but the danger level of warrior spirits was clearly higher than that of Yuan monsters. With a thought, he slightly released his aura to see if these warrior spirits possessed any intelligence. If the warrior spirits sensed they were no match and turned to leave, it would indicate that they had some degree of intelligence. However, if they continued to charge forward, it would mean their intelligence was low. Roar. Initially meant as a test, Lucius's release of his aura was like igniting explosives. The 4 warrior spirits suddenly roared and rushed forward. These warrior spirits only had the strength equivalent to concealed power martial artists. The moment their weapons touched Lucius, he swept his leg, and their bodies exploded into fragments. The black mist that made up the scattered warrior spirits did not immediately dissipate, but slowly writhed, as if it would not take long for them to reform. Just as Gaston warned, the warrior spirits could not be completely destroyed. Even when dispersed, they would gradually reassemble. Having initially determined that the warrior spirits did not possess intelligence, Lucius did not waste any more time and proceeded toward the next entrance according to the instructions. As he moved forward, he kept thinking. Based on the current information, each of the 9 major sects guarded a dangerous area. Each dangerous area contained different risks. For instance, the Forbidden Land of the Divine Fire sect had been explored early on. It contained ferocious creatures powered by lava, which couldn't be killed. The more they were slain, the stronger these creatures became. The Qianxia sect had the nearly unkillable warrior spirits, while the other 6 sects each had something different. Due to the strict secrecy, Lucius still didn't know what they were. However, he knew that the world was indeed far more complex than he had imagined. The seemingly peaceful Xinzhou continent harbored many dangers beneath the surface. Lucius wondered privately what would happen to Xinzhou if these dangerous areas suddenly erupted and broke through the outer defenses of the sects, entering the Xinzhou continent. Would the current strength of Xinzhou be enough to resist these dangers? An invisible pressure gathered in Lucius's heart. He knew that the greater one's strength, the greater the responsibility. If such a day truly came, it would be impossible under normal circumstances. The battle souls on the abyssal battlefield remained dormant. Unless disturbed by random movements awakening them, they wouldn't immediately attack. However, reality was far from Gaston's description. Many battle souls were already charging at him the moment he stepped into the 4th level. It wasn't because he had disturbed them. Lucius couldn't immediately figure out the exact reason. Soon, 3 battle souls comparable to 5th-rank patriarchs approached. Seeing the faint blue flames flickering in their eyes, Lucius knew that the deeper battle souls had gained some intelligence due to increased strength, not just mindless entities as initially guessed. Is it because my blood essence is too strong? Stared at by those blue flames, Lucius felt an intense longing, like a wolf that hadn't eaten for a long time suddenly finding prey, eager to devour it instantly. To test this hypothesis, he slashed his finger with his nail, flicking a drop of fresh blood into the air. Wish. The 2 nearest battle souls lunged directly toward the blood. One battle soul snatched the drop of blood, absorbing it made it seem very satisfied, emitting a hoarse roar while the black mist swirling around it solidified significantly, and the blue flames in its eyes burned brighter. A 6th-rank patriarch? Just one drop of blood made the originally 5th-rank patriarch-level battle soul emit the aura of a 6th-rank patriarch. Realizing this, Lucius felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that in the eyes of these battle souls, he might be a great nourishment. Walking through the abyssal battlefield, he was like a beacon of light. Due to his exceptionally strong physical vitality, he was detected by the dormant battle souls as soon as he entered, drawing them to want to devour him. At this moment, Lucius hesitated. Although Gaston had warned that the 5th level was dangerous, Lucius thought if the battle souls weren't disturbed, there would be minimal danger, allowing him to seek opportunities calmly. But now, Lucius realized he had underestimated everything. Having eaten many fine things since childhood and merging with the blood of a water dragon, his body's blood essence was potent, fatally attracting the battle souls. The 5th-level battle souls, which could rival great patriarchs, surely had stronger senses than those around him. Stepping onto the 5th level would likely disturb all the battle souls there instantly. 1 or 2 great patriarch-level battle souls wouldn't worry Lucius, but if there were 8, 9, or more, the situation would become dire. Lucius couldn't help but hesitate whether to enter the 5th level. Simultaneously, he wondered if he might have overthought things. Joining the Qiansha sect wasn't part of the Remy's plan. Maybe all his speculations were baseless? Otherwise, how could he be led into such a perilous place? Reality would prove harsher than his optimistic thoughts. As Lucius landed, he hadn't even turned around when a chill ran down his spine. Turning around, seeing the scene behind him, he couldn't help but curse aloud. He had thought it would take time for the battle souls on the 5th level to gather. In reality, the battle souls on the 5th level seemed to have sensed him coming down long ago, for battle souls were already standing not far away, steadily watching him. Miscalculation. The 4 battle souls, with the weakest emitting an aura comparable to a 2nd-rank Great Master, and the strongest being a 4th-rank Great Master. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Lucius immediately mustered strength to leap upward, intending to return to the 4th level. However, while still in midair, danger loomed in his heart. A spear formed of black mist condensed without him having time to dodge, smashing into his waist. The powerful impact sent Lucius flying several dozen meters away. Damn, do you want me dead? Feeling the numbness from his waist, Lucius turned his head to look. He found that despite wearing armor, he was still injured. The wound wasn't deep, but it did bleed. The armor that had remained undamaged after taking multiple blows from Dermot now broke open with just one strike from the battle soul, sending Lucius's mood plummeting to rock bottom. He knew that getting out today would be very difficult. Fortunately, after scanning his surroundings, he saw no more battle souls gathering, allowing his tense heart to relax slightly. It was clear that the deeper into the abyssal battlefield, the stronger the battle souls stationed there became, but at the same time, their numbers decreased. Fighting against 4 great master battle souls, though knowing the chances of winning were slim, Lucius understood that not fighting was not an option. After deeply inhaling the corrupt air, he tore off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his muscular torso, preparing for an all-out battle. At this moment, Lucius had already planned in his mind that if he truly couldn't match these battle souls, he would retreat entirely into the sky-sealing world. Through his study of the sky-sealing world, he had already learned that it could not only absorb external objects, but also allow him to enter it himself. This assurance was one of the reasons he decided to come here. However, entering the sky-sealing world meant staying in the same spot, and if the battle souls didn't leave, he would be trapped there indefinitely. Looking at the approaching battle souls, Lucius fully mobilized the true chi within his body. Kill. Just as Lucius growled inwardly to begin attacking, the actions of the 4 battle souls made him abruptly stop his assault. "Don't know. You don't know?" Lucius was stunned, then asked in confusion, "Then what does your kneeling mean? This thing can take us away from here. We have been trapped in this place for countless years. We want to leave. Could the sky-sealing realm actually take the warrior souls away from here?" To be honest, Lucius was genuinely shocked, but soon he laughed. For Grandmaster warrior souls, relying on the sky-sealing realm to take them out would mean no one who provoked him in the future would need his hands. Just pulling out any one of them would easily deal with anyone. Is this what an opportunity looks like? Had the Remy calculated that as he became prominent, more people would notice him, leading powerful enemies to attack, so he specially arranged for him to gain several Grandmaster warrior souls as bodyguards? After a moment of thought, Lucius felt it was probably like this. Normally, items could enter the sky-sealing realm with just a thought, but it required contact. Lucius walked forward and placed his hand on one of the warrior souls, wanting to pull it in, but nothing happened. As he wondered how to proceed, a beam of red light suddenly shot out from the jade pendant on his chest, sweeping over the 4 Grandmaster warrior souls, and they vanished, entering the sky-sealing realm. "Thank you. From now on, you are our master." Telepathic fluctuations penetrated his mind. Unable to resist, Lucius let out a wild laugh. Though he really wanted to chat thoroughly with the 4 warrior souls, knowing they were now inside the sky-sealing realm, There was plenty of time for that. The pressing matter was to check what treasures were left on this 5th level. The top 4 layers had been thoroughly scavenged by the Qianxia sect, but the 5th layer, even Gaston didn't dare to come down recklessly, meaning there were likely still plenty of good things left. Without the threat of the warrior souls, Lucius strolled around, carefully examining the so-called abyss battlefield. This place was indeed a battlefield, evidenced by the many decaying skeletons scattered on the ground, some resembling humans, others resembling fierce beasts. Weapons from the past still remained, but time had ravaged everything. Many weapons looked intact, yet a single touch caused them to shatter like rotten wood. After walking a large circle and finding no treasure, Lucius concluded that the true fortune of this place was the Grandmaster level warrior souls. The strongest warrior soul on the 5th level was at the 4th rank Grandmaster level. Then what about the 6th and 7th levels? With the sky-ceiling realm capable of holding warrior souls, Lucius couldn't help but imagine if stronger souls could be acquired, he could walk across the entire divine continent without fear, freely entering or exiting the 9 great sects. Driven by curiosity and desire, Lucius headed straight for the center of the 5th level. Based on previous experience, the entrance to the next level was always located at the center. Upon reaching the center, Lucius couldn't help but pause, because the entrance from the 5th to the 6th level wasn't a gap like those above, but a circular stone platform sitting atop it, covered in intricate patterns that resembled seals, blocking the entrance. In the center of the platform stood a completely black longsword. With just one glance, Lucius knew this longsword was extraordinary, undoubtedly a treasure. However, he didn't immediately rush forward to pull out the sword, as the overall layout clearly indicated the sword was the key component of the seal. Removing it might cause the seal to break. Seals placed at entrances typically serve 2 purposes, either to prevent outsiders from entering or to prevent insiders from leaving. With a thought, Lucius summoned the strongest warrior soul and asked, "Do you know the function of this seal?" The warrior soul shook its head. Lucius asked again, "Then is it the 6th level below?" The warrior soul still shook its head, but 2 words resounded in Lucius's mind, abyss. Lucius frowned and continued to ask, "What is inside the abyss? Are they not warrior souls?" The warrior soul shook its head again, clearly unaware of any details. Seeing that he could not get any information, Lucius dismissed the warrior soul and stepped onto the round platform, his eyes focused on the black longsword. The age of this place was hard to ascertain, but one could easily tell it was ancient. Many things had decayed, yet this longsword alone shimmered with a luster, completely unaffected by time. He reached out to grip the hilt, gently testing and discovering that the longsword was connected to the seal beneath. To remove it would require immense effort, but he couldn't be sure if using all his strength would actually pull it out. After some thought, Lucius had to let go, not because he didn't want to take the longsword, but because he felt that the seal was likely set here to prevent something inside the abyss from coming out. Removing the longsword would break the seal. If there were indeed terrifying things hidden within the abyss, the current Qianxia sect and various martial artists of the divine continent might not be able to withstand them. Moreover, this was an era of technology, and with Grandmaster-level warrior souls by his side, he mainly relied on his fists when engaging others. Though the weapon was valuable, its practical use wasn't significant. Since it was not an essential item, there was no immediate need to take it away. With one last look at the pitch-black longsword, Lucius turned back reluctantly, planning to retrieve the sword only after thoroughly investigating the situation within the abyss and confirming there was no danger. The warrior souls above, which had been slain earlier, had already returned to normal. As soon as Lucius showed himself, they rushed towards him, but he ignored them and hurried upwards as quickly as possible. Soon, Lucius arrived at the entrance to the topmost level and found the rope, pulling on it. Hobart was quite surprised at how quickly Lucius came back up. Lucius explained that the warrior souls on the 5th level were too dangerous, so he merely glanced around before hastily exiting. Seeing that the other party did not think much of it, Lucius bowed and left, then returned directly to his assigned quarters and entered the sky-ceiling realm. He planned to talk with the 4 Grandmaster warrior souls and see if he could extract any useful leads. At that moment, a melodious bell sound suddenly rang throughout the entire Qianxia sect. Chapter 228. An old ox eating tender grass. The sect master has emerged from seclusion. All disciples of Qianxia sect immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the square in front of the main hall to welcome the returning sect master. The bell also alarmed Lucius, who was conversing with the 4 Great War Souls. Before asking, he had hoped to uncover unknown secrets from the 4 Great War Souls. However, when questioned, the 4 Grandmaster War Souls knew next to nothing. They didn't know their situations before becoming War Souls, why they could become War Souls, or what lay below the 5th layer of the abyss. Faced with this, Lucius was utterly helpless. Not obtaining the desired outcome, and sensing that something significant had happened at Qianxia sect, Lucius refocused his mind. He then heard footsteps approaching and realized Gaston was coming for him, so he promptly stood up and walked out. "So? Did you find anything good?" Gaston looked at Lucius with a smile, having anticipated the result. He had entered the 5th layer and knew how formidable the war souls inside were. Even if temporarily destroyed, they recovered much faster than those in the 4th layer, needing only a dozen breaths to return to full strength. If 2 war souls simultaneously targeted one, there was no hope of escape. Aware of the jest, Lucius let out a cold snort and said, "4 war souls, the strongest comparable to a 4th rank Grandmaster, just guard the entrance. What do you think I could find? The upper 4 layers have long been plundered clean by you all. What good things could be found?" "Haha, I told you it wasn't worth going in. You insisted on defying my advice, didn't you? All for nothing." Gaston wore a smug look. Lucius looked helpless, but inwardly scoffed. If he told Gaston that he had taken away the 4 war souls from the 5th layer, he wondered if Gaston would still be smiling. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Lucius asked, "What's happening within the sect?" "Oh, this is actually why I came looking for you." Realizing his purpose, Gaston quickly said, "The sect master has emerged and wants to see you. Come with me." A sect leader must not be simple, thought Lucius, curious about the sect master of Chincha sect. What did she look like and how powerful was she? He immediately followed Gaston. On the way, seemingly perceiving Lucius's confusion, Gaston explained that after greeting all disciples, the sect master returned to her secluded residence behind the main hall. Sweeping the area, Lucius noticed the sect master indeed enjoyed her surroundings. The rear mountain scenery was indeed beautiful. Halfway up the hill, Gaston suddenly stopped and said, "Little friend, the sect master instructed to meet you alone. Go up." Lucius nodded and continued walking. Soon, he reached the platform where the small house was located, spotting someone sitting under a tree. A woman? Seeing the attire, Lucius instinctively halted. Until this moment, he had imagined the sect master would be in Remy, never expecting the leader of Chincha sect to be a woman, and from the back, she didn't seem old at all. Why does she look so familiar? As he approached, Lucius found her silhouette very familiar. Driven by curiosity, he quickened his pace. About 3 zhang away, he stopped and was about to speak when the sect master of Chincha sect turned around. "Little Feng, long time no see." Lucius was stunned. He was genuinely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the sect master of Chincha sect to be an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance, yes, more like an old flame. "How can you not recognize me after such a short time?" Milena slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Sue. Alexandria Sue." Lucius struggled to call out. Over 10 years ago, Milena went up the mountain to find the Remy. Back then, he was just a teenager. At first sight, Lucius was mesmerized by Milena because rarely did he see people from outside the mountain. Her excellent demeanor and physique made her appear like a celestial being to him. To this day, Lucius remembered Milena jokingly telling him to grow up quickly and marry him when he grew up. Back then, young Lucius, oblivious to romance, eagerly agreed and even childishly hooked fingers with Milena. Meeting Milena again after over 10 years, her appearance hadn't changed much, but the young boy had grown into a man. Her past teasing echoed in his mind, making Lucius subconsciously feel awkward. "Alexandria?" Milena paused, her pretty face momentarily flashing anger as she stared straight at Lucius and asked sharply, "You call me aunt?" Realizing women disliked being called older, and seeing Milena looked around 30, Lucius hastily corrected himself, Sis. The skirt on Milena fluttered as the aura of a 6th-rank grandmaster abruptly descended upon Lucius, pressing down on his shoulders heavily. Lucius was at a loss. Calling her aunt didn't work, and calling her sister wasn't satisfactory either. What else could he call her? Was he really going to shout, "Wife," like over a decade ago on the mountain? At this moment, seeing Milena again, Lucius truly couldn't utter these 2 words, because in his mind, he had been just a child back then, and Milena simply didn't want to argue with him. However, while he thought it was a joke, Milena apparently didn't feel the same way. She reminded him coldly, "How did you address me before? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Trouble. Invisible black lines filled Lucius's mind as he realized Milena hadn't taken their past agreement lightly. She was serious about it. Back then, being young, he didn't know much. Seeing that Milena looked beautiful and guessing she wasn't much older. But now, Lucius knew Milena was no spring chicken. As the sect master of Chincha sect and a 6th-rank grandmaster, she must be at least 50 or 60 years old, though with her growing strength and some secret techniques, her appearance had aged very slowly. Today, was this tender grass about to be eaten by Milena, this old ox? A bitter feeling surged in Lucius's heart. After a dry cough, he hurriedly said, "Yao Snow, I was too surprised to see you. I was slow in reacting. Please forgive me." Humph. Milena let out a cold snort. Her surroundings returning to the entire Chincha sect would probably explode. Being stared at with a look that could kill, Lucius's scalp tingled. He was already at a loss, but now, feeling guilty inside, he knew that he probably had no choice but to call out wife. If he didn't, Lacey wouldn't be satisfied, wouldn't let him leave the Chincha sect, and would keep him locked up here forever. What could he do? After weighing his options, Lucius weakly called out, "Wife." Lacey frowned and said unhappily, "Your voice is too soft, I can't hear you." Whether he faced it or avoided it, it was still a problem. Being submissive was never Lucius's style. He cleared his throat and loudly shouted with confidence, "Wife? Now that's what I'm talking about. I thought you really changed your mind. If you did, you'd have to stay in the Chincha sect for life, and I won't give you freedom until you submit." Lacey's face was full of joy, just like a woman completely immersed in love. Lucius didn't dare to breathe heavily. They say everyone has someone who can bring them down a notch. Facing May or Ebony, he always took the initiative and was the one who spoke loudly. But facing Lacey, Lucius truly couldn't muster that kind of confidence. One reason was her strength and status. Another reason was that when they met over 10 years ago, she was older than him and always dominated him. During their time on the mountain, she often pulled his ears while teaching him things, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. "Tell me, how have these years been? I've always thought you were still on the mountain. I was planning to visit you after my seclusion ended. I didn't expect you to have already come to the secular world." Lucius was even more at a loss. Marriage, divorce, and meeting new women. He didn't know how to explain any of it. Women have strong possessive desires, especially dominant ones with great strength, making their possessiveness even stronger. Lucius was worried that if he said anything Lacey didn't like, she might immediately go out and deal with Kristen, May, and the others. Not receiving a response, Lacey frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You used to be such a chatterbox, always asking me questions. It's only been over 10 years. Is that so long? Some things cannot be avoided and will eventually come to light." Lucius took a deep breath and said, "A lot has happened over these 10 years. I'm afraid you'll be angry if I tell you." Suddenly curious, Lacey stared at Lucius and said, "It's fine, just tell me. No matter what you say, I promise I won't get angry." "Really?" Lucius seriously asked, "You really promise not to get angry?" "Cross my heart, I'll be a dog if I get angry." Seeing the delicate hand extended in front of him, Lucius quickly stretched out his little finger to hook hers before recounting what happened after he came down from the mountain. When she heard about Lucius marrying and divorcing Kristen, then meeting other women, the coldness emanating from Lacey clearly intensified. Realizing something was wrong, Lucius hurriedly said, "You promised not to get angry." Understanding that Lucius was setting her up for her own promise, Lacey indeed found it hard to vent her anger. Besides, she wasn't the unreasonable type. She clearly understood that she had been staying at the Qianxia sect since returning and could hardly restrict what Lucius did or whom he befriended. Initially, the agreement was made because she found Lucius amusing and enjoyed teasing him. However, as they grew closer, Lacey actually became quite hopeful for the grown-up Lucius. Age was indeed a difficult hurdle for normal people, but for someone of her level, age was never an issue worth considering. During her previous seclusion, when Gaston mentioned finding a young subclan leader, she didn't care much about it. But when Gaston mentioned that the subclan leader was Lucius, her heart fluttered. She understood that if there were no accidents, this brilliant young talent must be the Lucius she knew, and not someone with the same name. For years, she had been busy with cultivation, and the time spent on the mountain with Lucius was the happiest period in her memory. Although Lucius was young back then, he did many things better than a man, waking up early to prepare breakfast, heating water for baths, and many other things that left her with unforgettable joy and memories. Unable to fathom Lacey's thoughts, Lucius wisely shut his mouth after finishing his story. After a moment of silence, Lacey asked directly, "So what do you plan to do now?" "I can understand the events of these years, but I don't want to share you with other women. You can only be mine." Headache. At this moment, Lucius was truly having a headache. It was only at this point that he finally understood why the Remy had led him to the Qianxia sect. The harvest from the 5th layer of the abyssal battlefield was purely coincidental. The Remy's true intention was for him to meet Lacey because he had long known that Lacey was the head of the Qianxia sect, and that he would inevitably meet her once he entered the Qianxia sect. It pained him to choose either side. "How about it? Are you unwilling to let go?" Facing the questioning, Lucius said helplessly, "You don't know what happened outside, Okay. Lacey raised her hand to cut off Lucius's explanation, saying proudly, "I'm just teasing you. Am I the type of domineering woman? My mindset isn't so old-fashioned. Since I know I don't have much time to spend with you, it's fine if there are others who can accompany you in my absence. I couldn't care less how many women you'll have in your life, but I have one requirement. When I call for you, you must come to me as quickly as possible." Receiving this response, Lucius's tense heart finally relaxed, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Bryce phone. Lacey suddenly reached. Eyes don't lie. Through Lacey's gaze, Lucius knew she was telling the truth. Oh boy, this really went too far. After so many years of separation and growing estranged, it was hard for Lucius to accept this all at once. But he couldn't bring himself to say no, not because he falls in love easily, but Lacey's sincere look made it hard for him to hurt her with a refusal. Can you give me some time to process this? This is all happening way too fast." In the end, this was all Lucius could say, because everything was indeed happening too suddenly and unexpectedly. He really needed some time to accept it. "Sure, I'll give you 2 days. Should that be enough? We can use these 2 days to catch up properly. It's been so long since I've gone out. I'm very curious about what's outside now. Tell me how you've been doing over the years too." Lacey leaned against Lucius's shoulder again. Lucius started recounting everything from when Lacey left. Looking back, he did indeed feel heartbroken for quite a while after Lacey's departure. Ultimately, it was the Remy who comforted him. The Remy jokingly told him to focus on cultivation quickly because with enough strength, he would be allowed to leave the mountain, by which time he'd be grown up and ready to marry Lacey. During that period, Lucius knew it was the most serious he had ever cultivated. Reflecting on those days, Lucius realized that some people are destined to meet. They appear when they should. Like Lacey, who had long been buried deep in his memory. Yet here they met again by twist of fate. Since there wasn't much else to do, Lucius slowly recounted everything, starting from trivial matters on the mountain to everything that happened after he came down the mountain. Upon learning that Lucius suffered oppression under the Luo family for 5 years, Lacey's eyes reddened, and she angrily said, "When I get out, I will definitely see this woman named Kristen and give her a proper lesson for bullying you." Emotionally touched, Lucius subconsciously reached out to grab Lacey's hand, saying, "It's all in the past. She has acknowledged her mistakes, so there's no need to hold grudges." "All right." Lacey nodded gently. Though the Qianxia sect was hidden within a secret realm, the array formation allowed sunlight to shine through, so the two chatted from day into night. Lucius didn't mention anything about the sealed heavenly world, not because he didn't trust Lacey, but his intuition told him that the secrets of the sealed heavenly world were significant. Until everything was fully understood, he wouldn't tell anyone. Thinking of the 5th layer of the abyssal battlefield, Lucius immediately asked, "What lies beneath the 5th layer of the abyssal battlefield?" Having learned earlier that Lucius visited the forbidden area, Lacey remained calm as she explained, "Beneath the 5th layer of the abyssal battlefield lies the true abyss." To put it simply, the 5 layers above the abyssal battlefield are actually seals designed to seal off the breach between the abyss and the Sundo Dalu, Shenzhou continent, preventing the dangerous creatures within the abyss from entering Shenzhou and causing chaos. Indeed, Lucius pressed on, each of the 9 major sects has a forbidden area. Are these areas all like the abyss, extremely dangerous? Yes. Lacey sat up straight and began to explain in detail. A hidden and little-known secret started to surface. The land of Shenzhou wasn't as simple as ordinary people saw it. Long ago, space suddenly tore apart, forming breaches. Behind these breaches lay unknown spaces. Whether each breach led to one or multiple different spaces was unknown since no one had ventured inside. The spaces beyond these breaches contained incredibly powerful creatures, but due to the limitations of the breaches, these powerful creatures couldn't step into Shenzhou. The fact that the more powerful creatures couldn't come through didn't mean weaker ones couldn't. To prevent the extinction of Shenzhou, martial artists united in resistance, yet they kept retreating. Just when everyone thought Shenzhou was doomed, an unnamed individual in Shenzhou suddenly reached the martial god realm. Above Great Master is the martial god realm. After stepping into the martial god realm, one would completely break free from the constraints of rules, being able to fly and disappear. But he never thought he would reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank, being just a step away from the martial god realm. Coming to his senses, Lucius secretly thanked his stars that he hadn't impulsively removed the sword from the seal earlier. If it had been pulled out, the seal might have broken. At that time, the Thousand Chariot sect would be the first to suffer, and he himself would become a sinner of the Shenzhou continent. Phew. Lacey suddenly stood up and stretched her arms wide, her perfect curves momentarily stunning Lucius. Capturing this scene, Lacey suddenly grabbed Lucius's arm and lifted him up, saying, "Come on, it's late, let's go to sleep." Together? Lucius asked foolishly. Lacey's face turned serious. Duh, couples naturally sleep together. Without any room for objection, Lucius was directly dragged into the rear cabin. Chapter 231. Young Lord becomes master. Didn't they say it would be gradual? The wedding hasn't even been held, yet they're going to consummate the marriage now? Lucius, unable to resist, was at a loss. The interior of the small house was simple, with only a bed and some calligraphy. There was basically nothing else. Milena, who had been very domineering before entering the house, suddenly changed completely after they entered. After throwing Lucius on the bed, she lay down beside him, her cheek pressed against his chest as she murmured softly, "Bryce Fong, I know all this is happening too fast for you, and it's hard for you to accept. But you have to understand, I can't leave. Ever since I became the head of Qinsha sect, I'm destined to remain here forever, guarding the Abyss Rift seal. I went out over a decade ago, just before I took up my duties as sect head." Her soft murmur pierced Lucius's heart like needles, each word stabbing deeper. As Milena mumbled, she suddenly began to sob. People all yearn for freedom, all want to be free. Yet some people lose their freedom entirely because of duty, mission, or unseen constraints. Recollections flooded Lucius's mind, and thinking about how he used to sleep next to Milena when she was still on the mountain made the unfamiliarity in his heart slowly disappear. He gently moved, lifting Milena's face. Their eyes met, tender emotions swirling between them. Where are they? What could take so long to talk? At the only path leading to the back mountain cottage, Gaston, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, looked up at the sky, frowned deeply, and muttered. He had thought that the sect head's meeting with Lucius wouldn't take long, considering Lucius's casual temperament, and the sect head's naturally cold demeanor meant there wouldn't be much conversation. But waiting from day till night, still not seeing Lucius return, he couldn't help but wonder what they could possibly be talking about for so long. Unbeknownst to him, the two were actually entangled together at that moment. Time slipped by, and it was noon the next day. Gaston, having waited all this time, decided to find out what was going on, gritted his teeth, and walked toward the platform. Finding neither Lucius nor Milena, Gaston's expression turned shocked as his gaze instinctively fell on the closed door of the small house. Could it be? A guess popped into Gaston's mind, startling him enough to tense his throat. Creak. Just then, the door of the small house opened. Lucius, looking fresh and happy, stepped out, adjusting his clothes. Seeing Gaston standing not far away, he froze subconsciously before giving an awkward smile. "Why are you just standing there?" Milena came out cheerfully, noticing Gaston. Her face stiffened momentarily, and her fair cheeks flushed red instantly. Seeing this scene, how could Gaston not know what had happened? For a moment, he didn't know what to say, turning around to leave. He truly hadn't expected the sect head to let Lucius stay overnight. If the young lord and the sect head got together, what was the point of establishing a young lord position? He couldn't imagine how the sect disciples would react upon learning this news. "Barrett-yi," Milena hurriedly called out. Though she was the sect head, she never pressured anyone within the sect with her status. Instead, she treated the grand elder as family. Turning back, Milena approached quickly and said, "Barrett-yi, please announce for me that in 2 days, I will hold my wedding with Lucius." Hold a wedding? Gaston's eyes widened in surprise as he hesitated and said, "Head, Lucius has just become the young lord. What will the sect disciples think if you hold a wedding with him?" One must live for oneself sometimes in life. What the sect disciples thought mattered little to Milena. As the head, she decided everything. She smiled and explained, "Barrett-yi, do you remember the person I mentioned over a decade ago when I took up the position as head?" Gaston was the only person Milena confided in within Qinsha sect. Whenever something troubled her, she would speak with Gaston, who always gave advice based on his experiences. Before becoming head over a decade ago, Milena expressed her wish to go out once more since she wouldn't be able to after assuming the role. She left happily but returned saying she didn't want to take up the position, which startled Gaston greatly. After delving deeper, he found out that Milena had fallen for someone during her trip. Ultimately, Milena still became the head, and seeing her often lonely, Gaston suggested bringing her loved one inside, so she wouldn't feel bored. Facing this suggestion, Milena merely shook her head without further explanation. Now, hearing Milena mention this, Gaston understood that Lucius was indeed the person Milena had harbored feelings for back then. Though experienced, at this moment he didn't know whether to consider this a coincidence or a predestined connection. Had he known, he wouldn't have recommended Lucius to be the young lord earlier. Now, with the head and young lord getting married, they didn't know how to explain this to the sect disciples. However, as an elder who watched Milena grow up, Gaston genuinely hoped that Milena could be with the one she loved. Otherwise, she would truly live alone her entire life. As for what the sect disciples might think, he couldn't care less. The rules were made by themselves, and if anyone dared to stand out against this decision, let them step forward. After some silent contemplation, Gaston nodded, indicating that he would spread this news. Soon enough, the entire Qinsha sect was in uproar. The solitary head for many years was going to get married? Who was the groom? Everyone was curious about which lucky disciple from within the sect had caught the head's favor and was now set to become the head's husband. But no matter how much everyone thought, None could come up with someone within the sect who could match the head. However, a few quick-witted individuals instinctively thought of Lucius because he came from outside, and the head, who had been in seclusion, suddenly came out seemingly just to see this newly appointed young lord. When this guess spread, everyone who heard it was astonished. More and more people became convinced that the person marrying the head was undoubtedly Lucius. Given his strength, he indeed matched the head. Such stunning news left many disciples of the Qiansha sect speechless, especially those female disciples who harbored feelings for Lucius, whose tears welled up immediately, knowing that if Lucius was chosen by the head, there would be no hope for them. Since Milena could not leave the Qiansha sect, and Lucius himself could not stay in the Qiansha sect forever, he stopped cultivating and spent more time with her. 2 days passed in a blink. The wedding proceeded as scheduled, organized by Gaston, making it grand. During the wedding, to prevent future discussions about the young lord and the head, Milena, as the head, abolished the concept of young lord, stating that among the future generation, whoever was the strongest would be the successor to the head, of course also requiring the approval of the elder council. This news cheered up Jimmy, who had been gloomy-faced. Currently, among the younger generation, wasn't the strongest one his grandson Irving? One could say that as long as Irving cultivated diligently, he would smoothly assume the position of head once the current head stepped down. Ha ha ha, Jimmy laughed heartily. At the same time, at the center of the 5th level of the Abyss battlefield, snap, a faint, crisp sound suddenly echoed from the platform. Chapter 232, Intense Killing Intent. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 5 days following their wedding, Lucius spent most of his time with Lacey. Due to her status, Lacey could not leave Qiansha sect to go out and play, so Lucius accompanied her everywhere inside the sect as a substitute for a honeymoon. During this time, they conversed extensively, discussing various matters. Some information Lucius had been eager to learn about was answered by Lacey. Under the great gate of Qiansha sect, Lacey tightly embraced Lucius in her arms, coquettishly saying, "You must make time to come back and see me. Don't forget you have a wife here because of the distractions outside." Lucius smiled gently, stroking the beauty's back as he replied, "Don't worry, I will definitely come to see you. If you emerge from seclusion, you can also ask Elder Yi to notify me. No matter where I am, I will rush over immediately." Lacey softly hummed in agreement. Then suddenly she pushed Lucius away resolutely, saying firmly, "Go, take care of yourself." Parting always makes people feel reluctant. After exchanging nods with their eyes, Lucius turned away decisively. Because he knew very well that if he continued to linger in parting, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. They had already stood at the entrance for nearly an hour. Lacey just didn't want him to leave, clinging tightly to him all along. Watching Lucius's retreating back, tears silently streamed down Lacey's cheeks. Meeting after years apart only to part again so soon. This would be unbearably agonizing for anyone. The Qiansha sect disciples guarding the gate nearby quickly turned away upon witnessing this scene, not daring to watch any longer. Leaving. Just before stepping out of the gate, Lucius waved his hand and shouted. He did not turn back because he knew Lacey would still be crying, and he really didn't want to feel his heart being torn apart. Lacey pursed her lips and nodded, then quickly turned around and returned to the main hall. After a brief chat with Gaston, she went into seclusion right away. For the sect leader to exit seclusion just for a wedding? Upon learning that Lacey had gone back into seclusion, the disciples of Qiansha sect could not help but admire the style in which their leader handled matters. Phew. On the desert plains, Lucius had just stepped out when scorching heat waves enveloped him, causing discomfort. Adapting slightly to the climate outside, Lucius then headed towards Haicheng. As for exchanging 4 masters for Alonso, as initially agreed with Gaston, due to Lacey's relationship, Lucius no longer mentioned it. He understood that masters were still very valuable to his sect. Without this connection, he would have taken Alonso no matter what. Recalling the situations he learned from Lacey during these few days, Lucius's expression turned serious, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Especially when he thought about Lacey's premonition, his heart felt heavy. Earlier, happening under the sky has nothing to do with him. But as his strength grew and more people came into his life, Lucius clearly knew that even if he wanted to stay out of things, reality wouldn't allow it. Especially now that he had ties with Lacey, when things happen, as the leader of Qiansha sect, she would surely have to confront the danger head-on. Could he stand by idly and watch her fall into crisis? Impossible. Since it was impossible, then preparation was necessary. Strength is the fundamental determinant of everything. These past few years, though constantly practicing, his mindset hadn't been as pure as it was before descending the mountain. Lucius did not want anything to happen to Lacey, so he had to improve his strength as much as possible before the crisis appeared. Only then could he provide her with some assistance when the crisis struck, or even stand in front of her to shield her from danger. Returning to a populated area, it was already dusk. The distance from the city edge to the Ning family residence was still quite far. Inside the city, Lucius couldn't run freely like he did in the desert. It would attract too much attention. Therefore, Lucius could only borrow a phone from a passerby and call Selma, asking her to come pick him up by car. The call didn't get through, showing it was turned off. Then Lucius tried calling Emerson, but it was also turned off. In this era where people never leave their phones, both father and daughter's phones being off seemed unusual to Lucius. After recalling carefully, he finally remembered Bertrand's phone number and managed to reach him this time. Before Lucius could speak, Bertrand's anxious voice came from the other end. "Master Chu, something happened at the Ning family." His heart sank. Indeed, just as expected. Lucius steadied his breath and asked, "What happened?" "I'm not sure, but a group of very strong people showed up and imprisoned all the Ning family members. It seems like they're waiting for you." Learning that they were only imprisoned and unharmed, Lucius felt slightly relieved and said, "Send a car to pick me up, I'm at." Hanging up the phone, Lucius frowned deeply, speculating which faction might be behind the imprisonment of the Ning family. He didn't suspect Bai Yi sect because he believed Giovanni still had principles. Since he promised not to target the Ning family again, he would not do so. Was it Wu Yun's sect? Considering that they imprisoned the Ning family and were waiting for him, Lucius thought it most likely was Wu Yun's sect. As Carmine, the pride of Wu Yun's sect, was directly defeated. Wu Yun's sect clearly could not swallow this humiliation. What puzzled Lucius was why the people Gaston arranged to guard outside the Ning family didn't report back. Even if they couldn't resist, they should have informed Gaston, yet Gaston hadn't mentioned anything, indicating he hadn't received any news. Many doubts could only be answered once he reached the Ning family. Knowing Lucius was in a hurry to get to the Ning family, Bertrand immediately contacted the nearest branch and sent someone with a powerful car to Lucius. Upon receiving the car, Lucius raced straight toward the Ning family. Driving the car, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Chapter 233, None Shall Escape. Lucius had always been principled and strong-willed. No matter how despicable or low the tactics were, as long as they were directed at him, he wouldn't be enraged. However, threatening his loved ones was something Lucius couldn't tolerate. Though not yet arriving at the Ning family estate and unaware of which force was involved, all participants had already made it to Lucius's death list. At the gate of the Ning residence, 3 martial artists chatted idly. The street ahead was empty, with all shops closed by their order, intended to intimidate. Screech. When night fell completely, a sharp break screech suddenly came from the corner. Damn it, still daring to come to this street. Do you take our warning for nothing? Seeing someone still dare to speed nearby, the 3 chatting martial artists immediately walked onto the street, ready to intercept and teach them a lesson. In the car, seeing the trio attempting to block the road, Lucius didn't hit the brakes but accelerated instead. The initially angry faces of the 3 martial artists changed when they saw that the vehicle wasn't slowing down but accelerating. They raised their hands to warn of deceleration approaching, all rising to step outside. Rustling sounds. Martial artists scattered around the Ning residence gathered rapidly, totaling over 20. Just as these martial artists congregated, Lucius appeared before them. Wu-Tian Gate? Seeing the insignia on the leader's clothing, Lucius's brows furrowed. He had thought Wu Yun's sect sent people for retaliation, but unexpectedly, it was Wu-Tian Gate. Did Wu-Tian Gate know what happened in the valley? Regarding past conflicts with Wu-Tian Gate, Lucius could only recall the Divine Stonegrass incident and the earlier events near Dragon Valley. He doubted Wu-Tian Gate could trace it back to him. During the killings in the valley, there were no witnesses. He didn't understand how Wu-Tian Gate identified him. The leader was Grimes, an elderly man with gray hair, the strongest protector dispatched by Wu-Tian Gate, a 6th-rank grandmaster. After scanning the young man before him, Grimes asked, "Are you Lucius? If I'm not Lucius, then am I your father?" Lucius rarely spoke such words, his inner fury bubbling. "Boy, what are you boasting about? Do you know who we are?" Beside him, a Wu-Tian Gate disciple immediately retorted angrily, pointing at Lucius. Only Grimes's hand stopping his motion prevented him from lunging despite knowing he was no match. Backed by a major sect, he dared to act. Lucius sneered, and Grimes narrowed his eyes, questioning, "The 4 disciples we sent to investigate Dragon Valley, did you kill them?" Lucius could admit or deny it since no outsiders witnessed that day. Their query indicated it was speculation, not knowledge from Selma. Thinking carefully, Lucius understood why Wu-Tian Gate deduced it was him. As one of the 9 great sects, few dared ignore Wu-Tian Gate. For powerful disciples defying a major sect and showing no fear of repercussions suggested only he could fit the description. Since none present today would leave alive, Lucius nodded and said, "They sought death themselves. How can it be blamed on me?" Confirming that his sect's disciples were indeed killed by Lucius, Grimes's eyes widened instantly. Among the dead was his granddaughter. "Boy, you deserve to die." With hatred surging in his heart, Grimes flashed toward Lucius, determined to slay this person who killed his grandchild under his fists. Grimes unleashed a punch with all his might, landing squarely on Lucius's chest. "Is that all?" As Grimes was astonished by Lucius's defensive power, a light laugh sounded. In the next second, Grimes watched helplessly as Lucius's palm approached his crown. He subconsciously tried to dodge, but found his body unresponsive, unable to move. Smack. One slap, and Grimes was dead. What? The remaining Wu-Tian Gate disciples and other martial artists, who were gathered from somewhere, instantly panicked as their faces changed drastically. They dared to come looking for Lucius because their main reliance was Grimes, a 6th-rank grandmaster. Though they knew Lucius wasn't ordinary, they believed that no matter how strong he was, Grimes wouldn't be overmatched, given the support of Wu-Tian Gate behind him. No matter how arrogant someone was, they couldn't ignore Wu-Tian Gate completely. But now, the remaining Wu-Tian Gate disciples realized they were wrong. The opponent truly didn't consider Wu-Tian Gate at all. Escape. With their strongest support killed by a single slap, no one felt they could match Lucius and immediately scattered to flee. None shall escape. None did. Screams and pleas for mercy soon rang out, but many didn't finish before they ceased. Slaying these mere transformation stage and hidden force martial artists, Lucius was like a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. After wiping out everyone, Lucius headed to the small building where he had stayed earlier. He kicked the door open, revealing the Ning family members sitting dejectedly in the living room, who stood up in surprise and delight. "Brother Chu," Selma cried and rushed to Lucius, hugging him tightly, sobbing even more. Emerson coughed dryly as he stood up, his face pale and spirit listless, clearly injured. After some consolation, Selma calmed down. Lucius then examined Emerson's injuries. Finding only meridian damage without any harm to his martial arts foundation, he felt somewhat relieved. There were 4 unfamiliar faces in the room. Upon inquiry, he learned they were people dispatched by Gaston. They hadn't had time to send out any message when they were captured and imprisoned here by Grimes. After a round of questioning, the killing intent in Lucius's eyes still hadn't faded. He thought to himself, playing the game of using others to kill? Chapter 234, True Strength Comes From Within. When Burton's disciple who had investigated the Dragon Valley died, it was normal for Grimes and others to speculate. But to immediately suspect Lucius was problematic. After all, those 4 weren't particularly strong. There were plenty of martial artists in Haicheng who could kill them. Given that enmity existed between sects, it might be the work of another sect. However, instead of targeting others, they specifically targeted him. Lucius was now certain this had to do with Wu Yun's sect. Gaston, possibly to make an impression, mentioned warning Brent of Wu Yun's sect not to seek revenge. Not daring to take revenge openly, Brent might have heard that Burton's disciple had gone missing after entering the Dragon Valley on the same day Lucius did. Under such influence, attention was drawn to Lucius. Regardless of the outcome, it would benefit Wu Yun's sect. Either he'd be killed or seriously injured by Grimes, removing a threat, or if he killed Grimes, he'd incur Burton's wrath. Using others as pawns was a common tactic. After analyzing the situation, confirming Wu Yun's sect was behind it, Lucius instructed the 4 members of Qian Sha sect to find where Wu Yun's sect people were hiding. Initially, as long as Wu Yun's sect didn't provoke him, Lucius wouldn't bother with them. Unfortunately, since they sought their own doom, he cared little whether they were from Wu Yun's sect or Dog Yun's sect. With the 4 great battle souls at his disposal, if Wu Yun's sect felt they had too many powerful members, let them send them here. They would serve as nourishment for the battle souls. After the 4 left, Emerson and others joined Lucius outside. Earlier, hearing screams and pleas for mercy, they knew whoever came must already be dead. Selma thought she would see corpses but found none, so she asked, Brother Chu, what happened to them? All killed. Then where are the bodies? Disposed of. Brother Chu, you? That's enough, Warner. Emerson interrupted. If they're disposed of, then that's settled. A girl, why be so curious? Everyone has secrets. How Lucius disposed of the bodies was his business. Emerson felt it unnecessary to pry into every detail as long as the bodies were dealt with. Though Lucius said nothing, even he sensed this questioning was inappropriate. Selma pouted but asked no more. Barrettning, let's go inside. I'll perform acupuncture to expel the blood stasis in your meridians. This will speed up recovery. Shifting the topic away from corpse disposal, Lucius wrote a prescription. Next, he pinned down a cultivation manual. Knowing these events would bind the Ning family's fate closely to his, they might be targeted by forces against him. Though he hadn't reviewed the Ning family's cultivation method, it couldn't be very effective given the lack of masters over the years. To reduce trouble, enhancing the overall strength of the Ning family was necessary. Additionally, Lacey's foreseen crisis might appear anytime. While its extent was unknown, assuming the worst, that it would affect the entire Shenzhou continent, improving their strength beforehand was essential. Strength alone can only cover one side. Distances between Maozhou and Kunzu are considerable. By the time help arrives for the Ning family, it might be too late. Therefore, true strength comes from within. Relying on external forces has limitations. Seeing Lucius imparting a cultivation manual, Emerson was nearly moved to kneel in gratitude. For a martial family, a cultivation manual is invaluable treasure. Hence, each family's methods remain secret, passed down orally. The Ning family's cultivation method was unsatisfactory, but lacking better alternatives, they had to make do. He truly did not expect that Lucius would impart a cultivation manual. Considering his formidable strength, the cultivation manual he imparted was bound to be superior, undoubtedly among the best. Lucius, I really don't know how to thank you, Emerson said, at a loss for words. The gift of the python meat earlier, and now the cultivation manual were favors that couldn't be measured in money. Lucius gave a helpless laugh and said, Barrett Ning, there's no need to be so formal. Due to my own reasons, I've caused quite a bit of trouble for the Ning family, and those troubles won't disappear just because I leave. I will definitely be moving around frequently. I also hope the Ning family can rapidly enhance its strength so that when small crises arise, the Ning family can handle them on its own without having to wait for me to come. After some more pleasantries, Lucius personally explained the cultivation manual, helping Emerson understand it quickly. At the same time, Lucius informed Emerson that if any problems arose in the future, they could directly seek out the Qian Sha sect's external bases. No matter the difficulty, the Qian Sha sect would assist in resolving the issues. Before leaving Qian Sha sect, Lucius had mentioned this before, as distant help might not arrive in time. Gaston had no objections and promised to pass down the message that whenever the Ning family faced difficulties, Qian Sha sect would spare no effort to help. By the time all matters were settled, it was already the early hours of the morning. Just as Lucius returned to his room and finished bathing, there was a knock on the door. Through her breathing, he knew it was Selma. This late at night, Lucius was well aware of Selma's intentions. Dealing with Selma was even more difficult for him than accepting Lacey, as he didn't want to indulge in excessive romantic entanglements. Brother Chu, are you asleep? Selma's inquiry came. With no immediate thoughts on how to respond, Lucius chose to play dumb. Brother Chu, are you really asleep? Selma's voice clearly carried a hint of crying, suggesting she guessed Lucius wasn't sleeping but simply didn't want to respond. Waiting a moment and still receiving no reply, Selma left with disappointment, sobbing softly as she walked away. From the window, Lucius watched Selma wipe her tears and return to the opposite building, sighing helplessly. Meanwhile, inside Burton, ding, 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 the alarm bell rang 3 times. Chapter 235. Are great masters so incredible? In the conference hall of Butian Gate, people soon filled up all the seats. All present were quite elderly, with the weakest among them being a first-rank master. We've just received news from outside. All the people we sent out this time have been killed, including Elder Grimes. What? Someone actually dared to kill our Butian Gate members? Was it people from other sects? One shocked question followed another, turning the entire conference hall into what seemed like an elderly exchange meeting. An old woman stood up shakily and asked in a hoarse voice, Benito is gone too? Bryce Yun, the sect leader of Qian Sha sect, nodded toward the old woman. She completely disregarded the occasion, crying out for her grandson loudly. Soon, everyone quieted down except for the old woman's heartbroken wails. Seeing the very sad old woman, Bryce Ian looked helpless and said in consolation, Tracy, please try to take it easy. Your behavior makes it difficult for me to explain the situation clearly. Tracy nodded, ceasing her cries, but tears still dripped from her eyes. She knew that if she continued like this, they would never get to the bottom of what happened. According to the information we obtained, the one who killed Grimes and others was a young man from outside. This young man's identity is unknown, his background unclear, but unexpectedly, he probably isn't from any sect. He is very powerful. Though only in his 20s, he has already attained the master realm. He could have killed Elder Grimes at least as a 7th rank master, possibly even higher. This is what the current investigation reveals. The only sounds in the entire conference hall were slightly hurried breaths. A 7th rank master in his early 20s? Has such a genius ever existed in the history of the divine continent? Everyone had a hard time believing it. It's impossible. If this person isn't a disciple of any sect, it's unimaginable how he can be so extraordinary. Yes, I think it's also impossible. He might be the illegitimate child of some sect leader. No one at the scene believed the claim that Lucius came from outside. Although they seldom left, it didn't mean they were unaware of the external situation. Outside these gates, to them, everything was practically useless. Apart from a more varied lifestyle, it offered no benefit to cultivation whatsoever. Severe environmental pollution, scarcity of cultivation resources, and subpar cultivation methods. After careful consideration, the only plausible explanation was that Lucius was the illegitimate child of a certain sect leader, secretly provided with cultivation techniques and resources to reach such a level at such a young age. That's enough. Bryceon suddenly raised his hand to stop their discussion and said firmly, regardless of whether he is someone's illegitimate child or disciple, daring to kill our Boution Gate members shows complete disregard for us. I plan to dispatch a great master to capture this arrogant youth and bring him back to the sect to thoroughly investigate the kind of opportunity he obtained, allowing him to achieve this level at such a young age. After extracting his secrets, we will punish him according to Boution Gate's harshest penalties. I will take charge of this matter and ultimately deal with him myself. I must avenge Benito. Tracy had already stopped crying, her voice cold and expression grim. The people in the hall felt a heavy wave of killing intent at that moment. Though Tracy appeared frail, bending over with age, she was indeed a genuine first-rank great master. Moreover, her grandson had been killed by the enemy this time, making her the most suitable person for this mission. No one objected. After deliberation, Tracy immediately left Boution Gate with 2 disciples. Initially, Tracy intended to go alone, but Bryceon considered it inconvenient for her to investigate on her own. Moreover, the outside world was rapidly developing, and he worried she might not fully understand the situation. Thus, he decided 2 additional people should accompany her. As a great master, her task this time was solely to capture Lucius and bring him back to Boution Gate. In Haicheng, when Lucius went downstairs, the 4 men previously assigned by Qian Sha sect to investigate the movements of Wu Yun sect and others were already waiting. Found them? Lucius asked. One of them nodded and immediately gave an address, adding, based on our investigation, Brent spread another piece of news last night, likely informing Boution Gate that the troublemakers sent to find them were all killed. Lacking true ability, yet skilled at stirring up trouble, Brent, as a master, made Lucius wonder how he could do such things. Unable to defeat Lucius, he sought revenge by inciting conflict behind the scenes. Lucius despised such petty behavior. After a brief greeting to Emerson, he set off directly toward Wu Yun sect's stronghold in Haicheng. Within Wu Yun sect's outpost in Haicheng, Brent had someone fetch Carmine and informed him of the news he just received. Boution men had dispatched a great master overnight who would arrive here soon. As he grew excited, Brent raised his voice and said happily, no matter how extraordinary that kid is, Boution men has sent a great master. A great master. That kid, even if he had 6 arms and 3 heads, would still die. Is that so? Lucius's voice suddenly echoed, making Brent's scalp tingle. He frantically scanned around and finally saw Lucius grinning from atop the wall. So happy, huh? Lucius leaped into the courtyard, approaching step by step. Facing the approaching death deity and feeling Wuxing de Yali, the Wuxing pressure, Brent's expression was very unpleasant. He wanted to explain but realized all his words were probably overheard, leaving no face to do so. Carmine also stared at Lucius tensely, questioning, what are you here for? Lucius sat on a stone bench with his leg crossed, tapping it and smiling. What do you think I'm here for? Wu Yun sect, a grand sect indeed. How can there be a baile, rascal like you? Brent's face had long darkened under this scrutiny. You're in Zhongsur Grandmaster too. Look at what you've done. Losing a fight is one thing. Can't you accept reality? Want revenge? Why resort to stirring up trouble and playing others against each other? Consecutive accusations left Brent red-faced. Being an adult, he naturally knew this was immoral and tarnished Wu Yun sect's reputation. He thought everything was perfect, but it was found out by Lucius anyway. It's a fait accompli. With resentment in his heart, Brent suddenly lifted his head, staring fiercely at Lucius and said, boy, I know I won't escape death today, but neither will you get off easy. The great master from Boution men will give you a hard time. Great master? Lucius sneered disdainfully and said coolly, so what if it's a great master? As if only Boution men has great masters. In the next second, an ancient aura reverberated in the courtyard, freezing both Carmine and Brent. Chapter 236, One Trouble After Another. Inside the small courtyard, it was very quiet. Carmine and Brent were as if someone had paralyzed them, standing motionless in shock. Supreme Grandmasters were not people they normally couldn't reach. But in their eyes, Supreme Grandmasters were beings they looked up to and a realm they continuously pursued. According to analysis, no matter how strong Lucius might be, at his age, he simply could not be a Supreme Grandmaster. At best, he would only be a 9th rank Grandmaster. Though there's just one character difference between a Grandmaster and a Supreme Grandmaster, the power gap is vast. They had thought that with the Supreme Grandmaster from the Boution sect coming, it wouldn't be difficult to dispose of Lucius, a mere Grandmaster. But what they overlooked was that even if Lucius himself wasn't a Supreme Grandmaster, it didn't mean he couldn't have Supreme Grandmasters around him. What made Brent despair and find hard to believe was that not only did Lucius have Supreme Grandmasters around him, but there were more than just one. The oppressive aura emitted by the 4 battle spirits made Brent's breathing labored, and his calves uncontrollably trembled. His hatred turned into fear alone. At this moment, he finally realized just how extraordinary the young man they provoked truly was. Among the 9 great sects of the divine continent, it seemed none of their disciples could travel with 4 supreme grandmaster-level experts as protectors, right? The 4 battle spirits appeared somewhat strange, not like living, breathing humans, yet the oppressive aura of supreme grandmasters was undeniable, leaving no room for doubt. Little friend, I was impulsive just now and said some unpleasant things. I hope you can forgive me. Brent's tone changed instantly. Earlier, under the sting of humiliation, he had thought that death wasn't so frightening since he believed Lucius would follow soon enough after his death. The appearance of the battle spirits completely shattered his resolve, making him realize that even if he died, Lucius wouldn't. When anger takes over, one isn't afraid of death. But when fear dominates, death becomes truly terrifying. Once the thought of not wanting to die appeared, one would try every possible way to beg for mercy to save one's life. Little friend, I'm willing to apologize and stand up to admit that I sowed discord intentionally and provoked conflicts regarding Divorce.I'm sect. Truly, as long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. At this moment, Brent only hoped that provoking Lucius was his own doing, and had nothing to do with Carmine and others. If Lucius sought retribution, it would be directed only at him. He did not know that Lucius was well aware of the principle of cutting out the root. Since he had come here today, anyone within this base associated with Wu Yun's sect would become nourishment for the battle spirits. Facing Brent's pleading gaze, Lucius smiled faintly and asked in return, "It was indeed you who sowed discord, but were the ones who killed Divorce.I'm sect members also you? Do you take me for a fool, or are you foolish yourself? Divorce.I'm sect wanted not the one who stirred trouble, but the one who took action. Apologizing would not prompt the sects to send endless waves of enforcers, grandmasters first, then supreme grandmasters if needed. One rank failing would invite the next higher rank until eventually, despite being a major sect, little fighting power would remain. If resistance were reduced at this critical juncture, what would happen if the crisis foreseen by Milena appeared? Additionally, staying low profile had always been his principle. Therefore, to prevent being thoroughly hated by Wu Yun's sect, Lucius needed to create an unsolved mystery, making everyone disappear without a trace. Even if Wu Yun's sect sent people to investigate, they wouldn't find anything. Even if they suspected him, Lucius wasn't worried since there was no evidence. Of course, if Wu Yun's sect still made trouble irrationally and wouldn't let go of him, he could bring up Qiansha sect. If Wu Yun's sect insisted on causing trouble even then, Lucius wouldn't give them any face and would eliminate anyone who came, directly turning a major sect into an empty one. After thoroughly cleaning up and ensuring no traces were left behind, Lucius quietly left. In a secluded place, he found a forest and buried all the remains. Probing his mind into Heavenly Seal Realm, seeing that the energy fluctuations around the 4 battle spirits hadn't changed much from before, Lucius couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He had thought that live humans would be great nourishment for the battle spirits. With last night's and today's total of over 40 people, there should have been some improvement. The reality proved that the higher the level of the battle spirit, the harder it was to improve. Upon returning to the Ning family, it was already noon. Emerson knew exactly what Lucius had done outside and didn't ask a single extra question. During the meal, noticing Selma was absent, Lucius asked, "Where's Warner?" "Don't know what's wrong. She's been hiding in her room, saying she's not hungry and doesn't want to eat," replied Emerson. Lucius understood the reason and didn't ask any more questions. "Lucius, when do you plan to leave? I need to prepare to see you off." Emerson knew that Lucius had basically finished what he needed to do and was probably about to leave soon. For this savior who saved his wife and daughter and did many things for the Ning family, his idea was simple. Regardless of whether Lucius liked it or not, he must send him off grandly. Soon. "But I'm waiting for one more person." "You still have friends?" Emerson asked very surprisingly. Lucius shook his head and said, "An enemy. Divorce.I'm sect already knows what happened last night and has sent a grandmaster here. If I leave, that grandmaster will definitely come after you all." "A grandmaster?" Emerson felt a lump in his throat, worry uncontrollably surging in his heart. It really was one problem solved, another popping up. At the same time, at Kunzu Airport, Quentin also disembarked with 2 disciples. Chapter 237, Delivering the Message by Killing. Early morning. As Lucius had just gone downstairs, Emerson rushed in anxiously and said, "The people from Divorce.I'm Gate are here." They sure came quickly. Lucius didn't say much. After nodding, he led Emerson out of the door, and they met the other party right where Grimes had been killed earlier. Enemies meet with fiery eyes. Myrtle clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with enmity, and stared at Lucius, asking, "Where's my grandson's body?" "Who?" "Benito." Not knowing who Benito was, Lucius replied, "I've killed too many. I don't know what he looks like. Do you have a photo?" Swish. A photo shot toward Lucius like an arrow. He intercepted it, looked at it and said, "Him? If you want him, follow me." The outcome for the other party had already been decided. After all, it was a grandmaster. Not someone who could be killed with a single slap like a master. Actually, Lucius was wondering how to get the other party away from the Ning family to settle this outside. Unexpectedly, the person Myrtle wanted to find was actually within a valley not far from Jiaolong Valley, which was a very suitable place to take action. Apart from capturing Lucius, another purpose of this trip was to retrieve her grandson's body for burial. Thus, Myrtle did not say anything but followed Lucius away from the Ning residence. Her powerful abilities gave her confidence, and she did not believe Lucius could cause much trouble. Upon reaching the valley, Lucius nodded toward the collapsed cave and said, "He's lying inside there." With one look for Myrtle, the 2 Divorce.I'm Gate disciples accompanying her immediately started digging through the soil and rocks. "Young man, although I won't kill you now, you will eventually die by my hand." Myrtle glared fiercely at Lucius, having already planned how to torment him to vent her hatred. Lucius smiled faintly and asked in return, "Are you so confident that you can make me die?" Whoosh! Grandmaster's momentum suddenly emitted from Myrtle, pressing down on Lucius, wanting to give him a welcome surprise. Lucius remained calm, saying, "Have you ever considered why I would bring you here?" Seeing Lucius's smile, Myrtle instantly felt an ominous sensation. Thinking carefully, the other party had always been composed, showing no sign of panic at all. Knowing that she herself was a grandmaster, yet he showed not the slightest bit of anxiety. Could it be that the other party was also a grandmaster? Or perhaps, he had a way to turn things around? Senior who, indeed there are remains. At this moment, a voice not far away interrupted Myrtle's speculation. No longer suppressing her killing intent, she suddenly pounced on Lucius. She hadn't made a move all along because she was unsure if the other party was telling the truth, fearing that after turning hostile, she wouldn't be able to ask about her grandson's remains again. Now confirming that the cave contained remains, it meant the other party hadn't lied, so she decided to take action. Facing the old woman's attack, Lucius did not confront her head-on. Flashing aside, he directly summoned a second-rank Grandmaster Battle Soul. What? Seeing the sudden appearance of the Battle Soul, even though unclear whether it was a puppet or some other creature, feeling the pressure emanating from the Battle Soul, Myrtle's face couldn't help but change. At this moment, she finally understood why Lucius had always been so composed. There was a Grandmaster-level entity beside him serving as his backup. Being a fellow second-rank Grandmaster, Myrtle, though panicked, wasn't entirely thrown off guard and still believed she could fight back. However, the next second, she found it hard to maintain her composure, because Lucius cheerfully summoned another Battle Soul. One Battle Soul had already left Myrtle uneasy, realizing that taking down Lucius today would be difficult, only to find out that there was another. 2 second-rank Grandmaster Battle Souls were more than enough. Without needing to gauge further, Myrtle knew she had no chance of winning. Escape. As long as she stayed alive, there would be hope for revenge. Despite desperately wanting to kill Lucius to avenge her grandson, Myrtle knew that without her life, revenge was out of the question. She ignored the 2 Butian Gate disciples she had brought along. Seeing Myrtle trying to escape, Lucius moved his chin slightly, and the 2 Battle Souls chased after her immediately. An earth-shaking battle soon broke out in the forest, while Lucius walked in front of the 2 Butian Gate disciples who were already petrified with fear, inquiring about the current situation at Butian Gate. Alas, both disciples were at the lowest level and knew very little. In no more than 5 minutes, the 2 Battle Souls returned. Myrtle was torn into 2 by the Battle Souls, causing the 2 disciples of Butian sect to sit down on the ground with a thud, trembling and unable to speak. A second-rank Grandmaster was like a deity to them. Yet, this deity was now ripped into 2 pieces. Originally proud to be accompanying Myrtle, the 2 now bitterly regretted coming out. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The 2 Butian men disciples, who had been in despair, now saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes as they looked at Lucius expectantly. "But only one of you can leave alive." Lucius needed someone to deliver a message back to Butian men. Hang. The disciple on the left reacted the fastest, landing a punch on his companion's head, smashing it to pieces in one blow. "Are really let me go?" Lucius nodded and said, "Go back and tell the Patriarch of Butian men that if he has many Grandmasters in the sect and isn't afraid of losing them, feel free to send them out. After I've killed enough, I'll personally visit Butian men for a chat. Remember, tell him exactly what I said." The Butian men disciple nodded earnestly, and without further ado, Lucius dismissed the 2 Battle Souls and left the valley. It took quite a while before the remaining Butian men disciple snapped out of his daze. He looked at his already dead companion with a complex expression, carried the headless corpse into the newly dug cave, buried it, and then quickly left High City, heading straight for Maozu to convey Lucius's message to the Patriarch. Back at Ning family, Emerson and Selma were having a conversation. Seeing Lucius return, the worry on their faces finally dissipated. "Is it settled?" Emerson asked. Lucius nodded and then added, "Barrett Ning, since everything is taken care of, I'll be heading to Amo City." "All right, I won't keep you if you have something to do. Let Warner drive you there. She knows the roads well." Just moments ago, the 2 had been discussing this matter. Emerson didn't know whether the Ning family would face more crises in the future, but he planned to have Selma follow Lucius away. This way, even if the Ning family encountered trouble, at least one member would survive. Though following Lucius might mean encountering many powerful enemies, Emerson firmly believed it was safer than staying behind. Looking at Selma's complicated expression, knowing that refusing her would likely result in another bout of anger from the young girl, Lucius nodded in agreement. Lucius was never one to procrastinate. Immediately after agreeing, he and Selma set off for Amo City by car. No sooner had they left Amo City than a group of 8 people entered the city, heading straight for the Wu Yun sect's outpost in High City to investigate the disappearance of Brent and others. At the Ren family in Amo City, Lucy and Yin was chatting with Ebony when the butler suddenly rushed in and exclaimed, "Master Ron, it's not good." Chapter 238, Try Touching My Woman. In the Ren family reception hall, it was suddenly filled with people. Hirsch sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. Around him were members of the Han family from the capital city, all looking relaxed and even whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into light laughter. "Brother Ren, 10 minutes have passed, and your daughter still hasn't returned? Our patience is limited." Hallam, dressed in a black robe, stood up and looked at Hirsch with a smiling face. The others also turned their attention to Hirsch. Instantly, an invisible pressure intensified on Hirsch, making his face look unnatural, and deep in his eyes, anxiety surged. Though the Ren family was one of the top families in Mayu City, the Han family was ranked 3rd in Kuanqing, the capital city of Kunchao province. To the Ren family, the Han family was a behemoth. Many believed, and they would continue supporting the Ren family as usual. But if Ebony survived past her 30th birthday, she would have to marry into the Han family according to the agreement. Hirsch hadn't forgotten about this matter. Even while in the Ning family, after Ebony's health issues were resolved, he had made 2 plans mentally. Being under the thumb of the Han family for so many years, Hirsch had long wished to rebel, but he lacked a powerful backing, so he endured it silently. Meeting Lucius and realizing he wasn't ordinary, Hirsch saw an opportunity. Added to this was Ebony's own determination and genuine interest in Lucius, which led him to strongly support her association with Lucius without any hesitation. He firmly believed that if Ebony could be with Lucius, his strong abilities and remarkable background would be enough to help the Rin family break free from the Han family's control. Of course, if Ebony didn't form ties with Lucius, the Rin family would have no choice but to follow the original agreement and let Ebony marry Edmund. This matter, Hershk never dared tell his daughter, fearing she wouldn't accept being treated as a bargaining chip. Anticipating the Han family's visit, Hershk thought they probably hadn't paid much attention to his daughter's affairs and wouldn't come to propose marriage so soon. He planned to wait until Lucius came out of Qianxia sect and arrived at the Rin family before fully disclosing everything. Yesterday, upon receiving Emerson's call and learning Lucius would soon arrive at the Rin family, Hershk secretly rejoiced, thinking that once Lucius was there, even if the Han family remained inactive, he could have someone spread the news about his daughter's cured illness to the Han family, prompting them to come forward. Then, with Lucius residing at the Rin family, he could rely on his formidable strength to sever all ties with the Han family completely. Alas, plans often didn't keep pace with changes, and the Han family arrived first. Without Lucius present, facing the already third-rank Grandmaster Hallam, Hershk didn't dare reveal the truth, knowing full well that the Han family would be furious if they discovered his secret schemes. Upon learning the Han family had arrived, he hurriedly explained the situation and sent Ebony away, instructing her to contact Lucius and hide from view while he stalled for time here. If only he could delay until Lucius arrived, all problems would be resolved. But now it seemed that Hallam wasn't giving him much time. With everyone staring at him, Hershk grew more anxious, cold sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. Seeing Hershk remain silent, Hallam's face gradually darkened, his tone growing colder. Brother Rin, what's going on? I've heard that your daughter has been at home recently. Is it that hard to ask her to come? Or do you want to go back on your word? The aura of a grandmaster radiated from Hallam, pressing down on Hershk like an invisible mountain. At this moment, all Hershk could do was try to delay time as much as possible. He forced a smile and explained, head of the Han family, my daughter might have gone far while shopping, so it will take some time for her to return. Please be patient. Humph. Edmund stood up with a stern face, glaring at Hershk angrily. Old man, I advise you not to play any tricks. Do you really think we are all fools in the Han family? Your daughter in High City seems to have an unclear relationship with someone named Lucius. Do you really think we don't know that? The news of Lucius easily defeating Danny's Carmine had long reached Kunzu. Upon hearing this news, Edmund not only noticed Lucius but also noticed Ebony, who followed him. Seeing that Ebony might be taken by someone else first, he decided to bring his father and other family members to propose marriage. On the way, the family had already discussed and speculated that Hershk might want to break free from the Han family's control after attaching himself to a bigger backer. Having spent considerable effort to prop up the Rin family, and receiving enough funds each year to live comfortably, the Han family wouldn't let such a useful pawn go easily. Paper cannot cover fire forever. Hershk's expression turned awkward, and he said stubbornly, Shoo you. It's not what you think. Don't bullshit me. Edmund waved his hand angrily. I'll give you 10 more minutes. If Ebony doesn't show up in 10 minutes, prepare to be a cripple. Don't hurt my father. Just as Hershk nodded with a forced smile, Ebony's voice came from outside the door, and then she walked in. Seeing his daughter come forward voluntarily, Hershk sighed helplessly, knowing all his efforts were in vain. Upon seeing Ebony, Edmund's eyes lit up, and his Adam's apple uncontrollably bobbed. Feeling Edmund's strange gaze, Ebony showed no effort to hide her disgust and said, I won't marry you. Stop dreaming. Edmund sneered disdainfully. Won't marry? That isn't up to you. The woman I, Edmund, have chosen must die beneath me if she dies at all. Is that so? Lucius's voice echoed out of nowhere. My woman, try touching her. Chapter 239. You're too naive to challenge me. Seeing Lucius appear right opposite the doorway, Hersh's heart, which had been on edge, finally settled. Everyone from the Han family focused their gaze on Lucius, observing this extremely arrogant young man. Step by step, Lucius entered the reception room with Selma. Ebony took 2 steps back, standing beside Lucius while spontaneously hooking her arm with his, declaring through her actions that this was the man she, Ebony, acknowledged. Edmund was already fuming at this scene, his cheeks twitching with anger. Though he knew earlier that these two were close, without confirmation, it remained speculation. Now, the undeniable fact stood that Ebony indeed chose the other side. Especially what Lucius had just said made Edmund feel even more humiliated, his fists unconsciously clenching tightly. Furious as he was, he didn't dare make a move, for he knew Lucius was formidable and any action would only bring disgrace upon himself. Hallam's face had long turned so dark it could have dripped water. He turned his head angrily toward Hersh and scolded, You run! You're asking for death! At this moment, anyone who wasn't foolish knew that Hersh had been delaying time all along, waiting for this person to arrive. Once just a dog of the Han family, Hersh had climbed to a greater backing and now started to betray them. A bitter pill for the Han family to swallow. Since Lucius was here, Hersh felt no fear. He sneered and said, Master Han, haven't the Rins given enough over the years? Do you really want the Rins to be your dogs for life, supporting the Hans forever? Ignoring Hersh, Hallam turned to stare at Lucius, his eyes flickering. After several moments, he took a deep breath and said, Retreat. Hearing reports that Brent of the Martial Cloud sect was defeated in one move, Hallam knew well that he was no match for Lucius, preparing to retreat since he understood Lucius wouldn't stay with the Rin family forever. Once Lucius left the Rin family, destroying it would be just a matter of moments. If the Rin family refused to remain a loyal dog, they would raise another. Rustling sounds. All the Han family members stood up, faces full of rage, yet not daring to speak. Just as Hallam was about to leave past Lucius, he stepped forward, blocking Hallam's path and calmly said, I don't care about the grievances between the Han and Rin families, but I must remind you, let's end it here. If you have sense, then do not come to harass the Rin family again. Otherwise, begging for mercy will be futile. Cracking, Hallam clenched his fists until they cracked, his eyes almost blazing with fury. The head of the third prominent clan in Kuan City being threatened by a young man. This was unprecedented. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very tense. Lucius met Hallam's gaze unperturbed. Grinding his teeth, Hallam ultimately didn't dare to act. Instead, he moved around Lucius and left. Watching the departing Han family members, Hirsch felt disappointed inwardly. He had thought that due to the arrogance of the Han family, being disrespected and provoked by Lucius like this, they would definitely take action. If they did, the Han family would be doomed. If their leaders were killed, much of the threat to the Ren family would vanish. However, it seemed Hallam clearly knew about Lucius's strength, and thus suppressed his anger when faced with threats and provocations. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, Hirsch hurriedly walked up to Lucius to explain. He genuinely worried that if Lucius realized there was a calculated move involved, he might storm off, leaving the Ren family to fend for themselves and face destruction. For Ebony's sake, despite understanding the calculation, Lucius wasn't overly concerned and waved off Hirsch's explanation, telling him not to worry too much. Seeing Lucius wasn't upset, Hirsch sighed in relief, gazing out the door and saying, "The Han family won't just let this go." Ebony's expression was complex. She felt uncomfortable knowing that her father privately arranged a marriage contract with the Han family long ago for the sake of the Ren family, but she refrained from uttering hurtful words. Unfazed by major sects, let alone a secular martial arts clan, Lucius reassured, "Barrett Ren, rest assured. If the Han family does not back down, I'll show them what happens when they don't." Relieved by this assurance, Hirsch's heart finally settled, and he quickly changed the subject, asking Lucius about his visit to the Thousand Instant sect. Facing the Ren family residence, Edmund slammed a fist into the car window as soon as he got in, shattering the glass entirely. "Dad, are we really going to let this slide? How many years has it been since such an event occurred?" Since childhood, Edmund had never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant, making it hard for him to swallow this insult. In his heart, he had killed Lucius over and over again. Hallam, with a face dark enough to drip water, did not respond to his son but gestured to the driver and said, "Go to the hotel first." If the other party were just a minor martial artist, they would have long been eliminated on the spot. Unfortunately, the other party was also from no ordinary background, and their situation wasn't well understood. As the head of the family, Hallam wasn't someone who acted impulsively. He wouldn't rashly take action until he thoroughly investigated Lucius's circumstances. He knew very well that since Hirsch chose Lucius as a backer, Lucius must be someone who doesn't fear the power of the Han family. Acting recklessly in revenge might bring catastrophic consequences to the family. Deep within the Ren family residence, three people quietly listened to Lucius recount his journey to the Thousand Instant sect. Regarding the matter of marrying the sect master of the Thousand Instant sect, Lucius directly avoided mentioning it. It wasn't that he was worried Ebony couldn't handle it. Rather, this news was too explosive and shocking, and he didn't want to startle the three of them. After a brief chat, Hirsch left. He needed to monitor the Han family's moves, seeing whether they would compromise or try to retaliate, not taking the presence of Lucius as a backing lightly. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he knew very well the strength of the Han family and understood that some retaliations Lucius couldn't handle. Lucius, the Han family might seek retaliation. Ebony hesitated multiple times before finally voicing her concerns. Lucius smiled and asked in return, "Is your man someone who fears retaliation?" Ebony shook her head with a bitter smile and explained, "If the Han family openly retaliates, we don't need to worry. What I'm afraid of is that the Han family won't act openly but instead suppress our family businesses. There are many ways to retaliate. With one order from the Han family, all the businesses that the Ren family had painstakingly operated for years could suffer severe impacts." Lucius's brows slightly furrowed. He indeed hadn't considered this situation and started pondering how to deal with it. Meanwhile, after reaching the hotel and concluding their discussions, Hallam issued command after command. Having finished, he put his hands behind his back and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the towering skyscrapers of Mojang City, saying to himself, "Hirsch, you're too naive to challenge me." Chapter 240. Rescuing the Father-in-Law. Evening. Ebony hurriedly found Hirsch and asked, "Dad, has the Han family started their revenge?" The dispirited Hirsch nodded and said, "All our family businesses have been hit hard, and all project partners have unilaterally announced the termination of cooperation. Han family is even stronger than I thought." The anticipated retaliation came very quickly. Although Ebony had anticipated this, she still couldn't help feeling anxious when it really happened. She asked, "What should we do? Should I tell Lucius?" Unconsciously, Lucius had already become her mainstay. Ebony was fully aware that if it was orchestrated by the Han family, only Lucius could handle it by actively negotiating with them. Others would likely be ignored by the Han family. Though the wealth accumulated by the Ren family over the years was enough to last for many more years, eventually, there would come a day when it runs out. Moreover, those employees who had been working hard in various industries for the Ren family would suffer the most from the impact on the Ren family business. Knowing the nature of the Han family, Ebony understood that the Han family's retribution would not just target the Ren family. Those working for the Ren family would also face harassment. After some thought, Hirsch shook his head. "Not yet. Lucius has done enough for us. We can't bother him with every little thing. You act as if you don't know about this. Let me try handling it first. If it really can't be resolved, we'll seek Lucius's help. People need dignity, and trees need bark." Ebony also knew they shouldn't rely on Lucius for everything just because they were close. Family matters should be handled internally whenever possible. After pondering for a moment, Hirsch left, and Ebony returned to the small courtyard. "Come here. Let me teach you martial cultivation." Lucius suddenly spoke. His other purpose for visiting the Ren family was to guide Ebony into the path of a martial artist. Her talent was unquestionable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caught the attention of the Bei sect. Though she was older now, talent was the foundation. With exceptional cultivation techniques, her progress would be faster than others. Additionally, Lucius considered the saying, "A beautiful woman brings trouble." Ebony was exceptionally beautiful and possessed a pure constitution. so she would inevitably attract unwanted attention from ruffians or martial artists when outside. He couldn't accompany her everywhere, so it was essential for her to gain some strength to handle dangers or nuisances on her own instead of being victimized. Learning that Lucius would impart his cultivation method, Ebony was delighted, her face beaming with joy. She had mentioned this to Hirsch a few days ago, but he had suggested waiting for Lucius's arrival. While the Wren family's cultivation techniques were decent, Hirsch believed Lucius's methods were superior. He was confident Lucius wouldn't refuse given their current relationship. Teaching must be fair, so Selma, though not as talented as Ebony but still quite capable and already a martial artist, also received guidance from Lucius. That night, the three sat in meditation in the courtyard to practice. In the early morning, as sunlight flooded the courtyard, Ebony slowly opened her eyes and got up to stretch. Second sister, did you reach the Mingjin stage? Selma, sensing the fluctuation of qi, stared wide-eyed. She knew Ebony was exceptionally talented, but she hadn't expected such an incredible feat. Having learned about martial cultivation from a young age and participated herself, Selma was well aware of how difficult it was to embark on the path of martial arts. Many people took 1 to 2 years, even 3, to reach the Mingjin stage. Yet Ebony achieved this in one night, transforming from an ordinary person into a Mingjin martial artist. At this moment, Selma realized what it truly meant to envy someone. Initially, she thought the concept of natural talent was exaggerated, but now she finally understood how much of an advantage good talent provided in martial cultivation. Ebony gently nodded, not showing much external excitement, but inside she was elated. Possessing strength far beyond the ordinary, who wouldn't want that? Especially after seeing the increasing power of Lucius's enemies, Ebony wished to have some strength herself. She didn't want to be a burden and always need Lucius to solve problems. She also wanted to be capable enough to take care of herself. Don't be envious. You're not bad, just lazy. These past years, if you had dedicated yourself to cultivation, you'd be at Dark Force late stage by now. If you continue to neglect your practice, Sia will surpass you within a year. Receiving criticism, Selma pouted, her face full of grievances, but her determination became stronger. She resolved to Edmund pushed the door open and asked the sitting Hallam, Dad, has that Remy made up his mind yet? Hallam gestured to the guards at the door. Bring him in. Soon, a pale-faced, spiritless Hirsch with a swollen left cheek was brought into the room. Edmund strutted up to Hirsch and asked with a mocking laugh, How's it going? Last night, Hirsch had come seeking peace. It wasn't because he agreed to let Ebony marry into the Han family, but because he wanted to offer a large sum of money as compensation to sever ties completely. Having the upper hand, Hallam refused to be coerced. A few slaps left Hirsch dazed, and then he was imprisoned to think things over. After thinking all night, knowing that the Han family would never let go of the Wren family, Hirsch lifted his head angrily and glared at Edmund, saying, I gave you a chance, but you still refuse to repent. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Edmund was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Old fool, are you still dreaming? Edmund grabbed Hirsch's neck. Bang. Just then, the door flew open with a loud bang. Chapter 241. Opportunity lost can never be regained. Whoosh. The moment the door landed, Hallam, who had been sitting at the tea table, flashed over to stand beside Hirsch, his palm covering Hirsch's head, his aura surging. If anything went wrong, he would crush Hirsch's skull. The visitor meant no good. Knowing that he was no match for Lucius, Hallam could only use Hirsch as a lifeline to buy time because he knew the other side wouldn't be able to act arrogantly for much longer. Dad. Ebony called out anxiously, wanting to rush forward but was held back by Lucius on her shoulder. Emerson was already under control. For her, just starting on the martial path, rushing forward was nothing but an invitation to be captured. Although the ultimate outcome wouldn't change, being captured would still impose some restrictions. Prevented from advancing, Ebony, realizing this, could only suppress her anxiety and stood steadily beside Lucius. Rustling sounds. All the Hans who had gone to the Aryan residence yesterday were startled by the commotion and scattered, eyeing Lucius warily. After scanning the surroundings, Lucius's gaze fell on Hallam's face, saying calmly, Release Barrett Run, and everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, the Han family will be eradicated from Kuancheng. Threats were not new to Hallam. He sneered without a hint of tension and said, Young man, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think all of Zhongshan is under your command? Daring to detain Hirsch forcefully, could he have not anticipated that Lucius would come? Without a certain level of confidence, he would never have dared to do such a thing. Though Zhongshan isn't entirely under my command here, I can say what goes. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. Lucius's calm voice carried an intangible dominance and coldness, penetrating the ears of every member of the Han family. However, their expressions remained very calm, showing no sign of worry or tension. 10 seconds passed in a blink. Seeing that Hallam was set on going to the bitter end, Lucius took a step forward but stopped, then turned to look behind him. 2 elders appeared at the doorway. Grandfather! Edmund shouted excitedly. The 2 who had arrived, one with a scar on his brow, was none other than the mainstay that supported the Han family to rank 3rd in Kuancheng, 9th rank Grandmaster Han Bai. The other was Aaron, the 8th rank Grandmaster whom the Han family lavishly kept as a supporter. Hallam, unable to swallow this humiliation, knew well that Hirsch's arrogance stemmed from Lucius. He immediately sent the message home and mobilized the strongest 2 members of the Han family. He didn't believe that the combined efforts of the Han family's 2 strongest could not subdue this young man Lucius. If even this couldn't bring down Lucius, then the Han family truly had reached its end. After a brief scan of the scene, Hanbai and Aaron moved to stand beside Hallam, who also removed his hand from Hirsch's head. With reinforcements arriving, there was no need to use Hirsch to stall for time any longer. So, it's him? Hanbai looked at Lucius with disdain. It's him. Hallam nodded, saying, He's indeed formidable. I still can't gauge his true strength. Taking a step forward, Hanbai stared intently at Lucius and said, Young man, weren't you taught not to meddle in things that aren't your business? Didn't you know that meddling comes at a price? Lucius curled his lips and retorted. Weren't you taught not to bully people with power? Don't you know that bullying comes at a price too? Humph. Provoked by a young man, Han Bai instantly became furious, fully unleashing the aura of a 9th-rank grandmaster, which oppressed everyone present except for Ebony, who stood next to Lucius and felt nothing. Lucius seemed unaware of the addition of 2 high-level grandmasters and said to Hallam, since you've squandered this opportunity, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. To this, Hallam merely scoffed. Understanding that words alone wouldn't resolve the matter thoroughly, Han Bai exchanged a glance with Aaron, trained for years, to be used in times of crisis. As a supporter, treated like an emperor within the Han family every day, they were naturally expected to repay when critical moments arrived. Comprehending that Han Bai wanted him to test the young man's strength, Aaron stepped forward and walked straight toward Lucius. Boring. Lucius had no patience to waste time and energy on these people. With a thought, he summoned 2 battle souls. One flashed to stand at the door, preventing anyone from escaping, while the other stood directly before Aaron. Great master? Feeling the imposing aura radiating from the battle souls, everyone except Lucius was stunned. Even Hirsch, who had already known something about Lucius, was momentarily dumbfounded. He had thought that with the arrival of 2 high-ranking grandmasters from the Han family, Lucius would need considerable effort to destroy the Han family today. He never expected Lucius to conjure up 2 puppet-like figures of the great master level out of thin air. Gulp. Feeling the pressure of the high-rank grandmaster level battle soul up close, Aaron's Adam's apple moved with difficulty. He took a sidestep to avoid it and then said pitifully to Lucius, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just came to watch. In the face of life and death, anyone would choose life. Even though he had benefited from the Han family for many years, to save his own life, Aaron now wanted to stay out of this. Aaron's actions did not bring any dislike or displeasure to Han Bai and Hallam. It wasn't that they weren't angry, but the shock they felt internally was too strong, and at this moment, they couldn't even think about these things. Am I a fool? Lucius gave Aaron such a look. Then the battle soul he named the 3rd elder suddenly enveloped Aaron with black mist. The battle soul guarding the door was the 4th elder, while the one inside the sky ceiling boundary, equivalent to a 3rd-grade high-rank grandmaster, was the 2nd elder, and the 4th-grade one was the 1st elder. Aaron's sharp cries made the Han family members' scalps tingle and their limbs tremble uncontrollably. Within just 5 breaths, 8th-rank Master Aaron turned into a dried corpse, smashing onto the ground and shattering into pieces. Until his death, he couldn't understand how decades of cultivation could end so swiftly. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. Han Bai, who had been acting high and mighty and hadn't taken Lucius seriously at all, hurriedly Solan, restrained his aura. Swallowing hard, he chuckled at Lucius and said, Master, please calm down. Let's talk things over. His voice trembled noticeably. At this moment, he finally understood why the other party dared to meddle and even lecture him. With 2 puppet-like high-rank grandmasters by his side, anyone would dare to be so arrogant. Lucius chuckled lightly and glanced at Hirsch, who promptly walked up to stand beside Ebony. Master, we truly realize our mistake. Please forgive us. We will withdraw immediately and will never target the Ren family again. Hallam also quickly stepped forward to sincerely express his stance. He knew very well that if he didn't say something now, the Han family would indeed be wiped out. Have you heard a saying? Han Bai and Hallam immediately looked curiously at Lucius, eager to know what saying it was. Opportunity lost can never be regained. Upon hearing these words, the father and son both thought the same thing. It's over, hotel manager, forcing him to delete all surveillance videos containing him and Lucius, and incidentally made the manager disappear as well. In the afternoon, someone from the Han family rushed to Emo City to look for their missing patriarch and others. The final investigation result showed that Hallam and others had vanished into thin air inside the hotel, with no other useful information found. Every family had spies planted by other families. The news of Kareem, Hallam, and others disappearing quickly became known to the other 2 major families in Kuan City. Realizing that Kareem and others might have met with misfortune, these 2 major families immediately began swallowing up the Han family's assets. Deprived of their main fighting force and in disarray, the Han family was powerless against the attack from the already stronger 2 major families. Within just one day, all of the Han family's assets were seized, and the remaining Han family members either fled or went into hiding. With the fall of the Han family, those who were coerced into stopping cooperation with the Ren family either called or personally came to apologize to Hirsch at the Ren family residence, explaining that their previous actions were all due to Hallam's coercion. Though Hirsch had long seen through the true nature of these people and felt unwilling to resume cooperation, he accepted their apologies and compromises with a smile to minimize trouble. In the blink of an eye, Lucius had been at the Ren family for 3 days. News of the Han family's downfall had already spread like wildfire. Knowing that the crisis facing the Ren family had been resolved, Lucius did not plan to waste more time here. He took the initiative to find Hirsch and brought out the prepared jiaolong meat as well as new cultivation techniques. Faced with these 2 priceless treasures, Hirsch was so moved that he wanted to kneel and thank Lucius. Thinking about his previous machinations, Hirsch felt guilty. Feeling very uneasy and uncomfortable, he deeply breathed in and said, Lucius, regarding my dealings with the Han family previously, Barrett Ren, let's not bring up past events. There's no point in it. Although Lucius did not take it to heart that Hirsch had used himself as bait, he felt comforted that Hirsch was able to acknowledge it now. To this, Hirsch nodded apologetically. After careful consideration and ensuring there were no loopholes, Lucius left with Ebony and Gracie for Kunzu and boarded a plane back to Maozhou without wasting a moment. At about the same time, at the Xindao Min in the capital city, Brigham looked at the documents placed before him, frowned slightly, and wore an expression of helplessness. He had already instructed Lucius not to be too aggressive when dealing with people from the 9 major sects. Now, however, he knew that his instructions had clearly fallen on deaf ears. Do you need me to intervene and mediate, Master? Jason asked. Taking a deep breath, Brigham hesitated for a few seconds before shaking his head and said, Forget it. Let him be. He won't grow unless he goes through some experiences. Losing a few disciples isn't something that can scare anyone. Inside Divorce.I'm, the reception hall was once again filled with people, all silent as if they were statues, not making a sound. All right, you may go first. Bryce-Yun, whose face was dark, suddenly broke the silence. The disciple whom Lucius had released to deliver the message hastily turned and left. Gentlemen, what do you think should be done about this matter? Bryce-Yun scanned the room and asked. The information brought by the messenger was so explosive that it left even him, the sect leader, unsure of how to proceed. He had assumed that sending a grandmaster out to capture them would pose no difficulty, but it turned out the other party also had puppet-like entities comparable to grandmasters. Had it been just one, it wouldn't have caused Bryce-Yun such a dilemma. With two such entities, he felt the situation was becoming complicated. Grandmasters within the sect were all invaluable assets. If they were sent out and then killed by the other party, it would be an immeasurable loss for Divorce.I'm. Despite their intense anger and frustration, none of those present spoke up. Those whose strength hadn't reached grandmaster level didn't have the qualifications to speak and dared not voice their opinions. Those who had achieved grandmaster status didn't want to speak because they couldn't discern Bryce-Yun's intentions, fearing that expressing their dissatisfaction would result in being dispatched to deal with the opponent. It was difficult enough to reach grandmaster level, and Quentin had barely put up any resistance before being slain, indicating that the other party's puppets were highly formidable. Few would willingly volunteer for a death sentence. After waiting a moment and seeing no one respond, Bryce-Yun could only say, since that's the case, this matter can only be put on hold for now. Even though we can't act against him right now, it doesn't mean we won't have opportunities in the future, right? For Divorce.I'm to be suppressed by a young man of unknown origin without daring to retaliate was something Bryce-Yun found extremely frustrating, yet he had no recourse. Divorce.I'm simply couldn't afford to lose many grandmasters. Yes, the patriarch is wise. Putting it on hold is indeed the best solution for now. And Remy quickly chimed in, providing Bryce-Yun with a way out. Patriarch, didn't the disciples sent out by Wu Yun's sect also go missing? They must have been eliminated by that boy as well. I think we should spread this news and let Wu Yun's sect take care of that boy. They use others' hands to kill. We can do the same. Hearing this suggestion, Bryce-Yun nodded with a chuckle and immediately sent someone to disseminate the information. Among the 9 major sects, there was constant open and covert competition. None of them wanted the others to thrive. Here was indeed a surprise for May. Seeing that Spencer was still staring at her eagerly, she shook her head just about to explain, but Spencer interrupted confidently. Sue-Ellen, I knew you'd come to pick me up. It must have been my sister who told you I was coming back, right? No wonder I didn't see her waiting outside. It's you who picked me up instead? Ha ha ha. Sue-Ellen, though I've been abroad these years, I've always kept track of your situation. I know you haven't married yet. Should we get back together? Looking at the smug Spencer, disgust flashed across May's face. She wondered if Spencer was really foolish or just pretending. They had been apart for nearly 10 years now. How could they reconcile? Not to mention she already had Lucius. Even without him, reconciliation would have been impossible. To prevent Spencer from Jo-chan pursuing her, May said coldly, I'm sorry, Master Jiang, but I didn't come here to pick you up. I didn't even know you were coming back today. Besides, I already have someone I like very much. I came here to pick him up. Spencer, who was beaming with joy just a second ago, froze. His face turned pale as he shook his head, saying, Impossible. I've been keeping tabs on you, and you don't have anyone special. Sue-Ellen, you must be lying, right? May was speechless. She couldn't figure out how Spencer managed to spend so many years abroad without growing up a bit, still prone to daydreaming and assuming things to be as he wished. Tired of dealing with Spencer, May stood up and was about to leave when a shout stopped her. A well-groomed woman with short hair, accompanied by several bodyguards, rushed over. Bryce-Yu, why did you run here? You made me search high and low. I thought you hadn't come out yet. Jacqueline, Spencer's sister. Jacqueline noticed May as she spoke and, after a closer look, greeted with a smile. Are you May? Bryce-Yu's college girlfriend. He's mentioned you often these past years. Are you here to pick him up too? Even unwilling to say more to the Jiangs, May forced a smile and nodded, explaining, I'm here to pick up someone else. Sis, you really didn't tell Sue-Ellen I was coming back today? Seeing her here, I thought you were giving me a surprise by informing her. Spencer looked at Jacqueline with anguish, while Jacqueline hesitated, unsure how to respond. At this moment, she recalled that during their last video chat before her brother's return, he did mention how happy he would be if May were waiting for him upon landing. At that time, she was busy with work and didn't take it seriously. Moreover, the Jiang family mainly operated in Maozhou, whereas the Qin family struggled in Yunqing. She never considered the Qin family significant enough until she saw May here. Deep down, Jacqueline loved her younger brother dearly. Seeing his distress, she stepped forward quickly, took May's arm gently, and whispered a few steps away, Roxanne, my brother has always liked you. Give me some face and just say you're here to pick him up. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I know your family hasn't been doing well these past years. If you help me, I can offer your family some projects. Her words sounded more like a demand than a request, which infuriated May. Did Jacqueline think the Qin family was so desperate for projects that they lose their dignity? Having no desire to have any more involvement with Spencer, May firmly replied, sorry, but the person I'm picking up is about to arrive. I should go. Jacqueline wanted to forcibly detain May to discuss further, but being just an ordinary person, she couldn't stop May, who was a martial artist. Looking at May walking away, Jacqueline's pretty face turned cold, her eyes flashing with a murderous intent. At this moment, she felt that May was too unappreciative of her generosity. Did May really think that just because she had a bit of beauty, she was something extraordinary? Sister, what did you say to Sue-Ellen? Why did she leave? Spencer glanced at the retreating figure of May, then looked at his sister who was in a foul mood, subconsciously feeling that it must have been something Jacqueline said that upset May. Knowing full well that there was no possibility between them, Jacqueline moved to comfort her brother, saying, "Bryce, you're not a child anymore. It's time you grow up and understand things. Our family's current situation allows us to find someone much prettier and capable than her. Let go of her." "No." Spencer seemed like a capricious child as he suddenly dashed towards May. Over here, May was just spotting Ebony and others, waving to greet them happily from afar when Spencer approached her side and asked with a distressed look, "Sue Ellen, did my sister say something unpleasant to you? Don't mind her. I'll talk to her later. Please don't be angry, okay?" Feeling both helpless and irritable, May snapped at Spencer to make him leave her alone. "Can you stop bothering me already? I told you I didn't come here to pick you up. Bitch, how dare you talk to me like that?" Jacqueline, standing 2 steps away, glared at May angrily. In her mind, given their family status, countless women would die to attach themselves to her brother and enter the Jiang family. For her brother to like her was an honor. Yet, she acted so arrogantly, even daring to scold her brother for being bothersome. It was utterly absurd, showing no respect or gratitude. May's face turned icy as she turned to stare at Jacqueline and asked, "Who are you calling a bitch?" "I'm talking about you." Jacqueline responded instinctively. May suddenly smiled, speaking each word slowly and clearly. "Yes, she is talking about me." Before Jacqueline could react, she soon realized that May had used her words against her. Her teeth grinding, she narrowed her eyes and threatened, "You cheap skunk, are you looking for death? Do you believe I can send your family back 10 years with just one phone call? I don't believe it." The one who spoke wasn't May but Lucius, who had arrived with 2 women nearby. Chapter 244. Surrenderers live, resistors die. Seeing the 3 people who suddenly appeared, Jacqueline knew that they were the ones May had sent to pick her up. Her gaze paused briefly on Ebony. She didn't expect there would be such an extraordinary and beautiful woman in the world. However, Jacqueline wasn't distracted by this. She stared at Lucius, asking impatiently, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you about May and me? I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily, or else you won't get off easily." Some words, although the person hasn't arrived yet, have already been heard. Arrogant men she had seen many, but arrogant women were few, and Jacqueline was one of them. Lucius sneered, lifting his hand. Sensing his intention, May immediately leaned against him. "Do you know who I am? Do you think I'm meddling unnecessarily? As long as one isn't a fool, they can see the relationship between the two." Spencer's face turned pale, stumbling backward with a dazed look, shaking his head constantly. He clearly couldn't accept this fact. Seeing her brother's sad yet unable to face the reality expression, Jacqueline felt heartache instantly. She hurriedly supported him, her eyes glaring fiercely at May as she said viciously, "Bitch, just wait for your punishment." At that moment, she thought May was deliberately provoking Spencer. Knowing fully well that her younger brother still loved her, she showed no consideration for his feelings, directly throwing herself into another man's arms. How shameless. The plan to retaliate against the Qin family was formed in her mind as she turned around. "Wait." Just as Jacqueline was pulling Spencer away, Lucius spoke up. "Is there something?" Jacqueline turned back, narrowing her eyes and staring at Lucius. Lucius ignored her and instead said to Gracie, "Your elder sister has been insulted. Don't you want to show some reaction?" Gracie, who had already found Jacqueline very irritating, glared at her. In just 2 steps, before Jacqueline could react, she slapped her hard on the face and scolded, "Is my elder sister someone you can insult? This slap is your punishment. If you dare to insult my elder sister again, I will break all your teeth." The burning pain on her face made Jacqueline almost go mad. Having grown up so much, she had never been slapped by anyone. "Why are you all standing there? Did I hire you to watch me get beaten?" Enraged, Jacqueline shouted at the 4 bodyguards standing nearby, "Hold her down and knock out all her teeth." The 4 bodyguards rushed over, trying to subdue Gracie. But as mere commoners, these bodyguards were no match for Gracie. In just a few moves, they were lying on the ground groaning. Slap. Gracie struck another slap on Jacqueline's stunned face, saying bitterly, "This one is from me. You also wanted to knock out my teeth? Why don't you look in the mirror first, and see if you deserve it?" Humph. Turning back to May, Gracie asked proudly, "Elder sister, how did it go? Do you feel better now? If not, let me give her a couple more slaps." May, who had only come to pick them up quietly, hadn't expected such events to unfold. Looking at Jacqueline, who she had long understood what kind of person she was, May said, "I advise you not to cause more trouble, or else I won't be gentle with you either. Let's go." Continuing the pointless commotion held no meaning. May didn't wish to prolong it because Jacqueline was merely a trivial clown in her eyes. Jacqueline watched the departing backs of Lucius and others, her hands clenched tightly until her knuckles turned white, gritting her teeth and saying through clenched teeth, "Surname Qin, you just wait. And that little bitch, daring to hit me, you'll regret it." Leading the 3 women forward, Lucius frowned slightly, but did not stop to deal with Jacqueline, who intended revenge. Such short-sighted worldly people, relying on a bit of money to become arrogant, he truly couldn't be bothered, which was why he let Gracie handle it earlier. Gradually coming to her senses, Spencer saw his sister still glaring at the departing group and whispered advice. "Sister, shall we call it quits?" "Call it quits?" Jacqueline, nearly burning with anger, turned and glared at Spencer, her eyes flaming furiously. "You're really a hopeless piece of pig intestines. They've humiliated you like this, and you're still talking about calling it quits? Listen, Bryce, this isn't over. That bitch looked down on you. I will make her kneel before you and beg for mercy." Spencer opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing the bodyguards rising from the ground, Jacqueline flew into even greater rage, cursing them as useless before dragging Spencer away. At Shanghai Pavilion, Basil and others had been waiting. Seeing Lucius return with 2 beauties, Basil exchanged a glance with David, thinking to himself, "Our leader is truly a leader, with exceptional charm indeed." David focused more on Ebony, already seeing that this woman was extraordinary. During the time Lucius went to Kunzu, he didn't contact Basil and the others. After sitting down, he asked, "How are those 50 people training?" "Boss, All of them have stepped into the transformation stage, and their formation integration has reached a level of perfection. According to David's assessment, if they act together, taking down a first-class master should be no problem. The situation was as expected, so Lucius nodded and said, "Then we can proceed according to the plan we set earlier." When they planned to develop their own forces, it was agreed that once the 50 people all reached the transformation stage, Yuan City would be unified. If not for waiting for Lucius's order, Basil would have taken action much earlier. The exciting moment had finally arrived. Basil immediately took out his phone to contact Wei Mobo, informing him that he could now lead the men to clear out the other 3 forces in Yuan City. Wei Mobo, who had been reformed after undergoing discipline, quickly abandoned his former bad habits upon receiving the order. He gave the command and immediately led the eager 50-plus members to strike first at the Gito gang located in the north. The early changes in the Black Dragon gang made the 3 forces nervous like startled birds, gathering people for prevention. After seeing the Black Dragon gang disband, the 3 forces relaxed again, gradually neglecting Basil and his men. Therefore, when Wei Mobo and his men appeared at the Gito gang headquarters, all members of the Gito gang were instantly stunned. Surrenderers live, resistors die. At Wei Mobo's command, the 50-plus people, who were eager to fight, immediately rushed forward, dealing with those who resisted. After training for such a long time, these 50 people had long wanted to engage outsiders in combat because Lucius had always said that real combat involving life and death was the best way to hone oneself. Unfortunately, without the boss giving the word, no matter how anxious they were, they had to wait obediently. It only took them 10 minutes to crush the Gito gang. All being transformation stage martial artists, although the Gito gang was quite formidable, it still wasn't enough. After finishing with the Gito gang, Wei Mobo immediately led his men to the Iron Fist gang. Meanwhile, in Mao Qing's Zhang family, Jacqueline's father, Scarlet Hing, upon learning that his daughter had been slapped twice, slapped the table and angrily shouted at the bodyguard captain, "Gather the troops and head to Yuan City." Chapter 245. The Great Flood overwhelmed the Dragon King's temple. This was a day that Yuan City would never forget. Because on this day, the long-standing chaotic situation in Yuan City began to change. The downfall of the Iron Fist gang had been predetermined. When Roberto arrived at the last remaining force, the Red Gang, with his people, there were already hundreds gathered on site. Although all the assembled members of the Red Gang were martial artists, most were of bright strength, only dozens were of concealed strength, 10 were transformation strength, and none were grandmasters. All transformation strength. With one glance at the people Roberto brought along, Bryson felt his heart constrict. He could not imagine how Basil had secretly cultivated so many transformation strength martial artists. Roberto stepped forward and said to Bryson, "Leader Lei, are you prepared to fight or surrender?" "Roberto, your family has certainly played its cards well." Bryson answered irrelevantly, continuing, "You publicly disbanded the Black Dragon gang but were secretly cultivating manpower. I truly didn't expect your father to have hidden such deeply." Though the 50-odd people before him weren't weak, Bryson firmly believed that as long as he could stall until his backer arrived, all crises would be resolved. Moreover, he thought that if he could defeat Roberto and destroy the Wei family, the Red Gang could unify Yuan City smoothly. Just as Roberto was about to respond, his phone rang. Upon learning that his father and others were on their way, he no longer bothered with idle talk and turned to chat idly while waiting with his brothers. "What's going on?" Confusion appeared on Bryson's face, quickly realizing Roberto was clearly waiting for someone. His heart suddenly lifted, thinking fate had not abandoned the Red Gang. Facing all martial artists, he knew very well that even though they had plenty of numbers, they wouldn't stand a chance against the opposing side. Most likely, they would be subdued before reinforcements arrived. As he was pondering how to delay time and hold out until his backer came, Roberto fell silent. 5 minutes later, the crowd parted, and Basil led the way into view. Lucius also arrived, but not wanting attention, he followed behind Basil like a junior member. "Lao Wei, this is really impressive. I never expected you to plan so deeply." Bryson and Basil were old acquaintances, so he spoke casually. Basil grinned and replied, "Same here. Old Lei, you know what happened with the Ghost Head Gang and the Iron Fist Gang. Considering our long-standing relationship, I advise the Red Gang not to resist. My intention today is to unify Yuan City." Bryson shook his head with a chuckle and said, "Lao Wei, you're thinking too simply. Behind the Red Gang, we also have support and are planning to unify Yuan City. Just didn't expect you to act faster." "Is it the Xia family from the main city?" Basil asked. It was precisely because they had uncovered the Xia family's support for the Red Gang and knew they were on their way that Basil and Lucius had come, worried Roberto might not handle them. Bryson frowned, unsure how Basil knew the supporting family, but considering the Xia people were on their way, he nodded without further questioning and said, "You know the strength of the Xia family. Do you think you can succeed today? I advise you to merge with us. We can cooperate and jointly govern Yuan City." 50-plus transformation strength martial artists made Bryson believe that if absorbed into the Red Gang, for decades, even a century, Yuan City would be under their control, potentially expanding to surrounding cities. Basil smiled playfully and said, "No rush. Since you think the Xia family backs you up, let's wait until they arrive." "What's happening?" Seeing Basil calmly acknowledge the Xia family's backing, Bryson's firm confidence wavered, and unease crept over him. Humming. Within 5 minutes, rumbling sounds approached from the distant sky, followed by a helicopter quickly appearing overhead. Boom. Floyd jumped down from the high sky, along with 3 others, 2 half-step grandmasters, and 1 late-stage transformation strength. Reinforcements finally arrived. Bryson's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally eased. He hurriedly approached Floyd and explained the situation briefly. The proud Floyd sneered after listening, stepped forward, stared at Basil and said, "Since you know the Red Gang is backed by my Xia family, still attempting to swallow it? You're deliberately opposing the Xia family?" Basil did not respond but looked at Lucius standing quietly at the back because he knew Lucius's relationship with the Xia family, the reason why he came. Lucius stepped forward and directly asked Floyd, "Did Edlin send you?" He had already instructed Edlin not to have designs on Yuan City, yet he secretly supported the Red Gang. Lucius genuinely wanted to ask Edlin whether he was deaf or just tired of living. Though he was a member of the Xiao family, it didn't mean that as a member, he had to take orders from the Xiao family. Lucius's interrogation made Floyd's heart skip a beat. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lucius, wondering how the latter dared to address the family head by name. Could it be that they knew each other? Observing for a moment, seeing the other side remained calm, not appearing to be faking it, Floyd hesitated and asked, "Do you know our family head?" "Call him." Lucius, not wanting to waste words, spoke with an edge of impatience. After absorbing the Red Gang, Yun City would be completely unified. If it weren't for the Xiao family supporting the Red Gang in the background, Yun City would have been unified long ago. If it weren't for the sake of Edlin, Lucius wouldn't have bothered with all this talk. So what if there were Xiao family members backing them up? They would be wiped out all the same. To have instructed him to call, indicating they knew each other, Floyd hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Edlin, preparing to clarify the relationship between the two. He certainly did not want things to end up like a disaster. The call connected quickly, and Edlin's voice came through on the other end. "Family head, a young man wants to speak with you." Floyd responded nervously. "Who?" "It's me." Lucius replied indifferently. Though not very loud, those words were like thunder in Edlin's ears, nearly scaring him off his recliner. "Master Chu, how could it be you? Did Haixing do something to offend you?" At this moment, Edlin's heart leaped into his throat, knowing that Lucius must have had a conflict with Floyd and only called him because Floyd was a member of the Xiao family. "It's over." Floyd's hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. If the family had addressed the other side as master and used respectful language, it was clear that the other side was someone the Xiao family feared. "Is your Xiao family going to support the Red Gang in Yun City?" Lucius questioned. On the other end, Edlin frowned deeply, then angrily said, "Floyd, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell the Xiao family not to get involved in Yun City and withdraw entirely?" Floyd looked distressed, explaining softly, "It was arranged by young master. He also wanted to establish his own power base." Taking a deep breath to suppress the anger and tension, Edlin whispered, "Master Chu, I truly didn't know about this. The Xiao family absolutely won't oppose you. Please forgive us. The Xiao family can withdraw immediately." Lucius didn't respond. The scene fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavier with every second. Chapter 246, Life Should Have Some Fun? Was the master angry? On this end of the phone, Edlin, having received no response from Lucius, felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. At the scene in Yunqing, Basil and the others were still fine, but Bryson, Floyd, and other members of the Hongmin sect felt weak all over. In Bryson's mind, the Xiao family was his most powerful backing. Edlin, as the patriarch, was someone he had always dreamed of meeting. In his view, Edlin was a big shot whose slight movements could shake Maoho. Yet such a person was now humbly pleading for forgiveness from a young man? Only at this moment did Bryson realize that the changes within the Black Dragon Gang were not solely orchestrated by Basil, but directed by this young man behind the scenes. He was to be the true king of Yunqing going forward. Master Chu? Not receiving a response and unwilling to wait any longer, Edlin forced himself to speak again. Basil also subconsciously looked at Lucius, standing beside him, unable to understand what he was up to. Humiliating the Xiao family in front of so many people? After some thought, Basil didn't believe this was something Lucius would do. No more. Leaving these 4 words behind, Lucius turned and left. Edlin breathed a sigh of relief, then said sternly, "Floyd, get back here right now." Knowing he'd be punished severely upon return, Floyd's face showed great bitterness. He gave Bryson a helpless look before leaving with the Xiao family guards. "Bossley, shall we fight?" Basil asked Bryson with a chuckle. "Fight?" With his backer scared off, what could he fight with? A wise man adapts to the times. Understanding that with someone like Lucius as a protector, there was no problem with growing stronger, Bryson immediately asked, "Boss Wei, can I join you?" "Yes." Nodding, Basil walked into the headquarters of the Hongmin sect, understanding the current members while beginning to plan the future development of Yunqing. Unifying Yunqing was just the beginning. As the true leader, Lucius didn't have the time or energy to manage everything. Moreover, the 50-odd disciples wouldn't participate in management or development. Their primary focus remained on cultivation and getting stronger. Darkness and light must always coexist. Darkness cannot be completely eradicated, only controlled as much as possible. Management of various places required personnel, and Basil planned to select those responsible from the 3 major forces they had absorbed. Of course, following Lucius's initial instructions, he restricted the underground transactions allowed in Yunqing, not allowing the chaos seen before. He especially stipulated that anything involving moral corruption, such as drugs, high-interest loans, or oppressing honest people, was completely banned, without exception. Anyone who ignored the rules and was caught secretly doing such things would face death. Just as Lucius returned to Shanhage and barely sat down, he received a call from the Qin family's butler. Upon hearing that the Jiang family from Maoqing was causing trouble for the Qin family, knowing it must be related to the earlier incident at the airport, Lucius immediately went with the 2 women. Mei, busy at Tianmei Group, received the message as well. Her pretty face immediately turned fierce as she rushed home. At the Qin residence, Scarlet Hing was lounging arrogantly in the living room, while Jacqueline sat smugly beside him. The bodyguards brought by the Jiang family stood tall and straight by the door. The butler bustled about, serving tea and fruits with a smile. Russell had recently reached the threshold of Grandmaster and was in seclusion. With Mei absent, only the butler could step forward. Lucius and the others coincidentally met Mei at the entrance. Seeing Lucius, some of the ferocity on Mei's face subsided. "If you don't want a face, then don't give one," Lucius reminded her calmly. Nodding silently, Mei entered the house. "Dad, they're here." Jacqueline rose immediately upon seeing Lucius and company, glaring at Mei with clenched teeth. Scarlet Hing glanced at the 4 newcomers, then snorted disdainfully, looking arrogantly at Mei and demanded, "Roxanne, you should know why we've come here, right?" "I do." Mei sat down at the main seat, her gaze falling on Jacqueline as she remarked, "Isn't it because you're supporting your little ones after they got beaten?" What, Barrett Jiang? Are you here to make the Qin family famous in Yunqing? Her words carried no concealment of disdain. At this moment, Mei truly wondered where the Jiang family got the nerve to come and cause trouble at the Qin residence. Did they not know the Qin family was a martial arts family? If the Jiang family were also a martial arts family that had developed to Mao City, she could understand their audacity. In fact, the Jiang family was merely one of the most ordinary, influential families on the Shenzhou continent. Scarlet Hing gave a light hum and arrogantly said, Roxanne, I know your family is a martial arts family, and I also know that martial artists are different from ordinary people. But let me ask you this. Don't you know what state the Qin family is in right now? Money can make the devil grind his axe. My Jiang family isn't a martial arts family, but we have plenty of money. It shouldn't be too difficult to find martial artists who can deal with the Qin family, right? Indeed, that was the case. Without Lucius backing her, Mei would certainly be in a difficult position right now. She laughed and nodded, saying, Barrett Jiang does indeed have a point. But have you thought about whether you still have the chance to look for martial artists? What she meant was, daring to come here uninvited. It would only take a minute to finish you off. So what if you have money? You need to be alive to spend it, don't you? Scarlet Hing sneered, casting his gaze towards the door. Suddenly, two of the bodyguards stepped out, emitting a formidable aura. Late-stage transformation force martial artists. Roxanne, is this enough? Scarlet Hing's face was full of pride. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't dare bring trouble to a martial arts family without making preparations. Seeing the smug looks on the father and daughter's faces due to the backing of transformation force martial artists, Mei suddenly felt like playing, ready to let this short-sighted pair experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Her face immediately showed tension, and her voice trembled as she asked, Barrett Jiang, what do you want to do? Beside her, Lucius and the two women were taken aback for a moment, but they quickly understood that Mei was preparing to play along with the Jiang family who believed they had everything under control. Life should have some fun, after all. So the three of them remained silent, watching Mei put on a show. Seeing that he had finally frightened Mei, Scarlet Hing stood up laughing, saying, It's not about what I want, but what little Ning wants. After all, you didn't offend me, but offended little Ning. Finally, it was her turn to perform. Jacqueline strutted over to Mei with an air of superiority, stating her demands. Chapter 247. A Fall from Heaven to Hell. Condition 1. Hand over Selma and let her be dealt with by the Jiang family. Condition 2. Mei must reconcile with Spencer, treating him sincerely and complying with all his wishes. Condition 3. Sever Lucius's hand and foot tendons. Mei didn't have much to say about the first two conditions, but when she heard the third condition, she couldn't help but ask, what does Lucius have to do with the matters between us? Jacqueline glared at Lucius angrily and explained, You forgot. It was he who instructed that slut to hit me. So that was it. Mei nodded and continued asking, What if I don't agree to these 3 conditions? Disagree? Jacqueline's face turned cold and vicious as she said threateningly, Mei, I'm giving you a chance right now. I hope you know your place. I clearly tell you this, whether or not you agree to these 3 conditions, nothing will change. I will take this little slut away anyway. You'll still need to serve my brother properly, and as for him, he will be killed outright. Oh no. Selma suddenly exclaimed and stood up angrily. I can't take it anymore. Knowing that Mei wanted to play along, she was also looking forward to what would happen. But all they did was watch the other side act smug. What was even harder for her to accept was how Jacqueline called people slut repeatedly, which made her furious. Seeing Selma daring to interrupt her performance, Jacqueline took 2 steps forward and glared angrily, threatening, Little slut, you? Smack. Selma slapped Jacqueline, leaving her stunned on the spot. She really... Lucius slapped the shoulder of the immobile bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard collapsed like a noodle, blood trickling from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Their prized bodyguard, dead just like that? Only now did Scarlet Hing and Jacqueline realize that they were facing someone who was pretending to be weak, but was actually extremely dangerous. Their faces turned pale, and their scalps tingled, especially Scarlet Hing, whose trousers visibly trembled. Though the Jiang family wasn't a martial lineage, he still knew enough about the martial world to understand that killing was as simple as stepping on an insect for martial artists. Unlike ordinary people who panic after committing murder. Recalling their arrogant and boastful words earlier, Scarlet Hing knew that he and his daughter were just pathetic clowns. Thud. For the sake of survival, Scarlet Hing suddenly knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at Mei and pleading, Roxanne, we were wrong. We truly realize our mistake. Please forgive us. Mei glanced at Jacqueline, still standing dumbfounded in place, and said, Is this what you call realizing your mistake? Realizing his oversight, Scarlet Hing hurriedly patted Jacqueline's leg and scolded, Kneel down quickly and apologized to Roxanne. Even kneeling on the ground, Jacqueline still looked disbelieving. She really didn't expect the situation to turn this way. Mei smiled satisfactorily and said to Selma, Falling from heaven to hell must feel terrible. Don't you think, Warner? Haha, it sure looks bad. Selma walked up to Jacqueline and looked down at her, asking, Where's your arrogance now? Keep being arrogant. With her face full of bitterness and trembling lips, Jacqueline finally came to her senses, her mind in chaos. The bodyguards outside the door acted as if they hadn't seen anything, none of them daring to rush in. Looking at the father and daughter kneeling on the ground, Mei took a deep breath and let it out before saying helplessly, Does money make you so invincible? Barrett Jiang, the Qin family is not so powerless that we can't expand into Maocheng. Did you really think we couldn't develop out of Yunqing? Do you actually believe that the Qin family is stuck in Yunqing because we can't develop? Facing this scolding, Scarlet Hing nodded rapidly like a chick pecking rice while saying, Roxanne, I was short-sighted and foolish. I hope Roxanne can give us a chance. We truly know we were wrong, and from now on, we won't disturb Roxanne again. Seeing Scarlet Hing's attitude of admitting his mistakes wasn't bad, Mei instinctively looked at Lucius, wanting to know how he planned to deal with these oblivious Jiang family members. You decide. Lucius clearly didn't want to deal with such matters. After hesitating for a few seconds, Mei bit her lip and said, Get out. Relieved. Chapter 248. Offering oneself to seek help. The trouble caused by the Zhang family was just a small episode for Lucius and his group. Nobody took it seriously. Mei still needed to return to Tianmei Corporation. Ebony and Ningwaner, these two young ladies who have always had ambitions in their careers, finally got an opportunity now that they came to Yun City. They would follow their senior sister Mei to gain some experience. Russell was meditating in seclusion, leaving no one at home for Lucius to chat with, so he returned to the Sea Mountain Pavilion. Basil, having arranged all matters, also came to Sea Mountain Pavilion to report back to Lucius. After listening to the report, Lucius said, "Let's gather all the young people under 30. Yun City had already been secured. The next goal was to seize the other 7 cities of Maozhou except for Mao City. With only the 50-plus current disciples reaching master level wouldn't be enough to take over the 7 cities. Therefore, selecting new recruits was an urgent task. Upon Basil's command, the newly absorbed members from Hong Gate rushed to Black Dragon Manor for Lucius's interview and selection process. Those selected stayed behind, while the unsuccessful ones went back to their respective tasks. It wasn't until dawn when the selection concluded. This time, 140 people were selected, adding up to the original 50, making a total of 200. "Boss, shouldn't we name our organization?" Basil approached Lucius with a suggestion, as he'd long wished for a grand title for their group. An organization indeed needed a distinctive name. The Black Dragon Gang had already disbanded, and its name sounded too rustic. After some thought, Lucius said, "Let's call it Fuxing Min." The reason for naming it Fuxing Min was because he suddenly recalled a line from a poem. "While passing through the bamboo temple and talking to monks, I've stolen half a day's leisure from this fleeting life." All along, Lucius yearned for a tranquil and idyllic lifestyle. Fuxing Min, Fuxing Min, Basil murmured to himself, finding deeper meaning in the name. After nodding, he immediately announced to everyone that the organization was henceforth named Fuxing Min. From today onward, Fuxing Min would become the sole dominant force in Yun City. Matters regarding teaching new members various cultivation techniques were already well managed by Basil and others, requiring no personal intervention from Lucius. However, before leaving Black Dragon Manor, he laid out an array on the training ground using various materials, hiding a large chunk of the Jiaolong dragon meat within it. In this way, as members trained, they could unknowingly absorb the power embedded in the Jiaolong flesh. Absorbing significant power from the Jiaolong, Lucius knew that its essence greatly benefited the forging of martial artists' bodies. Over time, even if their skin wouldn't develop armor like his own, their bodily strength would significantly surpass that of ordinary martial artists. Stronger physique meant greater resistance to attacks, giving them a considerable advantage in combat with peers. Finishing all this, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Considering Basil's recent performance, Lucius brought him to a secluded place, taking out a basketball-sized piece of Jiaolong meat. "Boss, what is this?" Basil couldn't identify the meat, but felt intense energy radiating from it. "It's a good thing. Eating a piece while practicing can improve one's physical condition." Understanding something worthy of praise from Lucius must be extraordinary, Basil hastily took it. "By the way, keep this to yourself. Your son can eat it, but don't let him know where it comes from. At present, countless people in Huaxia are after this. If your son talks indiscreetly, it will bring unnecessary trouble." Basil nodded nervously, assuring sincerely. After some simple instructions, Lucius headed back to Sea Mountain Pavilion. Ebony and Ningwaner became thoroughly infatuated with entrepreneurship. Shortly after Lucius returned, the two followed Mei to Tianmei Corporation. Considering Yun City as his territory, Lucius didn't fret much or nag like a mother hen. He left the 3 women to their endeavors, enjoying the peace, and utilized this time to ponder deeply. Recalling the journey in Kunzu, Lucius muttered to himself, "What are you really trying to do?" When he first learned the Remy descended the mountain, he assumed it was for revenge. However, following scarce clues led him to believe that he might have misunderstood the purpose. He felt the Remy's descent was not primarily for vengeance, but rather to orchestrate an extensive scheme. This journey in Kunzu not only unveiled the secret of the dragon-shaped jade plaque, but also yielded the Jiaolong corpse and obtained 4 great master battle souls. Any of these achievements, Lucius knew, would have been impossible without the Remy's covert assistance. Therefore, it could be inferred that he was paving the way for his growth. Recalling Lacey's premonition that something significant might occur in the Divine Continent, Lucius instinctively connected these 2 events. He speculated that the Remy might have foreseen a major event about to happen in the Divine Continent, and had set out from the mountain to begin his plans. During this period, he did not abandon searching for the Remy's trail, but it was as if the Remy had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Lucius could well predict that when the Remy showed up again, another grand scheme of his would be revealed. What was meant to come, would eventually come. Overthinking might prove futile, so Lucius stopped pondering over these issues and instead focused on his own development. The secret of the dragon-shaped jade plaque had been fully unlocked, revealing the heaven-sealing world. Coupled with the information obtained from Lacey that there were other spaces beyond this spatial realm, Lucius couldn't help but wonder if the heaven-sealing world came from the space outside the rift sealed by the 9 great sects. Monsters from outside the rift had once surged into the Divine Continent, and it was highly possible that the dragon-shaped jade plaque had flowed into here during that time. As for the Divine Continent, which appeared so ordinary, Lucius didn't think it could produce something akin to the mythical artifact. This deep reflection led Lucius to many insights. Meanwhile, inside the highest-end hotel in Mao City, Jacqueline suddenly opened her eyes, looking down at her bruised body with revulsion and disdain. Recalling what had happened last night, she felt an intense chill in her heart. However, thinking about the humiliation of being forced to kneel for survival at the Qin family and being reprimanded by Ningwaner, her expression became resolute. For revenge, selling her body and enduring some pain was nothing. While Jacqueline was contemplating how to carry out her vengeance, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, tightly hugging her. Pain shot through her, causing her brows to knit tightly. "Shangwan, don't forget the promise you made." Worried about him reneging, Jacqueline reminded him again. The man chuckled, pulling Jacqueline forcefully into his embrace. "Miss Jiang, just relax. He's merely an unknown minor martial artist, not worth bothering about. Once I'm satisfied, I'll immediately send people to deal with him for you. Hearing these words, Jacqueline finally felt relieved and began to cooperate. Chapter 249. Letting a tiger return to the mountain, an endless source of trouble. A day passed in a flash. With the three women not at Shanghai Pavilion, Lucius went to Black Dragon Manor to check on the cultivation progress of the newly recruited members. He had just arrived when Edlin called him. It turned out that Edlin had just gotten to Shanghai Pavilion and found out that Lucius wasn't there. Is there something? Lucius asked directly. Master Chu, it seems the Shangguan family is planning some moves against you. Edlin replied. The Shangguan family? Lucius frowned slightly, not recalling having crossed paths with anyone surnamed Shangguan before. Considering Edlin had already arrived in Yun City, it wouldn't be wise to discuss this over the phone, so he told Edlin to come to Black Dragon Manor. Basil happened to walk by, and Lucius asked, in the Sunzhou continent, aren't there very few people surnamed Shangguan? It wasn't that he was worried about any significant threat from them. It was just that an unexpected enemy needed to be understood. Not many. Basil shook his head and said, we have exactly one family in our Maozhou. The Shangguan family in Mao City is also a martial arts clan, ranking among the top 3 in Maocheng. Upon learning that there was a Shangguan family in Maocheng, Lucius figured out what might be happening. It seemed that the previous punishment to the Jiang family hadn't been painful enough for them to realize they couldn't seek revenge through ordinary means. They specifically sought help from a martial arts clan to regain face. Whether this was indeed the case would become clear once Edlin arrived. For now, Chu Fan didn't ask further and began inquiring about everyone's cultivation status from Basil. Before long, Edlin rushed to Black Dragon Manor. Upon seeing Lucius, he hurriedly apologized for interfering with the Hongmin incident earlier. Lucius waved him off and said, don't bother with those useless matters. Tell me about the Shangguan clan. Master Chu, here's the situation. 2 hours ago, someone from the Shangguan family suddenly inquired about Lucius from Edlin. The Shangguan family knew that the Xia family had been active in Yun City recently and should be familiar with local conditions. Given Lucius's youth yet impressive strength, able to easily subdue 2 early-stage transformation phase martial artists, the Shangguan family believed the Xia family must have taken notice of such talent. When probing others, it usually meant either seeking friendship or harboring animosity. After careful consideration, Edlin concluded that the Shangguan family intended to take action against Lucius. After giving a vague response, he immediately set off for Yun City to relay this news. The Shangguan clan was formidable overall, leaving Edlin uncertain whether Lucius could truly withstand them. However, he clearly saw this as an opportunity to earn Lucius's favor. Believing he still held some influence in Maozhou, he thought if the conflict wasn't too deep, he could mediate between the two parties, minimizing the issue. Listening to the narration calmly, Lucius simply said, leave them alone. If they are courting death, let them come. Indeed, Edlin subconsciously clenched his jaw, confirming that his earlier speculation was correct. Lucius definitely possessed the ability to confront the Shangguan family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm. Excitement surged within him. He knew he had made the right bet. If Lucius could match the Shangguan family, then the Xia family's long-planned strategy could finally be put into motion. 3 hours flew by. While standing near the edge watching the members of the Fuxing Gate practice, Edlin received a call from family intelligence personnel. He then walked up to Lucius and said, Master Chu, the Shangguan family has set out. The leader is Grayson, the second young master of the Shangguan family. His strength isn't much, but he brought 2 grandmasters and several guards along. Lucius hummed in acknowledgement, suddenly asking, are you scared? Worried that I might not be a match for the Shangguan family? Now's your chance to leave if you want. Otherwise, once the Shangguan family learns of your close association with me, they might hold a grudge against the Xia family as well. No. Edlin shook his head hurriedly, speaking firmly. Regardless, the Xia family will stand with Master Chu. Master Chu's enemies are the Xia family's enemies. As a seasoned person, he was fully aware of the importance of taking sides in advance. Hesitating like reeds in the wind would ultimately lead to regret. Considering that he was already at Black Dragon Manor and unknown to the approaching Shangguan family, Lucius took Edlin to the Qin family residence. Given that the incident likely started with Mei, the Shangguan family, who backed the Jiang family, would naturally go to the Qin family first to show off their power. Upon reaching the Qin family residence, Lucius decided not to inform Mei, as her presence wouldn't make much difference. Maocheng wasn't far from Yun City. It only took about an hour by car. Edlin kept a close eye on the incoming party's movements. Upon learning they had entered Yun City, Lucius calmly hummed. But shortly after, Edlin said, Master Chu, they aren't heading this way. Not coming this way. Lucius frowned and asked, which direction did they go? Southwest. Let's go. Realizing that they were heading straight for Tianmei Group to find Mei and others, Lucius immediately set out to intercept them. At Tianmei Group, Mei was instructing Ebony and Gracie in some professional knowledge when she suddenly received a call from the receptionist at the lobby. President Qin, a group of people have forcibly intruded. Our security wasn't a match and were all taken down. Mei knew the strength of her newly formed security team. The fact that they had all been defeated indicated that there were transformation phase martial artists among the intruders. Let them come up. After hanging up, Mei frowned, trying hard to figure out who these people could be. Yun City was already under Lucius's control, so no one would dare to cause trouble here. It had to be someone from outside Yun City. Ebony and Gracie showed signs of anxiety upon learning about the forced entry, especially since Lucius wasn't around. Even if he rushed back after getting the news, it would take some time. 3 minutes later, Grayson and his group were led into the office by the secretary. What beauties! Upon seeing Mei and the 2 others, Grayson's eyes lit up with pleasure. One reason he chose to help Jacqueline was because she mentioned there were 3 very beautiful women here, one of whom was so stunning that it made him jealous. Now, meeting Ebony in person, Grayson felt an intense surge of excitement. She was more perfect than any woman he had encountered in recent years. He happily hugged Jacqueline and said with a grin, you didn't lie to me. I really like this woman. I'll reward you well. The formerly arrogant Jacqueline now seemed like can still be as tough as it is now. The tougher your mouth is, the harder I will get in a certain place. The flirtatious tone was completely unmasked. Ebony sniffed disdainfully and retorted, I also hope that your mouth can still be as tough as it is right now. Jacqueline, standing behind them, was now full of glee in her eyes. She knew that the conflict between the two sides had thoroughly escalated, and no matter what, Grayson wouldn't let May and the others off easily. Jacqueline, how do you plan to deal with this, Roxanne? Grayson stopped teasing Ebony and suddenly turned to look at Jacqueline. As a young master of a prominent family in Mousehao, although he could act on a whim, he also cared about his reputation. Bullying others forcefully would bring a negative impact on his family's prestige if word got out. Therefore, regardless of what he did, Grayson always found a reason so that when someone tried to defame the Shangwan family using this incident, he could counterattack and explain effectively. Jacqueline stepped forward with a smug expression and said, Master Shangwan has so many brothers, it must be quite exhausting. After Master Shangwan enjoys her, she can be rewarded to the brothers for some relaxation. Many of those standing behind him looked excited, their hot gazes starting to wander over May's body. Stinking woman, you dare to challenge me? I'll kill you. Aren't you very proud and aloof? I'll let you experience what it feels like to be disgraced. Since Lucius hadn't shown up yet, he was temporarily patient. Little did he know, this decision would haunt him for life. Seeing that the arrogant Grayson wasn't in a rush to act, May's tension eased somewhat. Just now, she was genuinely worried that if he acted prematurely, the three of them wouldn't stand a chance. Once restrained, they would undoubtedly be humiliated. Time slowly passed. Jacqueline, leaning in Grayson's arms, kept her gaze on May and the others, feeling increasingly uneasy. Logically speaking, the three should have been panicked and nervous. However, she saw no signs of anxiety or panic on May and the others' faces, only calmness. Jacqueline had studied human psychology in depth. She knew that if someone faced danger without being anxious or flustered, it meant they were confident in handling it. The source of May and the others' confidence was clearly that pretty boy named Lucius. Thinking about how effortlessly he had taken down 2 advanced level guards, Jacqueline couldn't help but wonder if he was even more formidable than imagined. Could this be why May and the others were so calm? The phrase, delay brings trouble, flashed in Jacqueline's mind. She knew that she couldn't wait any longer. If that pretty boy really had formidable strength, today wouldn't be about revenge but courting death. Making the worst-case scenario, guessing if it were true, she figured that even before the pretty boy arrived, she should claim some interest back. Lord Shangwan, Jacqueline suddenly coquettishly said, gazing at Grayson with tender eyes, it's so boring. I can't stand looking at that little bitch in white. Why don't we have her perform a show for you? The one in white was precisely Selma. Grayson glanced at her and smiled, saying, I'm getting a bit bored waiting. What show do you want her to perform? Jacqueline kicked off her high heels. My feet are sore from walking. How about having her rub them for me? Creak. Seeing Jacqueline start on herself like this, Selma's big eyes glared as if trying to kill Jacqueline. At this moment, she truly regretted not dealing properly with this venomous woman yesterday. Grayson frowned, nodding and saying, okay. After she massages your feet, she can give me a blowjob. I'm not particularly interested in this woman, but her little mouth looks quite tempting. If she has good oral skills, she might be worth keeping around to play with. Jacqueline straightened up with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with malice as they locked onto Selma, scolding, little bitch, what are you staring at? Come here. Selma clenched her fists tightly but didn't move. As the young miss of the Ning family, how had she ever been humiliated like this? At this moment, she even resolved internally that she would rather die than let Jacqueline get her way today. Seeing that the other party didn't budge, Grayson gave his subordinate a glance, and 2 guards immediately approached Selma. May, being the eldest sister, almost without hesitation, reached out to pull Selma behind her, staring at Jacqueline and saying, Miss Jiang, don't push us too far. Ha ha. Jacqueline laughed wildly, rising to her feet and glaring at May. Roxanne, don't you see what situation you're in? What Zugura do you have to say that to me? I warn you, it's best to be obedient. This way, I'll make things easier for you. Otherwise, after all the brothers have their fun, I'll gather 100 beggars to take turns with you. The most vicious hearts belong to women. At this moment, May's teeth were grinding so hard it felt like they'd break. Chapter 251. Do well as a person next life. Get out of the way. The guard shouted sternly. May did not move, and Ebony also stepped forward to stand beside her, shielding Gracie. Clap, clap, clap. Grayson clapped his hands and stood up, saying, what a touching scene of sisterhood. It really moved me. Since that's the case, I won't wait any longer and will start right away. After saying this, he gave a glance to his men, who quickly left the office. Gracie, realizing what Grayson was about to do, suddenly moved from behind and came forward with red eyes, saying, I'll do it. She had always known that her elder sister's plan was to buy time for Lucius to arrive. But now, in order to protect herself, Grayson was going to attack May and Ebony, so Gracie had to step forward. Her idea was simple. Sacrificing herself to preserve the honor of her elder sisters was more important than anything. Being at least an early-stage dark force martial artist, she would pretend to cooperate according to their demands, get close, and then ambush and kill Grayson. Too late. Grayson, already consumed by lust, sneered, you didn't cherish the chance earlier, and now there's no more opportunity. As he spoke, he began to unfasten his belt. Knowing what was about to happen, May and Ebony exchanged glances, determination showing in both their eyes. They would die rather than let him succeed. All the changes in the 3 women's expressions did not escape Grayson's notice, and he asked himself, who should go first? Master Shangwan, I think Roxanne should go first. Jacqueline said excitedly. Afterward, we can throw her outside to reward our brothers. Grayson nodded and walked towards May. Just as Grayson approached and May was about to attack, Grayson suddenly sighed and shivered. Why is it suddenly so cold? He failed to notice that the looks on May and the other 2 women changed instantly. The 3 knew that this was killing intent. The presence of killing intent indicated that Lucius had arrived. Jacqueline, turn the— What? No one. Grayson's face turned pale. The The presence of two grandmasters was the reason he dared to act so arrogantly. Disbelieving, he rushed to the door and looked out, indeed finding no one there. What happened? Grayson couldn't control the anxiety on his face. They might have gone downstairs. Should I go check? Jacqueline was getting nervous too. She knew very well that without those two grandmaster martial artists, Grayson alone would never be able to fight against Lucius. Go check if they went downstairs and make them all come up. Despite not wanting to believe that his men would leave rashly, Grayson could only conclude they had gone downstairs. No need. Lucius's voice rang out. He released Gracie and turned around to say, your men have already gone where they should go. Where they should go. Grayson didn't quite understand the meaning of those words, but upon closer reflection, he realized the most unwelcome truth. You killed them all? Or what? Lucius walked closer step by step, saying, or should I have kept them for tea and dinner? They really died? It was hard for Grayson to accept the fact, after all, he hadn't heard any noise just now. He could understand if other subordinates were killed without a sound, but for two grandmasters, there should have been some noise when they were attacked. After careful recollection, Grayson was very sure that he hadn't heard any noise at all. Upon deep thought, his face uncontrollably turned pale. He knew very well that one must be far stronger than those two grandmaster guards to achieve all this. The situation reversed too suddenly. Barretsia, is it true? Grayson, whose heart was already overwhelmed by panic, could only seek confirmation from Edlin. Edlin didn't want to pay attention, but still spoke. Those useless men of yours actually dared to try and stop Master Chu. It's a delusion. Grayson wasn't a fool. He understood that he had underestimated this young man named Lucius all along. Meeting Lucius's gaze and feeling the killing intent in it, Grayson gritted his teeth to give himself courage and said boldly, I am a member of the Shangguan family, and my father is Andon. If you dare to harm me, my father will tear you apart like prey. Lucius suddenly reached out, grabbing Grayson by the neck and lifting him up. So what about the Shangguan family? Whether your father can tear me apart or not is a future matter. But now, let me show you what it feels like to be torn apart. Saying this, Lucius grabbed Grayson's right arm with his other hand. It looked like he barely exerted any force, yet Grayson's entire arm was ripped off. Blood spurted out but was held suspended in midair by an invisible force, not splattering everywhere. Severe pain prompted Grayson to scream instinctively, but with his neck tightly pinched, the voice came out distorted, his face contorted. Everything was not over yet. Lucius's left hand became a blade, slashing down on Grayson's leg, severing it completely. In less than 5 seconds, all 4 limbs were separated from Grayson's body. Normally, such excruciating pain would have caused someone to faint, but Lucius did not allow Grayson to lose consciousness. How could he experience the feeling of being torn apart if he were dead? Lucius pulled the unrecognizable upper half of Grayson close and said indifferently, next life, do well as a person? Chapter 252. People teach people and events shape people. Young Master Shangguan, just like that, he's dead? Jacqueline, who had already collapsed on the ground, still heard the sound of Grayson's neck being crushed. The moment she realized something was wrong, she still thought that the Shangguan family stood firmly behind Grayson. Despite Lucius's remarkable strength, they couldn't do much. But she didn't expect that they simply didn't put the Shangguan family in their eyes at all. With her backing now dead, it was her turn next. At this moment, Jacqueline finally realized how foolish all her actions had been. Lucius was someone who could not be provoked. One problem was resolved, but another remained. Everyone's gaze focused on Jacqueline, whose face was filled with terror. Roxanne, I know I was wrong. Please, a magnanimous person doesn't count past grievances. Jacqueline didn't want to die. Life was just beginning to unfold its beauty for her. Now, her thoughts were simple. As long as she could live, she would agree to any condition May proposed. So, she immediately crawled to May on her knees, hoping to evoke sympathy from her. There will be no second chance. I gave you opportunities long ago. May, cold-faced, suddenly bent down and slapped Jacqueline on the head. One wouldn't stumble over the same stone twice. Because of her momentary mercy, she let the tiger loose, almost pushing herself, Ebony, and Gracie into the abyss. When Lucius arrived, May decided to take matters into her own hands and rectify her mistakes. Jacqueline's eyes dimmed, blood slowly oozed from her 7 orifices, and she fell to the ground. Elder sister, dying so easily is too lenient on her. Gracie clearly wasn't satisfied. She had been thinking about punishing this woman for her wickedness, making her death less comfortable. Unfortunately, May acted without warning. This being her first time killing, May appeared calm but was visibly trembling, both in face and hands. Lucius stepped forward, holding her hand, and comforted her. No need to be nervous. Everyone feels this way the first time. You'll get used to it. May nodded numbly, then sat on the sofa under Ebony's support to calm down. Grayson's remains still lay on the ground. Lucius glanced at them and said to Edlin, head of the Xia family, there's one more thing I need your help with. Master Chu, please instruct. Clean up this waste body and send it back to his family. Tell that so-called Andon that I killed him. Also, tell him if he has any objections, he can come find me in Yun City. Edlin's face showed obvious hesitation. Provoking them like this might not be good. Master Chu, the Shangguan family became the top-tier clan in Mao City. Humph. Lucius interrupted Edlin and calmly said, I dared to exterminate the Bai family of Jingdu. What is a Shangguan family in Mao City compared to that? What? The Bai family of Jingdu? Edlin was stunned. Earlier, news of the complete annihilation of the Bai family in Jingdu spread across the entire Shanzhou continent. Virtually every clan had discussed who could have been so powerful to dare ignore the existence of the divine sex and directly wipe out the Bai family. He never imagined it would be Lucius. If anyone else had said this, Edlin would think they were boasting. But hearing this from Lucius, based on his understanding of him over this period, he had no doubts. He truly hadn't expected Lucius to be hiding such depth. Master Chu, rest assured, I will deliver your message. Regaining his composure, Edlin had no more worries. He turned around to go find bags to clean up Grayson's remains. After tidying up, he looked at Jacqueline's body and asked, Master Chu, should we send this one to the Jiang family too? It was uncertain whether the revenge plot involved only Jacqueline or also Scarlet Hing. However, Lucius thought that Scarlet Hing would likely trace Jacqueline's death from Grayson's investigation soon enough, so he nodded, saying, send it, say nothing. Sometimes, saying nothing carries more power than speaking. Soon, Edlin left Yun City with the bodies of Grayson and Jacqueline. On the way, his heart raced violently. Recalling Lucius's revelation that he had wiped out the Bai family of Jingdu, Edlin knew he had bet correctly, finding a seemingly unremarkable but incredibly strong backing for the Xia family. At the same time, Edlin wondered where the Grandmaster and guards brought by Grayson had gone. When the two went upstairs earlier, due to slower parking and the elevator, he lagged slightly, arriving at the top floor just 10 seconds later. By the time he found his way to the office, Lucius was also entering. Since he didn't see anyone, he assumed all the people brought by Grayson were inside the office. However, Grayson's actions later on made him realize that the two Grandmasters and subordinates were clearly waiting in the corridor. Lucius had come up earlier and dealt with the people waiting in the corridor first. Yet, there were no bodies to be found. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled Edlin became. Hurriedly reported. Edlin personally visiting? Though unsure of his purpose, Edlin was still an unattainable existence to Scarlet Hing, so he hurried to the reception room. On the way, he thought that if he could connect with the Xia family and gain their support, the Jiang family's development would accelerate. However, upon rushing to the door and seeing the bulging bags on the ground in the reception room, Scarlet Hing's heart sank. His legs felt as if drained of strength, making each step difficult. Please don't let it be what I'm thinking. Please don't let it be what I'm thinking. Scarlet Hing silently consoled himself. Chapter 253. Inaction leads to initiative. Dusk. As the sun set, considerable upheaval occurred among the various martial arts families of Maozhou. What? Grayson was killed by someone? Who's got such guts, daring enough to kill a member of the Shangguan family? The long-dormant Andon is probably going to come out of seclusion now. The Shangguan family held a significant position in Mao City. Despite Grayson's mediocre abilities, he had deep backing. His murder made everyone aware that numerous events would unfold in Mao City soon. At the Jiang family, Scarlet Hing still sat slumped on the ground, facing Jacqueline's already stiffened corpse. Spencer knelt beside him, shedding silent tears. He knew that if not for his actions, his sister wouldn't have died. At this moment, he deeply regretted his obsession and weakness. Scarlet Hing's heart was filled with remorse. This bloody lesson finally made him realize just how terrifying the person they had provoked was. Had he known Lucius dared to kill even Grayson, he would never have thought of seeking revenge. Now, he ended up losing more than he gained. What was even harder for Scarlet Hing to accept was that despite knowing who killed his daughter, he lacked the courage to seek vengeance. By having Jacqueline's body sent over, Lucius indirectly warned him that any retaliation could result in the years of effort by the Jiang family vanishing in an instant. This time it was just Jacqueline. Next time it could be the entire Jiang family. At the Xia family, Tai felt a chill run down his spine after hearing his father recount the day's events. Although much time had passed since he last confronted Lucius, and they had long reconciled, understanding Lucius's ruthlessness now, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't antagonize him last time. Back then, he thought that with his family's support, Lucius wouldn't dare do anything. Now it seemed that Lucius never took the Xia family seriously from the start. The main reason he didn't finish him off was likely because the girl involved wasn't close to him. Had it been May instead of Savannah, things might have turned out differently. Dad, what do you think the Shangguan family will choose? Will they immediately mobilize people for revenge, or grit their teeth and swallow this humiliation? Tai, regaining his composure, was curious about the Shangguan family's stance. Edlin gazed at the night sky and said coolly, killing one's child is like severing the future of the family. If Andon knows that Master Chu is the one who destroyed the Bai family in Jingdu, he might bite the bullet and suppress this resentment. But the problem is, he doesn't know. If I were in his shoes, I would also mobilize all resources for revenge without knowing. The Shangguan family has dominated Maozhou for many years. It's time for them to disappear. Though his relationship with Andon wasn't bad, Edlin did not plan to divulge certain secrets to him. Among martial arts families, competition for status was fierce. There were only so many top-tier positions in Maozhou, and no matter how hard the lower families tried, they couldn't ascend without another family falling. With the Shangguan family's downfall, the assets they controlled would be released, and each family would get as much as their strength allowed. Moreover, with a top-tier position vacated, the Xia family would have a chance to take its place. After much contemplation, Edlin planned to closely monitor the Shangguan family's movements. One aspect was to timely inform Lucius of any information, while the other was to swiftly seize control of the Shangguan family's assets once their main forces were weakened, pushing toward becoming a top-tier family. That night, the Shangguan family remained brightly lit, with incessant crying. As dawn approached, a middle-aged man emerged from the deepest secret chamber of the Shangguan clan compound and walked heavily toward the already set-up memorial hall. At the Shanghai Pavilion, Lucius was accustomed to waking early and practicing boxing. Selma and the other two gradually woke up and came near. Lucius stopped his movements and said, "For the next few days, stay here at the Shanghai Pavilion and don't go out." The three women nodded, knowing well that the Shangguan family would surely make a move. They had planned to remain inside the pavilion until Lucius resolved the matter completely. Although Lucius could rescue them if captured by the Shangguan family, it would inevitably complicate things, a trouble that could have been avoided. "Nichan, what steps were you just doing? They looked amazing," Selma asked with wide eyes. 9 palace steps. Do you want to learn?" After nodding, Lucius decided on the spot to teach the 3 girls the 9 palace steps. With nothing much else to do, it was an opportunity to impart some cultivation knowledge. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Numerous pairs of eyes across Maozhou were now filled with confusion. Their investigations revealed that Grayson had been cruelly slaughtered by a young man from Yunqing. According to their understanding of Andon, this man with a violent and cruel temperament would surely lead the family's forces immediately to take revenge when faced with his son being brutally murdered, to comfort his son's soul. However, the fact was that for these 2 days, the Shangwan family had been completely silent. They neither mourned nor buried Grayson, and Andon showed no sign of activity, as if he was still in seclusion. At the Shanghai Pavilion, Lucius also felt puzzled after listening to the situation investigated by Basil. Logically speaking, if a father's son is killed, the father would certainly seek immediate revenge. The Shangwan family's silence, even without sending anyone to investigate, made it seem as if Grayson hadn't died at all, which was not quite reasonable. Lucius wasn't worried that the Shangwan family could do something he couldn't handle. Rather, he needed to thoroughly resolve this matter so that the 3 women could leave the Shanghai Pavilion to go outside. They could stay inside for 3 or 5 days, but any longer would clearly make them restless. After some thought, Lucius instructed Basil, "Don't pay too much attention. Just do what you need to do." He believed the Shangwan family wouldn't really act as if nothing had happened. When the time came, if the enemy didn't come, then they would initiate the attack. Even if the Shangwans suppressed their anger and didn't retaliate, Lucius would proactively visit to eliminate the hidden danger. For smaller families like the Zhongs, he wouldn't give them a second thought or deliberately provoke them. But the Shangwan family, as a martial arts family, couldn't let this matter slide without retaliation. Lucius surmised that the other party might have learned about him from somewhere, knowing that even if they sought revenge, it would be futile, forcing them to temporarily suppress their hatred. They were definitely waiting for him to leave Yuncheng. Without this threat, capturing Mei and others would be effortless. With leverage, they could coerce him. Any visible danger must be eliminated. Another day passed in a blink. On this day, while lying on the sofa in the living room playing with his phone, Lucius suddenly frowned. Finally losing patience? At this moment, he sensed a strong presence heading up the mountain. Chapter 254. Do you think I'm so easily fooled? The enemy approaching was just one person. Judging by the aura, this was a half-step grandmaster, 1 foot already in the realm of grandmasters. Lucius looked puzzled at the distant road. According to Edlin's information, the strongest member of the Shangwan family was merely a 4th-rank master. This situation made him wonder if the person coming could be an ally sought by the Shangwan family. Upon closer reflection, it wasn't entirely unlikely. After all, with no movement from the Shangwan family for 2 consecutive days, it was possible they knew ordinary masters were no match for him and thus went to invite someone stronger. The person soon appeared on the road directly opposite the main gate. Entering the formation would cause some level of consumption and damage to it, a completely avoidable situation. So Lucius walked to the main entrance to confront the person himself. "Are you Lucius?" The newcomer appeared to be around 60 years old but exuded vigor. To have his name spoken straight away clearly meant he had been investigated before setting out. Lucius affirmed with a hum and asked, "Who are you? Speak your name." "Wuyun sect, Draper." It was actually someone from the Wuyun sect? Lucius felt slightly surprised. He understood very well why the other party came here, and saw no point in beating around the bush. He asked directly, "Is there something you need?" Draper squinted and stared intently at Lucius, scrutinizing closely to fully understand this young man's strength. Very quickly, Draper frowned because he realized he couldn't determine the other party's cultivation level, and even sensed a non-negligible, dangerous aura from him. Recalling the information gathered earlier, Draper was very sure that the young man in front of him was indeed a rare martial talent, whose real combat power, while not quite reaching his level, wouldn't be far off. Strength dictated how one should be treated. After a dry cough, he said with a slight smile, "Previously, my Wuyun sect disciples and elders had a conflict with you outside Jialong Valley. Do you still remember?" Lucius nodded. Draper continued, "Not long after that conflict, those few disciples and elders all went missing. Some people say you killed them, and I've come specifically to verify this." In response, Lucius chuckled and said, he was eager to see exactly what kind of tool it was, so he nodded and said, "All right." His willingness to accept was because he remembered that the ones responsible for Brent's death were the battle souls. Even if tested, it would be impossible to trace back to him. Even if it detected him as the murderer, it would provide a good reason to seize the magical tool for thorough study. The appearance of Fengtian world had shattered Lucius's understanding. Combining Milena's information, he speculated that during the Great Upheaval when monstrous creatures attacked the Divine Continent, it was likely other similar magical artifacts like Fengtian world were also brought over, just hidden away by major sects and not easily revealed. To thoroughly research Fengtian world, more similar items needed to be found. Seeing Lucius readily agree, a flash of shrewdness crossed Draper's eyes. Soon, Draper led Lucius into a small courtyard. Inside the courtyard were 7 others who curiously stared at Lucius upon his arrival, as they knew how he faced Carmine's 3 attacks without taking a step back or sustaining any injury and effortlessly defeated Brent afterward. Such strength at such a young age exceeded current martial practitioners' understanding of martial arts. They couldn't fathom how he cultivated such power. Lucius cast a calm glance at the other 7 people. Their overall strength was not low. Apart from 3 young people, the rest were 2 5th-rank masters, 1 8th-rank master, and 1 1st-rank grandmaster. As the person who invited Lucius here, Draper gave a brief introduction and then went into the house to retrieve a box. Inside the box was a palm-sized disc made of stone with many unknown runes neatly arranged on it, and there was a small hole in the center. After a cursory inspection, Lucius found nothing unusual, and the Fengtian world did not react at all. This couldn't help but make him somewhat disappointed, thinking that this object probably wasn't as amazing as he had initially imagined. "Little brother, you just need to drip a bit of your essence blood onto it for testing," Draper said with a chuckle. Ignoring him, Lucius stared at the disc, lost in thought. A drop of essence blood could reveal whether he was the murderer of Carmine and others? No matter how he thought about it, Lucius felt it didn't add up. Although he had encountered some mystical things before, this object's mysticism seemed too absurdly unprincipled. Seeing no response from Lucius, Draper glanced at Jared, the strongest person present. Jared's eyes flickered slightly, signaling Draper not to rush. "What's the principle behind this thing? When in doubt, ask." Everyone has their intuition. At this moment, Lucius's intuition told him that this matter was likely more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Clearly taken aback by Lucius's sudden question, Draper hesitated for a moment before explaining, This artifact was crafted by a powerful elder from our sect long ago. We don't know the specific principles either. We only know it can detect whether someone is the one we're looking for. Hearing this response, Lucius confirmed his suspicions. He smiled, then suddenly reached out and picked up the disc. This move caused a flash of tension in Draper's eyes, but it quickly vanished as he covered it up, urging with a smile, "Little brother, hurry up with the test. The result will come out soon." Weighing the stone disc in his hand, Lucius looked up at Draper and asked, "You seem very eager." "Eager?" Draper put on an expression of confusion, explaining, "I just want to finish the test quickly so that if little brother is not the murderer, we can move on to the next suspect." "Is that so?" Lucius said coldly, his expression turning icy. "Do you really take me for a fool, easily deceived?" Chapter 255. A tough bone to chew. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Draper asked with a puzzled look, "Young man, what do you mean by that? I can't quite understand." "One doesn't shed tears until one sees the coffin." Lucius's hand suddenly exerted force, and the disc in his hand snapped into several pieces with a crisp sound. The entire disc was made of artificial stone, with a glass vial the size of a fingertip located beneath the hollow center, clearly designed for storing essence blood. The so-called test was just a ruse. The true objective was to obtain his essence blood? Lucius didn't know yet why they went through such great lengths to get his essence blood, but he knew it wasn't for anything good. As the disc shattered and the plot was exposed, Draper's expression darkened. 2 5th-rank grandmasters and an 8th-rank grandmaster immediately formed a surrounding posture with her. "Is this amusing?" Lucius flicked his fingers, shaking off the remaining fragments of stone. With their scheme uncovered, Draper no longer hid her intent, glaring angrily at Lucius. At first, seeing Lucius agree to come along, she thought, not bad, easily deceived. But now she knew that this young man was not only strong but also sharp, discovering the problem so quickly. If soft tactics didn't work, then brute force would have to be used. After releasing the aura of a half-step grandmaster to oppress Lucius, Draper sneered and said, "You're young, but cautious. If you want to live, leave your essence blood obediently." To this, Lucius replied indifferently, "If you capture me directly, wouldn't you get my essence blood anyway?" He really couldn't understand these people's intentions, forgetting how far they'd go to get his essence blood. Although he wondered why they had gone through so much trouble, Lucius soon realized that Danny and others had obviously thoroughly investigated him, knowing that forcefully subduing him wouldn't be easy and could even result in deaths. Grandmasters in major sects were not numerous. Each death reduced their numbers. To avoid casualties, they had to resort to trickery. Unfortunately, the device they made was too crude, seeming fine when untouched but revealing problems as soon as handled. "What do you plan to do with my essence blood? Study me?" Before taking action, Lucius wanted to understand their main intention because he believed that forcing them might not yield the desired results. In truth, Lucius already had some suspicions. He thought that Draper and the others wanted his essence blood to conduct an in-depth study on him, figuring out why he was so powerful at his age, checking if there was something extra inside him. If they could study this extra thing and mass-produce it, they could cultivate many more powerful individuals. Such thoughts arose because Lucius remembered that earlier, when interacting with Jason, he had proposed sending a bit of essence blood to the Divine Tao Sect's laboratory for gene analysis. Jason had also mentioned that many organizations in present-day Sunjo continent conducted genetic research aimed at finding ways or means to advance warriors faster, just like when Creed realized the situation was unfavorable in the capital and took a bioagent to boost his strength temporarily. The path of martial arts is not easy to walk. Step by step, many martial artists spend their whole lives without reaching the heights they desire. Therefore, some began exploring alternative paths, such as the Inmei of the Bei sect, which took a radical approach. Genetic research was clearly one direction that some people were developing today. Surprise flickered in Draper's eyes. She hadn't expected Lucius to know so much. However, it wasn't important, and she replied, "You don't need to know what we plan to do. Since you won't cooperate, we will have to force it." Originally, everything was meant to proceed quietly, but Draper didn't expect Lucius to see through their intentions so quickly. Since their intent was exposed, Draper no longer pretended, preparing to carry out the initial plan. Capture Lucius and take him to Danny for thorough research. Upon saying this, she reached out to grab Lucius. The others didn't move, evidently believing that Draper, being a half-step grandmaster, could handle him without issues. Facing Draper's attack, Lucius countered, brushing her aside, then swiftly flashed away to another corner of the courtyard before the other three could react. Alas. Lucius sighed helplessly, saying, "Originally, I didn't want to cause too much slaughter. But what can be done? For the future of the Sunjo continent, he truly didn't want to kill too many sect experts." But the harsh reality made Lucius realize that while he considered the future of the Sunjo continent, others didn't. They only cared about their own interests and their own future. To achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing. If others didn't consider so much, why should he worry needlessly? Those who court death deserve to be killed. Lucius's thoughts underwent another transformation. Draper and the others didn't understand Lucius's sigh. They only wanted to take him down as quickly as possible. The four of them rushed towards the corner of the courtyard simultaneously. 1 half-step grandmaster, 1 8th-rank grandmaster, and 2 5th-rank grandmasters. It was indeed a formidable lineup. Watching the four charging at him, Lucius didn't immediately summon his battle soul but chose to fight personally, honing himself. The path of cultivation, as the Remy once said, was that while external aids were strong, they were still just aids and could eventually be lost. True strength came from within. Encountering so many genuine experts at once was rare, and not taking this opportunity to enhance his practical combat experience would be a waste. Fierce fighting erupted instantly. The other three young people from Danny had already retreated behind Jared, who hadn't joined the fight. Strong. This guy is really strong. Why couldn't someone like him emerge from our Danny? He's too strong. Seeing Lucius, despite being surrounded in the middle, take punches and kicks without flinching, calmly retaliating, the three young Danny disciples were stunned. Jared, who was also watching, grew increasingly grim-faced, with shock hidden deep in his eyes. From a different vantage point, the view was naturally different. They aimed to capture Lucius alive, so they had controlled the force of their attacks. If it were a fight to the death, who would be the stronger one was hard to say. Little friend, I offended you earlier. Please forgive me. Jared clasped his fists in apology. Lucius sneered, saying, What? Seeing that I'm an easy target, you're preparing to negotiate? Jared nodded with a wry smile, explaining, It took decades to reach this height today. If I were to fall by your hand, it would simply be too much of a loss. As for the offense just now, we are willing to make amends. Seeing the leader choosing to compromise, Draper was simultaneously astonished and somewhat anxious inside. After testing up until now, he was almost certain that this person was the target the sect had been searching for all along. If he could capture this person for research, the long-stagnated studies could break through. Draper couldn't figure out what Jared had discovered. As a Grandmaster, Jared didn't act but instead chose to make amends. How do you plan to compensate? Lucius asked curiously. Jared thought for a moment before replying, That depends on what little friend needs. It can be an item or funds. Lucius truly didn't need money, but he also didn't know what good things Yuan's sect might have hidden. So he said, Let it be for now. I'll come to you when I need something. By not specifying what he wanted immediately, he kept future options open. Jared nodded in agreement and invited Lucius into the room to sit down and discuss further. After entering and sitting down, Jared said without any pretense, Little friend, we indeed want your essence blood to conduct research and see if there is a different path for martial artists. We will pay any price you ask for, little friend, if you're willing to provide us with your essence blood. Unable to overpower him, trading was the only way. Jared knew everyone had something they needed. As long as the offer was right, Lucius would also be willing to give up his essence blood. The idea of naming any price stirred Lucius's interest, reminding him of the purpose of this trip. Originally, he thought the artifact that could detect murderers was left over from the Great Chaos era, but it turned out to be a conspiracy. However, Lucius firmly believed that Yuan's sect must have items left from back then. How to describe the object he wanted without letting the other side notice his intentions was difficult for Lucius. After hesitating for a while, he said, Trading isn't impossible, but I doubt Yuan's sect has what I need. Jared replied, Whatever little friend needs. If Yuan's sect can't produce, we can find it, buy it, or even take it, can't we? As long as little friend tells us what it is. After the skirmish, he was completely sure that Lucius was the target his sect had been seeking, so obtaining his essence blood was imperative. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of Lucius naming a high price, but feared that he wouldn't name any price at all. Seems like being vague won't work. Lucius rolled his eyes and said, You should know about the Great Chaos era, right? Although it happened several hundred years ago, as a Grandmaster, Jared nodded knowing well enough. Lucius continued, I've learned that some very peculiar ancient relics were left behind after the Great Chaos era ended. I'm quite interested in these relics, and if you can provide them, I will give you my essence blood. Jared fell into deep thought. Indeed, Yuan's sect had such peculiar relics from the Great Chaos era, and the sect hadn't ceased researching them for centuries. Though nothing significant had been discovered, it was clear they were valuable items. It was just that the right method hadn't been found yet. He began weighing whether Lucius's essence blood or the ancient relics were more valuable. After pondering for a while, Jared said, Little friend, what you think of does indeed exist within Yuan's sect. However, it is a matter of great importance and cannot be decided by me alone. I hope little friend gives me time. I will inform the sect master of your needs for a decision. Lucius nodded calmly, but inside he was excited. What started as a mere attempt had actually borne fruit. But Jared hesitated. Lucius, impatient, said, Spit it out. Nearby, Draper and others twitched their mouths, thinking Lucius really was a fearless calf, daring to speak to a grandmaster like that. We need to determine first if little friend's essence blood is worth exchanging for the ancient relic. Of course, I won't ask little friend to provide essence blood right now, but I hope you can give us a bit of your blood for testing. Once we confirm that your essence blood will bring breakthroughs to our research, I believe the Dane will agree to hand over the ancient relic. None of them were fools. Although they were certain Lucius's essence blood was what they needed for the research, speculation remained just that, speculation. It had to be verified through testing. If it turned out not to be the case, exchanging the ancient relic would result in significant loss. Worried Lucius might disagree, Jared hurriedly explained, Little friend, please rest assured. Taking your blood is purely for testing purposes and nothing more. It won't cause any harm to you, and I swear to this. Actually, Lucius was also very curious about his own secrets, but he understood he couldn't show it. So after pretending to hesitate for a few seconds, he finally said, Letting you verify isn't impossible, but I have one condition. Jared was delighted and asked eagerly, Please tell me, little friend. I need a copy of the test results. To outsiders, Lucius's exceptional strength at such a young age seemed abnormal, but even he found it unusual. He had initially thought it was due to talent and hard work, but upon deeper reflection, he no longer believed so. The reason for this change in thinking still came down to the heaven-sealing realm. From what he understood, the heaven-sealing realm was no ordinary object. And as the external physical manifestation of the heaven-sealing realm, the dragon-shaped jade plaque, why hadn't it chosen someone else? Why did it choose him, allowing him to unlock and understand its secrets? Lucius believed it must have something to do with himself. There were likely unknown secrets hidden within him. Lacking the technology and time to conduct his own research, he figured he could utilize others' research efforts to explore his own mysteries. This request wasn't too difficult. Jared immediately nodded in agreement and signaled for one of the young people to fetch a small glass vial from the courtyard for storing blood. Under the intense gazes of everyone present, Lucius pricked his fingertip and dripped 2 drops of blood into the glass vial. Golden blood? Everyone was astonished, and their excitement grew. They became even more convinced that Lucius's essence blood would bring breakthroughs to their research. After a brief exchange and agreeing to further discussions later, Lucius stood up to leave. But just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly turned around and asked a question. Chapter 257. The person who shocked Lucius.
Yes.
Facing Lucius's question of who had revealed that he was the one who killed Carmine and others, Malcolm frankly admitted and continued, "It was Burton spreading the news that you were the one who slaughtered the disciples of Yuan sect. We also know that Burton is trying to kill with a borrowed knife because Little Friend has quite a feud with them. But after thoroughly researching Little Friend's situation, we realized that even if you truly are the murderer of Carmine and the others, we wouldn't seek revenge on you. Because the value you bring far outweighs the deaths of a few disciples of Yuan sect." Do you think I believe that? Clearly realizing it wasn't easy to manipulate him, they had no choice but to set aside their hatred. Lucius revealed a sarcastic look, saying lightly, "You should be glad I don't want to quarrel with you further. Otherwise, I'd let you know what it means to have no way back." Inside the room, silence lingered for nearly 30 breaths until Lucius left. Smack. Draper suddenly slapped the table in anger, saying, "Too arrogant. If not for research purposes, I really would have killed him." Once dead, once dispersed. If Lucius were killed, they wouldn't be able to obtain his essence blood for study, which is why Draper hadn't dared to make any lethal moves. Malcolm got up and walked to the doorway, hands behind his back as he looked at the messy courtyard, saying, "Tuoba, even if you were to get serious, you couldn't kill him. Instead, you would die." No way. Still unable to accept reality, Draper came to the doorway, angrily saying, "Though his defense is strong, his overall strength is lacking. If I go all out, I can definitely kill him." Malcolm sighed helplessly, striking back mercilessly. "Tuoba, haven't you seen through it yet? He never took you guys seriously from the start. He was just playing along earlier, do you know? This young man is actually a great master, only using secret techniques to seal some acupoints and meridians, keeping his strength suppressed at the master level." What? Draper's eyes widened in shock, while the others behind him looked equally astonished, completely unexpected that Lucius was actually a great master. "If he truly unleashes his potential, I doubt I could be his match. I only hurried to stop him when I saw he was about to get serious." Hearing this analysis, except for Malcolm, everyone else felt their scalps tingling. They had assumed their side's strong formation could easily capture Lucius, but it turned out the person eating tigers disguised as pigs was the other side. "There's more. While you went to invite him, I received another piece of news." "What news?" Draper asked curiously. "Do you know why Burton spread the news that he killed Hao Yang and the others?"
Because.
It turned out Burton had long been at odds with Lucius and sent a great master for vengeance, only to be killed by him in retaliation. He had made threats, forcing Burton to abandon vengeance and spread the message to Wu Yun's sect to use them as a pawn for revenge. Draper and the others felt a twinge of unease internally. They knew that if the conflict escalated, they might already be dead. Unimaginable how such a young Lucius could have cultivated to such an extent. Even more unfathomable was why someone so powerful remained unknown on the Divine Continent. Unbeknownst to them, if it weren't for Brigham, the head of the Divine Path sect, constantly using the sect's power to suppress many events, Lucius would already be a prominent figure on the Divine Continent. Malcolm intended to remind the others to maintain humility in future interactions with Lucius, rather than being overbearing because of Wu Yun's sect backing them. He picked up the glass vial, staring at the golden blood inside, instructed Draper and the others to wait quietly, then headed back to Wu Yun's sect, preparing to personally send the unique blood sample for examination and discuss the trade details with the Dane. Returning to the Sea and Mountain Pavilion, Lucius immediately contacted Jason, asking about the current progress of the Divine Path sect's genetic research. On the return trip, he had been contemplating genetic research. Despite always dismissing technological research, Lucius had to admit that technology indeed had advantages unattainable by other means. Relying solely on intuition and observation, it might take years or even centuries to fully uncover the secrets of his body. Using scientific research and experimentation might genuinely unearth his secrets sooner. He didn't trust Wu Yun's sect much, thinking they might not reveal everything even if they discovered something significant. As for the Divine Path sect, because of Brigham, he could trust them completely. Although unaware of why Lucius suddenly inquired, Jason still disclosed the specifics. Currently, the most successful product can only stimulate the martial artists themselves, enhancing their strength in a short period of time. Research on other aspects is still ongoing. But based on Jason's analysis, after researching up to this point, it is almost certain that starting from the genetic level could indeed open up a different path for martial artists. As long as the research is successful, the Divine Continent will thoroughly enter an era of complete martial arts. Even the 9th rank Great Master might be able to take the final step in a different way, becoming the legendary martial god. Just imagining this excited Jason. Whether it's a different path for martial artists or an era of complete martial arts, Lucius wasn't interested in these things. He only wanted to know the secrets of his body. After much contemplation, he said, "Didn't you want my essence blood for research earlier? I can give you the essence blood now, but I must know all the results of your research, not a single word less." Surprise fell from the sky like a gift. Jason was stunned for a moment before immediately saying, "Deal. As long as you can provide the essence blood, the research results will be fully accessible to you." To ensure safety, Jason did not send someone to obtain Lucius's essence blood, but personally came by private jet. At the Sea and Mountain Pavilion, Lucius sensed Jason's arrival and went out to greet him. However, the moment they met, Lucius's attention was drawn to the two people following behind Jason. If he remembered correctly, these two were among the 4 people he noticed when Jason first came to Yun City. May and he had just come back from seeing the Remy and were blocked at the airport passage. At that time, Lucius had distinctly felt that the 4 were not ordinary. Though they were first-rank masters, they exuded a sense of danger. Lucius has always trusted his intuition. He had been curious about these 4, but didn't ask further because he hadn't seen them again. Now, encountering them once more, his curiosity resurfaced. What's with these 2? They don't seem simple. They're first-rank masters, but there's considerable power hidden within them. Lucius walked around the 2, examining them as if they were rare treasures. The two faced his scrutiny calmly, standing straight without showing any nervousness or other emotions one would typically feel when being observed. Jason grinned proudly and said, "Let me show you something." With that, he gestured to one of the men with a nod of his chin. "Damn." Lucius instantly stumbled back 2 steps, shocked. Chapter 258. Sitting at the bottom of a well observing the sky. Perception, once again shattered. Watching the flames slowly disappear from the other party's hand and feeling the scorching heat in the air gradually recede, Lucius was very certain that everything happening at this moment was not an illusion. Blazing flames erupting directly from someone's hand. Such a scene had only ever been seen on television, something deemed impossible in real life. He had thought that he himself was already quite extraordinary, yet it seemed there were others just as exceptional. Truly, he had been sitting at the bottom of a well observing the sky all along. What about him? Lucius composed himself and looked at the other person, eager to know what miraculous ability he possessed. "He's incredibly strong," Jason said with evident pride. "Incredibly strong? Stronger than me?" The confident Lucius stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "Let's shake and see." Their hands clasped together, then both exerted force simultaneously. Very soon, Lucius's expression slightly changed. The armor on his hand emerged automatically. Jason, noting this with a smile, did not say anything but wondered who would prove stronger between them. After waiting for a while and seeing neither could overpower the other, Jason couldn't help but feel disappointed and suggested they let go. He had expected Lucius to beg for mercy under the other's strength, which would have been a good opportunity to boast. But this guy managed to keep up, much to his surprise. Unbeknownst to Jason, after letting go, Lucius was already sweating profusely around his temples, shock rippling through his eyes. This man's strength, Lucius knew it was indeed incredible. Even with the support of his armor, he might not be able to withstand it without it. To think that such an extraordinary individual was hidden within the Divine Tao sect, Lucius had no choice but to reconsider his understanding of the sect. He had always assumed that despite controlling the operation of the Divine Land, the overall strength of the Divine Tao sect wasn't great and could be swept away with battle souls. But now, he didn't dare think like that anymore. "You two just wait here by the door." The two men obediently stopped and stood by the doorway. What's going on with them? Even for grandmasters, isn't it unusual to release flames from their hands and possess such immense power? It was truly hard to comprehend how this could be possible. The Divine Tao sect has 4 Vajras, right? Jason chuckled. Lucius nodded, recalling that he first saw 4 people. He asked, "These two are 2 of those 4? Jason affirmed with a hum before beginning to explain. Many people knew the ranking system of the Divine Tao sect. Under the master were 18 elders, below them were the 4 Vajras, followed by the 36 celestial warriors and the 72 earth fiend squads. Although the 4 Vajras displayed only the strength of first-class grandmasters, leading many to believe their prowess was subpar compared to the 18 elders and the master, little did they know. The strongest warriors of the Divine Tao sect were the 4 Vajras. Because these 4 Vajras transcended human limits, they were superhuman fighters created through gene development by the Divine Tao sect. So-called superpowers were just like those seen on TV, releasing flames into thin air and possessing superhuman strength. As for the other 2 Vajras who weren't present, one controlled minds, and the other had metallized his body. Upon learning this information, Lucius couldn't help but inwardly curse, thinking about how deeply hidden these secrets were. Only now did he learn of the legendary superhumans hidden within the Divine Tao sect. Jason also mentioned that when using gene technology to modify these 4 individuals, additional measures were taken to facilitate control, making them somewhat like puppets, capable of attacking but not capable of independent thought. More importantly, these 4 had long lost the sensation of pain, driven solely by the urge to eliminate opponents. No matter how badly injured they were, they wouldn't feel a thing. Impressive. Lucius couldn't help but give Jason a thumbs up, then asked, "If people can be created through genetic modification, why only 4? Wasn't the Divine Tao sect always seeking to break free from control and exist as an independent force?" Lucius felt that if the Divine Tao sect could create an army of superhuman fighters, what significance would the martial families or the 9 great sects hold? Whoever came, they could simply be wiped out. Jason rolled his eyes and said, "Is it really that simple? Do you know how many test subjects it took to create these 4? He then raised his fingers. 100. Lucius smiled. Jason shook his head. 1,000. Lucius's smile gradually faded. Jason shook his head again. Lucius didn't ask further, his face becoming serious. Jason gave a slight nod, indicating the exact number. 10,000 people to create 4? Lucius didn't inquire about the fate of the remaining 9,996, but deduced that, being failed test subjects, most likely they perished. The Divine Tao sect, walking the righteous path, clearly couldn't gather more people for such experiments, as it would violate natural justice. No further trials were conducted because we found that whether one can exhibit superpowers is largely related to their genes after research. Genes are an extremely mysterious aspect of humans, much like the soul, filled with unknown secrets. These years, we have been continuously searching for people with unique genes, aiming to uncover the special secrets within them. But there are too few such individuals. After a brief pause, Jason continued, "Moreover, not only the Divine Tao sect conducts such research, Bei sect does as well. You know what kind of organization Bei sect is. They wouldn't hesitate over cruelty to achieve their goals. Based on current intelligence, the number of superhuman fighters in Bei sect has long surpassed 10, but the exact number is unclear. That's why I warned you earlier not to investigate or provoke Bei sect. If they send out superhuman fighters, even with your considerable strength, you'll face significant challenges and could be killed if not careful." Lucius nodded solemnly, feeling very uneasy inside. At this moment, he finally realized that his arrogance had indeed caused him to look at things from a narrow perspective. He had thought that with formidable strength, he needn't fear anything. He had believed that he had already uncovered most of the world's secrets. But unexpectedly, the world turned out to be even more complex and mysterious than he imagined. Seeing Lucius's troubled expression, Jason was quite satisfied inwardly. Bringing Vajra here was under Ricardo's instruction. Ricardo had been closely monitoring the events involving Lucius, and any actions taken by Lucius would quickly reach Ricardo. Upon observation, he noticed that Lucius became overly arrogant after the journey to Kunzu significantly increased his strength. Heaven punishes the arrogant with rain, and human hubris leads to disaster. If Lucius wasn't brought down and made to realize that possessing formidable strength doesn't mean everything can be controlled, problems would arise eventually. Therefore, after deep consideration, Ricardo instructed Jason to bring Vajra to awaken Lucius's sense of caution. The impact was significant. Lucius walked to the window, gazing at the sky with a complicated expression. At this moment, he finally realized how ridiculous he had been. Chapter 259, Taking the Initiative. There are always people better than you, and skies beyond the sky, always lecturing and warning others, but forgetting that one has already become someone who needs to be warned without even realizing it. What qualification does such a self have to lecture others? Self-examination. The Remy once said this was an indispensable lesson in life. No matter what position a person holds, they must constantly self-reflect to avoid going down the wrong path. Jason knew what Lucius was doing, so he didn't disturb him. Instead, he sat quietly on the sofa waiting. Half an hour later, Lucius turned around, picked up a small glass bottle that had been prepared earlier, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to condense essence blood. Essence can produce blood, and blood can produce essence. Under normal circumstances, essence is fused within the blood, and neither such extraordinary people were hidden in the world. He also thought that if these kinds of people could be mass-produced, the Wu practitioners on the divine continent wouldn't stand a chance. Wu practitioners were too weak compared to these individuals' special abilities. Though he pondered these thoughts, Lucius wasn't restrained by them. He knew that strength was the foundation of everything. As long as his strength was sufficient, all difficulties could be overcome. Recently, due to increased power and various distractions, Lucius had unconsciously relaxed, leading to a lack of motivation in his cultivation. This incident not only reminded him to stay low-key, but also stimulated him to focus on cultivation again. Turning, he went upstairs. After informing May and the other 3 women that he would cultivate, Lucius retrieved a piece of the dragon's bone on the balcony and began absorbing the dragon's power, immersing himself in cultivation. Taking those 5 drops of essence blood didn't affect his strength much, but he still needed substantial energy to replenish it. 3 days passed in a blink. During this time, Basil came to the Shanghai pavilion several times, wanting to know how Lucius planned to deal with the Shangguan family, which had remained inactive. The investigation suggested that the Shangguan family seemed to have abandoned revenge. But Basil's intuition told him that for such a large family, losing a son wouldn't lead to them abandoning revenge. Without resolving this matter, it felt like a sword hanging over his head, causing constant unease. Similarly anxious were May and the other 3 women. Without resolution, they had to stay in the Shanghai pavilion, finding the situation increasingly agonizing. However, seeing Lucius actively proposing to cultivate, they didn't dare to disturb him. On this day, Basil came again. Seeing only the 3 women in the living room, he asked with a bitter smile, "Not finished yet?" May nodded helplessly, saying, "I don't know what's happening." This time, he's particularly serious about cultivation, maybe because of the 9th elder's visit. As a junior, Basil dared not disturb his leader's cultivation. He nodded and was about to turn back to Black Dragon Manor when Lucius's voice came from upstairs. "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious, coming here repeatedly?" Even though he was cultivating, Lucius was aware of external matters. He hadn't finished cultivating because he wanted to wait and see what the Shangguan family would do next. A wait-and-see approach was more appropriate. "Boss." Basil hurriedly explained the latest developments and shared his thoughts. Waiting wasn't the perfect strategy. Lucius descended the stairs, pondered for a few seconds, and said, "Arrange a car. Let's go to Maocheng." Understanding that his leader was about to take the initiative, Basil immediately turned to make arrangements. 2 hours later, Lucius, accompanied by Basil, met up with Edlin in Maocheng. "Isn't that kid, Grayson, planning a funeral?" Lucius asked. Edlin shook his head and analyzed. In recent days, the Shangguan family has closed its doors to visitors, leaving no information to be gathered. With his son dead but not buried, they were waiting to kill himself to accompany him? His intuition told Lucius that the Shangguan family was clearly preparing some major move. Perhaps they knew he wasn't easy to deal with and had invited external help, but the other party hadn't arrived yet, so they remained inactive. Soon enough, the truth would be known. As one of the prominent families in Maocheng, the Shangguan clan held a high status. The entire family compound was vast, resembling a palace, complete with parks, sports fields, and entertainment venues, a place countless ordinary people aspired to visit. The main gate of the Shangguan family was over 10 zhang tall, adorned with dragon carvings and phoenix paintings, exuding an imposing presence. Outside the tightly closed gates, guards stood in line, informing outsiders that the Shangguan family was currently sealed off and not receiving guests. Otherwise, given the Shangguan family's status, many powerful families and martial arts clans would have already rushed over to offer condolences upon learning of Grayson's death. "Tell Andon that Lucius has arrived," Edlin said as he stepped forward. He knew that to gain entry now, only mentioning Lucius's arrival would work. Otherwise, Andon wouldn't bother. The guard glanced at the 3 of them, then turned to pick up the walkie-talkie on the table to report. Soon, the gates opened, and a man in his 60s or 70s came out, gesturing invitingly. Just as Edlin was about to step forward, Lucius suddenly said, "You two don't need to go in." Seeing their confusion, Lucius explained, "There's a trap waiting for me inside. You going in would only result in harm, unnecessary harm." Although he didn't know exactly what kind of trap the Shangguan family had set, it was clear it was dangerous. Edlin nodded and said, "Be careful, Master Chu." Lucius responded with a hum, striding confidently into the Shangguan family compound. Throughout the journey, the elderly man remained silent, leading the way without a word. Lucius walked calmly, already aware why the Shangguan family had been inactive and what major move they were planning. Chapter 260. refining body with array. In front of the tallest, largest, and most magnificent house in the Shangguan family, which resembled a palace, Andon and over 30 others stood quietly, their eyes fixed on Lucius as he approached step by step. Inside the house behind them, Grayson's body lay amidst the smoke. A gaunt-faced woman was kneeling before a fire basin, continuously tossing yellow paper into it. When Lucius came close, Andon stepped forward, staring at him. His jaws trembled, and his teeth gnashed, his hatred unmistakable. What unspeakable wrong did he commit that you had to kill him so cruelly? At this moment, Andon, thinking not only about the death of his son, but also the fact that he was dismembered, was so agitated that his whole body shook. Cruel? Lucius asked indifferently, hasn't he done plenty of cruel things these years, taking advantage of being the family's eldest young master? I know you've been waiting for me to come. Show your moves quickly. My time is limited. Coming here voluntarily was to resolve the issue. Debating right from wrong was meaningless, as there was no true right or wrong in this world. Only different perspectives led one to believe the other side was wrong. Andon didn't bother with unnecessary talk. He waved his hand, and the over 30 people immediately scattered. These people didn't closely surround Lucius, but stood at a considerable distance. From an aerial view, it could be seen that the 35 people formed a huge circle. Looking further out, the layout of the buildings revealed a massive donghua, 8 trigrams, formation, using an array to kill enemies. This was the Shangguan family's strongest killing move. Just outside the gate, Lucius had sensed the aura emitted by the activated array. He wasn't sure how much damage the array would cause once activated, which was why Edlin and the others stayed outside. Is this the heavenly stem ambush array? Although inside the array, based on the arrangement of the over 30 people, Lucius recognized what kind of array it was. Humph. I didn't expect you to understand arrays. Since you know this is the heavenly stem ambush array, you should know its power. Accumulating the Earth's energy for over 50 years, even if you are exceptionally talented and strong, you will undoubtedly die today. The heavenly stem ambush array constantly draws the Earth's energy once set up. Once fully activated, these forces are transmitted to the 36 bearers. Under the impact of powerful forces, each of the 36 people's realms would be elevated. How much elevation depended on individual endurance. The stronger the endurance, the greater the leap. Moreover, with accumulated energy not depleted, the 36 people wouldn't tire and could sustain attacks continuously. However, scanning the surroundings, there were only 35 people present. Just as Lucius wondered where the last person was, the woman who had been burning paper in the house emerged and took the final position. Her gaze upon Lucius was filled with such hate that she seemed ready to devour him alive. But, with the woman in place, the already activated heavenly stem ambush array fully engaged, causing slight tremors throughout all the structures and the ground of the Shangguan family. A heavy, intangible force like an invisible mountain descended onto the center of the array, the circle formed by the 36 people. Even Lucius felt a noticeable pressure on his shoulders, which quickly lifted again. Among the 36 people, 15 were late-stage transformation realm martial artists, while the rest were all grandmaster level. Intangible earth energy began to fill the 36 people. Late-stage transformation realm martial artists burst with the aura of grandmasters, while those already at the grandmaster level saw their auras rise, from 1st rank to 5th rank, from 3rd rank to 7th rank. Lucius stood his ground without moving. Logically, attacking now would be the best moment. But knowing the principles of the array, Lucius didn't waste effort. If the array had such flaws, it wouldn't be called an array. The intangible force already protected the 36 people, rendering attacks harmless. Moreover, Lucius's inner desire for battle was also ignited. As before when facing Danny's people, despite being able to call out his battle soul to sweep through them, he chose to face them directly to refine himself through combat. So far, his encounters with enemies had been unchallenging, often ending with a single strike, making the fights rather uninteresting. The heavenly stem ambush array, with over 50 years of accumulated earth energy, indeed exerted substantial pressure, making Lucius yearn for a good fight, just like his intense and sharp punches with Creed. Within minutes, the activation of the heavenly stem ambush array was complete. Of the 36 people, 32 were grandmasters of varying ranks. Among them, Andon and 3 others were elevated to great grandmaster level. To Lucius's surprise, the woman who was originally just a 3rd rank grandmaster had the largest increase in strength, directly advancing to 3rd rank great grandmaster. This kind of enhancement by external forces had little to do with her original realm. He knew that the woman harbored great hatred toward him, and it was this hatred that supported her transformation into the current strongest fighter among them. Kill! With a fierce cry from Andon, the 36 people launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, the 36 figures surrounded Lucius, and their powerful punches, imbued with ferocious force, all landed on him. The intangible suppressing power within the array only targeted those who entered it. The 36 people were part of the array, so their speed was not affected at all. In contrast, Lucius felt as if hundreds of people were holding onto his legs, making it extremely difficult for him to take even a single step. After delivering their punches, the 36 people returned to their positions to gather more strength, as each punch they delivered was the strongest they could muster. Not dead yet? Seeing Lucius still standing straight where he was, the 36 people were all taken aback. That attack, even if it couldn't kill a 1st-rank great grandmaster, would at least have caused severe injuries and made them spit blood. Looking at Lucius, apart from his slightly pale face, no obvious injuries were visible. Could he be a great grandmaster? Although this thought crossed their minds, Andon did not feel intimidated because he was very confident in the heavenly stem ambush array. The earth energy accumulated over 50 years wouldn't be easily depleted. Speaking of Lucius, after taking a deep breath to calm the surging chi and blood within him, a thought flashed through his mind, and the shackles he had placed on himself automatically loosened. The aura of a 2nd-rank great grandmaster radiated from Lucius. Receiving over 30 punches at once was indeed unpleasant. Relying solely on the suppressed grandmaster strength, he couldn't retaliate. he could only endure being beaten relentlessly. Without counterattacking, this challenge would lose its meaning. After advancing to the Great Grandmaster realm, the pressure from the array was noticeably reduced. Lucius lightly jumped to loosen up his still somewhat numb limbs. Kill him. The woman screamed and lunged at Lucius first. Kill. A cold glint flashed in Lucius's eyes, and he threw a punch straight at the woman who wanted him dead the most. Gauging, he had thought he could have a thrilling fight with these people. But once he started fighting, he realized how powerful the formation's strength was. And Andon was very smart, preventing anyone from acting rashly alone. He knew that if anyone acted alone and was killed, the entire formation would be affected, leading to a series of chain reactions, causing the formation's power to be less effective. As long as he held out until the end, the ones who would die were them. Looking at the 30-odd people gathering strength, Lucius hesitated. The shackles on his body had not been completely and thoroughly unlocked. He knew he was still alive now because his scale armor was strong enough. If there were no protective armors, he would have been injured under such attacks. But unless absolutely necessary, Lucius really didn't want to unlock the shackles on his body. The Remy had put in a lot of effort to bind him initially. Without the Remy's help after unlocking, it would be impossible for him to recreate the shackles solely by himself. Without the shackles restraining him, he would always exude the aura of a grandmaster, attracting too much attention and violating his principle of keeping a low profile. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lucius gave up on continuing to unlock the shackles. It would be meaningless to be forced into unlocking the shackles over such a small matter. During his quick analysis, Lucius already had a plan. Kill. The woman screamed fiercely and charged again. Just like before, Lucius met her with a punch, but this time, as soon as their fists touched, the woman's face changed. She hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, he's not using full force." Indeed, Lucius hadn't exerted full force on this punch. It was entirely feigned. He used his protective armor to endure the woman's punch, trading injury for an opportunity, aiming to defeat them one by one. Although the woman's warning was fast, it was still too late, because Lucius took advantage of the recoil from her punch, swiftly focusing on the nearest two martial artists. Despite being protected by the formation's power, facing a second-level grandmaster like Lucius was still not enough for them. With two pops, Lucius's fists penetrated the chests of the two martial artists, their shattered hearts flying out from their backs. 36 Heavenly Gang turned into 34 Heavenly Gang in the blink of an eye. The entire Heavenly Gang ambush formation visibly trembled. At the same time, the remaining attacking martial artists became disorganized, clearly panicking because they could not withstand Lucius like Andon or the woman. Kill. Taking advantage of the moment when their morale was broken, Lucius swallowed the blood rising to his throat and, with a surge of energy, flashed towards a retreating martial artist, slapping him so hard that his head exploded. Return to position. Andon shouted anxiously and angrily because only by returning to position could they receive protection from the formation and avoid being slain by Lucius. Sensing the changes in the formation's power, Andon cursed furiously. On one hand, he didn't expect Lucius to have such strong resistance that even so many people attacking simultaneously couldn't kill him. On the other hand, he hadn't expected Lucius to know the weaknesses of the Heavenly Gang ambush formation and how to make it gradually collapse, trading injuries for opportunities. Unbeknownst to him, the failure to kill Lucius in the first two attacks actually cost them the initiative. Once the formation started operating, its power would continuously deplete. Even though the Heavenly Gang ambush formation had accumulated power for 50 years, it would eventually run out. If they couldn't kill Lucius before the power ran out, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Furthermore, Andon knew that once Lucius found an opportunity, he would repeat his tactics, relying on his powerful protective armor to trade injuries for opportunities, targeting the weaker individuals for elimination, one by one. None of you move, maintain the formation. Andon was well aware that experts at the master level were like rotten wood in Lucius's hands, capable of being killed with a single strike. The only chance they had was for the four people who had stepped into the Great Master realm to make their move. Only this level could withstand Lucius's attacks. As long as the formation did not collapse and the rest did not drain its power, these four could sustain their assault for a longer period. With a mutual understanding in their gazes, the four moved simultaneously. The melee that Lucius had been waiting for finally arrived. Fighting four people alone, although there was pressure, it was not as overwhelming as the initial onslaught that left him unable to retaliate. At this moment, the 29 people standing around watching felt waves of shock within. They had long investigated Lucius's formidable strength, knowing him to be quite difficult to deal with. That's why they waited for him to enter the formation to ensure his swift demise. They originally believed that this formation, which could easily kill a third-rank Great Master or below, would not have much trouble handling a young man. But reality proved that Lucius was like an indestructible cockroach, too strong. His formidable strength started shaking their once unwavering confidence, making them wonder if he might ultimately prevail. The four Great Masters took turns attacking. Although Lucius continuously punched back, he was always on the defensive, constantly forced to retreat or be sent flying by their punches. Blow after blow, light golden blood trickled from the corner of Lucius's mouth. His body, protected by the powerful armor, remained unscathed for the time being. Seeing the blood at the corner of Lucius's mouth, Andon and the battle, as if there were hundreds of him at once. A thunderous boom resounded like lightning striking the ground. Outside the main gate of the Shangwan family, Edlin and Basil looked up at the sky anxiously. They had long sensed the continuous fluctuations of energy, knowing that both sides had engaged in combat. Initially, they thought Lucius's formidable strength would make sweeping through the Shangwan family relatively easy. But the ongoing energy fluctuations indicated the struggle wasn't over. Edlin gradually realized that the Shangwan family, being the third strongest clan in Maoyuan City, indeed had significant depth. Standing at a lower vantage point, it was hard to gauge the situation inside. Anxiously waiting for updates, Edlin spotted a tall building 500 meters away and immediately rushed towards it at top speed. Meanwhile, atop even taller buildings further away. Many martial artists were observing with binoculars. They had been alarmed by the energy emitted from the Shangguan family's formation, rushing up high to see who dared challenge the Shangguan family. Although they had binoculars, a barrier surrounding the Tiangang ambush formation prevented them from seeing clearly, only revealing that the struggle was intense. Within the Tiangang ambush formation, as the thunderous sound gradually faded and countless illusions of Lucius dissipated, the outcome became clear. Lucius knelt on one knee, pale-faced, breathing heavily. The 4 Shangguan members were scattered around. Andon and the woman spat out blood and knelt similarly. As for the other 2, they lay motionless, having been obliterated by the attack. The stronger the dead person, the greater the impact on the formation. The entire ground shook violently, as if an earthquake was happening. Crack, crack. The ground split into large fissures, with plumes of white mist erupting from beneath. Andon and the woman's faces turned grim upon seeing this. They hadn't expected that Lucius's strongest attack targeted not only the 4 of them, but also the Tiangang ambush formation. This blow completely shattered the formation. With the formation's collapse, the power infused into the bodies of everyone present drained rapidly, like water leaking from a punctured bucket. He's exhausted. Finish him off. Andon wanted to act personally, but couldn't due to the rapid loss of power and severe injuries inflicted by Lucius. Standing was already a challenge, let alone attacking. Though he and his wife couldn't move, the remaining 29 people still possessed some fighting ability. At the head of the family's signal, 3 men quickly recovered and charged at Lucius, fists aimed at his head. A muffled sound echoed as Lucius withstood the trio's punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the trio's eyes lit up with renewed confidence, realizing Lucius was genuinely injured and could be killed with a few more blows. But just as they were about to strike again, Lucius suddenly stood up. Even though my true chi is depleted, killing you weaklings doesn't require true chi. Before the nearest martial artist could react, Lucius snapped his neck. Absorbing the dragon's power not only made Lucius's true chi more concentrated, but also left residual strength fused into his flesh and blood. Like a sponge soaked in water, squeezing it always yields some moisture. Most of these 29 people weren't very strong to begin with, mostly being transformation stage martial artists. Without the formation's power, their weaknesses showed. Transformation stage fighters could only muster concealment stage strength, and masters fell back to transformation stage. Facing such opponents, Lucius, relying on his robust physique, could kill them easily, even with no true chi left. Hurry, attack! Andon roared furiously, fully aware that only a coordinated attack from everyone would have a chance to kill Lucius. Otherwise, attacking in small groups would only result in their own deaths. Over 20 people rushed forward, overwhelming Lucius. Hearing the Tanjiao and seeing his clan members fall one by one, Andon trembled all over. He gritted his teeth, wanting to rise and join the fight. But the injuries within his body were too severe, preventing him from getting up no matter how hard he tried. Aya! The woman also let out an agonized scream. She wanted to get up and contribute her share, but she was powerless despite her will. They were just one step away from avenging their son's death. If they let him turn the tide, she truly couldn't bear it. Just as initially predicted, when deprived of the formation's power, these martial artists became like lambs with their limbs bound for Lucius, who could slaughter them with a single stroke. In less than 20 breaths, only Andon and his wife remained alive on the scene. Lucius was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of it, though none of it was his own. He intended to move towards Andon, but after taking just one step, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. With only a thread of strength left, he barely managed to stand. Glancing at Andon and the woman, Lucius abandoned the thought of killing them. Not that he wanted to let tigers go back to the mountain, but both would die within 2 hours. Using the formation's power, enduring the earth's chi, was akin to borrowing power from heaven and earth, which came at a cost. Seeing the woman stare at him with boundless resentment and unwillingness, Lucius coughed dryly and forced a smile. Don't be disheartened. If you had taught your son better, none of this would have happened. Since you indulged him and let him run wild, you must pay the price for your indulgence and permissiveness. Whatever tricks you have left, use them. I'll accompany you until the end. Leaving those words behind, Lucius struggled to walk towards the main gate. Aya! Unwilling to give up, Andon suddenly rose, wanting to bite Lucius before dying. But he collapsed back to the ground, spitting out blood before he could take a step. The woman likewise struggled, but she fell back onto the ground before even standing up. Lucius said nothing and continued walking forward. You think you can just leave? Do you really think my Shangguan family has no one left? A deafening roar suddenly came from afar. Upon hearing this voice, despair in Andon and the woman's eyes turned into hope. Chapter 263, Death by Suffocation. Whoosh! A figure approached from afar like a ghost in a TV show, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye. Dad! Andon shouted excitedly, never expecting his father who had been traveling for years to return at this critical moment. After Grayson's death, he had tried sending messages to the long-unused number but did not really expect to reach Neil, as he had never contacted them since leaving home. Just now, Andon was very desperate, but now, he felt that fate was still on his side. His father was a semi-grandmaster. If Lucius hadn't exhausted his strength or gotten injured, he might indeed be formidable. But now, with his father being a semi-grandmaster, killing Lucius would be as easy as crushing a chick. The more he thought about it, the happier Andon became. Dad, it's him. He's the one who dismembered little Wuxi. Kill him. I want to chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. The woman stared at Lucius with intense anger. Scanning the scene, Neil clenched his fists tightly. At his feet lay the clan's battle force that took years to cultivate, now all dead. Suppressing his inner rage, he glared coldly at Lucius and asked, Whose family are you? The Tiangang ambush array had been set up by a high-level expert many years ago, and he knew its power well. Even after activating the Tiangang ambush array, losing so many clan members still couldn't kill the opponent, showing just how formidable the other party was. Being so young yet possessing such strength, Neil speculated that Lucius was likely from a prestigious sect. Although Lucius had killed his grandson, making him want to flay and shred him immediately, he hesitated considering the powerful sect backing him. Though the clan's combat force was nearly depleted, he knew that as long as he was alive, the Shangguan clan could rise again given time. But if he killed Lucius and triggered retaliation from the major sect, the clan would be destroyed. Why? Are you worried I come from one of the 9 great sects? Lucius perceived Neil's concerns and laughed, saying, I'm the husband of the leader of the Qianxia sect. Do you believe me? Humph. Neil sneered disdainfully, his worries quickly dissipating as he said casually, if you said you were a disciple of one of the 9 great sects, I might believe it. But the husband of the leader of the Qianxia sect? Do you take me for a fool? How old is the leader of the Qianxia sect, and how old are you? Would she even consider you? This was indeed his truest thought. If Lucius had mentioned any other sect, he might have doubted. But claiming to be the husband of the leader of the Qianxia sect was something Neil couldn't bring himself to believe. Knowing only a bit about the Qianxia sect, he knew its leader was a woman, but she was quite old, leading him to subconsciously doubt their pairing. The leader of the Qianxia sect was a proud person. How could she choose a much younger man as her husband? Wouldn't that make a laughingstock out of the sect? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. If you want to kill me, you don't need to overthink it. You should be thinking whether you can actually kill me today. Kid, still trying to talk tough on the verge of death. Andon struggled to sit up and snarled, look at your condition. Can my dad have any difficulty killing you? I tell you, you're definitely going to die today. Seeing the overly confident Andon, Lucius smiled and said, do you really think I would come without any preparation? I'm not scaring you. If I weren't sharpening myself and playing along, you would have been dead long ago. Andon and the woman didn't believe him at all, thinking Lucius was bluffing to make his father hesitate. Dad, don't listen to him. Who cares what identity he claims? He killed your grandson. Are you going to let him go? Dad, you. Shut up. Neil glared angrily at the woman and snapped, you know nothing despite having long hair. I've warned you before that, Bryce. She shouldn't be indulged. How did you discipline him? Do you really think I didn't know the situation at home these past years? How many immoral things has he done relying on the clan's support? Startled by the reprimand, the woman was stunned. From his tone, it seemed Neil wasn't planning to avenge his son's death. Andon wanted to say something but held back seeing his angry father. The scene grew quiet. Neil gazed intently at Lucius, trying to determine if he was bluffing. Lucius didn't have the patience to waste time here, with his strength drained and wounds unhealed. All he wanted was to rest properly. Nothing else? I'll be leaving then. Saying that, Lucius turned and left. Dad. Unwilling, Andon let out a hoarse scream. He clearly had the opponent at his mercy and could easily kill him. He didn't understand why his father hesitated now. Dad. The woman also screamed in anguish. Gazing at Lucius walking away step by step, suspicion filled Neil's eyes, which were now filled with ruthlessness. Although he cursed the woman for not disciplining her grandson well, deep down, that was his blood-related grandson. Moreover, the family had suffered huge losses because of this person. If he did not kill him, how would the other families in Mao City view the Shangguan family? If he did not kill him, how could he swallow this humiliation? The future of the family was indeed important, but the dignity of the family was equally crucial. Hatred ultimately overwhelmed reason. In a flash, Neil blocked Lucius's path, saying fiercely, Kid, I don't care which sect you belong to, but today, you must die. Is that so? Lucius smiled calmly. Then black mist surged around him as he summoned the most powerful leader. What? He actually has an ace up his sleeve? Neil, who was about to make a move, suddenly changed his expression. The power he had just mobilized within his body was instantly withdrawn. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he felt extremely regretful. I gave you a chance, but you thought I was putting on an act. So I have no choice. Seeing the battle spirit beside Lucius about to attack, Neil hurriedly retreated and said, Young man, let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. I know our feud is deep, but if you spare my life, I am willing to put aside all grudges. Really, as long as you spare me, everything the Shangguan family owns now can be yours. Andon and his wife, who had been stunned when Lucius revealed his trump card, spat blood upon hearing Neil's words. With despair in their eyes, they fell to the ground, their breaths growing weaker. He had thought that as the former patriarch of the Shangguan family, his father would prioritize his own people. But now, he knew he was wrong. To save himself, even his son and the entire family could be abandoned. How merciless. Pooh. Andon spat out another mouthful of blood. His wide-open eyes lost their luster as he died unavenged. Chapter 264, A Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might. Tiger, the woman called out in despair, struggling to move her body inch by inch toward Andon. Though grievously wounded, they would not die immediately. Alas, Neil's heartlessness toward Andon was too much of a shock, and he died of anger. Crawling beside Andon's corpse, the woman wailed loudly. First her son died, and now her husband. In her desperation, her father-in-law returned, but instead of avenging their son, he cared only for his own life. The more she thought about it, the more fiercely she cried out. She could not understand what sin they had committed to deserve such a fate. Neil, you deserve to die. Initially, her hatred for Lucius had been focused on him, but now it turned entirely on her father-in-law. After saying this, she spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed over Andon, and died with unclosed eyes. Standing opposite Lucius, Neil seemed oblivious to all this, continuing to look at Lucius beseechingly, hoping for forgiveness. Your son and daughter-in-law have been angered to death by you. Don't you feel even a bit sorrowful? Lucius asked with a smile. Neil glanced at Andon's corpses, then snorted disdainfully. This is the result of their own doing. Wu warriors devote themselves solely to the path of Wu. I have wandered far from home for years and already have no lingering ties here. They simply overcomplicated things. They are better off dead, saving me trouble. His tone was resolute and merciless, as if he really did not care. A faint smile appeared on Lucius's lips. He had thought this Remy was truly obsessed with martial arts, unaffected by the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law. If that were true, letting him live wouldn't matter. But Lucius saw through the pretense. The sadness and resentment in his eyes, though fleeting, had not gone unnoticed. All of it was merely a delaying tactic, trying to survive somehow. Fine, I'll spare your life. Lucius started moving forward, and Neil immediately thanked him with a laugh. However, halfway through his gratitude, his expression froze. For while Lucius walked on, the battle soul remained. Locking eyes with the battle soul's ravenous gaze, sensing something amiss, Neil panicked. "SM all." Before he could finish, black mist enveloped him. As the mist slowly dissipated, only bones remained, soon shattered into pieces on the ground. If May had acted sooner to remove the root of evil, this would never have happened. One cannot stumble over the same stone twice. With the death of Neil, the strongest of the Shangwan clan, the Shangwan family of Mao City was erased. Every warrior of significant strength had been killed by Lucius. Those left were either young practitioners or ordinary people. Farther away, on a high rise, the observing warriors fell silent. They hadn't seen the initial struggle between Lucius and the Shangwans due to the array's concealment, but with its collapse, everything became clear. Alone, he wiped out the Shangwan clan. Who is this man? How dare he be so bold? Doesn't he fear retribution from the Divine Tao sect? Each major clan pays substantial sums annually to the Divine Tao sect. An investigation. This person must be identified. Unable to provoke, they dared not. The recovered warriors rushed downstairs, eager to see Lucius up close and assess his origins and exact power. At the main gate, Edlin and Basil hurriedly assisted the blood-covered Lucius. Seeing Lucius emerge alive, the guards guarding the entrance were shocked and ran inside to check what happened. Master Chu, how did it go? Edlin wanted to know how many powerful figures remained in the Shangwan clan. If there was no longer any threat, the troops would seize the Shangwan assets before other clans could act. The wicked ones are dead. The Shangwan clan no longer poses any threat. Pausing, Lucius continued, deal with the remaining clansfolk as you see fit. Evict them if possible. Avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Edlin's throat tightened with excitement, and he quickly made calls to mobilize forces. Boss, should we return to the Shanghai pavilion to recuperate? Basil showed concern, knowing this battle had greatly exhausted Lucius. He imagined how many enemies Lucius faced and the peril he endured, as this was the first time he saw Lucius so injured and weakened since meeting him. Master Chu, why don't you come to my house? It's not far from here. Come to my house first to recuperate. There's no rush to return to Cloud City once you've recovered. Just as he hung up the phone, Edlin heard Basil asking and looked at Lucius with pleading eyes, as if his eyes were speaking. Lucius only glanced at him to know what this Remy was thinking. In essence, it was a case of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Clearly, this battle had already caught the attention of all martial families in Mao City. If he went to the Xiao family now, it would indirect almost instantly. In a daze, Lucius felt a pair of hands rubbing his body. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but gradually he sensed something was wrong. It wasn't a dream. There were really a pair of hands exploring his body, and they belonged to a girl. Chapter 265, Herbal Bath. Lucius opened his eyes and indeed saw a girl whose hands were rubbing on his chest. Who are you? As he spoke, Lucius was about to get out of the wooden tub but suddenly stopped, because he realized he was completely naked, and she was a woman, which was inappropriate. The girl seemed not to expect Lucius to wake up. She looked flustered, her face turning red, stammering and unable to say anything before turning and running out. Strange. Lucius muttered as he lowered his head to look at his chest, wondering if the girl had been touching his pectoral muscles just now. These days, there are still people obsessed with pectoral muscles? Master Chu, are you awake? Edlin's voice came from outside the door. Yes, wait a moment. Lucius began to rub off the bloodstains that remained on his body. He was so exhausted earlier that he fell asleep in the water, without even cleaning himself. Although the water was cold, he had no choice but to make do. After cleaning up, Lucius changed into the clothes prepared beside the wooden tub and walked outside. The girl from before stood behind Edlin, blushing and looking down. Master Chu, this is my daughter Cleo. Just now, she was disrespectful and disturbed Master Chu. I hope Master Chu can forgive her. Edlin looked nervous. He was arranging the Tunbing of the Shangwan family's assets when he suddenly noticed Cleo looking flustered. Stopping her to ask what happened, he learned that Cleo had gone to where Lucius was resting and woke him up. As a father, he immediately felt a headache. It had taken considerable effort to invite Lucius to the Xiao family, and he did not want Lucius to have a bad impression. So, he hurriedly brought his daughter to apologize. No problem. Cleo secretly lifted her head, meeting Lucius's gaze for a moment before hastily lowering it again. When she heard that a powerful figure who stormed the Shangwan residence had come home, and from her father's words, she learned that he alone had destroyed the Shangwan family, her curiosity grew, leading her to sneak into the room to see him. She thought he would be much older, but upon entering, she found him not much different from herself. Shocked by this, she glanced at Lucius's perfect pectoral muscles and subconsciously reached out to touch them. Unbeknownst to her, after only a few seconds of contact, Lucius woke up. I need some items. Have Old Wei fetch them from the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Lucius didn't take the matter to heart and immediately listed some medicinal herbs stored at the Mountain Sea Pavilion. For the rest that were not available there, they would need to be purchased. Herbal baths were the fastest and most effective method for recuperation and would leave no hidden complications. Behave. After reminding his daughter, Edlin hurriedly went to find Basil. In an instant, only Lucius and Cleo were left on the scene. Cleo blushed and stood rooted to the spot, unsure whether to leave or stay. Did it feel nice? Lucius looked at Cleo with a smile, wanting to tease her. Despite being a well-bred young lady, her beauty might not match Ebony, but she wasn't far off. She was tall, likely due to martial arts practice, making her figure lean and giving off a unique vibe. But she didn't seem too old, with a hint of childishness still visible on her face. Being so tense over such a trivial matter indicated that Xian and Tian must have protected her a lot, leading to a lack of life experience and hence her shy demeanor. Cleo didn't expect Lucius to initiate conversation, so she tensed up, softly replying, "Why yes, it felt good. Do you want to touch again?" Cleo suddenly looked up at Lucius, seeing his mischievous smile, frightening her so much that she ran away without turning back. Lucius chuckled humorlessly, turned around, returned to the room, sat down, and closed his eyes to carefully sense his internal injuries. After each intense battle, reviewing was a necessity for Lucius. Reflecting on the previous fight, he knew clearly that if this had happened before he went to Kunzu, he would definitely be dead now because the appearance of Bohin was completely unexpected. Without the support of a war soul, his severely injured self would indeed not be able to fight against Bohin and would only have one path to death. This brutal fact made Lucius realize that he could not rely solely on his strength to underestimate his opponent. When he killed Grayson, he believed that the third-ranked family in a regional state could not pose any threat. However, reality told him never to underestimate any opponent no matter what time it is. A martial arts family that can stand firm for many years certainly has its own background. Rash actions could lead to unforeseen failures. Having reviewed enough, Lucius took out the dragon snake meat and absorbed the dragon snake power to restore his true energy. A few hours later, Basil returned, and seeing all the required herbs available, Lucius asked Edlin to bring a large iron tub that could fit a person. Setting up firewood underneath, he began simmering various herbs. When the herbs were almost ready, just as Basil and others wondered how Lucius would consume so much water, he stripped and jumped into the iron tub. They had seen meat being stewed, but never a person. This move surprised Basil and Edlin, leaving them speechless for a while. "Old way, stay here to manage the water." Hearing this, Edlin knew it was time for him to leave. He immediately turned around and walked away because he indeed had a lot of things to handle. Outside the door, Cleo was standing on tiptoe, peeking inside constantly. Worried that his mischievous daughter might cause trouble again, Edlin took her away forcefully. "Dad, what is he doing? Isn't he afraid of cooking himself? Dad, did he really level the Shangguan family all by himself? Dad, do you think he's really only in his 20s? Listening to his daughter's chattering questions, Edlin felt a headache. Although he was annoyed, he couldn't bring himself to scold her and could only grit his teeth and endure it. Time passed slowly. Inside, Lucius seemed to be in deep meditation, quietly sitting cross-legged in the iron tub. Basil would add water whenever he saw the water level drop and immediately add firewood when the flame weakened. Meanwhile, at the front gate of the Xia family, guests came one after another, all of whom were the heads of other martial arts families in Maicheng. These people all wanted to meet the powerhouse who obliterated the Shangguan family, but Edlin refused them all, citing the need for rest as the reason. However, the visiting martial artists knew that with such a backer, the Xia family would soon stand up again in Maicheng. They expressed intentions to form alliances, which Edlin naturally welcomed without reservation. 5 days flew by. On this day, just as Basil was about to add more water, Lucius suddenly opened his eyes and said, "No need." The herbal bath therapy ended. Though not fully recovered, he was already back to 70%. All the essences within the various herbs had been absorbed completely. After entering the room to wash up and changing into a new set of clothes, Lucius told Basil, "Go rest too. You've worked hard these past few days." Over the 5 days, Basil didn't close his eyes once, respectfully guarding beside Lucius, something Lucius always knew. They were all part of the same group, so Basil nodded and went to rest in the neighboring room without further ado. Afterward, Lucius walked to the pavilion, lying down on a reclining chair to close his eyes and rest. As he lay there, he suddenly raised his brows, his voice cold as he said, "Sneaking around? Come out." Chapter 266, Test. A small man with a sharp face and short stature suddenly climbed over the wall and waddled into the pavilion. Though this visitor was only at the middle stage of transformation power, his ability to evade the Xia family guards and approach the yard from outside demonstrated some skill. Lucius remained reclining in his lounge chair, half-lidded eyes questioning, "Do you have something?" The man nodded and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Gil asked me to deliver this message." "Gil? White Knight sect." Lucius sat up abruptly and took the paper from the man's hand. It contained an address. Initially, he had thought this person was sent by some martial arts family to investigate his condition, but he hadn't expected it to be someone from the White Knight sect. After meeting the 4 great disciples of Divine Path sect and learning that the White Knight sect had similar people, Lucius's interest in them increased significantly. "Did he say what it's about?" Lucius asked calmly. The man shook his head and explained, "I'm only responsible for delivering the message. I have no right to ask about anything else. Gil said that when you have time, come to this place." Having finished speaking, the man turned and left, not through the main gate but by climbing back over the wall as he came. Staring at the address on the paper, Lucius was full of confusion and curiosity, wondering why the White Knight sect would suddenly seek him out. Without specifying a time, only saying to visit when he has time, implied that the matter wasn't urgent. So, he didn't rush off immediately but lay back down to continue resting. The White Knight sect wasn't just any martial arts family. Even if his strength hadn't fully recovered, he could still handle it. Although the invitation didn't seem ominous, caution is always better, so Lucius decided to wait until he had recovered more before going, just in case there were unforeseen changes. After resting with closed eyes for a while, Lucius said aloud, "If you want to see me, just come in. This is your house, not mine. Why sneak around?" At the entrance, Lorna walked in with a tense expression. Upon learning that Lucius had stopped brewing, she rushed over. Whether because she felt pressured by Lucius's reputation or for other reasons, despite usually being brave, she now appeared very nervous, repeatedly peering in from the doorway, only to realize she had already been noticed. Lorna approached the pavilion like a child who had done something wrong, walking slowly, hands clasped together, and head lowered, avoiding eye contact with Lucius. "How old are you?" 20. Lorna replied honestly. "Is there something you need?" At this moment, Lorna looked hesitant and conflicted, her eyes darting around. Finally, she steeled herself, looked up firmly, and met Lucius's gaze. I want to become your disciple. Ever since realizing how incomparably strong Lucius was, even her father couldn't withstand one move from him, Lorna had conceived the idea of becoming his disciple. She believed that Lucius was the master she had been searching for all along. Taking disciples was something Lucius hadn't considered. Seeing Lorna's determined expression, he knew she wasn't joking. Sitting up, he smiled and asked, "Why me and not someone else?" Everything has a reason. Accepting a disciple wasn't impossible, but it required a convincing rationale. Understanding this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lorna, suppressing her nervousness, said, "Because you're incredibly strong, stronger than anyone else. Anyone weaker than my father isn't qualified to teach me. My dream since childhood has been to become a female hero. I believe that if I receive your guidance, I can achieve this goal." While most girls her age might think about eating here, playing there, or falling in love, Lorna's obsession with the path of martial arts was profound. After learning that there weren't many powerful female warriors on the continent of Divine Terra, she resolved to walk the path of becoming a revered superheroine, upholding justice and fighting those who oppressed women. As fellow residents of Mao City, she had long known of Grayson's despicable nature and the countless girls he had harmed over the years, relying on his family's backing. She had wished to kill him but lacked the strength. When she learned that Lucius had killed him, he became her idol. Everyone has dreams, but many abandon or alter their dreams due to reality, rarely maintaining their original aspirations. In their mutual gaze, Lucius saw rare determination. This unique resolve reminded him of his younger self. Back then, he had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He promised himself silently that he would never disappoint the Remy and would walk a different path in martial arts. "Does your father know about this?" Lucius asked, snapping back to reality. Lorna shook her head and replied honestly, "Dad just reminded me not to disturb you, but I feel like you won't be here for long, and you might never come back home in this life. I think if I don't seize this opportunity, there will be no chance later." Despite her young age, she had mature thoughts. Lucius smiled and said, "It's not impossible for me to take you as a disciple, but you must pass my test. If you fail my test, it means we have no fate." Learning that she had a chance, Lorna became so excited that she wanted to scream, but she didn't lose control. She held back her excitement and asked, "What kind of test?" "Give yourself 3 minutes to adjust. Bear the pressure of my aura, and see how long you can hold on. I'll decide whether you pass or not." There would only be one chance. Lorna nodded resolutely and immediately sat cross-legged to prepare herself. 3 minutes flew by. After getting up, she took a deep breath and said, "I'm ready." Without further ado, Lucius released the aura of a third-rank patriarch and pressed it all down on Lorna. Lorna was only at the middle stage of manifestation power. Faced with the invisible oppression, her knees instinctively bent, almost kneeling on the ground. Just as her body was about to fall, it suddenly stopped. Then, inch by inch, her bent legs slowly straightened. A slight smile crept onto Lucius's lips as he continued to intensify his aura. The growing pressure forced Lorna's body to sink uncontrollably. To gain recognition, she bit her lip tightly, even biting through it, yet she persisted. Soon, beads of sweat covered her delicate face, and her entire body trembled violently. Lucius watched quietly. Time passed slowly, and before long, Lorna felt dizzy and could no longer bear the pressure. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Eager to know the result, she looked up at Lucius with hopeful eyes. At this moment, Edlin came in from outside. Seeing his daughter sitting on the ground in the pavilion, pale-faced with blood on her lips, he assumed she was disturbing Lucius again and had been disciplined. He flew into a rage. "Rebellious girl, I'll beat you to death." Yelling angrily, he didn't give his daughter a chance to explain and raised his hand to strike. But in the next second, he froze.